Prologue. Summary. The story takes place after the mission to retrieve Sasuke is unsuccessful. The teens will be redone and many other changes and surprises will occur. Flashback. An unconscious Naruto was lost in the sea of his own memories. He recalled the pain of his past and the forming of Team 7 and the events that lead to his clash against Sasuke. Sasuke. Naruto called out to his teammate. Are you alright, scaredy cat? The raven-haired boy asked with a smirk on his face. Hey, are you alright, scaredy cat? The blonde asked, his eyes turning crimson as he looked on at a frightened Sasuke with rage building within him. Naruto, I want to fight you, the dark-haired boy said shortly before the preliminary matches of the Chunin exam began. I want to fight you too, Naruto replied just before Sasuke's fight with Gaara. Shut up and fight me. The young Uchiha yelled in anger as he activated his Sharingan. Before we start, you'd better put on your Konoha head protector, Naruto said to the Uchiha boy on the rooftop of the hospital. You won't even lay a finger on me, let alone my forehead, Sasuke replied. You're pissing me off, Sasuke yelled at his teammate for thinking that they were equals. That's because you're still weak, Sasuke-chan. Naruto replied back to the Uchiha child. It's not meaningless. To me you've become my closest friend, the Uchiha boy said in the epic battle between friends and teammates that had finally begun. I won't let Orochimaru take you, the blonde said as the two stared each other down. Shut the hell up. Someone like you, who doesn't know of family or siblings. You had nothing in the first place. What the hell do you understand about me? The Uchiha child screamed back in the midst of the battle. I don't understand about real family or brothers. When I'm with you, I wonder if this is like being with a brother, Naruto said after tapping into Kyuubi's chakra with a surprisingly calm expression on his face. From now on, we fight as equals. But you will never be able to scratch my forehead, Sasuke said after putting on his Konoha head protector and preparing for another round with Naruto. You were special. But, Sasuke started to say as he underwent his transformation after activating his curse seal. I'm more special than you, Sasuke finished as Naruto looked on. The two charged in with their final attacks. And the outcome. Sasuke's Chidori hit Naruto's chest. Naruto's attack managed to scratch Sasuke's head protector. The last thing the blonde remembered before everything went dark to him was the sadness on his best friend's face. Deep down, Naruto knew that he had lost the actual fight, but somehow he felt satisfied. Sasuke had said that Naruto would never scratch his forehead. But Sasuke was proven wrong. Naruto couldn't kill his best friend. Instead he chose to win their silent bet. A smile almost appeared on his unconscious face as the Uchiha survivor stood over Naruto's body. The clang of metal could be heard as Sasuke's scratched head protector fell to the ground. Several minutes later Team 7's Junin, Hitaki Kakashi arrived. I was too late, Kakashi said, arriving as rain began to fall. Kakashi lifted the unconscious boy into his arms and began the long trek back to Konoha. Along the way several medical squads dispatched from Konoha met up with them. It was then that Naruto's teammates' fates were revealed. Naruto was still unconsciously holding on tightly to Sasuke's head protector. The mission was a failure. Chapter 1. The Aftermath. Awakening to those who care. A young, pale-eyed girl sat by the unconscious blonde's bed as she watched his breathing. To the girl who watched him, his body seemed to be restless instead of sleeping peacefully. Naruto-kun, I hope you're going to be alright, the shy Hyuga girl said as she watched him. The girl's alone time with the sleeping Naruto soon ended as the door to his room opened and a pink-haired Kunoichi entered the room. What, Hinata-san, I'm surprised to see you here, the girl said as she noticed the Hyuga girl's presence. Sakura-san, I was just, Hinata started to stutter in response to Sakura. Don't worry about it, Hinata-san. I was just a little surprised, that's all, Sakura interrupted. I was visiting Kiba-kun, and Neji-ni-san earlier, and I was really worried so I came to check on Naruto-kun, Hinata finally managed to spit out. But what are you doing here? Sakura-san, Hinata curiously asked the pink-haired girl. I was also worried about Naruto. Actually, I was scared. I don't know what I'd do if I had lost Naruto too. Sasuke-kun left me, and if Naruto had died, I'd have never forgiven myself for begging him to get Sasuke-kun back. I was scared and afraid. Afraid of being all alone, Sakura sadly replied. Oh, I see, Hinata managed to say as silence seemed to fill the room. Both girls stared at Naruto for a while. It was Sakura who broke the silence by placing a vase down on the dresser near Naruto's bed. You know, I was actually angry at Naruto at first, Sakura said, getting the Hyuga girl's attention. What do you mean, Sakura-san? Hinata asked looking confused. Can you believe I actually wanted to blame Naruto for not bringing Sasuke-kun back? I actually thought it was his fault at first. When I saw everyone come back, and then I finally saw Kakashi-sensei carrying Naruto. I was still in denial. Then I saw Naruto holding something. It was Sasuke-kun's head protector. That was when I knew and realized that Sasuke-kun wasn't coming back. I started to cry shortly after that. I didn't cry though just because I had lost Sasuke-kun. I was also crying because of what a horrible person I am, Sakura said as tears began to fall from her face. Sakura-san, Hinata said looking on and listening intently to the girl. I realized how horrible I was. I actually wanted to blame Naruto. I wanted to blame him for breaking his promise to me. I mean his way of the ninja is to never take back his words, right? I cursed at myself. How could I blame Naruto? I know he tried his hardest, I knew he'd never purposely do anything to hurt me, yet all I could think about was Sasuke-kun not returning. I didn't even think about how much Naruto had to be hurting as well. He lost his friend too. He failed to bring back someone who was important to him as well. Sakura finished as tears continued to stream down her face. Sakura-san, you really shouldn't cry. Naruto-kun, I'm sure he knows you would never hold anything against him. I doubt he would ever think badly of you. Because you're important to him, Hinata told the girl. Hinata-san, you really like Naruto don't you? Sakura asked. Her words instantly caused Hinata to turn a bright crimson. Hinata began to stutter. She found herself unable to speak. It's okay, Hinata-san. It's kind of funny, I know you've been watching him for a while now. When I'd see that, I would always think things like, what does she see in Naruto? Or, how could anyone like that idiot? But I think I understand it now. He tries so hard to be noticed and he never gives up. Naruto truly is amazing, Sakura said. Yes, he truly is. When I see him, I suddenly feel like I can change myself. He gives me strength. I wish that I could be as strong as he is, Hinata said as the two girls' eyes returned to the sleeping Naruto. Have you ever thought about telling Naruto how you feel? If anyone would understand, it's him. But you'll have to be the one to tell him. I mean you know how dense he is. He's so dense it's cute sometimes, the pink-haired girl said, turning toward Hinata. I want to. I want the courage to tell Naruto-kun how I feel, even if he didn't accept me. Even then I just want to gather the courage to tell him how I feel. If I can do that, then I believe I can truly change myself, Hinata replied to the girl. You know Naruto isn't the only really amazing person in the room. You're amazing too, Hinata. Unlike me, you really know what you want deep down. I'm sure he'd accept you. Do your best, okay. I've got to be going now, Sakura said as she began to head toward the door. Thank you, Sakura-san, Hinata said as the door closed, leaving her once again alone with the blonde genin. She turned to face him once again. Please wake up soon, Naruto-kun. I draw my strength from you. As the girl continued to watch over him, deep in the young boy's mind, he found himself awakening in a familiar dark place as a cage appeared before him. Hey brat, get up, the menacing nine-tailed fox demanded. Huh, what the hell do you want, stupid fox? Naruto replied. You failed to defeat your opponent even after I gave you my power. Why? The demon asked the boy. I'm not like you, I don't fight to kill. Naruto told the towering demon. But you lost the fight and almost got us both killed. The demon replied to Naruto. I knew what I was doing. Sasuke, he could have killed me, but he didn't. I think, I may have gotten through to him somewhat. Naruto tried to reason with the fox demon. But you still lost. He didn't return to Konoha. He left you for dead. Kyuubi replied. I just couldn't kill him. He's my best friend, Naruto said to the demon. You're pathetic. You just went and gave your village another reason to hate you. You've lost their precious Uchiha, and they'll curse you for it. The Kyuubi shouted. Sakura-chan, fuzzy brow. I promised. But, I failed them. I failed them all, everyone. I can't face them ever again, can I? Naruto said as tears started to form in his eyes. Enough. Don't start crying brat. Now you must face your mistakes and grow stronger. Kyuubi said to the boy. My way of the ninja. To never take back my words. It's been broken, Naruto replied still with a depressed voice. Don't start with this nonsense brat. Kyuubi demanded. Huh, what do you mean? Naruto asked looking confused. All that this means is that you must make a new way for yourself. The demon replied. Like how? Naruto asked still looking bewildered. Must I do everything for you brat? Very well. To never break your promises again, and to never take back your words. That is your way. How does that sound kid? The Kyuubi said to the boy. Kyuubi, you're a genius. I really like that, Naruto replied seemingly out of his depressed state. Naturally brat, I am one of the most powerful demons to have ever existed. Of course I'm not a fool like you. The demon replied with a smug look on his face. Why are helping me anyway? Naruto asked the demon. I suppose it's something to do. Now it's time for you to go back. I can hear someone calling you, the demon told the boy. What? I can't hear anything, Naruto said, looking confused again. That's because you won't shut up. Now quiet and listen. The fox told the boy, get him to concentrate instead of talk. Sure enough, as Naruto focused, he could hear someone calling him. The voice was female. She sounded very shy and unsure of herself. Naruto-kun, please wake up. Please return to your friends, and please return to me, the voice said. Who is that? It sounds familiar, Naruto pondered as he tried to figure out whose voice it was that was speaking to him. Naruto-kun, Sakura-san, Shikamaru-san, Jiraiya-sama, and Godime Hokage-sama have all been in to check on you. Not just them, Kakashi-sensei and Iruka-sensei. Even that nice man from the ramen shop has been by to see you. So many people want you back. And so do I. Naruto-kun, why you give me the strength and the courage to continue trying to change myself. Your strength was even enough to change Neji-ni-san. So please, the voice trailed off as it seemed like the voice was beginning to cry. Neji-ni-san, who calls him that? Is that Hinata? Hinata's there by my side. Why? Why would she be there? Naruto questioned, looking rather puzzled. You really are an idiot, aren't you, boy? It's obvious that the human girl likes you. Are you that much of a moron that you can't see her feelings? The Kyuubi asked. Shut up, Naruto replied. It is time for you to go back to them. The land of the living awaits you. Kyuubi told the boy. Okay, I think I'm ready now, Naruto said to the demon. With that being said, Naruto's unconscious form began to awaken. Was that all just a dream? Am I really back? Naruto asked no one in particular as he began to open his eyes. Naruto-kun, Hinata exclaimed in shock at the blonde. You're awake. I've got to get Godime-sama, she said as she stumbled as she tried to leave the room. Hinata, please wait, Naruto managed to say, stopping the Hyuga girl in her tracks. What is it, Naruto-kun? Hinata turned to him and asked. Thank you, for what you said. I always knew you were a really good person, I just never realized just how great of a person you truly are, Naruto managed to say, causing the shy Hyuga to blush. What are you talking about, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked. I could hear what you were saying. And that was the reason I'm awake now. So thank you, Naruto said. Sure, but I must go inform the Hokage-sama that you've awakened. She wanted to know as soon as you were awake. Please excuse me, Hinata said as she raced out the room. Her face was still burning a bright red. Wow, she's really cute when she blushes. I can't believe I didn't notice her before, Naruto said as he waited for the Hyuga girl to return. Several minutes passed and Hinata finally returned with Tsunade and Jiraiya following behind her. Hey, Naruto, you're finally awake, huh? The Gamma Sennin said to his pupil. Arrow Sennin, what are you doing here? Naruto rudely asked his sensei. Jiraiya sighed deeply. Naruto, is that really the first thing you could think to say to me? Calling me Arrow Sennin? Jiraiya asked in a depressed voice. Yeah, it sure is Arrow Sennin. Naruto began but was cut off as Tsunade suddenly embraced him. You had me worried sick. Tsunade managed to say as tears lightly fell from her face. Tsunade Obaken. Naruto started but was interrupted again, this time by Tsunade's fist hitting the top of his head. Baka, Tsunade yelled. Ouch, what the hell? I'm injured here, Naruto yelled back. You mustn't be all that hurt if you can call me an old lady, Tsunade said with a snarl. Anyway, it seems that you're fine now. Your wounds have healed, and your chakra level has returned to normal, Tsunade added. Tsunade Obaken, I'm sorry. I failed, Naruto said as his cheerful mood turned dark and a sad expression spread across his face. Naruto, you did your best. Sasuke, he has chosen his path. He's gone now. Naruto, when you're ready you may leave the hospital. Take a day or two off to fully recover. We'll go from there. I've got a lot of things that I must take care of. Jiraiya, some of which involves you, so please come back with me to my office, Tsunade said, turning to face her former teammate. Yeah, I'm coming, Tsunade, Jiraiya nodded and then turned to Naruto. I'll leave you with your girlfriend then. See you later, Naruto. Jiraiya and Tsunade left as Naruto began to yell. Baka, Arrow Sennin, Naruto yelled, while Hinata just stood there, her face turning so red that Naruto could swear she resembled a ripe tomato. Hinata, don't listen to Arrow Sennin. Anyway, I hate hospitals. I'm also really hungry. I'm going to go get some ramen, want to come with me? Naruto asked as he got up out of bed. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun, I can't today. Father wants me home soon, Hinata sadly replied. Oh well, how about tomorrow, we can go on a date, Naruto asked almost without thinking, making Hinata blush yet again. What? A date? Hinata exclaimed in shock. Yes, if that's alright with you, Naruto trailed off, waiting for Hinata's reply. Sure, I'd really love. I'd really like that, Hinata said, blushing as Naruto began to leave. Well then see you, I'm going to go find Iruka-sensei and get him to treat me, Naruto said, racing out the door. Naruto-kun and I. On a date. This has to be a dream, the Hyuga girl said still standing in shock. Oh no, I must hurry home, father will be angry, Hinata said as she finally snapped out of her trance. Chapter 2. Roommate. Home with someone you love. The rain started out of nowhere, pouring, almost unsettling. You're absolutely worthless. How could you have lost to your sister again? The head of the main family said as yelled and belittled his eldest daughter, Hinata, because of her loss to Hanabi, her younger sister again. You're an embarrassment to the Hyuga name. Hiyashi continued to scold the girl. I'm sorry father, I'll try harder next time, Hinata said as she tried to calm him down. Next time. It's always next time with you. You're pathetic. Hiyashi continued the verbal onslaught on his daughter. Please, father, Hinata tried to speak but was suddenly interrupted with a hand coming down hard across her face. She looked up at her father in shock as her cheek reddened and tears began to pour down from her face. You're worthless. Get out. You're no longer welcome here. Leave now, Hiyashi screamed as the confused young girl ran out of the Hyuga manor and out into the pouring rain. After running for what seemed like forever to the young girl, she finally began to slow down, and then eventually came to a stop. The tears continued to pour like the rain from the sky as she wandered the streets of Konoha. Meanwhile, a certain loudmouth, blonde, was at his favorite place, consuming his 18th bowl of ramen. Yummy. Ramen. I love you. Yummy. Ramen. I love you. Naruto sang happily as slurped down another bowl. 15 minutes later, and another 10 bowls, Naruto had finally decided he was finished. That was really good, Naruto said as he paid for his meal and began to leave the shop. Damn, it's really raining hard. This really sucks, Naruto said as he began to run home trying to keep as dry as possible until he suddenly bumped into someone and they both fell to the ground. Ouch, that hurt. Sorry about that, I wasn't looking where I was, Naruto started to say as he realized just who he had bumped into. Oh, I'm sorry Hinata, Naruto then noticed Hinata looked as if she had been crying, deeply agonizing over something. Naruto tried to help the girl to her feet. Hinata, come on, we're getting soaked. What's wrong? Naruto asked with great concern. Did something happen with? Naruto was suddenly cut off as Hinata fell into his arms. He caught the girl out of instinct and then realized that she had just passed out. Oh damn, this isn't good at all. What the hell do I do? Well, it's too late to take her home, besides, something may have happened there. I guess I got no choice but to bring her back to my place, Naruto said as he lifted the girl up and into his arms better and began to run back to his apartment. I wonder what happened to her. I hope she'll be alright. Naruto arrived at his apartment and quickly opened the door and went inside, where he immediately ran over to his bed and gently placed Hinata onto it. Damn, our clothes are totally soaked. I'd better get the heater out to try and warm us up before we get sick, Naruto said as he headed over to a closet and pulled out a small heater, which he quickly plugged in and turned on. By then Hinata had finally began to stir. Upon hearing the girl start to awaken, Naruto quickly rushed back over to her. I must have passed out. Where am I? Hinata questioned as she started to examine her surroundings. Hey Hinata, are you alright? Naruto asked looking down upon the girl. Naruto-kun, Hinata said in shock as she almost jumped into an upright position. I'm sorry Naruto-kun. Hinata started, but was interrupted by Naruto who tossed her a towel and a very long t-shirt and a pair of his boxer shorts. I'm sorry Hinata, it's all I got, but please go take a shower, and it should help warm you up. You'll catch a cold if you stay in those wet clothes. I can lay your wet clothes out to dry in front of the heater, Naruto said to the girl. Naruto-kun, I don't want to burden you, Hinata said as Naruto cut her off again. Hinata, please, I don't want you to get sick. Hey, think of it as payment. You looked after me while I was in the hospital. Now it's my turn, Naruto said giving her his normal fox-like grin. Yes Naruto-kun, thank you, Hinata said as she headed into the bathroom and closed the door behind her. She began to disrobe after which she turned on the shower. A minute later she began her shower, meanwhile Naruto began to heat some food up on his stove. I hope she'll be alright. Maybe some ramen will help her a little. It always helps me, Naruto pondered. Meanwhile, Hinata enjoyed the feel of the hot water washing over her, yet at the same time she felt overwhelmed over all of today's events. I can't believe I'm in Naruto-kun's apartment, much less taking a shower in his shower. It's been a really crazy day. Father banished me from my own home. I don't know what I'm going to do. But Naruto-kun, he's been so kind. I really hope this isn't a dream, Hinata thought to herself as she finally finished her shower and then dressed in what Naruto gave her. The shirt was indeed long, it ran all the way down to her knees. She wondered where Naruto had gotten the shirt from at first. But she soon shrugged it off as she emerged from the bathroom, her wet clothes neatly folded in hand. Naruto-kun, where should I place my wet clothes? Hinata asked as she emerged from the bathroom. Naruto looked up at Hinata and the sight of the girl immediately caused the boy to blush. It was then that Naruto realized that he had never really been this close to a girl before, much less having a girl in his apartment. Naruto-kun, Hinata asked again, interrupting Naruto's thoughts. Oh, you can just set them in front of the heater. I made us some ramen. I'm sorry, but it's only instant, but it should help warm you up a little more, Naruto said as he walked over to the shy girl and handed her a cup of the freshly prepared ramen as she finished placing her wet garments by the heater to dry. Thank you Naruto-kun, you're so kind, Hinata responded to Naruto's treatment. It's no problem, Naruto replied as he slurped down his cup of ramen. I'm going to go grab a shower myself now, you can just relax a bit. You can't really go anywhere until your clothes dry anyway, right? Naruto said as he grabbed a change of clothes and headed toward the bathroom. Yes, even though it's not like I have anywhere to go anymore, Hinata sadly responded. What do you mean Hinata? Naruto asked looking quite puzzled. Oh, sorry, it was nothing Naruto-kun, Hinata replied. That didn't sound like nothing. I'm going to take my shower, and then we'll talk, Naruto told the girl rather firmly as he closed the door and began his shower. Several minutes later the blonde emerged from the bathroom wearing a white t-shirt and a pair of black shorts. The boy then took a seat right beside Hinata on the floor next to the heater. Alright Hinata, what happened? Naruto firmly asked the Hyuga girl. Hinata started to talk but quickly stopped and then became very silent as if she was trying to gather her words. This silence continued for several minutes until Naruto got tired of it and spoke up. Hinata, I can't help you if you don't tell me what's wrong, Naruto calmly said to the Hyuga girl. Naruto then noticed the tears starting to fall from Hinata's face. Hinata, why are you crying? Please tell me what's wrong. Did someone hurt you? If they did I'll beat the crap out of them, Naruto said fiercely looking on at the girl with concern. Father, he had me fight my sister Hanabi again, Hinata started as Naruto listened intently to the girl. I lost again, she's 5 years younger than I am yet she always beats me. Father was very upset, he lost it and then he slapped me. And told me to get out. I am no longer welcomed in my own home. He has disowned me, Hinata finished and was now crying heavily. Naruto gently pulled her into an embrace, which caused her to look up at the boy and blush as she realized Naruto was holding her. Naruto-kun, Hinata started to say something but was interrupted as tears hit her face. She was shocked to see tears in Naruto's eyes. I'm sorry Hinata. It must be hard for you. I know the feeling. I know what it's like not to be accepted. I've known that feeling for far too long, Naruto said wiping the tears from his face. Naruto-kun, Hinata still looked on in shock as Naruto turned from sad to angry. Hinata let's go, Naruto said rising to his feet, pulling Hinata up as well. Go Naruto-kun. Go where? Hinata wondered. Let's go see your father. I'm going to kick his ass, Naruto said with an angry grin on his face. Naruto-kun, what are you talking about? Why you can't go up against my father? I may screw up and I know it, but I can't let you get hurt because of me, Hinata said as she tried to calm the blonde down. That is exactly why we're going. You're not a screw up, you're doing your best to change and get stronger and that bastard of a father of yours just can't see that, Naruto said as he tossed the girl his freshly dried off jacket. Put that on and let's go. If you don't want to come fine, but I'm going and I don't know the way so unless you want me to wander Konoha all night screaming for your father I'd suggest you come with me. Your father is going to learn the hard way that you don't treat people like they're losers, especially not your own child. Naruto said as he headed toward the door, Hinata reluctantly followed. Naruto dragged Hinata along as they headed toward the Hyuga manor. Naruto immediately kicked down the door, and ran into the estate, as several people appeared to see what the commotion was about. It's you, the monster. What the hell are you doing here at the Hyuga estate? Scum like you doesn't have any business here, one of the men said as he readied himself to attack. Get that bastard out here. The guy in charge of this place, Hinata's dad. I'm going to kick his sorry ass. Naruto yelled, as Hiyashi himself came out to see what the commotion was. What's this racket all about? Hyuga, Hiyashi said, appearing. He immediately noticed Hinata, and of course the loud, blonde ninja, busting up his home. Hinata, how dare you show your face here? And you bring him of all people. Hiyashi screamed again at his daughter, which caused her to flinch. Shut up, you bastard. Don't ever talk to Hinata-chan like that again. Naruto screamed back, which caused everyone to look on in shock. What did he just say? Hinata-chan. He just called me Hinata-chan. Hinata blushed as she thought to herself. How dare you speak to me in such a manner and in my own home no less? Hiyashi yelled at the blonde. Monsters like you shouldn't be allowed to wander around freely. Hiyashi harshly added. That's it, I'm so kicking your ass. Naruto yelled back at the head Hyuga. You, defeat me, that's laughable, I'm not as weak as Neji. Even if he is extremely gifted, I'm much stronger. No, you could never stand a chance, Hiyashi snickered. Oh yeah, we'll just see about that. Naruto said back to the Hyuga. Very well, defeat me if you can. It's time someone put you in your place. You should feel lucky a monster like you is even allowed to exist, Hiyashi added as he got in the familiar Hyuga stance. Why does he keep saying that about Naruto-kun? Hinata said to herself. No, Naruto-kun, don't, Hinata said as she once again tried to convince Naruto to not challenge her father. Hinata-chan, it's alright. I will win, Naruto said, putting his fist out like he did when he vowed he'd defeat Neji. Come then boy, Hiyashi said, signaling the start of the battle. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Naruto yelled as 6 clones appeared and attacked Hiyashi. Don't bore me, if this didn't work on Neji, it certainly won't work on me, Hiyashi yelled as he quickly took out the clones. Damn it, just as I thought, Naruto said aloud, as he performed his jutsu again. This time, 15 clones appeared. Alright, let's go guys, Naruto shouted as all the clones attacked at once. Fool, Hiyashi said. Kaden, Hiyashi yelled as he began his whirl as the Bunshins collided and were quickly destroyed and Naruto was thrown back. Damn it, Naruto managed to say as Hiyashi raced up to meet the boy. It's over, Hiyashi said, slamming his palms into Naruto's chest as he flew back and tumbled over, lying unconscious on the ground in front of Hinata. Hiyashi looked up and began to smile. See, you could never defeat me, Hiyashi's smile disappeared quickly however. What? Hiyashi managed to say as the Naruto on the ground disappeared in a puff of smoke. What, that was another Bunshin? Hiyashi managed to yell as Naruto jumped down behind Hiyashi from the roof where he had hid. Naruto managed to land a punch to Hiyashi's gut, but not before Hiyashi spun around and struck Naruto in several spots in his chest. Hiyashi was pushed back, but Naruto coughed up some blood. But Naruto didn't stop. He pulled out a kunai from his weapon pouch and flung it at Hiyashi, who smirked and simply sidestepped the kunai as he raced in at Naruto with another attack. Here's another attack, I'm sure you remember nicely, Hiyashi said as he attacked. Hakusho, Rokuju Yansho, Hiyashi yelled as he performed the move that Neji used on Naruto in the Chunin exam. Naruto coughed up more blood as he dropped to the ground. There, now it's done. I don't know how you seriously managed to defeat Neji, but I knew you were no match for me. Hiyashi's statement was interrupted as Naruto stood up with a smile on his face. What's so funny? Hiyashi asked as he began to get quite annoyed. That's twice you've wasted an attack, Naruto said with a smirk on his face. What do you mean? Hiyashi said in shock as the Naruto standing before him disappeared once again. That's impossible, another Bunshin, Hiyashi said as he heard the sounds of a jutsu begin released behind him. The kunai Naruto had thrown transformed back into Naruto himself. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Naruto shouted as 5 more Narutos appeared and they all charged. No way, he used henge in combination with his Kage Bunshin. Hiyashi shouted as the Narutos surrounded him. Yuzu Maki, the 4 clones said, kicking Hiyashi into the air, as Naruto flipped into the air off the back of one of the Bunshins. The Naruto in the air quickly formed a familiar blue ball in his hands. I can't believe I underestimated the boy, Hiyashi said, as he looked up to see what Naruto was doing next. Impossible that jutsu is. Hiyashi couldn't finish his sentence as the attack hit Hiyashi in the chest as he screamed, while the chakra ball burned through his robes. Naruto Rasengan Renden. Naruto finished as all the Bunshins disappeared and Hiyashi crashed to the floor hard, and Naruto did as well, breathing heavily as he landed. Many of the servants who viewed the fight raced over to take care of Hiyashi. Hiyashi-sama, the servants yelled. 2 of them helped Hiyashi to his feet as he looked up at the boy. Why you? Hiyashi began. Fine, take her, I'll never bother her again. But you should also stay away. You win. Come back for her things and then be gone from my life forever. Hinata, you are never to come back here. I want nothing to do with you, Hiyashi finished. Don't worry, she won't be back, ever. I'll get her stuff tomorrow, Naruto began to yell. But listen here, if you ever come near Hinata-chan again, make her cry, or anything else, I'll kill you. Come on Hinata-chan, Naruto said as he walked toward Hinata and then turned toward the door. Damn it, I lost to the monster, Hiyashi said forgetting Naruto was still in the room. Hey, Naruto yelled turning to face Hiyashi again. Say what you will about me. But be warned, as I just said, you ever come near Hinata-chan again and I will kill you. Naruto yelled leaving Hiyashi in shock as he witnessed Naruto's normally beautiful blue eyes turn a dark, evil crimson that belonged to the Kyuubi for a brief moment and then return to normal. You know, you're a pathetic and worthless father. Meeting a guy like you. I'm almost glad I don't have parents, because if they were anything like you, I'd want nothing to do with them, Naruto finished as he and Hinata headed out the door. Strangely enough, the rain had stopped. Naruto-kun. Hinata began to speak but was interrupted by Naruto. I'm sorry Hinata-chan, I really screwed it up for you. But if you can stand me, you're more than welcome to stay with me, Naruto finished as a blush spread across his cheeks. Yes, I accept if you're really willing to have me, Hinata smiled returning the blush as the two headed off back toward Naruto's apartment. Jutsu list. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Hakusho, Rokuju Yansho, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Rasengan, Spiraling Sphere. Uzumaki Naruto Renden, Uzumaki Naruto Combo. Chapter 3. Genin teams rearranged. New teams are formed. Several days have now passed since the incident at the Hyuga compound and since Naruto and Hinata officially started living together. All the recent events from the Chunin exam all the way to the Sasuke fiasco had left Tsunade with many problems to deal with. But her newest problem seems to be with her former teammate Jiraiya as they sat in Tsunade's office. The 5th Hokage was trying to bargain with her perverted former teammate. Come on Jiraiya, please just listen to me. Tsunade pleaded with her stubborn comrade. No way, I'm not doing it. Damn it, I'm a Sannin. A legendary shinobi. I'm way past this, and you can't make me. Jiraiya yelled in protest. Come on Jiraiya, what the hell is the problem? You are going to take Naruto as your full-time apprentice anyway. So I don't see what the hell the big deal is. Tsunade said as she continued to try and reason with her former teammate. I said no, and I mean no. I won't do it, Jiraiya firmly proclaimed. Come on, do this as a favor to the village, and for me, Tsunade pleaded. You want me to do you a favor? Jiraiya said as he began to grin. Well then you have to do me a favor as well. Agree to go on a date with me, Jiraiya said with a snicker. Jiraiya, if you don't do this. Tsunade began looking rather annoyed. Then everything that makes you a man, I'll be sure to painfully remove. Tsunade finished as she noticed her teammates' face turning blue. Tsunade, why you wouldn't, would you? Jiraiya asked looking on rather concerned. Don't tempt me Jiraiya. Now, you'll do what I ask won't you? Tsunade asked again. Jiraiya merely nodded quietly in agreement, his face still looking quite pale. Good, now get out of here, I'll need you back here early tomorrow with the rest of them, Tsunade said as she dismissed her fellow Sannin. Yes, you evil bitch, Jiraiya mumbled. What was that? Tsunade asked. It's nothing, I said damn this is quite the itch, Jiraiya said faking it scratching his back as he went about exiting out of Tsunade's office in quite the hurry. Good, now all I have to do is put the teams together, and then I can send the messengers to inform the Genin, Tsunade said as she sat back down at her desk, going over the Genin files. The first file she picked up happened to be the pink-haired Genin from Kakashi's Team 7. Let's see here, Sakura would benefit more to continue her genjutsu training. Kurenai it seems is able to handle the Hyugas pretty well so that helps a bit. Hinata, well she likes Naruto, so maybe they'll benefit from being teamed together. Damn it, so many decisions. I need a drink badly, Tsunade continued to study the Genin files in hopes of putting together new teams. Meanwhile, in Naruto's apartment, the loud blonde and the shy Hyuga enjoyed their break from their ninja duties. Naruto-kun, when do you think we'll resume missions again? Hinata asked. I don't know, hopefully soon, I need to get stronger. I hope Tsunade Obaken will make up her mind about this crap soon, Naruto answered. I'm a little concerned, didn't Hokage-sama say something about reorganizing the teams? Hinata asked again. Did she? Who knows, maybe it'll be cool. You know, getting new teammates and all, Naruto replied. The two genin continued to talk until there was a sudden knock at the door. Yes, I'm coming already, Naruto said as he got up from his seat and headed to the door. Upon opening the door, Naruto was greeted by the familiar face of the silver-haired, mask-wearing Junin. Yo, Naruto, Kakashi calmly said with a smile creeping through his mask. Hey Kakashi-sensei. What's up, what are you doing here? Naruto shouted. Naruto, you really don't have to shout, Kakashi said as he also noticed the presence of the shy Hyuga girl. Ah, Hinata-san is here as well. I had heard she was no longer staying at the Hyuga manor, I just never guessed she'd end up with you though, Kakashi said as he began to ramble. What do you want sensei? Naruto interrupted. Oh sorry, Tsunade-sama sent me to tell you and well I guess Hinata too that you're to meet at the Hokage Tower at 9 tomorrow morning. All the genin are to assemble there. There'll be new team assignments, Kakashi finished. Oh, awesome, I can't wait, Naruto yelled happily. Well, anyway, I got to run, be good Naruto, Kakashi finished with a grin that caused Hinata to blush as he disappeared in a puff of smoke. Be good, what did he mean by that? Naruto wondered as he turned and noticed Hinata blushing. Huh, Hinata-chan, your face is red, do you have a fever? Naruto asked. No Naruto-kun, it's nothing, Hinata said shaking her head innocently. Oh good, well let's go get some ramen, I'm hungry, Naruto said pulling Hinata by the arm. Sure, let's go Naruto-kun, Hinata said following Naruto out the door as the two headed to Naruto's second home as he liked to call it. The day quickly passed and soon enough, it was time for the genin to assemble. Naruto-kun, I'm nervous, Hinata said turning to the blonde genin. Ah, don't worry Hinata-chan, it'll be fine. Who knows, it might be really cool, Naruto answered. Several minutes later the two arrived and were greeted by some familiar faces. Good morning, Naruto, the pink-haired girl said as she walked over to Naruto and Hinata. Good morning Sakura-chan, Naruto greeted his fellow teammate loudly. Hey, what's up guys? Another genin said approaching them, his little dog following closely beside him. Ah, hey dog boy good to see you made it, Naruto yelled. Don't call me dog boy, you moron, Kiba yelled back. Good morning Shino-kun, Hinata said interrupting, as the two boys arguing stopped and turned to see Shino, the two were shocked to see Shino wearing a Chunin vest. What the hell? Naruto and Kiba said at the same time. Why the hell are you wearing a Chunin vest? Naruto asked. That's because he's a Chunin now you moron, the lazy Chunin Shikamaru said arriving as he smacked Naruto in the back of the head. Why is he Chunin? Kiba asked. Shino remained quiet. Shino-kun, congratulations I'm happy for you, Hinata said to her now former teammate. Good morning Sakura-san, Konoha's beautiful blue beast has arrived, a very excited Lee shouted as he raced up to the group. Blue beast, what part of that ugly green outfit is blue? Naruto thought to himself as he watched the arriving Lee announce his presence. Good morning Lee-san, Sakura nodded. Hello, Tenten greeted as she arrived minutes later. Several more minutes passed as Ino, Neji, and Choji arrived and then Asuma, Kurenai, and Guy arrived. Tsunade finally arrived, and now everyone awaited Kakashi's arrival. Damn it somebody please remind me to demote Kakashi back to a Chunin for making us wait. Tsunade bellowed looking rather annoyed. The group waited for another hour, when Kakashi finally decided to arrive. Yo, Kakashi said upon arrival. You're late, Tsunade, Naruto, Kiba, Sakura, and Ino yelled all at once. Sorry about that, I was having a hard time deciding what to wear today, Kakashi responded to the annoyed crowd. You liar. Tsunade, Naruto, Kiba, Sakura, and Ino all once again yelled at the Junin who was wearing the same thing he always wore. Anyway let us get down to business. I have gathered you all here today because I had a few announcements to make. The first being that Aburame Shino has proved himself in countless missions and thus, I felt it necessary to promote him to the ranks of Chunin where he and Nara Shikamaru will be working together on missions for a while, Tsunade told the group. Sigh. This is so troublesome, Shikamaru couldn't help but say. My next announcement as you all must know, is that I'll be reassigning the teams. With Shikamaru and Shino becoming Chunins and with Uchiha Sasuke abandoning the village, we have a member missing from almost all the teams. But even before I announce the new teams first, I need to announce that I am removing Asuma and Kakashi from taking on another team for a while, I need them both for missions. Now with that said, you two can leave and I can move on with my important announcements, Tsunade said as she turned to the two Junin and then back to the group of genin. Yes Hokage-sama, I understand, Asuma said and then he took his leave. Well see you guys later, Kakashi said waving to Naruto and Sakura as he disappeared. Alright, now back to the business at hand, Tsunade began. Please let me return to Guy-sensei's team again. Lee said to himself. Ah, please let Lee return to my team. Guy said to himself with tears in his eyes. Alright, now I will announce the new team Guy. Firstly, returning to Guy's team will be Rock Lee, Tsunade stated and then was promptly interrupted by Lee jumping into Guy's arms with tears pouring out of his eyes. Guy-sensei. Lee yelled. Lee. Guy yelled back as the two hugged. This action completely frightened everyone whom cared to watch it. Well, the team will be Rock Lee, Tenten, and Akamichi Choji, Tsunade finished as the team assembled. Lee. This youth-filled team will show who has the greatest passion in all of Konoha. Guy shouted as he shot out his nice guy pose. Yes, Guy-sensei, we won't let you down. Lee shouted back, also striking his nice guy pose. That's creepy and just plain wrong, Naruto managed to whisper to Hinata and Sakura, which caused them to giggle. Guy, Lee, please shut up so I can continue, Tsunade said to the Junin with an annoyed look on her face. Yes, Hokage-sama, Guy shouted. Alright, now for Kurenai's team. Inuzuka Kiba, Haruno Sakura, and Hyuga Neji will be your team. As Tsunade finished announcing the team, the genin walked over to their sensei. Finally, Yamanaka Ino, Hyuga Hinata, and Uzumaki Naruto, you make up the final team, Tsunade finished. Hokage-sama, where's our new sensei? Ino asked. He'll be here shortly. Tsunade started but was interrupted as smoke appeared out of nowhere and a voice started to shout. I have arrived. Mount. Myoboku Gamma's holy master Sennin. They call me the Gamma Sennin, I am Jiraiya-sama. The loud Sannin yelled appearing out of the smoke. Ah, Arrow Sennin, Naruto shouted. Damn it, Naruto, Jiraiya said in a depressed voice. Baka, 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 baka. Jiraiya began to shout. How many times do I have to tell you, especially in front of others, don't call me Arrow Sennin, call me Gamma Sennin, or Jiraiya, damn it. Jiraiya shouted at his student. Oh, Arrow Sennin, Naruto replied in an unimpressed voice. Gamma, 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 Gamma. Jiraiya began to yell. Arrow, 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 Arrow. Naruto yelled back. Gamma, 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 Gamma. Jiraiya continued to yell. Arrow, 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 Arrow. Naruto continued to yell back. Naruto. Jiraiya. Tsunade tried to interrupt. Gamma, 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 Gamma. Jiraiya continued to yell, ignoring Tsunade. Arrow, 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 Arrow. Naruto did the same. Naruto, Jiraiya. Tsunade yelled. Shut up, you old hag. Naruto and Jiraiya turned and shouted at the woman in unison. The two realized immediately what they had done as they looked on in horror as Tsunade cracked her knuckles with an evil look on her face. Naruto, Jiraiya, just die. Tsunade yelled as she clobbered the two so hard that they slammed into the wall, denting it with their bodies, as smoke started to come off their battered bodies. Ji-ga ma se nnin. Jiraiya said, falling to the ground. E-arrow se nnin. Naruto said, also falling to the ground. You dumb asses. Tsunade yelled. Hokage-sama, Sakura began trying to interrupt before further carnage could ensue. Yes, Sakura-chan, Tsunade responded. Is that really Jiraiya-sama, of the legendary three? Sakura couldn't help but ask, looking on in shock as were the rest of the genin. Sigh. The moron on the ground is indeed one of the three, like me and Orochimaru, Tsunade answered. Then why is he acting like a Junin instructor and taking on a team? Neji interrupted. Well, to be honest, Naruto is Jiraiya's apprentice anyway, and I was going to take Naruto out of the teams and place him directly under Jiraiya's care. But with Sasuke leaving, and the village severely hurting, I need Naruto for missions. So I decided the easiest route was to place Naruto on a new team and let Jiraiya supervise and train them, Tsunade finished. Excuse me, Hokage-sama, another young blonde-haired genin interrupted. Another boy wearing makeup, and another boy with a gourd on his back followed her. They were wearing sand head protectors. Ah, the three of you from Sand came, that's good, Tsunade said, approaching the three. The last announcement is that as of now, these three from Hidden Sand will be staying here in Konoha, Tsunade told the group, causing almost everyone to gasp. You see, the new cage wanted to make peace by sending us three of his best, and so he sent us these three to help with missions until we can fully recover, Tsunade continued to explain to the group. Even though there is no doubt he sent them because he was scared of Gaara, Tsunade said to herself, looking over at the red-haired genin. Anyway, I want you all to go out with your new teams and get to know each other, train, etc., Tsunade said. Ino-chan, Hinata-chan, you may want to wake the two morons, Tsunade finished as she left. Kurenai's team and Guy's team followed shortly after. Sigh. Why'd I get stuck with Naruto? Ino said, looking down at her new teammate. Naruto-kun, please get up now, Hinata shyly said, trying to wake the boy. Hinata-chan, did you get the number of that truck that hit me? Naruto asked in a daze as he awoke. Several minutes later the team recovered and started to leave. Gaara quickly stopped Naruto from leaving. Uzumaki Naruto. Gaara said, getting the blonde's attention. Huh, Gaara, you want something? Naruto cheerfully looked over at the redhead. Me and you, we must talk, Gaara muttered. Your conversation skills need to be improved, Naruto said looking straight at the Sangenin. I would like for us to talk later, Gaara finally said. Sure, how about tomorrow morning we meet for ramen? Naruto suggested. Ramen, Gaara managed to say. What's ramen? Gaara wondered. What? Naruto screamed. Why you don't know what ramen is? Naruto screamed again as Gaara merely shook his head no. It's only the greatest food in the world. Naruto screamed again. Oh, fine, tomorrow morning, we'll meet for ramen, Gaara said as he and his team left. Man, he needs to learn to be livelier, Naruto said as he ran to rejoin his team. Chapter 4. Meetings, greetings and ramen. The team led by Jiraiya headed out to Naruto's familiar training spot. It was the same place Team 7 had first trained, and was also a place Hinata visited often. Alright, I'm a little rusty at leading a whole team of 3, so bear with me, the Sannin told the group. Ah, Arrow Sannin. Naruto started but immediately got a knot on his head from Jiraiya. Jiraiya, it's Jiraiya damn you, an annoyed Jiraiya said. Jiraiya-sama, what are we doing here? Ino asked. Ah, yeah, well as I'm sure Naruto already knows since Kakashi was his sensei, I'm going to have to all introduce yourselves to me and your team. I need to know what I'm dealing with here. So tell me your name, likes and dislikes, hobbies, and crap like that. Hell I'll even go first, Jiraiya started. I am Jiraiya of the legendary Sannin, you may call me Jiraiya-sensei, Jiraiya-sama, or Gama-senin. But please do not ever call me Arrow-senin. My likes are gather materials and information, Jiraiya said with a snicker. He means being a pervert, Naruto interrupted. I don't like boring people, Jiraiya added. He means he doesn't like not being able to be a pervert, Naruto interrupted again. My hobbies are writing my books, Jiraiya finished. Again he means writing his dirty books that only perverts like himself or Kakashi-sensei would enjoy, Naruto said once again interrupting and once again getting a rather large knot on his head. Anyway, Jiraiya continued. You tell me your story, Jiraiya said pointing over to blonde, female, Genin. I'm Yamanaka Ino, my likes are mainly boys, and I like to gossip as well. My dislikes are annoying, ugly people like forehead girl Sakura, or dumb asses like Naruto, Ino answered. My hobbies well, boys of course. My goals are to prove I'm the greatest, and the prettiest female ninja in all of Konoha, Ino finished feeling quite accomplished. I see. You're next, Jiraiya said pointing over at the shy Hyuga girl. My name is Hyuga Hinata. I'm not really sure of my likes, my dislikes are people who treat others unfairly, and judge people before they truly know that person. My hobbies are reading, and cooking. I'm also interested in learning more about medicines to heal wounds. My goal or dream is to change myself. I want to become strong and confident. I also want to learn how not to burden everyone anymore, Hinata finished. I see. You need to work on your confidence. Now, let's move on to the dumb ass, Jiraiya said looking over at Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. I like ramen, and more ramen. I dislike people who look down on others. My dream is to one day become Hokage and to have everyone acknowledge my existence. Also, I always want to fulfill my way of the ninja. To never break my promises again and to never take back my words. That's my way of the ninja now, Naruto finished flashing his fox-like grin to his team. Maybe he isn't so bad after all, Ino thought herself. Naruto-kun, you truly are amazing, Hinata also thought to herself. Alright, this is a pretty interesting team, Jiraiya started. Now, I'd like to see what you're capable of. Tell me, or show me your jutsus, and your abilities, Jiraiya said. But Jiraiya-sensei, should we really reveal our techniques to you so easily? Ino wondered. Yes, I need to know what you can do, that way I can judge on how to better teach you. This goes especially to you and the Hyuga girl, Jiraiya said pointing at the two girls. How would you like to show your clans how good you are with your own techniques but also shock them with new material? There really is no reason why you should limit yourself to just learning moves from within your clans. If you've got the will and the chakra control I can teach you many techniques to either aid or improve your abilities, Jiraiya claimed. Now show me what you got, Jiraiya finished. I really don't know anything other than my clan's techniques, the Juken form. I don't even know high-level techniques like Neji Ni-san, Hinata sadly stated. Well don't worry, we're going to change all that, Jiraiya added. Well unfortunately, same goes for me. My only real abilities are my family's Shintention no Jutsu, Ino also sadly stated. Again, don't worry, I'm sure I can teach you two a lot. Also, I want you to try and master more techniques from your respective clans as well as learn the stuff I teach you. Just think you'll be some of the first members of your clans to use techniques that don't just belong to your clan. I'm going to make you two improve a lot, Jiraiya said with a confident smile. Alright, it's my turn, Naruto happily said. Let's see, I know Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, and of course my Uzumaki Naruto Renden. But I also got two very cool techniques I learned from Arrow Sennin here, Naruto said. Watch, I'll show you, Naruto stated as he held out his right hand. Naruto focused his chakra as a bright blue ball emerged into his palm as he ran toward a tree. Rasengan, Naruto yelled as he struck the tree with the attack, causing the tree blow up from the force of the attack. Naruto-kun, that's amazing, Hinata managed to stutter out. Yeah, I know, Naruto says with a grin. But that's not all, Naruto said as he bit his finger and performed several hand seals. Kuchio's number jutsu, Naruto yelled as he slammed his hand down on the ground. Clouds of smoke appeared and out from it, a familiar little red frog. Ah, damn it, I hate all you damn frogs. Naruto yelled. Oh, it's you, I'm not in the mood to play today, the frog said and then suddenly disappeared just how he came. Naruto's eye twitched in showing his annoyed expression. Jiraiya did the same. Naruto, you still can't control it yet, can you? Jiraiya asked. Naruto started but simply shook his head as he rubbed the back of his head. Sigh. Anyway, I think that does it, I can from here devise a decent training ritual for you guys and thus you should be able to improve in no time. But for now, I've got to gather some materials so you all can leave. Jiraiya turned to leave, getting a knot on his head from Naruto. Arrow Sennin, train us, stop trying to go off peeking in the hot springs. Naruto screamed. Naruto. Jiraiya started. Hinata, Ino, you two may leave. Naruto, I need to talk to you however, Jiraiya said looking rather serious. Meet here tomorrow by 10. Don't be late, Jiraiya finished. Yes sensei, Ino cheerfully said as she skipped off. Hinata silently left as well. Arrow Sennin, what did you want me to stay behind for? Naruto curiously asked. Naruto, this might be hard for you. But after talking with Tsunade, we both agree that we think it's finally time. We think you should tell your new teammates about the Kyuubi, Jiraiya said looking rather serious. Naruto's face turned sad. But, why? It's supposed to be a secret, right? A law the old man made. Naruto said. I'm not going to push on the subject, but you need to tell them. Think about it, nothing has changed. The Akatsuki are still after you. They want the Kyuubi. Your teammates have the right to know why they're going to be in extreme danger every time they go, even on the simplest missions, Jiraiya said looking over at the blonde. I can't. What if they hate me? Hinata likes me, what if this makes her fear me, or even worse, what if she hates me? Naruto said as tears started to form. Naruto, Tsunade and I aren't trying to make you suffer. You're right, they could fear you, and they could hate you. But, what if they accept you, what if they understand? Do you realize the weight that would be lifted off your shoulders? Jiraiya stated as he turned to leave. Just go home and think about it, talk with that Gaara kid, he's experienced the same type of life as you. Just seriously think about it, Naruto, I think it would be for the best in the long run, Jiraiya finished as he walked off to leave Naruto with his thoughts. Tell them. About the Kyuubi, huh? The blonde said. How could anyone accept me knowing a monster that almost destroyed the village is living inside me? Naruto stated as he slowly began to head in the direction of his apartment. Later that night, Gaara sat on the roof of the apartment complex he and his siblings were staying at. As usual, he chose not to sleep. It's a full moon. Ever since his fight with Naruto, he has started to gain more control and is able to sleep, but on the nights of the full moon, Gaara chose not to sleep, because those nights seemed to give his demon strength. Now he sat contemplating his meeting with the blonde genin that dealt him his first defeat. He reflected on everything that happened between them. Flashback. Naruto and Gaara had collapsed from their fight. Naruto began to drag himself over to Gaara. That guy, he's dragging himself over here, Gaara said watching Naruto. My existence won't be put out. Gaara added. Don't come any closer. Gaara shouted over at Naruto. Being alone. Being incomplete. Naruto began to say. What you must feel. What your pain must be. I understand that, Naruto said looking up with deep sorrow in his eyes. But, for the people who are precious to me, to be able to. The people that is precious to me. If you are hurting them. Naruto began to say, his eyes started to fill with sorrow and anger. And if you're trying to kill them, I will stop you, Naruto said. What? Until now, for the sake of other people, you. Gaara started staring at the blonde in shock. Because they rescued me from the hell of being alone. They acknowledged my existence. That's why they're all the most important. Naruto interrupted. Needing those who are close to you, an affectionate heart that gives all of it for those important people, and is watching over them. Gaara remembered the words of his caretaker from when he was younger. Love. That's why this guy is strong, Gaara realized. Flashback ends. Uzumaki Naruto. The one who proved love is what makes you strong, Gaara calmly said, thinking of the meeting that will soon occur. Meanwhile, Naruto is sitting up against the bed. He gazed for a moment on the sleeping Hinata. He smiled gently and then turned to his own thoughts. Sabaku number Gaara. He's like me. We both had it rough. We know the hell of being alone, Naruto quietly said, reflecting on events. Naruto's thoughts were interrupted from within. The Kyuubi began to speak to the boy. Brat, can't sleep? The demon asked. No, I don't know why, but I'm a little nervous about talking with Gaara tomorrow. I mean, it's not like he's still the guy he was before the Chunin exam, so why am I so nervous? Naruto asked aloud. You're going to be talking to someone who lived like you did. Yet he had a different outlook than you. You're afraid that you won't be able to talk to him, even though you want to be his friend. Kyuubi replied. Yeah, that's right. Then there is also what Ero Sennin said. Naruto said. You mean about revealing your secret to your friends and teammates? Kyuubi asked. Yes, I mean I really like Hinata-chan, what if she hates me? I've never been too friendly with Ino, but I don't hate her. Sakura-chan also deserves to know as well. I don't really know what to do. Hey, why are you talking with me like this? Hell, I didn't know you could talk to me without me being unconscious, Naruto asked. The fight with the Uchiha boy. The seal tore a little. Before you start to worry, no, it won't break. But now I can speak to you. Don't worry, I won't do anything. I'm not like the sand demon, and as for why, as I've stated before, it's something to do, I suppose. Kyuubi replied. Oh, I see, Naruto mumbled. I doubt this girl will hate you. As for the others, if they hate you for this, something, that wasn't your choice, then it goes to show you that Konoha isn't such a great place after all. With people after you, and after my power, the more allies you have, the better off we'll both be. Kyuubi told his host. I guess so, Naruto replied. Enough worrying, get some rest, brat, Kyuubi told the boy. Right, Naruto muttered a reply. Naruto finally got to sleep. Several hours later he awoke, he took a shower and got dressed and then turned toward the sleeping Hyuga girl. I got the alarm set, she'll be fine. No need to wake her, Naruto said as he started out the door and headed off toward Ichiraku, the ramen shop. When Naruto arrived he found Gaara sitting, surprisingly without his giant gourd. Also sitting down were his two siblings, and teammates. Good morning, Naruto said with a slight grin. Gaara and Kenkiro nodded. Good morning, Temari said, greeting Naruto as he took a seat. The four ordered their food and as they waited, Naruto began to feel uneasy. He was unsure of what to say. So, Naruto started to break the silence. What did you want to talk about, Gaara? Naruto asked. It's nothing in particular, Gaara replied. Oh, well, how you been? Did you recover all right from our fight? Naruto asked. Gaara sat in silence. Gaara, he only needed one night's rest. When he awoke, he was fine, Temari spoke up. Oh, I see. That's good, Naruto said as the food arrived. Naruto immediately reached over for some chopsticks and began to dig in. After several minutes the group finished their meal. Now they sat in silence once again until finally, Gaara spoke. I must know, how are you so strong? Is it truly because of love? Gaara asked. Naruto took a moment to think before giving his response. I think so. I mean, I guess. It's not easy living a life like you and I have. But as you had never known love, and had people to care about you, I was in the same boat as you. But that changed. I found some people, they became important. So much so that I would gladly die as long as I could protect them, Naruto said. Gaara looked on intently. I see, but that's not entire what I meant either. You once said you had a real monster inside of you. What did you mean? Gaara asked. Oh, how much do you guys know about Konoha's history? Like, do you know anything about the major event that took place about 13 years ago? Naruto asked. Gaara nodded a no, but Temari began to speak up. I know a little. Your fourth Hokage fought the Kyuubi, a nine-tailed fox demon. The demon almost destroyed Konoha, and killed many, but the Hokage, who was unable to stop the demon, managed to seal the fox away, Temari said. But what makes me wonder, they never state what actually happened to the demon, what he was sealed into. Temari stopped in mid-thought as the Sand siblings looked over at Naruto, who was raising his hand. Me, Naruto stated silently. Why, you don't mean? Temari looked over at Naruto in shock. Naruto nodded as he lifted his shirt up slightly and channeled his chakra, and suddenly the seal appeared on his navel. I don't believe it. They sealed the demon inside you. I can't believe it, Temari said, still looking on in shock. So, you and I truly are similar, Gaara proclaimed. Naruto nodded. Why you've had it rough to then, just like Gaara, right Naruto-kun? Temari asked. The village can be cruel at times. From what I hear, the fourth wanted me to be viewed as a hero. But the adults didn't see me as a hero. Then the third created a rule that nobody was allowed to talk about how I had the Kyuubi inside me. So I was spared in the sense that none of the kids found out. But the adults' feelings toward me passed on to the children. Then one day I was fooled by someone and learned of the secret. You know, it always hurt, but after I found out the demon was inside me, it seemed like the village's hate got worse. Because I actually knew now why it was they all hated me. It's not fair. They view me as the Kyuubi who killed and tried to destroy the village. They don't view me as the person I am. I guess it was the same for you, right Gaara? Naruto sorrowfully stated. Gaara nodded again. But, as I said, all the hate in the world doesn't matter anymore, now that I know that there are some people who accept me. Even though, now I might have to ruin that by revealing my secret to them. But even then, I feel it's necessary. I need to know, am I truly accepted? Naruto finished. The group sat in silence again. Say, Gaara, would you like to be my friend? Naruto asked. Gaara sat in silence still. This is truly the first time anyone had ever asked such a question. All his life people avoided him, now someone, another person just like him, no, a person period was asking to be his friend. You want to be my friend? Gaara said aloud even though he was still in thought. Yeah, I'd really like to be your friend. It's not every day you meet someone who's lived the same way as you have, is it? Naruto asked. Uzumaki Naruto. I'd like to try. I'd like to try having a friend, Gaara said trying his best to smile. Gee Gaara. Temari stuttered out as she and her brother looked on his shock. Good, I'd like that, Naruto replied with his normal smile. The group sat in silence again until Naruto realized the time. I'm late. I got to meet with my team. Senen's going to kill me. Naruto yelled as he got up and slammed money down on the counter. See you later Gaara, makeup boy and sexy girl whose name I don't remember. Naruto screamed racing off to meet with his team. Makeup boy, I'm going to kill him later, Kankuro said to himself. I don't know if I should be flattered, or mad, Temari said to herself. Uzumaki Naruto. My friend, Gaara said staring at Naruto as he vanished from the Sand siblings' view. Jutsu list. Shintenshin no Jutsu, Mind-Body Switch Jutsu. Kuchio's no Jutsu, Summoning Jutsu. Chapter 5. Training to improve in. A date with Hinata. Sigh. This isn't going to be easy, Tsunade said looking out her window. The Hyuga branch family hates the main family. His scars run especially deep. But I must depend on his help for this task, Tsunade said as she left her office. Meanwhile Jiraiya's team was wrapping up training for the day. Alright, that's enough, Jiraiya said looking at his team. The two girls on the team were panting heavily as they could barely hold themselves up. Naruto, who was also breathing hard, still, looked like he was ready to continue. Come on Senen, I'm totally fine. Let's keep training, Naruto said looking over at his sensei. Naruto number Baka, you're crazy, Hinata-chan and I are exhausted, Ino stated to her fellow blonde. Come on, we can keep training a little while longer, Naruto said as he started to pout. No Naruto, that's enough for the day, Tsunade said arriving on the scene. Tsunade Obaken, what are you doing here? Naruto asked. First of all, call me Granny again and I'll kill you. Second, I need to see Jiraiya, Tsunade answered. Alright, you heard Tsunade, training is done for the day, Jiraiya said to his team. Fine, but you'd better have something good for us tomorrow, Naruto proclaimed. Don't worry, tomorrow you'll be training with another team Naruto, Tsunade answered. Really? That's great. I can show everyone how great I am tomorrow, Naruto said happily as he walked off with his team. I thought I was in charge of them Tsunade. They aren't ready to face another team yet. I wanted to teach them a few things first, Jiraiya told his fellow Sannin. Come, I want to visit Kurenai and her team. I have a request, for one of her students, Tsunade replied as the two walked off to find Kurenai's team. Does it involve the Hyuga? Jiraiya asked. How did you know? Tsunade asked. I figured with Hinata not being allowed to return to the manor to get training from her father, that you might seek someone else's help. Do you think he'll do it? Jiraiya asked curiously. I don't know, I've got to see what he thinks. Learning from you will greatly help Hinata out, but she does need to continue to perfect her family's style. You know I was originally going to give you both Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Neji. But I needed to balance out the teams. Giving you Naruto and Neji would have made your team too powerful, Tsunade responded. I'm glad you didn't, I don't like geniuses, and you know that, Jiraiya said with a smile. Anyway, let's just see what he says, Tsunade said as the two arrived to see Kurenai's team getting ready to leave for the day. Kurenai turned to see the two Sannin. Hokage-sama, Jiraiya-sama, what are you doing here? Kurenai asked the two. I need to speak to Hyuga Neji, it concerns tomorrow's training. I want you and Jiraiya's team to train together, Tsunade responded. I see, I'll call him, Kurenai responded as she turned toward her student who began to walk off. Neji, wait. Hokage-sama, and Jiraiya-sama are here and they want to speak to you for a moment, Kurenai said, calling out to the Hyuga boy. Yes, I'm coming, Neji responded as he began to walk over to the adults. How can I help you, Hokage-sama, Jiraiya-sama? Neji asked. Neji, how do you feel about Hinata? Tsunade asked the boy. Hinata-sama, why do you ask? Neji asked, looking rather curious. I know you hate the main family of the Hyuga, but I'm also sure you know of what has happened with Hinata lately. She's no longer allowed in the Hyuga estate. Now she's currently living with Naruto. I need to know if you harness any hatred for Hinata herself, Tsunade finished. Living with Naruto, huh? She must be happy, and as to my feelings, I am disappointed in her weakness as a member of the main family. In our fight I took my hatred out on her, but I don't believe I hold any hatred for her personally. Why do you ask such a thing? Neji asked. Tomorrow, Jiraiya's team and yours will get together and train. I would like to ask you to help train Hinata. I believe she would benefit more from training with you than she could ever hope to benefit from training with her father. Tsunade responded. I see. Is it wise for me to train her? Shouldn't she learn things on her own? I mean, we are on separate teams, Neji asked. You are Konoha ninjas, comrades, even relatives. Just think of it as helping a fellow comrade. Help her learn to protect the one she loves, because he's too much of a moron to protect himself, Tsunade said with a smile. I'll consider it. I owe Naruto a great debt. He's shown me a different path and for that I am grateful, Neji replied. Very good, you're free to go, Tsunade said as she, Jiraiya, and Kurenai headed off in different directions. Uzumaki Naruto. He is the one capable of changing fate, Neji said with a smile as he headed off in his own direction. Meanwhile, Naruto and Hinata were at their usual spot. After finishing 37 bowls of ramen and 2 for Hinata, the two sat in silence. Naruto seemed lost in thought. So, I got to tell them about the Kyuubi, huh? How'd I even start? I mean, sure, it was easy to tell Gaara and his siblings that, but Gaara and I lived similar lives, so of course he wasn't going to freak out. Also, if I got to tell people, then Sakura-chan deserves to know. Man, how am I going to do this? Naruto continued to think to himself until Hinata interrupted him. Naruto-kun, are you alright? You seem lost in thought, Hinata asked the blonde. Oh, I'm fine, I was just thinking about how cute you are, Naruto said with a smile. Yep, Naruto, you are smooth, Naruto thought proudly to himself as Hinata blushed deeply. Say, Hinata-chan, you want to go on a date with me? Like right now? Naruto asked, causing Hinata to blush an even darker shade of red. Sure, Naruto-kun, Hinata replied. Great, let's go, Naruto said as he slammed money on the counter and dragged Hinata off. Where should we go? Hinata asked. Oh, I haven't thought that far ahead, Naruto answered. What if I tell them one person at a time? Hinata-chan will probably take it the best. I'll tell her first, Naruto thought to himself. Let's go to the park so we can talk, Naruto said, dragging the shy girl with him to the park. The two arrived and Naruto quickly found them a seat as the two sat down. So, what did you want to talk about, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked. Well, to be honest, I have a secret I need to tell you about. Naruto started. You see, Naruto took a deep breath. A really long time ago, like 13 years ago, a large demon called the Kyuubi attacked Konoha and the fourth did all he could but couldn't win, so he sealed the demon away and the third made a law that nobody could talk about it. You see, it turns out I was the one that the demon was sealed inside. Please don't hate me for this, Naruto told the girl as fast as he possibly could, which left the shy girl dumbfounded. You Naruto-kun, I didn't hear a word you just said. See, could you please say that slower so I can understand? Hinata asked. Damn, I was afraid of that, Naruto managed to think to himself as he took another deep breath. Right, you see, Hinata, Naruto started again. Hey Naruto, Hinata. Naruto was interrupted by his former teammate. Yes, thank you so much, Sakura-chan, you're the greatest, Naruto thought to himself with a grin as he waved to his former teammate. Hey Sakura-chan, what are you up to? Naruto asked the pink-haired girl. I was just on my way to pick up something. What are you two doing together? Sakura asked, winking at Hinata. Oh, we're on a date, Naruto answered with a smile. Oh, so you finally got together, good for you, Sakura said happily. No, Sakura-san, it's not like that, Hinata said blushing deeply. Oh, I almost forgot, I bumped into Neji on my way out. He said we're training with you guys tomorrow, Sakura said to the two. Oh, that's cool. That sounds great, Naruto shouted cheerfully. Yeah, should be fun. You know, my team kind of reminds me of us in Team 7. Kiba's loud like you Naruto, and Neji well he's a little like him. Sakura said trying to keep from mentioning their former teammate Sasuke. He's like Sasuke huh? Naruto stated sadly. Sakura-chan, I'm sorry. I broke my promise to you, Naruto sadly looked over to his teammate. Naruto, don't worry. Sasuke-kun chose his own path. My love for him wasn't good enough to keep him here. I'm just glad you're alright. I know I never pay you the attention or give you the respect you deserve, but you truly are a dear friend of mine, Sakura said cracking a smile. Thanks, Sakura-chan, Naruto returned the smile. Anyway, I've got to go, see you tomorrow, Sakura said running off. Bye Sakura-chan, Naruto yelled waving at her. Alright, let's go get some ice cream Hinata-chan, Naruto said grabbing the girl's hand and almost dragging her off. The two headed off to the ice cream parlor. After sitting down and enjoying their dessert, the two continued talking until a familiar voice interrupted them. Hey, what are you up to, Naruto-kun? The familiar blonde Sanjenin asked. Hey, it's you, the sexy girl whose name I can't quite remember, what brings you out here? Naruto replied. It's Temari. My name is Temari. Temari shouted at Naruto. Sorry Temari-chan, Naruto said rubbing the back of his head in embarrassment. That's better, and as for what I'm doing here, Temari started to blush as she grabbed someone's arm and pulled him forward. I'm having him show me around, Temari said pulling the lazy Chunin into view. Ah Shikamaru, you two are together, Naruto shouted. No way I'd do something as troublesome as hooking up with this crazy chick. Shikamaru said quickly receiving a bump on his head. Ouch. Damn you woman, don't hit me, Shikamaru said rubbing his head. Come on Shika-kun, let's go, Temari said as she starting to drag Shikamaru with her. Don't call me Shika-kun, Shikamaru replied. Oh I almost forgot, Temari said as she ran up and kissed Naruto on the cheek causing them both to blush slightly. This action actually caused Hinata to look rather annoyed by it. What? Naruto was only able to spit out. Thank you Naruto-kun, for what you did for Gaara, no for all three of us, Temari said as she grabbed Shikamaru's arm again and the two left. Man, I'm lucky, Naruto said rubbing his cheek still blushing. What kinds of girl do you like, Naruto-kun? Girls like Sakura-san, or Temari-san? Hinata began to ask Naruto. Well, Sakura-chan is great, and Temari-chan is indeed very pretty, but so are you for that matter. Yeah, I'd say I like you best Hinata-chan, Naruto said with a smile causing Hinata to turn red. Anyway, I'm getting tired. We got a long day tomorrow. Let's go home, Naruto said as the two got up and began to head back to Naruto's apartment. The next day came fast for the Genin as Jiraiya's team and Kurenai's team met. Alright, today's training will be simple. You're going to train with the partner I've chose for you, Jiraiya started. Naruto, you and Kiba will train together. Ino, you and Sakura will train together. Neji, you and Hinata will train together, Jiraiya finished. Neji immediately began to walk over to Hinata. The Hyuga girl began to get very nervous. Naruto and Kiba walked off to start training and Sakura and Ino were already arguing over something. Hinata-sama, come, Neji said as Hinata reluctantly walked off with Neji. Hinata-sama, Hokage-sama, has requested that I help you train. I've accepted, but I'm not doing it for you. My anger for the main family remains, so for now I'm not doing this for you, Neji said. Then why, Neji-ni-san? Hinata nervously asked. I'm doing this for the person you love. I'm doing this so that he never has to fall in battle protecting you. I admire and respect Naruto, and truthfully I cherish his friendship. He helped me wake up to the reality that destiny can be changed. For him, I'll help you train, Neji finished. Thank you, Neji-ni-san, I'll do my best, Hinata said. I do this for him, and one day, I hope I can say I did this for you as well. I have no feelings of hatred for you personally. Maybe, just maybe, one day I can call you, a member of the main family, a friend, Neji thought to himself, as a smile crept up on his lips. The teams trained. Hinata and Neji began what would soon become a daily routine. Ino and Sakura managed to get nothing accomplished but slinging insults. Naruto and Kiba between cursing at each other only managed to beat each other senseless as the day passed and training ended. Chapter 6. The Fate of the Sealed Ones. Troublesome Interference. The village of Konoha lay quiet, slowly trying to recover its lost peace. Meanwhile, there was no peace in the village of Sound. Sasuke-kun, Orochimaru-sama wants to see you, the silver-haired, glasses-wearing ninja said standing in the doorway of Sasuke's chamber. Yes, the boy replied. Have you been practicing? The old ninja asked. Yes, I can summon with no trouble now, the Uchiha replied to the older ninja. That's very good, Kabuto said. Come, let's not keep Orochimaru-sama waiting. Yes, Sasuke answered as he followed Kabuto out the door and was led to Orochimaru's chamber. Kabuto showed Sasuke inside, where Orochimaru sat. Very good, you've arrived, Sasuke-kun, the Sannin smiled wickedly. You wished to see me, Orochimaru-sama. Sasuke bowed. Yes, I wanted to inform you of a trip we'll be making shortly, the evil ninja said. A trip? Sasuke wondered. Yes, it's a trip to a very familiar place for the both of us, a trip toward Konoha, Orochimaru said. We're going to pay some friends of yours a visit, Orochimaru continued. But most importantly, we're going to visit the Kyuubi brat. Naruto. Why do you need that idiot for? Sasuke inquired. I'm concerned. Your battle with the brat, it may have weakened the seal. I'm concerned that the brat may grow in strength. Think of it as doing him a favor. Or would you rather your dear brother get him first? Orochimaru asked, still smiling wickedly. No, Sasuke yelled with an extremely angry look on his face. Very good, we'll leave soon. For now I want you to continue practicing those new jutsu I taught you, Orochimaru told the boy. Now go. Yes, I'll go train at once, the Uchiha boy replied as he left the room. Orochimaru-sama, is it wise to put Sasuke-kun up to this so early? I mean, don't you think it's too soon? Kabuto expressed his concern. Kabuto, don't worry. All will go as I plan, Orochimaru stated as he laughed evilly. Meanwhile, a new day in Konoha began. Naruto and Hinata began their day, as they prepared to head off to meet up with their team. Naruto had just finished getting dressed, he reached over and grabbed his necklace and put it on. Oh, Naruto-kun, I've meant to say this before, but that's a really nice necklace. Where'd you get it? Hinata asked. Oh it's very precious to me. I got it from Tsunade Obaken. This happens to be the first Hokage's necklace. It's one of my most treasured possessions, that and my Konoha head protector of course. I got it, from Iruka-sensei, Naruto answered as he reached for his orange jacket and put it on. Oh, Naruto-kun, are you ready for another day of training? Hinata asked. Of course, I'm going to train extra hard today, Naruto replied. Naruto-kun, you say that every day, Hinata said as the two headed out the door of the apartment. Yeah, and I mean it every day too, Naruto said with a smile as the two headed off to meet with the rest of the team at their usual training ground. I wonder what Jiraiya-sensei has in store for us today, Hinata said wondering out loud. Eros Sennin, I never know with him. He's a big idiot most of the time, but he's really strong, Naruto responded as the two arrived, and greeted Ino who was already there. Good morning, Ino said with a smile. Good morning, Ino-san, Hinata said with a bow. Yo, Jiraiya said walking up to the group. Hey, Eros Sennin, what are you going to have us do today? Naruto asked the older ninja. First off, call me Eros Sennin again and I tie you to this tree stump and force you to watch me eat 20 bowls of ramen, Jiraiya said to his student. Now, I examined all your abilities, over the last couple of days. I've decided to give you all some things to work on in order to improve. First of all, you're all lacking in the speed department. You desperately need to improve that. Ino and Hinata, you two need to work on your stamina, Jiraiya said. But Jiraiya-sensei, the dumb ass has enough stamina to make up for it, so is that a real concern? Ino interrupted. Naruto looked over at her with an annoyed expression on his face. Yeah it is, I don't feel comfortable, letting the dumb ass do everything all alone after the two of you tire out, Jiraiya said to the group. Hey, you guys know I'm right here, right? Naruto asked still looking very annoyed. Anyway, those are my two biggest concerns. I am however impressed by some things. Hinata, you're doing quite well training with Neji. Naruto, your taijutsu has improved as well. Ino, you're not too bad either. Your genjutsu abilities suck though. I also decided to do something that will make Naruto really happy, Jiraiya started. I'm going to teach the three of you some things today. Hinata, Ino, while you practice on your stamina I think you two should learn how to summon. Summon? Summon what? Ino asked. That's easy of course, Jiraiya started with a huge grin on his face. I am after all, the Gamma Sennin, so I'm going to teach you how to summon the greatest creatures on earth, the mighty toads. Jiraiya said. Yes, I will teach you, Kuchio's no jutsu. Jiraiya shouted to his team. What? I've got to learn how to summon yucky frogs. Ino said with disappointment in her voice, which caused Jiraiya to fall over anime style. Yucky frogs, you silly girl. The toad is both helpful and fierce in combat. You should consider it an honor. The fourth and I, other than the dumbass, were the last two to summon toads. I'm breaking regulations here, there usually is only one person per generation that signs the contract, Jiraiya said. Oh, I see. Still, frogs are slimy, Ino responded. Anyways, here take this, Jiraiya said as he performed several seals and then slammed his hand onto the ground. Kuchio's number jutsu. Jiraiya yelled as a giant toad with a huge scroll in his mouth appeared. The toad dropped the scroll, and it unraveled, revealing the names of Jiraiya, the fourth Hokage, and Naruto as the last three to have signed this scroll. So now all you do is sign your names in blood, and put your fingerprints underneath, then you make the seals of the boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram and channel your chakra and go as I did, Jiraiya said as the two girls, one at a time, signed the scroll. When they were finished, the giant toad disappeared with the scroll. Alright, here goes, Ino and Hinata both started forming the proper seals. Boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram, the girls finished. Kuchio's number jutsu. The two girls slammed their hands onto the ground as a cloud of smoke appeared. When the smoke cleared, two small toads were sitting where they had been summoned. They're quite small, and definitely unusable for battle, but much to Naruto's disappointment, they're definitely much bigger than what Naruto first summoned with the jutsu. Ah well, not great, but definitely better than Naruto. In 3 weeks of training, the best he could summon were tadpoles. You two did much better than this moron, Jiraiya said, pointing over at Naruto. You used too little chakra, but that's fine for now. I just wanted you to learn it and see how well you could summon on the first try. Now you two go and begin doing the exercises I left for you, and definitely work on improving your stamina. Kuchio's no jutsu takes a lot of chakra out of you. You'll need to work on that, Jiraiya said as the kunoichi headed off to start their exercises. Jiraiya then turned to Naruto. Naruto, we need to talk. Yeah, what do you want, Arrow Sennin? Naruto asked. Have you thought about what I said? About telling them? Jiraiya asked. Yeah, I have. Hell, I've already told Gaara and his team, Naruto replied. How'd they take it? Jiraiya asked. Pretty well, but I don't count it much since Gaara has a demon in him as well, and well, his siblings are probably used to that already, Naruto replied. I see, Jiraiya managed to say. I almost told Hinata the other day. I may try again. It might be easier to tell them one at a time, Naruto told the Sannin. Well, as long as you tell them, you're free to do it your own way, Jiraiya said. I kind of want to tell Sakura-chan too. I mean, she was my teammate and she deserves to know, Naruto said. Tell whomever you like. Stick to those you trust definitely, Jiraiya said. Anyway, you're in luck despite the fact you keep calling me Arrow Sennin. I'm going to teach you not one, but two really cool techniques. What? Really? What are they? Arrow. I mean Jiraiya-sensei, Naruto asked with an excited look on his face. The first technique is called Kage Bunshin Daibakua. It's a technique not really used that often, but it is a Junin level ability in which you make your Kage Bunshins blow up, Jiraiya told the boy. Whoa, that sounds so cool, Naruto said, jumping for joy. What's the other technique? The next jutsu we won't worry about until you've got this one down, but it's basically more for defense. It's a Junin level move as well, but even the second Hokage was known to use it. It's called Suiden, Sujinheki. It creates 360-degree water barrier. It'll surround you and protect you, especially against fire users, Jiraiya finished. Yeah, alright, this is going to be so awesome. I just can't wait, Naruto shouted. Alright Naruto, to do the Kage Bunshin Daibakua effectively, you need to perform Kage Bunshin, of course. Then basically you have the Bunshins channel all their chakra to its breaking point, and when the time's right, let them release it. And boom, you get an exploding Bunshin. This is very useful for tricking opponents into thinking they've been fighting you only to reveal they've been fighting a Bunshin as it blows up in their faces. But be careful, it drains a lot of chakra out of you and of course, you can be hurt by this jutsu as well. Now give it a try Naruto, Jiraiya instructed his student as Naruto proceeded to perform his jutsu. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto yelled as two Bunshins emerged. Immediately the two Bunshins started channeling but forgot to maintain it properly and exploded, blowing Naruto away and slamming him hard into the ground. Sigh. Naruto no baka, you're not supposed to be so close to the Bunshins, Jiraiya said, staring down at his student. Oh, yeah, forgot about that, Naruto said as he got up. They continued on much like this, Hinata and Ino practicing their taijutsu and performing many jogging and running exercises while every now and then they practice summoning. Meanwhile, Naruto spent his time blowing himself up, much to Jiraiya's amusement. Finally, Jiraiya decided to call it a day. Alright, you all did very well, except for Naruto, whom if he keeps it up there won't be anything left of him to try and train. You all are free to go, Jiraiya said and then disappeared in a puff of smoke. Well, see you tomorrow guys, Ino said to the group as she left. Alright, let's go. Naruto started to walk off but staggered and fell. Hinata rushed to his side. Naruto-kun, are you alright? Hinata asked with a worried look on her face. Yeah, just overdid it today. Don't worry Hinata-chan, Naruto said flashing his fox-like grin as the two headed back to the apartment. Later the two arrived back at the apartment and Hinata began to patch up Naruto. Naruto-kun, you should really take it easy. You're going to hurt yourself, Hinata told her roommate. Nah, I'm fine, Naruto replied. Maybe now would be a good time to tell Hinata-chan, Naruto thought to himself. Say Hinata-chan. Yes, what is it Naruto-kun, Hinata asked looking over at the blonde. What would you think of a person who you knew, and that person had a terrible secret, Naruto asked. I don't quite understand what you mean, Naruto-kun, Hinata asked looking on intently. Well what I'm trying to say is. Naruto started but was interrupted by a knock on the door. Damn, saved again. No wait, I have to tell her, Naruto thought to himself as he headed toward the door. Hey hurry up and let me in. A familiar voice shouted from outside. Alright, I'm coming, Naruto said as he opened the door revealing the normally lazy Chunin, racing inside and closing the door behind him, as he panted heavily. What the hell, Shikamaru? What's going on? Naruto yelled at the Chunin. Why you got to hide me for a while, they're after me, that crazy sand bitch and Ino, Shikamaru stated looking rather worried. What? Why are they after you? Naruto asked looking quite puzzled. Well, Tamari was dragging me around, and we ended up at Ino's flower shop. Ino was behind the counter. They conversed and then started to argue, and then I merely asked why blondes had to be so stupid. I mean every blonde I meet is a total moron, Shikamaru finished his statement, as saw Naruto looking rather annoyed. All blondes are stupid, huh? Naruto asked. Suddenly, he grabbed the Chunin by the collar, opened the door and flings him out and then started to holler. All blondes are stupid, huh? Screw you. Naruto then slammed the door. Damn you, Naruto, Shikamaru muttered as the two angry blonde genin appeared behind him. Shikamaru. The two girls yelled in unison. Oh damn, was pretty much all Shikamaru could manage to say before the two blondes attacked. Ouch, 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 could easily be heard from behind Naruto's door, as the sounds of the two girls beating the Chunin senseless rang throughout the building. That's what he gets, Naruto yelled feeling quite satisfied. Naruto-kun, Hinata interrupted. Yeah, what is it Hinata-chan? Naruto turned and asked the girl. What were you saying before, Hinata asked. Oh yeah, that, I was saying, that. Naruto started again but was once again interrupted. The annoyed Naruto stomped over the door, and opened it. Go away Shika. Naruto began to yell but then realized it wasn't Shikamaru, but Neji standing there. Neji ni-san, what are you doing here? Hinata asked. Come Hinata-sama, it's time for us to train. You know the only time we have to train together is later afternoons, or evenings, all depending on when our teams are through for the day. It was rather unfortunate that our sensei held us up longer than expected today, Neji finished. But. Hinata started but was dragged out by Neji. Let's go, I'll have you back in a few hours, Neji said as Hinata gave in and reluctantly followed, leaving Naruto alone. Damn it, Naruto cursed. I was really going to tell her. Oh well, no use getting upset. I'm definitely going to tell her soon. I know I can trust her. I hope, Naruto said with a frown forming on his face. Jutsu list. Kage Bunshin Daibakua, Shadow Clone Great Explosion Jutsu. Sweden. Sujinheki, Water Style, Water Encampment Jutsu. Chapter 7. The long-kept burden revealed. The new teams had now been together for a few seemingly short weeks. Since that night in the apartment, Naruto had started to act differently. Hinata noticed immediately that the usually happy blonde genin had turned quiet, almost as if he's always deep in thought. The only time he seemed to act like his usual self was when he was training. The Hyuga girl began to get deeply concerned. What would you think of a person who you knew, and that person had a terrible secret? Hinata remembered the question Naruto asked her before they were interrupted that night. What did Naruto-kun mean? Why has he been acting so differently? It's like there is a battle going on deep inside of his head, Hinata thought, as the genin arrived for their late afternoon training session. Yo, Jiraiya said as he greeted the genin. Today we're going to do solo training. Ino, Hinata, you both continue to practice improving your stamina and your summoning. Naruto, go off to practice your taijutsu on the training dummies. You might want to practice those new jutsus some more as well, Jiraiya said dismissing his team as he sat underneath a tree. Damn that Ero Sennin, he never wants to oversee my training, Naruto cursed to himself as he headed off to practice. Maybe I should take the time and practice controlling my chakra. Kyuubi said the seal tore a little after my fight with Sasuke. So maybe if I train with Kyuubi's chakra, I can start to control it better, Naruto thought to himself as he made the seal of the ram and started to channel his chakra. What happened next, Naruto never would have expected. A violent rush of demonic chakra poured out from him uncontrollably. His claws and fangs grew and he let out a mighty yet almost painful sounding scream that morphed into a roar. The blazing red chakra began to fill the area. At this time Jiraiya had just about fallen asleep when the sudden rush of evil chakra hit him. He snapped awake and immediately rushed off toward the source. Hinata and Ino had also sensed it and seeing their sensei take off decided to follow. Meanwhile, in a nearby training area, Kurenai's team had just finished for the day. Kurenai and Kiba had both left and Sakura and Neji were about to leave when the killer aura flooded into their area and hit them. What is this terrible feeling? Why do I feel like something bad is happening to Hinata-sama's team? Neji thought to himself as he raced off toward the source of the evil aura. What's this terrible feeling? It's horrible, and why is Neji running off toward it? Naruto. That's near our old training grounds. I've got to go, what as Naruto needs me? Sakura thought as she headed off to the source of the evil aura as well. In the middle of a blazing demon aura, a growling, roaring Naruto thrashed about. The boy gripped himself, digging his claws deep into his arms, drawing blood as he tried to get a grip of what was happening to him. As this happened, Jiraiya had arrived on the scene. Naruto! Jiraiya shouted as Hinata and Ino arrived and was horrified at the sight of Naruto's evil chakra wrapping around him and forming a tail. Jiraiya raced to Naruto and got behind him, grabbing him tightly by the arms, trying to keep him from moving around as he shouted to his other students. Hinata, quickly, you must close Naruto's tenketsu points. The shock should immobilize him and calm him back down, Jiraiya shouted. The Hyuga girl could merely just stand staring straight into the evil red eyes of the blonde boy whom she admired greatly, as Neji and Sakura arrived. Hinata-sama, Neji said, racing over to her, where he quickly took notice of Naruto. My god, what the hell is going on here? Neji managed to spit out in his shocked state. Naruto. Sakura stuttered as Naruto roared. The killer intent he was emitting was enough to knock Ino and Sakura back. Hinata stood frozen, unsure of what to do. Neji, please, I need you to strike Naruto's tenketsu. Jiraiya shouted at the boy. What? Strike his tenketsu points? Why? Neji questioned, still in shock. Please, you must hurry, Jiraiya yelled, snapping the boy's attention back into reality. Right, Neji managed to say as he charged at Naruto. Hakusho, Rokuju Yansho, Neji shouted as he struck all of Naruto's points. Jiraiya moved away from Naruto as the boy coughed up blood and fell onto his back. Damn, the seal's weakened, I'll need to redo the seal slightly, Jiraiya whispered so that nobody he thought could hear him. But he was shocked as Naruto reached up and grabbed his hand. No. I need to learn how to control it, that's all, Naruto said weakly. Hinata finally regained her composure and ran over to check on Naruto. Naruto-kun, are you alright? Hinata asked, looking very concerned. Naruto couldn't respond with words but managed a slight nod. Sigh. Well, we'll end training early today. Hinata, Neji, could you help him back to his apartment? Jiraiya asked the two Hyugas. Ino, Sakura, you two should go home. Don't worry about what you saw today, I'm sure everything will be explained eventually. Jiraiya faked a smile as he walked off. Naruto, now you'll have to tell them. But I admire the boy, to think if he could truly learn to control the Kyuubi's chakra like that, he'll make a damn powerful Hokage, Jiraiya stated to himself. Alright, Hinata-sama, help me here, Neji said as he put one of Naruto's arms over his shoulder. Hinata did the same with Naruto's other arm as they started to walk off. Naruto, what's going on? Sakura asked to herself as the two Hyugas vanished from view. The walk back to the apartment was very silent, each genin deeply stuck in thought. What was that? It was like from the Chunin exams, when I fought him, only more vicious. That murderous intent was incredible, it's hard to believe it came from Naruto, Neji thought to himself. Naruto-kun, I'm sorry. I was frozen, I was just too terrified, I couldn't do anything. Hinata thought to herself. What would you think of a person who you knew, and that person had a terrible secret? Hinata once again remembered what Naruto had asked. Is this what he meant? Hinata contemplated. Damn, I really screwed up this time, Naruto cursed to himself. Now, Neji, Hinata-chan, Ino, and Sakura-chan all saw it. I really have to tell them now. Ino, Sakura-chan, Hinata-chan, they were so frightened. Is this really what I have to look forward to? Do I really have to go back to that time? When there was nobody? Is the Kyuubi? Is that all anyone will ever see? Naruto thought to himself as his face turned to stare at the ground, wanting desperately to avoid eye contact with anyone. The Hyugas finally reached the apartment. Hinata unlocked the door and the two helped Naruto sit down on his bed. Neji inspected Naruto's injuries, and Hinata used some of her ointment and bandaged up Naruto's arms where his claws had dug into. "You'll be fine, Naruto. After a night's rest, your tenketsu will open properly," Neji stated as headed toward the door. Naruto spoke up to stop the Hyuga boy from leaving. "Neji, wait. Please stay. That is, if you want. I need to talk to you and Hinata-chan. If you're willing to listen," Naruto said, still reflecting in his mind of his past sorrows, his face wearing a dark and cold look, his eyes looked almost lifeless. "Sure," Neji responded, witnessing Naruto's lifeless expression. Neji turned around and took a seat near Naruto. Hinata did the same. What would you think of a person who you knew, and that person had a terrible secret?" Naruto started. It's the same question from before," Hinata thought to herself. What do you mean, Naruto? I don't quite understand the question," Neji asked. What would you think if someone you knew turned out to not be who you really thought he was?" Naruto said, his eyes still void of life. "I'm sure you know much of Konoha's history, right?" Naruto asked the two Hyugas. They nodded a yes in response. 13 years ago, the fourth Hokage. He went into battle. An evil demon had started to attack the Kyuubi. The fourth He fought his best for the sake of the village, but even he wasn't able to defeat the demon. So he did the only thing he could. He sealed the demon away, forfeiting his own life. The demon was sealed inside a newly born baby. That baby, it was me. I am the container for the Kyuubi." Naruto finished as tears slowly trickled down his face. The Hyugas sat in shock. So, that was it. In our fight, after his tenketsu was closed. The chakra he summoned and that evil face I saw. It was the demon's. I see. His fate was similar to mine after all, Neji thought to himself. So all this time, the villagers' hatred, it was because of this. He's suffered so much. How is it possible for someone to have to suffer this much? Hinata thought to herself. Her eyes started to water as they both focused on Naruto once again. His tears had yet to stop falling from his face. I was so alone. I hated everyone. I didn't even understand why it was I was so hated. What did I do to everyone? You know, I was starting to accept the hatred, and then I found out my fate. I found out I was a demon's container. I suddenly understood it all. When I found out the Kyuubi was inside of me. It's sort of funny. But I felt like the villagers became even more distant. It was so tough. I hated living this pain. You under the mask of false happiness, living the life of someone who fakes a smile and tries to get everybody's attention. I wanted to be viewed as me. As Uzumaki Naruto. But all I ever got were those eyes. Those eyes of hatred. To the people of Konoha. I'll never be anything more than the Kyuubi no Kitsune. Naruto said, trying to continue his story. Why now? Why did you decide to tell us this now? Neji asked intently. Why you ask why? I never wanted to let anyone know. But it was for the best and I need to see. After finally finding people whom would accept me. I needed to see. Am I truly accepted? Am I accepted? Am I Uzumaki Naruto? Or am I just the boy who holds an evil demon? I hate this false existence. Naruto tears started to intensify. He cried his tears of pain and sorrow. Naruto looked up at the Hyugas. First at Neji, the Hyuga boy sat in silence as if he was taking in everything he'd heard. Then he turned to Hinata, the girl who liked him, and honestly the girl he liked right back. He expected eyes of fear, or hatred, but what he saw wasn't tears of fear or terror, they were tears of sorrow. The tears streamed down the Hyuga girl's face. Naruto's eyes met with hers. She lunged herself off her chair and embraced Naruto tightly, causing Neji and Naruto to look on in shock. Naruto-kun. Naruto-kun, Hinata cried. I'm sorry. If I only knew. Maybe I could have been there for you. Why you must have been so lonely. I wish I would have known. I could have been there for you. Can't believe it's possible for someone as incredible as you to have had to suffer so much. Please forgive me. Forgive me for not seeing your pain sooner. All this time, Hinata said, still crying. All this time I looked to you for strength. Not realizing you needed someone to help you stay strong. Please. Hinata was unable to finish her statement. She became overcome by her tears. She was momentarily surprised when Naruto returned the embrace and his head now rested on her shoulders as he sobbed as well, only this time the tears were different. Hinata-chan. Thank you. Naruto cried. These tears weren't tears of sorrow. These tears were tears of joy. How is it possible? All my life, I wanted this. To be accepted. How is it possible that you were able to tell me everything I needed to hear? Thank you, Naruto thought to himself as he continued to sob. Finally, after about 2 hours of non-stop tears, Naruto finally seemed to calm down. He had finally been allowed to cry his eyes out with someone there to support him. Something he desired his entire life. Naruto, Neji silently said, getting the boy's attention. Yes, Naruto responded. My feelings, they have not changed, Neji told the boy. What? Naruto replied. I still admire you, I still respect you. No, even more so now. You truly understood me after all. No, that's not totally true. It was I who didn't understand you. You've proven to me that once again, that fate can be changed. You've shown me what it means to be truly strong. For that, I thank you and I'm proud to call you my dearest friend, Neji said with a smile as he headed toward the door. Neji, Naruto called to him. Yes, Neji responded. Thank you, my friend, Naruto said with a smile. No, thank you, Neji once again returned the smile and headed out the door. Chapter 8. The looming danger over the horizon. Deep in a dark forest, the location of the hidden sound, 3 ninjas emerged as they head toward the fire country. The first was a younger ninja wearing a brand new sound head protector, wearing a mask similar to Haku's, only black with red lining. The only thing that was visible was the boy's red, Sharingan eyes. He was also wearing a black trench coat similar to what the Akatsuki wore. Next to him was the snake Sennin, and next to him was the silver-haired medical ninja. Kyuubi brat, soon we'll take care of you once and for all. With him dead, nobody will be able to stop me, not Tsunade, and not Jiraiya, Orochimaru said as he laughed evilly. Meanwhile, a new day in Konoha began, and Naruto was about to wake up to quite the surprise. The genin began to stir and then realized his body was quite heavy. Naruto, who'd been sleeping on the floor since Hinata moved in, awoke to find Hinata asleep in his arms. The blonde was quite alarmed as he shot up to his feet. What the hell is Hinata doing sleeping on the floor with me? I mean, we were talking and then I think I feel asleep. But why is she on the floor with me? Naruto said, looking quite confused, as Hinata began to stir and awaken. Good morning, Naruto-kun, Hinata said with a smile. Why yeah, what were you doing on the floor, next to me? Naruto nervously asked. Oh, we were talking and after a while you feel asleep, you seemed like you were having a bad dream or something, so I decided to lie down beside you, Hinata stated as she started to blush. Then you grabbed me and were holding me quite close. I think that's when I got comfortable and feel asleep as well, Hinata finished. Oh, I see, Naruto says, grinning. Good, I wasn't sure what the heck happened. But it was kind of nice waking up with someone beside me, Naruto thought to himself. Hinata-chan, we don't have training today, do we? Naruto asked. No, I don't think so. Jiraiya-sensei didn't say we did. I think we're free today, Hinata answered. Good, want to go on another date? Naruto asked with a grin. Sure, I'd love that, Hinata replied with a smile. Alright, we'll go out after we get cleaned up, Naruto said, heading off to the bathroom. About an hour later the two were finally ready and headed off into the lively village. Alright, let's go have some fun, Naruto said with a grin. He turned to Hinata and extended his hand to her. Yes, let's go, Naruto-kun, Hinata said as she grabbed Naruto's arm and the two walked into town. After a stop at Naruto's second home, and a stroll around the park, the two were walking around when they were interrupted by Ino. Hey Naruto, Hinata-chan, Ino shouted as she ran up to the two. Hello Ino-san, Hinata greeted the girl. Hey, don't you two look cute together, Ino said with an almost evil smile. So what are you two up to? Ino asked. We're on a date, Naruto boldly responded, causing Hinata to blush. Oh, that's sweet, Ino replied. So Naruto, are you alright? Things were kind of weird yesterday. Ino asked. Oh yeah, that was Oh look at the time, Hinata and I got to go, Naruto said as he started to drag Hinata with him. Bye Ino, see you later. Naruto yelled as he ran off with Hinata holding onto his arm desperately. Naruto-kun, please slow down, I think we're far enough, Hinata said as Naruto put on the brakes and came to a stop. Sorry Hinata-chan, Naruto said with a grin. Somebody please help me, a familiar voice screamed as he approached the two. What? Naruto said as the boy, who turned out to be a skinny Choji, stopped before the two. Why you got to help me, Choji said, trying to catch his breath. Choji, what's wrong? Naruto asked with a puzzled expression on his face. These fangirls are insane, they won't leave me alone, you got to hide me, Choji pleaded. Ever since he returned sporting his new skinny look, he'd become quite the ladies' man, in the ladies' eyes that is. Oh Choji-kun, where are you? A bunch of girls screamed from around the corner. Oh no, Choji shouted. Quick, Choji in the bushes here. Naruto pointed to a big bush and Choji jumped in. Naruto and Hinata then stood suspiciously in front of the bush as the girls ran up and stopped before Naruto and Hinata. Hey, have either of you seen our dear Choji-kun? One of the girls asked. Hinata nodded a no. Oh Choji, Naruto started. Yeah, I saw him, he went that way. He said something about going to buy some pretty girl a gift, Naruto told the girls as he pointed in the opposite direction. Naruto watched as the girls began to argue about who the present was for before they all decided to head in the direction Naruto pointed to. When the girls were out of view, Choji came out of the bushes. Oh thanks Naruto, you're the greatest, Choji said as he started to jog back the way he came. Oh, and you two look cute together, Choji added as he headed out of their view, leaving the two blushing. Meanwhile as the two continued their date, Kurenai's team had been called and assembled before Tsunade. Yes, Hokage-sama, you called for us? Kurenai asked. Yes, I did. I have a mission for your team. It seems after reviewing everything, your team is the most prepared to do missions, next to Guy's team that is. Their team has already been off doing missions. After reviewing the reports, I believe your team is ready, Tsunade told the Junin and her team. This is a B-ranked mission. You're to travel to the next country over. However you must be careful, you have to travel through the Valley of the End, Tsunade told the group. The mission is to guard a caravan from possible ninja and bandit attacks. You'll leave tomorrow through the North Gate, Tsunade finished. Yes, Hokage-sama, we'll be prepared then, Kurenai said to Tsunade with a bow and then turned to her team. You're all free to go. Please get some rest and meet up at the gate at 7 sharp, Kurenai said to her team as they all left. I'm worried. That was the site of Naruto and Sasuke's battle. It's also near the border to the sound. I have a very bad feeling about this, Tsunade thought to herself as she watched the team leave. Back to the genin, who continued throughout the village, the two were about to get another rude interruption. The spirit of youth is so marvelous. Hello, my dear friends. Naruto and Hinata turned to see Lee and his sensei. Guy walked over to Naruto and gave him a mighty pat on the back. Naruto-kun, Hinata-san, hello, how are you today? Lee politely asked. Hello, Lee-san, Guy-sensei, Hinata nodded. Lee, can you not see that these youths are enjoying themselves on such a fine day as this? The wonderful spirit of love is filling the air. It's so glorious that it brings tears to my eyes. Guy shouted to his student as tears started to pour down his face. Oh Guy-sensei, you're so wise. Lee shouted, tears also forming. Lee, Guy shouted. Sensei. Lee shouted back. Lee, Guy shouted again, his arms extended. Sensei. Lee shouted, jumping into his sensei's arms. Naruto looked on sort of annoyed, and Hinata just doesn't know what to think. Naruto-kun, is this normal? Hinata whispered to Naruto. Sigh. For fuzzy brows and super fuzzy brows, I'm afraid so, Naruto whispered back. Come, let's go before they notice us, Naruto said as the two decided to sneak by the two men embracing. Naruto-kun, you certainly know some strange people, Hinata said. Yeah, tell me about it, Naruto said as a big square box approached. Oh great. Naruto walked forward as the box followed. Naruto then ran back and forth and the box still followed. Finally he came to a stop and turned around as the box stopped. Sigh. Konohamaru, who do you think you're fooling? Naruto asked. Ah, just what I'd expect from my rival, Konohamaru said from underneath the box. The box suddenly exploded as the three young academy students started to cough. Too much gunpowder. Man, we really need to work on this, Konohamaru coughed, and then the three kids went through their normal routine. Hey, Konohamaru, go away, I'm busy, Naruto said to the boy. Ah, don't be like that Naruto-ni-chan, the younger boy replied. Ah, who is this girl? Konohamaru asked, staring at the girl holding onto Naruto's arm. Hey bro, your girlfriend's really cute. She's definitely better than that ugly forehead girl you were with last time, Konohamaru said as he turned his head in other directions, making sure that Sakura was nowhere to be found. Yeah, she's really cute alright, Naruto said to the boy, which caused Hinata to blush. Well, Hinata-chan and I have to get going, so see you guys later, Naruto said as he waved to the kids and walked off with Hinata still gripping onto his arm. The two were soon approached by Hinata's former teammates. Yo Hinata, Kiba said, walking up to the two, his dog Akamaru sat on top of his head. Shino was quietly walking with the dog Ninja. Hello Kiba-kun, Shino-kun. Hinata greeted the two. Arf, Akamaru barked, getting Hinata's attention. Hello to you too, Akamaru, Hinata said with a smile as she petted the dog on Kiba's head. Hello Hinata, and you as well Naruto, Shino said. Hey Shino, hey dog breath, Naruto said to Hinata's former teammates. Dog breath, damn you Naruto, don't make me kick your ass. Kiba said, yelling at the blonde. Just try it, dog boy. Naruto said as the two got in each other's faces. Naruto-kun, please stop, Hinata said, tugging on Naruto's jacket. Huh, oh yeah, sorry Hinata-chan. Sorry dog boy, Hinata and I are on a date, so I'll have to kick your ass later, Naruto said as he walked off. Goodbye Shino-kun, Kiba-kun, see you later, Hinata waved as she ran off to catch up with Naruto. I've never seen Hinata look so happy. That's great to see, Shino said to himself with a smile on his face. Naruto and Hinata walked around Konoha for most of the day, and then they finally returned to Ichiraku's so the two could sit down to eat. The two ordered their ramen and were shocked to see the three Sand siblings eating ramen. Hey, it's Gaara, Naruto yelled. I got you hooked on ramen. See, didn't I tell you ramen was the greatest food on earth? Naruto said with a big grin on his face. Gaara ignored the blonde and continued to eat his meal. Moron, do you ever shut up? Kankuro asked, looking quite annoyed. Every time I see you, you're always talking. Shut up, make up boy, Naruto said back to the Sand Ninja. Don't make me kill you. Kankuro yelled. Kankuro, shut up and eat, Gaara said to his sibling. Kankuro immediately shut up and returned to his seat. So, who's the girl, Naruto-kun? Tamari asked and then pointed to Hinata. Is she your girlfriend? Tamari asked, causing the two to blush. Oh, I think she is, Tamari said with a grin. Hey, shut up, so what, and her name is Hinata-chan, Naruto said, blushing deeply. Did Naruto-kun just say I was his girlfriend? Hinata thought to herself with a blush on her face. Hello, my name is Hyuga Hinata, Hinata shyly responded. A really shy girl, how the hell can she stand to be near you? Kankuro said with a grin. Naruto-kun's not that bad, her answer caused Kankuro and Tamari to laugh. Hinata-chan, not you too, you're all against me, I'm hurt, Naruto said as he started to pout as their food arrived. Ramen, Naruto suddenly yelled, reaching for the chopsticks. Sigh, a one-track mind as always, Tamari said. The three Sand siblings finished their meals and paid as they got up to leave. Well, see you later Naruto-kun, Tamari said as she and Kankuro left. Uzumaki Naruto, would you like to talk later? Gaara asked. Oh, well I'm on a date with Hinata today, but if you're free tomorrow, that's fine after I'm done training, Naruto replied. Oh, and just call me Naruto. Calling me Uzumaki Naruto all the time sounds weird. Alright then, see you tomorrow. Naruto, Gaara nodded as he walked off. Naruto-kun, you're amazing, Hinata said, breaking the unusual silence that had fallen over them as they ate their meals. What do you mean Hinata-chan? Naruto asked. Why, you're just amazing. Why, you always inspired me to be strong, and your strength was even able to help Neji-ni-san, and Gaara-san, Hinata said. It's nothing really, Naruto said, rubbing the back of his head, blushing with embarrassment. Well, let's go home, Naruto said as the two got up. Naruto paid the bill and the two headed back to the apartment. Naruto-kun, Hinata said, getting the blonde's attention once again. What's up Hinata-chan? Naruto asked. Thank you for today. It was great, Hinata said with a smile. Sure, Naruto smiled back. No, I should be thanking you Hinata-chan. Thank you for truly accepting me. Knowing you care about me even with the Kyuubi, it just makes my life worth living so much more, Naruto said to himself with a smile. Chapter 9. The Battle Between Brothers. The Beginning. Naruto lay resting on the floor of his apartment. The time was 8 in the morning, Kurenai's team had already left for their first mission as a team. An uneasy feeling caused Naruto to stir, earlier than usual. After a couple attempts at trying to return to sleep, Naruto gave up and went on with his normal routine. Jiraiya's team was due to meet soon. Naruto woke Hinata and after several minutes, the two started off toward the usual meeting place. Naruto, however, couldn't seem to shake the uneasy feeling. Lucky for him, he wasn't alone, for his tenant, the mighty demon, had also felt uneasy. Hey brat, the demon called out to the boy. What do you want? Naruto asked the fox, trying hard not to alert Hinata, who was walking beside him, that he was having a conversation with the demon fox. You feel it too, don't you? Kyuubi asked. If you mean this unsettling feeling, then yeah, I do. What is it? Naruto asked. I believe it is coming from the place where you and the Uchiha boy had your battle. I sense an evil presence. I also sense that some of your friends are heading that way. The demon told his host. What? How can you sense things so far away? Naruto questioned. Even sealed within you, I am a demon. My senses haven't been lost being trapped inside you. Kyuubi replied. What kind of evil do you sense? Naruto asked with a worried expression on his face. I believe it's the presence of the one who put a seal on you during the exam, in the forest. The demon told the boy. Orochimaru. Damn it. Naruto replied. You'd better hurry if you plan on catching up before it's too late. Kyuubi told Naruto. Hinata-chan. Naruto stopped, his face started to sweat. What is it, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked the blonde. See, can you go ahead of me? I got to take care of something. Naruto said, not waiting for an answer as he took off running at top speed. Naruto-kun. Hinata watched the boy run away. Something's wrong. Naruto-kun looked really nervous about something, Hinata thought to herself as she headed toward the training ground. Hinata arrived and she was quickly greeted by Ino. The two waited for several minutes until Jiraiya showed up. Hinata, where's Naruto? Jiraiya looked at the girl with curiosity. He said he had to take care of something, and then he ran off, Hinata answered. But sensei, I'm worried. Naruto-kun, he looked really nervous about something. It couldn't be, Jiraiya said to himself. Say Hinata, what direction was Naruto heading off to? Jiraiya asked the girl. Please don't say North Gate, please not the North Gate. That's where the fight was, I've also been feeling an uneasy presence coming from that direction. Naruto-kun, headed for the North Gate, Hinata answered. Damn, I was afraid of that, Jiraiya thought as he turned to his students. No, training today, I got to go. Jiraiya said, taking off in a hurry toward the North Gate. Jiraiya-sensei is headed the same way Naruto-kun went, what if Naruto-kun's in danger? Hinata thought to herself. Hey Hinata-chan, Ino interrupted. Want to follow? Something interesting seems to be happening, Ino asked the shy girl. Hinata merely replied with a nod as the two now began to head off in the same direction that Naruto and Jiraiya went. Meanwhile, Kurenai's team is just coming out of the forest, they've arrived in the Valley of the End. So, this is the place where Naruto and the Uchiha fought, Neji said aloud. Huh, you mean Naruto and the traitor fought here? Kiba asked curiously as he began to survey the damaged area. Damn, must have been one hell of a fight. Sasuke-kun, Naruto, Sakura thought to herself. Her thoughts were interrupted as a barrage of kunai came racing at the team. The team dodged the attacks and looked up to see three figures standing several feet away from them. Hello there, Kurenai-san, the tall, older ninja said with an evil grin. Who are you? Kurenai asked, but then suddenly saw the man's face. No, oh Orochimaru, Kurenai said in shock, fear starting to creep up on her face. Orochimaru, Sakura said, turning her head in shock. Suddenly, the team was surprised as the three figures became two. The shortest of the three ninjas had just disappeared. But they wouldn't have to wait long to find the missing ninja. The ninja appeared before the group of genin. The ninja landed a spin kick to both Neji and Kiba, knocking them both backward. Then the ninja landed a single blow to Sakura's gut, the punch through her back, and she hit the ground. The ninja then pulled out and fired kunai at Sakura. Sakura, who was still holding her gut in pain, looked up to see the kunai racing in at her. She knew she couldn't dodge and simply closed her eyes, expecting the end to come. But suddenly clangs of metal could be heard. The pink-haired genin opened her eyes to see that the kunai get deflected and an orange blur passed her by and delivered a single kick to the enemy ninja's head. The kick threw the ninja back, knocking the mask he was wearing right off. The boy regained his ground and turned his head slightly to regain his composure as well. The Konoha ninjas stood in shock at the sudden arrival. Who's there? Kurenai managed to ask when they looked over and realized that a certain hyperactive, blonde had appeared. Yo, you guys alright? Naruto asked, turning his head to face the others. Naruto. Sakura only managed to say, still shocked. The gazes immediately went back onto the enemy ninja when he started laughing. Naruto, the ninja turned his head and then faced the group, revealing an evil grin and a pair of Sharingan eyes. So you came. Sasuke, Naruto stuttered. So, the Kyuubi brat arrives, Orochimaru said, appearing beside Sasuke. Good, you saved us the trouble. You see, we were coming to kill you. But you saved us the trouble of having to go all the way to Konoha. I'm grateful, Orochimaru said, smiling wickedly. Orochimaru, Naruto yelled. Dai Kyuubi brat, Orochimaru yelled, as he was about to charge. But before he could, Sasuke grabbed him by the arm forcefully, still wearing his evil grin. Orochimaru, he is mine to kill, Sasuke said, the snake senin. Ah, my apprentice is eager. Very well, you may have the honors, Orochimaru said as he walked back over to where the silent medical ninja, Kabuto, stood. Naruto, I've come to kill you. So, shall we pick up where we left off last time? Sasuke said to the blonde. No, let's start all over. This is a new fight, and you won't beat me, Sasuke, Naruto said with confidence. Then let's go, Naruto, Sasuke yelled as the two ninjas charged each other. They both pulled out a kunai. The two collided, metal against metal. The two then circled around and fired the kunai at each other at a great speed. The kunai clanged and flew off in different directions as the two former teammates charged in at each other again. The two began with a series of punch-kick combos. The two exchanged punches and kicks, each move landing its mark, connecting with force. The groups of ninja looked on. Damn, that Naruto, he and Sasuke are just beating the crap out of each other, Kiba commented on the fight as the two exchanged blows again. The two jumped back away from each other. Sasuke began to perform several quick seals. Naruto was already readying a technique of his own. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto yelled as 7 clones appeared and charged in. Sasuke in the meantime finished his seals. Kaden, Hausenka no Jutsu. Sasuke yelled firing several fireballs, all of which struck the clones causing them to disappear. Naruto emerged through the smoke and tried to deliver a punch to Sasuke's face. Sasuke however dodged swiftly and then landed a spin kick. The force of the kick sent Naruto flying. Naruto however regained his composure and put on the brakes as he came to a skidding stop. Sasuke took this time to charge up his new signature move as chakra filled his right hand. Chidori, Sasuke said as he charged at Naruto. Naruto however, expected this and already had his move prepared. Rasengan, Naruto said as the blue ball of chakra filled his hand and he charged at Sasuke. The two attacks collided, the force threw the two in opposite directions. They flew back out of control. Orochimaru caught his apprentice and sat him down so he could regain his ground. Meanwhile, familiar hands then caught Naruto as a cloud of smoke filled the area. Hey Naruto, don't get careless, the person said dropping Naruto on his butt. What? Who's that? Naruto wondered. Orochimaru, I thought I smelled the presence of a snake this morning. The person yelled. Who's speaking? Orochimaru wondered looking over to the group of Konoha ninjas. Oh, it's you, Jiraiya, Orochimaru said realizing it was his former teammate as the smoke cleared. Ero Sennin, what are doing here? Naruto asked looking at his sensei, when suddenly Ino and Hinata dropped down beside Naruto. Sorry, Naruto-kun, I told Jiraiya sensei about what happened and he immediately headed this way, Hinata answered. It's alright, Hinata-chan, Naruto told the shy girl. Hinata-sama, what are you doing here? Neji asked his cousin. Me and Ino followed Jiraiya sensei when he went after Naruto-kun, Hinata answered. Well be careful, Naruto is battling with the Uchiha now, Neji told the arriving ninjas. Huh, Sasuke-kun's here, Ino asked. Ino, Sakura weakly said to the blonde getting her attention. Sakura, what happened? Ino asked rushing to her friend's side. That bastard Sasuke attacked us, Kiba answered. Sasuke-kun did this? Ino asked looking at Sakura, who managed to nod. Jiraiya, don't interrupt Sasuke-kun's fight. Orochimaru yelled interrupting the genin. Don't you worry, I won't interfere, because I'll have my hands full fighting you, Jiraiya replied. Sorry, Jiraiya-sama, but Orochimaru-sama, won't be your opponent, the silver-haired sound ninja interrupted. I will be your opponent. I see, Orochimaru, you're still getting others to fight your own fights, Jiraiya added. Tools are meant to be used, Orochimaru answered with a smile. Suddenly, the group is interrupted again, by the arrival of another familiar face. Yo, the silver-haired Konoha ninja said appearing before the group. Kakashi, what are you doing here? Kurenai asked the arriving ninja. I was on my way back from my last mission and I sort of sensed what was going on. I had no idea you were all having this little party, Kakashi answered. Jiraiya-sama, Kakashi started turning to face the older ninja. Kabuto, he's mine. You'll get to face Orochimaru after all, Kakashi told the Toad Hermit. You hear that? Jiraiya yelled. You get to join in the fun after all. Jiraiya told his former teammate. As all this was going on, Naruto and Sasuke had already resumed the fight by landing several more punches to each other's body. As this is happening, Jiraiya and Orochimaru headed away to begin their fight. Kabuto and Kakashi ran into the forest to begin their fight as well. Kurenai and her team, as well as Hinata and Ino, stayed to view Naruto and Sasuke's fight however. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto yelled as 6 clones appeared and charged. Sasuke wasted no time destroying them, swiftly and effectively. Come on Naruto, this won't work. You already know that, Sasuke told the blonde. Try this, Naruto yelled. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto yelled as the area filled with over 100 clones, they all surrounded and attacked Sasuke. Sasuke quickly jumped into the air and performed several seals. Naruto, witness what Orochimaru has taught me. Sasuke yelled completing his seals. Kaden, Karyu Enden. Sasuke yelled as he fired down below onto Naruto's clones with an extremely powerful flame blast. All the clones are instantly destroyed and Naruto himself fled from out of the flames, his arms covered his head to avoid taking any of the damage. But as Sasuke landed on his feet, he quickly performed hand seals and prepared yet another attack as Naruto started to recover from the last attack. Kaden, Gukaku no Jutsu. Sasuke yelled as he fired at Naruto. The flames approached Naruto quickly and began to engulf him, but Naruto was quick to perform some seals of his own. Suiden, Sujinheki. Naruto yelled as a 360-degree barrier of water surrounded Naruto and put out the flames. This temporarily threw off Sasuke, allowing Naruto to charge in and try and land another punch. Sasuke was quick to regain his composure and moved, avoiding the punch, and with an evil grin he spun underneath Naruto and kicked him high into the air, and then quickly jumped up after Naruto as he began to mimic a certain taijutsu specialist. Shishi Renden. Sasuke yelled as his leg drove down into Naruto's chest. Sasuke spun and stopped beside Naruto, breathing heavily trying to regain himself from that last move. He was shocked when Naruto started to laugh and then the word Naruto mutters managed to confuse him further. Boom! Naruto said as he suddenly exploded catching Sasuke in the blast and throwing him wildly, causing him to crash hard into the ground. What the hell was that? Sasuke yelled as he came to a stop and then started to stand slightly holding his left arm, which seemed to receive most of the blast. Naruto then appeared behind Sasuke and landed a punch that rocked Sasuke allowing Naruto to perform his old signature move. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto yelled as 6 clones appeared and charged at Sasuke, each one surrounding him. Naruto, this move won't work. You're just copying me, Sasuke said to the blonde. Baka, what move are you thinking of? Naruto replied. What? Sasuke yelled wide-eyed. Kage Bunshin Daibakua. Naruto screamed, shocking the raven-haired boy as the clones one by one began to explode throwing Sasuke back and forth, causing him to scream in pain. Sasuke landed on the ground but he immediately staggered to his feet, but once again he was surprised as 5 Narutos emerged from out of the ground, exactly the same way Naruto beat Neji. The 5 Narutos then began to attack Sasuke. Yuzu Ma-ki. The clones yelled, all disappearing after their attacks. Sasuke looked up to see Naruto in the air above him coming down to finish the attack. Naruto Renden. Naruto yelled, striking Sasuke with a kick to the head, sending Sasuke down to the ground. But as Sasuke was about to land, he braced himself with his hands and then after hitting the ground he immediately pushed off awkwardly causing him to spin, allowing him to quickly get back on his feet as Naruto landed. The two charged in again, but this time they both landed crushing blows to each other's faces. The punches threw the two in opposite directions. This time however, nobody was there to stop them as they both crashed to the ground. The two lay there for several minutes. Finally the two began to rise to their feet breathing heavily, returning to their original stances, and giving each other an intense stare. You see Naruto. This is our fight. But this isn't enough. You know what we must do now. Sasuke yelled at the blonde. You see I know your secret. Sasuke continued. Come Naruto. Let's see it. Prove your strength to me. Sasuke yelled as he activated his curse seal, his body now being surrounded in the eerie, evil, purple aura, as those strange marks appeared all over Sasuke's body. I see, Naruto said as he unzipped his orange jacket and pulled it off. Naruto then took off his Konoha head protector and bundled it with his jacket and tossed it in the direction of his comrades. Fine if that's how you want it, Sasuke. Naruto shouted as he began to be surrounded by the red chakra. Keep it together, don't lose control this time, Naruto thought as the blazing, fire-like chakra wrapped around his body. The force of the chakra totally obliterated the black shirt Naruto was wearing, leaving his chest bare, his seal fully visible on his navel. Naruto then reached into his pocket and tied another Konoha head protector around his head. But this one was a little different, it had a scratch in it. Upon seeing it, the raven-haired boy immediately recognized it. That's my. Sasuke started. Yeah, that's right. Naruto interrupted, shouting at his former comrade. Are you ready, Naruto? Sasuke asked. Yes, Naruto replied. Let's see whose strength is real. Sasuke, I will win. Naruto yelled. Come Naruto. Sasuke yelled as the two ready themselves to strike once again. Jutsu list. Kaden, Hausenka no Jutsu, Fire Style, Mythical Fire Phoenix Jutsu. Chidori, 1000 Birds. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Multiple Shadow Clone Jutsu. Kaden, Karyu Enden, Fire Style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Shishi Renden, Lion Combo. Chapter 10. Dogs, Snakes, Toads, and Medics. An epic battle. As the battle of the former teammates was about to resume, two separate battles were already taking place. Kakashi, the copy ninja, and Kabuto, the sound medic, and also, two of the three legendary Sannin, faced off, Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Two Sannin faced off on top of the two giant carvings that lead into the Valley of the End. Meanwhile, Kabuto and Kakashi were in the forest, trees, grass, and a lake was the atmosphere that the two were facing off on. Kabuto, shall we begin? The Konoha Junin asked his rival. Yes, I think we should, Kakashi-san, Kabuto said as he focused his chakra in his hands, and Kabuto then launched his attack, charging in with lefts and rights. Kakashi uncovered his eye immediately and began dodging the attacks. Kakashi on the defensive was backed up against a tree. Kabuto thrust his hand forward, but Kakashi ducked and Kabuto cut through the tree. It's as I thought, chakra no Mesu. He's using his hands like kunai, with chakra focused like that, he could probably cut through just about anything, Kakashi thought to himself. I've got to be very careful, Kakashi can no doubt copy any move he desires from me, if I screw up, I could have my own techniques used against me, Kabuto thought to himself, gauging the situation. Kabuto continued to strike with his hands. Kakashi ducked again and used a nearby tree to run up, and then did a flip, and landed behind Kabuto, and connected with a spin kick, which sent Kabuto back. Dokugiri. Kabuto yelled as he turned and emitted a poisonous mist from out of his mouth. Damn, poison, I bet it's even capable of going through my mask. Kakashi thought to himself as he performed several hand seals. Sweden, Sujinheki. Kakashi yelled quickly, creating a barrier of water to wash away the poison mist. As the water settled, Kabuto fired kunai at Kakashi, who swiftly dodged. The two exchanged a round of taijutsu moves before they back off and rethought their strategies. Meanwhile, the two Sannin faced off. So Orochimaru, want to start this off big? Jiraiya asked, grinning at his former teammate. You read my mind, Orochimaru said, as he performed several seals and fired off an attack. Kaden, Karyu Enden. Orochimaru fired off a super powerful blast of fire. Ah, I'll see that, and raise you this. Sweden, Sushuaha. Jiraiya said as he fired back, creating a huge tidal wave. The water collided with the fire, cancelling out each other. The two exchanged attacks, and then quickly backed off. Orochimaru immediately performed several more seals and attacked once again. Fuden, Daitapa. Orochimaru fired off the jutsu, creating a vicious windstorm. I don't think so, Orochimaru, Jiraiya yelled, performing several seals. Doden, Doryuden. Jiraiya finished as a dragon made of sand, dirt, and mud emerged from the ground and began firing off missiles made of earth. Jiraiya continued with another set of seals. Kaden, Karyuden. Jiraiya finished as he fired missiles made of fire from his mouth. As they combined with the earth missiles, the attacks collided with such force that the two attacks exploded. The two Sannin jumped out of the way of the blast, and the two immediately began with another set of seals to perform attacks. This time Jiraiya fired first. Sweden, Tepudama. Jiraiya began firing balls of chakra-infused water at Orochimaru. Orochimaru quickly countered. Doden, Doryuheki. Orochimaru yelled as a large stone wall arose from the ground and stopped the oncoming attack. The two Hokage-level ninja continued their attacks, meanwhile Kakashi and Kabuto resumed their battle, exchanging another set of taijutsu moves. Kabuto, however, managed to slip by Kakashi and hit both Kakashi's left arm and left leg with his hands infused with chakra. Kakashi immediately dropped to his knees as his arm and leg went limp, and now Kakashi was on the defensive, trying his best to avoid Kabuto's attacks. Kakashi managed to catch Kabuto off guard by fully swinging his body around and landing a hard kick to Kabuto's head with his limp left leg. Now, before he recovers, I've got to regain movement in my limbs, Kakashi said to himself as he closed his eyes. 8 gates, first initial gate release. Second, heel gate, release. Kakashi searched deep within him and opened the first 2 gates. Immediately chakra began to flow heavily. Kakashi quickly channeled chakra into his arm and leg, and has now regained full mobility. What? He opened 2 of the gates. I never guessed he learned how to open any of the gates, Kabuto thought to himself as he received a spin kick to his head, which the force sent Kabuto spinning and landing hard on the ground. Kabuto moved in time to avoid oncoming kunai. But Kabuto wasn't able to avoid the shuriken as 4 of them struck him. 3 hit his right shoulder and 1 stabbed his left leg. Damn, got to come up with a distraction, Kabuto said to himself as he performed several hand seals and then slammed his hand on the ground. Kuchio's number jutsu, Kabuto said as he summoned a giant snake. Kabuto quickly jumped away from the snake as it attacked Kakashi, trashing around, striking anything in its way. Kabuto immediately began healing his wounds. Meanwhile, Kakashi kept avoiding the snake and then performed several hand seals of his own. Doden, Yomi Numa, Kakashi said as a large swamp of mud appeared underneath the snake, drawing it in. As Kabuto finished healing, Kakashi was already rushing in. Kabuto prepared by channeling chakra in his hands once again, but as he started to charge, Kakashi finished another set of seals. Doden, Doryu Taiga. Kakashi finished as river of mud formed underneath Kabuto, causing him to slip. Kakashi took this time to race in with kunai in hand, but Kabuto regained his footing and managed to hit Kakashi in the chest with his chakra-powered hand. Kakashi was pushed back, his breathing began to get heavy as he dropped to his knees desperately trying to catch his breath. Kakashi-san, it looks like I got you, Kabuto said slowly approaching the injured ninja. Too bad, I was hoping for a glimpse at the copy ninja's real strength. Kabuto grabbed Kakashi and struck his neck, slicing Kakashi's head right off. That was disappointing, Kabuto said with a smile, but the smile didn't last long as the falling body turned into a log. Damn, Kawarimi no Jutsu. I fell for such a basic attack. Kabuto cursed at his foolishness as an injured Kakashi appeared behind him landing a kick that sent Kabuto flying into the shallow lake. As the sound ninja got up, Kakashi was already behind him performing hand seals. Suiden no Jutsu. Kakashi finished as a dragon made of pure water arose from the lake. The dragon lifted Kabuto into the air and slammed him into the ground hard as the force of the water beat down on him. Kakashi then prepared one final attack. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Kakashi yelled, producing 5 clones that all surrounded Kabuto. Kabuto staggered to his feet and looked on in horror as all the clones were performing the same seals as chakra formed in Kakashi's hand. Reikiri. The Kakashis yelled as all of them charged at Kabuto. Not yet, I've got something I need to do before I die, Kabuto said to himself as he performed several seals and then disappeared in a puff of smoke. The clones stopped as Kabuto vanished, leaving Kakashi alone. Sensing his opponent was gone, he leaned his back up against a tree to try and rest. Damn, he got me really good, Kakashi said aloud, grabbing his chest. I'm sorry, I won't be able to help anyone for a while. Kakashi fell unconscious. The two legendary ninja now stare each other down. It's a shame, Orochimaru. Jiraiya yelled. What are you talking about, Jiraiya? Orochimaru asked. Sarutobi-sensei really thought the world of you. It really is a shame he wasted so much time on you and you still never learned the basic lessons of life. You care about your jutsus and gaining power. But you have no idea what true strength is. The fourth, he knew. That's why he was chosen, Jiraiya said to his former teammate. Jiraiya, trying to preach your garbage to someone who doesn't care is just a waste of your breath. If I'm not the proof that strength comes from what you're able to master, then what about our apprentices? Your brat lost to Sasuke-kun, they're fighting now and Sasuke-kun is still winning, Orochimaru said with an evil smile. Yes, and why were you coming all the way to Konoha again? Oh, to kill Naruto, right? It's because you're scared of him. You're scared of him because he's the fourth's legacy. Everything you hated about the fourth is what you see in Naruto. You weren't able to kill the fourth, so what better than to kill the next best thing? You want to kill the fourth's legacy. It's quite laughable, Jiraiya said, annoying the snake Sennin further. Jiraiya, shut up, Orochimaru yelled as he performed several seals and attacked again. Kaden, Karyu Enden, Orochimaru yelled, firing the powerful attack off again. You're so boring. You've already used this move. Jiraiya yelled. Kaden, Karyu Enden. Jiraiya yelled, performing the exact same move. The attacks collided and cancelled each other out. Jiraiya quickly emerged out of the smoke and laid into Orochimaru with severe taijutsu. His kicks and punches landed with such force Orochimaru was literally being flung around. Orochimaru finally stopped the momentum by expelling poison gas from his mouth like Kabuto had done in his fight with Kakashi. This caused Jiraiya to back away until he was safely free from harm. The two waited for the gas to clear before they began again. The Sannin were about to finish their fight, Naruto and Sasuke were about to restart theirs, the fate of two great ninjas from the past and the future were about to be told. Jutsu list. Chakra no Mesu, Chakra Scalpel. Dokugiri, Poison Mist. Suiten, Sushuaha, Water Style, Water Collision Destruction. Fuden, Daitapa, Wind Style, Great Breakthrough. Doten, Doryuden, Earth Style, Earth Dragon Missile Jutsu. Kaden, Karyuden, Fire Style, Fire Dragon Missile Jutsu. Suiten, Tepudama, Water Style, Gunshot. Doten, Doryuheiki, Earth Style, Earth Release Wall Jutsu. Doten, Yomi Numa, Earth Style, Swamp of the Underworld. Doten, Doryu Taiga, Earth Style, Earth Flow River. Kawarimi no Jutsu, Substitution Jutsu. Suiten, Suiryuden no Jutsu, Water Style, Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu. Reikiri, Lighting Blade. Chapter 11. The Battle of Brothers End. The shining light through the darkness. Two former teammates stood preparing to face off. The real battle and the outcome were about to be told. Come Naruto, Sasuke yelled at his former teammate. The two ninjas started off by charging at each other again, a quick exchange of blows and the two flipped and backed away from each other. Sasuke had already prepared an attack. Kaden, Hausenka no Jutsu. Sasuke yelled, firing 6 fireballs at Naruto. What's Sasuke thinking? Naruto thought to himself as he finished performing seals of his own. Suiten, Sujinheki, Naruto yelled as water barrier emerged, the fireballs collided with the water and as the flames were put out, 6 shuriken were revealed, they were hidden within the fireballs. The shuriken all struck Naruto in the arm and chest. Damn, forgot he could do that, Naruto thought to himself as Sasuke charged through the water and landed a kick to Naruto's gut, causing him to skid back. Naruto. Sasuke started yelling, performing several hand seals. Here, this is something else I picked up from Orochimaru. Sasuke yelled as he slammed his hand on the ground. Naruto immediately knew what jutsu Sasuke performed. Kuchio's number jutsu. Sasuke yelled, as a giant snake replaced the ground below him. The snake immediately started lunging itself at Naruto, who kept jumping away, avoiding the snake's attempts to swallow him. No you don't, Sasuke. Naruto yelled, quickly performing several hand seals. Kuchio's Yutai Kuzushi no Jutsu. Naruto screamed as a giant toad emerged from the sky and landed on the giant snake, crushing it and causing Sasuke to jump off to avoid being squashed himself. The 2 giant creatures then disappeared in a puff of smoke as the 2 genin charged each other through the smoke. They both managed to land another set of crushing blows, the force pushed them both back. Naruto prepared another attack. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto yelled as 10 clones emerged and surrounded Sasuke. Each clone took its time delivering a punch or a kick. The clones knocked Sasuke back and forth until Naruto himself charged and landed a hard punch to Sasuke's jaw, throwing the raven-haired boy to the ground. Sasuke stood back up and began to laugh. Naruto, this isn't enough. More. Sasuke yelled, starting to laugh as his hair began to grow longer and turned gray. His curse seal level 2 has been activated, and the evil almost demonic aura shocked the Konoha genin looking on. SS Sasuke-kun. Sakura stuttered in shock. D-damn, Sasuke turned into a demon, Kiba managed to say as they all focused on the fight. The crowd got another shocker as decrepit wings began to sprout out of Sasuke's back. As this happened, Naruto also began to change. Please, give me all you got, Naruto said to himself, asking the demon within him. His burning chakra flared intensely, the form of an enormous fox loomed over Naruto's head, as it let out a mighty roar. The killer intent from the roar knocked Sakura and Ino to their knees as tears started to pour from their faces in pure terror. Hinata stood shaken as well. Akamaru quickly found himself inside Kiba's jacket. But Neji, seeing everyone fearing Naruto, turned to his fellow comrades. No, don't you guys dare act like you're afraid of Naruto. Neji yelled, getting everyone's attention. He's our friend, our comrade, and even with a curse like his, carrying the hatred of the village for something he had no say in, he fights for us, for the village, never fear him. Neji said as Hinata, Sakura, and Ino snapped their attention back onto Naruto. Neji-ni-san, why you're right. Naruto-kun's fighting with all he has to win this fight, Hinata replied. What curse are you talking about? Ino asked, looking puzzled. All will be revealed soon, Neji replied as all of the Konoha ninja turned back to focus on Naruto. His claws and fangs grew, his eyes more intent, the form of the demon fox surrounded his body, but this fox was different than last time. This fox didn't have one tail. It had 2. The tails swayed back and forth in their own chakra. The tails swiped the ground, causing it to crack. So this is it after all. Sasuke yelled as a black chakra filled his hand and then he charged. Naruto's hand filled with a deadly red ball ready to strike as well. The killer intent filled the air. Both attacks were aimed for the death blow. But suddenly, Naruto's mind flashed back. All his memories came to the surface. No, this isn't how it needs to be. This is it. Sasuke, I will get you back. Naruto thought to himself. His eyes turned back to their normal blue state, the red ball turned blue and then disappeared. Naruto's eyes filled with sorrow as they meet face to face with Sasuke's own eyes. Naruto spread his arms, invitingly. This action caused Sasuke's reaction to change. What? No, Naruto. Sasuke's body returned to normal and his Chidori turned back to its normal color, but the force and speed of his Chidori was too great. Sasuke's technique ripped through Naruto's chest, leaving everyone including Sasuke looking on in shock and horror. Naruto. You, Sasuke said in shock. Naruto. Sakura yelled. No, Naruto-kun. Hinata managed to summon enough strength to yell. Naruto. Why? Sasuke yelled at his former teammate. Because. Naruto started as he coughed up blood. I could never kill my brother, Naruto weakly said, coughing up more blood as he began to fall. As Naruto fell, Sasuke caught him in his arms. I hate you. I wanted to kill you. So why damn it, Sasuke yelled. Why you are my very important brother, Naruto managed to say. Naruto. I. The words Naruto said to Sasuke, like a trigger, something came out deep from within Sasuke. Something nobody had ever seen from the boy. Tears streamed down his face as he began to cry. Naruto. Why you can't? All the spectators were still left in shock, including the two fighting Sannin. Jiraiya immediately stopped and looked over at Naruto when all this had taken place. Naruto. Jiraiya yelled with concern looking at the seriously injured boy. Now is my chance, Orochimaru thought to himself as he turned toward Jiraiya. Seniyashu. Orochimaru yelled as snakes shot out from his arm and quickly surrounded and trapped Jiraiya, causing him to fall to the ground, struggling to break free. Orochimaru quickly raced over to his apprentice, as he opened his mouth and a snake emerged spitting out a sword. Orochimaru wielded the sword as he made his way over to Sasuke, who was holding Naruto, crying aloud and battling with his inner self. Good work Sasuke-kun. Now quickly, move so that I may finish the Kyuubi brat, Orochimaru said. The heartless words also triggered something within Sasuke. His body began to shake, his hand filled with chakra as anger appeared on his face. Don't you dare touch Naruto or… Sasuke started to yell as he turned with a great speed. I'll kill you. Sasuke yelled as the Chidori pierced through the right side of Orochimaru's chest. The force of Sasuke's Chidori caused his sound head protector to fall to the ground as the snake Sennin coughed up some blood. The snake Sennin looked down at his apprentice in shock. How dare you? How dare you betray me Sasuke? Orochimaru yelled in anger. Orochimaru, still stuck with the Chidori, managed to make several seals. Sasuke, it would seem my curse seal is too good for you. I guess I'll just take it back now. Unseal. Orochimaru yelled as his hand came down onto Sasuke's neck and it appeared that he actually ripped the curse seal right off of Sasuke's neck. Sasuke screamed in horrible agony as the evil chakra expelled rapidly from his body. Suddenly, blood started to shoot out from many points on Sasuke's body as if his body was being destroyed from within. Orochimaru then pulled himself away from Sasuke and merely backhanded the Uchiha boy. The force sent Sasuke flying through a nearby tree and stopping as he collided into a second tree. The boy crashed to the ground, still screaming in pure agony. Meanwhile, Naruto made a request to his tenant. Please, allow me this one final selfish request. This is our chance, please. Naruto asked to himself, the demon chakra surrounding the critically injured boy, blood pouring from the wound rapidly as the chakra seemingly lifted Naruto to his feet. Kyuubi brat, please allow me to kill you with something special, Orochimaru said to Naruto. You see, an apprentice isn't the only one that can learn. A sensei can indeed learn as well, Orochimaru said as he performed his apprentice's signature technique. Let me kill you with Sasuke's favorite ability, the Chidori. Orochimaru yelled as he raced in at the blonde genin. As he charged, a huge red ball of chakra emerged in Naruto's hand. Orochimaru was about to reach Naruto, the two only a few feet away from each other, but suddenly someone appeared before them in a puff of smoke. The Chidori from Orochimaru pierced him in the chest as blood sprayed everywhere. Naruto, his fellow Konoha ninja, and Orochimaru especially are all shocked as the person standing before them was a certain silver-haired ninja, wearing glasses. The sound ninja coughed up blood and he gazed evilly at Orochimaru. Kabuto, why would you? Orochimaru asked in shock. Orochimaru, I've waited for this day for so long, the silver-haired ninja said. Why would you betray me? Orochimaru asked. It's simple, revenge. Kabuto yelled. What? Orochimaru managed to say, still in shock. I was never from Konoha, that much is known. During the last big war with Konoha, my parents were killed and I was brought back. My parents were killed because of the war, that's what was said. But that wasn't the truth, was it? No, it was you who killed my family. Kabuto yelled at the snake Sennin. You had it planned perfectly. You were already a missing nin. You had already left Konoha. But you were already starting to plan it out. You would hide under the veil of war and sneak into villages, weaving your seeds of hatred in hopes of eventually building a strong army. Anyone who you sensed that might have potential in the future, you'd kill any attachments they had in secret and later approach him or her with offers they couldn't refuse. It was the same with me. Kabuto continued, coughing up more blood. You thought I couldn't see you do it, but I did. I saw you murder everyone. Then later, you approached me and got me to be found by a Konoha medic. It was back then that I started to plot your destruction. And now finally, it's time. Kabuto yelled as he pulled himself away from Orochimaru, then he spun around and grabbed Orochimaru tightly, around his arms, trapping Orochimaru's movements and keeping him from performing any jutsus. Kabuto, let go of me. Orochimaru yelled, struggling to break free of Kabuto's grip. Naruto-kun. Kabuto shouted, turning his head to face Naruto. Please hurry up, and do it now. This is your only chance. Kabuto yelled. What? But you're… Naruto started to reply. No, just do it. Please, I planned it this way. I knew I'd have to do terrible deeds to get as close to Orochimaru as I have. Let me do this and die repenting for my sins. Please Naruto-kun, hurry. Kabuto screamed. Kabuto, please stop this, Orochimaru pleaded. You're pathetic, the great snake Sennin, begging for your life. You're not even good enough for hell. Kabuto yelled. Yeah, he's right. This is it. Our only shot, please. This will be my last request. Give me all you got. Naruto pleaded with Demon, and his own body asking it to allow him to move. The boy charged with all he had. Naruto shoved the ball of chakra deep into the hole in Orochimaru's chest as the evil snake Sennin's face filled with fear. The ball, which was compressed of enormous demon chakra, exploded inside Orochimaru's body. Kabuto somehow managed to use his body shield Naruto from the blast as the bodies of Kabuto and Orochimaru absorbed the blast and were lifted into the air. The force blew the forehead protector Naruto was wearing, Sasuke's head protector clean off his head as it landed several feet away. The smoke soon settled and the bodies hit the ground. Kabuto landed on his chest as blood began to soak the ground. Naruto-kun. Thank you. Kabuto managed to say smiling as he allowed death to consume him. At the same time Orochimaru's body touched the ground and it too had begun to stain it with blood. Orochimaru's torso, or what was left of it, lay lifeless, his body was completely missing its entire right side, and his right leg barely attached to anything. The corpse would sicken even the strongest of men. Naruto witnessed Kabuto's death and then coughed up more blood as he fell onto his back. His teammates immediately raced over to him. Hinata was the first to arrive as she dropped to her knees beside his body, tears falling freely from her face at the sight of the boy's badly injured body. Oh God, no. The only thing Ino could manage to say at the sight of her fallen teammate. Meanwhile Jiraiya was finally freed from Orochimaru's jutsu and began to make his way over to Naruto. Sasuke began to do the same. Sasuke's body weakened and racked by pain began to crawl over to Naruto. Naruto, please. Why you can't die. Sasuke managed to think to himself as he realized he'd never be able to reach Naruto. His eyes began to get blurry, but he continued to crawl. Finally his outstretched hand touched something metal. Sasuke managed to look up. He saw a Konoha head protector lying on the ground. It had a scratch through it. Sasuke gripped it tightly in his hand and then he passed out, refusing to let it go. Naruto-kun, Hinata cried. Please. Don't go. Why you can't leave me? Hinata-chan. Is all Naruto could say as his body started to go limp and his eyes began to go lifeless. No. Naruto-kun. Hinata pleaded with the dying boy, tears streaming down her face. Don't leave me. I love you, Hinata said to the boy, as his eyes closed, accepting the darkness. The Konoha genin all looked on. Sakura and Ino could no longer hold back their tears as they dropped to the ground to cry as well. Kiba looked away not wanting anyone to see his sadness. For almost all the genin, this was the first time they had to deal with the death of someone close to them. As the genin grieved, one stood right above the body of his fallen comrade. The white-eyed genin boy watched his cousin hug the boy's body crying deeply, even Jiraiya turned his head. This is the second time now. First it was my father and now it's Naruto. Must I continue to be too weak to save those who I hold dear to me? Neji thought to himself, as he looked up into the sky and watched the birds fly by. Meanwhile, inside the navel of the dead genin. Hey brat, damn you and your selfishness. I don't like the choices you've given me. Death or death, what kind of choices are they really? The demon said aloud. Very well then, be glad brat. I've grown to like you. For this will be my final gift to you. With those words suddenly, the seal broke. The seal on Naruto's navel appeared again, this time it turned colors and started to glow, a fiery red. Suddenly, shooting out of the seal in a blaze of glorious orange and red, the Kyuubi no Kitsune emerged in chakra form hovering in the sky above everyone. The genin quickly retreated back several feet, everyone except Hinata who gripped her love, not letting her leave. The seal on Naruto's navel disappeared, as the giant beast made of pure chakra, flew straight into Naruto's wounds. The hole in his chest and all of his previous injuries healed up completely, and all became eerily silent. That was until, Hinata began to sob once again. Unable to bear the death of the one she loved, her tears began to form and as they started to fall down her face, everyone especially Hinata was shocked as a hand gently swiped away the tears. Hey. The shy Hyuga girl stared down in shock. The blonde's eyes barely cracked open, but he managed to smile upon her. Be beautiful girls shouldn't cry. The blonde said smiling. And I love you too, Naruto managed to say as he passed out. His breathing was slow, and Hinata placed an ear to his chest. She began to cry once again as she heard his heartbeat. But this time, these were tears of joy. Her comrades walked over to her and joined her. The other two girls were crying with her. The two boys stared with slight grins on their faces. Father, you see now why I value him. He is even able to cheat death. His power to change destiny. I will stay by him. I'll grow strong, and learn to believe that destiny can be changed, Neji said to himself as the genin looked back down at his unconscious comrade. Jiraiya turned his head and looked down upon the dead body of Kabuto. He was just another victim. All this time, he wanted closure in his life. I believe he got it. I believe he'll rest in peace, Jiraiya said and then looked over to view his former teammate. He was shocked temporarily to see that Orochimaru's body was nowhere to be found. I see. So the snake manages to escape. But that doesn't matter. Orochimaru, it'll take you many years before your body returns to normal. By then, the Great Will of the Third will have been passed on. A powerful Hokage will emerge, and he'll be able to stop you, Jiraiya said staring at Naruto's unconscious body. The Great Will of the Third, and the legacy of the Fourth. Orochimaru, your evil reign is over. From now on you get to live with the embarrassment of never being able to accomplish your goals. So go on and live forever, you'll live forever alone to suffer with your own weaknesses. As Jiraiya finished his thoughts, a certain silver-haired Junin emerged from the forest, barely keeping his balance by bracing against a tree. His fellow Junin quickly came to his aid. Kakashi, are you alright? Kurenai asked her fellow comrade. I'll be fine with rest. Naruto and Sasuke. Kakashi started and was interrupted. They're fine. The fight is over. Sasuke got the decisive blow, but he didn't win the battle. It was Naruto who won, Kurenai told the Junin and was shocked to see Kabuto's body lying lifeless on the ground. Kabuto. Kakashi started to say. He's dead. He betrayed Orochimaru. His betrayal is the reason why Naruto won. You could say that defeating Orochimaru was done by the combined team of Naruto, Sasuke, and Kabuto, Kurenai told her comrade. Oh, I see, Kakashi said as Kurenai put his arm over her shoulder and began to walk him over to Jiraiya. Oh, Kakashi, you're still alive, Jiraiya said to the Junin. Jiraiya-sama, are you alright? Kakashi asked the older ninja. I'm fine, just some busted ribs, a broken hand, and a fractured elbow. It's nothing really of any concern, Jiraiya said. Meanwhile, Sakura walked over and knelt beside an unconscious Sasuke, she was still holding her ribs. Sasuke-kun, Sakura said as she ran her hand through the boy's hair. Ino walked over to the pink-haired genin to check on her condition. Sakura, are you alright? Ino asked looking concerned. Yes, I've got a broken rib or two, but I'll be fine, Sakura said still stroking Sasuke's hair. She really loves Sasuke-kun. I thought it was just a crush like me. But I can't compete with her love for him. Sakura, he's all yours. Hopefully you'll be accepted by him, Ino thought to herself. Come on, let's get you back to the village, Ino said helping the girl up. The Junin and Jiraiya walked over to the group. Kurenai instructed Kiba to carry Sasuke back, and Neji insisted on helping Naruto. What about the mission? Kiba said turning to face his sensei. Kiba, this is more important. I'm afraid we'll have to back out this time. But don't worry, there will be others. Just remember that. As long as you're alive, there will be others, Kurenai told her student as she gazed upon the unconscious forms of Naruto and Sasuke. The group from Konoha headed back toward Konoha. Jiraiya joined them shortly after he finished burying Kabuto's body. Jiraiya-sensei, why bury a traitor? Ino asked her sensei. Simple really, it's the same reason why Kiba has a traitor over his shoulder. They may have betrayed us, and caused us great pain, but in the end, they are our comrades. Naruto believed in Sasuke and knew that deep down Sasuke was good. Kabuto led a life full of vengeance and when it came due to it, he aided us at the cost of his life. In the end all shinobi deserve a decent burial, Jiraiya answered the girl. Well then, did you bury that Orochimaru guy as well? Ino asked unaware that the body had disappeared. No, I left him to rot, Jiraiya answered not letting anyone know that the body was gone. I said shinobi deserve a decent burial. Orochimaru, he stopped being a true shinobi a long time ago, Jiraiya told his student as the group all together continued back toward Konoha. The mission may have been interrupted, the training session might have been put off. But all the young genin who observed the fight that day learned a very valuable lesson. Jutsu list. Kuchios, Yutai Kuzushi no Jutsu, Summoning, Food Cart Destroyer Jutsu. Seniyashu, Hidden Shadow Snake Hand. Chapter 12. The Bottle's Aftermath, Acceptance and Forgiveness. They sat by his side. Over the years, the hyperactive blonde genin never thought he'd have anyone that would care for him. 1 year ago at this time, he'd still be alone. Now, sitting by his bedside waiting for him to awaken, the girl he loved, and who loved him back not willing to leave his side for a moment, also there by his side, the first person to show him acceptance. Uruka, the chunin in charge of the ninja academy also sat by his bedside, and also joining them in looking over the genin, his previous and current senseis, Kakashi and Jiraiya. The boy slowly began to stir, the light shining in the room and on his face caused him to awaken. His eyes slowly began to open. Naruto-kun, he's waking up, the only girl in the room said to the others. I'll go get the Hokage-sama, Haruka said rushing out of the room. Where am I? Naruto asked awakening. Naruto-kun, you're in the hospital. You were seriously injured, for a moment you almost didn't make it, in fact you died or you were dead, Hinata answered. Oh, I don't feel dead, Naruto said as he opened his eyes to gaze on his love's face. Ah, you're perfect. Definitely the best thing I could see upon awakening, Naruto said with a smile. But then he noticed that something didn't seem right. Hinata's face looked at him with great concern. Hinata-chan, what's wrong? Naruto asked the girl. Naruto-kun, why your eyes? Hinata answered. What, my eyes? What's wrong with them? Naruto asked as Tsunade and Haruka entered the room. Ah Naruto, you're awake. I'm glad, Tsunade said walking up to the boy. Just relax, I need to examine you. Tsunade Obaken, Hinata-chan says something's wrong with my eyes, Naruto said as he started to get worried. Oh really, let me see, Tsunade said as she stared into Naruto's eyes. I see, as to be expected, side effects from the merger, Tsunade said. What the hell is going on? What's wrong with me? What merger? Naruto started to yell but was quickly silenced by receiving a giant bump on the head from Tsunade's fist. Shut up brat, this is a hospital, Tsunade yelled at the boy. You're setting a fine example, Jiraiya muttered. What was that Jiraiya? Tsunade said turning to face her former teammate with an evil grin on her face. I didn't say a word, Jiraiya answered back. I didn't think so, Tsunade said turning back toward Naruto. Now, are you going to shut up and listen, Naruto? Fine, just don't hit me again, Naruto answered. Alright, basically you were dead thanks to Sasuke's attack. But from examining you while you were unconscious, and also with a little help from Hinata and her Byakugan, it appears the seal had broken. When you died, your seal broke and released the Kyuubi, Tsunade told the boy. What? Naruto yelled in shock only to receive another fist. Anyway, for whatever reason, the demon gave up its own life and merged with you. You dumb-ass fox, Naruto thought to himself. I can't believe you gave up your life for me. Naruto, what I meant by side effects are well, why don't you just take a look? Tsunade reached into her pocket and pulled out a little mirror and handed it to Naruto. Naruto looked into the mirror and was shocked at what he saw. His blue eyes were no more. They were now red, the pupil almost cat-like. They were the eyes of the Kyuubi. These are the Kyuubi's eyes, Naruto said in shock. Naruto, don't be concerned. Your eyes have changed, but you're you after all. Also of course with the seal being broken, the seal on your navel will no longer appear. We don't know any other side effects yet, but we imagine your chakra is going to be quite unstable for a while, but training can fix that. The only other thing that concerns us is what will happen when you get really emotional. But again, let's not worry about that right now. The good thing is, your body has healed, and you're alive, Tsunade finished. Naruto. What is it Tsunade Obaken? Naruto asked. You're a stupid moron, Tsunade yelled as she blasted Naruto on the head with her fist. Ow, what the hell was that for? Naruto started to yell but stopped when he saw Tsunade start to cry. The village's current Hokage hugged Naruto tightly. What's wrong granny? If you ever do that again, I swear I'll kill you myself. Will you please stop making me worry so much? Tsunade said breaking the hug and wiping the tears from her eyes. Tsunade, I have a problem, Jiraiya said. What problem? What is it Jiraiya? Tsunade asked. Kakashi and I are having the problem actually, we can't decide what to call him. Jiraiya says to his former teammate. I'm thinking he should be Kyubito. No, Narubi should be his name, Kakashi interrupted. No Kakashi, I think Kyubito sounds a lot better, Jiraiya said back to the Junin. Now that you mention it, Kyubito does sound a little better, Kakashi agreed as Naruto got very annoyed. Hey you perverted bastards, my name is Uzumaki Naruto. Never forget that, Naruto yelled as Hinata, Haruka, Tsunade, joined Kakashi and Jiraiya in laughter. After several minutes the laughing stopped and Naruto turned toward Tsunade and spoke. Tsunade Obaken, Naruto began. What is it Naruto? Tsunade asked. What about Sasuke? How is he? Naruto asked. Uchiha Sasuke is still unconscious, he's actually in a coma. We don't know for how long. Orochimaru ripped the curse seal from his body. That almost destroyed Sasuke. We managed to heal him, now it's up to his own will, and even when he recovers, his status will still have to be questioned. It's going to be a long road to recovery for him. But thanks to you, I believe he can finally head down the correct road, Tsunade answered. Meanwhile, a certain pink-haired genin sat by the side of the boy she loved. Despite his actions, she still believed she truly loves him. She sat staring at his unconscious form. Sasuke-kun, why? Why did you have to choose loneliness and revenge? Despite the fact that I loved you with all my heart and soul, I was even willing to betray my village for you. I don't understand. Sakura looked down upon Sasuke, tears falling from her face and onto Sasuke. He might have been unconscious, but his mind was still very active. He dreamt of his past, of his actions, all of them repeating over and over. Itachi, I want to kill you. I've lived all my life just to kill you. So why am I like this? Why can't I become strong? I chose Orochimaru thinking it was my path to strength, but that wasn't the case. He taught me techniques, but something about it all lacked strength. I felt like I hadn't truly learned anything at all. Then I learned about Naruto, his darkest secret. It all made sense, why he was so alone, why he had nothing. Naruto, I was right about you. You, like me, know true strength, because we both know true loneliness. But after all I've done, I can't be forgiven. I tried to kill you not once, but twice. I can't beat Itachi, I can't even beat Naruto. No, the only person I've managed to defeat was myself. It's for the best if I give up and die. I'd rather run away than suffer any more of this pain. I don't deserve to live, and after all I've done, nobody will mind it, if I go ahead and die. Sasuke continued to struggle internally, when he heard the sound of someone crying, calling out his name. Sasuke-kun, I love you. I love you with all my heart and soul. That much hasn't changed. It'll never change. Even if I have to wait, I'll wait here forever. Sakura cried. Sakura, can she really still support me? Can it be possible that she still cares? I guess. Just one more time, I can try, Sasuke responded to hearing Sakura's voice. Sasuke, true strength doesn't come from revenge. Protecting those who are precious to you, that is how you obtain true strength. Sasuke remembered Kakashi's words at that moment. Just one more time, I'll try to gain my own strength. Kakashi, Naruto, it would seem you were right. Strength can't be obtained easily. Strength comes from the heart, and it seems that maybe even I can find someone precious to protect, Sasuke thought to himself as his body began to slowly stir. The crying girl still unaware, as her friend and ex-rival Ino entered the room. Sakura, hey, you should go home and get some rest now, you've been here for hours. You're still injured, you know, Ino told the pink-haired girl. Ino, I don't want to leave Sasuke-kun, Sakura said turning to her friend. You know Sakura, you must really love Sasuke-kun, and I mean I thought it was just a crush like me and the rest of the girls, but I guess not, huh? Ino asked the crying girl. I do, I love him with all that I am, Sakura answered. I can't leave him alone, it's his loneliness that has led him down the wrong path in the first place. If he wakes up with nobody here for him, he may leave again. But if he awakens to see someone who cares for him by his side, he might decide to stay. Yeah, but you need your rest, you're going to get sick. You're no good to Sasuke-kun, if you're too sick to support him. Come on now, let's go, Ino said, grabbing the girl by her hand as she started out the door. As Sakura got up and began to leave, she was stopped as someone else grabbed her other hand. The two girls stopped and were shocked as Sasuke is holding on to Sakura's hand, his head slightly turned facing them, his eyes barely open. Sakura, please don't leave yet, Sasuke said weakly to the girl. Sasuke-kun, Sakura said looking on in shock. Sasuke-kun is awake already. He isn't supposed to be awake yet. I'll get Hokage-sama. Sakura, stay here with Sasuke-kun, Ino said rushing out of the room. Sasuke-kun, Sakura said sitting back down beside Sasuke as he sat up in his hospital bed. I can't believe it, you're awake. Sakura's words were interrupted as she gazed her eyes on Sasuke's face. His face, especially his eyes, were full of sorrow. Sakura. Sasuke's eyes began to shed tears. Sasuke-kun, was all the girl could get out as she watched him cry. How can you still support me? I betrayed Konoha, I tried to kill Naruto, I tried to kill you, and I hurt you as well. So how can it be? I thought it was just a crush, a dumb crush like all the other girls, so how come you're different? Sasuke managed to ask the girl. Sasuke-kun, it's true, it was just a crush. In the beginning I started to like you because everyone else did. But that all changed when Team 7 got together. I fell in love with you. It wasn't because you were cool, or strong, no, it's because of what I saw deep within. You always tried to hide your feelings under that mask, just how Naruto hid his pain by doing dumb things, you hid yours in your silence. You think you hid it from everyone, but you didn't. I could see it all along, the pain in your eyes, your heart, I felt like I could see into your soul. I don't know pain and suffering like you or Naruto, I have a family, I have parents, but I too know of loneliness. To me you are everything. I want to heal you, all that pain you think you have to suffer through alone, Sasuke-kun, I want to share it. Let me take some of that pain and suffering away. Your smile is one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen, but sadly I've only seen it once or twice. Your true smile that is. Sasuke-kun, I'll say it again. I love you. And if you let me, I'll stay by your side and I'll do my best to help heal those wounds that have caused you to suffer for so long. Sakura finished, no longer able to hold back any more of her tears. Those words, much like with Naruto, Sasuke began to weep. Sakura then embraced Sasuke as tears fell. The crying boy, for the first time ever, returned the embrace. Thank you, Sakura. You have no idea how much you just did for me. If it weren't for you, I'd have given up on life. I'm grateful, Sasuke said as the two broke their embrace just as Ino, Tsunade, Kakashi, and Jiraiya entered the room. So, you are awake, the fifth Hokage said, walking over to check on the boy. How are you feeling? Weak, but alright I suppose, Sasuke answered. Good, you've recovered with no side effect, that's good, Tsunade said. Hokage-sama, aye. Sasuke was suddenly interrupted rather rudely. Ow, 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 ow. Sasuke yelled as 7 large lumps emerged on his head as a furious Tsunade stood before him. Hokage-sama, Sasuke-kun's injured, you shouldn't do that, Sakura said. You're damn right he's injured. His brain's broken or something. Sasuke, you've got to be the dumbest genius I've ever met. Tsunade yelled. I guess I deserve that, Sasuke said. Oh yeah, you sure do. Tsunade yelled as she bashed Sasuke again. Ow, Sasuke yelled. Let's see. Here's one for betraying the village. Tsunade yelled, bashing him on the head again. Oh yes, betraying your comrades. Tsunade hit him again. Oh, did I mention betraying the village yet? Oh, and trying to kill Naruto. Oh, and for trying to kill your friends. Oh yeah, and of course here's another one for betraying the village. And here's one for almost killing Naruto again. And here's one more for just being a complete and total dumbass. Tsunade finished hitting him about 10 more times as she fumed. Tsunade. Jiraiya said her name almost in fear. Oh, great, you just gave the boy a concussion, maybe even brain damage, Jiraiya said to the woman, hoping she'd calm down. He's lucky I don't kill him. Tsunade yelled. You're lucky, I originally had planned that for your punishment you were to receive an ass kicking 300 times over from me. Thank Jiraiya and Kakashi for saving your ass from that. Tsunade continued to yell as she approached Sasuke again. Now you listen to me, if you ever try this kind of crap again, especially trying to kill my little brother, I swear I'll kill you and then drag your ass back from hell and kill you all over again. Now you focus on recovering, your fate will be decided after that, Tsunade finished as she stomped out of the room and down the halls. Wow, Sasuke, you got off lucky. I had expected something a lot worse, Kakashi said to the boy as Jiraiya walked up to Sasuke. You know, if Tsunade hadn't done all that, I might have. Hell, if it weren't for Naruto you'd probably have ended up being killed as a traitor. But like Tsunade said, don't try that again. We can't have Naruto dying before he can become Hokage, Jiraiya said with a smile. That boy is destined to unite all of Konoha, can't have your grudge screwing things up, Jiraiya said as he started out the door. He stopped and turned back to the group and looked over at his student. Ino, I know you care about Sasuke, but please visit Naruto, he is your teammate after all. Yes, sensei, I was going to go see Naruto-kun after this, Ino said, smiling at her sensei. Interesting, when did she start calling him Naruto-kun? Jiraiya wondered to himself. Naruto, it seems you truly are accepted by many people now, Jiraiya said to himself as he made his way down the hall. Well, Sakura, Sasuke-kun, Kakashi-sensei, excuse me but I'm going to go check on my teammate, Ino said, leaving the room. Kakashi now walked over to the boy. Kakashi-sensei, are you going to yell or hit me too? Sasuke asked. No, I will say this though, I'm very disappointed in you. I believed you were special. But it seems you were unable to learn what strength is. However, I'm glad you're back, maybe now you'll get the meaning. It'll be hard from now on, the only thing that saved you was the fact that you're an Uchiha. Trust will take time to earn back though. Please, if not for me, then for yourself, please learn from your mistakes, and try your hardest to get back on the right track. With those words Sasuke and Sakura were left alone, as their former sensei left the room. I will earn back the trust of my comrades, I'll become strong like Naruto, and I'll protect the people who are important to me, Sasuke thought to himself, a newfound fire burned brightly in his eyes. Meanwhile back in Naruto's room as Ino and Iruka both made their exit, Naruto and Hinata sat alone. Naruto-kun, I'm so glad you're alright now, Hinata said, breaking the silence. I'm sorry, Hinata-chan. I know you were worried. But I'm fine now. I'm more concerned to know if you're alright, Naruto asked the shy girl. What do you mean Naruto-kun? Hinata asked looking quite puzzled. Are you alright, being around me? And now that I'm fully merged with the demon. My eyes even make me look like demon. I'm sure I won't be able to control my chakra. It might be dangerous to be around me, Naruto told the girl. Naruto-kun, you're not a demon, Hinata said as she began to blush. Why you're my precious Naruto-kun, the person I love more than anything or anyone in this world, what Hinata said caused Naruto to turn a bright crimson shade. Hinata-chan, so I wasn't hearing things back then, why you really do love me? Naruto asked. Yes, I love you with all that I am, Hinata replied firmly. Hinata-chan, I love you too. Why you truly made me feel happy. I'm so glad I'm alive. To think all the years of pain, you've easily been able to make those sad feelings go away, Naruto said. Good, you've given me so much strength, I'm starting to believe in myself more. I want to be able to end your suffering forever. Please allow me to stay by your side, Hinata pleaded with the boy. Hinata-chan, does that mean, you'll stay with me? Naruto asked. I would like nothing more than to have you stay by my side. If you're willing to do that, I believe I can grow even stronger, Naruto told the girl. The two are interrupted by a knock at the door. They turned to see the lazy Chunin standing there. Shikamaru. Naruto asked looking surprised. What the hell are you doing here? Naruto asked. Sigh. Don't ask me, ask the troublesome girl here, Shikamaru said pointing to the girl who entered the room holding Shikamaru's arm. Hey, Naruto-kun, how are you? The blonde sand genin asked. Tamari-chan, I'm fine, Naruto answered. That's good. I heard you were hurt really bad so I got this lazy ass to bring me here, Tamari told Naruto. Ah, I see. Well, what are your two brothers up to? Naruto asked. They're coming. Gaara's lagging a little bit behind because he's forcefully dragging Kankuro with his sand. It's pretty funny actually, Tamari said as a small commotion could be heard. Oh, here they come, Tamari said as Gaara arrived literally dragging his brother. Come on Gaara, let go of me. The sand puppet user yelled. Shut up, Gaara replied. Damn it, let me go. Shut up. Gaara, I don't even like the brat, why do I have to visit him? Shut up, Gaara continued calmly as his brother yelled, kicked, and screamed down the hall and finally into Naruto's room. Upon seeing this, Naruto cracked up with laughter. Oh man, you're right Tamari-chan, this is hilarious, Naruto said laughing as Gaara approached the blonde, finally releasing his hold on Kankuro. Finally I can leave, Kankuro said as he ran toward the door, only to be knocked back on the ground as he ran smack into a door made of pure sand. Ah come on damn it Gaara. Naruto. How are you? Gaara quietly asked. Oh, I'm fine Gaara, what about you? Naruto replied. I was concerned, Gaara said. Sorry, I've made a lot of people worry. But I'm fine now, I'm healed up. I'm sure I'll be able to go home by tomorrow, Naruto told the redhead. That's good. Do you mind if I stay a while? Gaara asked, the room staring intently on Gaara and Naruto, watching the two speak to each other. Sure, that would be great. The more my friends come to hang out, the better I feel, Naruto said with a smile. Well, Shika-kun and I are leaving, glad to see you're alright Naruto-kun, Tamari said grabbing Shikamaru's arm again as they began to walk out the door. Hey, why the hell does she get to leave? Kankuro yelled. It's because she has a date, Gaara calmly replied. Wait a minute, I wouldn't do anything as troublesome as taking this crazy girl out on a date, Shikamaru replied. Have fun on your date Shikamaru. Naruto yelled as Tamari now dragged Shikamaru away. Kankuro now tried to escape again only to walk into the door of sand again. Damn it. Hey Gaara, please I have to go to the bathroom, Kankuro said pleading with his brother. Fine, Gaara replied letting down the sand. Kankuro, Gaara called to his brother. 30 minutes, if you're not back, I'll have to hunt you down and kill you, Gaara said almost coldly. Fine, I got it, Kankuro said running out of the room. Gaara-san, why you wouldn't really kill your brother would you? Hinata asked nervously. Probably not, Gaara calmly replied causing the room to go silent for a minute until Naruto suddenly started laughing, and Hinata began to giggle. Oh man, Gaara made a joke, now that's so awesome. Naruto said happily. The three spent the next hour quietly talking, or actually more like listening to Naruto's crazy stories quietly after the loud ninja had been threatened by a nurse to have his tongue surgically removed if he didn't quiet down. Finally, Gaara got up to leave. Well, I must go. I have a brother to hunt down. If you hear a scream, don't worry. It just means I found him, Gaara said turning with an actual grin on his face as he left the room. See you later Gaara, Naruto said watching his friend leave. Well Naruto-kun, that was pretty interesting. I used to be so afraid of him. Now he just seems like a nice, quiet person, Hinata said. Well, it's because everyone in his village used to be afraid him. I'm just glad I was able to help him. It was one of the first times I was glad I had the Kyuubi inside of me, because I knew his pain and in the end I was able to help him, Naruto told the girl. I see. Well, Naruto-kun, you really should get some rest. Depending on what Tsunade-sama says, I'll be back to get you tomorrow, Hinata told Naruto as she headed toward the door. Hinata-chan, wait please, Naruto called her back. What is it? Hinata asked, walking over to Naruto. She's temporarily surprised as Naruto grabbed her and pulled her toward him. Naruto-kun. Hinata-chan, may I? Naruto nervously asked, and before he could finish Hinata nodded a yes, as she already knew what he was going to ask as she leaned in closer and closed her eyes. Naruto did the same and finally, their lips met for the first time. They stayed like that for what seemed like forever. Then they finally broke the kiss and blushed as they stared into each other's eyes. Naruto-kun, I love you so much, Hinata whispered to the boy. I love you to Hinata-chan, Naruto whispered back as they share one more kiss before Hinata left for the night. Naruto fell asleep, his face grinning as he slept peacefully. Chapter 13. The Double Date Madness, Neji's Confession. Hey, how long is this moron going to sleep? Kiba yelled as he stood over Naruto's bed. Kiba-kun, that's not right to yell like that. Naruto-kun has just recovered from his injuries, Hinata told the dog ninja. That's right, you moron. Leave Naruto-kun alone. Unlike you, he's useful. Ino yelled. Ino, you're just as loud as Kiba, the pink-haired genin told her friend. What's going on? Naruto said as he started to awaken. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun, Hinata said as she leaned down and kissed the blonde's cheek, causing him to smile, and causing the group of genin in the room to gasp in shock. Hinata-sama, when did the two of you? Neji started to ask. I'm sorry, Neji-ni-san, Hinata interrupted. That's so cute. Naruto and Hinata are finally a couple now, Ino said with a smile. Good morning, Hinata-chan, Naruto said, finally waking up. Good morning, Naruto-kun, Hinata said. What is everyone doing here? Naruto asked, looking quite puzzled. Well, we came to see you. Sakura was visiting the Uchiha, and Kiba and I have both been busy. So we wanted to see you before you got out, Neji told the blonde. Oh, well, I'm glad you came. Sakura-chan, how is he? Naruto asked the pink-haired genin. Sasuke-kun, he's doing fine. He finally woke up. Hokage-sama was very mad at him, said he'll have to face punishment after he recovers, Sakura told her former teammate. That can be expected. The damn traitor should have his ass kicked some more, Kiba said. Funny, Hokage-sama wanted to do the same thing, but decided against it even though she beat Sasuke-kun up pretty good anyway, Sakura replied. Huh, it serves him right, Kiba said, smiling. Kiba, he's back in Konoha. He chose Konoha in the end, don't be too tough on him. If Naruto believes in him, then I will as well, Neji told his teammate. If you say so, I don't trust him yet, Kiba said. Sasuke will be back soon, Naruto said. I know him, he'll be valuable to us once again. He'll earn back all of our trust. Why do you believe in the guy who tried to kill you, Naruto-kun? Ino asked. That's simple, because he's my brother, Naruto said with a smile. Naruto-kun, what's up with your eyes? Ino asked as she noticed the change in Naruto's eyes. Oh, them. Naruto realized everyone was now staring at him. Alright, Neji and Hinata-chan know. Let me ask you guys something, Kiba, Ino-chan, Sakura-chan. Sure, Naruto, ask me anything, Sakura said. Ino and Kiba also nodded. Why, you guys are my friends, right? I mean, really, if I told you something you probably wouldn't look at me any different or hate me, right? Naruto asked, looking at the genin. Of course we won't hate you. What's this about? Sakura asked. 13 years ago, Konoha was attacked by a giant demon, the Kyuubi no Kitsune, Naruto started. Yeah, that's in all of our academy history books, what about it? Sakura asked. Sakura, quiet and let him talk. This is very hard for him, Neji told the girl. The fourth knew he couldn't defeat the Kyuubi and thus sealed it away. He chose to seal the demon inside a newborn child. That child was me, Naruto said, turning his head in shame. Oh no, that's horrible. Why would they seal a demon inside a child? Ino asked. Naruto, may I? Neji asked, looking over at Naruto, wanting permission to tell the group. Sure, Naruto said with a nod. An entity such as the demon couldn't be sealed in just anything. Sealing it inside an object, the object would have most likely been destroyed trying to hold the demon's capacity. They chose a child simply because an established adult or person couldn't handle it being full developed. A newborn child is different, however. The soul and the mind are at its purest form. The body hasn't adjusted to life yet, thus it can handle being the vassal much better. Instead of an already established body having to get used to a foreign source, the newborn still underdeveloped and still has room to grow and adjust. It's just a theory after all, but I believe that it's the truth, Neji told the group. Yeah, they chose me. And now you know my biggest, darkest secret, Naruto said. Don't worry Naruto, we don't think differently of you. You're still Naruto to me, Sakura said, giving the boy a hug. Yeah, I've gained a lot of respect for you. You're truly amazing Naruto-kun, Ino said, hugging the boy and giving him a peck on the cheek. You guys are truly amazing, Naruto said with a smile. Hey, I know you and I never been the greatest of friends, but I hope that can change, Kiba said, extending his hand. Sure, I'd like that, Naruto said, shaking Kiba's hand. Well, I got to go, just figured I'd stop by and see you, Kiba said, leaving the room. Yeah, Sakura and I are going to go shopping since both teams have the day off, Ino said as the two girls waved goodbye as they left the room. What is it, Neji? Naruto asked as he noticed Neji smiling right at him. It's nothing, I just find it funny how popular you've become. Not funny in a bad way, it's great you're finally being accepted, Neji said. Yeah, and it feels great too. I've never been happier. I've got Sasuke back. He's like a brother to me and I got so many friends, especially you. I honestly feel like you're becoming my best friend, and of course I have Hinata-chan here, who I love more than life itself, Naruto replied. Well, to me, you are my best friend, and I'm glad Hinata-sama and you are together. You've done her wonders. You should see her fight. She's amazing, Neji said, causing Hinata to blush. Wow, really? Hinata-chan, that's so great, Naruto said, causing Hinata to blush even more. And no, I'm not that good, Hinata said. Nonsense, you're being too modest, Neji told the girl. Knock, knock, Tsunade said, entering the room. Tsunade Obeken, Naruto yelled and was then met with a fist. Naruto, I've accepted the fact that you'll never call me Hokage-sama or Tsunade-sama, but please stop calling me Tsunade Obeken. How about Tsunade-ne-chan? You know, like you call Shizune. Tsunade said to the boy. I guess I can try to call you that, Tsunade Oba. I mean Ne-chan, Naruto said, correcting himself before Tsunade can hit him again. Hinata, Tsunade called to the girl. Yes, what is it, Tsunade-sama? Hinata replied, walking over to the Hokage. From now on you call me Tsunade-ne-chan as well, alright. I mean, this idiot is my little brother after all, and since you two are together maybe this will make it easier for him to remember, Tsunade said to the girl. Yes, I understand Tsunade-ne-chan, Hinata said with a smile. Oh, and Naruto, you're free to go home now. I wanted to let you know that your team will resume training in 2 days. I want you to relax until then. I know you're totally healed and all, just take it as your big sister is worried about you, Tsunade said, leaving the room. Great, it's ramen time, Naruto said, jumping out of bed. Hey Naruto, catch, Tsunade said, walking back into the room and tossing him his wallet. What, Gamma-chan, Naruto yelled, looking surprised. What were you doing with it? Naruto yelled as he opened it. What? Naruto practically fell to the floor when he saw the large sum of money in his now stuffed wallet. Tsunade-ne-chan, what's this for? Naruto asked, looking very puzzled. It's a reward. Use it to buy you some new clothes. Take your girlfriend out shopping, hell, take Neji with you. You guys can spend the day together and stuff, Tsunade said, waving goodbye. Tsunade-ne-chan is so kind, right Naruto-kun? Hinata said, turning to the man she loved. Yes, that's why she's one of my most precious people, Naruto said. Alright, let's get some ramen and then go out. Neji want to come? Naruto asked. Yeah, Neji-ni-san, you should come with us, enjoy yourself a little more, Hinata said to her cousin. Sure, if I can bring someone with us, Neji said with a small blush on his face. What, Neji blushing? It must be a girl. Sure, who do we have to go get? Naruto asked. Tenten, Neji quietly answered. Oh, Tenten-chan, cool, let's get her. Make it a double date, Naruto said as he dressed in his usual orange pants, and as he reached for his shirt, he suddenly realized he's not wearing his necklace. Oh no, my necklace. Tsunade-ne-chan gave me that. Where the hell is it? Naruto yelled as he started to freak out. Naruto-kun, it's alright. I have it here, Hinata said, pulling the necklace out of her pocket. Oh good, I'm glad. I thought it was lost during the fight, Naruto said, sighing with relief. No, it's quite odd, it was on you the whole time. It should have been blown off when you released all that chakra, but it never even moved, Hinata told the boy. Yeah, that's the power of the necklace, Naruto said with a smile as he put on a black shirt and put on his necklace. Alright, now we can go, Naruto said as the three left the hospital. Alright, Neji lead the way to Tenten's place, Naruto said as they followed Neji. Alright I will, Neji said as the two followed Neji for several minutes. The genin arrived at the shopping district and were now standing in front of a weapons store. Neji, this is a weapons shop. Are you going to buy her a weapon or something? Naruto asked. No, Tenten is a weapons expert. So of course her family owns a weapons shop, Neji replied. Oh, Naruto said as they turned to see the girl running up calling Neji's name. What's up Neji? Tenten said to the group. Oh, Hinata-chan, Naruto-kun, why are you all here? Well, we're going on a date, thought we'd make it a double, Naruto said with a grin causing Neji to slightly blush. Tenten, would you like to go out with us? Neji asked. Neji, sure. I'd love that. Hang on let me wash up and I'll be right out, Tenten said with a blush as she turned and ran back in her house. It's hard to believe Neji-ni-san, being nervous about anything, Hinata said to her cousin. I've never been very good with girls. Tenten, I believe has liked me for a while. I've always found her cute and she always helps me train, Neji told Hinata. Tenten finally returned and joined the group. Her hair let out of her normal hairstyle and this time her hair was in two long pigtails. Neji and even Naruto blushed at her. Wow, Tenten-chan, you look really cute with your hair like that. Naruto yelled. Thank you Naruto-kun, I like it like this too. I usually put it up when I'm out training and on missions to keep it out of the way, Tenten replied blushing at the two boys' stares. So where are we going to? Tenten asked. Well, first we're going to get some ramen, then go shopping. Tsunade-ne-chan gave me some extra money, Naruto told the girl. Alright cool, let's go, Tenten said as the four head to Ichiraku's, or Naruto's second home. The four arrived and immediately sit down and order. The genin conversed lightly and awaited the order as Tenten noticed Naruto's necklace. Naruto-kun, this may sound weird, but why are you wearing a necklace? I mean it's really nice, I just never seen you with it, Tenten asked. It was a gift from Tsunade-ne-chan. I sort of won it in a bet with her. It was her most valuable possession and she gave it to me when I kept the promise I made to her, Naruto answered. I see what kind of bet? Tenten asked. Well, we bet that I couldn't master the rasengan within 1 week, and I did. I used it against Kabuto, when we fought him and Orochimaru, while Eros-Sennin and I were trying to convince Tsunade-ne-chan to come back to Konoha and become Hokage, Naruto answered. It's my most precious possession, that and my Konoha head protector that Iruka-sensei gave me, Naruto told the girl. Tenten-chan, how is it going with your team? Hinata asked changing the subject. Yeah, how are Lee and Guy-sensei? Neji asked. Lee and Guy-sensei haven't changed. The team is all right. Choji is surprisingly impressive. Ever since he came back, there were concerns that he wouldn't be as good of a ninja anymore because he permanently lost all his fat. But his family's secret techniques are quite good, Tenten answered. Choji's clan has secret techniques that don't deal with being fat. Naruto asked. I guess so. From what I understand, they've never been used because nobody has ever survived the effects of those pills. But the Akamichi clan did indeed develop some very special techniques that can only be used after surviving the pill's effects, Tenten answered. Wow, I got to go see Choji sometime and watch him train. I know he's gotten quite popular with the girls lately as well, Naruto said. Yeah, I've especially seen Ino around a lot more lately, Tenten said. Ino-chan likes Choji. That's weird, but hey if they can be happy then that's cool, Naruto said as the group's food finally arrived. Naruto immediately downed his and called for seconds. 30 minutes later, Tenten and Hinata finished their 2 bowls, Neji finished his 3rd and Naruto finished only his 14th bowl of ramen. Naruto and Neji paid for the food, and the 4 left to head back toward the shopping district. The 4 took their time searching through the different stores. Hinata and Tenten even managed to get the guys into some clothing stores. Neji-kun, I found this cool sweatshirt. I think you'd look good in it. You can try it on over what you got on now, Tenten said handing Neji a white, hooded sweatshirt. Neji tried it on. Well, Neji asked. Nice, the great thing about it is you don't have to wear it only in the winter time, Tenten said to the boy as he took it off. Sure why not, I guess I'll take it, Neji decided to buy it causing Tenten to jump up and down in joy. Meanwhile Hinata was trying to help Naruto pick out a few things, including a new outfit. Naruto-kun, come on. This place has a lot of really good clothing, Hinata told the boy. Hinata-chan, what's wrong with orange, Naruto asked. Naruto-kun, please try some new clothes for me, Hinata asked putting up her puppy dog-like eyes. I can't refuse that, Naruto said pouting. Fine then, I guess I have no choice. Naruto looked through the clothing and managed to pick out a few pair of pants. They were black cargo pants, equipped with 4 pockets on both sides, and 2 in the back. Naruto found a new black jacket, similar to his old orange jacket. He also got a sweatshirt similar to Neji's, only dark blue. The girls now dragged the boys over to the woman's clothes. Tenten introduced Hinata to the Chinese dresses, which Hinata shyly tried one on. She decided to buy it when she came out of the dressing room, and Naruto almost fell over in shock at the sight. His blush was intense, and for the first time in his life, he was at a loss for words. Neji had to smack him to get his attention. After about 5 hours of shopping, the 4 stopped at a non-ramen restaurant for dinner. Wow, today was fun. Thank you so much for inviting me, Neji-kun, Tenten said to Neji as she leaned over and kissed him on the cheek, causing him to blush. Sure, Neji managed to say, still sitting in shock. Well, Hinata-chan and I are going to use the restroom. Be back in a few, Tenten said as she and Hinata got up and left. Neji, so, are you going to ask her out? Ask her to be your girlfriend, Naruto said, poking the Hyuga boy in his side. What, are you serious? Neji said as his face turned a deep red. Hell yeah, I am. Look, Tenten likes you, a lot, I'll bet. You obviously like her. I say ask her out. I'll be here cheering you on. She won't say no, Naruto said, smiling. Right, Neji said. I don't suppose you could take Hinata out of the room after we eat and then maybe I'll tell her, can you manage that? Neji asked. Huh, oh yeah, that will be easy, Naruto said as the girls returned. Several minutes later the food arrived and the 4 ate their meals. After the meals were done, Naruto activated his plan. Hey, Hinata-chan, I want to show you something cool I found outside as we were coming in, want to come? Naruto said, pulling at her arm. Sure, but Naruto-kun. Neji-ni-san and Tenten-chan. Hinata stuttered. Don't worry, we'll be right back, Naruto said, pulling the girl to her feet and dragging her off. The 2 exited the building. So what did you want to show me? Hinata asked. Nothing, Neji wanted me to set it up so he could be alone with Tenten for a minute. He's going to ask her to become his girlfriend, Naruto told the girl, causing Hinata to gasp in shock. I don't believe it, Neji-ni-san is asking her out. That's wonderful, Hinata said with a smile. In the meantime the genin sat at the table. Tenten wondered where Naruto and Hinata went, and Neji nervously sat getting ready to tell Tenten how he felt. Tenten, Neji quietly called the girl's name. Yes, you want something, Neji-kun? Tenten asked. Tenten, there's something I'd like to tell you, Neji said, slightly blushing. I've known that you've liked me for a while now. And I wanted to let you know that I liked you too, Neji slowly told the girl. Neji-kun, does this mean? Tenten started to ask, blushing deeply. Yes, Tenten, would you be my girlfriend? Neji finally managed to ask the girl. I can't believe it. I mean yes, of course I will. I'd love that, Tenten replied as she hugged the boy. Moments later, Naruto and Hinata returned. Neji, did you do it? Naruto yelled. Neji merely nodded a yes as Naruto and Neji paid the bill and headed back toward Tenten's home. Alright, well this is it for the night I guess, Tenten said as she hugged Naruto and Hinata. Thanks for letting me come with you guys. No problem, it was fun having you with us, Naruto replied. Neji, I'm so happy. I'll see you tomorrow, Tenten said as she kissed him on the lips and then ran inside, leaving the boy speechless. What? Neji said, still shocked. Your first kiss, huh? Naruto said, patting the boy on the back. Well, I'd better be off as well. Naruto, Hinata-sama, thank you, Neji said, walking off. I've found another reason why I'm thankful, Naruto. I could have never realized my feelings for Tenten if it wasn't for you, Neji thought to himself. Chapter 14. Preparation. A new power. Naruto and Hinata awakened as they do every day. The 2 ate breakfast and then headed out to the normal spot. They met up with Ino and the perverted older ninja, Jiraiya. Today was the first day the team had gotten together to train in almost a week. Naruto had completely recovered from his injuries. Alright, Naruto, because you're a moron and went off and got hurt, our team got put behind by several weeks. Kurenai and Guy's teams are already doing missions, Jiraiya told the team. Shut up, Ero Sennin, Naruto said to his sensei. Well, Hinata, Ino, I'm proud to say I've got some new jutsus for the 2 of you today. Ino, I'm confident you'll define with fire jutsus. Hinata, I'm going to start you on a few earth-based jutsus. Also Hinata, I'd like you to see Shizune sometime this week. I believe you'd be better off learning to be a medical ninja. If you head down Tsunade and Shizune's road, you will be a lot more effective, especially with the dumb ass as your boyfriend. He tends to get his butt kicked a lot, Jiraiya told the 2 girls. Alright, I can't wait to show everyone. Oh, and Jiraiya-sensei, my father has been teaching me a new technique from our clan, Ino told the older ninja. That's very good Ino, Jiraiya said. Jiraiya-sensei, I have mastered 3 techniques from my clan as well, Hinata told her sensei. That's very good, I guess that means you all will be ready for missions soon. Now Naruto, I know you've mastered those last few jutsus I taught you. You're free to train on your own today. But actually first I wanted to ask you something with your teammates around, Jiraiya said walking over to the boy. What is it Ero-sennin? Naruto asked. Have you told your teammates yet? About you know what? Jiraiya asked. Yeah, Ino-chan, Hinata-chan, Sakura-chan, Kiba, and Neji all know about the Kyuubi, Naruto told his sensei. I see, good to hear. Then this makes everything easier, Jiraiya started. You see, Tsunade and I felt it was necessary for Naruto to tell you, his teammates about his darkest secret. Before, when he first became a genin it wasn't a big deal. But things have changed. You see, Naruto is a wanted man, well sort of. A group called the Akatsuki is after Naruto. It's a group of at least 8 or 9 ninjas from what we know anyway. They're all missing nin. The only 2 members we know of is a man named Kisame from the Hidden Mist, and the other man is Uchiha Itachi from Konoha, Jiraiya told the group. What? Uchiha Itachi, that's. Ino started. Yes, he's Sasuke's brother, Jiraiya interrupted. They want the Kyuubi. Now as far as we know, they don't know about what has happened recently and that the Kyuubi is now fully merged with Naruto. For all we know this won't matter to them. So we really don't know how they'll react, we don't even know when they'll act period. For the time being, they're quiet. But I felt it necessary to warn you, his teammates that the easiest missions might be life-threatening. If we have to leave the village, then you'll need to always be on guard. That's also the main reason why I became your sensei. Because Naruto is needed for missions and he'll be safest with me. So that is why I've taken on a team. Also missions are going to change for you from now on. No longer will you receive D rank missions. The lowest mission you'll be receiving is C rank. But you'll mainly be doing B rank, possibly even A rank missions. That's how bad the village is currently hurting. But don't worry, you won't be sent out if you're not prepared, that's why we're getting all this time to train. We will be going on missions as soon as I feel you are all ready. After Ino and Hinata have learned these new jutsus that is when we'll probably proceed with the missions, Jiraiya finished telling the group. Naruto-kun, I see trouble really does follow you around, huh? Ino asked. I'm sorry, Ino-chan, Naruto said with a frown. No, that's not what I meant Naruto. But don't you worry, Hinata-chan and I are your teammates, we'll stay by your side and fight with you no matter what, Ino told the boy. Thanks Ino-chan, Naruto said with a smile. Alright Naruto, I want to confirm something, can you channel and release some chakra? If I'm correct, your new merger has changed your chakra as well, Jiraiya said to the boy. Sure if you say so, Ero-sennin, Naruto said moving away from the group slightly. Naruto made the seal of the ram and began to focus his chakra. In a flash bluish and red chakra began to surround Naruto coming from different directions, the chakra began to swirl and combine. A beautiful, bright purple color was formed from the 2 chakras, the chakra began to crack the ground underneath Naruto. Naruto, that's enough for the moment. Jiraiya told the boy. Huh, Naruto said as he stopped channeling the chakra and rejoined the group. It's as I thought, your chakra has changed totally. How did you feel Naruto? Jiraiya asked. Huh, I didn't really feel that different, Naruto answered. So that was just summoning up your normal chakra, Jiraiya asked. Yeah, so what? Naruto answered. I see, I want you to stand about 100 feet away, and channel chakra like you would if you were to ask the Kyuubi for chakra, Jiraiya said. Sure if you really want me to, Naruto ran away from the group until he was about 100 feet away. Okay, I'm going to start now. Naruto yelled. Just shut up and begin, idiot. Jiraiya yelled back. Naruto began to channel his chakra, and in a matter of seconds the ground began to shake as a flare of chakra submerged Naruto, in a wave of bright purple, blue, and red chakra. The force of the shake rocked his teammates standing the full distance away. Naruto let out a roar, and his teeth and nails began to grow into fangs and claws. Jiraiya immediately ran over to him, Ino, and Hinata followed. Hey Naruto, are you in control? Jiraiya yelled at the boy surrounded in his newly merged chakra. Ero-sennin, I'm trying, Naruto yelled back. It's alright Naruto. It might be too much for you right now. Just relax and go slower. Jiraiya yelled at the boy hoping he will stop channeling his chakra. Hang on. I can do this. Naruto yelled back, the chakra now began to slow itself. It wasn't as intense anymore, and now it began to slowly wrap around Naruto, As it did so, 3 tails formed and were swaying in the wind created by the chakra. After several minutes of holding it in this position, Naruto's fangs and claws retracted to normal size and Naruto dropped to his knees breathing heavily. Jiraiya, Ino, and Hinata now ran to the boy to make sure he was alright. Naruto-kun, please are you alright? Hinata asked with concern on her face. Why yeah, I'm fine Hinata-chan. I'm just tired. That took a lot out of me, Naruto replied. I'm impressed, of course you're worn out, that was your first time channeling and controlling your fully merged chakra and you even managed 3 tails. You did pretty damn good boy. I'm proud of you. That'll be your exercise for now, learning to control that chakra. Don't do it with as much intensity. Channel it little by little until you've gotten used to it, when you do so, then add more chakra and so on. Eventually you should be able to channel almost if not all of your chakra. You'll become incredibly strong if you can learn to control it, Jiraiya told the boy. You got it, Rasengan. I'll master it and then I'll be one step closer to defeating the Akatsuki and becoming Hokage, Naruto said with a grin. The training for the team continued on. 1 month passed since Naruto got out of the hospital. Naruto hadn't learned to fully control his chakra, but he has gotten much better. Neji's team was doing quite well. They were beginning to do more and more A-rank missions. Lee's team was doing quite well also. Naruto's team was to the point Jiraiya has declared the mission ready. Hinata hadn't done too well in learning some of the jutsus Jiraiya had been teaching her, but her training with Shizune had gone really well. She seemed to have incredible talent in the medical ninja area. Ino had since mastered another technique from her clan. Also, Jiraiya was successfully able to teach Ino a few jutsus as well. The team was holding their final training before Jiraiya turned in his team report. Alright, you guys have done quite well. I wanted to let you guys know that starting tomorrow you'll be doing missions like the rest of your fellow genin. I know it took you guys a while, but the training has paid off. You're all very strong. I feel quite proud. Hinata, Shizune is quite pleased with you. Ino, you've improved a lot by adding those new jutsus to your arsenal. Naruto, your control isn't perfect but it's gotten quite better. Also, I wanted to give you some news. It concerns Uchiha Sasuke. What happened with him? Naruto asked. Well, Sasuke was released from the hospital finally. He was immediately brought before the council and Tsunade. After many debates, Sasuke has been suspended for 6 months. He'll be allowed to rejoin as a genin just in time for the next Chunin exam. He will however have to miss this upcoming Chunin exam since there won't be a team ready for him. Also, he will not be allowed to leave the village, and 2 Anbu will be assigned to guard his home day and night at all times within the time period. This all can change though. If after 6 months Tsunade doesn't feel he's ready, he'll stay on suspension for the rest of the year. Also, he isn't allowed to train for the next 6 months. The only training he can do is whatever he can do inside his home. He isn't allowed to use any training areas. He is however allowed visitors. Well, that's about it. He got off pretty lucky for someone who betrayed his village. Naruto's defense of him and the fact that he's an Uchiha is all that probably saved him from death, Jiraiya told the group. Well anyway, you guys go on ahead, rest up and enjoy yourselves. We'll meet up at the Hokage's place in the morning to get your first mission. Pack all the necessary ninja equipment, etc. Well, see you guys later, Jiraiya said walking off. Wow, I can't wait. It's finally mission time again. Naruto yelled in excitement. Naruto-kun, you're not nervous at all? Hinata asked. Nope, I got Rasengan, my newfound powers and 2 strong and awesome teammates tagging along. It'll be fine, Naruto said, causing his 2 teammates to blush. Well, I'm going to go on home and relax and prepare for tomorrow. See you later Hinata-chan, Naruto-kun, Ino said running off. Alright, Hinata-chan, let's get some ramen and then go home, Naruto said with a smile as he took his girlfriend by the hand and led her off. Chapter 15. The team's first mission, the return to the wave country. The morning came quickly. As usual, Naruto awoke with so much energy he didn't know what to do with it all. Hinata awoke calmly, quietly. The 2 made their way to the Hokage's palace. When they arrived, Ino and Jiraiya were already waiting for them. The 4 headed inside to receive their very first mission as a team. Tsunade greeted the team. Alright, so you guys are finally ready for a mission, huh? Tsunade asked the group. Ino and Hinata nodded a yes. Oh yeah, mission time. Tsunade-ne-chan, give us a really good one. Naruto yelled. Calm down Naruto. I've got a good mission for you. It's a B rank mission. You are to travel to the wave country. They've requested assistance. A caravan of supplies are going to be sent to them. The officials of the fire country have agreed to help the wave country, which is finally trying to get back on track. The problem is, a group of missing nin has invaded the country in hopes of starting their own hidden village and they're using force, and so you've got two purposes, to provide protection to the caravan, deliver the supplies, and to boot out the invaded ninjas. You're to cross over the bridge leading into the wave country, and then you'll meet up with a wave representative who will fill you in from there. Alright, be careful on this mission, Tsunade told the group. Alright, back to the wave country, this rules. Naruto said, extremely happy. Naruto, you've been to the wave country before? Tsunade asked the boy. Yeah, Sasuke, Sakura-chan, Kakashi-sensei, and I helped protect an old man as he built that bridge. It was a C-rank mission but ended up being an A rank when we were attacked by a couple of missing nin hired by some evil dictator guy, Naruto told the older woman. I see, I had heard something about that from Kakashi. Well then be careful, you should know best then the type of trouble you may run into, Tsunade told the boy. Alright, let's go team, Jiraiya said, leading his team out of the building and off on the mission. Hey, Ero-sennin, when do you think we'll see some action? Naruto asked his sensei. We shouldn't have to worry about anything until we reach the wave country, but never let down your guard, because you never know, Jiraiya told the boy as the team continued onward into the forest. Also, if we're attacked, I won't be jumping in, not unless your lives are in serious danger. What, so you're just going to sit back and watch? Naruto asked. Exactly, my job is to teach and watch over you. I'm not fighting your battles for you, Jiraiya said to his apprentice. Gee, ever the helpful pervert you are, Naruto sneered. Anyway, shut up and walk already, Jiraiya said as the group continued onward. The team traveled for several hours until managed to make it to the city by the border in time for nightfall. Hey, Ero-sennin, aren't we supposed to pick up some supplies or something for the wave country? Naruto asked his sensei. Yes Naruto, we came here for a reason after all. We're to pick up a small cart of supplies and take it with us in the morning. It's already nightfall, no use traveling in the dark. So we'll camp here and head out in the morning, Jiraiya told the boy. Oh, alright, sounds good, does that mean I can go get some ramen now? Naruto asked. Sigh. Yeah, go ahead after we check into the inn, you can all do what you want, just make sure you get some sleep and are ready to go early tomorrow, Jiraiya told the group as they headed toward an inn. As the group checked into the inn, the genin part with their sensei in favor of taking a walk around the town, as their sensei was off to gather materials as he always did. Naruto-kun, Hinata-chan, what do you want to do? Ino asked her two teammates. Well, first I got to get some ramen, Naruto answered the girl. Naruto, how do you even know this place has ramen? Ino asked, stumping Naruto. Who wouldn't have ramen? Ramen is the greatest food in the entire world, Naruto shot back. Sigh. A one-track mind, I don't know how you put up with it sometimes, Hinata-chan, Ino said to her fellow female companion. Ino-chan, just think, it's easier to please Naruto-kun because you always know what he wants to eat, Hinata said with a slight smile. Ah, you have a point there. It makes the simpleton even simpler, Ino said. I'm not simple, Naruto yelled. Right, you go on telling yourself that, maybe someone will believe you, Ino laughed. The genin explored the town and then headed back to the inn. The next day arrived quickly as the genin headed toward the bridge that crossed into the wave country. There they met up with Jiraiya, who was sitting on top of a two-horse carriage. Hey Ero-sennin, what are you doing? Naruto asked, looking puzzled. Sigh. Naruto, this is what we have to deliver to the representative of the wave country. The supplies are in the back, Jiraiya told the boy. Oh, okay. Well, let's go, Naruto said, hopping up beside his sensei as Hinata and Ino got into the back of the carriage. Hey, I'd think you'd want to spend time with your girlfriend, so what are you doing up here with me? Jiraiya asked the boy. Well, I want to keep my mind focused on the mission, Naruto said with a grin. Ah, I see, Jiraiya said as the carriage started to move. The carriage traveled for several hours and Jiraiya noticed Naruto had been very quiet and deep in thought. Hey, you're awfully quiet. Just thinking about the last time I was here, Naruto told his sensei as he looked out into the vast ocean before him. Ah, that's right, I had heard, this was where you had your first real battle with enemy ninjas, am I right? Jiraiya asked the boy. Yeah, the hidden mist ninja who became a missing nin, Momochi Zabuza, and a boy maybe only a few years older than me, his name was Haku, he had a blood limit. They had their own goals and desires. But I don't believe they were truly enemies. But I guess they were since they were fighting on the wrong side, Naruto explained. You sound sad about winning the fight, Jiraiya said. I didn't win the fight. Haku almost killed Sasuke. That was the first time the Kyuubi's chakra poured from me. In the end, he asked me to kill him because he couldn't complete his goal. I found out for the first time that there were people out there in this world that truly had completely opposite goals or ideals than I did. He lived only to be a useful tool to Zabuza. When I beat him up, he felt he couldn't live on. In the end he died saving Zabuza, who also died in the end. I don't know, sometimes I wonder if the life of a shinobi is a joke, Naruto sadly stated to his sensei. I see, so Naruto is capable of having these types of thought, Jiraiya thought to himself. Naruto, the way of the shinobi is indeed different for many people. Some live to be accepted, like you do. But then some truly live just for another person's sake. If you had continued to live without having anyone accept you, then you could have ended up like Gaara. Or you could have found someone that accepted you, but if that person was the only one, wouldn't you find yourself living for just that one person's sake? Jiraiya asked. I don't know, Naruto quietly answered. Naruto, being a shinobi isn't easy. It isn't for everyone either. I was like you when I was younger. They told me I had no talent. In fact, that was true. I didn't have any talent. You're different than I am, you've got talent despite what others say. You're honest, and you always give it everything you've got. That's what I liked about you. It's funny, you're totally opposite than him, and yet you're totally just like him, Jiraiya said, sparking Naruto's attention. Who are you talking about? Naruto asked. The fourth Hokage, of course, Jiraiya said. The fourth, Arrow Sennin. What was the fourth like? Naruto asked. The fourth, he was a very talented ninja. He had the highest marks in class, had the most skill, but he was so average. He never stood out. What made him stand out at all was his knowledge and skill. He wasn't quiet, yet he wasn't loud. But he was extremely honest. He loved Konoha, and even though he didn't fight for the village's acceptance, he never gave up at anything he did. The third was called the genius or the professor. They say he's the greatest of all the Hokage. But I feel differently about that. The third was great, but I think if the fourth would have been Hokage for a good 10 or 15 years, he'd have surpassed the third. He was that great. Even in the end he never quit at anything. When he went up against the Kyuubi and realized what needed to be done, he did it no questions asked. Because even though he never quit at anything he did, he'd sacrifice himself for another in an instant. Because that's the person he was. Naruto, let me give you an example of how great he was. You see, as you know, Sarutobi, or the third Hokage, our sensei, the Sannin that is. The legendary 3, he was our sensei. Now Orochimaru and I had a similar relationship that you and Sasuke had. Sarutobi sensei thought the world of Orochimaru. He was his prized student. Much like how you felt Kakashi was to Sasuke. Well then, wouldn't you think Orochimaru was the next in line to be the fourth Hokage? Jiraiya said, looking at Naruto, who merely nodded. Well, the fourth's talents were enough to even change the great third's mind. Yeah, I'd say the power to change people was something the fourth possessed as well, Jiraiya finished. I see, Naruto quietly said, still pondering what Jiraiya had said. Naruto, remember, to hold those who are most precious to you very close, but not forget that if you become Hokage, that everyone becomes a precious person to you, Jiraiya told the boy. I'm aware of that. Sometimes, that thought makes me question as to if I really want to become Hokage or not, Naruto said, surprising Jiraiya. Really, I had no idea you ever had a thought against being Hokage. May I ask why? Jiraiya wondered. I've finally found very important people. People who I'll never let go of, or let get hurt even if it costs me my life. But, can I do that for the whole village? The very village that I doubt will ever fully accept me. Even though the demon is gone, I'm still going to always be seen as that demon who tried to destroy the village, Naruto said with a somber voice. I don't believe that's true, Naruto. Don't let this get to your head, but you have the ability to become Hokage one day. In fact, you probably already know that Tsunade thinks of you as a little brother and the heir to the Hokage name. It's true that the hatred for the demon runs deep. But when you give it your all for the sake of others and help protect the village, you'll be rewarded in the end, Naruto. Just remember that, Jiraiya told the boy. The track across the bridge lasted several more hours. As they finally reached the end of the bridge, a light rain had started and a man, wearing a raincoat, greeted the carriage. Hey, welcome to the super awesome wave country, the man said. Hey, there is only one old man I know who say super a lot. Tazuna-san, what's up, old man? Naruto yelled, causing the older man to look up in shock as he noticed the familiar blonde-haired boy. Hey, it's the super brat from before. How have you been? The old man Tazuna greeted the group as the carriage came to a stop. Hey old man, how has everything been? Naruto asked the old man. Well, other than this current situation, things are a lot better, Tazuna said as Hinata and Ino got of the carriage to properly greet the old man. Hey, I've seen things have changed for you as well. You dumped your old team and got a new one, huh? It even has 2 cute girls, no less. Good for you, Tazuna said with a slight grin. Oh yeah, this is Arrow Sennin, Naruto said, pointing to Jiraiya. My name is Jiraiya, Jiraiya interrupted. This is Ino-chan, Naruto said, pointing to Ino. Hello, Yamanaka Ino, it's nice to meet you, Ino said, introducing herself. This is my sweet and wonderful Hinata-chan, Naruto said pointing to Hinata causing her to blush. Hello, my name is Hyuga Hinata, Hinata said with a bow. Oh, well it's very good to meet you all. Let's get to my place and you can all relax. Naruto, I'm sure Inari will be happy to see you again, the old man said to the group, especially Naruto. The group arrived in the Wave Country and Naruto met up with a familiar face. But the mission had only just begun and the dangers were looming around the corner. Chapter 16. Remember them. Tragedy at the Graves. Hey, I'm back and I've brought guests, Tazuna yelled as he entered the house. A woman quickly appeared to greet everyone. Hello. Oh Naruto-kun. Why you're back, it's so good to see you, the woman said as gave the boy a hug. I see you're with a new group. What happened to your old team? Yes, some things changed so I got a new team, Naruto told the woman. Well hello there, I'm the great Jiraiya-sama, Naruto-sensei. I must say you're a fine-looking young lady. How about we get a drink and I can tell you about all things I've taught Naruto here. Jiraiya started to flirt but was quickly met by Naruto's fist. Don't you dare start Ero Sennin. Naruto yelled. Hello, I'm Hyuga Hinata, it's very nice to meet you, Hinata said as she introduced herself. I'm Yamanaka Ino, pleased to make your acquaintance, Ino said as she too introduced herself as well. Well, it's nice to meet all of you, please you're welcome to feel right at home here, the woman told the group. Inari, come here quick. An old friend has returned. The woman called as a boy quickly ran down the stairs. What is it mother? The little boy asked entering the room. What, Naruto ni-san? Inari said looking quite surprised to see the older blonde-headed boy. Hey, Inari, what's up? How you been? Naruto asked walking up to the boy and patted him on the back. You know, getting this place back together, got to stay strong after all, Inari said grinning at Naruto. Yeah, I can see. You've gotten even stronger since the last time I saw you, Naruto said as he smiled right back at the boy. Hey, why don't you guys take a seat and get comfortable, I'm sure you've got to be tired, Tazuna interrupted the two boys. Sure, thank you, we appreciate it greatly, Jiraiya said as everyone took a seat at the table. So Tazuna-san, I take it you're the Wave Country representative we were supposed to meet. Yes, that would be me. It seems I got quite famous after building the bridge, Tazuna said. Then you should have some information for us concerning the rest of our mission, Jiraiya said. Well there really isn't anything to tell. There hasn't been all that much information. Apparently the group that's invaded the country and ultimately is trying to take it over is mainly made of rogue ninjas. From what our agents scouted, they're mainly ninjas from mist, sand, sound, and rain, Tazuna informed the group. I see, the sand and sound ninjas are probably runaways from the attack on Konoha. Mist and rain are both known for having very skilled ninjas desert them because of mistreatment and various other problems. Jiraiya said, I'm sure Hidden Sand is having too many problems of their over to worry about runaways, and no doubt the runaways from sound know better than to try and return and fear what Orochimaru would do to them for failing the big destroy Konoha plan. I see, it would seem your village has had troubles recently as well, Tazuna said. Yeah, we recently came under attack, a lot of good shinobi were killed and we lost our Hokage. But, a new Hokage is in charge now, and she's doing a fine job of stabilizing the village, Jiraiya said. So Naruto ni-san, Inari said getting Naruto's attention. What do you want? Naruto asked looking over at the grinning boy. So, I see you have two pretty girls with you know, come on bro, which one is your girlfriend? Inari asked with a very big grin. I see you've gotten strong and smart as also. Well naturally, both of these girls are my girlfriend, since I'm so awesome, Naruto said with a wide grin only to receive a punch from an angry Ino that sent him flying into the wall. Naruto no baka, you only wish I was your girlfriend. Ino yelled. Naruto-kun, I'm sorry, but you deserve that, Hinata thought to herself as Naruto pulled himself out of the wall and walked over to Hinata and put his arm around her. Actually, I was just kidding, Naruto said rubbing his cheek. Actually Hinata-chan here is my girlfriend, Naruto said giving her a kiss on the cheek that caused her to blush fiercely. Naruto-kun, Hinata stuttered in shock. I see Naruto ni-san very good choice. She doesn't look as violent, Inari said which caused Ino to glare angrily over at the boy. What was that little boy? Ino said in a threatening voice. I said my how lovely you are, Inari said quickly taking back his previous statement. I thought so, Ino said calming down. Hey Ero Sennin, do you mind if I go out for a little while? Naruto asked his sensei. What, where do you plan on going? Jiraiya asked looking rather curious. I want to visit some people I know. I haven't visited them in a while. I figured it was time I paid my respects, Naruto said in a rather somber voice. Oh, I see, Jiraiya replied. Sure, but don't be out too long, we don't know where these enemy ninja are, don't let yourself get caught up in an attack, Jiraiya said to the boy. Yes, I'll try and be back soon, Naruto said as he got up and headed toward the door. Naruto-kun. Aye. Hinata began to speak. Naruto turned to face her. May I go with you? I would like to spend time with you. Huh, oh sure Hinata-chan, let's go. Even though the place I'm going isn't ideal for a date, Naruto replied as he opened the door, then he extended his hand to Hinata who took hold of it. The two of them headed off. I see Naruto has grown up a little bit. I never imagined he'd have a girlfriend, Tazuna said. Ah, Naruto has been through an awful lot these last few months, Jiraiya said. Was it just me, or were Naruto-kun's eyes different, the older woman said. Ah, well Naruto's been through a few changes as well, sit down and allow me to speak to you on the matter. It seems Naruto trusts you, so I guess it wouldn't hurt to tell you Naruto's little secret, Jiraiya said. Naruto and Hinata made their way up a very tall hill as they headed for an open clearing. The cliff was steep, but had an incredible view of the town pointing out toward the ocean. The two arrived before two graves, both marked with crosses. One grave had withered flowers and half of a mask, and the other had a huge sword sticking out of the ground. Are these graves, Naruto-kun? Hinata nervously asked. Yeah, like I said, it's not an ideal place for a date. I'm sorry, Hinata-chan, Naruto somberly said to the girl. No, it's just that I was surprised, that's all, Hinata said. May I ask who is buried here? Are they friends of yours? More like enemies who taught me a valuable lesson, Naruto replied. They were enemies? Hinata asked. They were the guys trying to kill old man Tazuna, the ones I told you about. The big sword, it belonged to Zabuza. The mask was what Haku wore, Naruto told the girl. Oh, I see, Hinata said quietly. The two just stood there for several minutes. Naruto was deep in thought, remembering the encounters he had with the missing nin. Flashback. Let's get wild, Naruto said during the first encounter with Zabuza. Naruto stood silently remembering the whole fight, how he and Sasuke saved Kakashi. Do you have someone who is important to you? Haku asked, making Naruto look rather confused. What? Naruto asked. When a person has something important to protect, that's when they can become truly strong, Haku said. Yeah, I understand that well, Naruto replied with a grin. You will become strong, Haku said, leaving. That was Naruto's first real encounter with the boy named Haku. His thoughts then turned to the fight with Haku. Naruto remembered Sasuke falling in battle against Haku, thinking he died. Naruto's anger released the Kyuubi's power for the first time. I'll kill you, Naruto yelled in a blinding rage. The battle ensued. Naruto successfully knocked Haku through his own ice mirror as the mask Haku was wearing started to crack. The mask fell off, as Naruto was about to deal the final blow. Can you understand? Not having a dream, not being needed by anyone. The pain of simply living, Haku said to Naruto. What are you trying to say? Naruto asked. You have taken away my reason for existing, Haku replied. Is that eyebrowless freak the only important person to you? Naruto yelled. Haku then recalled his tragic past to Naruto. After killing my own father. And at that time, I thought of myself as. No, I had no choice to think that, and I realized the most painful thing. Haku said. What are you talking about, the most painful thing? Naruto asked. That in this world, I am a person who is unwanted, Haku said as he recalled his memories of being found by Zabuza. Naruto-kun, please, kill me, Haku said, shocking Naruto. Naruto reflected on the events of that day. Haku saved Zabuza and then was killed in the process. Zabuza then attacked the man known as Gato and then finally dying. Naruto remembered helping Kakashi bury the two dead ninja, reflecting on the many things he had learned from this encounter. End flashback. Finally, Hinata broke the silence. Naruto-kun, are you alright? Hinata asked. Why yeah, I'm just fine, Hinata-chan. I was just remembering them, in my own way. These memories are dear to me, Naruto said. Suddenly the two were interrupted by incoming shuriken, which Naruto easily deflected. What? Who's there? Naruto yelled as he and Hinata got in attack stances. As a tall man, wearing a black trench coat, wearing a mask similar to Haku's appeared before them. I don't need to identify myself to children. So this is where they ended up. The piece of trash and his little punk, Zabuza was an embarrassment to our village, the masked man said, sparking anger in Naruto. How dare you say that? Naruto yelled, as he was about to attack. Now no need to get angry, kid, you've got more important things to worry about. The masked man said. What the hell do you mean? Naruto yelled. I got one word for you, kid. Boom. The man yelled, snapping his fingers as the entire cliffside area beneath Naruto and Hinata exploded. The two were caught totally by surprise as the ground collapsed underneath them. The graves completely obliterated by the explosion as the two began to fall down the cliff. Naruto quickly regained his senses and grabbed Hinata. He then noticed Zabuza's broken sword flying by his head. Naruto quickly grabbed the sword and stabbed it into the side on the cliff to stop the genin from falling. Naruto then used his momentum to fling himself and Hinata back up and landed on the ground before the masked man. "Damn you!" Naruto yelled. "I'm impressed, boy. With the trash taken care of, I guess I might play with you after all," the masked man said, as he was suddenly shocked as a punch clobbered him in the face, sending him flying several feet back. The man used his legs to come to a stop and was surprised as he saw Naruto surrounded by a heavy purplish aura. Is that chakra? I've never seen anything like that before," the man said as Naruto charges at an incredible speed, with his claws and fangs emerged as he took a swipe at the man. "You disrespected their graves. You bastard, I'm going to rip you apart," Naruto yelled, landing another crushing blow as the force from the punch broke off part of the mask. The man regained his composure and then covered his face up with the hood on his trench coat. Naruto was about to attack again when suddenly another masked man appeared. "Hey, you're getting your ass kicked by a kid," the new masked man yelled at his comrade. "Shut up. The kid is tougher than I thought," the man replied. "Well, no worries, let's see how he likes his girlfriend being attacked," the man said as he fired a kunai at Hinata. Naruto quickly turned his attention to Hinata. "No problem, Hinata can handle a simple kunai attack," Naruto thought to himself when suddenly he got a really bad feeling. "Wait, what's this? Why do I feel uneasy all of a sudden? Unless, oh no, that kunai isn't what it seems," Naruto again thought to himself. "Hinata-chan, look out." Naruto yelled as he raced back over to Hinata, who in the meantime fired a kunai back that collided with the oncoming kunai, and as Naruto thought, the kunai exploded, revealing at least another 20 kunai racing in at Hinata. Naruto quickly appeared in front of Hinata and pushed her out of the way as Naruto managed to dodge most of the kunai but was struck twice in the chest, 3 times in the gut, once in his right shoulder, and once in his left leg. Naruto winced at the pain but didn't drop. This is nothing, the wounds aren't even that deep," Naruto said, but suddenly his vision became blurry as he coughed up blood. What is this? Naruto thought to himself as he looked down at the ground to see several of the kunai he had dodged were dripping with poison. Hinata noticed this as well. "Damn, poisoned kunai." Naruto dropped to the ground in an instant. Naruto-kun," Hinata yelled as she quickly checked on Naruto. "See, that was quite easy," the new masked man said. "Well, hurry and finish them," the other man said. "That's fine by me." The masked man was about to fire in more kunai when they suddenly heard several people running in their direction. "Naruto, Hinata," Ino yelled as she, along with Jiraiya, Tazuna, and Inari came running up to the two. "Oh well, guess the girl is spared for now. The boy however has a lot of very lethal poison now running through his body. If he isn't already dead, he will be soon." With those words the two men disappeared as Jiraiya and the group quickly raced over to Hinata and Naruto. "Damn, Naruto, he's been poisoned. This is serious, we've got to hurry or he won't make it," Jiraiya said, scooping Naruto up and then raced back to Tazuna's home, leaving Hinata sitting on the ground to cry. Ino stayed behind to comfort her, and Tazuna and Inari ran back with Jiraiya. Chapter 17. The Riverside Battle. Avenging the souls of the dead. "He'll be alright for now. He might be merged with the Kyuubi now, but you don't take that much poison and not feel its effects. I don't care who you are. If it weren't for the Kyuubi, Naruto would be dead for sure. He'll need some rest, but he should be fine. In any case, you should look after him for now," Jiraiya told his team as he got up. "Sensei, are you going somewhere?" Ino asked. "Yeah, I'm going to go look around and possibly get some information about the whereabouts of that group's base or something. Ino, you and Hinata need to take care of Naruto for now. I should be back soon," Jiraiya said, leaving the house. Sigh. "Oh well, it's not like Naruto is going anywhere," Ino said aloud. She then noticed Hinata still sitting by Naruto's side. "Hinata, Naruto will be alright." "I know, but I can't help but be worried. What good are these medical skills of mine if I can't help?" Hinata said. "You patched Naruto up, you did all you could. Give it a few more years and you'll be one of the best medical specialists Konoha has," Ino said, comforting the girl. "Thanks, Ino. I just need to stop being so weak. If I could show Naruto-kun how strong I've become, and then maybe he wouldn't need to do things like this. I don't want him to have to get hurt because of me," Hinata said, stroking the boy's hair. "Don't worry, Hinata-chan, you'll get your time. We have improved a lot. Jiraiya-sensei has really helped us develop our skills and it's only been a few months. So that says a lot, I think," Ino said to her teammate. Hinata merely nodded. "Hey, I'm going to run into town and get some more ice for Naruto-ni-san's fever, Inari said, grabbing his coat and headed out the door. Be careful, Inari-san, Ino yelled. How is Naruto-kun? Tsunami asked the two girls. He's got a high fever because of the poison. But he'll be fine with some rest, Ino told the older woman. I'm glad to hear it, the woman replied. So Hinata-chan, what did you and Naruto-kun do when you were out? Ino asked, turning toward her teammate. We didn't do anything really. Naruto-kun went to visit two graves. They were the graves of two people he fought the first time he came out here. Apparently there were a lot of things that happened, because he held the two with great respect. He said he learned a lot from them, Hinata answered. Strange, you usually don't hold enemies in high regard, Ino replied. To Naruto-kun, they must not have been enemies really. That's all I know, Hinata said. An hour passed and Inari hadn't returned yet. All of a sudden, they heard something hit the door. Ino and Hinata quickly ran to the door and opened it. They found a kunai stuck in the door with a message tied to it. Upon reading the message, they were shocked to find out that Inari had been kidnapped. The message stated that they were to meet at the riverside if they wanted the boy back alive. Ino, what should we do? Should we wait for Jiraiya-sensei to return? Or maybe we should go out there and find him? Hinata wondered. No, let's go, Hinata, Ino firmly said. What, you don't mean by ourselves, do you? Hinata nervously asked. Yeah, I do. We're Shinobi of Konoha. We're not cowards. We'll never know how much we've improved until we test ourselves, Ino said. But, we could be killed if we don't understand what we're up against, Hinata said, trying to talk sense into her teammate. Hinata, we won't know unless we find out, and besides, Inari-san is in danger. I'm not going to let him be killed. We'll just have to hope Jiraiya-sensei will find something out and join us. Let's leave him a note and try not to tell Tsunami-san or Tazuna-san. They shouldn't have to worry about this, Ino said as she left a note for Jiraiya on the table. Hinata took one look at Naruto and made her decision. Alright, let's go. I'm going to make Naruto-kun proud, Hinata firmly decided as the two headed off out the door and toward the nearby river. The two arrived to find Inari tied to a tree. Standing next to the tree stood two men. They were both wearing black trench coats and masks. Hinata identified them as the same two that attacked Naruto and her. What do you two want? Ino asked. Well, we figured we'd eliminate intruders in our land. This country is ours. We'll form a new village and run this country, the taller of the two men answered. We're here to fight you, so let Inari-san go, Ino said. Sure, we don't need him anymore, the other masked man said, cutting the ropes and freeing Inari. Inari-san, run. Get out of here, Ino yelled. Okay, Inari replied as he took off back toward his home. Alright, these masks and trench coats are hard to move in, so I say we dump them, the masked man who freed Inari said to his partner. It's fine by me, the other masked man replied as the two took off their trench coats revealing dark green pants, and the two men were wearing Junin vests similar to Konoha's Junin. They removed their masks. The taller man revealed his scarlet hair and violet eyes. The shorter of the two removed his mask. He revealed teal-colored hair and dark green eyes. Now, identify yourselves if you don't mind, Ino said. She looked up at the two and noticed they were both wearing hidden mist forehead protectors. The forehead protectors had slashes through them to signify that they were missing nin. Very well, I don't mind since you'll be dead very shortly. My name is Sakuraba Negira, the shorter of the two men said, introducing himself. My name is Mamanari Raikou, the scarlet-haired ninja replied. Now we've introduced ourselves, shouldn't you do the same? I'm Yamanaka Ino, the beautiful and ultra-talented female ninja, Ino said boastfully. My name is Hyuga Hinata, Hinata nervously said. A Hyuga, the Hyuga bloodline is a much talked about subject in both Hidden Mist and Hidden Cloud. You should be proud, you're quite famous, the man named Negira said to the girl. I don't care about my blood limit, all I care about is paying you back for what you two did to Naruto-kun, Hinata said with anger in her voice. Alright, you go Hinata-chan, Ino said cheerfully. Let's do this. Who wants to get put down first? Ino said with confidence in her voice. Hey Raikou, stay out of this fight for now, I'll take them. No use both of us getting our hands dirty, Negira said to his teammate. Fine, just don't play for too long, Raikou said as he hopped back away from the action. Negira started it off by firing kunai at the two girls. The girls quickly fired kunai of their own, deflecting the attack. Ino charged in and attacked with taijutsu. Punches and kicks were all being dodged. The man Negira didn't even seem to be trying. Byakugan, Hinata said, activating her blood limit as she charged. Ino moved out of the way as Hinata tried several strikes with her gentle fist style. Negira, don't let the Hyuga hit you, she can close your tenketsu points. Raikou yelled. I already know that. Negura yelled back as he landed a spin kick that knocked Hinata back. Negura immediately performed several hand seals and then attacked. Suiten, Tepudama. Negura yelled as he fired several chakra-infused water balls at Hinata and Ino. I got this Hinata, move out of the way. Ino said, performing several hand seals of her own. This is one of the cool things Jiraiya-sensei taught me. Kaden, Housenka no Jutsu. Ino yelled and she fired several fireballs at the water balls. The two attacks collided and cancelled each other out. Ino performed several more seals and attacked again. Kaden, Gukaku no Jutsu. Ino fired out the large fireball but Negura had already countered with a jutsu of his own. Suiten, Sujinheki. Negura shouted, creating a wall of water and protecting himself from the flames. Damn, he knows that move. I guess I shouldn't be surprised he is from Mist Village, Ino cursed. Negura ran up and struck Ino with a punch to her face. Hinata received a heel to her chin that shot her upward and then received a kick to her gut that shot her back. It's time to end this. Negura pulled out a handful of kunai and fired them at the two girls. It's my turn, Ino, Hinata said, stepping in front of her teammate. Hakusho, Kaden. Hinata yelled as she began to spin as she expelled chakra from her body. The kunai were deflected and Hinata quickly stopped spinning and grabbed the kunai and fired them all back at Negura. Ino got up and performed several hand seals and then put her hands together, her thumbs, index, and middle fingers touching each other as she got Negura in her view. Negura, unaware of Ino's actions, quickly dodged the kunai, leaving him open to Ino's attack. Shintenshin number Jutsu. Ino yelled as her body went limp all of a sudden and Negura was hit with something. He flinched and his head hung low for a minute before regaining his composure. Hey Negura, are you alright? Raikou called to his teammate. I'm just fine, Negura said, only with a female voice. Raikou immediately knew something was wrong as Negura blew him a kiss. Hang back for a minute, we'll take care of you next, Negura told his teammate. Raikou then knew for sure that it wasn't Negura. Hinata, do it now, Ino yelled while still in Negura's body, as she pointed her hands toward her own body. Release, Ino yelled as Negura's body flinched again and Ino's body began to move again. What just happened? Negura said in a confused voice. Negura, Raikou yelled. Negura looked up but was too late. Hinata was right on top of him. Hake, Rokuju Yansho. Hinata yelled as she struck 2, then 4, then 8, then 16, then 32, and then finally hitting all 64 of Negura's tenketsu points. The missing nin was rocked back as he coughed up blood. Hinata then charged her hands with chakra and then struck Negura in the chest. The man coughed up even more blood and then went limp and dropped to the ground. Hinata immediately checked his vital signs. He's dead. Hey, you hear that? Your friend's gone and you're next. Ino yelled but was shocked to see the Raikou wasn't where he was a moment ago. The genin were shocked even more when he appeared before them. He landed a swift and hard kick to Hinata ribs that sent her flying back. He spun around and then kicked Ino into air where he then performed several seals and performed an attack. Suiten, Tepudama. Raikou fired rapid water balls. One nailed Hinata in the chest, causing her to hit the ground hard. Another water ball hit Ino and knocked her into the river. Raikou jumped down by the riverside and picked Ino up by her arm and landed a punch to her face and then let her drop in the water again. Ino, Hinata whispered as she tried to catch her breath. Hinata performed several hand seals and her right hand started to glow a greenish color as she placed her hand on her chest. Hang on Ino, I'll be there shortly. Take this, you little bitch. An angry Raikou yelled as he performed several hand seals. Suiten, Daibikufu no Jutsu. Raikou unleashed a fierce maelstrom of water that blasted Ino hard, throwing her into the water. Here, take this as well. I hope you can handle the pressure. Raikou performed more seals and fired another jutsu. Suiten, Sushuaha. Raikou created a huge tidal wave. The water came crashing down on Ino. The screaming girl was being crushed under the weight of the water. Ino, Hinata managed to yell. And no, it can't end like this. I didn't want to die before I could prove myself, Ino thought to herself as she awaited the end. Suddenly someone shouted in the distance, getting Raikou and Hinata's attention. Kuchios, Yutai Kuzushi no Jutsu. Suddenly a large toad appeared in the air and crashed down on top of the tidal wave. The rippling effect threw the helpless Ino into the air. A figure suddenly swooped by and caught the girl in his arms, and as he landed beside Hinata and placed the unconscious girl down beside the Hyuga girl. Hinata was shocked by the arrival of a certain blonde boy. Naruto-kun, Hinata said in shock. Hey, Hinata-chan, Ino-chan, you did awesome. But this bastard is mine. He's got some payback coming and I plan on dealing it out, Naruto said with anger filling his voice. Well, it's you, I thought we had killed you, Raikou said. No, I can't die, not against trash like you, Naruto said. The giant toad disappeared and Naruto immediately charged as he performed his old signature move. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto yelled, creating 6 clones. The Narutos charged in at great speed, surprising Raikou as one clone punched him in the face, and then the clones attacked from all sides. But Raikou quickly spun and landed a kick to the heads of 2 clones. He then came down with a punch to another clone. 3 clones disappeared in an instant. Raikou jumped into the air and performed another jutsu. Suiten, Sujinheki. The water barrier appeared as the remaining Narutos collided with it. All the clones disappeared and Naruto was thrown back. You're too weak, Raikou yelled. I'm not done with you yet, you bastard, Naruto yelled. Naruto charged again and struck the wall of water and was shot back. You see, if you focus enough chakra you can maintain this jutsu as long you want. It's perfect. Nobody can break through it. Raikou yelled as he started laughing. Wrong, Naruto yelled back. His body being surrounded by his fierce purple chakra, his claws and fangs grew and he charged again, his speed tripled. Raikou was shocked but was still confident in his defense as he maintained his water barrier. That's it, keep trying, wear yourself out and prove how hopeless you really are. Raikou yelled as Naruto collided with the wall. Raikou was suddenly shocked as the force of Naruto's power pushed through and broke the water barrier. What? Is all Raikou could manage to say as he received a fierce punch that threw him through the other side of the water barrier and his back collided with a nearby tree. A fierce and angry Naruto charged in and he created 6 more clones with his Kage Bunshin. All the clones had fangs and claws as they all charged the staggering man. Now taste the revenge of those whose graves you defiled. Naruto yelled as the clones took turns ripping into Raikou with their claws, as blood started to spray everywhere. Raikou yelled in pain as the clones disappeared and Naruto clobbered Raikou with a punch. Raikou slowly staggered back to his feet and performed several more seals and attacked the oncoming Naruto. Suiten, Suiryuden no Jutsu. Raikou yelled as dragon made of pure water emerged and headed straight at Naruto. Naruto, however, formed a ball in his right hand. Its color had changed. It was purple on the outside. Inside the ball you could see the red and blue chakra swirling together. Rasengan. Naruto yelled as he extended his hand forward with the Rasengan. The force of the attack ripped right through the water dragon. What? Raikou yelled as Naruto emerged through the dragon, the Rasengan then striking Raikou's chest, pinning him against the tree. The force of the Rasengan pierced through Raikou's chest and destroyed the tree behind him. Blood exploded from the wound covering the area as Raikou dropped to the ground, drenching it. The man weakly looked up at the angry Naruto. Why? How are you this strong? I'm strong because I have important people to protect. That was something Haku taught me, the same person along with Zabuza who you disrespected. Now listen to me and takes these words with you into the afterlife. You're going to meet up with those 2. The ones whose graves you guys destroyed. If you think the pain I just dealt you was great, just you wait until they get a hold of you. Remember this pain as you suffer and burn, you bastard. Naruto yelled as the man drew in his last breath and died. Naruto's claws and fangs slowly began to retract as he calmed down and made his way back over to Hinata and Ino. Naruto-kun, you did it, Hinata said to Naruto. Yeah, enough about that, how's Ino? Naruto asked. I'm fine, Ino said, regaining consciousness. Good, you guys are safe, Naruto said as he dropped to one knee. Naruto-kun, are you alright? Hinata asked. Yeah, the poison isn't completely gone from my system yet, Naruto said. What? You just kicked that guy's ass and you were still poisoned? Ino asked, looking on in shock. Yeah, as soon as I regained consciousness I raced over here, Naruto told the 2 girls. Damn, you're amazing, Naruto, Ino said. Hey, you guys still alive? The genin were interrupted as Jiraiya arrived. Ero Sennin, Naruto yelled as the Sannin. We got to hurry. I think we took care of the leaders, we've got to find these guys' base and finish off the rest of them, Naruto said to his sensei, but quickly stopped in his tracks as Jiraiya tosses 15 head protectors on the ground before the genin. The head protectors were from Sand, Sound, Mist, and Rain Village. Well, that was very disappointing, Jiraiya said, looking at the very shocked genin. What? The genin said in unison. Ero Sennin, don't tell me you. Naruto started but was interrupted. Yay, I went out looking for information, and followed some leads that lead me straight to their base. Those guys you just beat were indeed the leaders, because the guys I faced were only at the Chunin level at best. It was quite pathetic, Jiraiya said, startling the group. Well anyway, Naruto, Ino, Hinata, you guys did great. I'm very proud of you. Now let's get back to Tazuna's place so you guys can rest and then we'll wrap things up, get our payment and head back to Konoha tomorrow. How does that sound? That sounds pretty good to me, Naruto said, getting up and lifting Ino in his arms. Here, let me help you. Hinata-chan, you don't mind, right? Naruto asked his girlfriend. No, I don't mind, Ino needs to stay off her feet for a while anyway, Hinata replied. Thanks Naruto-kun, Ino said as the team headed back to the old man's place. While Jiraiya was off visiting the head of the wave country, the team was resting. The next morning Naruto was fully healed and the team began down the road back to Konoha after saying goodbye to Inari, Tazuna, and Tsunami. Jutsu list. Suiten, Daibikufu no Jutsu, Water Style, Great Waterfall Jutsu. Chapter 18. Burning with Youthful Passion, Team Guy's Bodyguarding Expedition. Good morning my youthful team of talent ninja. The tall thick-browed Junin said greeting his less than eager team. Well actually Lee was as eager as always, Tenten and Choji however, were not. Guy-sensei, I'm ready to push myself beyond my limits and rise to new heights in order to prove my way of the ninja, Lee excitingly told his sensei. Lee, I know you will do me proud, now come my beautiful team of youths, and let us go to our wonderful Hokage, so that we may experience the joys of completely a task for our precious Konoha, Guy said as the team headed toward the Hokage palace. Tenten, how do you deal with these two all the time? Choji asked. Huh, Tenten replied pulling cotton balls out of her ears. Oh you're a genius, Choji said. The scary part, I can still hear them pretty well. This just makes it a little more bearable, Tenten replied. I miss my old team. Ino was loud but even she knew when to be quiet, and well Shikamaru was always quiet, Choji told his teammate. We have arrived, Guy yelled to his team as they entered the room where Tsunade was sitting. Hokage-sama, we have come to get our ever-important mission to complete in the name of our beloved village of Konoha. Guy, shut up. You don't need to be so loud, you'll make your team go deaf, Tsunade said tossing Guy a scroll. Your mission is to escort the man I'm about to bring in back to the Earth Country. It's a B-rank mission for there is a threat that hidden cloud ninjas may attack. So be very cautious and most importantly try and keep your mouth shut. Alright Hokage-sama, who is this man we'll be escorting back to the Earth County? Guy asked. You may come in now. Tsunade called to someone out in the hall. The man opened the door. He was wearing very formal clothing and dark blue robe, he had black hair, and black eyes. Are these the people you've assigned to me? Are you trying to get me killed Hokage-sama? The man rudely stated to Tsunade. These four are very capable, very skilled ninja. I assure you I wouldn't have given them this mission if I didn't feel they could handle it, Tsunade explained. Very well, let's go, I wish to be home soon, the man said. Who is this rather rude man? Lee shouted. He is the brother of the Lord of the Earth Country, Tsunade replied. Oh, I mean I'm very pleased to meet you. My name is Rock Lee, Lee said to the man. My name is Maeda Guy, I am the Junin instructor in charge. This is my youthful team of fabulous ninjas, the weapons specialist Tenten and the heir to the Akamichi clan, Akamichi Choji, Guy said introducing his team. Of course the incredible Rock Lee has already introduced himself. So we may go whenever you desire. We vow to defend you with our lives, and shall never allow harm to come to you. Guy shut up, Tsunade yelled. I'm sorry Hokage-sama, we shall be off to the Earth Country immediately, Guy said as the team left. Sensei, how likely is an enemy attack on this mission? Tenten asked. I don't know, why don't we let our guest here tell us? Guy said turning toward the man. The Hidden Cloud and Hidden Stone villages have been at war recently. I'm one of Stone Village's biggest supporters. If they take me out, a lot of funds that go to the stone will be no more, the man replied. I see, so that is why they're after you. Well, have no fear, we shall protect you, Guy said. We'll travel by carriage. Tenten and Choji will ride inside the carriage with you. Lee and I will ride on top and guide the horses to our destination. Very well then, I put my care in your hands, please don't let me down. An entire village is counting on my return, the Lord said. Have no fear, Konoha's great and beautiful azure beast, the mighty Rock Lee will protect you from harm, Lee boasted as the rest of the group with the exception to Guy walked in silence. The team picked up the horses and carriage and exited out of the north gate and began their journey toward the Earth Country. Excuse me, but do you mind if I asked you a question? Tenten said to the older man. Be my guest, the Lord replied. Why would you come all the way to Konoha? I mean if people were after you, why not stay in your own country away from harm? Tenten asked. It's simple, I'm visiting some friends on business. I was discussing matters with the Lord of the Fire Country to request assistance. He sent me to Konoha. You see Hidden Cloud from the Lightning Country has been hitting us rather hard. They've been trying to invade the Earth Country. Attempts on my brother's life as well as my own have been made. It's been very rough. We had no choice but to try and get help from Konoha, the older man told Tenten. The group continued toward the Earth Country for several hours when suddenly, the carriage exploded. Tenten and Choji got the man to safety as Lee and Guy prepared to face the attackers. Who dares to attack the great Guy and the awesome Lee? Guy yelled out as a swarm of about 10 Hidden Cloud ninjas attacked firing kunai and shuriken. Tenten immediately fired several kunai in to deflect the attacks. Guy and Lee dodged several attacks and immediately charged in. Konoha Senpuu. Lee yelled as he landed his signature move that clobbered one of the Cloud Ninja and fired him into another oncoming foe, knocking them both out. Guy attacked with a crushing right-hand punch that fired the ninja several feet away. As Guy and Lee were facing off with the first group of enemy ninjas, another 10 ninja attacked Choji and Tenten from behind. One of the foes landed a kick to Tenten's gut that threw her. Choji immediately caught her and sat her down before she could go flying. Tenten, are you alright? Choji asked. Yeah, I was careless and was caught off guard, that's all, Tenten replied. Alright, guard the Lord, I'll take care of these guys, Choji said with a confident smile. You're going to use it already? Tenten asked. I can't let Guy-sensei and Lee have all the fun now, can I? Plus I want to have something to tell my buddy Shikamaru when we get back to Konoha, Choji replied. Alright, but remember to take it easy, it uses a lot of chakra, Tenten said. I'll be fine, Choji responded. Choji immediately began performing hand seals and then bite his finger. Akamichi Keita, Kuchio's no jutsu. Choji screamed, slamming his hand on the ground, and suddenly a giant boar about the size of a rhino appeared with Choji standing on its back. Choji performed another set of hand seals. Akamichi Keita, Sumiyakaheki. Choji yelled, and with that the boar Choji was riding took off at an amazing speed. The enemy ninja had no time to realize what had happened, as literally with a blink of an eye, the boar with its tusks pointed outward speared 2 ninjas and threw them into 4 other foes. The remaining 8 ninjas began to retreat, but Choji hopped off the back of the boar as it disappeared in a puff of smoke. Choji charged with a speed that made Lee look slow as he drove a fist right through the gut of an enemy. Choji pulled his hand out and grabbed several kunai and fired them. The speeding kunai were too fast to dodge and 2 more enemies fell when the kunai pierced their skulls. Choji then sped in and delivered a spin kick to another enemy's ninja's head. The force of the kick blasted the foe's head right off his shoulders. The remaining 4 continued to run away. Suddenly, Tenten pulled out 2 scrolls and sat them on the ground as she performed several hand seals. The scrolls shot up into the air as Tenten jumped high in between the 2 scrolls. So sure you. Tenten fired weapons rapidly from the scrolls at the 4 retreating ninjas. The weapons pierced and stabbed the remaining men as they all dropped dead on the ground before Tenten landed. Meanwhile, Guy spun around one foe and grabbed the man and cracked his back. Lee landed another spin kick and then spun behind another foe and quickly snapped his neck. Several minutes later, Guy and Lee took care of the rest of the enemies and the battle quickly came to an end. The Lord stood in shock at the skill of the team that was hired to protect him as Lee and Guy made their way over to him. Tenten helped Choji to his feet, because he was completely spent of all his chakra from his speed burst attacks. Lee, Tenten, Choji, I am so proud of you and the skills you possess. I can see that your youthfulness is burning as always, Guy proudly said. Sensei, how many did you get? I got 5, Lee said. Lee, even though this is not a contest, I'd have defeated 5 foes. Meanwhile it is a draw, Guy replied. Sensei, not to disappoint you, but Choji won. He got 6, and I only got 4, Tenten interrupted. Ah, Choji, you are indeed one of my precious students with skills that make me weep with joy, Guy said. Whatever, I'm still trying to get used to the amount of chakra I use. My old moves when I was still fat never used this much chakra, and the funny thing is, I didn't really perform any ninjutsu. My attacks are all taijutsu based now, Choji replied. Choji, you will learn that taijutsu is all you need to become great, Lee said, giving Choji his nice guy pose. Can we please just finish the mission? Tenten interrupted yet again. Why, you were all amazing, the Lord said, still shocked from the battle. I see now why Konoha is so strong, because of great ninjas like you. The team continued the mission on foot as they entered the Earth country, and after dropping off their client and getting their payment, the group began to head back toward Konoha. I can't wait to get back, I want to see Neji-kun as soon as possible, Tenten said with a blush. Neji-kun, I've never heard you call him Neji-kun before. Has something happened? Lee seriously asked. Neji-kun asked me to be his girlfriend. We had a double date with Naruto-kun, and Hinata-san, and it was during the date he asked me out and of course I accepted, Tenten replied. I see, Neji is truly my rival, he has even defeated me in the ways of love. I see Naruto-kun is also a great rival. But I, Rock Lee, shall win in the end when I make Sakura-san finally fall for me, Lee said. Lee, I think she's with Sasuke-kun now, I know there's some strong feelings from both of them. I heard it from Ino, that Sasuke-kun told Sakura that he loved her, Tenten told Lee, causing him to hang his head down low. I lost to Sasuke-kun as well, Lee said, looking rather depressed. Guy walked over to Lee and patted him on the back. Lee, don't you worry, for I will never abandon you. Remember, never give up on love, because one day it will be yours and it will shine brighter than the sun. Guy boasted to his student with tears flowing down his face. Oh Guy-sensei, I promise to make you proud, Lee said with tears running down his face as well. Oh boy, here they go again, Tenten commented to Choji. Sigh, I miss Shikamaru and Ino, Choji sighed as the group continued toward Konoha. Jutsu list. Soshoryu, Twin Rising Dragons. Akamichi Keita, Kuchio's no Jutsu, Akamichi Style, Summoning Jutsu. Akamichi Keita, Sumiyakaheiki, Akamichi Style, Speed Burst Jutsu. Chapter 19. Team Kurenai's Challenge, The Assassination Mission. Neji in his room began preparing for a new day. His team was due to be receiving a new mission. His mind wandered through events of his past, the bitterness, the hatred, and now the light. All was put into perspective for him during the Chunin exam and the fight that led him toward a new path and hopefully a new destiny. Flashback. Your destiny was decided the moment I was chosen as your opponent, Neji told Naruto after revealing about his past. I don't know how much it hurt that your dad was killed a long time ago, but… Naruto began. Thinking that destiny is all decided because of that is a huge mistake, Naruto finished and Neji charged in with a blow to the chest. Examiner, it's over, Neji said turning to the Junin in charge of watching over the matches. Don't run away, Naruto began as he staggered to his feet. I won't run away. I don't go back on my words, Naruto said. I've heard that before, Neji interrupted with a smirk on his face. There's no way. I'll lose. To a coward who's always whining about destiny, Naruto said weakly. An ignorant brat like you shouldn't be lecturing me, Neji said. People are born burdened with a destiny they can't oppose, Neji continued. You could never understand what it's like to be burdened with a symbol you could never rid yourself of. Neji yelled but was shocked as Naruto weakly began to laugh thinking of the hardships of his past. Yes, I can. And so what of it? Naruto said angering Neji further. You should stop acting cool. You're not the only one that's special. Hinata too. She suffered as much as you. A member of the main family. But not acknowledged, trying her best to change herself. Thinking that as she coughed up blood while fighting you. Naruto continued. The same goes for you. The branch family is supposed to protect the main family, yet doing that to Hinata. In truth, you are trying your hardest to disobey destiny. Naruto finished. Can I ask you something? Neji began. Why do you go against your destiny so much? Neji asked. Because I was called a loser, Naruto replied as the battle continued. The Kyuubi's chakra surrounded Naruto and the two collided. Finally, as Neji stood about to be declared the winner, Naruto appeared from the ground below to deliver a final blow. Kage Bunshin, Neji wondered, as he lay defeated on the ground. So you used your best move. I was careless, Neji said. I failed the final academy exam 3 times. Unluckily for me, the final exam was always my weakest jutsu, Naruto said. Bunshin number jutsu is the jutsu I'm the worst at. Stop whining about how destiny can't be changed. Because, unlike me, you're not a loser, Naruto finished. Flashback ends. When he becomes Hokage, he'll help change the Hyuga. I wonder if that's really true, Neji said with a smile. I think it's already changing, at least for me. Hinata-sama is finally happy. She's gotten so much stronger, and I may never fully forgive the past, but I can accept it. Neji headed out toward the Hokage's palace. His teammates, Haruno Sakura, and Inuzuka Kiba quickly greeted him. Kurenai, their sensei arrived moments later. Kurenai-sensei, have you heard anything about a new mission for us yet? Neji asked. No, I haven't, Neji. But that is why we are here, Kurenai replied as the 4 arrived before Tsunade. I see, so you've arrived. Today I have an extremely important mission. It'll be your toughest yet. It's an A-rank mission, Tsunade told the group, shocking them. What an A-rank mission? Hokage-sama, are you sure we can handle such a mission? The pink-haired girl asked Tsunade. Well, after reviewing Kurenai's reports, I believe you'll define. It is however an assassination mission, which I'm sure you all know is a rare mission to give a group of genin, Tsunade said. Who is it? Neji calmly asked. Well, before I explain the details, let me bring in the others who will be coming with you on this mission, Tsunade said. You guys may enter now. Tsunade called to the people outside the room. As the door opened and 2 familiar faces appeared before the group. We're here, so let's go get this troublesome mission over with, the lazy Chunin stated as he entered the room. Alongside him, was the blonde sand nin, Tamari. Yes, Tamari, and Shikamaru will be joining you on this mission, Tsunade said. May I ask why? Neji asked. Well, you are to assassinate a man named Baki, he was from Hidden Sand Village, he was also in charge of Gaara's team, Tsunade said, shocking Neji, Kiba, Sakura, and Kurenai. After the attack on Konoha, he and a few rogue sand nin fled, and well, Hidden Sand has recently requested that this mission be done, and I agreed to further help our relationship with the sand. Also, the new Cage requested that at least one member of Gaara's team be allowed to go on the mission since they were once Baki's students. In doing this, Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari will be allowed to become Konoha ninja for good, Tsunade told the group. Temari-san, is it really alright to do this? Sakura asked. It's fine with me. Gaara, Kankuro, and I would like nothing more than to be allowed to stay here for good. Gaara and Kankuro are out on a mission, so I was the only one available, Temari said. Hokage-sama, usually these types of missions are done only in teams of 3 or 4, so isn't 6 a little too much? Neji asked. Well, Baki is a high-level Junin of sand, and his few followers are at least Chunin level, so 4 Genin, 1 Junin, and 1 Chunin is fair in my opinion. A mission like this I'd usually send in small squad of Junin level ninja or Anbu, but you all know of Konoha's situation, so this will have to do. I did the best I could at making sure this team had the best chance of success. Kurenai is a Junin and a Genjutsu specialist. Sakura is rapidly becoming quite skilled in Genjutsu and she has been training with me recently, so her healing abilities aren't bad at all. Kiba and Akamaru are capable of dishing out the offense combined with their tracking abilities. Neji, your abilities will prove vital to this mission's success and the talents of both Temari and Shikamaru should greatly increase your success rate, Tsunade finished. Hokage-sama, do we know of the location of the target? Shikamaru asked. Yes, he was heading back to the Wind Country when he received the news that he was to be executed upon his arrival. He is located just outside of the Wind Country. Through Anbu Scouts and Hidden Sand's help we've mapped out where he is. I'll give the map to you, Shikamaru, study and memorize it. I expect to see you all back here in one piece. You are to leave immediately, Tsunade said, dismissing the team. The group headed outside to discuss their next steps. Alright, everyone go home and gather your equipment, we'll meet at the west gate in an hour, Kurenai told the team as they went their separate ways. 1 hour quickly passed as the team reunited at the gates of Konoha. Okay, is everyone prepared? Kurenai asked. Everyone nodded in agreement as the gates opened and the team headed off toward the Wind Country. About how far do we have to go? Kiba asked. Well, it looks to be about a day's worth of travel. It might be a day and a half, but that should be about it, Shikamaru told his teammate. So let's get going already, Kiba said as he patted Akamaru on the head and then lifted him up in his arms. Kiba, there is no sense in rushing things, since we're going to try and ambush the target anyway, Shikamaru told the dog ninja. So do you already have a plan for us? Temari asked. I believe Kurenai-sensei is in charge, so I haven't really thought about it much, Shikamaru replied. You're lying, I bet you've already got a plan just in case, Temari said with a smirk. I might, who knows, Shikamaru said to the Sand Genin. Shikamaru, I might be a Junin but I'm not against hearing ideas, Kurenai told the Chunin. Well, in all honesty, I don't really have a plan yet. I'm waiting until we get closer and get a better grip on the situation before I formulate any kind of a plan, Shikamaru told the group. The group continued to walk in silence for several hours. Shikamaru broke the silence when he started up a conversation with Temari. Temari, I've been wondering about something since we left, Shikamaru said, turning to the blonde girl. Oh, what were you wondering? Temari asked. Is it really alright for you to be killing your sensei and all? Shikamaru asked. The question caused Temari to go silent for a moment. I'm doing this for the sake of my family, Temari said. What? Shikamaru asked. I mean, Kankuro doesn't act like it, but I know he enjoys being in Konoha. I really love your country and your village. Where I'm from, peace like what Konoha has doesn't exist. But I'm also doing it for Gaara as well. He's so much happier now. Nobody sees it in his expressions, but I can tell. He talks to us a little more. It's strange, I know, but he really loves to ask how my day was. We can actually sit and talk for several minutes. It's all thanks to Konoha, and of course Naruto-kun, Temari told the Chunin. I see, Naruto and Gaara do seem to be getting close, Shikamaru said. Gaara talks to Naruto whenever he can. It's part of the reason Gaara goes to that ramen place every morning now. He goes in hopes of talking to Naruto-kun, Temari said with a smile. Sometimes, it's hard to believe that the Gaara now is really the same Gaara from before. Well, he has finally found someone to accept him and call him friend. Naruto, he's annoying at times, but he definitely grows on you, Shikamaru said with a smirk. Uzumaki Naruto, the boy who is capable of changing people and capable of changing fate, Neji interrupted. Yes, I believe as you do. He truly is something. I acknowledge him as my best friend. You might have a rival then, Neji, Temari started. That is because to Gaara, Naruto is his best and only friend. That's not totally correct, Neji said. What do you mean? Temari wondered. Any friend of Naruto's is a friend of mine, Neji said with a smile. I see, Temari said. This is exactly why I wanted to do this mission. Gaara has found something special, and so have I. I see, well then let's get this mission done soon, so you can officially join the ranks of Konoha, Kiba said. Hey Neji, can I ask you something? Sakura said to the Hyuga boy. What is it? Neji replied. How has Naruto been? I haven't seen him lately, and I know you've been hanging out with him a lot more, Sakura asked. Naruto is fine, remember Hinata-sama is with him. He came back from his mission yesterday. He went to the Wave Country and said he had to fight, but that Hinata-sama and Ino-san ended up doing most of the fighting, Neji said. Hinata-chan, and Ino-chan, did most of the fighting. Is that really true? Sakura wondered. Apparently so, Naruto was injured and Hinata-sama and Ino-san had to step up in his place, Neji told the pink-haired girl. I see, so Ino is getting stronger too. It makes me wonder if I'm getting stronger at all, Sakura said with a frown. You are getting a lot stronger, Neji told the girl. You're mastering genjutsu quite fast, and you're study healing techniques at the same time, that makes you a very valuable member of this or any team. Don't doubt your strength, it'll make all the hard work Kurenai-sensei, and the Hokage-sama went through mean nothing. Yes, you're right, thanks Neji, Sakura said with a smile. The group traveled on into the night. They then decided to set up camp and start to prepare for tomorrow. Soon they would arrive and have to carry out the mission. The genin in the group were all beginning to feel rather nervous, but so was the junin and chunin in the group. Each team member will have a role to fulfill, and failure to complete that role could cause the team to be destroyed. For the group of young ninjas who combined have barely had any experience killing someone, tension was rather high as they tried and settled down for the night. Kiba, Shikamaru, and Neji each took turns guarding the group as the others slept, and as morning quickly arrived, the team headed off closer to the destination. The fighting would commence soon enough. Chapter 20. The mission commences. Shikamaru and his team headed toward their target, an elite Junin from Hidden Sand Village, and his name was Baki. He used to be the sensei of Gaara's team. As the group arrived at their target's location silently, Shikamaru forged his plan. Kurenai-sensei, do you mind if I explain my plan? Shikamaru asked the Junin in charge. Go ahead Shikamaru, Kurenai responded. Okay, Neji, first you'll use your Byakugan to check out the number enemies we'll have to encounter. Temari, you'll draw them out with your attacks. Kiba, you and Akamaru will begin to take out any of Baki's followers. Kurenai-sensei will make contact with our target. Sakura, you should stay back and conserve your chakra for healing purposes, only attack if you have to. Neji, you'll cover Kiba. I'll cover the group and try and catch anyone in my jutsu. Once we eliminate the followers, we'll focus our attacks on Baki. Temari, you should stay back and focus on ranged attacks. Kiba, your job will be the same, just strike as you can. Sakura, you'll take care of our injuries. Does everyone understand? Shikamaru asked the group. Everyone in the group nodded a yes. Neji, you may begin. Byakugan. Neji activated his blood limit ability and focused on the building. Shikamaru, there are a confirmed 12 men, including our target, Neji told the Chunin. Only 11 guys to beat up. That won't be very fun, Kiba said. Wait a moment, they are acting strange, Neji told the group. What do you mean? Shikamaru asked. But Neji didn't have time to reply, as everyone was temporarily stunned to see the building explode. What the hell happened? Kiba yelled, as suddenly a barrage of shuriken attacked the group. Neji quickly stepped forward and began to repel the attack. Kaden, Neji yelled as he deflected all the shuriken with his technique. Not bad, I never expected a Hyuga to be sent in the group, the man known as Baki said as he emerged from the smoke with his followers. Now attack. Baki yelled as the other ninja attacked the party. Kurenai immediately pulled out a kunai in each hand and charged through toward Baki, ignoring his men. The man drew two short swords from his belt and then collided with Kurenai. A loud clang could be heard as the metal from the weapons collided. Meanwhile, Shikamaru and the rest of the group got ready to attack. Shikyaku number jutsu. Kiba yelled as his claws and fangs grew. Kiba then charged with an attack. Suga. Kiba yelled as he spun through two opponents and clobbered another, sending the ninja flying to the ground. The two ninja who Kiba missed headed straight at Sakura, who immediately prepared a rather deadly attack for the two men. Sakura quickly jumped over them and simply touched both enemy ninjas' foreheads with her index and middle fingers together. Genjutsu. Insudento Shouten no Jutsu. Sakura yelled as she landed behind the two men. The enemy ninja immediately dropped to their knees and began screaming as they dropped to the ground. Sakura, what did you do? Shikamaru asked the pink-haired genin. That was a little trick Kurenai-sensei taught me. That technique made them picture their own horrific deaths causing a massive heart attack and well you know the rest, Sakura replied. Damn that's harsh, Shikamaru said. Remind me to never piss her off, Shikamaru thought to himself. How about the two of you stop talking and focus on fighting? Tamari interrupted as she pulled her fan out and attacked 3 oncoming opponents. Daikamedachi number jutsu. Tamari yelled as she attacked with her fan creating a whirlwind that sucked up the enemies and slices them up to pieces. As the 3 bodies dropped, Neji charged at 2 opponents and delivered a forward thrust to one opponent's chest. At the same time he used his left index and middle finger and landed a single strike to the other enemy's throat. The 2 men dropped to the ground. Kurenai and Baki continued exchanging attacks, their weapons clanging. Baki was temporarily surprised as Kiba came at him spinning, and his technique struck Baki in the chest causing the Sand Junin to be pushed back. Kiba stopped his spin and was shocked to see his attack did nothing, as the vest Baki was wearing cracked and broke revealing that it was made of metal. Baki then landed a quick kick to Kiba's gut throwing him back, and then landing a spin kick to Kurenai's face throwing her to the ground. The Leaf Junin quickly returned to her feet but Baki showed great speed by spinning around behind her and slashing her back with one of his short swords. Baki then kicked her in the back hard causing the Leaf Junin to fall to the ground hard. The Sand Junin then turned to face his remaining opponents as he witnessed the rest of his troops all fall to the ground. Impressive, they all fell without even touching you, Baki said. Tamari. Baki called to his former student as he turned to face her. You're good at using wind, but I'm even better, Baki stated as he used his 2 short swords and slashed the air shocking the group as a strong force of wind completely engulfed Tamari and lifted her into the air. Sumujikas. Baki yelled as the wind began slicing Tamari causing her to scream out in agony. Tamari. Shikamaru screamed as the wind let down and then threw the Sand Genin. Shikamaru quickly jumped into the air and caught her. So, you want some as well? Fine. Baki attacked by slashing the air once again creating several blades of wind that slashed up Shikamaru's back causing him to scream and cough up blood as he and Tamari crashed to the ground and didn't seem to be moving. At that moment Kurenai tried to attack Baki from behind but met a back kick to the gut and then met the same fate as Tamari and Shikamaru and she too was quickly dropped to the ground. Shikamaru, Tamari, Kurenai-sensei. Sakura yelled as she raced to her comrades. I don't think so. Baki attacked Sakura by firing kunai at the girl. Sakura look out. Neji yelled as he moved between Sakura and the attack as about 5 kunai stabbed Neji deep in the back causing him to cough up blood and drop to the ground. Neji. Sakura yelled in concern. Damn you. Kiba yelled. Let's go Akamaru. Kiba said as he and Akamaru ate a soldier pill each. Jujin Bunshin. Kiba yelled as Akamaru transformed into Kiba. The 2 charged at their opponent. Gatsuga. Kiba yelled as he and Akamaru started their own whirlwinds and attacked Baki head on. Attacking with a whirlwind. That won't work on me, Baki said with a smile. K's number Yeba. Baki yelled as blades of wind counter and attacked Akamaru and Kiba. The force of the attack threw the 2 back. Akamaru transformed back to his normal form and Kiba quickly caught the unconscious puppy as another blade of wind struck Kiba sending him to the ground cradling his friend as he also went unconscious. Kiba. Sakura yelled. No, I'm all alone. Shikamaru, Kurenai-sensei, Neji, Tamari, and Kiba were all defeated. Now it's your turn. Baki yelled as he charged at Sakura. Die. Baki yelled when suddenly, he stopped dead in his tracks. What is going on? I can't move. Simple, I got you with my Kajimane no Jutsu, an injured Shikamaru said as he stood up weakly and then tried to keep himself up. I thought I killed you, Baki said in shock. Sorry, I don't die that easily, Shikamaru said. Neji, do it, Shikamaru said as the injured Hyuga attacked. Hakusho. Rokuju Yansho. Neji yelled as he proceeded to strike all 64 Tenketsu points. Baki coughed up blood in his place, still unable to move due to Shikamaru's jutsu. And now, Shikamaru finishes this, Neji said weakly. Okay, I'll do that. Shikamaru replied. Kage Kyubi Shinbari no Jutsu. Shikamaru said as part of his shadow wrapped around Baki's neck. The land became quiet and all that could be heard was a scream and then the sound of a man's neck being snapped. Shikamaru dropped the jutsu and the body of Baki dropped to the ground. You guys did it. Sakura happily said but her smile quickly disappeared as Neji coughed up a lot of blood and dropped back to the ground as blood began to flow freely from his kunai wounds. Shikamaru also dropped to the ground as Sakura was left the only healthy and conscious ninja. This is bad, I don't know what to do. I don't know if I can heal everyone, Sakura said dropping to her knees as tears began to form. Sakura, heal Kurenai-sensei, she's a Junin, she should be able to get his help the fastest. Then try and stop Neji's bleeding, that should be your top priorities, Shikamaru told the girl in his weakened state. Sakura wasted no time and rushed over to Kurenai and began healing her sensei. After several minutes Kurenai began to regain conscious and then quickly realized the team's current situation. Damn, I was out for too long. Neji, Shikamaru, Tamari, and Kiba are all hurt pretty bad, Kurenai said looking at her team of injured ninjas as Sakura was now working on helping Neji. Sakura, you've got to stop Neji's bleeding, he's losing a lot of blood. After you do that, get Shikamaru back on his feet. I'm going to head off and try and get us some help, Kurenai said as she took off as fast as she could for a way to get her team some help. Several hours of healing passed, the team was stabilized but only Shikamaru and Sakura were conscious. Kurenai was able to reach a nearby town where she was able to get some help and the group was then moved to a small village. From there, Kurenai was able to contact Konoha and get her team to a hospital. Kiba, Akamaru, Neji, and Tamari all lay in respective hospital beds unconscious. Kurenai and Shikamaru were both forced to stay because of their injuries as well. Now the team's friends would have to watch and wait in hope that their comrades would recover. Jutsu list. Shikyaku no Jutsu, 4 legs Jutsu. Suga, Piercing Fang. Genjutsu, Insudento Shouten no Jutsu, Genjutsu, Instant Death Jutsu. Sumujikas, Whirling Wind. Jujin Bunshin, Beast Human Clone. Gatsuga, Double Piercing Fang. Kei's no Yeba, Blade of Wind. Kajimane no Jutsu, Shadow Possession Jutsu. Kage Kyubi Shinbari no Jutsu, Shadow Neck Bind Jutsu. Daikamedachi no Jutsu, Great Cutting Whirlwind Jutsu. Chapter 21. By Your Side. Bonds of Love and Friendship. It has been very difficult for the hyperactive blonde shinobi. Naruto wasn't used to being quiet. But as he sat in the hospital room, he and Hinata watched over Neji, whose unconscious form was still recovering from his injuries. Hey Hinata-chan, is Neji going to be alright? Naruto asked the Hyuga. Tsunade Ne-chan said his injuries weren't too serious, but they were deep and he had lost a lot of blood. She said with some rest he'll be fine, Hinata answered. Neji-kun, are you alright? Tenten yelled as she raced into the room. Tenten-chan, there's no need to rush in here like that, Naruto told the girl. Hinata, how is Neji-kun? Tenten asked. I just found out about him getting back. Lee had heard from Sakura-san, and he said Neji-kun was hurt badly. Well, like I just told Naruto-kun, Neji-ni-san is hurt but he'll be alright with some rest, Hinata told the concerned weapon master. Tenten, Naruto, Hinata-sama, you're all here, Neji interrupted the three as he awoke. Oh Neji-kun, I'm sorry I must have woke you up, Tenten apologized to the man she loved. And no, it's alright. I'm glad to see you guys are all here with me, Neji said. Of course we'd be here for you, we all really care about you stupid, Naruto said with a smirk. I know, I'm just really glad, Neji replied. Neji-ni-san, Tsunade Ne-chan said for you to take it easy, Hinata told the Hyuga boy. Yeah, you'll be up soon enough anyway. I mean you are the same guy who survived getting holes in your body from that weird spider guy. So these injuries are a piece of cake to you, right? Naruto said. I guess you're right, Neji replied. I'm really tired though. Neji-kun, then please rest. We'll be right here if you need anything, Tenten told the boy. Will you guys really be here when I awaken? Neji asked. Sure we will, if that's what you want, Naruto replied. Thank you, that would mean a lot to me, Neji said as he drifted back off to sleep. Tenten pulled up a chair next to Neji and held his hand. Naruto-kun, do you think Neji-ni-san would be mad at me if I left for a few minutes? Hinata asked. I don't think so, besides he'll probably be out for a while. Where do you plan on going, Hinata-chan? Naruto asked. Well, Kurenai-sensei, and Kiba-kun are both here. I'd like to go see them for a few minutes, Hinata replied to the blonde. Sure, when you go get back we can check up on Tamari-chan, and Shikamaru, Naruto said. Okay, that sounds good Naruto-kun, Hinata said as she headed toward the door. See you in a few minutes then Hinata-chan, Naruto said with a smile as Hinata entered the hallway and headed toward the front desk. Now let's see, where is Kurenai-sensei's room at? I found Kiba-kun's room, Hinata said to herself out loud as she checked the hospital log. Hey Hinata, how are you? Sakura said coming from down the hallway as she approached the Hyuga girl. Hello there Sakura-san, I'm fine, and what about you? Hinata replied. I'm good, I just got done visiting Kurenai-sensei, and she's doing better. She'll probably be able to leave tomorrow, Sakura said. You just came from her room. I couldn't find it in the log. Where is it at if you don't mind me asking? Hinata asked the pink-haired girl. Go down the hall and make a right, and then a left. It's that first door on your left, Sakura replied. Great, thank you very much Sakura-san, Hinata said to the girl. I'll see you later. Okay, see you later Hinata, Sakura said waving to the girl as Hinata headed down the hall following Sakura's directions. Hinata reached her destination and knocked on the door. Sensei, may I come in? Hinata asked. Yes, come on, Kurenai replied from behind the door. Hinata entered the room and closed the door behind her and made her way over to Kurenai. How are you Kurenai-sensei? Hinata asked. Oh, I'm fine Hinata. My injuries weren't that serious, Kurenai replied. That's good to hear. Sakura-san told me you might get out tomorrow. I'm visiting with Neji-ni-san at the moment. Tsunade-ne-chan said he'd need to stay here a few more days, Hinata told her former sensei. Tsunade-ne-chan. Hinata, when did you start calling her that? Kurenai asked. Tsunade-ne-chan told me to call her that. She said, since I was seeing Naruto-kun that I should start calling her Tsunade-ne-chan to sort of help Naruto-kun out. He always called her Tsunade-obakan, and well she didn't like that very much, Hinata said with a smile. Oh, I see. Hinata, you seem so much happier these days, Kurenai said giving Hinata a small smile. I am a lot happier now. Naruto-kun and I are together. Jiraiya-sensei is teaching me a lot. I have so much more confidence in myself now, Hinata replied. That's great, I am so happy for you. I was always worried about you. You never believed in yourself, you always looked down upon yourself. Getting to see you like this makes me so happy, Kurenai told the girl. Kurenai-sensei, thank you for all you've done for me. I've never told you that before and I've been meaning to. You've protected and taken care of me like a sister or even as a mother. That meant so much to me. I can never thank you enough, Hinata said to the older ninja. Hinata, tell me something. What do you think was the reason you were able to change so much? Kurenai asked. Well, you always believed in me. Then even though it took me being thrown out of the Hyuga clan, I was able to be with Naruto-kun and even tell him how much I loved him. It's also, Neji-ni-san and Jiraiya-sensei's training. I've even been training under Shizune-san, and now Tsunade-ne-chan is helping me train as well. So many people have helped me. I believe that is why I was able to change, Hinata told her former sensei. Well, although that might be correct as well, the first reason, and the main reason why you were able to change was you. Hinata, your desire to change is what led to all this, Kurenai told the young Hyuga. I'm just glad you're finally finding happiness. Just remember to take care of yourself, and don't be a stranger. You got it Kurenai-sensei, Hinata said with a smile. Well, I'm going to go visit Kiba-kun for a minute, and then I'm going to go back and check on Neji-ni-san, Hinata said walking over to the door. Okay, take care of yourself Hinata, Kurenai said. I will Kurenai-sensei, Hinata said leaving the room and shutting the door behind her as she headed toward her former teammate's room. Hinata arrived and then entered the room to see her teammate resting, as his puppy Akamaru laid beside him. Upon her entering the room, Akamaru's ears perked up and the puppy quickly raised his head to greet the girl. Hinata walked over to the bed and patted Akamaru on the head. I see you're doing all right Akamaru. That's good. But how is Kiba-kun? Hinata said aloud as she scratched the puppy behind his ears. Hey Hinata, what are you doing here? Kiba said turning his head slightly to greet her. I was just checking up on you Kiba-kun. I heard you got a pretty bad injury from protecting Akamaru. I'm glad to see Akamaru wasn't hurt too badly, Hinata said. Yeah, I didn't want to think about Akamaru being hurt badly ever again, so I did what I could, Kiba replied. Are you alright, Kiba-kun? Hinata asked the boy. Yeah, I'm fine. I exhausted my chakra and then took that hit, so I'm a little out of it. How are the others? Kiba asked. Kurenai-sensei is fine, she'll be allowed to leave probably tomorrow. I haven't visited Shikamaru-san or Tamari-san yet but from what I heard Shikamaru-san should be alright to leave by tomorrow as well. Tamari-san was hurt pretty badly though. Tamari-san and Neji-ni-san will be here for a little while longer. Sakura-san is completely fine though. She informed Naruto-kun and me almost right away. She also told everyone else what happened. She's also been making the rounds and checking on everyone from time to time, Hinata told the dog ninja. Oh, I see. Well that's good, Kiba replied as he began to let out a big yawn. I see that you must still be tired. I'll leave you to get some more rest Kiba-kun. I have to head back to Neji-ni-san's room anyway, Hinata said heading toward the door. Thanks for visiting, talk to you later Hinata, Kiba said as he closed his eyes. Yes, talk to you later Kiba-kun, Hinata said leaving the room and heading back to Neji's room. I hope Tamari-san is alright. If Neji-ni-san is hurt this bad, I hate to think about what kind of shape she's in. I'm also worried about how Gaara-san is doing. With his sister being injured, I hope his emotions don't become unstable, Hinata thought to herself as she entered Neji's room. Welcome back Hinata-chan, Naruto said with a smile. So how are Kiba and Kurenai-sensei? Naruto asked. Kurenai-sensei is fine and Kiba-kun will be alright. He was injured but not as badly as Neji-ni-san, so he'll probably be out in a couple of days, Hinata replied. Oh, that's good, Naruto said. Hey Tenten-chan, I'm going to take Hinata-chan and go visit Temari-chan and Shikamaru. We'll be back soon, Naruto said as he headed toward the door where Hinata is standing. Okay, I doubt Neji-kun will be awake, but if he does I'll tell him what's going on. I'm sure he'd understand, Tenten said. We'll be back in a while Tenten-san, Hinata said as she and Naruto leave the room and head toward Temari's room. Naruto-kun, aren't you at all worried about Gaara-san's reaction to what happened to his sister? Hinata asked. Not really, I think Gaara will be fine. Anyway, I guess we'll see when we go in, Naruto said to the Hyuga girl as they entered the room. Upon entering they were greeted by Gaara who was without his gourd. Naruto also saw another young man sitting beside Temari. Naruto was confused because he wasn't sure who the person was. Naruto, I'm glad you came, Gaara told the boy. Yeah, Hinata-chan and I had to see how Temari-chan was, but I got a question. Who's that guy sitting next to Temari-chan? Naruto asked. You're a total moron, it's me Kankuro, Kankuro replied, shocking Naruto who hadn't ever seen the puppet user without his makeup. What, makeup boy is that you? Naruto yelled in shock. You dumb ass, I don't wear my makeup all the time and stop calling me makeup boy. My name is Kankuro, the puppet ninja yelled back in anger. Kankuro, Naruto will you please keep it down? Temari is resting and this is a hospital, Gaara said to the two loud ninjas. Yes, Naruto-kun you should know better, Hinata said to Naruto. You guys are right, sorry about that, Naruto replied rubbing the back of his head in embarrassment. Gaara-san how is she? Hinata asked the red-haired boy. She was hurt badly. She sustained multiple deep cuts, and she lost a lot of blood, Gaara replied. She'll need to stay here for a while. I see. Neji-ni-san is the same. He was hurt pretty badly as well, Hinata said. I heard Shikamaru got hurt trying to save Temari-chan, Naruto said. Yes, I've already expressed my gratitude to him for helping my sister, Gaara said. Oh, what did he say to that? Naruto asked. He didn't really say much. I think he was more worried that I had decided to enter his room, Gaara said. I don't think Shikamaru meant any harm by it though. He was probably just surprised. Shikamaru is a lazy bastard, but he's a good guy, Naruto told the sand user. Yes, I believe so. Gaara said. Naruto, I want to ask you something. Yeah, what's up Gaara? Naruto wondered. When I found out Temari had been seriously injured, I started feeling this pain in my chest. I was wondering what it was, Gaara asked. That's easy, you were worried about your sister. That pain in your chest is love. You love your sister, and when she got hurt, you felt the pain of not being able to protect her, Naruto said with a smile. This is love? Gaara asked with a very confused expression. Yeah, it's a type of love anyway. It's the type of love that you get when you care about someone else or when you're concerned about someone precious to you, Naruto told the confused boy. I'm not used to this feeling. I feel useless. I was unable to do anything, Gaara said. That's natural in this type of situation. But you're not useless. Being here by your sister's side is the best thing you could do. When she wakes up and sees you here, she'll know that you really care about her. That's part of what love is, Naruto told the boy. I see, then that is what I'll do. She got hurt for our sake, I can at least stay by her side, Gaara said. What do you mean she got hurt for your sake? Naruto asked. The new case cage had asked for at least one member of our team to go on that mission. The mission was to assassinate our former sensei. Gaara and I were out on a mission with the bug guy, Shino. He requested at least one of us to go and if we did, he would discharge us from our obligation to the sand, Kankuro told Naruto and Hinata. What does this all mean really? Naruto asked looking rather confused. I forgot that you're an idiot, so I'll put this into terms you can understand. For helping to complete the mission, Temari, Gaara, and I are no longer sand ninjas. We can now become leaf ninjas and stay here permanently, Kankuro said. That's so cool, so you guys can stay here for now on. That's so awesome, Naruto said. So Temari-san did the mission so that all three of you can stay here? Hinata asked. Yes, that is why it is our fault she got injured, Gaara said. Gee Gaara, it's not your fault. I chose to do this, Temari told the boy. Hey Temari, you shouldn't speak, just rest for now, Kankuro told his sister. I'm happy here, I know Kankuro is too. Gaara, You finally found a friend here. You're finally getting a chance to experience a different life. A better life. I couldn't let this chance slip away. In our home village, nobody understands you. In Konoha, even you can be happy. I want to see my baby brother smile. That's why I would gladly risk my life. Temari told her brother. Kankuro, Gaara, Hinata, and even Naruto were silent for several minutes. You see Gaara. This is love, Naruto said, breaking the silence. I want to experience it. Love. That will be my new reason to exist. I exist to experience the emotion that is love, Gaara said. What? Gaara has totally changed. I hate to admit it, but that loudmouth brat is pretty amazing, Kankuro thought to himself. Naruto-kun, please tell Shika-kun I said thanks, Temari said with a slight smile. Sure, we're going to go see him now anyway, Naruto said to the girl. You get your rest so you can get better. I'll get Tsunade-ne-chan to come and check on you later, Naruto said as he and Hinata left the room and headed toward the lazy Chunin's room. Thank you Naruto-kun, because you were able to change Gaara, you gave me something really special. You gave me my brother, Temari thought to herself as she went back to sleep with her two brothers watching over her. Naruto-kun, you really are amazing, Hinata told the blonde. What do you mean Hinata-chan? Naruto asked. You're so incredible. You were able to help Sasuke-san, and me. You were able to change Neji-ni-san, and Gaara-san. You helped bring Konoha its 5th Hokage, and you helped defeat one of the village's biggest threats, Orochimaru, Hinata said. Yeah, I am truly awesome, Naruto said with a smile as they enter Shikamaru's room where they find Choji and Ino already there with the Chunin. Naruto-kun, Hinata-chan, nice to see you guys, Ino said greeting her teammates. Hello Ino-chan, you must be feeling better since you're out of the hospital, Hinata said to her teammate. Yeah, I wasn't that injured, they just wanted to check up on me and be safe, Ino replied. How are you feeling Shikamaru? Naruto asked. I feel like crap, Shikamaru replied. That troublesome bastard Baki sliced my back up pretty good, and I broke some of my ribs on that stupid fan of Temari's. I caught her to try and keep her from falling and of course when we both fell, we landed weird and her troublesome fan broke a few of my ribs. I'm never doing anything that troublesome again, Shikamaru said. That reminds me, Temari-chan says thank you Shika-kun, Naruto said with a smirk. Shika-kun. That's cute, Shikamaru's got a girlfriend, Ino said playfully. Now wait, I'm not dating that crazy girl, and I keep telling her to stop calling me Shika-kun, Shikamaru said with a slight blush. But you're blushing, Shika-kun, Naruto said as he began to laugh. Shikamaru's just saying that because he's jealous. He's jealous because I got a girlfriend before he did, Choji said with a smile. Choji, you got a girlfriend. Who is it? Naruto asked. It's me of course you idiot. Ino said. What? Ino-chan is your girlfriend? Naruto yelled out in shock. Shut up, this is a hospital you moron. Ino yelled back at her teammate. Will both of you guys shut up? This is my room, and I really don't want to hear this troublesome stuff about girlfriends and all, Shikamaru said. You know, if you like her you should just tell her Shikamaru, Ino told the Chunin. I bet he's just scared of what Gaara would do if he made Temari-chan cry, Naruto said causing the Chunin to turn blue in the face. Get out, Shikamaru yelled as Choji, Ino, Hinata, and Naruto laugh. Several hours passed and visiting hours came to a close. Excuse me, visiting hours are over. Please come back tomorrow, a nurse said to the group waiting inside the room of Hyuga Neji. Sorry lady, but we aren't leaving, Naruto said. We promised we'd be here when he woke up and I never break my promise. That's my way of the ninja. But, the lady started but is quickly interrupted. No buts, if you don't like it, get Tsunade-ne-chan and tell her about it. I'll tell her the same thing, Naruto told the lady. Naruto, please stop being so loud in the hospital, Tsunade said approaching the boy. Tsunade-ne-chan, Hinata-chan, Tenten-chan, and I won't be leaving tonight. I promised Neji, Naruto said to the older woman. I see, it was a promise was it? Tsunade asked with a smile. Yeah, and I'm not breaking my promise to him. You'd have to kill me first, Naruto said. Well, that won't be necessary. Just get a few extra chairs, pillows, and blankets just in case you need them, Tsunade said. Tsunade-ne-chan, Hinata said getting the woman's attention. Hinata-chan, what is? Tsunade asked. I'd like to do some extra training with you sometime this week if you're available, Hinata said. That's fine, I'm actually glad you asked because I'm going to be training Sakura-chan a little this week as well. So I can just train you both at the same time, Tsunade said. Thank you Tsunade-ne-chan, Hinata said. No problem at all Hinata-chan, Tsunade replied. Hey Tsunade-ne-chan, could you stop by Tamari-chan's room? I told Tamari-chan and her brothers that I'd have you check in on her when I saw you, Naruto asked. Sure Naruto, I'll check up on her as I do my rounds, Tsunade replied with a smile. Naruto, Hinata, and Tenten stay the entire night in Neji's room. As morning comes, the Hyuga boy began to awaken as the sun shined down upon him. The boy awakened to see that the people closest to him were indeed by his side. He gazed upon them with a smile and a new day in Konoha began. Chapter 22. 1 week has passed since Neji, Tamari, and the others were released from the hospital. The injured ninjas were put on restriction for 1 week. Neji had spent much of his time with Tenten as to be expected. Kiba and Akamaru had been spending most of their time training. Tamari had been spending a lot of time with a certain lazy chunin we all know and love. Naruto and Hinata spent the day enjoying each other's company, as they were given the day off so that Jiraiya could gather materials for his latest book. Hey Hinata-chan, so how has training with Tsunade-ne-chan been? The blonde asked his shy girlfriend. Tsunade-ne-chan is a very strict teacher. Sakura-san and I have spent many hours just repeating the same exercises because Tsunade-ne-chan wasn't satisfied with our progress, Hinata replied. Tsunade-ne-chan does seem like someone who would be hard to learn from. I sometimes wonder how Shizune-ne-chan managed to put up with her, Naruto said. Naruto-kun, I haven't seen much of Ino-chan lately. Every day after training she runs off. I wonder if everything is alright with her, Hinata said to the boy. Ino-chan, she's probably hurrying to meet up with her boyfriend. She's dating Choji now. I still can't believe that, Naruto said to the Hyuga. Well, love works in mysterious ways, Hinata said. Very true, and hey, if they're happy then who really cares, Naruto said, flashing his normal foxy grin at the girl. The two continued walking through Konoha until they saw a familiar face coming close to them. Naruto's former teammate Sakura was walking up to them, her mind seemingly lost in thought. Sakura-chan, what's up? Naruto yelled as the girl got closer. What? Oh, hey Naruto, Hinata, how are you two today? Sakura asked with a friendly smile. We're well, but Sakura-san, you seem to be out of it. Is anything wrong? Hinata asked. I'm sorry, I was just thinking about things. I'm going to go see him today, Sakura said with a smile. You're going to see Sasuke? That's cool. I haven't seen him since we fought, Naruto said. Tell him I said hello. Why haven't you gone and seen Sasuke-kun at all, Naruto? Sakura asked. I don't know. I mean, I've been really busy lately, Naruto said. You're too busy to see how Sasuke-kun is doing. That doesn't sound like you, Sakura said to the boy. I know. It's just that, seeing him right now would be weird. I mean, we had that fight and we both almost died. I mean, just think it isn't the right time to see him now. I'll see him again soon enough anyway, Naruto said to the girl. I see. I guess I really don't understand, but you two did have serious issues concerning each other. I just think Sasuke-kun could use all the encouraging he can get. He's trying to earn everyone's respect and trust back, and he's working very hard with training right now, Sakura told the two standing before her. Sakura-chan, Sasuke and I are brothers. So don't worry, we'll see each other when we see each other, Naruto said with a grin. Well, see you later Sakura-chan, Naruto said as he began to walk away. Goodbye Sakura-san, have a good day and give Sasuke-san our best, Hinata said as she and Naruto walked away arm in arm. Those two make a really cute couple, Sakura said with a smile as she began to walk toward the Uchiha Manor. As she arrived, she noticed several Anbu stationed near the entrance. Sakura's thoughts were quickly interrupted by a familiar voice that came up before her. Yo, how are you Sakura? The silver-haired Junin asked. Kakashi-sensei, were you just with Sasuke-kun? Sakura asked. Yes, we were training. We're finished though. So what brings you here? Kakashi asked. Well, I was coming to visit Sasuke-kun and maybe even taking him out for a date around Konoha. He must be bored staying in his home all the time, Sakura told her former sensei. I see, that would be good for him. Just remember that he can't leave the village, Kakashi told his former student. I know that already sensei, Sakura said with an annoyed look on her face. Well, have fun, Kakashi said as he vanished in a puff of smoke. What does that mean? Sakura wondered as she entered the Uchiha Manor. She calmly made her way to the Uchiha Dojo where she figured Sasuke must be since they just finished training. As she entered, she blushed heavily as she found Sasuke standing before her bare-chested with a towel over his head. He looked at her and the two stared quietly at each other for several seconds. Sorry Sakura, I just got out of the shower after I finished training with Kakashi. I didn't have time to put a shirt on yet, Sasuke told the blushing girl. And no, I don't mind. You look good like that, Sakura smiled with the blush still painted on her face. What? Be baka, Sasuke said in embarrassment as he turned his head. Sorry Sasuke-kun, that just slipped out, Sakura said, slightly sticking her tongue out at the boy, causing him to let out a small smile. So what did you come here for? Sasuke asked. What, I can't visit the man I love? Sakura asked. The comment made Sasuke blush slightly. Sorry, it was a dumb question, Sasuke replied. So, how has your training been going? Sakura asked. It's going well. Kakashi, Asuma, and Guy are all taking turns training me. They want me to get stronger physically and mentally, Sasuke told the girl. Asuma-sensei and Guy-sensei are also training you? Sakura asked, looking rather confused. Yes, Kakashi asked them too. The training is really good though. Asuma trains me and helps me with my exercises on some days. He trains me more using armed combat than anything else. Guy, he trains me in taijutsu and gives these really weird speeches that I barely understand. Kakashi helps me with everything else. He trains me in all forms of combat, Sasuke told the girl. That's great. I was worried about you getting too bored, but it sounds like you're staying busy, Sakura said. No, I still get bored though. The training only lasts a few hours a day, so the rest of the day I'm here alone, Sasuke replied. Why don't you go out? You're free to go anywhere in Konoha, Sakura asked. I don't know if I can face everyone yet. I'm afraid to leave and possibly bump into someone I know, Sasuke said in a rather depressed voice. Sakura could see sadness fill his face. I let Konoha down. I let my clan down. What's worse is I let you and Naruto down, Sasuke said. Sasuke-kun, let's go out. Let's go on a date together. That way you won't be alone, Sakura said to the boy, trying to get him to cheer up. I don't know, Sasuke said, his mind slipping in and out of his own thoughts. You know we already forgave you. I mean Naruto and I forgive you. Naruto and Hinata told me to say hello when I saw you, Sakura told the Uchiha boy. What, Naruto and Hinata? You say that as if they were together, Sasuke wondered. It's so cute, they make a great couple, Sakura said with a smile. What, Naruto and Hinata are dating? Sasuke said, looking rather shocked. Yes, they're actually living together because of something that had happened. But they're quite happy, Sakura told a baffled Sasuke. How in the hell did that blockhead manage to snag a girlfriend? Sasuke wondered, still looking shocked. Well, love works in mysterious ways. Almost everyone has a girlfriend or boyfriend these days. Ino-chan and Choji are dating now. Choji looks quite good now after permanently losing all his fat. Neji and Tenten are dating. Naruto has done Neji wonders. He's totally different from the way he was when we first met him. Temari, Gaara's sister, likes Shikamaru and I think he likes her but won't admit it, Sakura told the boy. She continued to tell the Uchiha boy about the events that had taken place in the village since he left. I see a lot has happened. You're training in genjutsu and medical ninjutsu. That's good. I'm glad you're getting stronger. I guess everyone has gotten stronger. I can't wait to see everyone fight. I'm a little shocked that Gaara's team is staying here in the village, Sasuke said to the pink-haired girl. Yes, because of our last mission. We had to assassinate Gaara's former sensei Baki. Because Temari went with us on the mission, they're going to be allowed to become Konoha genin now. I don't know any more than that though. I haven't been around Gaara much myself, but Temari says he's totally different now. Naruto really changed him. Speaking of Naruto, he's really something else. He's surrounding himself with some really interesting people. Naruto and Hinata are always together as you can expect. But they were teamed with Ino and you won't believe who their sensei was. One of the legendary Sannin became their sensei. According to Ino-chan, Jiraiya-sama has helped her and Hinata get a lot stronger. Hinata's is also training with Neji, Shizune-san, and Hokage-sama. Neji and Naruto are like best friends now. I see Tenten with them a lot more now as well. Gaara and Naruto have also gotten really close. I've never seen Naruto so happy, Sakura finished telling Sasuke. Sasuke sat back and took in everything he had heard. At one time, I would have been considered Naruto's best friend. But I screwed that up, Sasuke said in a grim voice. Sasuke-kun, it's true you could never be called Naruto's best friend. But that's because to Naruto, you're his brother. Those comments from Sakura seemed to shake Sasuke for a moment as he realized what has just been said. His brother. That's weird being called brother by him or anyone else for that matter. But, if it's Naruto, then I guess it isn't so bad, Sasuke said with his usually smirk on his face. Sakura, I'd like to go out on that date if you're still interested. Great, let's go then Sasuke-kun, Sakura said pulling on his arm. Hang on, let me put on my shirt, Sasuke said and he put on his normal blue shirt with his clan's symbol on the back. Okay, let's go. Sasuke and Sakura head out into the busy streets. The entire time out, Sasuke noticed odd glares and heard people whispering under their breaths. "Look, it's the traitor. I can't believe he's allowed out. He's pathetic," an older lady said to another as they stare coldly at Sasuke. "It's the Uchiha kid. I can't believe what a disappointment he turned out to be. He disgraces the Uchiha name," a man said as Sasuke walked by. Sakura noticed the stares and the whispers as well. She looked at Sasuke, who is wearing his usual smirk, but his eyes were filled with sorrow. "Sasuke-kun, are you alright?" Sakura asked, looking concerned. "I think I finally understand how Naruto felt all those lonely years," Sasuke said as he turns toward the girl. "What do you mean, Sasuke-kun?" Sakura asked. "You know about him being the Kyuubi container, right?" Sasuke asked. "Yes, Naruto told me when he was in the hospital after bringing you back." "Why?" Sakura replied. "You should know why. The village always hated him because he held the Kyuubi inside him. I imagine the villagers act the same way towards him. But he's been dealing with it for a much longer period of time than I have. It's saddening to hear the people talk like this, and I'm just recently experiencing it. How in the world did Naruto put up with it for all these years? Thinking about it, I must be strong. I must regain everyone's trust. I want the Uchiha name to mean something good again. I guess it's much like how Naruto's always wanted everyone to acknowledgement and acceptance," Sasuke explained to the girl. "Yes, Naruto is truly amazing for being able to stay strong even though he suffered so much. I guess that's why he's experiencing so much happiness now," Sakura said. The two continued to wander throughout Konoha for several hours until a familiar voice called out to them. "Hey Sakura-chan, Sasuke, what are you guys up to?" A certain blonde-haired boy yelled as he came running up, almost dragging a dumbfounded Hinata behind. "Naruto, you're still wandering around?" Sakura asked. "Of course, Hinata-chan and I are taking full advantage of our day off. We ate some ramen, did some shopping, ate some more ramen, I pulled a few pranks on Iruka-sensei and Ero-sennin, and then we ate some ramen again," Naruto said with a smile. "You haven't changed, have you, idiot?" Sasuke said with a grin. "What was that, Sasuke?" Naruto asked. "I said you haven't changed at all, you're still a total moron," Sasuke replied. "Hello again, Hinata-chan, has Naruto really been dragging you around this whole time?" Sakura asked the Hyuga girl, interrupting the two boys before they could start a fight. I don't really mind. I love spending time with Naruto-kun, even though I've probably had enough ramen today to last me a lifetime," Hinata replied, causing Sakura to chuckle lightly. "That's funny, but you better be careful, don't get too tired of ramen or Naruto might get sad," Sakura told the girl. "Oh, I'm thinking about making him take me to a real restaurant for every time he mentions that he wants ramen to eat," Hinata told the girl. "If you did that, Naruto would have to take you out every night," Sakura replied. "That's the point," Hinata said, causing the two girls to giggle. "So Naruto, how have you been?" Sasuke asked the boy, leaving the two girls to talk. "I've been really good. I've got a lot of really good people in my life now," Naruto told the raven-haired boy. "That's good to hear. I'm starting to learn how it is you felt all these years," Sasuke told the boy. "What do you mean?" Naruto asked, looking rather confused. "I mean the way that people look at you. The way that people whisper," Sasuke started. "How did you ever learn how to deal with the pain of such loneliness? I mean, I've only just begun to hear it, to witness it. But you've dealt with it your entire life. Well, what was I supposed to do? I couldn't just sit down and cry every single time someone did something to me. I couldn't just cry every time someone said something to me. It was very tough, and I was very lonely. It got even worse after I found out the Kyuubi was inside me because I learned why I was so hated. I guess I wish I could have remained ignorant forever. Eventually I learned to tune it out. I won't let them take my dream away from me. I will become Hokage one day and they will all acknowledge my existence," Naruto said to his former teammate. "Naruto, you truly are strong," Sasuke said. "So are you, Sasuke. Take my advice, and don't listen to the people talking negative about you. I tuned it out and then I started to find people who would accept me. Iruka-sensei, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura-chan, and you were the reasons why I could get up every day and face the hardships. Now I have even more important people. I got Ero-sennin, Tsunade-ne-chan, Hinata-chan, Neji, Gaara, and everyone else now as well. I live to protect you guys, and I'll die to protect you guys too," Naruto said with a smile. "Naruto, I'll be back soon. Just wait and see, I'll make everyone proud of the Uchiha clan once again. I'll prove that I'm worthy of being called your brother," Sasuke smiled back at the blonde. "Sasuke, I know you will. As for revenge, don't worry, we'll beat him together. When we work together, nobody will even be able to defeat us," Naruto said, extending his hand out toward Sasuke. Together we'll defeat Itachi. That doesn't sound too bad now that you've said it. Sasuke smiled and extended his hand as the two brothers in friendship officially reunite. Sasuke-kun, let's get something to eat, Sakura said approaching the boy once again. Hinata-san, Sasuke called to the Hyuga girl as he approached her and Sakura. Why yes, what is it Sasuke-san? Hinata nervously asked. Take care of that idiot of a brother of mine. Because of you, he's been able to find a happiness that nobody else could have given him, Sasuke whispered in her ear as he walked past and rejoined Sakura. Yes, I will, Hinata replied. Naruto, Hinata, we should go out together sometime. I think the four of us getting together could be quite fun, Sasuke said with a smirk as he and Sakura walked away. You got it Sasuke, Naruto said back to him as he and Hinata headed off in the opposite direction. Sakura and Sasuke wandered around looking for a restaurant until they came across a familiar little ramen restaurant. The place immediately brought a smile to Sasuke's face. Hey Sakura, let's eat here, Sasuke said to his pink-haired companion. Sure Sasuke-kun, Sakura said with a smile. The two enter Ichiraku's and enjoyed a meal. As nightfall came Sasuke and Sakura stopped in front of Sakura's home. Sasuke-kun, thank you for coming out with me, Sakura said but was shocked when Sasuke suddenly grabbed her in an embrace. After a moment she returned the embrace. What's this for Sasuke-kun? Thank you for being with me. Thank you for staying with me, and always believing in me, Sasuke said his emotionless mask long since shattered. He held the girl as if the world was going to end tomorrow. Sakura began to cry. I've made you shed many tears haven't I? Sasuke said as he swiped away the tears rolling down her face. These are tears of joy. You're finally mine. I'm so happy, Sakura said as she's once again caught off guard as Sasuke's lips touched her own gently. The two stayed motionless for several minutes and then finally unwillingly broke the kiss. Sakura, as long as you're with me, I'll always be strong, Sasuke said with a smile. For the first time in my life I can really say this to someone. I love you. Sasuke-kun. I love you so much, Sakura said as the tears flowed like a stream down her face once again. Good night Sakura, Sasuke said wiping the tears away one last time and planting a kiss on her forehead. Then the Uchiha boy walked off into the night to head back to his home. Good night Sasuke-kun, Sakura whispered as she watched the boy walk away. Chapter 23. Tsunade, the fifth Hokage stood before a small crowd of Genin, Chunin, and Junin. Many familiar faces could be seen among the crowd as they all awaited Tsunade to speak. I've called you all here today to make a small announcement. In 2 days we will have a special ceremony as I officially announce that our 3 allies from Hidden Sand will become official Konoha ninjas. I'll also be making an announcement concerning the Chunin exams. I expect everyone to be here. Also, Naruto, I would like you to come see me after the meeting. Shikamaru, I want to see you as well, Tsunade said. The two boys nodded their head as Tsunade continued. Is there any questions before I dismiss you? Tsunade asked the crowd. The crowd remained silent. Then everyone but Naruto and Shikamaru may leave, Tsunade told the crowd as everyone quickly made their exit. Naruto and Shikamaru approached the older ninja. So what did you want to see us for Tsunade-ne-chan? Naruto asked. Naruto, Shikamaru, I want you two to be a big part of the ceremony and welcome those 3 to the ranks of Konoha, Tsunade said. What do you mean? Naruto asked looking rather puzzled. Naruto, you were the one that set everything up. You defeated Gaara, which is what originally started everything. It was because of that defeat that I was able to approach the new Kazekage and get their help in going after Sasuke, Tsunade said to the boy. I think it's only right that you be a major part of it. I'd like you to give Gaara his new Konoha head protector. What? That sounds so cool. Sure, I'd love to do it Tsunade-ne-chan, Naruto said with a smile. Hokage-sama, I have a question, Shikamaru said, getting the older woman's attention. Yes, what is it Shikamaru? Tsunade asked. What do you want me for? I have nothing really to do with them, Shikamaru said. Shikamaru, you'll give Temari her head protector. I'll probably have Kiba give Kenkiro his, and as for why I have chosen you, if I'm not mistaken it was you that technically lead the team on that last mission, am I correct? Tsunade said to the boy. Damn, this is going to be really troublesome, Shikamaru said with a sigh. Okay, you two may go now, Tsunade said, allowing the two to leave. As the two left the building, Hinata and Ino met up with Naruto. Naruto-kun, did everything go alright? You aren't in any trouble for those pranks you pulled the other day, are you? Hinata asked. No, Tsunade-ne-chan just wants me and Shikamaru to be a big part of the ceremony, that's all, Naruto replied. What is that true Shikamaru? You're actually going to go through with it? Ino asked looking rather shocked. Unfortunately, I can't turn down Hokage-sama's request no matter how troublesome it is, Shikamaru replied. Hey, it isn't going to be that bad, Shikamaru, all we got to do is hand them their Konoha head protectors, Naruto said to the Chunin. Like I said, it's going to be troublesome. I'm not like you, I don't like getting attention and being in front of crowds and stuff, Shikamaru said to the blonde boy. Lazy as always, aren't you, Shikamaru? Ino asked with a smile. You better believe it. Well anyway, see you guys later, Shikamaru said as he left the team. So Ino-chan, why are you waiting here for me as well? Naruto asked turning to his teammate. Jiraiya-sensei told me and Hinata-chan to wait for you and then for us all to meet at our usual spot. He said he had something to talk to us about, Ino replied as the three begin to walk to their normal training ground. Alright then, let's not keep Ero-sennin waiting, Naruto said as the three raced off to the training grounds. As the team arrived they find Jiraiya waiting. It's about time you guys got here, Jiraiya said with a smile. So what do you want, Ero-sennin? Naruto asked his sensei. I wanted to let you know I was planning on nominating you all to take the Chunin exam and that after the ceremony we'll step up our training to a new level. Hinata, you still haven't fully mastered some of the techniques I've taught you. Ino, you need to work on your control when it comes to using your new jutsus. You waste too much chakra. Naruto, I want you to continue to train on controlling your new chakra. I've also got a few things I want to teach you all. I plan on getting a lot done in the next few months leading up the exam. I believe you all can pass with little difficulty if you train hard, Jiraiya told the group. Yes, finally a new jutsu, I can't wait. Naruto yelled in excitement. I understand, Jiraiya-sensei, I'll try much harder, Hinata said to her sensei. The same for me as well, I'll learn to use these new jutsus properly, Ino said. Good, you guys are all doing very well, just keep up the hard work, Jiraiya said to the group. You guys can leave now, Jiraiya said dismissing them. As the team headed back to Konoha, another team could be found wandering around the village. Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari were traveling through the village after leaving Ichiraku's ramen stand. Gaara, where are we going? Kankuro asked his little brother. I'm getting more accustomed to the village. We will be staying here from now on. We need to become familiar with everything. This is our home, Gaara told his older brother. You don't have to stay if you don't want to. You're free to look around on your own. Okay then, I'll do that. I'll see you two later, Kankuro said as he left the group. Is it just me or has Kankuro been wearing his makeup less and less as of late? Temari asked her brother. He does seem to be wearing it a lot less now, Gaara replied. Well good, he really shouldn't wear it so much, it makes me worried that he likes it too much sometimes, Temari said. Temari, you don't have to stay with me if you don't want to. I know you'd rather be with that Shikamaru guy, Gaara said to his sister. Don't worry, I won't get into any trouble. Why do you think I left the gourd at home? This is our home now, we don't need to be ready for battle all the time, Gaara said to his older sibling. Are you sure it would be alright to leave? I mean, I don't mind spending time with you either, Temari said to her younger brother. Temari, there will be plenty of time for us to be together as well. So if you desire to go see that guy, then do so, Gaara said. Alright, I'm going then. You have a good day, Gaara, Temari said waving goodbye as Gaara nodded his head in approval. I've never really wandered around Konoha by myself, I wonder what I should do, Gaara thought to himself. Gaara continued to walk through Konoha. Every once in a while Gaara would notice some of the people looking at him, but he simply shrugged it off. After about an hour two familiar people interrupted Gaara. Well, if it isn't Gaara, how are you on this beautiful day that burning so brightly with the power of youthful influence? A tall man asked wearing a green outfit. Guy-sensei, it would seem our new comrade is in need of assistance, Lee said turning to his sensei. Very good of you to notice, Lee, you are as observant as ever. You make your sensei proud with your keen awareness and intelligence, Guy said with tears streaming down his face. Guy-sensei, thank you for noticing my improvements, I try my very best to make you proud. Lee replied as tears began to pour down his face as well. Gaara stood back and watched the stupidity as the two hugged each other while crying. It's you, the weird bullhead kid and the weird super bullhead guy, Gaara replied. Gaara-san, it is impolite to say such things. This man is the incredible Maida guy, the village's elite Junin, and I am Konoha's shining azure beast, Rock Lee. Lee said to the red-haired ninja. What do you two want anyway? Gaara asked, ignoring the stupidity the best he could while trying to ignore his sudden urge to kill. It's not what we want, but what is it that we may do for you on this wonderful of days? It would seem you haven't gotten used to our fine village as of yet. Please allow Lee and myself to escort you around our humble home, Guy said to the boy. That won't be necessary, Guy-sensei, Neji said interrupting the Junin as he and Tenten appeared from around a corner. Neji, it is good to see you and Tenten on this fine day, but why do you say that isn't necessary for us to help young Gaara here? Do you mean to say that you'd rather him remain lost? Guy asked of his former student. No, not at all, it isn't necessary for you two to show him around because Tenten and I will gladly do it. Besides, if he had to put up with you two all day, he'd probably go on a killing spree, Neji said with a smirk, which caused Tenten to giggle. Very well said Neji, although it appears you've been hanging around Kakashi's former student Naruto a little too much that his youthful antics are starting to rub off on you, Guy replied. Naruto you say? Gaara said looking at Neji. Yes, come with us Gaara, we'll be glad to show you around. We can talk if you'd like as well, Neji said. I would like that, Gaara said walking over to the Hyuga boy and his girlfriend. Bye Lee, Guy sensei, Tenten said to her sensei and teammate as the three walked off. Guy sensei, we were just blown off rather harshly, Lee said. Don't worry about it Lee, it was just their youthful passions taking control of them, Guy said to Lee as they turned and noticed that Gaara, Neji, and Tenten seemed to be moving quite fast. After a few minutes of running the three slowed down once they were a safe distance away from Lee and Guy. Thank you for helping me out back there, Gaara said to the two. It's not a problem Gaara-san, Guy sensei and Lee can be a bit too much sometimes, Tenten replied. Indeed, I am truly lucky to be on a different team now, Neji said with a smile. They're not always so bad to be around though. You mentioned Naruto before, are you friends with him? Gaara asked. Yes, very good friends with him. I consider him my best friend. Other than Tenten here, Naruto is the person who is most precious to me. A precious person, I'm still not used to that. Naruto is my best friend, my only friend. He is the first person to truly accept me. I owe him a great debt, Gaara said as the three walked throughout Konoha. I know, Naruto has told me that you two have lived a similar life. I can understand the two of you a little. Naruto gave me a second chance as well. He gave me my life, and he helped me be able to love, Neji said with a smile as he gazed his eyes upon Tenten causing her to blush. Love, I'm still new to that as well. My family is the only thing I know I love and even that is still new for me, Gaara said. That's not totally correct. It's a different kind of love, but you could say you love your friends as well, like Naruto for example. The love you have for your familiar is slightly different but almost the same as the love you have for your friends. If you truly care about them, then you're willing to give up your life to protect them. That is what it means to protect your precious people, Neji told the boy as the three continued around Konoha. Neji and Tenten would stop every now and then to show Gaara certain places and explain them to him. Naruto-kun is an amazing person. Well actually, you guys are all amazing, Tenten said getting the two boys' attention. I've never known any real hardships. I have my mother and my father. Neji knows the burden of being cursed and seeing the pain that it causes himself and others like him. Gaara-san, you and Naruto-kun know the true pain of loneliness and sadness. You two know pain that shouldn't be allowed to exist. Being able to survive through it all, and learn how to deal with it, makes you all very incredible people, Tenten said. I don't believe I fit that description yet, Gaara said. I've killed many just to prove my existence. After fighting Naruto, I found out that my reason to exist wasn't correct. I haven't earned such a title yet. I've only known how to be selfish until now. But that's why you're incredible, because you realize it and want to change yourself because of it, Tenten said to the boy. She has a way with words doesn't she? Neji asked with a smile. I don't understand complete, and yet I do understand. I have much to think about. You two have helped me quite a bit. Thank you, Gaara said as he turned and began to walk off. Gaara, Neji said getting the boy's attention causing him to turn around. Naruto isn't your only friend. I'm one of your friends as well, Neji said to the boy as a look of shock crept up onto Gaara's face. Yes, I'm your friend too, Tenten said with a smile. Thank you both, my friends, Gaara said as a true smile appeared on his face as he turned and walked off. This day, I can't believe it, I gained 2 new friends in one day. I think I'm finally beginning to understand what happiness feels like, Gaara thought to himself. As time passed by quickly in Konoha, the night of the ceremony had arrived. As the day became night, many of Konoha's shinobi began to assemble at the request of Tsunade. Many familiar faces were in attendance. Guy, Asuma, Kurenai, Kakashi, Ruruka were some of the older ninjas that were among attendants. The small crowd was mainly filled with the people who actually knew the siblings. Naruto, Hinata, Ino, Shikamaru, Kiba, Shino, Choji, Neji, Tenten, Sakura, Lee were all in attendance. In the very back of the room, as if he was trying to remain unseen, Uchiha Sasuke stood with a pleasant smirk on his face as well. Well, I suppose everyone is here now. I want to thank everyone who decided to show up, Tsunade said to the small crowd. This ceremony is being held to formally and officially welcome 3 incredible people to Konoha. This ceremony is for Temari, Kankuro, and Gaara, formerly of the Hidden Sand Village, Tsunade said as the 3 stood before the crowd. Now I've asked 3 of our gifted youngsters to do the honors in presenting these 3 with their new head protectors, so Inuzuka Kiba, Nara Shikamaru, and Uzumaki Naruto please come up here. Tsunade called for the 3 as they make their way up to the front with brand new Konoha head protectors in hand. Kiba, you go first, then Shikamaru, then Naruto, Tsunade said as the 3 lined up. Kankuro walked up to Kiba. I never thought you'd be presenting this to me, Kankuro said to the dog ninja. I never thought I'd see you without that stupid makeup, Kiba said with a smirk, as he handed the head protector over to Kankuro and the 2 shook hands. Just do Konoha proud, because if you don't, you'll have to answer to me, Kiba said as the 2 parted ways and the crowd clapped in approval as Shikamaru and Temari were now face to face. Well, Shika-kun, I'm glad you're the one giving this to me. It makes it a little more special, Temari said with a smile. Whatever, I didn't want to do this troublesome thing, Shikamaru said as he handed her the head protector. I guess it isn't so bad now that I've done it. If you're not busy later, I'd like to talk to you, Shikamaru said with a smirk. The last comment baffled the blonde. Sure, we can talk after the ceremony is complete over, Temari replied, as the 2 separated, leaving Naruto and Gaara face to face. After a minute of clapping, the crowd quieted down as Naruto and Gaara just stood staring at each other. Naruto and Gaara both seemed to have serious looks on their faces. So Gaara, you finally made it to this point, Naruto said. Yes, I suppose I did, Gaara said. Naruto pocketed the head protector he was going to give Gaara. I want you to have something really special, Naruto said as he starts to untie his head protector, which caused several people to gasp and look on in shock. This is very special to me. Uruka-sensei, the very first person that acknowledged me, gave me this forehead protector. I want you to have it now. I want you to wear it with pride as I have. This is the symbol of our friendship, Naruto said, as he handed Gaara the head protector he was wearing. The crowd remained speechless. Gaara stood in front of Naruto as he slowly accepted the head protector. You really want to give me something this important to you? Gaara asked. Of course, because I know you'll take care of it. I trust you with it completely. You are, after all, one of my closest friends, Naruto said with a smile. The words Naruto spoke seriously rocked Gaara and caused the former sand nin to shake a little. Gaara mumbled. What's wrong, Gaara? Naruto asked, but stopped as he and everyone else was shocked to see tears lightly streaming down Gaara's face. His emotionless wall had cracked severely. I'm so happy, Gaara said as the tears continued to flow. The silence was broken as the crowd began to clap in approval. Temari, Hinata, Tenten, Sakura, and even Ino were wiping away tears of their own. Temari especially was greatly affected by it all. Gee, Gaara, you're truly being accepted. I'm so glad, Temari said with a smile as the crowd continued to clap. Naruto walked up to the boy and patted him on the back. You're one of us now, Gaara. You won't be lonely ever again. I won't allow it, Naruto said to the boy as the clapping continued for several minutes. Everyone in the crowd was clapping. Tsunade, Jiraiya, even guys like Neji and Sasuke could be seen clapping. The ceremony turned into a party as the group enjoyed spending most of the night chatting with their new comrades. Choji, Naruto, Kiba and Akamaru spent a lot of time eating from the buffet that was brought in. Shikamaru, Neji, and Shino spent a lot time dragging them away from the food so that others could eat. The party continued for several hours until the crowd eventually died down and only familiar face could be seen. Temari and Shikamaru temporarily broke away from the rest of the group to talk alone. So what did you want to talk to me about, Shika-kun? Temari asked. I don't usually do troublesome things like this, Shikamaru said. Troublesome things like what? Temari asked, looking confused. I don't like getting involved with women, but if it's you, I can make an exception. You see, Temari, I think I might really like you, Shikamaru said as he paused and looked up at the girl who was now blushing. Shika-kun, I don't think, I know I really like you, Temari said as she continued to blush. Then, if you don't do too many troublesome things, I was wondering if you'd like to be my girlfriend. Shikamaru asked as small blush crept onto his face. I'd love to, Temari said and she embraced the boy. The two stayed in the embrace for several minutes but then returned to the party. Tsunade then stepped up to make an announcement. Well, I was going to make an announcement about the Chunin exam tonight as well, but seeing as this is a pretty good party, I'll make that announcement tomorrow, Tsunade said, as the party continued for a few more hours until finally, Naruto, Gaara, Temari, Shikamaru, Hinata, Tenten, and Neji were the only ones left. Well, I'd say everyone went home, Naruto said to the group. Seeing as we're the only ones left here, I'd say that was a pretty stupid thing to say, Naruto, Shikamaru said, causing Temari to giggle. Well, Kankuro went home without us, so we should probably get going as well, Temari said. I have some stuff to take care of tomorrow, so I had better go as well, Shikamaru said. Tenten and I must be on our way as well, Neji said. Okay then, I guess we'll see everyone later, Naruto said as the group began to split up. Naruto, Gaara said, calling to the blonde. What's up, Gaara? Naruto asked. Thank you for everything, Gaara said. This head protector, I'll always value it. Because it came from a precious friend, Gaara said with a smile as he and Temari walked away. I know you will, Gaara, that's why I knew I could trust you with it, Naruto said with a smile as he and Hinata headed to their home as well. The night was filled with wonderful new memories, memories that would never be forgotten or forsaken. It was the night a new beginning could truly start for the siblings that suffered the tragedy of the sand. Konoha's future just became brighter with 3 new stars shining brightly in the night sky. Chapter 24. Tsunade had called a late afternoon meeting with all the current Konoha genin and their instructors. She was now ready to make her announcement for the upcoming Chunin exam. As you all know, it won't be long before the Chunin exam is here again. I'm going to let you know that this year's Chunin exam will take place in Konoha again, Tsunade said, causing the group to gasp. Hokage-sama, is that wise? We're still recovering from the attack by sand and sound, one of the Junin asked in the background. That is exactly why I want the Chunin exams done here. I'm inviting the other villages to see that even after an attack, Konoha isn't that weak, Tsunade said. Hokage-sama, isn't that a bit too careless? Another Junin in the back asked. Konoha has a reputation to uphold. If we suddenly hide ourselves or take the back burner to other villages simply because we're not 100% recovered, then we might as well tell them all to come and attack us. I will not allow that to happen, so I want the other villages to see. Konoha doesn't back down from anyone. Tsunade told the crowd. I've already made the arrangements and sent out the announcements to all the other villages. I also sent them a warning, Tsunade said as the crowd went silent. The warning states that if any villages attempt another attack like Sand and Sound villages did, Konoha will strike back and we will not have any mercy for them, Tsunade said rather coldly. The Sand is our ally again and Sound village is no more since the death of their leader Orochimaru. All the other villages know this as well. I wanted them to know that Konoha is still the strongest, that we're unbreakable, and that we will never back down. So the announcement is official. This year's Chunin exams will take place right here in Konoha, Tsunade said, causing the crowd to cheer. That is all. I expect to hear all the nominations from the instructors by the end of the day. Everyone may leave, except for Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari. I need to speak to you 3 for a moment, Tsunade said as everyone began to leave. Gaara's team made their way over to Tsunade. You wished to speak with us, Hokage-sama? Temari asked. Yes, I did. I already know you 3 are planning to enter the Chunin exam. I know that you 3 no longer have a Junin instructor, so I just wanted to personally let you guys know that you are Konoha ninjas now, so feel free to use any and all training areas as you wish to help you prepare for the exam. Remember that this is your home now, don't be afraid to enjoy it, Tsunade said to the team. You 3 may go now, Tsunade said, dismissing them. Yes, thank you very much, Hokage-sama, Temari said as the 3 siblings walked away. The day went by fast as the teams had already begun with making preparations for the upcoming exam. The next afternoon, after Naruto and Hinata had returned home from training, with their team, they receive a surprise knock at the door. Hinata answered it and was shocked by who had come to visit them. Hanabi, what are you doing here? Hinata said in shock, looking down at her little sister. Hinata-ne-san, I was hoping I could talk to you and Naruto-ni-san, Hanabi said to her elder sister. Does your father know you are here? Hinata asked the younger Hyuga. No, he only knows I went out for a moment, Hanabi replied. Hinata-chan, who's at the door? Naruto said, walking over to her. Who's this? She looks like you, Hinata-chan. Naruto said, looking at the young Hyuga who blushed at the boy. Hello, Naruto-ni-san, Hanabi said to the blonde boy. Naruto-kun, this is my little sister Hanabi, Hinata told Naruto. Oh, well then hello Hanabi-chan, come on in, Naruto said with a smile, inviting the girl in. Thank you very much, Hanabi said with a bow. Hinata showed Hanabi inside and offered her a seat. Naruto and Hinata also sat down. So Hanabi, what did you want to see us for? Hinata asked. Hinata-ne-san, I want to become a genin like you did. But you know how father feels about it. I was hoping you and Naruto-ni-san would come home with me when I ask father to allow me to enter the academy, Hanabi asked. Hanabi, you know I'm no longer allowed within the Hyuga manor. You do know who threw me out, right? Your father was the one who kicked me out, Hinata said. He's your father too, Hanabi said. I'm sorry Hanabi, but he isn't my father. He hasn't been my father for a very long time, Hinata said. But recently I've heard that father has been checking up on you and seeing how you are doing. I think he still cares about you. He's heard about you training with Jiraiya-sama, and all. If you and Naruto ni-san who defeated father came with me, he'd see that I was serious about becoming a genin like everyone else, Hanabi said. Please Hinata ne-san, I really want you to be there for me, Hanabi said. Hanabi-chan, why do you want to become a genin? Naruto asked. Unlike father, I've always thought of Hinata ne-san as being strong. Hinata ne-san has always been able to defeat me, but never has. She doesn't realize how much she holds back when she faces me. She's always afraid of hurting me when we fight, Hanabi said looking over at her sister who looks confused. Why you say I've been holding back? Hinata asked. Yes, you have been. You always tone down your attacks or miss hitting me. Hinata ne-san, you care for me so much that you hurt yourself in training just to keep me from being hurt, Hanabi said smiling at her big sister. Hanabi. Hinata tried to speak but tears began to form in her eyes preventing her from saying anything. Hinata-chan, it's great isn't it? You still have family that really cares about you as well, Naruto said smiling at his love. Hinata merely nodded in agreement as tears ran down her face. Hinata then pulled her sister in for a hug. Hinata-chan, I'm so happy for you. Someone, whose family is still alive, shouldn't have to live like they aren't. I'm glad at least someone dear to you from your family still accepts you, Naruto thought as he watching the two crying girls hug. After a few minutes the girls settled down and broke the embrace. Hanabi will come with you, but don't be surprised if it turns ugly in there, Hinata said to her younger sister. Hey Hinata-chan, maybe we should get Neji and have him come with us. If he's on good terms with your dad then maybe that'll help Hanabi-chan's chance, Naruto said. That's a good idea Naruto-kun. Let's go find Neji ni-san, Hinata said as Naruto and the two Hyuga sisters headed out of Naruto's apartment and began walking the streets of Konoha. So where should we go to find Neji? Naruto asked. Well Neji ni-san told me the other day that his team and Tenten's team would be training together. So he's most likely still training, Hinata told Naruto. Okay, then let's go, Naruto said leading the way out to the training grounds. The three arrived shortly to see that Neji and Tenten's teams were indeed there training. The three were immediately greeted upon arrival. Hello there Naruto-kun, it is good to see you today. Would you wish to spar with me? Lee asked approaching Naruto. No thanks fuzzy brows, not today, Naruto answered. Well hello Naruto is your youthful fire and passion still burning at its brightest? Guy asked. Sure, whatever you say, Naruto said as he walked past the two green freaks. Hello Naruto, what are you up to? Sakura asked. Hey Sakura-chan I'm just here to see Neji, Naruto replied. Hey what's wrong with dog boy? Naruto asked looking down and seeing Kiba pouting nearby. Kiba is upset because he lost to Choji and has been whining ever since, Sakura replied. He lost to Choji. What's wrong with that? Naruto asked. I guess it was a matter of pride to him, Sakura said. Well whatever, Dogboy will get over it eventually, Naruto said. Hey Choji, you and I have got to spar sometime. I hear you've gotten really strong, Naruto said calling to the boy. Sure Naruto, but be careful what you wish for, because I might just beat you, Choji said smiling. I don't know about that Choji but it would sure be fun to find out, Naruto said smiling back as he made his way over to Neji and Tenten who seemed to be enjoying each other's company. Hey love birds, what's up? Naruto said calling the two. Naruto, why are you here? Neji asked as he turned to see Hinata and Hanabi with him. What? Hanabi-sama, what are you doing out with Naruto and Hinata-sama? Neji asked. I went to Hinata-ne-san and Naruto-ni-san's place to talk with them. I want to try and convince father to allow me to enter the academy and become a genin like Hinata-ne-san and you did, Hanabi said. But Hanabi-sama, you know Hiyashi-sama and Hinata-sama's relationship has gotten worse, Neji said. Yes, but Hinata-ne-san is training with Jiraiya-sama, and Naruto-ni-san defeated father. I was hoping that maybe he'd listen to me seriously if they were with me. I also want you with me as well Neji-ni-san, Hanabi said to the older Hyuga. I see, but tell me something. Why are you calling him Naruto-ni-san? Neji asked. Well he's going to become my big brother someday so I thought it was appropriate to call him Naruto-ni-san, Hanabi said blushing as her words also made Hinata blush furiously. Hanabi, I can't believe you'd say something like that, Hinata said turning a dark crimson. Hinata-sama, you're blushing, Neji said. Why you stay out of it Neji-ni-san, Hinata said. Naruto, Neji, and Tenten laughed at Hinata's reaction. Anyway are you guys coming? Naruto asked. Sure, let's go, Neji replied as he and Tenten joined the group. Neji, we're not finished with today's training, Kurenai said to her student. I'm sorry, but I have family matters I must attend to, Neji said as the group walked off toward the Hyuga manor. So Neji-kun, what is the head of the Hyuga clan like? Tenten asked as the group walked. Hiyashi-sama is a very strict and very proud man. But lately, I've noticed him taking an interest in my abilities. He was interested before, but now he seems to want to help train me directly. He's even stopped training Hanabi, who is his youngest daughter and the one he was grooming to take over the Hyuga clan as heir, even though Hinata-sama is the rightful heir, Neji said. I think father wants you to become the heir instead, Hanabi said. That might be so, but I am a branch family member after all, Neji said. I could not lead the Hyuga. I wouldn't want to lead the Hyuga. The clan's rules are very strict. They already don't approve of me seeing another outside of the clan. But I make my own choices, Neji said. That's right, and you're with me now. They can't have you back, Tenten said smiling as she held Neji's arm. The group arrived at the Hyuga manor. The two men positioned outside the estate immediately acknowledged Hanabi and Neji's presence. The group slowly made their way inside the estate and into a huge room where they awaited Hiyashi's entrance. Father should be here in a moment, Hanabi said to the group. Hinata began to get really tense. But a hand on her shoulder from the man she loved quickly eased all her fears and all her tension. Suddenly a door opened and the head of the Hyuga clan entered. He was taken back for a moment when he noticed who was there but quickly sat down before the group. Hanabi, I understand that you were the one who organized this little group in order to speak with me, is that correct? The elder Hyuga asked. Yes father, that is correct, Hanabi said to her father. What is it that you wish to say to me that you needed to gather like this? Couldn't you have just talked with me in private? Hiyashi asked. I wanted to, but you never take me seriously when I try and talk to you. You're either too busy to talk or just don't care to listen, Hanabi said. Then speak now Hanabi, Hiyashi said. Father, I wish that you allow me to enter the ninja academy and become a genin like Neji ni-san and Hinata ne-san have done, Hanabi asked. I brought everyone here to show you I'm serious and determined. I believe I can become a genin and make you proud, Hanabi said. You want to show me you're serious yet you bring that worthless child and the monster here before me. Hiyashi yelled. What did you say? Naruto yelled. Hiyashi-sama, with all due respect, Hinata-sama has been training under Jiraiya-sama and myself and has done the Hyuga quite proud, Neji said. You've been training her. You dare train a traitor to the Hyuga clan. Hiyashi yelled. You all disgust me, Neji, you should not have to be training that girl. She was supposed to be the heir and she has done nothing but disgrace the Hyuga name. Hiyashi yelled. But father, Hinata ne-san is really strong. In all our fights, Hinata ne-san has been holding back. She just never wanted to hurt me. It's the truth father. She's always been strong, Hanabi said. Silence, Hiyashi said as he backhanded the younger Hyuga, causing her to fall back. Hinata and Tenten quickly checked on the girl. How dare you treat your daughter that way? You really aren't much of a father, are you? Naruto got up yelling. Hiyashi-sama, that wasn't necessary, Neji said. Enough of this, Hiyashi said as he activated Neji's seal. Neji began screaming and grabbing his head in agony as his head protector fell off, revealing his seal. Stop it, you'll kill him. Tenten screamed in terror as Neji continued to scream out in pain as he dropped to his knees. Stop it, you bastard. An enraged Naruto yelled as he landed a hard punch to Hiyashi's face that sent the man flying through the wall. The seal on Neji was deactivated and the Hyuga boy dropped to the ground and lost consciousness. Everyone get in here now. Hiyashi screamed in anger as the room quickly filled up with other Hyuga clan members. It's time to show these brats why the Hyuga clan is Konoha's strongest clan. Hiyashi said as he got into battle stance and activated his Byakugan. Hanabi, go as fast as you can and find Tsunade ne-san. She'll be able to help for sure, Hinata told her younger sister. What about you, Hinata ne-san? Hanabi asked in concern. Don't worry about me, Naruto-kun and I will take care of this, Hinata said to her younger sister. So please go. Okay, but be careful, Hanabi said as she ran away. Tenten, take Neji and get him out of here, Naruto said to the girl. There is no way I'm leaving you two alone with all these jerks, Tenten said. Go, you have to get Neji out of here. Get us some backup while you're at it. We'll be fine. I'll think of this as some good training for the Chunin exam, Naruto told the girl. Okay, but you two, be careful. You guys might be strong but this is the Hyuga clan, Tenten said as she draped one of Neji's arms over her shoulder and dragged the unconscious boy out. Okay Hinata, let's do this. I'm not going to let that bastard get away with hurting Neji or your little sister. He's going down, Naruto yelled as he prepared to attack. Byakugan. Hinata yelled as she activated her blood limit and got into battle position. On the outside of the Hyuga manor, Tenten emerged and sat Neji up against the wall. The Hyuga boy was still very weak but had finally regained consciousness. Tenten, you've got to go get help. Naruto and Hinata-sama will need backup, Neji said to the girl. Leave me here and go. Kurenai-sensei and the others should still be at the training field if you go now. But what if someone comes out and attacks you? Tenten asked with concern for her boyfriend. Nobody would be that stupid, so hurry up, Neji said. Okay, I'll be back soon, Tenten said, racing off to the training ground. I've got to hurry. Naruto-kun and Hinata-chan are facing the entire Hyuga clan. Neji-kun is still weak from having his seal used on him, Tenten thought to herself as she arrived at top speed to the training field. Hey guy, we need some help. Tenten yelled, running up, getting Kiba, Kurenai, Sakura, Choji, and Ino, whom was waiting for Choji to finish his training and Lee's attention. Tenten, what's up? Where is Neji? Lee asked. A big fight has broken out at the Hyuga estate, Tenten said, pausing to catch her breath. What did you say? Kurenai asked in shock. Naruto-kun and Hinata-chan are trying their best to hold them off, but they sent me to get some help. Hanabi is going to get Hokage-sama. Neji-kun is still weakened from having his seal used on him, Tenten said. Alright, we must assist our comrades and save the day. Lee yelled. Please, you guys have to help, Tenten said. We're right behind you, Tenten-san, Sakura said as the group ran off. I can't believe Hiyashi finally lost his mind and that Hinata is fighting, Kurenai said. It's true, she and Naruto-kun said they would be alright, but this is the Hyuga clan after all, Tenten said. Kurenai-sensei, maybe you should go and try and get Hokage-sama and make sure Hanabi-san got there, Sakura said to her sensei. Sakura, why would you even ask me to do that? Kurenai asked. Well, the Hyuga clan is the most respected clan in the village and fighting against them could get us all in very big trouble. You're a Junin and Konoha needs all of their strength right now. If we get punished, it's not as big a deal as if Konoha loses one of their stronger Junin, Sakura said to the older ninja. Sakura, I will get Hokage-sama. You make sure you use the abilities she and I both taught you to help your friends, Kurenai said, smiling. I will, sensei, Sakura smiled back as Kurenai separated from the group. I can't believe my teammates are doing something so crazy, Ino said. Well, we're here, so let's just hope that they're alright, Choji said as the group stormed the gate. Tenten and Sakura stayed behind to temporarily treat Neji. The rest entered the estate to see the commotion. The group was shocked to see at least 30 or more Hyugas unconscious on the group. The estate was quite trashed, and finally in the Hyuga dojo Naruto, Hinata and another group of Hyugas along with Hiyashi himself stood. Hinata and Naruto looked rather tired and slightly injured with cuts all over their bodies. The group attacked the genin, who were forced to go on defense. Kiba, Choji, Ino, and Lee decided then to attack and assist their friends. Konoha senpuu, Lee yelled as he jumped in the middle of a small group and took out 4 men. Suga, Kiba yelled, spinning in his attack and crashing through another group of Hyuga men. Choji and Ino go to check on Naruto and Hinata's condition. Are you two alright? Ino asked her teammates. Tenten came through for us after all, Naruto said. Yes, she's out with Sakura checking on Neji, but I'm sure they'll all be here in a moment, Choji told the blonde. Good to hear. We've been having a party, Naruto said with a grin on his face. That's funny, you look all beat up, Ino replied. Thank you for coming, Ino-chan, Choji-san, Hinata said. Naruto-kun can keep fighting, but I really need a break. I don't have as much chakra as he does. How dare you all interfere and intrude in on Hyuga matters? Hiyashi yelled at the new group that had arrived. No, it is you who is wrong, Hiyashi-sama. No, Hiyashi, Neji said, entering the room with the help of Tenten and Sakura. You disgust me. I'm glad my father is no longer alive to see how disgraceful you've become. Hiyashi, this ends today, Neji said. That's for sure, I'm going to kick your ass once and for all, Naruto said. No, Naruto-kun, it's my job to do this, Hinata said to her love. This man is unfortunately still my father, so it is my duty to put him down. He has lost his way and it's up to his eldest daughter to set him straight, Hinata said firmly with confidence in her voice. Well then, ladies first, Hinata-chan, Naruto said with a smile. The group prepared for an all-out assault on the clan. Hinata prepared to face the fears of her past and will now face her father. After all her hard training, will Hinata really be able to win? Chapter 25, The Fall of the Once Proud Clan. Defeating your fears. Hinata stood before her father Hiyashi ready for battle. Naruto, Kiba, Lee, Neji, Tenten, Sakura, Ino, and Choji ready to face off against the clan. The attack began. Sorry Hinata, but we're gonna get a piece of the action, Kiba said as he, Lee, and Choji charged at Hiashi while Tenten attacked by firing several weapons at the older Hyuga. No, don't, that's useless. Neji yelled as Hiashi began his whirl. Kaden. Hiashi yelled as he began his full spin as he released his chakra, catching the weapons, Kiba, Lee, and Choji, and tossing them all back. The three genin landed roughly but were undamaged by the attack. Sorry, we got a little bit ahead of ourselves, Kiba said. Kiba-kun, this is my fight, Hinata said. Okay, you heard the girl, let's back her up by taking care of the rest of these guys, Naruto said. Konoha Senpuu. Lee yelled, charging and clobbering three men. Kiba jumped over the action and attacked two guys of his own. Choji performed several hand seals and prepared an attack. Ino did the same and fired off her attack. Kaden. Hausenka no Jutsu. Ino yelled, firing several fireballs at her enemies. The fireballs blasted several men to the ground. Ninpo. Akamichi Keita. Hayameru Bakahatsu. Choji yelled, as he took off at an incredible speed, surrounding several enemies and taking them out before they even had the chance to make a move. Well, I guess it's my turn, Naruto said as he began his own attack. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto yelled as he created 4 clones of himself. Okay everyone, let's do this. Naruto said as he and the clones formed a circle in each. Naruto extended their right hand as a bright purplish ball began to form in each hand. Rasengan. The Narutos shouted, as they all attacked, hitting a target and sending their foe flying. As the group was battling, Hinata and Hiashi began their own battle. Hinata charged her first attempt and was easily dodged. Hiashi tried a forward thrust, which Hinata grabbed with her hands and twisted as she threw him over her shoulder. Hiashi landed on his feet as Hinata charged and went for a sweeping kick that knocked him off balance. Hinata then managed to drive her palm into his right side. Hiashi quickly recovered from the attack however, and slid back and then charged. Hinata dodged several attempts and then tried to land a kick. She flipped over the older Hyuga and drove her palm into his back. Hiashi then spun around and landed an elbow to her face that threw her. Hiashi quickly attacked, landing several blows to her back, right shoulder, the left side of her rib cage, and then landed an uppercut to the jaw that threw her up into the air. Hiashi then landed a spin kick to her gut. The girl hit the ground in a spin but managed to regain her footing and get back on her feet. Hiashi immediately attacked again, but Hinata saw the attack, ducked, and landed 2 punches to Hiashi's gut. Hinata did a jumping cartwheel to her side to avoid a counter-attack and then attacked again with her feet as she balanced herself on her hands and spun, landing 2 blows to Hiashi's face before she returned to upright position and back into battle stance. The 2 Hyugas were breathing heavily. Meanwhile, Naruto's group was attacking their opponents while keeping an eye on the battle at hand. Tenten's accuracy with her weapons allowed Naruto and the rest of the group to strike directly without receiving any damage. As the group quickly disposed of the last group of fighters in the room, they stopped to stare at Hinata's battle. Sakura quickly began healing what few injuries they had received just in case another attack occurred. Hey Naruto, Hinata's improved a lot, Kiba said to the blonde. You haven't seen anything yet, Kiba, Naruto said, grinning. Between Neji and Ero Sennin's training, Hinata-chan has become very strong. She's amazing, Naruto told Kiba. I see. Then Hinata should be alright, Kiba said. I'm sure she'll be fine, Naruto replied as Hinata and Hiashi both charged at each other. Hinata dodged several attacks, then she tried a high kick with her left leg. Hiashi grabbed her leg and was about to toss Hinata when she turned in the air and brought her right leg down hard on Hiashi's head, causing him to release her. Hiashi staggered as Hinata landed gracefully on her feet and was once again in battle position. He's in my range. I've got him now, Hinata thought to herself as she prepared to strike. Hakusho, Rokuju Yansho. Hinata yelled as she began her attack, striking several of Hiashi's tenketsu points. Hiashi managed to escape halfway through the attack and counter with a kick to Hinata's midsection and followed that up with an attack to her spine that knocked her onto her knees. I only got half of his tenketsu points. He's still able to attack me, Hinata thought to herself as she coughed up blood from the last attack. Hinata-chan, Ino yelled with concern for her teammate. Naruto, Hinata is in trouble, Kiba said to the blonde. She's fine, Kiba, Naruto said with a grin. Hinata, you've improved but you're still nothing compared to me. Please allow me to return the attack to you, Hiashi said to the girl as he prepared his attack. Hakusho, Rokuju Yansho. Hiashi yelled as he struck the weakened girl in all her tenketsu points. Now as your father, allow me to end your worthless existence. Hiashi yelled as he drove his palm into Hinata's chest, throwing her in the air and causing her to cough up blood. Hinata, Kiba yelled in concern. Hinata-sama. Neji also yelled as Hinata's body hit the ground hard. Hinata was laying on the ground lifeless as the group looked on in shock. No, Hinata-chan, Ino and Sakura yelled in unison. Why didn't you do anything, Naruto? I thought you cared about her. Kiba yelled at the boy, grabbing him by the collar. Naruto looked at the boy and smiled. Believe in her Kiba, Naruto said as the group including Hiyashi was shocked when the hinata lying on the ground disappeared in a puff of smoke. What? Hiyashi yelled in shock. That was. Kiba yelled. Kage Bunshin, Ino, Neji, and Sakura yelled in unison as Hinata appeared behind Hiyashi. I'm grateful that you were willing to do something for me as you finally called yourself my father. But I really don't want anything from a detestable man like you, Hinata said with anger in her voice as she delivered a spin kick to the back of Hiyashi's head that sent him flying forward. Hinata quickly charged in front of Hiyashi to attack again. This is for Hanabi. Hinata yelled, striking Hiyashi in gut with a hard punch. This is for Neji and the Branch family. Hinata yelled, delivering a hard punch to Hiyashi's face. And this one is for me. Hinata yelled as she struck Hiyashi hard in the chest with her open palm attack. Hiyashi was sent flying back as he coughed up blood and crashed hard to the ground. Hinata was in battle position again, about to attack when Naruto put his hand on her shoulder. That's it, Hinata-chan, Naruto calmly said to the girl as she breathed heavily in both exhaustion and anger. I've never seen Hinata this angry, Kiba said to the rest of the group. I haven't either, but I understand that kind of anger, Neji said. It's the very same anger I've always had for the main family, Neji said, as another group of Hyugas arrived and were about to attack when someone yelled for the battle to end. Stop this insanity at once. Tsunade yelled as everyone stopped dead in his or her tracks. So you finally made it, Tsunade-ne-chan, Naruto said, turning to the older woman. Yes, thanks to Kurenai and this young lady here, Tsunade said, pointing down to Hanabi who was hiding behind Kurenai. Why are you hiding, Hanabi-chan? Naruto asked, looking confused. We arrived to see the end of the fight. I think she was a little shocked to see what has occurred, Tsunade answered as Naruto walked up to the young girl and kneeled before her. Hanabi-chan, don't you worry about anything. It's all going to be alright from now on. That's a promise that Naruto-ni-san will never ever break, Naruto said to the girl, flashing his foxy grin. Hinata, are you alright? Kurenai asked, walking up to the girl as Tsunade walked over to Hiyashi to check on his health. Well, he's still alive. He's been beaten pretty badly, but he'll survive, Tsunade said as Hinata began to cry and quickly dives into Kurenai's arms. Hinata, why are you crying? Kurenai asked the sobbing girl. I couldn't kill him, Hinata said, crying. Her words shocked everyone in the group except for Naruto. I can't believe Hinata is upset about that, Kiba whispered. No, I understand how she feels, Naruto said, his eyes now full of sorrow. It's more frustration than it is anything else, Naruto told the dog ninja. I really wanted to kill him. I don't know what's more horrible. Wanting to kill that man. Or being upset because I couldn't. Hinata said, crying in the older ninja's arms. Hinata, you're not horrible. It is unfortunate that someone as gentle as you was treated so poorly that she wanted to kill her own father. But in your situation, that man has no right to even dare call you his daughter, Kurenai said, embracing the girl. Hinata-sama has become a really strong person, Neji said with a smile. If it were me, I wouldn't have the heart to grieve over this. I'm taking Hanabi and Neji-ni-san out of here. I am the rightful heir of the Hyuga clan, so I'm making my first, last, and only command as heir to this horrible clan. I am taking Hanabi and Neji-ni-san and we are never to be bothered again, Hinata said to the many Hyuga members that were in the room. Hinata-sama, Neji said in shock. Well, you heard the lady, Naruto said to the Hyuga clan members. If any of you guys dare come after them, I'll kill you. Naruto yelled as the group left the Hyuga manor. This is for Hiyashi and any other head family member as well. If you dare ever use that curse seal on Neji or anyone else as long as I'm Hokage, I will personally kill you, Tsunade said, looking quite angry as she exited the building. Tsunade, are you sure you handled that correctly? Jiraiya asked, appearing before his teammate. I'm sure. Those kids are Konoha's future. Without them, Konoha will only head down the path of destruction, Tsunade replied. I'm more than willing to sacrifice an arrogant clan, but I'm not willing to sacrifice people whose futures are brighter than the sun. Several days passed by very quickly. The village was in an uproar over the dismantling of the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga clan suffered an incredible defeat and lost the heirs that would eventually succeed as heads of the clan. Tsunade was quick to put all rumors to rest that it was an attack from another village. She labeled the conflict as an internal rift in the clan's power. The group involved was never revealed and thus no punishment was ordered. Although not all the problems were solved, many feel this defeat was necessary for the Hyuga clan in order to set them back onto the right track. Well, we made quite a mess, didn't we, Hinata-chan? Naruto said to the girl as they along with Neji walked toward the Hokage's office. Hinata-sama, you've been awfully quiet these last couple of days. Are you alright? Neji asked. I am. I still can't believe I fought him. I can't even believe I won, Hinata said. You've gotten a lot stronger. Hiyashi forgot and has long since forgotten his duties as a father and have only concentrated on running the Hyuga clan. He even betrayed his eldest daughter and threw her away like she was trash. Hiyashi's actions were unforgivable and you shouldn't regret what you did. You defended your sister, and yourself, and you did it with honor. You also defended me, and for that I am grateful, Neji said, smiling at his cousin. Thank you Neji-ni-san, Hinata said as they enter Tsunade's office. Naruto, Neji, and Hinata, what can I do for you today? Tsunade said. Hokage-sama, pardon the interruption but we've come to make a request, Neji said. Yes, what would you like from me? Tsunade asked. Hey Tsunade-ne-chan, can you help us get a bigger place? Hinata-chan, Hanabi-chan, and Neji are all living with me in my tiny apartment. We can't fit in it, Naruto told the older woman. I see that as a problem. With 4 growing kids in one small little apartment, you guys would get miserable pretty fast. Well, I expected this sooner or later. So I've got a present for you. Catch! Tsunade yelled as the 3 caught something each in their hands. They opened their hands to reveal a key. Naruto had 2 keys attached to his and they all looked alike. What's this for Tsunade-ne-chan? Naruto asked. It's a key to your brand new apartment. I gave each a key plus a spare and Hanabi has already received hers, Tsunade said. The apartment is located on the east side of town. It's apartment number 202, Tsunade said to the 3 young ninjas. Hokage-sama, you don't mean that part of Konoha. Those apartments are for the wealthy, Neji said. You don't have to worry about it, between Naruto, Hinata, Tenten, and you, it should be fine, Tsunade said. What do you mean Tenten? Neji asked. Neji, I doubt you'll be able to keep her away, it's plenty big enough for you and your girlfriend. When Hanabi becomes a genin she can help you as well. If you need help, I can also lend you a hand, Tsunade said with a smile. You guys just promise me you'll be responsible about living together at least until you're married, Tsunade said, causing Naruto, Hinata, and Neji to blush. Tsunade-ne-chan, what are you getting at? You don't think Hinata-chan and I would do anything stupid to you? Naruto yelled at the older woman. Hokage-sama, there is no way Tenten and I would even dare do anything that irresponsible, Neji said. Tsunade immediately began laughing. I never said anything to what you two are implying. You two were thinking dirty, weren't you? Tsunade said, looking at the 2 boys. Damn you Tsunade-ne-chan. You play dirty. Naruto yelled as his blush turned much darker. Neji also blushed more but became silent. Hinata just stood there completely embarrassed by what had been said by all parties. Naruto, Neji, Hinata. I'm expecting great things from you guys in this year's exam. So don't do anything like this again, Tsunade said. Don't worry Tsunade-ne-chan, we're going to kick butt in the exam, Naruto said to his adopted big sister. Well, we've got to get going. We got to move our stuff, Naruto said, smiling as he and Neji left the room. Hinata, is there something you want? Tsunade asked the girl. Thank you very much for everything you've done for me, Tsunade-ne-chan, Hinata said, bowing to Tsunade. That's all I wanted to say. Hinata, it's I who should be thanking you, Tsunade said to the girl, causing her to look very confused. Thanks to you my little brother couldn't be happier. You saved him from his loneliness. I'm forever grateful, Tsunade said. Now don't go keeping Naruto waiting, Tsunade said as the girl headed out the office. Naruto and his new family then began to move into their new home. It's a mansion-like apartment with 3 bedrooms and a bathroom for each room. It had a huge kitchen and living room area and plenty of space for at least 20 to 30 people. The Chunin exam was still several months away and much preparation needed to be done, but today all this little family wanted to do was spend time together. Chapter 26. Preparation. Training for the exam. A new morning dawned on Konoha. Many awakened to the new day and go through their normal routines, but for Naruto, who was still getting used to his new home, he was about to awaken to quite a surprise. The blonde yawned as the light greeted his eyes. Naruto tried to get out of bed but realized something was weighing him down on both his right and left side. Naruto looked to his right to find Hinata, the love of his life, laying at his side sound asleep. Naruto looked to his left to find the girl's younger sister Hanabi by his side. For Naruto, who wasn't used to having anyone sleeping in his bed with him, this was quite the surprise for the boy, who didn't quite understand why the 2 girls were in his bed. What are you guys doing in my bed? Naruto yelled, awakening the house. The 2 Hyuga girls awakened to see the blonde, who was still looking rather confused. Good morning Naruto-kun, Hinata said as she rubbed the sleep out of her eyes. Good morning Naruto-ni-san, Hanabi said, doing the same. The 2 girls noticed each other's presence. Hanabi, what are you doing in Naruto-kun's bed? Hinata asked. What are you both doing in my bed? Naruto asked the 2 girls. I'm sorry Naruto-kun, I couldn't help it. I've grown used to sleeping near you, so I decided to join you, Hinata answered. You know you should have just asked, Naruto replied. I'm not complaining, but I'm not exactly used to having people sleeping in the same bed as me. Hanabi, why were you in Naruto-kun's bed? Hinata asked the girl again. I wanted to be near Naruto-ni-san, Hanabi replied shyly. Well, I really don't mind, I'd just like to know ahead of time, Naruto said to the two girls. I'm sorry Naruto-kun, I'll let you know next time, Hinata said blushing slightly. Hanabi just nodded. What the hell are you guys doing? Neji asked as he entered the room to see the two Hyuga girls and Naruto. Good morning Neji, Naruto said to the boy. Neji nodded in response. I awoke to a surprise. These two decided to camp out in my bed without me knowing. I see. Just don't yell like that again please. I don't like rude wake-up calls, even though with you living here I definitely don't need an alarm clock, Neji said. That's very funny coming from a boring guy like you Neji, Naruto replied. Naruto, Hinata-sama, do you two have to meet with Jiraiya-sama today? Neji asked. Yes, Ero-sennin is going to start our training for the Chunin exam, Naruto said. The same goes for my team. Kurenai-sensei says we'll start some advanced training today, Neji said. Advanced training, that sounds cool, Naruto replied. Yes, I'm very much looking forward to it. Our team is really strong. Kiba has grown and so have I think you'll be really impressed by your former teammate. Sakura has become quite strong. Her genjutsu abilities are impressive, as well as her healing abilities, Neji told Naruto. That's great that Sakura-chan has gotten that much better. I look forward to seeing her in action then, Naruto said to Neji. You might not be so happy about it, when we're the ones you're fighting, Neji said to the blonde. I don't know about that. We're an awesome team. Ino-chan and Hinata-chan are incredible, Naruto said, causing Hinata blush a little. Naruto-kun, I haven't improved that much, I haven't even mastered the techniques Jiraiya-sensei have been giving me. Ino-chan is much better than me, Hinata said. There you go, doubting yourself again. You know that is a really bad habit of yours, Naruto said to the girl. Excuse me, Naruto-ni-san, Hinata-ne-san, Hanabi said, interrupting the older genin. What is it Hanabi? Hinata asked. Since I don't start going to the academy until after the Chunin exam, is it possible to let me come with you? I don't want to be alone all day, Hanabi asked. I don't know Hanabi, Jiraiya-sensei might not like that, Hinata told her little sister. Don't worry about it, of course you can come with us Hanabi-chan, Naruto said to the girl. I'll kick Ero-sennin's ass if he doesn't let you come watch us, Naruto said smiling. Thank you very much, Naruto-ni-san, Hanabi said with a smile. I'll go get ready, Hanabi said rushing out of the room. Naruto-kun, are you sure it'll be alright? Hinata asked. It'll be fine, Naruto said. Well, I must go prepare, but before I do I wanted to ask you guys something, Neji said. What's that Neji? Naruto asked. I'm going to ask Tenten if she wants to come over. Is that alright with you guys? Neji asked his other two roommates. Sure, Tenten-chan can come. Neji, you don't have to ask permission. This is your place as well, Naruto said to the Hyuga boy. I agree Neji-ni-san, Hinata said to her cousin. Okay then, thank you. Now I must go, Neji said, leaving the room. You know Hinata-chan, that was a real shock this morning finding you two in my bed, Naruto said. But it was kind of nice as well. Well, honestly, I've wanted to do that since we first started living together, Hinata said to the boy, blushing brightly. I think I might have competition however. What do you mean Hinata-chan? Naruto asked, looking confused. Hanabi has a crush on you, Hinata said. You think so? How can you tell? Naruto asked, scratching his nose. Naruto-kun, she acts a lot like I do when I'm around you. Hanabi blushes a lot when she speaks to you, for example, Hinata said. Naruto-kun, I can't believe you're that dense. I'm clueless when it comes to you girls, Naruto said, flashing his foxy grin. Well, I guess I'd better get ready, Hinata said as she kissed Naruto on the cheek and left the room as Naruto sat in shock as a huge grin spread across his face. That was great. I should really take Hinata-chan out on a real date sometime soon, Naruto said as he also prepared for the day. 30 minutes later, the four tenants left the giant apartment and headed toward their destinations. Naruto, Hinata, and Hanabi all arrived at their normal meeting spot where they found Ino already waiting for them. Good morning Hinata-chan, Naruto-kun, Ino said, waving to her teammates. Good morning Ino-chan, Naruto yelled as to the girl. I see someone else is joining us today, you're Hinata's little sister, right? Ino asked the younger girl. Yes, my name is Hyuga Hanabi, Hanabi said, formally introducing herself to Ino. Well, my name is Yamanaka Ino, Ino said, returning the introduction as Jiraiya suddenly appeared in a puff of smoke riding on the back of a giant toad. Good morning, my wonderful pupils whom I'm so proud of, Jiraiya said, greeting the team. Oh, and I see we have a lovely younger lady joining us today as well, Jiraiya said, noticing Hanabi. I hope it is alright that I watch Naruto-ni-san's and Hinata-ni-san's training today. I promise I won't be a bother, Jiraiya-sama, Hanabi said with a bow. What do we have here, a really polite young lady as well. Well, I don't mind, that's for sure. When it comes to having pretty ladies around, you can never have too many, Jiraiya said as Naruto clobbered him. Hey Ero-sennin, don't start with your nasty thoughts, Naruto yelled. Naruto, don't hit your sensei, Jiraiya said as he smacked him in the back of the head. Hey Hanabi-chan, since you called Naruto your big brother, you can call me Ino-ne-san alright. Ino said, trying to ignore the two idiots. Okay Ino-ne-san, Hanabi said, smiling. Okay, listen well because we're going to start today's training, Jiraiya said, interrupting the two girls. Yes, training time, Naruto yelled. Naruto, I've got some bad news for you, Jiraiya said, turning to the boy. What is it, Ero-sennin? Naruto asked. You're not needed today, I'm just training the two girls, Jiraiya said to the boy. What, you bastard, I want to train too, Naruto yelled at the top of his lungs. Then go train somewhere, but today I will be focusing on helping these two out, Jiraiya said, pointing to Ino and Hinata. So go away and bother someone else, Jiraiya said. You'd better train with me tomorrow as well, or I'll kick your ass, Naruto said. We'll see about it tomorrow, now get out of here so I can train these two. If you hang around, they'll get nothing done, Jiraiya said as Naruto walked off looking rather annoyed. Jiraiya-sensei, was it really necessary to send Naruto away? I mean, shouldn't you train him as well? Ino asked her sensei. Ino, Naruto is far above most of the genin who are going to be in the exam. You two are very much improved, but there are still things we need to go over. Your summoning abilities are improved, and you've mastered most of the techniques I've taught you. The purpose of today's training is to set you on the right track so you can train yourselves. Once I do that, you should only need to come to me for advice, you won't need my direct supervision to prepare for this exam, Jiraiya told the two girls. Now what was your name, little one? Jiraiya asked the younger Hyuga. I'm Hyuga Hanabi, Hinata's younger sister, Hanabi said. Well Hanabi, you take a seat and watch your sisters train, Jiraiya said with a smile. Meanwhile Naruto was walking through Konoha. Jiraiya sending him away had left him in a rather foul mood. Naruto was so upset he even passed by Ichiraku's without stopping for a bowl of ramen. Naruto walked around and suddenly smacked into someone and the two fell to the ground. Hey, get out of my... Naruto started to yell but stopped when he saw who he'd walked into. Hey Naruto, you've got to be more careful, I'm fine but next time you could really hurt someone, Ruruka, Naruto's former sensei said, as he stood up and offered to help Naruto to his feet. Sorry Uruka sensei, I wasn't looking where I was going. I'm not in a very good mood right now, Naruto said as Uruka helped him up. Well, let's go get some ramen and talk. It'll be my treat, Uruka said, smiling as the two headed back toward the ramen stand. Upon entering, the two sat down and ordered. So Naruto, why are you in a bad mood today? Ero-sennin kicked me out of today's training and decided to only focus on training Ino-chan and Hinata-chan, Naruto told Uruka. You sure love your training, don't you? I've never seen someone get so excited about training, Uruka said. I love it. I mean, whenever I train, I feel like I get a whole lot stronger, Naruto said. Well, I'm sure Jiraiya-sama didn't throw you out to be mean, Uruka said. I know that, it just seems like he's training me less and less, Naruto said. That's a good thing, Naruto. That means you're doing very well. If he had to constantly stay and teach you, that would mean you wouldn't be progressing very well, Uruka told the blonde. Uruka-sensei, do you really think I'm improving that much? Naruto asked. I haven't seen you train in a while, but it certainly sounds like it. I also know you've grown a lot. You're becoming a man. I was quite proud of you the other night during the ceremony for Gaara and his team, Uruka said. You were? Naruto asked. Yes, I thought what you did was great. You said all the right words, and did all the right things, Uruka said, patting the boy on the head. Well, I wasn't lying about anything I said, Naruto replied. I just spoke from the heart. I know you weren't. I was surprised at first when you gave him your head protector, Uruka said. I thought you might be mad at me, but I had to do it, it felt right, Naruto told the older ninja as the food arrived and they began to eat. It's still going to take some time, but I believe everyone will learn to accept you, Uruka said. You think so? I've been working really hard to make Konoha proud. Even though I had the demon sealed inside of me, and even though it being sealed made me suffer, I don't think I really hated him. I know it sounds weird and I know what he did to you, but he saved my life on more than one occasion. I couldn't come to hate him, Naruto told Iruka. I see. I guess in your situation, it would be hard to hate someone who constantly saved your life. I hated the Kyuubi for killing my parents. I will never forgive the Kyuubi either. But I believe, that is why I get so upset when people still treat you the way they do. I mean, if they took one look at you or stopped and talked to you, they'd see the truth. The people of Konoha can be really horrible sometimes. But at least you don't hold a grudge, that's one of the things that makes you so strong, Naruto, Iruka told the boy. Yes, I know that all too well. When you started to accept me, and when I gained all the friends I have now. I feel so happy just to be alive. It's wonderful living for the ones who are important to me. That's why I'll become Hokage. So I can live to protect everyone, Naruto said as he finished his ramen. Naruto, you've really started to even sound like a Hokage. I believe it. One day, Naruto, your strength will become the pillar of light that supports us all. Your will of fire will definitely burn brighter than anyone else, and you will be the one to protect us all. I'm so proud of you, Naruto, Iruka thought to himself as he got up and paid for the meal. Naruto, I've got to go. I'll see you later. Thanks for the meal and talking to me, Iruka-sensei. I feel much better. Oh, and after the Chunin exam is over you'll be getting a new student. Hyuga Hanabi, Hinata-chan's little sister. So make sure you take care of her, Naruto said to the older man. Don't you worry, I'm sure she'll do just fine. By the way, I visited Sasuke the other day at his home. He's training really hard. I really think he's returned to us, Iruka said. Yes, I believe in Sasuke totally. He won't let us down, Naruto replied. You should go see him since you're free now. Who knows, maybe you two can train together or something, Iruka said as he walked off. Train with Sasuke. I might just do that, Naruto said as he left Ichiraku's and headed toward the Uchiha estate. Hey Naruto, what are you up to? Shikamaru asked as he walked up to the boy as Naruto was walking toward Sasuke's residence. I'm going to see Sasuke right now. What about you, Shikamaru? Naruto asked. That troublesome girlfriend of mine is making me help her train. She threatened me. She told me if I didn't help that she'd tell Gaara I beat her and made her cry, Shikamaru said looking terrified. I'm sure Gaara wouldn't have believed her, Naruto said to the Chunin. I'm not going to take that chance. He might be one of us now, but that still won't stop him from killing me if I screw up and piss his sister off, Shikamaru replied. Well, good luck with that, Naruto said walking off. See you later, Naruto, Shikamaru said as he walked off as well. Naruto finally arrived at the Uchiha Manor only to be greeted by Guy and Kakashi. Well, if it isn't Naruto. The bright passion that burns within you can be felt from a mile away. How are you on this wonderful day? Guy yelled to the boy. Guy, do you have to yell with him right in front of you? You'll make us both deaf, Kakashi asked. I do apologize, my great rival, Guy said. So Naruto, what are you doing around here? Kakashi asked, completely blowing Guy's last comment off. I'm going in to see Sasuke. I might see if he wants to train with me since Ero Sennin told me to leave so he could train Ino-chan and Hinata-chan, Naruto told his former sensei. I see. Well, we're just leaving from today's training session. He had a pretty good workout. He took both Guy and me on in a fight. He did pretty well, Kakashi said. That's cool, I wonder how I'll do against him now. I bet it'll be fun to find out, Naruto said with a smile. Well, just don't blow the guy's house up, alright Naruto. Kakashi said. I won't make you any promises there, Naruto replied with a grin. Yes, that's the fiery spirit I'm talking about. Kakashi, his youthful passion inspires me. Let us duel once again. Guy yelled in excitement. What did you say, something, Guy? Kakashi said, turning to his rival. Oh, just what I'd expect from my annoyingly cool rival, Guy replied. Well, I've got to go. See you later, Naruto, Kakashi said as he disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Wait for me, Kakashi. We must duel, Guy yelled as he also disappeared. Those two give me a headache sometimes, Naruto sighed as he made his way inside the Uchiha Manor. Naruto immediately headed over to the Uchiha dojo where Sasuke sat with a towel on his head and a drink, which he sipped out of and then placed it on the ground beside him. Sasuke noticed Naruto's arrival as the boy made his way up the steps of the dojo. Hey, what are you doing here? Sasuke asked in a low, almost relaxed tone. I came to see you. Ero Sennin kicked me out of the team training today, so I figured I'd come see what my brother is doing, Naruto said with a grin on his face. The word brother from Naruto caused Sasuke to return a similar grin. You got kicked out for being a total moron again, didn't you? Sasuke asked. No, Ero-Sennin said he wanted to train Ino-chan and Hinata-chan and that's why he told me to leave, Naruto replied. I bet it was really because you're an idiot but I guess I'll accept your answer for now, Sasuke said with a smirk. You'll accept it or I'll make you accept it, either way is fine, Naruto said. I don't think you can make me do anything you moron, Sasuke said. You want to try and see? Naruto asked. So you want to spar with me, is that it? Sasuke asked. Damn right I do, Naruto replied as Sasuke gets up. We can spar, but we use no jutsus, just hand to hand will be fine, Sasuke said. I don't want my home destroyed after all. Taijutsu is fine by me, Naruto said as the two got into fighting stances. I won't take it easy on you just because you're a moron, Sasuke said. I won't take it easy on you just because you're weak, Sasuke, Naruto replied as the two charged at each other. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged punch and kick combinations. Sasuke went for a spin kick, Naruto ducked and spun around the boy and tried to attack from behind. Sasuke turned his body and caught Naruto's leg and tossed him over his head. Naruto turned into a flip and landed on his feet. Sasuke immediately charged in. Sasuke fired in several punches, which Naruto easily dodged. Naruto grabbed Sasuke's last punch and tossed him over his shoulders. Sasuke easily landed on his feet much like Naruto did. The two charged each other once again. The kicks and punches were still flying. Both fighters continued to dodge each other's attacks, only landing a few shots every once in a while. Naruto landed a kick to Sasuke's gut and then went to punch Sasuke in the face, but the raven-haired boy had already spun around Naruto and landed a kick to the back of Naruto's head. The kick threw Naruto but he managed to use the wall as a brace to stop. Naruto then pounced off the wall at a great speed in an attempt to catch Sasuke off guard. The two continued sparring for 6 hours until the boys collapsed from exhaustion. Both boys had since removed their shirts, since they were too drenched in sweat. The exhausted boys looked at each other from their positions on the ground and began to laugh. Hey Sasuke, you look pretty pathetic, Naruto said to the boy. You're one to talk, you moron, Sasuke replied. Sasuke and Naruto both sat up from their resting places. So, the Chunin exam is coming. I can't help but feel so stupid, Sasuke said to Naruto. What do you mean? Why do you feel stupid? Naruto asked. If I hadn't been so stupid and went to Orochimaru, I could be competing with you in this exam. We'd both become Chunins together. It pisses me off that I made such a mistake, Sasuke said. Sasuke, did you feel like it was a mistake at the time? You didn't, did you? You choose this and this is the result. I won't say I'm totally glad it happened this way, but I sort of am. You learned that taking shortcuts when trying to gain power is a mistake. You learned the true meaning of what it is to be strong. Sure, it took you a while but now you're on the right track. That's all that matters now, Naruto said to the boy as he got up and retrieved his shirt. You're right, Naruto. I hate to admit I'm wrong, but I totally was. I wanted revenge against Itachi so badly that I was willing to become someone else's plaything. I never once did things for others. I was always being selfish. But I've learned from it all. It took me almost losing everything to learn, but at least I'm here and I'm being given another chance to prove myself. I'm grateful for that, Sasuke said as he also stood and the two walked toward the exit of the manor. Sasuke, you'd better become a Chunin in the next exam. I won't accept you getting too far behind me since you were the one I was always aspiring to reach, Naruto said turning to his former teammate. Promise me that you'll make it to my level this time, Naruto said grinning. I will. I promise that I'll become a Chunin and show you that you surpassing me was only dumb luck, Sasuke said with a smirk as the two shook hands and Naruto headed out back toward his home. On the way out he and Sasuke noticed an arriving Sakura. Hey Sakura-chan, what are you doing here? Naruto asked. What, Naruto? Why are you here? Sakura asked. Sasuke and I were sparring. I kicked his ass though, Naruto said. In your dreams dead last, Sasuke said as the two shook hands once again and Naruto headed off. Naruto, I will be back. I won't fail this time, Sasuke said aloud as the blonde was no longer in sight. Sasuke-kun, are you alright? Sakura asked. I am now. Now that you're here that is, Sasuke said with his normal smirk causing Sakura to blush. Naruto, you'd better show me how much you've improved, my brother, Sasuke thought to himself as he and Sakura headed back inside his home. Chapter 27. The Loneliness Melted by the Sun. Christmas in Konoha. Part 1. 3 months had passed since the Chunin exam had been announced. All the teams had been training hard. It was now December and the weather had changed. The normal bright and sunny village of Konoha was now cool and breezy. It was time to get ready for Christmas and snow had already begun to fall. The streets were filled with joy as villagers prepared for the holiday, but not everyone in Konoha loved Christmas. There were many that thought of Christmas and remembered nothing but sadness. Naruto-kun, we're going shopping for decorations, would you like to come? Hinata asked the blonde. No thanks, I'd rather not, Naruto said in a rather cold voice. Oh okay. Well we'll be going now, see you later, Hinata said leaving the room. Christmas. I hate it. Families being together and enjoying each other's company. They give away presents and other junk. Holidays are hell, the blonde thought to himself as he remembered his own past. The many years he had spent alone, Naruto remembered walking down the streets of Konoha on Christmas Day looking into windows and seeing families, happily spending time together. For Naruto, an event like Christmas was always hell to him. Meanwhile, Naruto wasn't the only one hating the holiday celebration. A certain raven-haired ninja walked the snowy streets of Konoha reflecting on his own events of the past. Christmas is coming. That brings back so many memories. I'd love to forget them all, the Uchiha boy said as he walked through the snowy streets. Christmas used to be so much fun back then. Itachi and I would walk from store to store trying to figure out what to get mother and father. He never thought I noticed him watching me though. He'd watch me to see if he could get ideas on what to get me. I realized he was watching me because I was watching him. I could never get him anything good. But he'd always accept my gifts and tell me thanks as he messed up my hair. Those were some really good times. I guess that's why I hate Christmas so much. I have too many good memories of my brother, Sasuke thought to himself remembering his past before the Uchiha clan was destroyed. I hate this, Sasuke said as he continued to walk as yet another young ninja walked through the snowy Konoha thinking of his own past. Holidays. Christmas. Why did they always bother me? I suppose it's because I've always been alone and hated. When families began celebrating, I was always the one left out in the cold. Even for these special holidays. The people's hatred never disappeared once. Not even for a moment, Gaara said to himself aloud. I never even got to spend Christmas with my own siblings. Not that it would have made any real difference. The holidays weren't always something all people enjoy, that is for sure. For the Hyuga clan, Christmas was nothing more than a waste of time, but for a few Hyuga, they're going to try and truly enjoy the season. Come on Hanabi, we still have several stores to visit, Hinata said to her little sister that had stopped to gaze inside the window of a shop. Hanabi-sama, what are you looking at? Neji asked the younger girl. This is the first time I've seen all these pretty decorations. Father never did let me venture out to see the village during this time of year. He told me I'd catch a cold and it would affect my training so I couldn't leave the estate, Hanabi told the older Hyuga. Well it's true because of the cold weather, you might catch a cold but that's only natural. Your father is a real jerk, Tenten said. By the way Neji-kun, I'm surprised that you came out with us girls to shop. I don't mind it really. I told myself once I left the estate that I'd start to relax and enjoy myself more, so what better way to do so than to spend time with you, Neji told the girl with a smile that caused her to blush. I'm a little surprised Naruto-kun didn't want to come, Tenten said. Indeed, I'd think this would be ideal for him, Neji said. Now that you mention it, I've noticed Naruto-kun has seemed different since the month started. He's been depressed, and even grumpy. He isn't the normal Naruto-kun, Hinata said to the group. Hello there, how are you all doing today? Uruka said interrupting the group. Hello Uruka-sensei, what are you doing out here? Hinata said. I'm doing a little shopping, I bet you're all doing the same, right? Uruka asked. Yes, we're getting ready for Christmas. We're going to decorate the apartment, Hinata told the older ninja. I see, I'm not surprised though, Uruka said looking at the group. What do you mean you're not surprised Uruka-sensei? Neji asked. I was looking to see if Naruto was with you, I didn't think he would be though, Uruka told the group. What, why not, Naruto-kun has seemed so different lately. Hinata asked with a worried expression on his face. She immediately noticed Uruka's kind face turn sad. You should all know why Naruto wouldn't like an event like Christmas, Uruka said to the group. Naruto has always been alone. I spent Christmas with him last year, but other than that, he's always been alone for Christmas, Uruka finished. And Naruto-kun's always been alone. Hinata repeated aloud. Yes, he's like me. He didn't have a family. I just wish I could have helped him sooner. You know Naruto isn't the type to try and worry everyone by saying anything but. He hates the holidays. It's the only time he's ever really down. It's like all his years of sadness and loneliness come back to the surface at once. The year we spent together for Christmas was the first time I really realized how fragile Naruto could be. He spent many hours crying. Uruka told the group. I can't believe I didn't know this. Naruto-kun's always been alone and I didn't realize that he was suffering, Hinata said with a frown. Hinata, it isn't your fault. Can you guys do me a favor? Give Naruto this, Haruka said as he reached into the bag he was carrying and gave Hinata a present. Tell him I said cheer up already. I also have one more request. It's a selfish request, but please. Do what you can for Naruto. As I said, he's not one to tell people these sorts of things. He'll put his mask up and show you all he's fine but. Haruka stopped and looked at the group. I understand Haruka-sensei. I'm sure we all do, Neji interrupts. I also hated the holidays. After my father died, anytime the Hyuga clan would celebrate, I would detest them even more. I believe my hatred for the head clan would grow more and more when the holidays came around. So don't you worry, Naruto isn't alone anymore. He is my best friend. He has family now. He won't be alone ever again, Neji told Haruka with a confident smirk. I see, and then I thank you all from the bottom of my heart, Haruka said smiling once again. I'll let you guys go, I have some things to finish up as well, Haruka said waving to the group as he left. Hinata-sama, are you alright? Neji asked the saddened girl. I just feel so horrible. Here I was getting ready to celebrate and… Naruto-kun, Hinata said as tears started to form in her eyes. Hinata-sama, don't cry. We just have to make up for all his years of loneliness, Neji said to the girl. I've got a great idea, our place is more than big enough. Let's have a gathering, a small party. We'll invite the ones who are closest to Naruto. We'll gather all the teams and ask the Hokage-sama to attend as well, Neji said to the group. Neji-kun, that's a great idea. Tenten yelled with excitement. I'll help out as much as I can. Neji-ni-san, that truly is a wonderful idea. Now let's get going on the preparations. We need to plan things out and make this perfect, Hinata said. Then I know the perfect person to go see, Neji said with a smirk as the group traveled through Konoha for several minutes and arrived at one of the many residential areas. Neji quickly knocked on the door of the house they were standing in front of. A woman came to the door. Yes, may I help you? The woman asked. May we please see your son? Neji asked the woman. Okay, hold on just a minute, the lady said closing the door. Several minutes passed and the door opened again and a familiar, lazy-looking, dark-haired ninja appeared. What do you guys want? Shikamaru asked as he yawned. We need that genius brain of yours, Neji said. What exactly do you need me for? The lazy Chunin asked again. We're planning a Christmas party at our place. We're inviting all the people closest to us, especially the ones closest to Naruto. The party is really for him, Neji said as he explained to Shikamaru the whole situation. So will you help us? Why should I? Naruto and I aren't that close, Shikamaru said looking rather bored. Well, he thinks of you as a real friend and of course his other friends will be there. I mean Gaara and his siblings will probably be there. It would be a shame to tell Tamari that you didn't think seeing her on Christmas was more important than being a lazy bastard. I imagine that will make her quite angry and then she'll probably tell Gaara what happened. Yes, I can see it all too well, Neji said to the Chunin as Shikamaru began to turn blue in the face. Damn you, Shikamaru yelled. Okay, I'll help, hang on just a minute and let me get some things, Shikamaru said as he ran in the house and emerged with a small notebook and a pencil. Okay, let's go to your place. I need to see how big the place is in order to map out the perfect plans for decorating the place. You guys will have to buy and decorate it yourselves after I make the plans, is that agreeable? Shikamaru asked. That will be fine, just don't forget to be there, Neji said. Yes, I know already you damn evil bastard, Shikamaru said as the group headed back to the apartment. They arrived and Shikamaru checked the place out. He walked around the area and then inside the apartment itself and began to write things down in his notebook. Naruto-kun, we're back. Hinata yelled but nobody responded to her calling. Hinata walked into his room to see it empty. Naruto-kun isn't here. I wonder where he went, Hinata said aloud. It's all right Hinata-sama, Neji told her. Let him be for now. We have much to do, Neji said as Shikamaru walked in and handed Neji some notes. There you go, now I'm leaving, Shikamaru said leaving the room. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke were leaving the Uchiha estate and began to walk toward Ichiraku's ramen stand. Hey, I guess it's a good thing I found you wandering around, Sasuke. We got to spar and now we're getting some ramen, Naruto said. Shut up and walk, moron, Sasuke said as the two are suddenly surprised as they bump into a wandering Gaara. Gaara, what in the world are you doing out here? Naruto asked. Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke. I was looking around. I guess most villages celebrate this holiday, don't they? Gaara asked. So you're not too fond of Christmas either? Sasuke asked. I'm afraid not. I've never had any good memories of this time of year, Gaara replied. We're not too fond of it either. So where are you headed? Sasuke asked. I was going to get something to eat, Gaara replied. Hey, come with us, we're going to grab some ramen, Naruto told the boy. Okay, I'd like that, Gaara said as the three entered and sat down. The boys ordered their meals and continued their conversation. Uchiha Sasuke, you don't like Christmas either. Didn't you grow up with a family? Gaara asked. Yes, that's the reason why I hate this holiday. I remember all the wonderful times I had as a child. When I think about them, I feel an unbelievable sadness. I suppose you two are the same as me, except that you never had anyone to share Christmas with. By the way, Gaara, just call me Sasuke, Sasuke told the boy. Very well then, Sasuke. Yes, I never had a very good experience with the holidays. The villagers were always so excited about the holidays, but they wouldn't forget to show their hatred for me when I walked by them, Gaara said. It's the same with me as well. Last year I spent Christmas with Iruka-sensei though, so I guess I have one good memory, Naruto said as the boys were given their meals and began to eat. Naruto, what about the people you're living with now? Sasuke asked. I think they went out shopping in order to decorate our place or something, Naruto replied. Shouldn't you be helping them then? Sasuke asked. No, I don't feel right. I know I care about them and they care about me. But I just can't get into the holiday season, even though I'd like to try. To enjoy it, Naruto said as the three boys finished eating and looked on, sadness filling their faces. I know what you mean. I mean this year is different for all of us, Sasuke said. It takes time to heal our wounds. Nothing will change overnight, Gaara said as the three got up and paid and then left the restaurant. If anything guys, we can always get together for Christmas. I mean if we're going to be miserable, might as well have company, right? Naruto asked. That's actually fairly smart coming from you, Sasuke said with a smirk. I agree, we should spend the holiday together, Gaara said. Well, I better get back home, Naruto said. I'll talk to you guys later, Naruto said running off. So, where are you headed now, Gaara? Sasuke asked. I'm not sure, how about you? Gaara asked. I don't know either, Sasuke said. I guess we should go together. Maybe we can find something, Sasuke said as the two began to walk off. I agree with you, Sasuke, Gaara replied. Naruto arrived home and was shocked as the outside of their apartment was nicely decorated with lights and various Christmas items. Naruto walked inside the house to find Neji, Tenten, Hanabi, and Hinata decorating the house. Hello Naruto-kun, welcome back, Tenten said to the boy. Naruto-kun is home. Great, so where did you go? Hinata asked. I went out for a walk. I ran into Sasuke and we decided to spar for a while. Then we ran into Gaara and ate some ramen, Naruto told the girl. I see. Naruto-kun, we're going to have a Christmas party in about 2 weeks. The party is on Christmas Eve, Hinata told the boy. I see. That's good, Naruto said looking depressed again. Naruto-kun, Iruka-sensei told me to give this to you, Hinata said handing him a gift. You should wait until Christmas Day to open it however, Hinata said. Okay, I guess I'll wait, Naruto said and handed the gift back to her. Naruto-kun, are you alright? Hinata asked. Yes, I'm fine, so you guys need any help? Naruto asked with a huge smile on his face. Naruto-kun, come with me, Hinata said pulling Naruto into his room. So what do you want, Hinata-chan? Naruto asked. Don't you guys need any help decorating? Naruto was suddenly interrupted as Hinata wrapped her arms around him and held him tightly. Naruto-kun, I'm so sorry. I didn't even think about your past. I didn't even think about how much you've suffered through the years. Please forgive me. I can totally understand that you don't like the holidays. Hinata said as she began to cry. Naruto was speechless as the two dropped to their knees. Naruto began to cry. Hinata-chan, it's true I've always hated the holidays. I've never had anyone to enjoy it with. I've never had a family. I just once wanted to know the happiness of enjoying Christmas with others. Iruka-sensei tried to help me out last year but Naruto said crying, his tears made him unable to speak. Naruto-kun, I'm sorry but I promise you, you're not alone anyone. You've got me, Hanabi, Neji, you've got so many people now. You won't be alone anymore, ever again. So please, won't you try to give us a chance to be your family? Can't you try and enjoy it with us? I promise you won't regret it, Hinata said. Hinata-chan, I want to. I really want to learn to enjoy it. I want to spend time with my new family. I want to know what it's like to be with others and be happy. I never want to be alone again, Naruto said. I will never let you be lonely again, Naruto-kun, Hinata said as she placed her lips over his. The two enjoyed their kiss in each other's company for several more minutes. Soon they broke the kiss and returned to the others decorating the house. So are you two coming to help us now? Neji asked. Yes, let's get this place looking good, Naruto said with a grin. Naruto-kun, we're inviting everyone to the party. Is that alright? Tenten asked. Yes, of course, just make sure when you send out Kakashi-sensei's invitation that you tell him the party is about 2 hours earlier than it really is so that he might be on time, Naruto said. Naruto-kun, would you like to come with me and Hanabi to get some things? We need to get some more supplies, Hinata asked. Sure, let's go, Naruto said as the three left together. Chapter 28. The Loneliness Melted by the Sun. Christmas in Konoha. Part 2. It was now 2 days before Christmas and Naruto and his family had gotten their home decorated with beautiful lights all around and had many decorations to show. They now had a huge tree fully decorated to celebrate the occasion. The invitations had also been sent and Konoha itself seemed ready for the big day to arrive. The snow had continued to fall and the group was now out finishing up some last-minute shopping in the local shopping district. Naruto-ni-san, come on, you've stood outside that store for almost an hour. Are you going to go in and buy Hinata-ne-san a present or not? Hanabi asked the blonde boy as they stood outside a jewelry store. I am Hanabi, I'm just trying to decide what to get her, Naruto replied. Well, you won't know unless you go in. I swear Naruto-ni-san, you can be so dense sometimes, Hanabi said. That's not very nice Hanabi-chan, Naruto said back to the girl. Neji-ni-san and Tenten will be coming back with Hinata-ne-san soon and you still haven't bought her anything yet, Hanabi told him. You're right Hanabi, let's go, Naruto said as the two entered the store. Hello and welcome, the shop owner said. Can I help you find anything today? My big brother here is looking to buy something for my big sister, Hanabi told the man. Okay, well what did you have in mind? The man asked. I don't know, I've never really bought anyone a gift before, much less jewelry, Naruto told the man. Well, tell me something about this special girl and I'll see if I can help you out, the man said with a smile. Let me see. Well, Hinata-chan is beautiful especially when she smiles. She's the type of person who thinks of others before she thinks of herself. She's very shy at times and she listens to everything you have to say. Let's see what else. She's able to take all the pain and sadness I suffered and make it disappear. Seriously, I couldn't live without her, Naruto said blushing when he realized what he was saying. Naruto-ni-san really loves my sister a lot. It's amazing he's able to say all those things about her, Hanabi thought to herself. Well, it's obvious that you love her dearly, the man said. Yes, I love her more than life itself. Can you help me find something that says that? Naruto asked the man. Sure, I think I have the perfect thing for you, the man said to the blonde as he walked over to a showcase and pulled out a box and opened it to reveal a gold bracelet, with a diamond-studded heart in the middle. So what do you think? The man asked. It's great, but I have a question, can you inscribe something on the back of the bracelet? Naruto asked. Sure, what did you have in mind? The man asked as Naruto whispered the message into his ear. Okay, can you come back in about 2 hours? Yes, I'll be back then, Naruto said leaving the store with Hanabi. That sure was pretty wasn't it Naruto-ni-san? Hanabi said. Yes, I think she'll love it. Let's go find them, Naruto said as Hanabi took a hold of his hand as they walked around. The group reunited shortly after, each carrying several bags. Well, how did it go Naruto? Neji asked the boy who merely responded by giving the thumbs up. The group continued to talk as they walked around until they were interrupted by an announcement. Come, bring your children to visit with Santa in the town center. Come at once. A man yelled advertising throughout the shopping district. Naruto suddenly felt Hanabi's hand tighten. Hanabi-chan, what's wrong? Naruto asked. The girl looked down at the ground and began to blush slightly. It's nothing, I was just thinking, Hanabi replied. Hanabi, would you like to visit Santa? Hinata asked. The girl was too embarrassed to answer, merely nodded a yes. Hey, you don't have to be ashamed of it, let's go Hanabi-chan. Naruto said as they began to walk toward the center of the shopping district. Come to mention it, father never did let her do anything fun at all. We never celebrated Christmas. He even told Hanabi that Santa wasn't real when she started talking about Christmas one year, Hinata said aloud to the group. That's awful. How can a person be so cruel? Tenten said. Hanabi-chan, why do you want to visit Santa if you know he isn't real? Tenten asked. I just want to do it, to experience it. I know he isn't real, but… Hanabi said but couldn't finish. Don't worry about Hanabi-chan. So you want to do it, then let's do it. There isn't anything wrong with actually wanting to be a child. There is no real reason why you've got to grow up quickly. You should enjoy some of your childhood at least, Naruto said as they arrived to a line of kids, all gathered and one by one sitting on Santa's lap. The group got in line and it was finally their turn. Naruto was shocked at the sight he saw. Ho ho ho, come bright youths of Konoha, Santa Guy has come to listen to all your glorious and spirited Christmas wishes. Guy yelled with his thick brows and bowl haircut showing through the hat and beard, the man showing off his pearly white teeth giving his Santa Guy nice guy pose. Guy sensei. I mean Santa Guy, you are so incredibly generous. Lee yelled in return as he stood wearing green with pointy ears and a green elf's hat, also showing off his nice guy pose. Lee the elf watched and learned from Santa Guy how joyous giving can be. Guy yelled. Naruto, Neji, and Tenten stood dumbfounded. Tenten and Naruto smacked Lee on the back of the head. What the hell is this, the Santa from hell? You two are going to scare every child in Konoha. Naruto yelled. I don't know those two and I never did, Neji thought to himself, turning blue in the face. Hanabi. Do you still want to sit on his lap? Hinata asked, looking rather unsure of the situation. Yes, please Hinata-ne-san, Hanabi says, walking up to Guy. Yes young lady, hop on my lap and tell me what you want for Christmas. Guy yelled as Naruto leaned over and whispered in his ear. Hey, this is her first time ever doing this, so don't be too much like yourself, alright? Naruto pleaded with the older man. Forget him and tell Santa Guy what you want for Christmas, Guy said to Hanabi. I don't really want anything. I just want to be able to stay with everyone and be happy. I really love my big brothers and sisters and I want to be able to make them proud, Hanabi told the man. That is indeed the noblest thing I have heard all day. You will definitely get your wish because you are truly kind and care about others. If you keep it up, you'll grow up to be as great as me. Guy said, setting her down and giving her the nice guy pose. Santa Guy, I'm inspired as well. Lee yelled with tears in his eyes. Super fuzzy brows and fuzzy brows as Santa and an elf. I think the world is doomed, Naruto said as the group walked away and headed for home. So did everyone get their shopping done? Naruto asked the others. Yes, now I just got to wrap the gifts, Tenten said with a smile. We also got everything needed for the party, Hinata said. That's great, all the invitations were sent. I know everyone will be there, Naruto replied. This should be really fun, Tenten said as the group arrived back at the apartment. Hey guys, I got to go back out for a little while, alright? Naruto said to the group. Okay, be careful Naruto-kun, Hinata said to the boy. Wait, Naruto-ni-san, may I come with you? Hanabi asked. Sure, but why do you want to come with me? Naruto asked. I have my reasons, Hanabi said. Well, then let's go, Naruto said as Hanabi took a hold of Naruto's hand and they walked out the door. So what did you want to come for, Hanabi-chan? Naruto asked. I wanted to get a few things for everyone. I don't have much money though, Hanabi said. Don't you worry Hanabi-chan, I was going out to finish my shopping as well, I'll help you out, Naruto said with a smile. Naruto-ni-san, you're the greatest, Hanabi said smiling at the boy. I know I am so cool. Naruto said giving her his version of the nice guy pose. The two headed back to the shopping district to finish shopping. Naruto and Hanabi surprisingly bumped into two familiar faces as Ino and Sakura finished up their own shopping. Hey Naruto-kun, Hanabi-chan, what are you two doing out now? Ino asked. Well, I had to finish my shopping, and Hanabi-chan wanted to get a few things so I brought her with me, Naruto replied. Hello Ino-ne-san, are you finishing up your Christmas shopping? Hanabi asked. Why are you calling her Ino-ne-san? Sakura asked. I told her to, I mean if Naruto is her big brother, then I'm her big sister, Ino replied with a grin. I see, and then call me Sakura-ne-san, Sakura said to the girl. It's no fair leaving me out after all. Okay Sakura-ne-san, thank you, Hanabi said. She's so cute, Sakura said hugging the girl who blushed over the extra attention. Well, we'll see you guys at the Christmas party, Ino said as the two girls began to walk off. Okay, see you guys there, Naruto said as he and Hanabi go to finish up their shopping and finally making their last stop at the jewelry store to pick up Hinata's gift. Here it is, I engraved the message you wanted on the back of the bracelet, please make sure it is to your liking, the shop owner said as he handed the box to Naruto. This is great, more than I could have hoped for, Naruto said checking out the bracelet's inscription. Naruto then paid the man and he and Hanabi headed back home. On the way home Naruto was suddenly hit in the head by a snowball. Hey, I got him. Konohamaru yelled as he and his two friends ran up to check on Naruto. Leader, are you alright? The little girl Moegi asked. Yes, I'm fine, Naruto replied getting up. Naruto then fired several snowballs at the trio knocking them flat on their backs. Konohamaru, if you do that again I'll make you eat it. Sorry, didn't think you'd get so upset, Konohamaru said getting up. Hey, who's the cute girl? This is Hinata-chan's little sister, Hanabi-chan, Naruto said. Hanabi-chan, you're really cute, want to join our team? Konohamaru asked the girl. No, you're an idiot. I'd rather not, Hanabi said, taking Naruto's hand and walking away as Konohamaru stood there crying as his two teammates console him. See you later, Konohamaru, Naruto yelled as they walked away and headed back to their apartment. The day passed by quickly and now it's Christmas Eve and the day of the party. The group got everything ready as Naruto headed out for a Christmas Eve bowl of ramen. Naruto arrived to find Gaara sitting at his usual spot. Hey Gaara, what are you up to? Naruto asked, sitting down beside the boy. I was hungry. I was also hoping to bump into you, Gaara said to the boy. What did you want me for? Naruto asked as Gaara reached into a bag and handed him a gift. It's for you. Tamari wrapped it for me. It's from all three of us, Gaara said. Please open it. Okay, Naruto said as he opened the gift and opened the box. Naruto pulled the item out of the box to reveal a stuffed animal of a fox, and in the animal's mouth is a small book. Naruto looked at the book to reveal a month worth of free ramen coupons. Hey, this is so awesome. Naruto yelled. You're the best, Gaara, thank Tamari-chan as well. You can just give Kenkiro a smack for me as well, Naruto told the boy. But I'm afraid I don't have anything for you, Naruto said, frowning. Naruto, you've already given me enough. You gave me a life, a family, and true friendship. It's all I could ever ask for, Gaara said to the boy with an actually smile on his face. The two shared a meal before paying and leaving the ramen stand. Thanks again, Gaara, make sure you come to the party tonight, Naruto said to the boy. We shall be there, Gaara said as the two went their separate directions. Naruto headed back home to help finish preparations for the party. The evening came quickly and was time for the party. Gaara and his siblings were the first to arrive. Hey, welcome guys, you're the first ones to arrive, Naruto said, greeting the guests. Thanks for inviting us, Naruto-kun. Gaara has been quite excited to attend his first Christmas party, Tamari told the boy. The next group arrived quite quickly as Ino, Choji, Shikamaru, Shino, and Kiba all arrived together. Hey, welcome guys, Tenten said, this time answering the door. Hey Tenten, do you live here yet? Ino asked. I don't live here officially, but I spend enough time here, Tenten replied. Hinata was next one to answer the door as Iruka, Kakashi, Shizune, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Kurenai, and Asuma all arrived together. Hello and good evening everyone. Thank you so much for coming, Hinata said, bowing politely. Thank you for inviting us, Hinata, Kurenai said as the group entered. Neji answered the door this time as Guy and Lee arrived together. Greetings Neji, on this fine evening, I humbly appreciate the invitation. Guy yelled as Neji plugged his ears. Yes, come in and please try not to break anyone else's eardrums, Neji said, welcoming the guests. Finally, Naruto answered the door as Sasuke and Sakura arrived. Sakura gave Naruto a hug and kiss on the cheek. Sasuke and Naruto shook hands. Hey, I'm glad you guys came, Naruto said, smiling. I wouldn't miss it, moron. We did promise to spend Christmas together, so I guess this will have to do, Sasuke said. Sasuke-kun wouldn't miss it, especially since I threatened him. I told him if he didn't come I'd make him listen to Guy-sensei's lectures for a month, Sakura told Naruto. That's a punishment far worse than death, Sasuke said, shuddering just thinking about it. The party was now in full swing. Jiraiya had gotten beaten repeatedly for trying to kiss girls under the mistletoe. Shikamaru and Tamari spent time together trying to outsmart each other in their own conversation. Ino smacked Choji for trying to steal all the food. Guy, Asuma, and Kakashi had to restrain Lee when he drank too much eggnog, but everyone was having a really good time. Naruto, this is a great party you guys put together, Tsunade told the boy. Hinata-chan and the others did the work, I only helped a little, Naruto said. My little brother isn't trying to take all the credit, are you sick or something? Tsunade said, putting her hand on his forehead to check Naruto's temperature. Hey, until recently I hated the holidays. It's because of all these great people that I can start to enjoy this time of year, Naruto told the older woman. Well, just continue enjoying yourself then, Tsunade said with a smile. The party continued for several hours, and it was now late at night, and as the party came to a close, the remaining members of the party were enjoying each other's company as Sakura and Sasuke shared a moment under the mistletoe, and Shikamaru was forced to do the same even though everyone around him swore they saw him blushing. Shikamaru merely replied by thinking it was troublesome as always. Naruto, Hinata, Hanabi, Neji, Tenten, Sasuke, Sakura, and Gaara were the only ones remaining from the party. Hey look, Hanabi-chan fell asleep, Naruto said, looking down at the sleeping girl. I'll put her to bed, Naruto said as she scooped her up in his arms and walked her into his room. Naruto, isn't that your room? Neji asked. Yes, if I put her in her room she'd just wake up and come to my room anyway, so I figured it'd save us all the trouble, Naruto replied as he emerged from his bedroom. Hey moron, Sakura and I are going to get going, Sasuke said to the boy. Don't call me a moron, you idiot, Naruto said as the two shook hands once again. Thanks for inviting me, I had fun. It's the first time in a very long time I enjoyed this holiday, Sasuke said whispering in Naruto's ear. Anytime, you are my brother after all, Naruto said showing the two out the door. Naruto, I must go as well, Gaara said. Okay, see you later. I hope you had fun, Naruto said to the boy. I did, just being able to be a part of something like this makes me happy, Gaara said as he walked out the door. Well, I'm glad you had fun, don't worry, this won't be your last party, Naruto said with a grin, as the red-haired boy left. Naruto then turned to his roommates. Well, that was a lot of fun, Naruto said. Yes it was, and I'm glad you had fun, Naruto-kun, Hinata said to the boy. So Tenten, would you like me to walk you home? Neji asked. No, I'll be staying over, Tenten said, kissing Neji on the lips as she pointed up to show that they were under the mistletoe. Well, then I guess this really will be a great Christmas, since I'm spending it with the ones I love, Neji said with a smile. Hinata-chan, before we go to bed, I want to give you your present now. I mean, it is Christmas and I'm just so excited, Naruto said as he handed Hinata a small gift. Neji and Tenten left the room to let the two be alone. Naruto-kun, are you sure you want me to open it now? Hinata asked as Naruto merely nodded in approval. Hinata opened the gift to reveal a small box. Hinata opened the box to reveal the beautiful bracelet. Naruto grinned, spread ear to ear as Hinata's face lighted up with joy as she hugged the boy tightly. Thank you so much, it's beautiful, Hinata said to the boy. Flip the bracelet over, Hinata-chan. I had something engraved on the back, Naruto said as the girl opened the locket and read the message. Hinata's eyes quickly filled with tears as she openly cried tears of joy as she hugged the boy again, even tighter than before, and their lips once again meet. The bracelet's message. To the one I love more than life itself, you are the light through my darkness, that was the message on the back of the bracelet as Christmas Day arrived quickly. The families of Konoha all enjoyed being together. Naruto and his family also awakened on Christmas morning and spent the day in good cheer. Many people who once had hated the holiday were slowly being able to enjoy it. Naruto, Sasuke, Gaara, three who share bonds of sorrow and loneliness and had hatred for holidays, were slowly going to recover lost or hidden emotions. Those who thought they were alone now awakened to find that they've found someone or something precious. The spirit of the holiday continued to fill the air, and even with the Chunin exam coming that much closer, today was a day where only celebration would occur. Chapter 29. Final preparations interrupted. Unexpected visitors. The training over the last several months had been intense. It was now only 1 week away from the Chunin exam. Ninjas from other countries had already begun to arrive. Naruto, Ino, and Hinata were all finishing up their training. Hinata and Ino were training together and Jiraiya was nowhere to be found. His information gathering seemed to be a little more important to him right now. Naruto was training himself, alone. Naruto was using his Kage Bunshin technique to spar with his copies and to do various other exercises. This had been his normal routine for many weeks. He had always trained uninterrupted by others, until now. Okay, the last one and I'll be done with today's training, Naruto said aloud as he stared at his last clone and charged. Naruto delivered a swift kick to the clone's head, sending it to the ground and causing it to disappear in a puff of smoke. That's it, Naruto victory number 99. Clone's a big fat zero, Naruto said happily as he wiped the sweat from his brow. Suddenly, the wind picked up in an almost dark and mysterious gust that sent a chill down Naruto's spine as someone began to speak from behind Naruto. It's good to see you again, Naruto-kun, a dark-sounding voice said. Naruto slowly turned around and was shocked and frightened at the sight. Hello brat, remember us? A tall blue-skinned man carrying a huge sword said to the blonde. Naruto then looked over at the other man, who had a piercing look gazing at the boy with his Sharingan eyes. What do you two want? Naruto said almost in a grumpy tone. Naruto-kun, you know why we are here, the older Uchiha said to the blonde. Well, I'm busy now. I've got the Chunin exam to finish preparing for. I really don't have time to play with you bastards, Naruto said to the man. You act like we're giving you a choice brat, Kisame said. Look, the Kyuubi and I are merged, if you haven't noticed. It's only me now, so you can't exactly get him out of me, Naruto said to the two. So it is true, the Kyuubi sacrificed itself to save your life. That changes things slightly, Itachi said. Then come with us, we shall allow you to join our organization. Are you stupid or something? Naruto asked. You really think I'm going to join you? This isn't a request, it's an order you will accept, Itachi firmly told the boy. No, I won't accept. If you want me, come and get me, Naruto said. If you won't come with us, then you will be eliminated. We can't have word spreading that we're in the area, it would look bad to have people after us, Itachi said. Itachi-san, allow me to get rid of this brat. There is no need for you to get your hands dirty, Kisame said stepping forward as he unwrapped the cloth from around his sword. Very well, take care of him Kisame, Itachi said stepping back. Let's go then, Naruto said as he surrounded himself in his new purplish chakra. Naruto unleashed a large amount of chakra and his claws and fangs grew slightly. So you're going to feed my sword after all. Then let the feast begin, Kisame said as he charged at Naruto at a blinding speed. He swung his giant sword but struck only ground as Naruto jumped up to avoid it. Naruto tried to come down with a slash of his claws but Kisame met Naruto and landed a crushing punch to his gut sending him hard to the ground. Naruto clutched his stomach and rolled around in pain. I think I broke a few of his ribs, Kisame said with a wicked smile. As Naruto was facing off with the two Akatsuki members, Hinata and Ino who were training in a separate area near Naruto stopped. Hinata paused from the sparring match. Hinata-chan, why'd you stop, what's wrong? Ino asked. What's this feeling? I feel as if something is wrong. Wrong with Naruto-kun, Hinata thought to herself. Hinata-chan, Ino shouted getting the girl's attention. I'm sorry Ino-chan, Hinata said. What's wrong Hinata-chan? Ino asked again. I suddenly felt a chill and then I felt like something was wrong with Naruto-kun, Hinata answered. You're probably just worrying too much, Ino replied. I think you might be right, but I think I'd like to check on him to be sure, Hinata said as she started to walk off toward Naruto's training area. Okay, let's go see Naruto-kun, but after that we've got to continue our training. I want to be ready for the exam, Ino said as she joined Hinata as the two of them headed toward Naruto's location. Naruto in the meantime wasn't doing too well as Kisame delivered several punches and kicks to almost every area of Naruto's body. Naruto was providing little defense and even less offense against a more powerful foe. This is getting boring brat. You're still way too weak for us. You should have taken Itachi-san up on his offer since we'd have trained you and you would have become a lot stronger, Kisame said to the beaten boy. I wouldn't want strength at the sacrifice of others. You guys are bad news, and your strength is a false strength that has no base to back it. I fight to protect my precious people. I continue to get stronger for that purpose and that purpose only. I'm not like cowards who murder their own clans to gain a little power, Naruto said to the two. I will take you guys down one day, and Sasuke will kick your ass. Naruto yelled pointing at Itachi. That's funny brat, how are you going to take us down someday if you're going to die today? Kisame eagerly asked waiting for a reply. You won't kill me, I can't be killed by stupid fishmen, Naruto said with a smirk that caused him to receive a brutal kick to the head that sent him flying into the air and crashing hard into the ground. Don't screw with me punk. I will kill you, Kisame yelled. Calm down Kisame, don't let this mere child anger you, Itachi calmly said. I won't die, not until I become Hokage. Naruto yelled staggering to his feet. You will die today Naruto-kun, and as for Sasuke. He is too pathetic to be considered a real Uchiha, that is the only reason why he survived when the clan was destroyed. I took pity on a weakling, Itachi said to the boy angering him slightly. You're such an idiot, Sasuke, he really loved you. He thought the world of you. He wanted to be just like you and you threw him away, you killed your family, you're a disgrace to all humans. You're lower than trash, Naruto yelled. Shut your mouth brat, Kisame yelled as he decked Naruto in the face sending him flying to the ground once again. I won't be quiet, I won't back down and I don't take back my words. I'm going to kick your ass. That's a promise that I don't break because that's my way of the ninja. Naruto yelled as he charged and used his Kage Bunshin technique to produce 10 clones of himself. Then the clones all charged in at once but were all quickly destroyed as they were sent flying with one swing of Kisami's sword causing Naruto to go flying yet again. Naruto hit the ground and finally came to a rolling stop as the ground was torn up underneath him from the force of his landing. You're barking, but that's all you brat, Kisame said regaining his calm and evil smirk. Shut up fish man, I'm not done yet, Naruto yelled as he stood up once again. That's it, you're dead, Kisame yelled as he charged. Naruto prepared an attack of his own as Kisame approached at full speed. Look who's dropping his guard to a little brat like me. Naruto yelled with a smile as a bright purple ball emerged in Naruto's right hand as swirl of red and blue could be seen within the ball. That attack, it couldn't be, could it? Itachi thought to himself. Kisame look out. Itachi yelled but Kisame was too much into his own attack to hear Itachi's voice. Kisame was surprised as a smirking Naruto met him. Rasengan. Naruto yelled as he ducked into Kisame and drove the ball of chakra into Kisami's gut. The force of the attack caused the area to be caught up in a small tornado. Kisame was sucked in and the attack threw him through several trees and finally coming to a stop as smoke arose. Kisame slowly staggered to his feet and wobbled back toward Itachi and Naruto, as blood dripped from Kisame's wounds and he used his sword to help him stay on his feet. Damn, the rasengan didn't totally finish him. B brat. Why you? Could never. Beat me, Kisame weakly said to the boy. Kisame, that's enough. I'll finish this, Itachi said as he began to walk forward but stopped as two people arrived at the scene. Naruto-kun, Hinata yelled as she and Ino arrived to see the two men facing off against Naruto. No, get out of here, Hinata-chan, Ino-chan. Naruto yelled but was too late as Itachi appeared behind them. This is very fortunate for me now, isn't it? Itachi said as he was holding the two girls with a kunai each at Hinata and Ino's throats. What's going on? Ino asked, as she noticeably became frightened at the situation. The two girls can sense the immense killing intent being let off by the two men. You two are bait, for Naruto-kun. That is what is going on now, Itachi said. Don't touch them, you coward. Naruto yelled as he began to charge at Itachi. I wouldn't do that, my hand might slip, Itachi said as the kunai at Hinata's throat lightly cut her, causing a little blood to trickle down her neck. Damn you, Naruto yelled. Don't worry, it'll all be over soon. I'll put you to sleep and take you back with us, Itachi said with a smile. Tsukiyomi, Itachi yelled, activating one of the special abilities of his Sharingan. Naruto suddenly was surrounded by darkness. He appeared in Konoha. It was dark and lying in the streets were many villagers. They lay dead covered in blood. Naruto ran through the streets seeing countless bodies. The ramen stand was completely destroyed and the owner was cut in half. Naruto continued through the village. Naruto gasped in horror at the dead bodies of Kiba and Akamaru. Naruto quickly found Tenten, Choji, Shikamaru, Tamari, and Kenkuro's bodies. Naruto began to shake violently as tears poured from his face. Naruto continued through the village finding Lee and Guy's bodies, and then he found Shino, Shizune, Konohamaru and his friends' bodies all lying dead. Naruto fell on the ground and became frantic as he quickly got up and ran away blindly before suddenly tripping. He opened his eyes to see Sakura and Ino's bodies. Sakura-chan, Ino-chan. Naruto yelled, witnessing the horror. Naruto continued for several minutes, the reaction the same at all the other deaths. Naruto found Iruka's body and cried even harder. Naruto raced to the Hokage's office and noticed the dead Anbu and countless Chunin and Junin. Naruto sprinted at top speed and entered Tsunade's office and was horrified at the sight of Tsunade and Jiraiya's headless bodies, the words Red Moon Akatsuki engraved against the wall. Naruto ran outside, his mind was now blank, he just knew to run. He headed towards Sasuke's home. On the way he found Gaara's body and ignored it because he refused to believe it was Gaara. Naruto entered Sasuke's home to find him lifeless on the ground. The weight of the deaths Naruto had seen began to drive him mad as he desperately headed back toward his apartment to make sure his new family was all right. Naruto entered the apartment to find it trashed and Neji lying dead on the floor. Neji, no, please get up. Naruto yelled desperately only to get no reply. Naruto heard a scream coming from his bedroom and he quickly entered just as he witnesses Hinata's head being removed from her body, as he also saw Hanabi lying dead on the floor. Naruto let out a horrifying scream that would sicken even the strongest of men. Itachi stood covered in blood smiling as he walked slowly toward Naruto. Stay away from me, Naruto screamed helplessly. The Akatsuki is your home now. Konoha no longer exists, Itachi said, getting closer. Naruto's mind seemingly collapsed as it began to darken. The walls collapsed and darkness engulfed Naruto. As all of this had happened in Naruto's mind from the effects of Itachi's attack, on the outside Naruto himself began to scream viciously. Naruto dropped to his knees and began to hug himself as he shook violently. Naruto unconsciously punched and clawed himself, causing blood to pour from several parts of his own body. Naruto let out a powerful roar as chakra engulfed the boy. Itachi was taken back. He expected Naruto to collapse from the attack, but instead Naruto seemed to be getting stronger. Meanwhile, in another training area, Neji was training with Tenten when he suddenly stopped dead in his tracks. What is this feeling? Neji said aloud. Neji-kun, why'd you stop? Tenten asked as she watched Neji turn his body in the opposite direction. I don't know, but I suddenly got the feeling something was wrong. Deadly wrong. I have a feeling that it might involve Naruto as well, Neji said as he began to run toward that strong feeling. Wait for me, Neji-kun, Tenten said, running after him. Tenten, go to the local hot spring and retrieve Jiraiya-sama. I hope I'm wrong, but he might be needed. Neji shouted as he ran off and Tenten headed off to find Jiraiya. Neji and Tenten weren't the only ones interrupted by all this. Sasuke and Sakura had been calmly walking around enjoying each other's company. Sasuke-kun. Sasuke-kun. Sakura's thoughts ended as she noticed Sasuke's face. Naruto. Something is wrong with Naruto. Sasuke said looking at the girl. What do you mean? Sakura asked but was horrified at the very angry look on Sasuke's face. Uchiha. Itachi. Sasuke said as he took off at his full speed. Sasuke-kun, please wait. Sakura yelled, trying her best to keep up with Sasuke. On the battlefield, Itachi, Kisame, Ino, and Hinata were all taken back, almost horrified as Naruto's claws and fangs had grown longer. What's even more disturbing was the very visible four tails that could be seen behind Naruto. They were a dark purple and the immense image of the nine-tailed fox could be seen. Naruto's face had grown dark and almost evil. Hey, what the hell is that brat doing? Kisame weakly asked. He soon regretted saying those words as the transformed Naruto stared right at him with a look so piercing it sent shivers up the older ninja's spine. You first. Naruto yelled as he disappeared and reappeared before Kisame, who was sent flying as a punch connected with his face, throwing him several feet back. Kisame staggered to his feet and swung his sword at an oncoming Naruto, who shocked the older man by catching the sword with his chakra. The force of the chakra was so great the blade couldn't cut through it. Kisame and Itachi were both shocked greatly as an evil grin appeared on Naruto's face as he powered up a punch, and completely broke the sword in half with the force of the punch. Naruto then attacked Kisame with his claws as he began to rip into the older ninja. Kisame hollered in pain as blood poured from his wounds. Itachi merely sat back in shock at the sight. I don't believe it, Naruto has lost all sense of himself. If I don't do something, he'll rip us both to shreds, Itachi said. Naruto-kun, did you forget I still have hostages? Itachi yelled. Naruto stopped and dropped an unconscious Kisame and stared at Itachi. Naruto charged at Itachi with his claws extended. Itachi quickly threw the two girls out of the way and stabbed Naruto in the shoulder as Naruto came down with his claw across Itachi's chest. Neji arrived to witness the attack. He wasted no time in getting to Hinata and Ino to see if they were all right. Hinata-sama, are you injured? Neji asked. No, I'm fine, Hinata replied. What is going on? What's happened with Naruto? Neji asked as the three stared at the two ninjas who stayed at a deadlock. I'm not sure, but I guess those two are a part of the group that is after Naruto-kun. That man who's fighting Naruto-kun did something to him and this is the result. He's transformed and if fighting viciously, Hinata told the boy. Naruto, stop this right now. Jiraiya yelled, suddenly appearing as Tenten made her way over to Neji and the others. Jiraiya-sama has arrived, I see, Itachi said. Do you think I'm done with you? Naruto growled, as he was about to attack again. Itachi raced in and landed a punch into Naruto's gut and then hit Naruto in the back of the neck, causing him to drop to the ground. Jiraiya walked over to Itachi and picked up Naruto. I'm not letting you take him, Jiraiya said. I was careless. I never thought it was possible for the Mangekyo to fail. I will not forget this day. Tell Naruto-kun, we will be back, Itachi said as he began to walk over to his fallen comrade. Do you think I'll just let you go? Jiraiya asked as he sat Naruto down. Jiraiya-sama, you won't stop me. That's a promise, Itachi said, reactivating his Sharingan. You should take care of Naruto-kun. Despite his outbursts, his mind might have been severely damaged. He witnessed so many horrible things after all, Itachi said with a smirk. Itachi was about to pick up his partner when someone arrived screaming. Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke yelled, arriving with a tired Sakura arriving moments later. Sasuke. So you're here. I must be leaving however, so I won't have time to play with you, little brother, Itachi said as Sasuke quickly performed several hand seals and chakra began to emerge in his hand. Chidori. Sasuke yelled as his attack forms. Uchiha Itachi. I will kill you. Sasuke yelled as he charged in blindly at Itachi. Sasuke's speed surprised Itachi as he found himself dodging several attempts at a strike by Sasuke. Itachi grabbed Sasuke's arms and flung him over his shoulder and driving him hard into the ground. Sasuke quickly jumped to his feet and performed more hand seals. Kaden, Housenka no Jutsu. Sasuke yelled as he fired several fireballs. Itachi dodged as Sasuke charged in and actually landed a punch to Itachi's gut that pushed him back slightly and caused him to flinch. Sasuke performed even more hand seals and attacked Itachi once again. This attack surprised Itachi, as he didn't know Sasuke could perform it. Kaden, Karyuenden, Sasuke yelled as he unleashed the huge fire attack. Itachi avoided the attack as it burned the area to cinders as Itachi appeared before Sasuke and punched him in the gut, causing the boy to gasp and drop to his knees. Farewell for now, little brother. If you continue, I may actually see you as an opponent, Itachi said as he picked up Kisame and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Sakura ran over to check on Sasuke and Hinata, Neji, and the others check on Naruto. Now Jiraiya quickly helped take Naruto and Sasuke to the hospital. Tsunade was informed of the event that had transpired and raced to the hospital to check on the two fallen ninjas. Tsunade entered the hospital and found out where Naruto was located and quickly ran toward the room. Tsunade arrived to hear a large commotion. She entered the room to see Neji and Jiraiya holding Naruto down, who seemed to be thrashing about in his sleep. His chakra was pouring out as he let out loud roars. Tsunade was taken back at the sight as she tried to figure out what had happened. "Can anyone please tell me what's going on?" Tsunade asked. "Tsunade, hurry, Itachi used one of his abilities on Naruto, it's totally damaged his mind. Whatever Itachi made Naruto see, has sent him off the deep end. We're barely holding on to him," Jiraiya said as he continued to struggle at holding Naruto down. Tsunade quickly made her way over to Naruto and began to use her healing techniques. Several minutes passed and Naruto slowly started to calm down. "Okay, that should do it," Tsunade said as she walked over to Sasuke's bed. Tsunade examined Sasuke and healed his injuries and then walked back over to Naruto. She looked over at Ino and Hinata, who seemed quite shaken up. Tsunade hugged the girls and healed Hinata's small wound on her neck. "Are you two alright?" Tsunade asked. "What was that all about? I mean, I've never been so frightened in my entire life," Ino said. "That man who attacked Naruto, I heard Sasuke call him Uchiha Itachi." "Is he?" Neji asked. "Yes, Itachi is my brother," Sasuke said as he sat up in his bed. "Sasuke-kun, you're awake already," Sakura shouted. "That bastard is my brother, the man I've been so desperately chasing in my quest for revenge," Sasuke said. "I see, I guess I can start to understand you a little more. He's the one who destroyed your clan," Neji said as Sasuke nodded. Neji then turned to face Tsunade and Jiraiya. "What do we do now?" Neji asked the two adults. "Don't you worry, the Akatsuki won't move again for a while. Just continue getting ready for the exam. That is your most important priority," Tsunade said to the boy. "When Naruto gets up, tell him to take it easy for a few days." Naruto's encounter with the Akatsuki left much for the group to wonder. Why did they appear so suddenly? What effects will the aftermath have on Naruto? Chapter 30. The teams have gathered. After facing off against two of the Akatsuki, Naruto was still unconscious in his hospital bed. Neji, Hanabi, and Hinata all sat patiently beside him. Sasuke propped himself up against the wall and waited. Gaara was in the corner of the room trying to get a handle on the situation. Naruto, himself tossed and turned in his sleep, small visions of the nightmarish hell he witnessed from Itachi's attack. It had only been a day since Naruto was brought to the hospital. With a flash of the last brutal vision, Naruto awoke screaming and enraged. He sat up in the bed, his claws and fangs ready to attack, but all of that was quickly halted as his eyes wandered around the room and then rested on Hinata. "Hinata-chan, you're alive," Naruto yelled almost in shock. I'm glad." Naruto spat out as he cracked a sorrowful smile as tears quietly streamed down his face. "Naruto-kun, of course I'm alive," Hinata said, still in shock over the sudden outburst. How long have I been out?" Naruto asked. "You've only been out about a day. It's rather remarkable that you're awake, especially since the damage you suffered was severe. Hokage-sama said you had suffered an incredible amount of mental damage. You didn't look too good physically either," Neji told the blonde. "Oh, I see," Naruto replied as he started to wipe some of his tears away. "Naruto, what happened?" Neji asked. Naruto immediately grew silent and stared down. "I know what happened," Sasuke said from behind the group. "Itachi showed him his own worst possible hell," Sasuke said, looking angry at the very mention of his brother's name. "His own hell, what does that mean?" Neji asked. "Think about it. To Naruto, nothing is more important than his friends. I imagine Itachi showed us all dying right before his very eyes." "Itachi really is a sick bastard," Sasuke replied. "No, it was worse than that," Naruto quietly said. "I saw Konoha destroyed. Every single person was dead. I got back to my place in time to see Hinata-chan die. I lost it, everything that I am. In that instant it all disappeared," Naruto said as tears formed once again. "It was the most horrifying thing I had ever seen." "Well, we're all right as you can see," Sasuke said, walking over to him. "I want to know if you remember what you did when you were in that dream state," Sasuke asked. "No, I only remember parts of that terrible nightmare," Naruto replied. "You defeated Itachi's Sharingan," Sasuke said. "I wasn't there to see it, but Hinata-san was. You totally snapped. You mercilessly crushed my brother's partner, and you managed to inflict some pretty good damage on Itachi as well," Sasuke told the boy. "Oh, that's good," Naruto quietly replied. "Naruto-kun is still really out of it. It must have been terrible. I've never seen him like this. It's almost as if he's scared. Like if he was still inside that dream," Hinata said to herself, looking on at Naruto with great concern. Well, I'll be going now, Sasuke said as he headed out the door. Gaara made his way over to Naruto. Naruto, I wasn't there to help. For that I am sorry, Gaara said. It's not your fault, Gaara. Naruto replied. I'll be fine in a few. So you guys don't need to worry. The fact that he's saying that. It worries me even more, Hinata said to herself. Naruto-ni-san, are you sure you're alright? Hanabi asked. Naruto merely nodded his head. Hanabi-sama, come, we shall let Naruto be alone with Hinata-sama, Neji said taking the girl's hand as they walked out the door. I will see you later, Naruto, Gaara said also walking out the door and closing it to leave Hinata and Naruto alone. Naruto-kun, sorry, I was there and I couldn't do anything, Hinata said. Hinata-chan, I was frightened, Naruto replied. What do you mean you were frightened? Hinata asked. What I saw, nobody should ever have to see, Naruto said as he stood up out of the hospital bed. When I came home and found Neji dead, I was almost completely gone. Then I walked into my room and saw Hanabi. But then I saw it. I watched you be killed. I was helpless. At that moment, I felt like Uzumaki Naruto no longer existed. It was a dark and empty feeling. It wasn't even sadness. It was just emptiness. Then after that, the only thing that emerged was rage, Naruto said, his emotions starting to change from sadness to anger and then back to sadness again. Naruto instinctively grabbed Hinata and pulled her in for a deep hug. He embraced her as if she really was leaving. Naruto-kun, Hinata managed to say as she was being embraced. I thought I had lost you. I did realize one thing at that last moment. You are everything to me. If I were to really lose you, I truly would die. I would no longer be able to live as the person I am. I was scared. That helplessness, that hopelessness, that deep dark emptiness. It was all too much, Naruto said, crying heavily as he hugged her. Hinata managed to get her arms free from his embrace and lifted his head so that he was now looking her straight in the eyes. Hinata watched his tears fall freely. Hinata then planted a deep kiss on Naruto. The two stayed motionless for several minutes. They were caught up in the embrace and in the kiss. After the kiss was broken, the two remained quiet. Naruto's tears began to fade away and then finally stop. That kiss made Naruto realize. He then thought that everything was all right, and the life had returned to his eyes. Thank you, Hinata-chan, you are truly the sunlight that shines through the darkness of my very soul. I'd be lost without you, Naruto thought to himself as a smile came to his face. I love you, Naruto-kun, Hinata said boldly, shocking Naruto momentarily. I love you too, Hinata-chan, Naruto replied with the very grin that always drew Hinata in. That was when she knew he'd be all right. Naruto and Hinata emerged from the hospital several minutes later and were immediately greeted by Hanabi and Neji, who were waiting for them. I knew you two would be here shortly, Neji said with a grin. Yes, I'm glad to be out of that place. I hate hospitals, Naruto said to the boy. Naruto-kun, Tsunade-ne-chan said to tell you to take it easy when you were finally awake, Hinata told the blonde. I don't have time for that. I got to finish my training for the exam. I planned on training until the day before the exam. I'm going to take that whole day off to rest, Naruto told the girl. Okay, just don't push yourself too hard, Naruto-kun, Hinata said with a smile. Don't you worry about a thing, Naruto said, flashing his foxy grin. He's completely recovered. I wonder what Hinata-sama said or did to snap him back to reality so fast. I guess it doesn't matter, I'm just glad the normal Naruto is back, Neji said to himself with a smirk. Okay, I'm starving, so let's go get some ramen, Naruto yelled as the group headed toward Ichiraku's. The group took the rest of the day off to spend time together and make sure Naruto was 100% recovered. Naruto might be recovered from the Akatsuki attack, but even though it's not a nightmare, Naruto's not done dreaming. Naruto lay asleep in the middle of the night. His mind wandered and he began to have a very unusual dream. Congratulations, it's a boy. A man in white said to another man. The father's face couldn't be made out for some reason. The man looked over at the woman who weakly smiled and began breathing hard again. The mother's face also couldn't be seen. After about 5 minutes another cry filled the room and the man in white turned to the father. Congratulations, it's a girl, he said smiling. These images suddenly turned black, and a set of piercing red, cat-like eyes could now be seen in the background. A voice could be heard screaming. Ni-san, Ni-san, a faceless girl yelled through the darkness. Ni-san, help me. The girl screamed, and at that moment Naruto awoke from his sleep, sweat was dripping down his face. Naruto sat up and slowly began to calm down. His breathing returned to normal and soon he realized he was in bed alone. Hinata and Hanabi weren't in bed with him. Naruto looked to see that it was almost 5 in the morning. The sun wasn't quite out yet. Naruto got up out of bed and opened the window in his room. Naruto climbed onto the ledge and then jumped onto the roof and sat down. His mind now filled with thoughts of that strange dream. He sat in silence for quite a while as the sun slowly began to rise. He soon heard footsteps coming toward him and nodded to the arriving person. "Have a seat, Neji," Naruto said, not even looking to see who it was. "How do you know?" Neji asked. "I figured from the direction you came from and the position that your room is, and the fact that you weren't trying to hide yourself, so I knew it had to be you. If it were an enemy, they'd try and hide their presence," Naruto replied. "I see your senses are sharp," Neji said. "I suppose, I mean he's a perverted bastard, but I am being trained by one of the legendary three, though I'd never say that to him in person. If he found out I credited him on something, then his ego would grow and he's become a bigger pain to deal with," Naruto said. "I see. So what are you doing up so early?" Neji asked. "I was going to ask you the same thing. Even the genius, Hyuga Neji, doesn't move much before 6 or 7 in the morning," Naruto said. "I'm not sure what woke me up. I don't even know what made me come up here," Neji replied. "Well, a dream woke me up, but I don't know what made me come up here either," Naruto said. "A dream woke you up?" Neji asked. "Yes, a weird one. All the faces of the people in the dream were kind of blurred out. I couldn't see who they were. The first part of the dream there was a doctor and a man, and also a woman giving birth. She gave birth to a boy and then a few minutes later she gave birth to a girl. Then it suddenly went dark and all you could see were these dark, red, and familiar-looking eyes. I also heard a voice in the background. It was some girl calling for her big brother. After that I woke up," Naruto told Neji. "That is indeed a strange dream," Neji replied. "You have no idea who the people were in the dream?" Neji asked. "Nope, I have no idea at all," Naruto replied. "Interesting," Neji said. "I suppose, but for some reason it's really bothering me," Naruto said as the sun began to shine in the early morning. The two boys sat in silence and watched the sun rise. "Konoha truly is a beautiful place, isn't it?" Neji asked, breaking the silence. Naruto merely nodded a yes in response. "It truly is, that's for sure," Naruto said, smiling. The next couple of days flew by and so did the team's training. Every morning Naruto awoke to that same strange dream. It was now morning and Naruto was getting ready to leave his apartment to meet his team. Neji had already left with Tenten about an hour ago. Hinata along with Hanabi, who decided to tag along with her big sister, had also gone ahead of Naruto to meet up with Ino and start training early. Naruto walked through Konoha on the way to meet his team. He noticed that a lot of new faces had arrived as many teams from the other villages were already in Konoha to settle in and make final preparations for the Chunin exam. Naruto noticed several teams from Hidden Grass, Rain, and Stone Village. Naruto also noticed a couple of teams from Hidden Mist and a team from Hidden Cloud. As Naruto was making his way through Konoha's gates, another team from Hidden Cloud was entering. The first of the three was a fairly tall boy, wearing black and purple. He had dark eyes and dark hair. The second person was another boy about medium build. He had dark hair and crimson-colored eyes, and he was wearing black and had little lightning bolts down the sides of his black pants. The third member of the team was a young girl. She had long blonde hair which was tied up in a single ponytail and familiar clear blue eyes. She was only a little shorter than Naruto, and she was wearing a black shirt with a bright yellow lightning bolt down the middle and dark purple pants. She was also wearing a locket that hung freely from her neck. Naruto and the girl passed each other and both of them got a sudden and incredibly strange feeling as they looked at each other. Naruto continued to head off to meet his team, but the girl stopped for a moment. "Who is that guy and why did I sense something familiar about him?" The girl thought to herself as she began to walk faster to meet up with her team who hadn't stopped. "Who is that girl and why do I feel like I know her?" Naruto thought to himself as he continued on toward his team. The rest of the week ended rather quickly and now it was the day of the Chunin exam. The teams had all been sent notices on where to meet, and as Naruto and his team gathered at their normal spot, Jiraiya gave them a few last words before sending them on their way. "Well, the time for talking is over. Your training is now officially complete. You guys are ready for the exam. I've trained a few people in my day, and I'd have to say you guys were definitely great. You should all be very proud of your progress. Ino, you've improved a great deal in these past months. Your ninjutsu and taijutsu techniques are something you should be very proud of. Your father will be very pleased. Hinata, you've grown in confidence and self-esteem, and those were keys to getting you stronger. Your taijutsu abilities rival that of your cousin Neji. I'm definitely confident of that. This goes for you and Ino. You two have also broadened your horizons and learned new techniques on your own. You ventured out and learned not only new techniques within your respective clans, but you've also learned many new techniques outside of your clans. I'm very proud to have taught you both," Jiraiya said to the girls. "Thank you for teaching us, Jiraiya-sensei," Ino said to the older man. "Yes, thank you so very much for teaching me and being patient with me," Hinata said, giving Jiraiya a bow. Jiraiya nodded his head in approval of them both. Naruto, when I first taught you, I thought you were hopeless, Jiraiya started. After continuing to teach you I realized. You really are hopeless. Jiraiya laughed. Baka, arrow senin. Naruto yelled, hitting Jiraiya on the head. Sorry about that, I couldn't resist. No Naruto, you've done well. Your leadership skills still aren't perfect, but they've improved a lot. I'm confident enough to call you the leader of your 3-person team. You've managed to almost completely control your newly merged chakra, and that's an incredible feat to accomplish. You 3 should have no problem becoming a Chunin. Now go and show them your true power, Jiraiya said as the team began to head toward the first exam. After about 30 minutes all the teams had arrived in the huge arena. The setting was very similar to that of the place where the last preliminary battles were held before Sand and Sound villages attacked Konoha. With all the teams there, they awaited the beginning of the exam. Ninjas from many villages had arrived preparing to put their very existence on the line to become a Chunin. This year a lot of promising people had appeared, the only question that remained now is, who has what it takes to become a Chunin? Chapter 31. The first exam. 3-on-3 battles. All the teams filled the arena waiting for the first examiner. Everyone looked strong and ready for battle, but nobody was completely sure what surprises would occur in this year's exam. Well, it looks like you guys finally showed up, Kiba said to the arriving team. Like we would miss it. I mean, we are going to kick everyone's butts and become Chunin after all, Naruto said with a smirk. Whatever, you can't beat my team. We're definitely the strongest, Kiba said back at the blonde. Sure, I believe you said something similar to that last time, and wasn't I the one who beat you? Naruto said, causing Kiba to get angry. Why you? I'll kill you. Kiba yelled. Try it, doggy boy, I'll put you in your place if you keep that up. Naruto yelled back. Will both of you please grow up, Neji said, interrupting the arguing genin. Ino, so are you ready? Sakura asked the blonde girl. Sure I am, Jiraiya's sensei taught me a lot and Hinata-chan has been training with me, we're totally going to surprise everyone, Ino said with a smile. Hello my fellow friends, are you guys burning with youthful passion like I am? Lee yelled upon arrival. Why do you always have to say so many weird things, fuzzy brows? Naruto asked. Weird. It's things Guy-sensei taught me, how are they weird? Lee asked. Never mind, Naruto said with a sigh. So I hope everyone is prepared, our team is looking really good and are ready to go, Tenten said with a smile. We're all ready, Naruto said. Neji, don't think I'll go easy on you just because you're my boyfriend, Tenten said with a smile as she kissed him on the cheek. Don't worry, I won't, Neji said, cracking a smile. Well, don't all you brats look happy? Kankuro said, arriving with his team. Hey makeup boy, surprised to see you coming over to join us, Naruto said. Makeup boy, god damn it. I'm going to kill you. Kankuro said as a suddenly wall of sand came up between him and Naruto. Kankuro, shut up please. Stop taking everything so seriously, Gaara said, walking past him and letting down the sand wall. It was Gaara's idea to come over here, Tamari told them. That's cool, well I'm glad you did, Naruto said. Naruto, do your best, Gaara said. I will, and you do your best as well, Naruto replied. Gaara nodded in response. If we must fight, don't hold back. I want a hard fight, Gaara told Naruto. I always fight my hardest. Just promise me if we fight, you're not going to try and hurt one of my friends like last time, Naruto said. I wouldn't do that, because I am one of your friends as well, Gaara replied. That's very true. Then it's settled, I can't wait to fight you, Naruto said, flashing his foxy grin. Naruto, the same goes for me. If we get a chance, I'd really like to test my improvement against you, Neji said. Don't worry, there is plenty of me to go around, Naruto said. Naruto suddenly grew quiet when the team from Hidden Cloud that he had seen a few days earlier arrived and walked past him. Naruto and the girl from the Cloud team looked at each other once again. No words were spoken, but both Naruto and the girl still got a strange familiar feeling when they crossed paths. Naruto-kun, are you alright? Hinata asked, noticing Naruto suddenly getting quiet. Yes, I'm fine. I just zoned out for a minute, Naruto replied. The teams were all suddenly quieted down as Tsunade, with Shizune by her side, and all the Junins appeared before them in the arena. Welcome everyone to this year's Chunin exam. Tsunade yelled, getting everyone's attention. This year promises to be exciting, there are a lot of promising people here for this exam. I'm not much on long, boring speeches, so I'm going to shut up and let the first examiner take over. Before I do so, I just want to mention a slight change in the way our exams will be viewed. We will still have the final exam where all the lords and leaders can come in and view the fighting, but starting with this exam you had all better be trying your very best, because scouts will be watching you to see if you're worthy of becoming a chunin. Now, let the first exam begin, Tsunade said as the first examiner appeared before the crowd of genin. Welcome everyone, I will now explain the first exam. It's going to be 3-on-3 battles, Genma told the crowd. The rules are really simple. You and your team will face another team. You may use any means to defeat your opponents. The match is over when all 3 members of the team are unable to battle. Once I declare a fight over, then you must stop your attacks immediately. If you will all pay attention to the board above us and watch for your names, once your name appears, please step forward and prepare for the fight to begin, Genma said as everyone looked up to the board and watched it as it picked out the first team. I wonder who's going to have to fight who, Ino said to her teammates. It doesn't matter, we're going to win, Naruto said confidently. The first names that had appeared on the screen, it read, Inuzuka Kiba, Haruno Sakura, and Hyuga Neji. We get to go first, that's so awesome, Kiba said with excitement. Kiba, let's go, Neji said as the 3 stepped forward as their opponents were announced from Hidden Stone Village. Everyone who isn't participating in the fighting please go up, Genma told them as the teams began to leave the fighting area leaving only the 6 fighters and the examiner in the fighting area. Okay, now let the first fight begin, Genma said quickly jumping out of the way. Let's do this, Kiba yelled as Akamaru jumped out of his jacket. Suga, Kiba yelled whirling in the air and attacking the enemy team. The 3 stone nin dodged the attack only to be met by Neji who jumped into the air and kicked 2 of them in the head. Sakura charged the female member of the team and landed a punch to her gut and then landed a knee to her chin. Kiba landed several punches to one of the stone nin face. Neji spun around his foe and landed a kick to the back of the head. Sakura charged and jumped on the stone nin's shoulders and did a flip driving the man's head into the ground. Kiba fed Akamaru a soldier pill and the dog then transformed into Kiba. Kiba and Akamaru attacked. Gatsuga. The double whirling attack struck the remaining 2 members of the stone team and they flew through the air, and crashed hard into the wall knocking the remaining members out. Akamaru transformed back into himself and Kiba yawned, as the 4 stood victorious. The winners of the first fight are, Hyuga Neji, Haruno Sakura, and Inuzuka Kiba. Genma said. Sakura-chan, Neji you guys ruled. Naruto yelled as the 3 made their way back up to the group. Kiba-kun, Akamaru, you 2 were amazing as well, Hinata said as she pets Akamaru. I was hoping for a challenge. That was such a disappointment, Neji said. The teams turned to watch the board again as the next team was displayed. The first team was an older team of genin from Konoha. The second team was the team of Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro. The 3 former sand nin made their way down to the arena. Well, the second fight may begin, Genma said as he jumped out of the way. The older Konoha genin began to fire kunai in at Gaara and his team. Gaara merely stood in front of his team and allowed the kunai to be deflected by the sand. This is a waste of my time. Temari, you may have them, Gaara told his sister. Yes, I don't feel like unwrapping Karasu for no reason, Kankuro said as the 2 brothers began to walk away. Hey, where the hell do you guys think you are going? One of the genin yelled. Kameidachi. Temari yelled firing off her attack with her fan. The wind attack lifted the 3 into air and sliced them and then threw them hard into the ground. The winners are, Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro, Genma said as the 3 walked away. Damn, that was really pathetic, Naruto said. Gaara didn't even get his hands dirty. It wasn't necessary, Gaara said as the team made their way over to Naruto. I want to conserve my chakra just in case I must fight you, Gaara said. I see, well then I guess it makes sense, Naruto replied. While the teams were talking the team from Hidden Cloud stepped up to fight. Naruto noticed the girl from before and stopped to watch the battle. Naruto, does someone interest you? Gaara asked as he noticed Naruto's attention shift. You could say that, Naruto replied as he watched one of the enemy ninjas go down. The blonde-haired girl had still yet to attack in the battle, while her 2 teammates continued to fight. The team from Hidden Cloud completely dominated the entire fight, and the girl Naruto was watching didn't fire a single attack off during the whole battle. So, did you see anything? Gaara asked. No, I was hoping for something, but it's nothing right now, Naruto replied. Would you care to share with the rest of us? Temari asked interrupting the 2 boys. No, like I said, it's nothing really, Naruto replied to the older girl. The board began by announcing Lee's team as the next team to fight. They're matched up with a team from Hidden Rain Village. Yes, now I can show off my burning passion, Lee yelled as he prepared for the fight. Lee, just shut up already, Tenten said with a sigh. You may begin, Genma announced as the fight started. Lee quickly charged at the foes. Konoha Senpuu, Lee yelled firing in his attack throwing the 3 foes in different directions. One of the rain nins pulled out a kunai and fired it at Lee from behind. It was suddenly deflected as he turned around to see Tenten holding another kunai. No fair, attacking from behind, Tenten said. It's fair as long as you hit the target, another rain nin said, appearing behind Tenten and hitting her with a punch that sent her to the ground. Tenten, Neji yelled at the sight of the girl falling. Juro Senbon, one of the rain nin yelled, as he threw an umbrella up into the air and hundreds of needles came raining down on top of the girl. Tenten, Lee yelled as he raced in and covered the girl with his own body as the needles rained down on top of both Lee and Tenten. Fuzzy brows, Tenten-chan. Naruto yelled, looking on as Choji watched his teammate get attacked. The attack stopped and both Lee and Tenten were injured, but Lee was hurt a lot worse as he took most of the attack. You bastards think you're going to get away with hurting my teammates. Choji yelled at the rain nin. What's a little punk like you going to do all by yourself? One of the foes asked with an evil smirk on his face. You want to know? That's not a problem, Choji replied with a confident smile as he performed several hand seals. Ninpo, Akamichi Keita, Hayameru Bakahatsu. Choji yelled as he suddenly disappeared before the rain team's eyes. What? Where did he go? One of the men asked, looking rather shocked. I'm behind you, asshole, Choji said as the man suddenly went flying and hitting the ground with a loud thud. How did you get so fast? Another rain nin asked. Don't worry, you won't be awake for much longer, so it doesn't matter, Choji said as he performed several more hand seals. Ninpo, Hakabakashi Boshi Shuriken. Choji yelled as he started to spin, combining it with his speed increase. He began to fire off shurikens at an incredible speed. It was so blindingly fast that the rain nins were struck with the shuriken before they know what they had actually been attacked with. The rain nin go down and Choji immediately walked over to his team to check on their condition. Lee and Tenten were just getting back up to their feet when Choji's attack finished and he made his way over to them. Choji, don't you think you went overboard? We weren't hurt that badly, Tenten said to the boy. Sorry about that, I got carried away, Choji said, smiling. Your youthful passion took hold of you and refused to let go. Very good job, my comrade, Lee said with his nice guy pose. Sure, whatever you say, Lee, Choji replied. The winners are Akamichi Choji, Tenten, and Rock Lee, Genma announced as the team headed back up over to the rest of the group. Tenten, are you alright? Neji asked the girl as she walked over to him. I'm fine, it's nothing to worry about. I just got careless. I won't make that mistake ever again, Tenten said. Choji, you were amazing, Ino yelled as she hugged him, causing him to blush slightly. Thanks, but it was nothing really, Choji replied. I'm so disappointed, I wanted to show off more, Lee said, looking down. You'll get your chance again, fuzzy brows, Naruto replied. The teams continued to chat as more and more matches went by until finally, Naruto's team was announced. Yes, it's finally our turn, Naruto yelled happily. Ino, be careful, Choji told the girl. Don't worry, I will, Ino said, smiling. Hinata-sama, I wish you the best of luck, Neji said to his cousin. Thank you, Neji-ni-san, Hinata replied. Do your best, Naruto, and you'd better not lose, Sakura said to the blonde. Like I could lose, especially not after all the training I've had, Naruto said as the team made their way down before the team from Hidden Mist. Interesting, they have to fight the team from Hidden Mist, Neji said aloud. Why, what's so interesting about them? Kiba asked. I've heard that they are an impressive group. The two teams from Hidden Cloud and this team from Hidden Mist have been much talked about. This team is said to be one of the best teams Hidden Mist has had in quite a while, Neji told the boy. Wait, do you mean that Naruto might lose? Sakura asked, looking rather confused. I'm not sure, except that these guys are supposed to be tough. Naruto is strong, however, he shouldn't have a problem. I shouldn't say that, his team is strong. They should be fine, Neji replied. Naruto, you can't lose. You promised Sasuke-kun, you'd continue to move forward and get stronger, Sakura thought to herself. The fight may begin, Genma announced. Okay, it's time to kick some ass, Naruto yelled confidently. I don't know why I get this weird feeling about him, especially since I just came to this village, but he doesn't look like anything special. He just seems kind of familiar, the girl from Hidden Cloud thought to herself as she watched Naruto and his team prepare for battle. This shouldn't take us any time at all, a member of the Mist team said. What was that? I heard you, Naruto replied. Good, that means you were listening, the man said. Allow us to introduce ourselves. First, I am Takata Shigure, the Mist Nin said, introducing himself. He was wearing a dark blue shirt and black pants. He had red hair and brown eyes. Well then, I guess I shouldn't be rude either. My name is Takata Orohime, the girl on the team said. She was wearing the same shirt and pants as the first man. Shigure is my elder brother, the girl said. She had red hair and brown eyes as well. I am Hanjo Sarada, the final member of the team said. He had black hair and green eyes. He was wearing dark blue pants and a white shirt. Well, since we're introducing ourselves, this is Yamanaka Ino, Naruto said pointing at Ino. This is Hyuga Hinata, Naruto told them pointing over at Hinata. And I am Uzumaki Naruto, the future 6th Hokage of Konoha. You'd better remember that, Naruto proclaimed, as they all were ready to fight. Jutsu list. Kamedachi no Jutsu, cutting wind jutsu. Juro Senbon, raining needles. Hakabakashi Boshi Shuriken, rapid fire shuriken. Akamichi Keita, Hayameru Bakahatsu, Akamichi style, speed explosion. Chapter 32. Naruto's team battle. Victory through the mist. It's time to finally show that Hidden Mist is strongest, Shigure of the Mist said aloud. How are you going to prove that? Especially since you're going to be beaten by us. Naruto said confidently. Oh please, like you could actually defeat me, the man said performing several hand seals. Kurigakure number jutsu, Shigure said creating a thick mist that began to surround the fighting area. What, that's Zabuza's technique. Naruto said aloud. Oh please, don't tell me you think a pathetic person like Zabuza only knows the technique, the man said. A pathetic person. Zabuza was strong, Naruto yelled. He wasn't strong, he betrayed Hidden Mist because he was weak, Shigure said making Naruto angry. Hey, is that pathetic punk Haku still with him? Sarada asked interrupting Naruto and Shigure. I met him once before they left, they were both nobodies. Sarada said with a smile. What did you say, you bastards? Naruto yelled as he charged while performing one of his signature moves. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto yelled as several clones appeared and attacked the Mist team. This is going to be boring. Orohime said to her two teammates. Naruto, don't just go running in. Ino yelled at the charging Naruto. Mizu Bakua. Shigure yelled after performing several hand seals, and in an instant all the clones were destroyed and Naruto was sent flying as water literally appeared from both of Shigure's hands and blasted outward in large amounts, managing to drench much of the area. It looks like we've already got the advantage, Orohime stated as she looked over at Sarada who was already charging at Naruto who was standing back up. Naruto looked up in time to be sent flying by a high-speed spin kick. Ino and Hinata now decided to attack as they both charged in. Ino went after Shigure and Hinata after Orohime. Ino performed several hand seals and fired off an attack. Kaden, Hausenka no Jutsu. Ino yelled as she fired off several fireballs at the man. Shigure simply blasted the fireballs with his water attack and then nailed Ino with a fist to the gut that sent her rolling to the group. Hinata tried for several attacks on her opponent, but the Mist Nin had the obvious speed advantage and managed to get behind Hinata and slash her back with a kunai. Then she kicked Hinata in the back of the head, sending her to the ground as well. Look out how weak you guys are. Shigure said laughing. Shut up. Naruto yelled as he suddenly landed a punch to Shigure's face that pushed the man back in surprise. Well now, you've got a little skill. You managed to get by Sarada and completely surprise me, Shigure said. That won't happen again, the man said as Sarada suddenly appeared behind Naruto and kicked him in his side with such a force that Naruto went flying to the ground. Meanwhile, as the fight wasn't looked too good, Jiraiya approached Tsunade and her group who were witnessing the fight. Hey, sorry I'm late, Jiraiya said. Where the hell were you? Tsunade asked looking rather annoyed. You've missed most of the matches. Sorry, I was picking up someone so she wouldn't have to be alone all day. Isn't that right, Hanabi-chan? Jiraiya said as Hanabi looked out from behind Jiraiya. I'm sorry, Tsunade-ne-san. Hanabi said apologizing. Oh, if it's because of that, then it's alright, Tsunade said smiling. I wanted to see how my big brother and big sisters were doing, Hanabi said. I see, well they aren't doing so well right now, Tsunade replied. What, you mean they're losing? Jiraiya asked looking rather shocked. You would know that if you hadn't taken your sweet time getting here, Tsunade said. I already apologized, Jiraiya replied. Just shut up and watch, Tsunade said. Naruto and his team continued to receive a pounding. Naruto continued to charge his opponents and failing to land any hits at all. Ino and Hinata were also having a lot of problems. Man, this guy is so stupid. He let them get to him so easily. I can't believe I've been having weird feelings about such a total loser, the girl from Hidden Cloud thought to herself. Hey loser, why don't you give up? You're obviously too weak to defeat us. You're weak, and your team is weak as well, Sarada said to Naruto. Sorry, I don't give up, and my team isn't weak. I promised a lot of people I'd succeed. My team is counting on me to keep that promise. I won't let them down. Naruto yelled as he got back up. Ino and Hinata were being beaten down as this was happening. I've met guys like you before, you talk a lot of crap but when it's your life on the line, you'll gladly forget about your team and beg for your life, Sarada said. Never. I'd never turn my back on my teammates. Naruto yelled. Then let's us test that theory. Sarada said smiling evilly. Come on then, fight already. Naruto began to charge at the man, the two collide as their kunai clang. Naruto dodged an attack and jumped into the air, temporarily shocking the man. I got you. Naruto yelled as he came down. I don't think so, Sarada said smiling as he performed several hand seals. Mizuken. Sarada yelled as a sword of water appeared in his hand and pierced through Naruto's right shoulder causing the boy to scream. Naruto. Sakura yelled watching the match. Naruto ni-san. Hanabi yelled. You see, you can't win, Sarada said as he pulled his sword out of Naruto's wound and then knocked him to the ground. Sarada began to stomp on Naruto's wound causing blood to pour out more. Naruto screamed in pain with every stomp. Give it up. Beg for forgiveness, and then run away. Leave your teammates to be killed by us, and we'll let you live, Sarada said with a wicked grin on his face. Oh man, there he goes again, Orohime said. He enjoys doing this way too much, Shigur sighed. Never. Go screw yourself. Naruto yelled as he got back up only to get a punch in the face. I'll make you give up then, Sarada said charging. Naruto doesn't even dodge as the sword pierced right through Naruto's gut, causing him to cough up blood. Baka, why didn't you move? The girl from Hidden Cloud yelled causing her teammates to look at her. Hey, what the hell are you doing? One of her teammates asked. I don't know. My body, my voice, just acted on its own, the girl replied. Naruto, what the hell are you doing? Kiba yelled. Naruto-kun, Hinata said witnessing her love get pierced. You see, you know the truth so you let yourself get pierced by my blade. You know that you're weak, Sarada said confidently. Yeah, I guess I am still weak. I've got a long way to go before I'm a match for anyone within the Akatsuki, Naruto said. What the hell are you babbling about? Sarada asked. I get it, you're already so close to death that you're spouting nonsense. It would have been wise to just leave when you had the chance. Leave and betray my teammates. Or death, right? Naruto asked. Yes, now you're getting it, Sarada said. If those were my only choices, then I'd choose death in an instant. Naruto yelled as he pulled himself off of Sarada's blade allowing the blood to pour rapidly from his wounds. I told you, that I made a promise. I won't break my promise. I don't take back my words. That's my way of the ninja. Naruto yelled as he landed a surprisingly fast punch sending Sarada back. Maybe this guy isn't so bad after all, the girl from Cloud thought. Hinata, I'm sorry. I wasn't thinking. I almost screwed up everything for us. Please, if you can forgive me, and then let's fight together. We'll defeat these bastards, Naruto said to his teammates as he was getting back up. Naruto number Baka, you screw up again and I'm kicking your ass. Ino said with a smile. Naruto-kun, you know I believe in you, Hinata said reassuring the boy. Okay, let's get crazy. Naruto yelled, as his purple chakra surrounded him in frenzy. The large outpour of chakra began to heal his wounds immediately. What, your wounds? Sarada said in shock. He didn't even get a chance to say anything else as he was suddenly met with another fist from Naruto. Naruto's fist landed right in his gut with such a force that he went flying straight into a wall. Sarada coughed up blood and dropped to the ground. Byakugan, Hinata yelled as she activated her bloodline's special ability. Ino was attacking her foes with several fireballs, which Shigur easily dodged. Ino then charged in and landed several punches, then spun around him and swept his feet causing him to trip. Ino immediately performed several more hand seals and attacked. Kaden, Tikiasu Enko, Ino said as she fired off a spiraling flame out of her mouth. Shigur looked up in horror just in time to be sucked into the cyclone. The man let out a horrible scream from within and suddenly the mist from the jutsu he performed earlier disappeared as the cyclone stopped and a severely burned Shigur was dropped to the ground. His sister witnessed it and raced over to him only to be caught in Hinata's trap. Where do you think you're going? Hinata asked getting the girl's attention. You're in my range of division. Hinata said getting into her stance. Hakusho, Rokuju Yansho, Hinata said as she attacked striking all of her opponent's chakra points and causing the girl to drop to the ground and go unconscious. We did it, Ino proudly yelled as she jumped into the air. Not quite, Sarada said suddenly appearing behind Hinata. I'm taking one of you down at least. Sarada yelled as he stabbed Hinata right through her back with his water sword. Hinata-chan, Ino yelled in horror. Why are you smiling? Hinata asked Sarada. What do you mean, fool? Sarada asked looking rather confused. I asked why you were smiling when you didn't even get me, Hinata said suddenly disappearing in a puff of smoke. Impossible, you used Kage Bunshin. Sarada yelled in horror. Hey, turn around, moron. Naruto yelled with Hinata by his side. We're over here, or did you forget about me? Naruto asked as the man turned around only to see Naruto charging at him with a bright purple ball forming in his right hand. Damn, I've lost completely, Sarada said mumbling as Naruto arrived before the man driving him attack into his gut. Rasengan. Naruto yelled as the man was carried off by the ball of chakra and drove him right through the wall. The smoke cleared and the team gathered in, to be declared the obvious winners. The winners of the match are, Yamanaka Ino, Hyuga Hinata, and Uzumaki Naruto. Genma announced, causing all of their friends to cheer with excitement. Awesome job, guys. Sakura yelled as she, along with Kiba, Lee, Choji, Neji, and Tenten quickly raced over to them. Jiraiya and Hanabi also walked over to the group. Hey guys, good job, Jiraiya said patting Naruto on the back. Naruto ni-san, Hinata ne-san, Ino ne-san, you three were amazing, Hanabi said. It was nothing, Hanabi-chan, Naruto said proudly. Naruto looked up at Gaara only to get a nod. Naruto's gaze then shifted over to where the hidden Cloud Nins are. His eyes then meet with a familiar blue of the girl from the Cloud team. Naruto then returned to celebrating with his friends as they headed back up to watch the remaining matches. The rest of the matches took place rather quickly and the first exam ended. Tsunade was about to announce to the remaining teams about the second exam, when suddenly a smoke bomb went off in the room and someone jumped high into the air and did a spin and landed on her feet in the center of the arena. No need to waste your breath, Hokage-sama, I, Mitarashi Anko, will take it from here. Anko yelled, getting a huge sigh from the crowd. No, not this crazy woman again. Naruto yelled as a kunai zipped by his face. What was that, you blonde moron? Anko asked, looking really angry. Nothing, you see, you interrupted me before I could finish. I was saying that not this crazy woman again because her stunning beauty will have me too distracted to hear about the actually rules to the exam. You see, that's what I was going to say, Naruto said, rubbing the back of his head. Naruto, you're an idiot, Ino whispered to him. Oh please, let her believe me, Naruto thought to himself as he started to sweat bullets. Okay then, I like you. You're quite smart, even though you look rather stupid, Anko said smiling. Oh thank you, Naruto said to himself, breathing a sigh of relief. Nice, Naruto. Jiraiya thought to himself, giving Naruto thumbs up. Naruto-kun, that was very shameful, Lee thought to himself. As I thought, this guy is a total idiot. The blonde from Hidden Cloud thought to herself. Now I'll explain the rules to you about the second exam. Everyone follow me outside, Anko said as everyone followed her. Several minutes passed and the group of genin arrived at a very familiar place to most of them. Here we are, the Forest of Death, Anko said smiling. Damn, not that place again, Naruto thought to himself. Oh no, any place but there. That was the place where all our hardships began, Sakura thought to herself as she began to get very worried. Sakura-san, it's all right, Neji whispered to her. Thank you, Neji, Sakura said back, relaxing a little. This exam will be slightly different than last time for all of you who took this exam before, Anko told the group. It is a survival test, but this time you won't be trying to take scrolls from other teams. This time you'll be trying to find your team, Anko said, shocking the group. What do you mean by that? Sakura immediately yelled, looking rather scared. It's simple, Pinky, you and your team will all start on separate corners of the forest. The object of this exam is for you to regroup as a team and then make it as a team to the tower in the center of the forest. Those who make it within the 5-day time limit pass. You can do whatever you want, as long as you survive as a team. If even one member of your team dies, then you fail, Anko said to the group. I'll be giving you all 30 minutes to discuss your plans. After that you'll all draw a piece of paper out of the box that I'm holding. It has the gate number you'll be starting at. This exam could work in your favor, or it can be your worst enemy depending on the number you draw. Well, you guys have 30 minutes starting now. I suggest you use it wisely, Anko said as she disappeared, leaving all the teams alone to discuss their plans for the next exam. Naruto and his team now had a new problem. They must separate and enter the extremely dangerous Forest of Death. They must try and reunite as a team once inside the forest, and then make it to the tower within the time limit to pass this new exam. Sakura and Naruto both have fears about this exam, as well as many other teams. Some fear the forest, some fear about separating, and others are just plain scared. This new exam will prove to be quite the test indeed, as Naruto and his team must now map out their plan of action. Can they survive the second exam and another round with the Forest of Death? Jutsu list. Kurigakur no Jutsu, Hidden Mist Jutsu. Mizu Bakua, Water Blast. Mizukan, Water Sword. Kaden, Tikiatsu Anko, Fire Style, Flaming Cyclone. Chapter 33. The Forest of Death Revisited. Naruto and the Spring Flower. Naruto and his team headed off to talk. They only had 30 minutes to form a solid plan before they must separate and enter the Forest of Death for the second exam. So, what are we going to do? Ino asked. I don't know yet, give me a few minutes to think, Naruto replied. If I give you a few minutes to think, we'll be out of time, Ino said to the boy. Hey, I'm not that stupid, Naruto said back. I never called you stupid, you added that yourself, Ino said with a devious smile. Will you two please stop, we don't have time for bickering, Hinata said sounding rather annoyed. Hinata-chan is right, we've got to get a good plan together and follow through with it, Ino said. Well, first off, what if we aren't all separated, we could get drawn together, Naruto said. Naruto, do you seriously think our luck is that good? Ino asked. Good point, Ino. Naruto sighed. Well then, I got an idea, how about when I enter I'll start destroying as much stuff as possible to let you know my position, Naruto said to the group and Ino quickly knocked him on his head. What was that for? Naruto yelled. You're the biggest idiot I've ever met, if you go destroying stuff you definitely will let us know your position. You'll also let everyone else know where you are. Ino shouted right in his ear. Oh, you're right, Naruto replied getting another smack. What if we leave carvings in the tree of different symbols? It'll be a little harder for others to find, and even if they do as long as we mark the tree with symbols that don't have any real importance, they might not be able to track us that well, Ino said. It's not a bad idea, but you forget that there are people like Kiba-kun in this exam. They might be able to smell or sense where we are going and thus catch up to us. I'm covered because of my Byakugan. I can avoid enemies and find my teammates, it's you two that worry me, Hinata replied. Well, I can take care of myself in any situation, Naruto said. We know you can, but if you just wander aimlessly toward the tower, then we might never find you, Hinata said. Hey Naruto, I got a question. Now that you're fused with the Kyuubi, wouldn't you have like fox senses and stuff now? Ino asked. You know what, you're totally right. I forgot about some of my new abilities now, that Kyuubi and I are one, Naruto said rubbing the back of his head in embarrassment. Ino's anger boiled over as she clobbered the boy. You are the stupidest guy I've ever met. Ino shouted in pure anger. Ino, don't kill him before we even begin, Hinata said trying to calm the girl down. Hey Ino-chan, Hinata-chan I just had an idea, Naruto said getting up. You and idea just don't match, but go ahead anyway, Ino said. I think we should form like an alliance of something. When you get to your area, try and see if anyone you know is there. Hinata-chan you should focus on finding Kiba, as he'll be more help than just about anyone else, your Byakugan should help you locate him and stay out of danger. Ino-chan, you should form a pact with someone to help you until we all get together because you don't have a tracking ability like Hinata-chan or even I do, Naruto told the girls. We should avoid as many battles as possible until we're together. I'd like the three of us to make it through the exam in one piece, Naruto finished. Naruto that was the best thing I've ever heard you say, Ino said in shock. That sounds good to me. Hinata-chan, you think you can find Kiba quickly? Ino asked. I should be able to. If I even find one of his teammates, then we'll still be alright, Hinata replied as the 30-minute time limit expired and all the teams meet up once again as they headed over to the booth to draw numbers. Okay, let's hope for some luck, Naruto said to his team as they drew their numbers and leave the booth. Naruto drew number 6, Ino drew number 10, and Hinata drew number 2. Naruto, next time please keep your mouth shut. You jinxed us, Ino said in anger. It wasn't my fault, Naruto replied. Can we please stop fighting? Hinata pleaded with her team. Okay guys, we got our plan, everyone take care and we'll meet up as soon as possible, Naruto said as the group got ready to split up. Naruto-kun, you be careful, Hinata said as the two kissed lightly on the lips. I will, and you two be careful as well, Naruto said to the two girls. Let's get going, Ino said as the three went their separate ways. Naruto, Ino, and Hinata left each other behind. Ino arrived at her gate first and immediately looks around the area for familiar faces. Ino instantly spotted Tenten and walked over to the girl. Hey Tenten, what's up? Ino asked. Ino, so you're at this gate as well? Tenten asked. Yeah, hey did you guys make up a plan yet? Ino asked. We kind of did, you know Lee and Choji aren't much on strategy, Tenten replied. Well we've got a plan, you interested? Ino asked. What did you have in mind? Tenten replied. Well, I figured the two of us could stick together until we've found our other teammates. Naruto and Hinata are going to be doing the same thing, Ino said. That sounds good, we'll stick together until we find at least one of our teammates, Tenten said. Okay, that's great, Ino said. Meanwhile Hinata arrived at her gate and began to look around much like Ino did. I don't see anyone I know around here. I guess I can't join up with anyone. But it shouldn't matter as long as I stay out of trouble and find Kiba-kun, Hinata said. Naruto arrived at his gate and is the same as the girls. I don't really see anyone I know, Naruto said, and then he spotted the girl from Hidden Cloud. Well, I don't really know her, but I think I'll go talk to her anyway, Naruto said as he began walking over to the blonde girl. She immediately noticed him walking toward her. Oh, it's you, the girl says, looking quite annoyed. Hey, what the hell kind of greeting is that? Naruto asked, looking annoyed as well. I can say whatever I want to say, the girl replied. That's not very nice, I didn't even do anything to you. I just saw you and got the sudden feeling that it would be alright to talk to you, Naruto said to the girl. Whatever, I suppose it's alright. I guess. I've had so sort of weird feeling about you since the first time we saw each other, the girl replied. You did too? Naruto asked. You don't have to be so loud, but yes, I did, the girl said. So, me and my team had this plan to try and form alliances with others until we find each other. I don't see your teammates anywhere, so want to join up with me? Naruto asked. Oh, and my name is Uzumaki Naruto, what's yours? My name is Akina. I don't have a last name. I was never given one. I was found in Hidden Cloud and taken in by one of the lords. I guess I don't mind teaming with you for a while, just don't be annoying or I'll have to kill you, Akina replied. Akina, that's a nice name, Naruto said. Yes, it is. My parents gave me the name and this locket, which is all I know about them. I can't even open the damn locket, the girl said. Well, the exam is going to start, so let's prepare, Naruto said. I'm already prepared, so don't worry about me, Akina replied. Good, that makes things easier on me as well, Naruto said, as the gates were all unlocked. Well, let's go, Akina said as she began to head toward the gate. The teams were all given the signal to begin and the gates opened and all the shinobi entered quickly. Everyone went in separate directions trying to avoid conflicts while they found their teammates. Okay, time to rock and roll, Naruto shouted upon entering. Are you trying to let everyone know where you are? Akina asked, looking rather annoyed. Sorry, it's a force of habit, Naruto said in embarrassment. Well, stop it, Akina yelled. Now look who is being loud, Naruto snickered. You're already making me regret this, Akina said. Sorry, I'll stop, Naruto said, smiling as the two began through the forest. Naruto stopped on one of the trees and closed his eyes. What are you doing? Akina asked. Hang on, I'm focusing my chakra, Naruto replied as he started to glow lightly. Okay, let's go, Naruto said as the glowing stopped and he opened his eyes and the two began to move again. So, what was that? Akina asked. I was focusing chakra into my nose so that I could use some of my enhanced senses. I'm going to try and sniff out my teammates, Naruto told the girl. What are you, a dog? She asked. Nope, I guess you could say I'm a fox, Naruto said, flashing his foxy grin. Oh whatever, let's just go, Akina replied as the two headed deeper into the forest. So, you were found and adopted, right? Naruto asked, trying to start a conversation. Yeah, and so what of it? She asked. Nothing really, I just think it's amazing how many times I'm able to find people who have things in common with me. I was always alone. Until just recently, when I started to find so many people to accept me, I thought I would always be alone. I even have a family now and a very wonderful person to love me, Naruto said. So, did you have it rough growing up? It wasn't so bad. My adopted family is rich and very close to the rakeage, which was a big plus. I am disliked by a lot of people for this reason. I'm an outsider yet, I'm so close to all these powerful people. I get a lot of weird looks and a lot of jealousy, but it isn't so bad. You say you've always been alone, why is that? You never had any parents? Akina asked the boy. His happy face turned serious. Unfortunately, I've never known the love of a family. As far as I know, my parents have been dead since the day I was born. The villagers all hated me because of the curse I carried, but I don't let it get to me that much anymore. Now that I have people who truly accept my existence, life is so much easier, so much more fun as well, Naruto replied. I used to hate myself and the villagers. I cursed my existence and would find myself not caring about life. But slowly, it got better. Now I love life, I want to cherish it, Naruto said, smiling. I see. Sorry to bring up a touchy subject, Akina said. It's fine, it really doesn't bother me anymore, and besides, I'm going to be Hokage someday, I need to be able to deal with this sort of stuff, Naruto replied. Hokage, you think you can attain such an important role? Akina asked. Of course, I will become Hokage, and nobody will stop me, Naruto said confidently as the two continued through the forest. They were suddenly interrupted as kunai flew past them. Who's there? Akina yelled as three familiar faces wearing mouthpieces appeared from out of the ground. Lucky, one of the rain nins said. We finally got you where we want you, brat, the man said to Naruto. It's you three again, so twice wasn't enough for you, Naruto said. We'll get you this time, one of the rain nins said, as they were about to attack Naruto. I don't have time to play with you guys. Naruto yelled as he surrounded himself in his own chakra. He started emitting a powerful surge of energy and simply blew the three rain nins away with his chakra. Naruto stopped and his chakra disappeared and her turned to face Akina with a grin on his face. How was that? Naruto asked cheerfully as he was suddenly met with a fist from Akina. You idiot, thanks for letting everyone in the immediate area know where we are. Akina shouted angrily at the boy. Sorry, I didn't think about that, Naruto replied. I doubt you think very often, Akina said. Wait a minute, I'm not that stupid, Naruto said. You sure seem pretty stupid to me, Akina yelled. Oh shut up, at least we didn't have to fight, let's just keep moving and we'll be fine, Naruto yelled back as the two continued on through the forest. Meanwhile Hinata had successfully caught up with Kiba, and the team of Ino and Tenten had successfully met up with both Lee and Choji. Now Tenten and her team were helping Ino find her team, while Kiba and Hinata headed off to help Kiba locate Sakura. Neji in the meantime was heading towards Sakura's location. Sakura had brilliantly set up a genjutsu around her area to trap anyone who entered. The only two that could break the jutsu other than her, were her teammates. Gaara and his team had already reunited and were heading toward the tower. Naruto and Akina were now deep in the forest, as Naruto started to pick up one of his teammates' scent. Hey, I think I smell Ino-chan, Naruto said. That's good, I was afraid since she didn't have an ability like me or Hinata-chan. I guess after we meet up with Ino, we'll start heading off to find your teammates, is that alright Akina-chan? Naruto asked. It's fine, and if you call me Akina-chan again, I'll kill you, Akina replied. What's wrong with calling you Akina-chan? Naruto asked. You're my enemy, even if we're working together temporarily, we'll still be fighting each other soon enough, Akina replied. So, I'll get to see how good you are, I'm looking forward to it, Naruto said. I wouldn't if I were you. When we fight, you'll probably die, Akina told the boy. Sorry, I won't die until I've become Hokage, Naruto said. There you go again, with that stupid Hokage stuff. Why do you want to become Hokage anyway? Akina asked. So that everyone in the village will acknowledge my existence and so that I can protect everyone who is precious to me. I will obtain the title of Hokage and change Konoha, Naruto told her. What about you, do you have any dreams or hopes? Naruto asked. Not really, the only goal I have right now is to become stronger. I do have a dream though, my mother left a note with me, and at least that was what I was told. She also left another note for me that I didn't read until I was 10. The letter said that I had a brother. She said that one day I should look for my brother and not to blame him. He's supposed to be only a few minutes older than me. Apparently, my parents decided that my mother would take me and flee the village I was born in. I don't know anything else. I don't know my parents' names, my village I was from or anything like that. The only things I know is that, my mother took me and left, my father stayed behind with my brother to do something important, but that's all I can gather from the note. I have a feeling my locket has something to do with it, but it won't open. I don't know why, but it won't open at all. I've tried for as long as I could remember, Akina told Naruto. Naruto began to have flashbacks of the dream he had been having. So you want to find your brother? Well, it sounds like a great goal, I hope you accomplish it, Naruto said. Why am I having these weird flashbacks about my dream all of a sudden? Naruto thought to himself as he and Akina approached a small group that turned out to be Lee's team and Ino. Hello there Naruto-kun, we've been helping your teammate out. She is unharmed of course, Lee said smiling. Hey fuzzy brows thanks, I appreciate it, Naruto said as Ino walked over to Naruto. It took you long enough, Ino said. Hey shut up, I've been busy, Naruto said. Naruto-kun, I won't fight you now because you still have a teammate to find, but I look forward to battling you soon, Lee said flashing his nice guy pose. You're on fuzzy brows, Naruto said as Lee's team headed off toward the tower. Now we've got to find Hinata-chan, Naruto said as the three headed off again. So, who's the girl? Ino asked. Her name is Akina, she and I formed an alliance. We're going to help her find her team, I promised I would, Naruto informed Ino. It's no big deal, after we find your other teammate, I'll go find my team, Akina said. No, we're helping, because I made a promise. I never break my promise, that's my way of the ninja, Naruto said. Meanwhile, Kiba and Hinata successfully met up with Sakura, and moments later Neji arrived. "Hinata-sama, what are you doing here?" Neji asked. "Naruto-kun suggested that I find Kiba-kun and get his help, so I did. I helped Kiba-kun find Sakura-chan, now he's going to help me find Naruto-kun, and Ino-chan," Hinata said. "So let's go then Hinata," Kiba said leaping into a tree. "We'll go as well," Neji said as he and Sakura along with Hinata began following Kiba. Chapter 34. The second exam completed. Prelims begin. Naruto, Ino, and Akina, the girl from Hidden Cloud, were traveling through the Forest of Death. They had managed to avoid traps and other deadly objects the forest had to offer. But unfortunately their luck would not hold out as the team was attacked when they finally stopped to take a rest. Naruto quickly avoided a speeding kunai that got dangerously close to his head. "Who's there?" Naruto called to the attackers. 3 ninjas quickly appeared. From out of the bushes they were wearing sound head protectors. "Sound nins. There weren't any sound nins in this exam," Ino said noticing the head protectors. "Are you the one named Uzumaki Naruto?" one of the sound nins asked pointing at the blonde-headed boy. "What if I am?" Naruto replied. "Because of you, Orochimaru-sama is dead. Sound Village didn't last long after that. Because of you, we've lost everything. You will pay," another sound nin yelled. "Orochimaru. That idiot managed to kill a legend like Orochimaru. I can't believe it," Akina thought to herself looking on in shock. "Orochimaru was a creep and an evil bastard, I can say he truly deserved what he got." Naruto said back at the sound nin. "If you want revenge, then come get it. But you'll find I won't be easily dealt with. Prepare to die, you punk," a sound nin said as the 3 charged. 2 sound nin fired and kunai at the group. Ino and Akina dodged to the left and right. Naruto charged at the kunai and ducked under them, continuing to speed into the charging enemies. "What are you doing, idiot?" Akina shouted. "Naruto, are you trying to get killed?" Ino also yelled at the boy. Naruto sped in and tackled on of the sound ninjas. The other 2 came up behind Naruto. Naruto quickly hopped off the sound nin and prepared to attack the 3 foes. "Screw this, I'm not sitting back and watching your moronic teammate get himself killed," Akina said to Ino as she charged. "I'm coming too," Ino demanded. As she followed Akina, the sound attacked with shurikens from close range. Naruto pulled out a kunai and deflected the shuriken as the sound nins charged again. Naruto punched one right in the face as the other 2 came down from above Naruto and were about to attack when Akina kicked one sound nin out of the air. The other sound nin had to stop his attack and dodge as several fireballs came his way. "Stay out of this, we only need to kill that bastard," a sound nin told Ino. "That bastard is my teammate, and even if he is an idiot, I won't let someone I care about die," Ino told the man. "Have it your way, you'll die as well," the man replied to Ino as he charged at the girl. Ino was quick to dodge several attacks and managed to land several blows to the man's gut. "You're pretty weak, aren't you?" Ino said confidently. "What, I'll have your head," the man said angrily. "Not if you can't even catch me," Ino replied as she continued to dodge all of the sound nin's attacks. Akina on the other hand wasn't doing any dodging. The sound nin that was unfortunate enough to be her opponent was receiving the beating of his life as the girl repeatedly attacked with various punches and kicks. "Come on, you're totally boring," Akina said to the man. "Damn you bitch," the man said getting another slug in the face. "If you're not going to fight, then I'll finish this," Akina said performing several hand seals. "Reikoken," Akina yelled, as a sword formed in her hand. Crackles of lightning surrounded the sword. "Goodbye," Akina yelled as she charged and pierced the man in the chest with her sword. The man let out a scream from the pain of being stabbed and the feeling of having electricity course through his veins at an incredible speed. Akina pulled the sword from the sound nin's chest and let the sword disappear as the man dropped to the ground. "That wasn't a challenge at all," Akina said as Ino continued dodging the sound nin's attacks. Ino managed to land a flipping kick to the man's jaw, rocking him back. "Now, I can finally attack," Ino said smiling as she performed several seals. "Kaden, Gukaku no Jutsu," Ino shouted as she blasted the man with her fire jutsu, burning the sound nin. Ino stopped the attack after about a minute and let the charred body of the sound nin drop to the floor. Naruto in the meantime was dodging attacks from his foe with ease. Naruto wasn't even trying to be serious about the fight, which was making the sound nin incredibly angry. "Damn you, I will kill you," the man yelled in anger. "Right, and how exactly are you going to do that?" Naruto asked. "Don't answer that actually, because this fight is going to be over in a minute," Naruto said confidently as he landed a kick to the man's gut and then formed a bright purple ball in the palm of his right hand. "Rasengan," Naruto yelled as he landed the attack. The force of it shot the sound nin through several trees and then deeper into the forest, causing quite the ruckus. "Well, that was easy. I'd have to say it was a pretty crappy fight. Orochimaru definitely didn't take care of his ninjas, Naruto said as he walked over to his group. Well, I beat my guy, Naruto said, suddenly getting a smack from Akina. You idiot, what is with you and making as much noise as possible? Akina yelled. What's your problem? I beat my guy, so let's go, Naruto said. My problem is you're way too noisy. A ninja is supposed to be quiet. Stealth is the key, you moron. Akina yelled. Well, excuse me, but I do things my own way, you stupid girl. Naruto yelled back. Stupid? I'm not stupid. You're the only stupid one around here. I swear, how the hell did I get stuck teaming with a total idiot? Akina yelled back. Look, so what if I'm not quiet? I can beat up most of my opponents, so who really cares? Naruto yelled. Oh, listen to you, Mr. Tough Guy. You use brawn only. Becoming a chunin takes brains as well, you stupid, moronic, idiot. Akina yelled in frustration. I swear, how in the world can your teammates put up with you? You're definitely the dumbest guy I've ever met. I'm so glad I'm not related to you, I'd kill myself. Akina yelled. What was that? Well, I'm glad I'm not related to you too. I couldn't stand putting up with a bitch like you all the time. Naruto yelled back as he received yet another large bump on his head from the girl. Hey, will you two stop fighting? We've got to find Hinata-chan, Ino told the two. I swear, the way you guys argue, and you'd think you two were siblings, Ino said, annoying the two even more. Say something like that again and I'll kill you. Akina and Naruto yelled at Ino in unison. Hey, stop copying me, they yelled again in unison. Stop it, they yelled yet again. Both of you just shut up and come on, Ino said, as the three were about to move again, when suddenly a group appeared before them. The group with a certain pink-haired girl, two Hyugas, and a guy and his dog appeared before the bickering team. Hey Naruto, we brought you a gift, Kiba said, pointing to Hinata. Naruto-kun, Ino-chan, you're safe, thank goodness. Hinata said, running over to the team. Naruto immediately embraced the girl. Good to see you, Hinata-chan, Naruto said, hugging the girl, causing her to blush. So that idiot does have someone special. She doesn't seem all that special. She looks really shy too. How could a shy girl like her hook up with a loud moron like him? Wait, why do I even care? Akina thought to herself, watching the couple. Naruto, we're heading to the tower now. You had better be ready, because I plan on facing you very soon. I must test how much stronger I have gotten. You're the only one who can tell me, Neji told the blonde. Yeah Naruto, same here, I owe you from the last Chunin exam, Kiba told the boy. I'll take you both on at the same time. Just don't be babies and cry when you lose, Naruto said, smiling as Neji and his team headed off for the tower. Who is this, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked, looking at Akina. Oh, this is Akina, I formed an alliance with her. Now that we're all together, we'll help her find her team, Naruto said as the four got ready to leave. That won't be necessary, a voice said from out of nowhere. Two hidden cloud nins then suddenly appeared before the group. Akina, we're here, a man with crimson-colored eyes said. Thanks so much for taking care of her, allow us to repay you, Akina's other teammate, the one with very dark eyes, said, preparing to attack Naruto and his team. Stop, I made a deal with him that we would help each other out until the end of this exam. Akina yelled to her two teammates. Who said we listened to you? The taller boy said, still getting ready to attack. Naruto and his team also got ready to defend themselves. Look, we're not going to attack unless we're attacked, so neither of us has to risk losing a teammate and failing, Naruto said, trying to reason with Akina's teammates. I don't plan on breaking my promise to them. Akina yelled. Damn you Akina, these guys are from Konoha, why the hell would you even do such a thing? The crimson-eyed boy asked. Because I thought it was smarter to make a temporary alliance with someone instead of wandering around this damn forest without a clue, Akina said. Fine, we won't fight them for now. But as soon as the third exam starts, you're dead, the tall, dark-haired boy said to Naruto and his team. We'll see about that, you bastard, Naruto said with a confident smirk. We're going now, let's get to the tower and end this stupid exam, one of the cloud nins said as the team headed off toward the tower. When next we meet, we're enemies, Akina said, turning and leaving Naruto's team. At that very moment, both Naruto and Akina got the same vision of the dream Naruto had been experiencing lately. The two silently looked at each other for several minutes. Naruto-kun, are you alright? Hinata asked, disturbing the two. Akina then left to catch up with her teammates. Naruto simply stared at the leaving girl. Hey, are you going to answer sometime today? Ino asked, getting the boy's attention. Oh yeah, sorry, I just sort of zoned out, Naruto replied. Let's get to that stupid tower. I hate being out in this dumb forest. Naruto and his team headed off toward the tower as well. It was still only the first day and only about 10 hours had passed as Naruto and his team arrived at the tower. Gaara, Neji, and Lee's teams greeted them. The two teams from Hidden Cloud were also at the tower. After waiting about 30 more minutes another team arrived, this one was from Hidden Stone Village. There were now 21 genin in the tower. Enko arrived to greet the teams and the tower doors closed. Okay everyone, that's it. Congratulations on passing the second exam. Enko said smiling as a lot of genin yelled out in shock. Excuse me sensei. Sakura yelled. I thought we had 5 days. This is only the first day. What about everyone still out there? Sakura asked. Don't worry, I personally took care of the rest out there. I don't have the patience to put up with waiting for another 4 days. Besides, 21 students are plenty, Enko said smiling, creeping everyone out. You dealt with everyone else. I don't like the sound of that, Naruto said aloud. Who cares, you guys all passed, you should be happy. Well actually don't be happy because even though you passed the second exam, your next test begins immediately, Enko said getting sighs from the crowd of genin. The room began to get noisy as all the junins, as well as Tsunade and Jiraiya filled the room. Hanabi was by Jiraiya's side as well. See you guys, you have an audience here to watch you in this next little test, Enko announced. Well I'm done here, I'm handing it off to your next examiner. Enko walked off and joined Tsunade and the rest of the junin as the next examiner appeared, walking slowly, almost lazily up to the genin. The man yawned and looked on with a tired expression. Man, how troublesome. Why do I got to do this? I'm a chunin after all, the familiar man said getting an annoyed look from everyone of the Konoha genin. Shikamaru. You lazy bastard, get on with it. Naruto yelled at the man who merely yawned again. Yeah, alright already, I guess I can get this over with. Because there are so many of you, we're going to hold some prelim matches. Your name will appear on the board and when it is you come down for your fight. It's going to be one-on-one fighting. The rules are simple, do whatever you want. But when the match is declared over, you've got to stop, Shikamaru explained. I won't allow any questions because it'd be too troublesome to answer so just shut up and watch for your name, the chunin said as the board began to work flashing through the names. In mere moments the first 2 names would be announced. Jutsu List. Reikoken, Lightning Sword. Chapter 35. Prelim Battles. Part 1. The genin all looked up at the board and watched for the first set of names to appear. The board revealed the first name, Inuzuka Kiba. The second name appeared momentarily. Mominari Dante, a genin from Hidden Stone was the second name that appeared. The 2 ninjas stepped forward as everyone else made their way up to the balcony to watch the fighting. Jiraiya and the other senseis quickly joined their teammates, as the first fight was about to begin. The stone nin was an average-sized man, he had dark brown hair and dark violet eyes. Okay Akamaru, are you ready? Kiba asked his loyal companion who merely barked in response. You've got to be kidding, I've got to face some punk and his little dog. The stone nin asked. You got a problem you can just leave. I'll take a win, instead of having to bash your face in, Kiba replied to the remark. No, I just really wasn't in the mood to face a loser. I guess it can't be helped, the stone nin said with a smirk. A loser. It looks like I've been underestimated. I'll make you pay for that, Kiba replied. You two may begin whenever, Shikamaru said lazily. The stone nin immediately performed several hand seals and attacked. Doden. Ishi Supaika no Jutsu. The stone nin said, as spikes began to shoot out of the ground around Kiba and Akamaru who were trying their hardest to dodge the attacks. Damn you. Kiba growled as he began to spin rapidly and attack the stone nin. Suga. Kiba's attack was easily dodged and then Dante countered with another jutsu. Doden. Katsuusuchi no Jutsu. The stone nin attacked again, as Kiba landed from his attack, the ground began to open under his feet and he began to fall. Kiba grabbed hold of the ledge and the earth then began to close. Kiba jumped out of the hole as the ground closed back up, but as Kiba was getting himself back together stone spikes shot out of the ground and pierced Kiba's right leg and left shoulder causing blood to begin to pour from his wounds. Kiba. Sakura yelled worrying about her teammate. Kiba is getting careless, Neji simply stated getting a glare from his other teammate. Akamaru ran over to his master who pulled the spikes out of his injuries. Akamaru licked Kiba's injured leg as he looked up at Kiba. Don't worry Akamaru, I'm fine, Kiba said as he pulled out Solider pills and ate one and then gave one to Akamaru. The dog turned red and instantly jumped on his master's back. Okay, let's do this. Kiba yelled readying his next move. Jujin Bunshin. Kiba yelled as Akamaru transformed into Kiba. This looks interesting, Dante said watching his opponent. Gatsuga. Kiba yelled as he and Akamaru spun violently and attacked the stone nin. The attack was barely dodged from one angle. But Akamaru managed to scratch the stone nin. Kiba and Akamaru quickly moved in for a second attack. Doden. Doryuaheki. The stone nin shouted as he began to vomit mud that formed into a solid wall all around him as Kiba and Akamaru's attack hit, striking the wall and breaking it but not causing any damage to Dante himself. Looks like your attacks are useless, Dante said smiling. Damn, I can use my Sudaro because merging with Akamaru would use up way too much chakra, not to mention the space is limited in here. No, we've got to break through his earth defenses and land a solid attack, Kiba thought to himself as he pondered on what to do next. What's wrong, dog boy? Are you running out of tricks? The stone nin asked. Shut up, we'll get you somehow. Kiba shouted back at the man. Are those your last words, or do you have something else to say? The stone nin confidently asked. Gatsuga, Kiba yelled as he and Akamaru attacked again. Dante made another wall and Kiba and Akamaru broke it down again. This cycle continued for several minutes until finally Akamaru turned back into his normal self from being too exhausted. Kiba stood beside his companion breathing heavily. The stone nin stood unharmed. Well, this has been really boring, are you done now? Dante asked looking over at the tired dog ninja. Go to hell, Kiba shouted in anger. Those are my words, Dante replied as he shot spikes out of the ground again. This time Kiba got pierced in his gut, both legs, and arms and also several in the back as he quickly covered Akamaru and kept him out of harm's way. Kiba fell on the ground as blood poured from his wounds. Hey examiner, it's over, Dante said looking over at Shikamaru who merely shrugged his shoulders and yawned. Hey, don't call it, I like playing with my enemies, Dante said as he walked over to the unconscious Kiba. Well, you were weak, but at least you entertained me slightly, Dante said as he stood over Kiba. Then you'll love this, Kiba said, as he jumped into the air and slashed Dante across the face with his claws causing Dante to move back holding his face. Simple dog trick, it's called playing dead, you moron, Kiba said to the man who was still staggered from Kiba's attack. Now take this, Suga. Kiba yelled as he spun right into Dante who went flying into the air and received several more attacks while still in midair and then came crashing hard into the ground. The impact caused him to cough up blood and then pass out. Kiba landed on his feet and then dropped to one knee holding his shoulder as blood still poured from his wounds. Shikamaru walked over to check out the damage. The winner is, Kiba, Shikamaru said and then walked back to his original post. Kiba, you did it, Sakura yelled happily. Good job, dog breath. Naruto yelled down at the ninja who walked over and picked up his sleeping dog. We did good, Akamaru, unfortunately. I won't be able to watch the rest of the fights, Kiba said weakly as he fell on his back and went unconscious. The medics quickly attended to the injured ninjas and carried them off. Kiba did a good job, his opponent was strong, but he was able to find the guy's weak spot, Kurenai said aloud. Yes, the stone ninja was too confident and got careless right at the very end when he was almost assured to win. That just shows you how unpredictable these fights can be, Neji said. Okay, now everyone shut up and look at the board so we can get the next troublesome match underway, Shikamaru stated as all the genin watched the board. Gaara's name was next to be displayed and he made his way down to the fighting area. The next name was then displayed, Akamichi Choji was the next fighter. Choji, you've got to fight Gaara, Ino said to the visibly nervous boy. Yeah, just my luck, Choji said as he started to walk down. Interesting. I wonder what Choji will do, Shikamaru thought to himself as he watched his friend enter the fighting area. Go Choji, you can do it. Ino started to yell, kick his ass. Ino continued to shout. That's rather annoying, Tamari said. Okay, you guys can begin, Shikamaru said as Gaara got ready to attack. Choji got into a stance and then raised his hand into the air. Go Choji, Ino shouted to her boyfriend. I give up, Choji shouted as he began walking back up toward the others. Why you what? Ino yelled in shock. Gaara stood looking rather annoyed as he began to walk back up as well. I knew he was going to do that, Shikamaru thought to himself with a smirk. The winner is Gaara, Shikamaru said stating the obvious. Choji, why the hell did you forfeit? Ino yelled as she hit the boy over the head repeatedly. I'm not about to get myself killed. Gaara might have changed, but he could still kick my ass easily. I'm not going to hospital in little pieces. Choji yelled back at his defense. Okay, guys shut up, the board is going again, Tenten said to the couple. The board quickly revealed Tenten's name as the girl hopped down and got herself ready to fight. The next name on the board read, Zen as a man from Hidden Cloud made his way down. He wasn't on the team with Akina. He was a taller man, with light blue hair, and crimson-colored eyes. He was wearing all black except for his red sandals. A girl. Great, the man said sighing heavily. What was that? Tenten said looking rather angry. Don't take me lightly, I'll put you on the ground before you know it, Tenten said. Tenten, don't let this guy get to you. You'll be thrown off your game even before the fight begins, Neji said softly under his breath. You two may begin, Shikamaru said as Tenten pulled out 5 kunai and fired them in. Zen simply sidestepped the first 3 and caught the last 2 and fired them back at the girl who avoided them easily as well. Tenten picked up one of the kunai and charged, the man who pulled out a kunai and collided with the girl. The force of his strike rocked Tenten and allowed the man to land a hard kick to her gut and then backhanded her, knocking her to the ground rather easily. It seems it was I who put you on the ground first, Zen said. You'd better stay there where you belong if you know what is good for you. We'll see about that, Tenten said as she spun on the ground and swept the man's legs. Zen simply balanced himself with his hands and then pushed up into the air, dodging several kunai attacks at the same time. The man spun in the air and then landed almost gracefully on his feet and fired shuriken, which Tenten deflected with her kunai. Tenten charged after firing off several shuriken. Zen easily deflected the shurikens and saw the charging Tenten and stabbed her in the gut with his kunai. Zen was temporarily surprised when Tenten disappeared in a puff of smoke and a log took her place. I see. Kawarimi no jutsu, so childish, Zen said as he turned to see Tenten set 2 scrolls down on the ground and performed several hand seals. 2 scrolls. What is she planning? Zen said as Tenten leapt into the air as the 2 scrolls unraveled around her and she began firing hundreds of weapons down at the man, who simply closed his eyes. What, has he given up? No, that can't be it, he's planning something, Tenten thought to herself as the weapons were about to rain down upon the Cloud Nin. Reikohara. Zen yelled as a field of lightning emerged, deflecting the weapons. The field acted as a shield of energy that didn't allow any of the attacks to come through. The weapons fell to the ground and the lightning field disappeared. I got you, Tenten said, as she pulled the weapons back up with her fingers, giving the commands almost like Kankuro would do with his puppet. The weapons rained down once again and were about to strike but were deflected once again, and a surge of electricity flowed up the strings and shocked Tenten, causing her to drop from the air to the ground. It would seem that I have you. My technique is almost automatic. I can turn it on and off at any time. You should give up, you can't defeat me, Zen said, as he picked up a kunai and fired it at Tenten that stabbed her deep in the shoulder, causing her to scream in pain as blood began to flow from the now open wound. Tenten, Neji yelled in concern for his girlfriend. Neji quickly quieted down when he saw a smile form on Tenten's face. Thanks for the advice, but I decline, Tenten said as she pulled the kunai out of her wound and grabbed her blood shoulder and then performed several hand seals. Kuchio's number jutsu, Ketsuki Buki. Tenten shouted as her blood turned into several kunai and she began firing the kunai in as fast as the blood was flowing from her wound. What is that? Zen said in shock as he tried to turn on his technique, but the shock of the attack delayed his attacks and the man was pierced several times with the kunai. Zen then dropped to the ground. Well, I guess that's all for that match, Shikamaru said, looking on at the battle. Your winner is Tenten, Shikamaru said as he let out another yawn. Tenten turned her back as Zen staggered to his feet and realized what had happened. I lost. No. Damn. Zen walked up to Tenten and placed his hand on her injured shoulder. Die bitch. Zen shouted as Tenten screamed in pain as electricity shot through her open wound. Tenten. Neji screamed as he hopped down from the balcony and raced over to his love. I won't allow any interference, Zen said as he turned on his technique as Neji collided with it, sending the boy flying into the air and then crashing into the ground. Zen then picked up a kunai as Neji got back up and charged. Zen fired the kunai at Neji, which struck the boy in his left shoulder. Neji was rocked by the attack. Then he felt a sudden surge of energy course through him as he dropped to the ground. Did you like that? I can charge up weapons as well, Zen said, looking rather evil as he prepared to attack the injured and unconscious Tenten again. Damn, Shikamaru yelled as he was about to step in with his technique when Zen was suddenly sent flying as Neji planted both feet into the guy's face. Neji, Naruto yelled as he jumped down to help his friend. Neji ignored everything around and charged in a blinding rage and began to viciously pound on the man. Die, you bastard, Neji screamed violently as Naruto caught his hand. Don't do it, Naruto said, pleading with his friend. Tenten's hurt, take care of her first. That's what should be important, Naruto said as Neji stopped his attack. You're right, Naruto. Neji got up and walked over to Tenten, who was already being placed on a stretcher. Hyuga-san, please allow us to look at your wound, a medic said to Neji. How is she? Neji asked. She'll be fine. It's not as serious as it looks, the medic replied. Now please, your injury. No, I intend to use this pain to help me fight, Neji said as he watched the stretcher leave. Neji, you sure you shouldn't have it looked at? Naruto asked, looking concerned. It's fine, Neji said, walking back up to join everyone else. I hope so, Naruto muttered under his breath. Naruto then turned and looked at Akina. These Cloud Nins seem like very bad people. I hope you're not like them as well, Naruto thought to himself as he looked at the girl. Jutsu list. Doden, Ishi Supaiku no Jutsu, Earth Style, Stone Spike Jutsu. Doden, Katsu Suchi no Jutsu, Earth Style, Opening Earth Jutsu. Reikohara, Lightning Field. Kuchiyos no Jutsu, Ketsuki Buki, Summoning Jutsu, Blood Weapon. Chapter 36. Prelim Battles. Part 2. All the genin who were still waiting to fight look up at the screen and watch the next set of names emerge. The first name was Yamanaka Ino. It's my turn to shine, Ino said happily. The next name appeared and it read, Seidu Kray, from Hidden Cloud Village. He had dark hair and crimson-colored eyes. He was also a member of the girl, Akina's team. I guess I get to play around, Kray said smiling as he leapt over the railing and landed graceful on the ground. I'm worried, this guy seems strong, Choji said to Naruto and Hinata. Don't you worry Choji, your Ino is plenty strong. She's been working incredibly hard to prove her worth as a ninja, Naruto said back to the boy. Okay, you two can begin, Shikamaru said sounding almost bored. I guess I'll heat things up for starters, Ino said aloud as she performed the hand seals of serpent, ram, monkey, boar, horse, and tiger. Kaden, Gukakyu no Jutsu. Ino yelled as she blew fire at her enemy. Fire techniques, how cute, Kray replied as he performed several hand seals of his own. Sweden, Mizukuho Bakua. Kray unleashed an incredibly powerful water attack that burst out from the ground, completely voided out Ino's attack and sent the girl flying to the ground. Ino quickly got back up, but Kray showed his speed by appearing right in front of her. He grabbed her face and slammed the back of her head into the ground. Ino, Choji yelled with concern. Ino-chan, Naruto also yelled. Ino-ne-san is in trouble, Hanabi said to her sister Hinata. It'll be alright Hanabi, Hinata said trying to reassure her. Is it over already? Kray asked looking down at Ino who spun and swept his feet. The falling ninja received 2 feet to his gut from Ino, and the move also threw him into the air. Kray landed roughly on his feet and was holding his gut with slight discomfort. Ino staggered, but managed to stand and was holding her head. I won't lose, Ino said. Ino then charged at the man after firing a kunai and drawing another one. Kray deflected the kunai by smacking the handle with his hand. He then spun around the girl, pulled out a kunai and stabbed her in the back causing her to drop to the ground. You're too weak to face me, Kray said standing over the girl. Ino pushed up off the ground and flipped into the air and landed on her feet. She pulled the kunai out of her back and tossed it at the man. Kray merely dodged it and was stunned to see that Ino was gone when his eyes tried to refocus on the girl's position. Kray managed to turn around fast enough to dodge a kunai attack. Ino landed a punch to his gut and then knees him in the chin and then flipped over his back and landed a spin kick to the back of his head. Kray fell to one knee as Ino paused in her attack to catch her breath. I won't lose, Ino confidently told the man and then began performing several hand seals. Kaden, Hausenka no Jutsu. Ino said firing several fireballs at the man. Kray backflipped several feet and performed several hand seals and countered Ino's attack. Daichi Reikotegeki no Jutsu. Kray said as he swiftly dodged the fireballs and placed both hands on the ground as a bolt of electricity shot from the ground and suddenly struck Ino as she was still in the middle of her attack. Ino stopped her attack and began to scream in agony. Ino, Choji yelled, as he was about to hop over the railing and go into the fighting area. Stop Choji, this fight isn't over yet, Naruto said as he grabbed the rail tightly causing it crack. Ino's body began to drop to the ground. Kray grabbed the girl before she could fall. Look, she still wants to fight, Kray said looking almost psychotic. Kray began punching the unconscious girl in the face repeatedly causing blood to trickle from her face and nose. Stop it, Choji yelled, as he jumped over the railing. Naruto and Sakura quickly followed as Kray dropped the girl and steps back. Well, are you going to call it? Kray asked looking at Shikamaru who looked almost ready to strike the man. The winner is Seidu Kray, Shikamaru said announcing the end of the match. Well, that was boring, Kray said beginning to walk away. Hey Kray, listen for a minute, Shikamaru said as the man stopped to look at him and was suddenly decked by an angry Shikamaru. She was my teammate. She's also my friend. Do something like that in my presence again, and I won't mind closing my eyes and allowing you to be killed, and if you somehow survived, I'd put an end to that, Shikamaru now whispered to the man and then allowed him to leave as Choji, Sakura, and Naruto tended to their friend and teammate. Ino-chan, speak to us, are you alright? Naruto asked. Hurry up and get the medics here. Sakura yelled with tears in her eyes. She performed several hand seals and began to treat her friend's injuries. This is all I can do until the medics get here, Sakura said. I'm going to kill him, Choji said beginning to walk off. Choji, wait a minute. I know what you're feeling but now isn't the time to leave her side, Naruto said to the boy. Damn, you're right, Choji said as the medics arrived. Ino weakly opened her eyes and looked up at her friends as tears poured down her face. I tried so hard, and yet I'm still so weak, Ino said, crying. She was no longer able to hold in her tears. You've gotten incredibly strong, Ino-chan, you'll be fine. You'll come back from this stronger than ever, Naruto said as she was put on the stretcher and taken away. Choji, let me know how she is as soon as possible, Naruto said to the boy. I will, Naruto, Choji said as he ran off after the medics. Naruto and Sakura walked back up to the balcony and slowly walked past the Cloud Nins. Kray stood with his teammates and had an almost wicked-looking smile on his face. Naruto seemingly slowed down as he walked past him. I'll kill you, Naruto muttered as he walked past the team. Akina looked at the blonde boy in shock. Kray's smile suddenly disappeared as blood began to trickle from his neck. Kray, you're bleeding, the other male on the team said to him. When did he do this? I didn't see his hand move, Kray whispered in shock as he stared at the blonde boy who didn't even give him a second look. That was impressive. He managed to make a move without being seen. I knew he did something, but I wasn't sure what he did until now, Akina thought to herself as she too was looking at the blonde who only gave her a slight glance. Jiraiya smirked as he witnessed and saw the whole thing. That moron is getting better, that's for sure. I've noticed that he's been keeping his eyes on that girl from Cloud Village. I wonder why. She looks familiar. She has the same color hair as him, and her eyes look like Naruto's before he fused with the fox. Wait, could she be the other child? Jiraiya thought to himself, looking over at the girl. The screen started up again and all the genin watched for the next set of names. The next name displayed was that of Rock Lee. Yes, it's finally my turn. I'm ready to let my youth spirit burn to its full potential. Guy-sensei, I will make you proud of me, Lee shouted looking at his sensei. Lee, you go and shock them with your greatness, you've made me proud already. Guy replied with tears in his eyes. Guy-sensei, Lee yelled with tears in his eyes as he opened his arms. Lee, Guy yelled as he opened his arms as well. Guy-sensei, Lee continued as he began to run to his sensei. Lee, Guy also continued as he began to run. Cut that out, you super fuzzy eyebrow freaks. Naruto yelled as he kicked Lee off the balcony, causing the boy to land right on his head. Naruto, are you trying to kill him? Sakura said in shock. No, but hopefully that bump on the head will wake him up and the next time he looks in the mirror he realizes how stupid he looks, Naruto replied as Lee got up and rubbed the bump on his head. It is all right, Naruto-kun, your fiery spirit overwhelmed you, Lee said, flashing his nice guy pose. Oh Lee, you're so forgiving, you make your sensei proud. Guy shouted with tears still pouring down his face. You guys make me want to vomit, Naruto said, slamming his head on the metal railing. Why are those two so weird? Hanabi asked Jiraiya. It's a disease, a rare and incurable disease. Thankfully, those two will never have any children and then next generation will be free of the terrible fuzzy eyebrows, Jiraiya replied to the young girl as the next name appeared on the board. The board read Kankuro. Damn, not him. He was the last guy the first wanted to fight. He's strong, he managed to almost defeat Gaara. He's a taijutsu specialist, which is something I'm not too good at. Out of the all opponents, Rock Lee and the Hyugas are the worst possible opponents for me. Well, screw that, I'm not in the mood, Kankuro thought to himself as he looked down at the battle area. I give up, Kankuro yelled down to Shikamaru. Kankuro, what the hell are you doing? Tamari yelled at her brother. I said I'm giving up. I'm not going down there and fighting that moron, I damn sure not getting Karasu all smashed up. You and I both know my weaknesses, and he's a taijutsu freak. It's not worth getting my ass kicked. If it were almost any other opponent I'd have no problem fighting, Kankuro said to his sister. I know, but still, I can't believe you're going to fail so easily, Tamari said. Who cares, I know how strong I am, and that won't change regardless of rank, Kankuro replied. Well, the winner is Rock Lee, Shikamaru said as Rock Lee hung his head down low. I didn't get to fight, Lee said, walking back up to the balcony. The screen began again and Hyuga Neji was the next name shown as the Hyuga walked down slowly holding his injured shoulder. Are you going to be alright, Neji? Naruto asked. I'm fine, Neji said. The screen showed the next name, a man from Hidden Cloud. He also was on the same team as the man who fought Tenten. His name was Radon Fuma, he was average-sized, with black hair and dark brown eyes. This will be interesting. So is your shoulder still hurting? Don't worry, I'll send you to your girlfriend momentarily, Fuma said to Neji. Quit talking, I'm in a bad mood, so prepare to be put down, Neji said to the man. You guys can start, Shikamaru said. Byakugan, Neji said, activating his bloodline's special ability. Fuma charged and Neji met the man and landed a punch to his face, sending him rocking back. Neji then spun around behind the man and landed several blows to his back and then kicked the man's legs out from under him, causing him to fall to his knees. Neji then spun back around and landed a kick right in the man's face, throwing the Cloud Nin to the ground. Your teammate really shouldn't have pissed me off. You'll have to pay in his place, Neji said with a smirk as he charged the man. Hakusho Rokuju Yansho. Neji began with the first two strikes. Nisho, Neji said, starting the attack. Yansho, Hachisho, Jurokusho, Sanjunisho, Rokuju Yansho. Neji yelled, finishing up with the final strike. Fuma began to fall, but Neji caught him. You Cloud have no honor. It's because of you I've suffered. You took everything from me once and then you tried to steal the woman I love from me. Neji yelled viciously as he continued to strike the man repeatedly with punches. I'll kill you. Neji prepared to strike the man in the chest with his palm that was fully charged with his chakra. Neji, stop, Naruto said, jumping down and catching Neji's hand before it could deal the final blow. Naruto, don't you dare stop me, Neji yelled at his friend. What will killing him do? Will it bring the past back? Naruto yelled. Tenten is in the hospital waiting for you to comfort her. How the hell can you be so selfish? You should be heading over there as soon as the fight is finished instead of thinking about meaningless revenge. Naruto yelled at the boy, hoping he'll wake up. Neji stopped and let the Cloud Nin fall. The winner is Hyuga Neji, Shikamaru announced. You're right, Naruto, I owe you once again, Neji said with a light smile. Now go see her, and tell her I said I was thinking about her, Naruto said. Okay, see you later, Neji said, walking off. Jutsu list. Suiten, Mizukuho Bakua, Water Style, Water Expulsion Blast. Daichi Reikotageki no Jutsu, Ground Lightning Shock Jutsu. Chapter 37. Prelims end. Your opponent is announced. The genin that remained, 4 from Konoha, 3 from Cloud, and 2 from Stone, all watched the active board select the next names. Akina, the girl from Hidden Cloud, was next to battle. Her opponent, who was from Hidden Stone, he had silver hair and golden eyes, and his name was Sagara Sojiro. You guys may begin, Shikamaru said, announcing the start of the match. Reikoken, Akina yelled as she created her lightning sword. That's an interesting sword you've got, do you mind if I test it? Sojiro asked as he performed several hand seals. Daichiken, Sojiro yelled as a sword formed in his hand. A sword of lightning faces off with a sword of earth. This should be fun, Sojiro said with a smirk as he attacked. The two swords collided. Akina and Sojiro showed their skills with a sword as they exchanged several attacks for several minutes. Both fighters were unable to get the upper hand. Your ability is quite impressive. Shut up, you're already starting to annoy me, Akina told the confident man as the two prepared to face off again. Sojiro's earth sword disappeared as he formed several hand seals and attacked again. Doden, Doryuden, Sojiro yelled as a dragon formed from out of the ground and started firing several blasts at the Cloud Nin. Akina tried to deflect the attacks, but the first couple of earth missiles shatter her sword and the rest of the attacks hit her, sending her flying to ground. Well, it's over now, Sojiro confidently said as he turned his back on the girl. Not yet, it isn't, Akina proclaimed as she bit her finger and performed the seals of boar, dog, bird, monkey, and ram. Akina then slammed her hand on the ground. Kuchio's number jutsu, Akina yelled as she summoned her animal. Sojiro was barely able to jump back and avoid the attempt to bite his arm off as the animal stopped beside Akina. You summoned a lion, Sojiro said in shock. You're bright, aren't you? Akina said sarcastically. Akina and her summoned lion circled around Sojiro. Akina recreated her lightning sword and attacked. Sojiro dodged the sword attack but received several slashes in both his back and chest from the lion. Akina then stabbed the man in his gut as the sword pierced all the way through him. Sojiro coughed up blood. I give up, Sojiro said, falling to his knees. Akina pulled the sword out of his gut and then let both her summoned animal and her sword disappeared as she began to walk away. Your winner is Akina, Shikamaru announced. She won, and rather impressively, Naruto said happily. She hasn't attacked him after the match was declared over either. I knew she wasn't like the other Cloud Nins, Naruto thought to himself. The board displayed the next names. The first one was Hyuga Hinata. Her opponent was the final member of the Stone team, a girl with dark blue hair and green eyes. Her name was Muto Subaru. You two can begin whenever, Shikamaru said while yawning. Byakugan, Hinata announced as she activated her blood ability and got into her familiar fighting stance. A Hyuga, this should be interesting. I've always wanted to fight a Hyuga or an Uchiha. I guess I'll get my wish, Subaru said as she pulled out a kunai for each hand and attacked by trying to strike the Hyuga girl with the kunai. Hinata easily dodged the attacks and spun around the girl. Subaru pulled out several more kunai and fired them all at the girl. Hinata quickly countered by beginning to spin as she expelled her chakra. Kaden, Hinata yelled, deflecting the kunai. Hinata stopped and watched as Subaru finished performing a set of hand seals and then placed her hands on the ground. Doden, Kekai Dorotomu. Subaru created a dome of solid earth that surrounded and imprisoned Hinata in it. I got you, and now you're mine, Subaru said with a confident smile. That move, Hinata-chan, Naruto yelled. The technique absorbs your chakra, you've got to get out quickly. Naruto continued to yell. Shut up, she'll never be able to break out of my earth prison. This technique is quite a high-level jutsu, my father happens to be a very important person in Stone Village and he taught it to me. It's never been broken, Subaru said aloud for all to hear. I've got to get out of this jutsu. I can't lose here, Hinata said as she thought of a plan. Hinata then bit her finger and performed hand seals and slammed her hand on the ground. Kuchio's number jutsu, Hinata yelled, as Subaru was shocked to see her prison break open and emerging from it was a giant toad about the size of an elephant. What, that's impossible. Nobody can break my jutsu. Subaru yelled in shock as Hinata jumped from atop the giant toad. The toad then dispelled having severed his purpose. It would seem that you're mine now, Hinata said showing a hint of confidence. Hakusho Rokuju Yansho, Hinata yelled as she attacked and struck all 64 Tenketsu points. Subaru dropped to the ground and went unconscious. The winner is Hyuga Hinata, Shikamaru announced. That was great Hinata-chan. Naruto yelled to his love, Hinata smiled back up at the boy. Then she turned to face her defeated opponent. I'm sorry, I hope I didn't hurt you too much, Hinata said with a slight bow. Hinata then returned to the balcony to be with her friends. Hinata-ne-san, that was great. You looked really cool, Hanabi said to her sister. Thank you Hanabi, Hinata replied as her opponent was carried off. The board was active once again, this time revealing the name of Haruno Sakura. The pink-haired genin walked down to the fighting area. Sakura-chan, do your best. Naruto yelled. Sakura-san, let your fiery passion overwhelm you, and show them your burning spirit. Lee also yelled to the girl. The next name was revealed. He was a fairly tall man, with dark hair and dark eye. He was the other member of Akina's team, his name was Sanjuro Kisho. You two may begin, Shikamaru said as the two fighters took stance and prepared to fight. Meanwhile, a certain raven-haired boy left his estate and two Anbu appeared before him. Your suspension is over. We shall no longer be stationed here, an Anbu member said to the boy. Okay, sorry for making you go through the hassle of having to watch over me, the boy replied. If you truly mean that, then just do Konoha proud and never pull a stunt like that again. The Anbu member said. I won't, don't you worry. Thanks to my brother, I've been able to see what is truly important, the boy said smiling as he walked off. Sakura, I wonder how you're doing, the boy thought to himself, as the fight was beginning and Sakura fired several kunai and then charged in. Kisho dodged the attack and then landed a boot to the gut of the attacking girl. Then, with a smirk he backhanded the girl. Kisho then punched Sakura right in the face. Kisho punched the girl in the gut 3 times and then kicked her in the head. Sakura fell to her knees, as the man grabbed her by the hair and pulled her back up and fired another right hand into her face sending her to the ground. Sakura-chan, Naruto yelled looking on. I can't fight this guy. He's too strong. I'm still too weak. Sasuke-kun, if only you were here. Sasuke-kun, the pink-haired girl thought to herself. Sasuke the boy in question stopped dead in his tracks, as he was about to enter Naruto's home away from home. What was that weird feeling? Sasuke thought to himself as his head instinctively turned to face where the entrance to the Forest of Death could be found. Sasuke-kun. His name rung in his ears, somebody was calling for him. Sasuke suddenly shuddered as he realized who was calling his name. She'd better be alright, Sasuke said as he began to take off. Sakura on the other hand wasn't faring too well. She was receiving the beating of her life. Her opponent had yet to use a single jutsu on her, instead he seemed to be getting pleasure out of beating her senseless. The only time Kisho had stopped punching her was when he decided to cut her with a kunai. Sakura was now bleeding from her face, nose, back, gut, and various other areas. Sakura-chan, just give up so the match can end. Naruto screamed, as he crushed the railing he was gripping in anger. Naruto had yet to realize that Sakura was no longer able to say anything. She had gone unconscious. That's enough, this fight is over, Shikamaru said to the boy. Good, then I can have some extra fun. Kisho began to beat Sakura even more as if the announcement of the fight ending was the start of something. Naruto watched on in horror, his anger was about to explode when suddenly he snapped back into reality by the sound of Akina's voice. Stop it Kisho. This is madness. She's not even conscious anymore. Akina screamed to her teammate at the top of her lungs. What the hell are you doing, Akina? Her teammate Cray asked. Shut up Cray, you and I both know this is uncalled for, Akina told him. Shut up Akina. You know I kill all my opponents. I just wasn't done playing yet, but since you've ruined my fun, I guess I'll end it. Kisho yelled back to his teammate. Stop it you bastard, Naruto yelled, as he was about to hop over the rail. The doors to the tower suddenly fly off their hinges and Kisho, who was standing over Sakura about to attack again, found himself colliding with a nearby wall. A flash of black was all that could be seen for a moment as the person in question stopped beside the fallen girl. He looked down at her with sorrow in his eyes as if he wanted to shed tears. Who the hell are you? Kisho asked, slowly walking back over to where Sakura lay unconscious. The boy turned his head slightly, his black eyes turned red and anger spread rapidly across his face. Uchiha Sasuke, the boy replied. An Uchiha, man, am I lucky or what? Kisho said happily. Now you're an opponent worthy of killing, Kisho said, noticing the boy was ignoring him as he stared down at Sakura. Stop ignoring me. If you don't, I'll kill that little whore of yours, Kisho said. Sasuke heard those words, went berserk. Die! Sasuke screamed as chakra began to form in his hand as he charged at top speed. Chidori! Sasuke screamed as he approached the now frightened man. He's too fast. I can't avoid his attack, I'll be killed. Kisho thought to himself as suddenly Sasuke stopped. His hand was only a few inches away from his chest. Kisho regained his composure and saw Kakashi holding the boy's arm. Kurenai had her arms around his waist, and Guy had his arms around him from the back. Shikamaru also had a hold of Sasuke's shadow with his jutsu, and despite being restrained by the Junin and the shadow user, Sasuke was still trying to shove his Chidori into the man's chest. Kakashi and the others were shocked as they found themselves having a hard time holding the Uchiha boy back. Shikamaru was equally shocked that he was unable to move his body and that he was struggling just to hold the jutsu in place. Let me go. Let me kill him, Sasuke screamed. Sasuke, calm down now, you just got off probation, you'll be put back on it if you don't stop. Kakashi yelled, trying to calm the boy down. Yes, you should take care of that weak, pathetic bitch of yours, Kisho said with a smile. Damn you, I don't care, nobody hurts Sakura and lives, Sasuke yelled, but then suddenly Sasuke was shocked as Kisho went flying by him and through the wall by the force of a punch that Naruto landed to his jaw. Sasuke relaxed his arms, the Junin let go, and Shikamaru released his jutsu. They were all now looking at an extremely angry Naruto who was surging with chakra. Naruto! Sasuke managed to spit out, still looking on in shock. Damn him! Naruto yelled, wanting to go find the Cloud Nin. His fangs and claws had grown and his hair was standing on ends. The entire building was filled with a rather large killing intent that sent chills down everyone's spines. Akina looked on in horror at the boy as she began to have flashbacks of a certain dream that had been plaguing the blonde boy. The girl had the image of those fierce red, cat-like eyes from the dream piercing her mind, forcing her to her knees as she began to hold her head. Naruto, calm down, Sasuke said, placing his hand on the boy's shoulder, and almost instantly the killer intent vanished and the boy returned to normal. Sorry, I was losing it a bit there, Naruto said, rubbing the back of his head. Sakura-chan, she's hurt pretty bad, Naruto said. I'll take care of her, she's always done it for me. It's my turn now, Sasuke said, scooping the unconscious girl into his arms. I apologize for the interruption, Sasuke said aloud as he raced off to Konoha Hospital. I've got an announcement to make, Shikamaru said, getting everyone's attention. Sakura was indeed defeated, but Kisho, I've decided, will also be disqualified for disobeying my orders to stop after I had called the match. So if that bastard ever wakes up, please tell him he lost as well, Shikamaru said to the group. Before I forget, I also want to announce that the next match is the last match, so if your name doesn't appear on the board then you don't have to fight. You'll get an automatic victory into the main matches, Shikamaru told the group, as the board became active again. The first name showed that the final Cloud Nin will be fighting, and his opponent just happened to be Uzumaki Naruto. Tamari, your luck is as good as ever, Kankuro said to his sister. Well, Tamari is the one who advances automatically. When you two are ready, you may begin fighting, Shikamaru said. I'm not in a good mood, so forgive me if I make this quick, Naruto said as he suddenly created almost 50 clones of himself. The clones surrounded the Cloud Nin, who began to sweat, as he knew what's coming. The Naruto clones all attacked at once, beating the poor Cloud Nin into the ground. Uzumaki! 4 of Naruto's clones shouted as they kicked the battered ninja into the air. Naruto Renden! Naruto yelled, delivering the final blow as the ninja crashed hard into the ground. Naruto is the winner of this match, Shikamaru announced, and Tsunade, who had been watching all this time, stepped forward. I just want to congratulate everyone who won their matches, and once again I'm not good at long and boring speeches, so I'd rather just find out who will be fighting who in the main matches, Tsunade said as Shizune walked up carrying a box. I'm sure you all know what to do, Tsunade said, as Shizune walked up to each person and they drew a piece of paper out of the box. Okay, now what did you guys draw? Shizune asked. I drew number 1, Tamari said. I drew number 3, Rock Lee announced. I drew number 4, Naruto said. I am number 5, Gaara said. I'm number 2, Kray said. I'm number 9, Hinata told the older ninja. I'm number 7, Akina said. So I guess that Neji, Kiba, and Tenten are the only 3 left. Kurenai and Guy may draw for their students, Tsunade said as Guy and then Kurenai drew a number for Neji and then for Kiba. Tenten's number is 10, Guy said giving his nice guy pose. Neji is number 6 and Kiba is number 8, Kurenai said. Okay, so this is how the matches will look, Tsunade said taking a deep breath. The first match will have Tamari fighting Seidu Kray. The second match will be Rock Lee facing Uzumaki Naruto. The third fight is between Hyuga Neji and Gaara. The fourth fight is Akina taking on Inuzuka Kiba. The fifth and final fight in the first round will be Hyuga Hinata taking on Tenten. The winner of the Neji and Gaara fight will be the one who gets to automatically advance. If you don't like it then you can choose to leave. You will all have 1 month to train, so train hard and be ready to show everyone all your skills, Tsunade said. You guys can all go now, Tsunade said dismissing the group. Jutsu list. Daichiken, Earth Sword. Doden Kekai. Doridomu, Earth Release Barrier, Dungeon Chamber of Nothingness. Chapter 38. The Fight Up Ahead. Training to be the best. Congratulations, it's a boy. The image of the dream caused a certain blonde-haired girl to toss and turned in her sleep. Congratulations, it's a girl. The doctor said in the dream as the girl continued to toss and turn and moan in her sleep. The images suddenly turned black once again and a set of piercing red, cat-like eyes can be seen. Ni-san, Ni-san, Ni-san help me. Ni-san, Akina yelled as she sat up in her bed. The girl wiped the sweat from her brow. Why in the hell do I keep having this dream? It started when I first found out I was coming to Konoha for the Chunin exam. Those red eyes, they look like the same eyes that boy has. I should talk with him. The girl from Hidden Cloud was not the only one who had awoken from the dream. Naruto's eyes shot open. The boy lay awake in the bed. Naruto tried to move his left arm only to feel something strange and soft. Squish, squish. Naruto repeated the sound he heard when he tried to squeeze whatever was in his left hand. Naruto squeezed again only to hear a slight moan. Naruto-kun. Someone moaned under her breath. Naruto turned his head to the left and temporarily freaked to see that his hand was in a place it shouldn't be. Naruto also noticed that Hinata, the love of his life, wasn't moving much even after his accidental brush with her chest. Naruto then tried to move his right arm. His right arm seemed heavy. The boy turned his head to his right and saw Hinata's little sister Hanabi holding his arm and treating it like it was her teddy bear. Naruto smiled at the sight of the 2 sleeping girls and decided to wiggle free. Naruto did his usual morning routines and then decided to head out for some breakfast ramen. That damn dream again, it's been bothering the hell out of me. Why would I have such a dream? Naruto asked himself. Naruto arrived at Ichiraku's only to be greeted by Jiraiya. Hey brat, I thought I'd be able to catch you if I waited here, Jiraiya said to the boy. What do you want, Ero Sennin? You're usually still passed out from drinking too much at this time, Naruto said to the older man. Naruto, I need to talk to you, Jiraiya said to the boy. So talk already, Naruto said. Naruto, I need you to pack your bags and get ready to go. We're going to leave Konoha for some training, Jiraiya told the boy. What the hell do you mean we're leaving for training? Have you forgotten that I only have a month to train before the main matches begin? Naruto asked. Don't worry moron, we'll be back the day before the exam begins. I need you to get ready so we can go, Jiraiya told the boy. Okay, let me get some ramen and I'll go tell Hinata-chan and we'll get Ino-chan and we'll go, Naruto said. No you don't brat, Ino is still in the hospital idiot. Hinata won't be coming either, Jiraiya said to the boy. But don't worry, someone is coming with us. Who do you plan on bringing then? Naruto asked. Gaara will be joining us, Jiraiya told him. What? Gaara might be my opponent, why is he coming to train with us? Naruto asked. Tsunade and I have developed a new technique we'd wish to try on him. We were going to use it on you first, but since you fused with Kyuubi, you don't need it. If the jutsu works, Gaara may have a better chance at living a normal life. The jutsu will allow Gaara to tap into Shukaku's power like how you could with the Kyuubi, Jiraiya told the boy. That's so awesome, how would it have worked on me? Naruto asked. That's simple, it would allow you to tap into the Kyuubi's power without the potential threat of the seal breaking and letting the Kyuubi free, Jiraiya said. So let's get ready to go, I've got to go tell Gaara. Go ahead and tell Gaara, but I won't leave until tomorrow, Naruto told the older man. Why not? Jiraiya asked. I've got friends in the hospital I'm going to visit, and I want to spend the day with Hinata-chan. If I won't see everyone for almost a whole month, then I'm going to at least take this day to see everyone, Naruto told his sensei. Well, I guess I'll allow it. Meet me at the North Gate tomorrow morning 8 o'clock sharp, Jiraiya said as he left the boy to enjoy his ramen. Training with Gaara. This should be interesting, Naruto said aloud. Naruto finished his ramen and returned home. Hinata had just finished her shower and had a towel wrapped around her when Naruto entered the room. The blonde boy blushed when he remembered what he did earlier. Hey Hinata-chan, after we visit the others in the hospital, I hope you don't mind spending the day with me, Naruto said to the girl. I'd love that, Naruto-kun, Hinata replied. Naruto-ni-san, Hinata-ne-san, Neji-ni-san never came home last night, Hanabi told the two as she entered the room. That doesn't surprise me, Tenten-chan is in the hospital. He spent the night there to be with her, Naruto told the girl. I see. Naruto-ni-san, Hinata-ne-san, I'm going to the Ninja Academy today to register, Ruruka-sensei said he'd show me around also, Hanabi told the two. That's great, Ruruka-sensei was a great sensei to learn from. You'll do great, Naruto said. Well, I'm going, Hanabi said leaving the room. Well, I'll let you get dressed, oh. And Hinata-chan, I'm sorry about this morning, Naruto said blushing as he rushed out of the room. Sorry for this morning, what did he mean by that? Hinata wondered as she got dressed. Hinata joined Naruto shortly at the front door and the two then headed toward Konoha Hospital. Naruto-kun, why'd you suddenly want to spend the day with me? Hinata asked the boy, breaking the silence. Do I really need to have a reason? Naruto asked. No, but with only a month to train before the main matches, I figured you'd already be training, Hinata said. Well, I spoke to Ero-sennin this morning, Naruto said to the girl. Oh, and what did Jiraiya-sensei say? Hinata asked. Well, apparently he's taking me and Gaara and we'll be leaving Konoha until the day before the exam. We're going to train, Naruto said quietly to the girl. Hinata fell silent as the two arrived at the hospital. The two entered the building and Hinata quickly checked the records. Kiba-kun has already checked out, I'm surprised, he was hurt pretty bad, Hinata said aloud. Sakura-san, Tenten-chan, and Ino-chan are all still here though. Who would you like to visit first? Hinata asked the blonde boy. I guess whoever the closest is, Naruto replied. We'll go see Tenten then, Hinata said as the two quietly walked down the halls of the hospital, and as they arrived at Tenten's room Hinata knocked softly and then entered the room. Naruto and Hinata found Tenten sleeping in her bed and Neji sitting by her bedside reading a book. Neji-ni-san, we've come to see how Tenten-chan is doing, Hinata told the boy, getting his attention. Hinata-sama, Naruto, it's good to see you. I'm glad you guys came, Neji said to them both. Tenten was awake last night. She went back to sleep shortly. The doctors are keeping her for a day or two to make sure she is well, Neji told them. Neji, have you heard who's fighting who yet? Naruto asked. No, I haven't, please tell me, Neji said. Well, Tamari-chan is fighting that Cray guy from Hidden Cloud. I'm fighting Fuzzy Brows after that, Naruto told the boy. I see, so you're fighting Lee. You'd better be careful. Lee is a very dangerous opponent, especially for you. Naruto, you tend to rush into things and against Lee that is very unwise, Neji told him. Yes, I know. Well, you've got it tougher, you'll be fighting Gaara, Naruto told Neji. I see. I'll need to prepare soon then, won't I? Neji said. Yes, and Ero-sennin is taking me and Gaara away to train until the day before the exam. We leave tomorrow morning, Naruto told him. Why is he taking Gaara? Neji asked. He and Tsunade-ne-chan created some jutsu they want to try and use on him to help him, Naruto said. Then I will truly be having a very difficult match, Neji said. Akina is fighting Kiba and that means Hinata will be fighting Tenten, Naruto told Neji. Hinata-sama must fight Tenten. Hinata-sama, you should train very soon. Tenten will be one of your toughest opponents. She trained with me on many occasions and she knows the secrets behind many of our attacks, especially Kaden, Neji told his cousin. I will begin training starting tomorrow, Hinata said to the boy. They continued to visit for several more minutes before they finally began to head to the next room. Let's go see Ino-chan now, Hinata said as they head over to Ino's room. Okay, I hope she's doing alright, Naruto replied. The two arrived at her room and enter. Ino turned her head and saw the two enter. Hey guys, how are you? Ino asked. We should be asking you the same thing, Naruto said. I'm fine. The doctors say I can leave in a day or two, Ino told them. Choji told me about the matches, Shikamaru personally came by and told him about who was fighting who, Ino said. Speaking of Choji, where is he? Naruto asked. He's off getting us something to eat. I don't like hospital food, so he went out to get us something, Ino told them. Ino-chan, as you don't mind, when you're better would you help me train? Hinata asked. Sure, if you really want a loser like me around, Ino replied sadly. You're not a loser, Ino-chan. That guy was just stronger, it could have happened to anyone, so don't beat yourself up just because you lost a fight. You've gotten so much stronger and I know you'll continue to get stronger, Naruto told the girl. Thanks Naruto-kun, Ino said with a smile. We'll let you rest, we still got to visit Sakura-chan, Hinata said, waving goodbye to her teammate as the two left and began down the hall toward Sakura's room. Sakura slowly began to awaken, the light shining brightly on the bed. Sakura's eyes opened to a sight she had never seen before. Sakura looked over to see Sasuke sleeping with his head down on the bed and his hand firmly grasping Sakura's. Sakura looked at the sleeping boy and smiled. Sasuke-kun looks even cuter when he's asleep than he does when he's awake, if that's even possible, the girl said, as the Uchiha boy began to awaken. Sasuke sat up and looked straight into the eyes of the pink-haired girl. Sasuke-kun, have you been here all this time? Sakura asked. I have, I couldn't leave. When I saw you in the condition you were in, I freaked out. I had a thought. A horrible thought. I thought I was going to lose you. That thought scared me. You and Naruto are the only reason why I'm here. If I had lost you, my reason would disappear, Sasuke said, staring straight into Sakura's eyes. Sasuke sat next to her as she sat up on the bed. You look better than you did last night. I'm relieved. Sasuke-kun, I'm sorry to have worried you, Sakura said. Don't be, as long as you're alright now, Sasuke said to the girl. I am fine, now that I know you're here, Sakura said, smiling. Sasuke leaned in close and the two shared a kiss. For Sasuke and Sakura, time stopped momentarily, that was until there was a knock at the door. Naruto and Hinata entered shortly after. Sakura-chan, are you alright? Naruto asked. I'm fine, Naruto. Sasuke-kun has been by my side, so of course I'm fine, Sakura said, smiling. That's good to hear, we were worried, Hinata said. Naruto, who are you fighting in the main matches? Sasuke asked. I'm fighting Fuzzy Brows, Naruto replied. You're fighting Lee-san? Sakura asked. Yes, and I can't wait. It should be an awesome fight, Naruto replied. Would you like me to help you train? Sasuke asked. I would, but I can't. Eros Sennin is taking me and Gaara and we're going to be gone until the day before the exam, Naruto told the Uchiha boy. Gaara, why is he taking Gaara? Sasuke asked. I'm not totally sure myself, he just said something about using a new jutsu on Gaara to help him live a more normal life, Naruto replied. Naruto, be careful, Sakura said. Thanks Sakura-chan, I will, Naruto said as he and Hinata visited for a while longer and then left. The two ended up at Ichiraku's for lunch. I'm glad to see everyone is alright, Hinata said. Yes, I am too. The girls got hurt pretty bad, so I was worried, Naruto said. Hinata-chan, you haven't said anything about me leaving. You're not mad at me, are you? Naruto asked. No, it's just so sudden. I don't like it that you won't be near me for almost a whole month. I hate it when you're not around, Hinata said. I know, I don't like it either, Naruto told the girl. But if it'll get me stronger, then I've got to do it. This will help me become closer to the title of Hokage. Naruto-kun, why did you apologize to me earlier this morning back at the apartment? Hinata asked the blonde, causing him to blush. Well, you see, I ended up touching something I shouldn't have. It was really soft and it went squish. Naruto paused, letting Hinata realize what he had done. The girl went beet red. I'm so sorry Naruto-kun, it's because I love when you're near that in my sleep I tend to cling to things, Hinata said. No, I'm the one apologizing, even though it was a really nice feeling, Naruto said, smiling, causing Hinata to blush even more. Naruto-kun, Hinata replied. The two spent the day enjoying each other's company. The next day came rather quickly. Naruto was getting ready to go as Jiraiya made his way up to the north gate. He quickly noticed the arrival of a certain blonde-haired Cloud Nin. Good morning, young lady, Jiraiya said to the girl. Good morning to you, Akina said back at Jiraiya. Where are you headed this morning? Jiraiya asked. I'm going to train for a while, and then I want to try and find someone, Akina said. Is it about your brother? Jiraiya asked with a sly smile on his face. What did you say? Akina yelled. There's no need to yell, oh, and don't worry. Your brother is here in Konoha, Jiraiya said. Akina turned to head toward him, but when she did so, Jiraiya was nowhere to be found. Damn, I've got to find that old man, Akina said as she ran back into the village. She stopped after running for about 15 minutes when saw Naruto walking toward her. Hello there, Akina-chan, Naruto said greeting her. I told you not to call me that, Akina replied. Sure, whatever you say Akina-chan, Naruto said smiling. Where are you going with that backpack? Akina asked. Eros Sennin is taking me out for training, I'm leaving now. I won't be back until the day before the exam, Naruto told the girl. I see. That's unfortunate. I had wished to speak to you about something. I guess it'll have to wait until after the Chunin exams, Akina said. Well, I must go train, Akina said leaving. That's a strange girl, Naruto said as he watched her leave. Naruto began to head toward the north gate, until he was suddenly greeted by the arrival of Gaara. Naruto, are you ready? Gaara asked. I sure am, when it comes to training, I'm always ready, Naruto said as the two arrived at the north gate and were greeted by Jiraiya. Okay, you two follow me, Jiraiya said as the three headed off through the forest and away from Konoha. Chapter 39. And. Chapter 40. Double Header Special. First round matches. The Supreme Ultra Awesome Battle. The weeks passed by fast. The boys returned later than expected. It was now the night before the matches were to begin. Naruto was at home resting and preparing for his first round match. Naruto-kun, shouldn't you be getting ready for bed? Hinata asked the boy. Yes, I know. I'm just really excited. Eros Sennin taught me a new jutsu and I can't wait to use it, Naruto told the girl. What kind of jutsu is it? Hinata asked. I'm not telling you, Naruto said with a sly smile. That's not fair Naruto-kun, Hinata said almost in a pouting type mood. Naruto, I'm going to go to bed. Good luck with your match against Lee, Neji said turning toward his bedroom. See you tomorrow and good luck with your match. You're seriously going to need it, Naruto said smiling as Neji entered his room and closed the door behind him. Naruto-kun, I'm glad you're back. I missed you so much, Hinata told the boy looking into his eyes lovingly. I missed you a lot as well. I'm sorry we got back so late. I was supposed to be back last night so that we could spend the whole day together, but we didn't finish our training until late, Naruto told her. Can you at least tell me what kind of training it was? Hinata asked. Well, it started as mainly training for Gaara, but I found out soon the real purpose of the training and then I also learned a new jutsu from Eros Sennin. It took me almost the entire time to master. It's a real pain in the ass, Naruto told the girl. Well, we should go to bed, we both have tough matches ahead tomorrow, Hinata told the boy. You should be fine against Tenten-chan. You've got ways to counter all her weapons, Naruto said. Yes, and since she's trained so much with Neji-ni-san, she's got ways of counter my counters, Hinata told Naruto. You'll be fine, Naruto said. Thank you Naruto-kun, Hinata said. The two went to bed and the day of the exam arrived quickly. The entire apartment awoke quite early in anticipation for the big event. Naruto-ni-san, I'm going to be watching you so you'd better win, Hanabi said to the blonde. I will win Hanabi-chan, Naruto replied. I want to give you good luck, Hanabi said. Really, how are you going to do that? Naruto asked. Well, bend down Naruto-ni-san, Hanabi told the boy. Okay, and then what? Naruto asked bending down only to receive a kiss on the cheek. Good luck Naruto-ni-san, Hanabi said blushing. Thanks Hanabi-chan, Naruto said smiling. Naruto and the Hyugas headed toward the arena. The group arrived and was greeted by many of their friends. Sakura, Ino, Choji, Shino, Shikamaru, Kankuro, and Sasuke were all there to watch the fights. Gaara, Temari, Tenten, Lee, and Kiba were also there. So are you all ready to watch me win? Kiba said confidently. In your dreams doggy breath. Naruto replied. Naruto, let's go, Gaara said to the boy. Okay, let's go guys. Hanabi you go with Ino-chan and the others, Naruto said as the young Hyuga joined the others and headed off to get seats. Naruto and the other fighters all entered through the fighters' entrance. When the group arrived to the area for the fights they noticed that Krei and Akina were already there. 1 hour passed and everyone was inside the stadium, the audience temporarily quieted down. Tsunade and Jiraiya were both up in the Hokage's booth along with Shizune and Genma. The Raikage and 2 of his men were there as well. The time neared for the first fight to begin and suddenly 2 figures arrived in the center of the fighting arena. They arrived in a puff of smoke. The first figure was a tall man, with a bowl haircut and thick eyebrows. He was wearing all green and flashing his famous nice guy pose. The other man was a silver-haired ninja with his head protector covering one eye. He however seemed busy reading a certain little orange book. Hello everyone, I hope your spirits both young and old are ready to burst in excitement. We shall not keep you waiting any longer. We need the first 2 fighters to enter so we can begin. Guy shouted to the crowd causing them to cheer. Seitu Krei from the Hidden Cloud Village entered the fighting arena. Good luck Temari-chan, Naruto shouted. Temari merely nodded, and then headed off into the fighting area. The first match is between Sasuke and Temari, you two may begin. Guy shouted as he and Kakashi both jumped off to the side so the two fighters could begin. Well, I guess I'll start things, Kray said, forming several hand seals. Sweden, Mizukojo Bakua, Kray shouted as a powerful blast of water burst from the ground and was aimed right at Temari. Temari smiled as she swung her huge fan, the water and wind attacks collided, cancelling each other out. Temari started swinging her fan with great speed. The wind attacks were all aimed straight at the Cloud Nin. Reikotoku, Kray yelled as barrier formed around him made of electricity, deflecting the wind attacks. You're not bad, Kray said as he fired several kunai. Temari immediately blocked the weapons with her fan. She turned to see Kray was gone. Temari, look out, Shikamaru shouted from the stands. Everyone sitting next to him looked on in shock. Daichi Reikotogeki no Jutsu, Kray shouted as he placed his hands on the ground and electricity began to shoot toward Temari. I won't fall for that, Temari yelled as she jumped into the air and began to ride her fan, avoiding all the electric attacks. Temari jumped, flipped and landed behind Kray. It looks like I got you, Temari said, smiling as she smashed Kray in the back with her giant metal fan. Kray went flying into the air and crashed hard into the ground. San number Hoshi, Temari yelled as she swung her fan, sucking him into the air and slashing his body. Kray fell and landed right on top of the fan. I win, Temari said, smiling. No, not quite, but you were entertaining, Kray said, shocking Temari. She turned her head to see Kray standing behind her as the Kray on her fan disappeared. A bunshin, Temari yelled in shock. Reiko Hando number Jutsu, Kray yelled as he grabbed Temari's shoulder and electricity began to shoot through his hand, viciously shocking Temari, causing her to scream. Kray let go and Temari dropped to the ground. Guy immediately checked on Temari's condition to find that she went unconscious. Temari is unable to battle, Seidu Kray is the winner, Guy announced, causing the crowd to roar. Shikamaru jumped down and ran over to Temari. Shikamaru jumped down. That's so not like him, Naruto said, noticing the Chunin picking up the unconscious girl and carrying her out. Well, what do you expect, he loves the girl, Tenten said to Naruto. It's just weird seeing Shikamaru do anything out of the ordinary, that's all I'm saying, Naruto said. Naruto-kun, it's about time for our battle, Lee said to the boy. Yes, and don't take it personally when I win, Naruto said, smiling. If you defeat me, I won't, however I believe I'll be the one winning this match, Lee said in return. We'll see, fuzzy brows, Naruto replied as Guy and Kakashi prepared to announce the next match. Kakashi, it's your turn to announce the next match, Guy said to his rival. Oh, right, I do have to do that, don't I? Kakashi asked, even though you could tell he wasn't very interested in anything other than his precious book. So get on with it, Kakashi, Guy said, getting rather impatient. Kakashi walked slowly to the center of the fighting area and with his face still in the book, he began to announce the next match. The next fighters get down here or something, Kakashi said. This match is between little Guy, Ops. I mean Rock Lee and a loudmouth idiot, Ops. I meant Uzumaki Naruto, Kakashi said as the two fighters entered. Now it's time for Konoha's great Azure Beast to take flight, Lee said aloud. Great, make me proud, Lee, Guy shouted from the sidelines. Kakashi-sensei, are you even going to watch the match? Naruto asked, looking at his sensei, whom wasn't even paying attention. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto yelled, causing the Junin to look up from his book. Did you say something, Naruto? Are you quitting already? Kakashi asked. No, you idiot, pay attention to our match, Naruto screamed at his former sensei. You two can begin whenever, Kakashi said as he leapt out of the way while he still read his book. Okay, it's time to fight, Naruto-kun, Lee said. I'm coming for you, fuzzy brows, Naruto said as he began to charge at the boy. Konoha Reppuo, Lee said, going for his sweeping attack. Not this time, fuzzy brows, Naruto said, jumping over the attack. Lee stopped his spin from the attack, used his hands as a brace and pushed upward, trying to land a kick to Naruto's jaw. Naruto dodged the attack, but the air pressure from the move managed to cut Naruto's face. What's this? I got cut even though I evaded the attack. I see, he's been training even harder. The force from his attacks do enough damage as is, but even if you manage to dodge, if you're only dodging with a narrow margin, you'll still get inflicted with wounds. That Lee is truly a taijutsu master, Naruto thought to himself as he hopped back and performed one of his signature moves. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Naruto yelled, producing 5 clones. The clones charged at Lee. Konoha Senpuu, Lee yelled as he took out all the clones easily. Naruto-kun, you'll have to do much better than that to defeat me, Lee said confidently with a smile. Naruto-kun has seen my attacks before, I imagine catching him with any of my major attacks will prove rather difficult, but he isn't perfect and makes mistakes quite easily. I'll have to wait for those moments to deliver my high-impact moves, Lee thought to himself as he watched for Naruto's next move. Come on fuzzy brows, it's your turn to make a move, Naruto called out to the boy. Very well Naruto-kun, though you may not like it, Lee said. He began to take off his weights. Oh no, this could be a problem, Naruto said aloud as Lee suddenly vanished and then reappeared in Naruto's face. Lee delivered a backhand that threw Naruto. The blonde quickly grabbed onto the ground with his claws, forcing him to come to a stop as Lee charged up and landed a kick to the back of his head, sending him flying in the other direction again. Naruto continued to take several attacks like these for several minutes until Lee came to a stop, and began to unwrap the bandages around his hands. Naruto knew what was coming as he staggered to his feet. Naruto, stay away from him, you know what attack is coming. Sasuke yelled from the stands. Go Naruto ni-san, Hanabi yelled. Naruto, you'd better win. Ino also yelled as Lee charged with his speed and kicked Naruto into the air. I've got you now Naruto-kun. Omit Renge, Lee said as the bandages wrapped around Naruto. Lee then grabbed the boy and began his downward spin as they collided with the ground. Lee jumped from out of the dust cloud that he formed from his attack. Lee was winded from the attack, but he could still continue to fight. The dust cloud cleared and Naruto was lying unconscious on the ground. I'm very disappointed in you Naruto-kun, Lee said looking sad, but the crowd shouted in shock as Naruto suddenly disappeared in a puff of smoke. Are you sure you're disappointed in me Lee? Naruto asked from behind as he leapt in the air and was going to deliver a punch to the boy. Yes, I'm sure. I'm disappointed because you thought I was stupid enough to believe that my Omit Renge was enough to defeat you, Lee said as he spun to counter Naruto. Konoha Senpuu, Lee shouted as his attack fired Naruto back. The blonde collided and began to roll. His body stopped, and the boy began to stagger to his feet. It would seem that fighting someone like me is your weak point, Lee said to the blonde. Don't count me out yet, fuzzy brows. Naruto said confidently. Doden, Daichibarika no Jutsu. Naruto said with both hands touching the ground, causing the ground to split open in an attempt to make Lee fall in. Lee jumped to avoid the attack. Naruto jumped into air and formed a bright purple ball in his right hand. I got you, Naruto yelled, as he was about to land his favorite attack. First gate, open, Lee said as he suddenly managed to escape the attack from Naruto. Second gate, open, Lee said as he charged and landing a forceful elbow to Naruto's gut, causing him to go flying as Lee began his charge. Third gate, open, Lee said as he sent Naruto upward. Fourth gate, open, Lee said as he began batting Naruto around, delivering several quick and fierce attacks that the boy couldn't possibly dodge. Now to finish this, fifth gate, open. Lee landed the final blow of the attack as the two began heading into the ground at an incredible speed. Ura Renge, Lee shouted as Naruto crashed in the ground, forming a huge crater, as Lee landed in the crater beside Naruto. Lee dropped to his knees and began to breathe heavily. I've done it, I beat Naruto-kun, Lee said in his weakened state, looking over at the broken blonde's body. Naruto-kun, Hinata shouted with concern for the man she loved. Kage Bunshin Debakua, the Naruto in the crater said before suddenly exploding and catching Lee in the blast. The weakened Lee was thrown harshly into the air when a fist to the face from Naruto met him. Lee crashed into the ground and immediately tried to stand. Naruto raced over to Lee as he formed another purple ball in his hand. Sorry Lee, but I can't lose here, Naruto yelled, charging in and shoving the ball into Lee's gut. Rasengan. The attack fired Lee into the nearest wall. The force of the attack managed to crack the wall and send Lee to the ground. The winner is Uzumaki Naruto, Kakashi said, still reading his book. The tired blonde boy limped his way back up to where the rest of the fighters were. You were impressive Naruto. You beat Lee by forcing him to defeat himself with his own special moves, Neji said looking at the boy. I barely escaped, so don't be too impressed, Naruto said, still panting hard. I got lucky and that's all, Naruto said as the medics began to attend to Lee as Guy stood near his student bawling like a baby. Several minutes passed, and after Guy finally settled down from watching his precious Lee be carried off, the Junin was finally ready to announce the start of the next match. Before I announce the next match, I'd like to announce a change in the order of the matches, Guy began to explain to the crowd. What is a super fuzzy brow talking about? Naruto asked. The next match was originally supposed to be Gaara taking on Hyuga Neji, but that match has been pushed back and will be the final match of the first round. The winner of that match will automatically be in the finals, so the Hokage-sama has decided to make it our last first round match. Guy told the crowd, getting a chorus of sighs and boos. The next match will have Akina facing Inuzuka Kiba, Guy announced as the two fighters made their way into the fighting area. Let's do this Akamaru, Kiba said to his dog. Akamaru barked in response. The match may begin, Guy shouted as he jumped out of the way. Take this dog boy, Akina yelled as she fired kunai at Kiba. I don't think so, Kiba said as he jumped into the air and began his attack. Suga! Kiba yelled as he spun toward Akina. The blonde girl quickly dodged and pulled out several shurikens and was about to attack until Akamaru jumped up and bit her left arm. Damn! Akina yelled in pain as Kiba approached and landed his attack. Akina managed to partial dodge the attack, the result threw Akina up into the air and sent her crashing into the ground. This is pretty easy, Kiba said confidently as he pets Akamaru. I'm not through yet, Akina said standing up. Somehow, this scene is familiar, Kiba said as he reached into his pouch and pulled out 2 solitaire pills. Here Akamaru, eat this, Kiba said tossing a solitaire pill into Akamaru's mouth and then eating one himself. Akamaru's fur turned red and he jumped onto Kiba's back. Jujin Bunshin, Kiba yelled as Akamaru turned into Kiba. I see, so he works closely with his pet and that's what makes him so tough, Akina observed as her 2 opponents got ready to attack. Kiba quickly tossed a smoke bomb at Akina. The bomb released a cloud of smoke around Akina. They're going to attack me from all sides, I have to be careful, Akina said preparing herself by pulling out a kunai. Gatsuga! Kiba yelled as he and Akamaru attacked. The 2 attacks collided into Akina who was unable to see which direction the attacks were coming from. Kiba clawed her chest and Akamaru clawed her back sending pain shooting throughout her body causing her to scream as she was thrown into the air and then came crashing down with the ground. The smoke began to fade as Kiba and Akamaru stood waiting for the outcome to be decided. Akina was staggering to her feet once again and with determination in her eyes, she looked straight at Kiba. You won't beat me that easily you stupid bastard. Akina yelled at Kiba. This really is familiar. It kind of reminds me of the fight I had with Naruto. This girl kind of looks like Naruto as well, Kiba said. Hey, can I ask you something? Kiba asked the girl. What do you want? Akina asked. Do you have any siblings? Kiba asked. Yes, even though I've never met him, I have an older brother, why do you ask? Akina replied. No reason, you just remind me of someone, Kiba said with a smirk. That's all. Stop wasting my time, Akina yelled impatiently. Yes, they are definitely similar, Kiba said as he and Akamaru attacked again. Gatsuga. Damn, it's that attack again. Well, it won't get me again, Akina said as she performed several hand seals. Reikoken. Akina yelled as a lightning sword emerged in her hand. Akina quickly slashed Kiba in the back and then spun and managed to slash Akamaru as he attacked. Kiba and Akamaru landed rather awkwardly on the ground. The attack forced Akamaru to transform back into his normal self. Akamaru, she broke the jutsu, Kiba said to his dog. I see this is why she's gotten as far as she has. She can also summon lions, which will be a problem for us as well. If you're not attacking, then I guess it's my turn. Akina yelled as she charged and began to make several slashing attacks in an attempt to slash Kiba. Kiba was having a hard time dodging between the attacks and dealing with his own injury, which was slowing him down slightly. Akamaru jumped into the air and struck the girl in the gut like a ball throwing the girl back slightly and causing her to grab her stomach. Kiba then charged and landed a hard punch to the girl's face knocking her to the ground. Well, I guess me and Akamaru are going to have to make this a little more interesting for you, Kiba said as Akamaru jumped on Kiba's head. Jinju Kandi, Sudaro. Kiba yelled as he and Akamaru combined and formed a giant double-headed wolf. Damn, Akina managed to yell as she dodged the first swipe from the giant beast. Then the beast attempted to bite the girl as he brought the heads down toward her at a fierce speed. Akina pulled out several kunai and fired them at Kiba who swatted the kunai away and plowed his head into the ground as Akina managed to dodge by jumping over the attacking monster. Akina landed and was immediately met by another attempt at swiping her. Damn, I can't do anything. I can barely dodge let alone come up with an effect plan of attack. What am I going to do? Akina wondered as she continued to dodge. Meanwhile, Naruto and the others looked on at the fight. Kiba and Akamaru turned into that thing. I can't believe how strong Kiba's gotten, Naruto said. Kiba's actually stronger than this, he just gets a little carried away sometimes, Neji replied. Kiba-kun has always been amazing, Hinata said. Don't count out Akina-chan yet though, for some reason I think she can win, Naruto told the 2 Hyugas. Are you serious? Neji asked looking rather shocked. Yes, of course I'm serious, Naruto replied as they continued to watch the battle. Garuga. Kiba yelled as the beast began to spin violently and attack the girl. Akina managed to dodge once again but the force of Kiba hitting the ground threw the girl. I can't keep this up and if that attack hits me, I'm as good as dead. I've got to come up with a plan, Akina said as she pulled out 4 smoke bombs and tossed them. A large amount of smoke covered the field as the girl now began to pull out several kunai. Kiba and Akamaru still in their beast form now stood in the middle of the fighting area, looking to see if they could spot the Cloud Nin. Their attention was caught as a kunai flew by their feet and missed doing nothing but striking the ground several feet away. What is that girl doing? Kiba wondered to himself, as the process was repeated for several minutes as kunai flew by the giant beast's feet. The kunai seemed to be coming from all sides, but every single kunai attack missed and instead landed a few feet away. The smoke began to fade and Akina was once again visible. The girl was showing a rather proud smirk that made Kiba wonder. The beast was about to attack and stopped when he felt his foot touch something. Kiba looked down to see his foot touch a wire that was tied around one of the kunai Akina had thrown. After examining the field, all the kunai that were thrown had a wire tied and a very impressive web of wires lay before the beast. Good try, but wire isn't going to hold me back when Akamaru and I are in this from. Kiba yelled down at the girl who was still wearing that same smirk. You're an idiot, you know that right? Akina said to the boy as she performed several hand seals. Reikousenhara number jutsu. Akina yelled as the wires suddenly began to shoot off sparks of electricity. Kiba had no time to dodge as the electricity shot up his legs and throughout his body, causing him to scream as the jutsu broke and he and Akamaru came crashing down hard into the ground. The two lay motionless on the ground as Guy made his way over to check on the boy. After checking out the situation, it was revealed that Kiba was unconscious. Your winner is Akina from Hidden Cloud, Guy announced, causing the crowd to cheer as a medical team made their way over to the fallen ninja. I can't believe it, Kiba lost, Neji said in disbelief. I told you she could win, Naruto said smiling. So Hokage-sama, what do you think of my shinobi? The older Raikage said to Tsunade. I believe both of them are quite impressive, I'm especially interested in the girl, Tsunade said to the older man. Akina reminds me of someone very special from Konoha, Tsunade said smiling. What did she mean by that? I hope she isn't catching on. She mustn't discover the relationship between Akina and Konoha, the Raikage thought to himself as the two leaders looked down as the next match was about to be announced. Kakashi slowly walked toward the center of the fighting arena, his face was still buried in a certain orange book. The next match is between Tenten and Hyuga Hinata of Konoha. Please come down to the fighting area so we may begin, Kakashi managed to say between flipping the pages of his book. Tenten and Hinata both walked down to the arena together. Good luck Hinata-chan, Tenten said to the girl. Yes, good luck Tenten, Hinata replied as the both stood opposite to each other. Kakashi stood in the middle to announce the start of the match. You both know the rules, you may begin, Kakashi said as he moved back, signaling the beginning of the fight. Tenten immediately drew two kunai. Byakugan, Hinata said, activating her blood limit as the kunai came flying in at her. Hinata pulled out a kunai and deflected both kunai as she charged at her opponent. Tenten began jumping away as she fired in more kunai, forcing the Hyuga girl to dodge and deflect the attacks. I'm not letting you get too close. I'm not that stupid, Tenten said as she pulled out several shuriken as well as kunai and fired them all in at the Hyuga girl. Kaden, Hinata yelled as she began to spin rapidly as she expelled her chakra, catching the weapons and deflecting them all. Hinata came to a stop and was surprised to see Tenten approaching at top speed. Tenten jumped into the air and flipped over the girl's head and fired a kunai at Hinata, who was unable to dodge, but managed to maneuver enough so that the kunai didn't strike her spine, but instead hit her right shoulder. You were careless Hinata-chan, you should know better. I helped Neji-kun train while he was learning Kaden, I know how to escape and counter the move, Tenten said as Hinata turned to face the girl after pulling the kunai out. Hinata fired the kunai, which Tenten sidestepped. Hinata charged at the girl and made several attempts to hit the girl's tenketsu points. Tenten was carefully watching and dodging all the attempts. Tenten managed to spin down and around the Hyuga girl and landed a kick to the back of Hinata's head. Hinata was temporarily staggered, which gave Tenten enough time to pull out her two scrolls and set them parallel to each other. Tenten performed several hand seals and then leapt into the air. Sushoryu, Tenten yelled as she began firing weapon after weapon down at the Hyuga girl. Hinata during this recovered and saw the weapons that about to strike her. Hinata quickly took a familiar pose and began her counter. Hakusho, Rokuju Yansho, Hinata yelled as she began striking the weapons using the attack much like she would against an opponent's tenketsu. That's kind of impressive, but did you forget about the second part? Tenten yelled as she lifted all the weapons back into the air with a wave of her hands, revealing that the weapons were all attached to wires that Tenten could easily control as she once again forced the weapons down upon the girl. Kaden, Hinata yelled once again, performing the technique and deflecting as Tenten landed gracefully. Tenten once again fired in more kunai, which Hinata avoided and immediately began to charge at Tenten. Hinata-chan, you were careless again, Tenten said with a smile as she pulled a kunai and cut a wire that was attached to her finger. The wire was so thin that it blended in with the surrounding. Hinata was shocked as she noticed the kunai she dodged again attack her once again from the back. She was unable to dodge and was stabbed in the back by all 10 kunai. Hinata quickly dropped to the ground. Hinata-chan, Naruto yelled down in concern for his love. I'm sorry Hinata-chan, but I wasn't about to lose, Tenten said looking down at the fallen girl. I'm sorry to Tenten-chan, but I can't lose either. Tenten was shocked to hear Hinata's voice as the fallen Hinata turned into a log. What? Kawarimi no jutsu, when did you have time to do that? Tenten yelled in shock as not 1, 2, but 6 Hinatas appeared around the weapons master. Kage Bunshin no jutsu, Tenten said again in shock as the clones took the same stance as Hinata. Hakusho, Rokuju Yansho, Hinata and her clones all yelled in unison. Nisho, a clone yelled as she struck Tenten and then disappeared. Yansho, another clone yelled as she struck the girl and also disappeared. Hachisho, another clone repeated the same process. Jurokusho, Sanjunasho, the remaining clones said as they landed their strikes and then disappeared leaving Hinata to finish off the attack. Rokuju Yansho, Hinata yelled landing the final part of the attack. Tenten dropped to the ground and went unconscious, as the winner was clearly decided. The winner of the match is Hyuga Hinata, Kakashi announced as the crowd cheered. Tenten lost. This is certainly going to be hard for her, Neji said looking down at the battlefield as the medics began to carry off Tenten. Hinata returned to where the others were waiting. That was a great fight, Hinata-chan. Are you alright? Naruto asked the girl. I'm fine Naruto-kun, Hinata replied. Hinata-sama, you did well. I'm pleased to see that you've improved so much, Neji told his cousin. Neji-ni-san, I'm sorry. About Tenten, Hinata said. No, you were out to win as she was. You were the better fighter, and you deserved your victory. Tenten will be fine, Neji said. I've got to go, it's my turn. Good luck Neji, you're going to need it, Naruto told the boy as he and Gaara began to walk down to the fighting area. The next match is between Hyuga Neji and Gaara, Guy announced to the crowd getting a loud applause. The two fighters may now enter the arena so we can begin the match. Guy shouted as Neji and Gaara entered the arena. Gaara, I've been looking forward to this fight. I've trained very hard and I don't plan on losing, Neji said to the boy. Gaara looked on, but didn't speak, as the fight was about to begin. The fighter may begin, Guy shouted as he and Kakashi immediately moved as far off the battlefield as they could to avoid any possible damage from the fight. Good luck, Gaara, Neji said extending his hand towards Gaara. The boy silently grabbed his hand in response. But Neji and the crowd were shocked when Gaara's body began to crumble and turn into sand. What is this? Neji yelled in shock. What's going on? Where's Gaara? Kankuro shouted from the crowd. Naruto-kun, Gaara-san's gone. Hinata said but stopped when she saw the smile on Naruto's face. Gaara's been here the whole time, just not with us, Naruto said as he pointed down into the arena where a strong gust of wind picked up the sand and something began to emerge from out of thin air. In mere moments the sand turned into the familiar red-haired boy. Gaara appeared and once again shocking the crowd, especially all of his comrades, by his appearance. Gaara was without his gourd, and was wearing dark red pants, and a dark red shirt. He was also wearing a black vest. His Konoha head protector was tied around his left leg. His new clothes weren't what had everyone shocked, however it was his eyes. The bags under his eyes from years of not sleeping were now completely gone and he now gave off a look as if the weight of the world had been taken off of his shoulders. I don't believe it, Gaara looks different, Kankuro said in shock. Well, what do you expect? The guy did almost nothing but sleep the entire time he was gone, Naruto said, interrupting the older boy as he and Hinata joined his friends in the crowd. What do you mean? I thought he went off with you to train. Kankuro asked. Well, he kind of did, but not really, Naruto replied. Naruto, what the hell does that mean? Sasuke asked. Well, apparently Ero Sennin and Tsunade Ne-chan developed this new jutsu and Ero Sennin used it on Gaara and it worked, Naruto said. What kind of jutsu was it? Sakura asked. Well, it was so Gaara could learn to control his demon, Naruto said. What did you say? Kankuro yelled at the boy. The jutsu was basically a mock seal of the one that was put on me to seal the Kyuubi inside me. Because Shukaku was already inside Gaara, they basically tweaked the jutsu a bit so that nobody had to be a sacrifice. The jutsu will allow Gaara to tap into the demon's chakra without letting the demon take control of him. Basically, Ero Sennin put Gaara to sleep, and as the demon began to emerge, Ero Sennin performed the jutsu and placed the seal on Gaara. The demon could no longer escape. Ero Sennin then woke Gaara up, taught him some things and then put him to sleep again, and Gaara didn't wake up until it was time to return to Konoha. We were a little late getting back because Gaara hadn't had anything to eat in almost a month, so we had to stop somewhere. You should have seen Ero Sennin, he spent almost half of his fortune on the bill, and just to pay off what Gaara had eaten. I thought he was going to die, Naruto said, leaving everyone in shock. I thought Gaara was weird when he had returned home. I had no idea he was using a sand bunshin the entire time, Kankuro said. The fight is about to start, guys, so let's watch. It's going to be awesome, Naruto said. No way, Gaara will slaughter him if he has control over his demon, Sasuke said. That's not true. Gaara didn't have time to learn how to properly use Shukaku's power. Eros Sennin figured it was more important to let Gaara rest and let him learn on his own. Neji isn't a pushover anyway, this is going to be awesome, Naruto replied as Gaara and Neji stared each other down. So you were bunchin' until now, Neji said. I didn't expect that. It doesn't matter, I wanted to make a decent entrance for once, Gaara said. That's something I wouldn't expect from you, Neji said. That's good then, it means I've started to change, Gaara replied as he extended his hand to Neji. Come on, let's have a good fight. I agree, Neji replied as he shook Gaara's hand and the two prepared to attack. He is mainly a close combat fighter if I remember correctly, it'll be interesting to see how he faces me and my sand, Gaara thought to himself as prepared himself for battle. I'm sure he knows my type of combat, it doesn't really matter I suppose. His sand might be too hard to get through. I don't have speed like Lee does, so I'll have to be as forceful as possible in hopes of breaking through his armor. I must also avoid his sand attacks, which could come from any direction. This will indeed be a difficult battle for me, Neji thought to himself as he attacked, head-on with multiple palm thrusts, the sand blocked each blow. The force of the attack however did manage to slightly push the sand user back. Neji attacked again, but Gaara also attacked by shooting his sand like little balls at the Hyuga boy who stopped his attack and focused on dodging. Byakugan, Neji yelled activating his bloodline's special ability. Gaara began to direct his sand in small waves at the Hyuga boy. Neji began to dodge the sand and carefully avoid each attack by either rolling out of the direct path or sidestepping the attacks. Gaara increased his sand attacks, this time attacking from two different sides. Neji rolled to avoid one attack and then was forced to jump to avoid the second. Neji realized his mistake too late however, when another sand attack caught the boy and slammed him to the ground. Damn, what am I going to do? I can't avoid all of his attacks this way, and I can't break through his defense to strike his tenketsu points. There must be a way to defeat him, Neji thought to himself as he got back up and charged again, dodging some of Gaara's sand and landing several palm attacks, but once again it did no damage. The two created some space and Gaara quickly attacked. Suna Shuriken. Gaara yelled, firing off shuriken-like sand attacks. Neji quickly deflected the attack. Kaden. The Hyuga boy announced as he began his spin and successfully deflected the attacks. Gaara immediately fired off another attack and Neji deflected it again. This cycle continued for several minutes, as it seemed Gaara was trying to make Neji use up all his chakra by defending. This isn't working, I have to be more direct or I'll waste all my chakra by not doing anything but defending, Neji said to himself as he began his charge, dodging several attacks and finally managing to spin around Gaara. Neji got into his stance as Gaara turned around to face the boy. Hakusho. Rokuju Yansho. Neji yelled as he began to strike at all of Gaara's tenketsu points as he kicked up sand and dust at the same time from the speed of the attack. Gaara was being rocked by the attack and after the final blow he was pushed back a couple of feet but didn't fall. Neji stood breathing heavily from performing the attack and watching his opponent. I'm sure at least one of those attacks had to have gotten through, Neji said looking over at Gaara, whose body began to crack and then final completely shattering, leaving Gaara standing looking back at Neji with almost an impressed look on his face. You managed to destroy my sand armor. Too bad that's all you did. Sabaku Q. Gaara yelled as the sand engulfed Neji. Neji ni san. Hanabi yelled as she watched on. Naruto, is Gaara going to kill him? Sasuke asked looking at the blonde boy. I don't think so, Naruto replied. I can't kill him, he too called me friend. I'll just apply pressure and either force him to surrender or make him lose consciousness, Gaara said to himself as he began to apply pressure on Neji. The Hyuga boy let out a scream as the sand got tighter. Neji, surrender and I'll release you, Gaara told the boy. No, I won't. I promised Naruto I'd fight him in the finals. Neji yelled as he closed his eyes and focused his chakra around his body. Gaara was shocked as Neji managed to completely break free of the sand. So, you're fighting because of an important promise. I understand, but I won't give up either, Gaara said as he closed his eyes and focused. His body was suddenly surrounded by a bright yellow chakra that quickly intensified. His eyes turned yellow and the boy grew fangs and claws. The force of his chakra began growing so rapidly that Shukaku's form almost surrounded the boy. I'll fight you with all my power, Gaara yelled in an intense voice. This is it. This is the test to see if he can control it, Kankuro said aloud. I'm right, aren't? Kankuro asked looking over at Naruto. No, he can't handle all that chakra right now. He hasn't trained properly. He'll lose control, Naruto said looking very worried. What did you say? Kankuro yelled. The group stared down at the battlefield as Neji looked on at the power that stood before him. There's no way. I can win, Neji said in a low tone. No, what am I saying? I can't give up yet, Neji said as Gaara charged in and took a swipe at Neji with his claws. Neji dodged, but the force of the chakra ripped into Neji fiercely and then threw the Hyuga boy into the air. Gaara turned and sent his sand up and struck Neji hard, catching him and then slamming him even harder into the ground, causing a crater to form. Neji coughed up quite a lot of blood and laid there for a moment until the sand made its way back down for another attack. Neji managed to leap up to his feet and dodge the attack. Neji spun around and guided his way through several attacks until he was face to face with Gaara. Neji was about to attack when the sheer force of Gaara's chakra suddenly threw him back. Gaara charged in and managed to claw Neji's chest. The wound luckily wasn't too deep, but the attack still tossed the boy hard into the ground. Neji continued to be attacked for several minutes. Neji then began to notice that he was able to dodge more and more attacks. After several minutes, Gaara's intense chakra began to die down and soon a bloody and beaten Neji, who managed to stagger to his feet, noticed his opponent completely stop his attacks. That's it, Gaara ran out of chakra, Naruto said, getting everyone's attention. I don't understand. How come the fight isn't over? Gaara could have defeated Neji at any time, especially with the aid of Shukaku's chakra, so how come he never did any of his other attacks? Kankuro wondered in disbelief. It's because Gaara held back. He isn't the same Gaara who lives to kill anymore. I believe Gaara knew he made a mistake by releasing too much chakra and purposely held himself back. Neji is someone who called Gaara a friend. There is no way Gaara would kill someone who acknowledges him as a friend, Naruto said, smiling, looking down at the two fighters. It was Gaara's heart that won this fight in the end. This proves that his demon will no longer be able to control him. I see. I'm glad. I might actually be able to get close to my little brother, Kankuro said in a low voice as everyone focused on the battlefield once again. This is it. I have to attack now before he can attack me again, Neji said, charging at the red-haired boy despite his injuries. Neji got into a slightly different stance and began his assault. Hakusho, Hyakunijuwa Hachisho, Neji yelled as he began to attack. Nisho, Neji yelled, landing the first attack. Yansho, Neji yelled, landing the next attack. Hachisho, Jurokusho, Sanjunasho, Rokujuyuyansho, Neji yelled, hitting the first part of the attack and slightly pausing and watching as the sand armor completely shattered. Neji immediately began again before Gaara could recover. Hyakunijuwa Hachisho, Neji yelled, finishing up the incredible attack with the final blow, sending the former sand nin to the ground. The crowd was silent and Neji stood, breathing heavily and barely managing to stay on his feet as Guy made his way back onto the battlefield to check on Gaara. After a moment of observing, Guy made his decision. Gaara is unable to battle. Neji is the winner, Guy announced, causing the crowd to roar in approval. The crowd was on their feet clapping for the two fighters. Tsunade and all the other lords who came to watch were also applauding the two. Naruto and Kankuro jumped down from the stadium and into the arena and made their way over to the fighters as Neji collapsed to the ground. A medical team quickly raced out to the field to check on both fighters. Neji, are you alright? Naruto asked, looking down at his injured friend. Yes, but I'm hurt pretty bad. I don't know if I'll be able to continue, Neji said to the blonde boy. Don't say that. You've got a while to rest, who knows what could happen, Naruto said. I suppose you're right, Neji replied. You and I made a promise to fight each other, Naruto reminded the Hyuga boy. Yes, you're right. If I'm able, I will fight you. Even if I'm not at full strength, Neji said. Then it's a promise. You and I will face off in the finals no matter what, Naruto said, grabbing the boy's hand and gripping it tightly as the medical team arrived. Please allow us to move you to our medical area to treat you. If you hope to fight in the finals, it is essential that we treat you immediately, a medical nin said. Okay, please take care of him, Naruto said as he watched the medical team carry Neji off. Naruto then walked over to Gaara and Kankuro. You did good, Gaara. Tamari would have loved to see the fight. We'll have something great to tell her, Kankuro said to the silent Gaara, who stared blankly up at the bright blue sky. Hey Gaara, it seems like you lost, Naruto said in a calm voice. Yes, I did, Gaara replied. Naruto, tell me, have I gotten weaker since you beat me? Gaara asked, turning to look at the boy. No, today was the strongest I had ever seen you. You're incredible, Gaara, Naruto replied with a smile. You managed to tap deeply into Shukaku's chakra on your first try and still maintain control. You lost because you protected a dear friend's life. I believe you proved that you're the strongest, Naruto told the boy, who then turned his head to look at the sky once again. I see. Because he called me a friend. I couldn't seriously fight someone who was willing to be my friend. I actually almost thought of that as a weakness, Gaara said. No, that feeling will eventually become your strength. You're slowly learning what it is like to protect someone who's important to you. That is where you can draw your strength from, Naruto said. I see. I thank you, my friend, Gaara said as he closed his eyes and fell asleep. You definitely earned your rest this time, Gaara, Naruto said smiling. I'll take care of him, Kankuro said, place Gaara over his shoulder and taking off toward Konoha Hospital. Guy then began to make an announcement. We will take a 1-hour break and then begin the second round. Please feel free to take a break now and then gather back in the arena in time for the next match. The 2 second round matches were Uzumaki Naruto from Konoha facing off with Hidden Cloud's Seidu Kray. Then we'll have Akina from Hidden Cloud facing Konoha's Hyuga Hinata. The first round had finally come to an end after some intense fighting. The second round promised to be interesting and all the fighters were getting excited. The second round will begin very soon. Jutsu list. Konoha Reppu, Leaf Gale. Omoto Renge, Primary Lotus. Ura Renge, Secondary Lotus. Doden, Daichibarika no Jutsu, Earth Style, Earth Splitting Jutsu. Jinju Kanbi, Sudaro, Man-Beast Combination, Double-Headed Wolf. Garuga, Double Wolf Fang. Reikousenhara no Jutsu, Lightning Wire Field Jutsu. Sushoryu, Twin Rising Dragons. Suna Shuriken, Sand Shuriken. Sabaku Q, Desert Coffin. Hakusho, Hyakunijuaha Chisho, 8 trigrams, 128 palms. Chapter 41. Interlude. The 1-hour break. Naruto and Hinata exited the fighting arena and were immediately approached by Sasuke and the others. Naruto, Hinata, your fights were great, Sakura said happily to the two fighters. Thanks Sakura-chan, it was nothing. We didn't train as hard as we did just to lose, Naruto replied to the girl. Hey Naruto, we're thinking about visiting the others in the hospital, you want to join us? Ino asked. No, I don't think so. It wouldn't be wise. After trying so hard and then losing, I wouldn't want to see anyone right now, Naruto said to the group. Naruto is right, Sasuke interjected. We should let them be and visit them later after the fights are over. It'll give them time to deal with their lose. That's true, I agree Sasuke-kun, Sakura said. So Naruto, where are you heading off to? Are you going to grab some ramen? Sasuke asked. No, Hinata-chan and I are going to take a stroll around the village for a little while, Naruto told the Uchiha boy. I see, well then we won't keep you. Good luck with your matches, Sasuke said with a slight smile. Yes, good luck Naruto, Hinata-chan, Sakura said as Naruto and Hinata began to walk off. Naruto grabbed the Hyuga girl's hand as the two walked around for a while. Naruto-kun, I worried about my match, Hinata told the blonde ninja. Akina-san is very strong, I don't know if I can win. Hinata-chan, you've got to learn to have more faith in yourself. You'll be fine, Naruto said smiling. The two continued to walk around when they hear familiar voices coming from an alleyway. It was the voices of their opponents from Hidden Cloud. Akina, are you even listening to me? Kray asked with a very annoyed expression on his face. Yes, I've been listening, Akina replied. You can't lose to that Hyuga. Their clan is the reason the Hidden Cloud lost face. We were disgraced and have been looked down upon by the other villages because of what happened all those years ago. Do you want to dishonor the Raikage-sama? Kray said to the girl. I won't lose, so stop complaining, Akina said. Then stop getting friendly with those punks from Konoha. That blonde-headed boy who I'm fighting especially, Kray said. Don't tell me what to do. Akina yelled back. Hey, what's going on here? Naruto asked walking up to the two. It's nothing that concerns you, Kray replied. Akina, I'm going to meet up with the others, Raikage-sama will be there to speak to us, and I recommend you join us. Go ahead and go, I don't need to hear anything since I won't be losing my fight, but you however might need the extra motivation, Akina said with a smirk. Damn you little bitch, I swear I'm going to kill you in the finals, Kray said leaping up to the roof of a building and running off. Hey Akina-chan, what was that all about? Naruto asked. Nothing, and don't call me that you moron, Akina yelled. What, I like calling you Akina-chan for some reason, Naruto said back at the girl. Also, I wouldn't underestimate Hinata-chan here, she's really strong. I don't care, I'm still going to win. I have to for the sake of the Hidden Cloud's pride. She's the very reason why our village is looked down upon, Akina said staring at the girl causing Hinata to get nervous and look away. We're taking a stroll to loosen up before the next round, want to join us? Naruto asked. What are you stupid or something? I'm your enemy, why would you want me to accompany you anywhere? Akina asked. You might be an opponent when we get back to the arena, but right now you're not so there isn't any harm in it, Naruto said. Hinata-chan you don't mind, do you? If you want to then it's alright by me Naruto-kun, Hinata replied. I guess if we happen to be going the same direction then it's fine, Akina replied as the three exited the alley and returned to walking around. As Naruto, Akina, and Hinata enjoyed their walk, Kray arrived at the Hidden Cloud meeting as the Raikage greeted him. Raikage-sama, I've arrived, Kray announced. Very good, where is Akina? The Raikage asked. She's walking around with those two Konoha punks that we got to fight, Kray replied. She's with your opponents, Raikage yelled. Yes, and she ignored all my warnings, Kray told the man. Damn, if this keeps up, one of Konoha's biggest secrets will be revealed. I can't lose my prized shinobi. I'll kill her myself before I let them have the fourth's daughter back, the Raikage said to himself as Naruto and the two girls began to head back toward the fighting arena. I guess time is almost up already, Naruto said. You guys are lucky, Konoha is a beautiful village. I wish I could live in a village like this, Akina said. Konoha is a great place, if you can get by being different, Naruto said. What do you mean? Akina asked. It's nothing really, it's just that the people here can be just like anyone else. They can be harsh and even cruel at times if you're different from them, but the good still outweighs the bad. It's just hard being alone, I guess. When you live by yourself, the village doesn't always look quite so happy and peaceful, Naruto said looking down at the ground. I've learned that being alone is never easy, I never really knew my family. I don't even know what village I'm from. But that's why I must win and make the Hidden Cloud proud, Akina said as she looked straight into Naruto's eyes and then suddenly got a flashback from her dream, especially the part about the red eyes. His eyes. They're like the ones in my dream. But they aren't evil like the ones in the dream, I wonder why that is, Akina thought to herself. Naruto, do you have any blood relatives? Akina asked. No, not that I know of, I've never known my family. I had to create one on my own, Naruto replied. Why did you ask? Naruto asked. It's nothing, don't worry about it. Why were you alone when you were born? Did you ever find out? Akina asked. I don't know why I was alone, all I ever knew is that the villagers always hated me. I was never given any answers, Naruto told the girl. Why were you hated by the villagers? The blonde girl asked. I guess it wouldn't hurt to say, Naruto said aloud. What was that? Akina asked. I was hated, because I'm a demon, Naruto answered. What? Akina yelled in shock. Well, I'm not a demon really, but when I was born, I had the demon sealed inside me by our fourth Hokage. The act caused him to die, and the villagers began to look at me as if I was the demon instead of the person I am. I'm fine though, because I was able to find people to accept me. It's funny, the demon isn't even inside me anymore and yet I still get those awful and cold looks, Naruto told the girl. I can't believe they would seal a demon inside you, Akina said. It was to save the village. That's why the demon was sealed inside of me, Naruto told her. What happened to the demon? You said it isn't inside you anymore, how is that possible? Akina asked. I was hurt badly and I had basically died. But that stupid bastard sacrificed himself and merged with me. That's why I'm alive and why I have these eyes. My eyes were always blue, they actually looked exactly like your eyes, but now I have the demon's eyes. It's not a big deal though. I mean he saved my life, having his eyes and enhanced senses are definitely not what I call a bad thing, Naruto said smiling. What, his eyes were like mine. He also has the same color hair as me, and those eyes from my dream might have belonged to the demon that was sealed inside him. Could this guy actually be who I've been looking for? No, it can't be. I mean I haven't even pieced everything together yet. I mean if those are his demon's eyes in my dream, then the question is why they are in my dream. No, I can't think about this now. I have to get ready to face them, Akina thought to herself as the three arrived at the arena. The small group was quickly met up by Sasuke and the others. Well, I'm going to go make some final preparations, you guys had better be ready to lose, Akina told them as she began to walk off. Thanks for walking with us, and don't count on us losing, Naruto said waving goodbye to the girl. Naruto-kun, do you really think I can beat her? Hinata asked the boy. Hinata-chan, as long as you believe in yourself, you can win. I truly believe that, Naruto told the girl. Thank you Naruto-kun, I feel more confident now, Hinata replied. Chapter 42. Naruto vs Kray. The Round 2 Showdown. The crowd quickly returned at the end of the 1-hour break. Tsunade and the Raikage also returned to their seats. Kakashi and Guy returned to the field and Naruto, Hinata, Akina, and Kray returned to await their names to be called out so that they could begin their match. Guy stepped out onto the field and the crowd immediately quieted down. Welcome back everyone, we hoped you enjoyed the break. The second round will now begin. The first match of this round will be Uzumaki Naruto of Konoha and Seidu Kray of Hidden Cloud. If we could have the two fighters come into the fighting area, we will begin. Guy announced, getting a roar from the crowd as the two fighters made their way down into the fighting area. The two stood facing each other. Naruto looked on with great determination, and the Cloud Nin looked on with a smirk of confidence. I won't lose to Konoha trash like you. I'm going make you end up just like that pathetic teammate I beat in the prelims, Cray said laughing. This action slightly angered Naruto as he bore his fangs and looked at the man intensely. I won't lose to a coward like you. I'll also make you pay for what you did to Ino-chan, you can believe that, Naruto said back at the Cloud Nin. The match may begin, Guy shouted signaling the start of the fight. Cray immediately performed hand seals and attacked by placing both hands on the ground. Daichi Reikotogeki no Jutsu. Cray shouted performing the very familiar attack as electricity began to shoot from the ground at Naruto who immediately began performing hand seals. That won't work on me. Suiden, Sujinheki. Naruto shouted as a barrier of water surrounded the blonde boy, causing a huge smiling to form on Cray's face. Naruto, you idiot. Sasuke yelled from the crowd. Water conducts electricity. Sasuke shouted to the boy, but it was too late as the electricity struck the water, breaking through the barrier and striking Naruto, whom was zapped fiercely by the amplified lightning attack. The force of the attack threw Naruto into the air and sent him crashing hard into one of the walls. Naruto-kun, Hinata managed to yell out in fear. Man, you are one stupid kid, Cray began to say as he walked toward Naruto who was still lying on the ground. Cray began to form hand seals again and then held out his right hand as electricity began to form in his hand. Reiko Hando number Jutsu, Cray said as he grabbed the boy by the neck and lifted him into the air as the electricity violently began to go through Naruto causing him to scream in agony. Naruto, Sasuke yelled out. Naruto, you can do it. Sakura yelled. Sharingan, Sasuke said activating his bloodline's special ability as he focused on the attack. Sasuke-kun, what are you doing? Sakura asked. I'm copying the technique just in case we ever have to fight this guy, that attack seems to be quite powerful, Sasuke replied. Give it up you worthless punk, you can't win, you're way too weak to beat me, Cray said as the electricity still flowed into Naruto who suddenly disappeared in a puff of smoke. I see a bunch and was it. Cray said, aloud looking around for the real Naruto as the blonde ninja appeared behind him. Naruto immediately began performing hand seals and then bit his finger and slammed his hand on the ground. Kuchio's number jutsu. Naruto yelled as the boy was lifted up as a toad about the size of a rhino appeared underneath Naruto. Gamakoto, give me oil. Naruto shouted as the toad suddenly began to shoot oil out from his mouth as Naruto quickly performed another set of hand seals, and ending it with the tiger seal. That's the tiger seal, is Naruto going to use a fire jutsu? Sasuke wondered aloud as everyone had his or her eyes glued on the battle below. Kaden, Gamaiu Enden, Naruto shouted as he began blowing fire out of his mouth. The fire ignited the oil and sent the fierce attack right at Cray whom quickly and almost frantically performed hand seals to counter. Reikotoku, Cray shouted as he generated a barrier of electricity. The fire attack struck the barrier fiercely and began to break through. Cray quickly rolled out of the way breaking his barrier and barely avoiding the attack. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Naruto yelled as he surrounded Cray and began his attack. Yuzu Ma-ki, 4 of the clones yelled as Cray was kicked into the air. The Cloud Nin looked up to see another Naruto above his head. Naruto Renden, Naruto yelled as he brought his foot down. Cray quickly caught Naruto's foot and swung in the air and fired the blonde from his own attack sending him impacting hard into the ground. Cray also landed harshly but was basically uninjured as he stood up and performed another set of seals. Sweden, Mizukuho Bakua, Cray shouted as powerful water attack shot out of the ground toward Naruto who was back up and counters. Sujinheki, Naruto yelled quickly bringing his water barrier back up, successfully blocking the attack. Naruto let down the barrier and charged. Cray did the same as both ninjas land hard punch to each other's face. The punches sent the two boys flying in opposite direction as they both collide back with the ground. The two quickly stood and charged again landing punches to each other's faces over and over again. Cray landed a kick that pushed Naruto back and then landed a knee to his gut. He went to knee Naruto in the head but the blonde grabbed his knee and then caught a punch. Naruto threw the boy over his shoulder, but Cray landed on his feet and then jumped over Naruto and landed behind the Konoha ninja. Cray landed a spin kick that threw the boy to the ground. Cray began to perform several seals and then attacked. Reikuyai Bahasha no Jutsu, Cray yelled as he slammed his hand on the ground. Naruto staggered to his feet and was shocked as a sword made of electricity shoots up from the ground and pierced Naruto right through the chest. Naruto-kun, Hinata yelled. No, Naruto. Sakura yelled in fear. I got him that time. Cray said with a smile as Naruto's body hit the ground. It's over now. Cray began but was silenced as Naruto's body suddenly exploded sending Cray flying and crashing hard with the ground. The explosion caused a cloud of smoke to engulf the fighting arena. After several moments Cray staggered his way back over toward where the explosion occurred. What the hell was that? Cray said aloud. That was Kage Bunshin Daibakua, I made my Bunshin blow up, Naruto said as he emerged from the cloud of smoke and landed a hard right hand to Cray's face sending him back. Cray recovered quickly, punched Naruto in the face, and the two began to beat each other down with punches and kicks. The two broke away and stared at each other as their breathing was getting heavier and heavier with each and every attack. You're not bad, punk, Cray said to Naruto. I don't care what you think, I don't want to hear anything from trash like you. Naruto replied. What did you say? Cray shouted. You heard me, I don't have anything to say to someone like you, Naruto said as the two charged each other once again and collided with explosive punches that rocked each other back. Cray stepped back and closed his eyes as he performed a few hand seals. Reiko Hata, Cray said as his body began to be surrounded by electricity. What did you do? Naruto asked looking at the Cloud Nin. This is my special ability. My body is completely engulfed by electricity. I channeled my chakra throughout my body and now every time you touch me, every time I hit you, you'll get a nice charge, Cray answered with a wicked smile. Would you care to try it? Cray asked as he charged and threw a punch, which Naruto dodged and quickly fired in a punch of his own. Naruto landed the punch right in Cray's face but was sent flying back as he was jolted with electricity. Naruto picked himself up and looked at the Cloud Nin. You aren't kidding about the charge. But your little electricity won't stop me, Naruto said as he began to attack Cray with punches and kicks. Cray didn't even dodge and every time Naruto connected, he was sent flying after being hit with electricity. Cray quickly charged and kicked Naruto right in the head, which caused Naruto to scream and fall to his knees after receiving the force of the kick and the electricity. Now give up, you won't win, Cray told the boy as he grabbed Naruto by his jacket and lifted him into air causing Naruto to get shocked and then Cray quickly tossed the boy back on the ground and kicked Naruto hard in the ribs sending the boy flying and then crashing with the ground again. Cray stood still staring at Naruto as he slowly pulled himself up off the ground. I won't give up. I'll never give up, Naruto said as he coughed up blood. I promised Ino-chan I'd win, and I promised all my friends that I'd win. I also promised Neji that I'd face him in the finals, Naruto said. Well that's too bad, because it won't be happening, you lied to everyone, Cray said laughing. No, I don't break my promises. I won't ever take back my words. That's my way of the ninja. Naruto yelled as he surrounded himself in his own chakra. The force of the chakra emitting from the blonde began to push Cray back slightly. That idiot. He's sort of impressive, Akina thought to herself as she looked down at Naruto. What incredible chakra. What in the hell are you? Cray asked looking at the boy in disbelief. I'm Konoha's future 6th Hokage. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, Naruto said as he charged in flash. His speed was blinding as he appeared behind Cray and kicked him in the back sending him flying forward. Naruto quickly appeared in front of Cray, fired him into the air, and then jumped up ahead of the Cloud Nin. He kicked him with such force that the Cloud Nin collided fiercely into the ground and then was suddenly bounced back and forth like a pinball machine. Uzumaki, Naruto yelled as he kicked the boy around, then up high into the air, then once again jumping up ahead of Cray and he began forming a familiar bright purple ball in his hand. Naruto Rasengan Renden, Naruto yelled as he drove the ball into the Cloud Nin's chest and then landed swiftly as Cray collided with the ground with such force that the ground itself almost exploded forming a huge crater. The crowd was speechless as the dust cloud faded. Guy quickly checked on Cray and called the match. Seitu Cray is unable to continue, Uzumaki Naruto is the winner. Guy shouted causing the crowd to erupt with cheers as the medical team quickly carried off what was left of Seitu Cray. Naruto stood in the center and sucked in all the cheers as he smiled, then bowed, and then made his way back up to where Hinata was. Naruto-kun, are you alright? Hinata asked. I sure am, don't you worry about me. Just keep yourself focused on your fight, Naruto told Hinata as he kissed the girl right on the lips causing her to step back and blush for a moment. Yes, she should be ready to lose, Akina said interrupting. We'll see who loses, Naruto said smiling and was shocked as he received a pat on the back from Akina. I hate to admit it, but you were amazing, Akina said before walking off. Thanks a lot Akina-chan, Naruto replied. Jutsu list. Kaden, Gamaiu Enden, Fire Style, Toad Oil Flame Bullet. Reikoyaiba Hasha no Jutsu, Shooting Lightning Blade Jutsu. Reiko Hata, Lightning Skin. Chapter 43. Hinata vs Akina. The Byakugan faces an angry cloud. The last match of the round is about to begin. It looks like Konoha is having no problem defeating your Cloud Nin, Reikage-sama, Tsunade said looking over at the older man. While it is true that Cray lost, the next fighter from Cloud won't be defeated. Akina is very special, Reikage responded. I see, but don't forget that she's facing a Hyuga, Tsunade replied. I can't wait to get a better look at Akina's fighting ability. Jiraiya told me earlier that I should be aware of her. Is she really from Konoha? Is she really the fourth's missing daughter? She does look a lot like Naruto. I wonder if the secret will be revealed soon, Tsunade thought to herself, as the final match of the second round was about to begin. Kakashi slowly closed his book and began to walk to the center of the fighting area. The final match of this round will soon begin. This match is between Hyuga Hinata of Konoha and Akina of the Hidden Cloud. Will the two fighters please enter the fighting arena? Kakashi yelled, getting the attention of the crowd. I can't believe that jerk. Now he gets serious about the fights. When I was fighting Fuzzy Brows he barely paid attention at all, Naruto pouted as Akina jumped down into the fighting area. Naruto-kun, I'm going now, Hinata said. Good luck Hinata-chan. Do your best, Naruto said to the girl and then kissed her on the lips. You can do it, I believe in you. All you got to do is believe in yourself, Naruto said as Hinata nodded and then jumped down into the fighting area. Naruto quickly headed up into the stands to join his friends in the crowd. Naruto, hurry up, Sakura yelled, getting the blonde's attention. You guys moved from your original spot, Naruto replied. Well, of course we did, we wanted to get a better view of the second round fights, Ino told the boy. So Naruto, what do you think of this match? Sasuke asked. It's going to be really tough on Hinata-chan, but if she believes in herself, she can win. If she loses her confidence then she's going to get hurt. Akina is really strong, Naruto said. I see, so basically Hinata is her own worst enemy here, Ino said. Unfortunately, that's absolutely correct, Naruto said as everyone began to focus down into the fighting arena. The match may begin, Kakashi announced as Akina and Hinata prepared to face off. I'm taking you down Hyuga. Akina yelled as she pulled out several kunai and fired them at Hinata. Byakugan. Hinata yelled, activating her bloodline's ability and then quickly dodged the kunai and countered with several shuriken attacks. Akina pulled out another kunai and deflected the shurikens. Akina then quickly began performing hand seals. Kaiten, Kainhoushaki no Jutsu. Akina yelled as she began blowing a fiercely strong flame straight at Hinata, who barely has time to dodge the first initial attack. Akina attacked again with the jutsu but Hinata quickly countered by performing several hand seals and activating a jutsu of her own. Suiten, Bazooka no Jutsu. Hinata yelled as a wall of water rose to block the fire attack. So, Akina can use fire jutsus, Tsunade said looking over at the Raikage again. Yes, I've had her trained quite well I believe, Raikage responded. So Hinata-chan finally had a use for that jutsu Jiraiya-sensei taught her, Ino said to Naruto. Yes, Eros Sennin tried to teach her a few water jutsus because he thought they suited her better, Naruto said as Hinata's water wall fell and the Hyuga girl charged at Akina. Hinata tried several attempts to strike Akina with her open-palmed attacks before Akina managed to land a kick that knocked Hinata back. Don't underestimate me Hyuga, I know all about your attacks and how you plan on sealing my tenketsu points. You won't get me that way, Akina said as she bit her finger and performed several familiar hand seals. Hinata noticed what Akina was doing and immediately did the same thing. Kuchio's number jutsu. Hinata and Akina both yelled as Akina summoned an lion and Hinata summoned a toad. No Hinata-chan, that won't work. Naruto yelled as Akina's lion went right through the frog quickly and caused the summoned beast to disappear to where it came. A frog fighting a lion, what a rather dumb decision you made, Akina said to the Hyuga girl. Go get her, Akina yelled to her lion as the beast quickly charged at Hinata. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Hinata yelled, creating several shadow clones. The lion wasted no time defeating the clones. Hinata created more clones and the lion defeated them as well. Akina stood back and watched as her lion continued to defeat the clones Hinata created. This isn't good, Kage Bunshin uses up a lot of chakra and Hinata-chan doesn't have nearly as much as I do. She can't keep creating clones just to have them get destroyed, Naruto said with concern as he watched another set of Bunshins get defeated. This girl is pathetic. I can't believe she's this weak for Hyuga, Akina thought to herself as she continued to watch as her summoned beast defeated the last of Hinata's clones. Hinata stood there breathing hard as the lion prepared to attack. Well, this looks like the end for you, how pathetic, Akina said as the lion attacked and slashed right through Hinata, sending the girl to the ground. Akina then realized what was happening, as the Hinata that received the attack disappeared in a puff of smoke. I thought so, it was a Bunshin. Reikoken, Akina yelled as she created her lightning sword. Hakusho, Rokuju Yansho. Hinata yelled as she appeared behind Akina and charged to perform her attacks. Akina quickly stabbed the girl right in the chest with her sword. I'm not dumb enough to fall for that, Akina said, but then was shocked as this Hinata also disappears. What, another Bunshin here? Nisho, Yansho. Hachisho. Jurokusho. Sanjunasho. Rokujiyuyansho. Hinata yelled as Akina turned around to see that Hinata's real target was her lion. Akina was shocked to see her lion fall to the ground and then disappeared. Hinata stood before Akina in her typical Hyuga stance. The girl stared at Akina and Akina did the same. So you're not as bad as I thought. I am sorry that I underestimated you, but it's not going to change anything. I will defeat you, a Hyuga. The clan that threw mud on the name of the hidden cloud. I shall defeat you and avenge the pride of my village. Akina declared as she made several attempts to stab Hinata with her lightning sword. Hinata dodged and tried to attack as well. The two broke off after several attempts and Akina pulled out several shuriken and charged them up with her chakra. That's impressive. Akina is able to transfer her chakra into her weapons, making them much more dangerous, Sasuke said as Akina fired them at Hinata, who quickly deflected them by expelling her chakra and beginning to spin and performing the familiar Hyuga technique. Kaden, Hinata yelled as she came to a stop after deflecting the weapons. You're the one underestimating me. I'm not fighting as a Hyuga trying to maintain the pride of my clan. I'm fighting as Hinata, someone who wants to prove herself as a person, as an individual, and not a member of the Hyuga clan, Hinata said to the girl. So it would seem you have something to fight for as well. But I will win, my village needs this, and I will not let Raikage-sama down. Akina yelled at the girl. I do have something I'm fighting for. I no longer associate myself with the Hyuga clan, I fight for to prove that I am strong, not for myself but for others. I'm fighting to prove that I'm worthy, Hinata said to the girl. Worthy? Worthy of what? Akina asked. I fight to prove myself worthy of being the wife of Konoha's 6th Hokage. Hinata confidently said with a smile as she looked up at Naruto, who was standing for once, totally speechless with a blush on his face. She fights, for him. Is her feelings for him that strong? Akina thought to herself as Hinata charged, forcing Akina to dodge. Akina managed to avoid almost every attack, but Hinata's last attempt lightly grazed Akina's shoulder. Damn, why did she get me? Why did I suddenly get careless? Akina wondered as she took a step back from Hinata to rethink her plan. Akina, what's wrong with you? You're getting careless. Is this how you repay me for taking you in and training you to be strong? I won't allow you to fail, Raikage thought to himself as he started to sweat while watching Akina struggle. I see for some reason our little Hinata's words have thrown the girl off. I guess I'm going to have Jiraiya talk to Naruto about the fourth sooner than I thought, Tsunade said to herself as she turned her attention back down on the fight. I won't lose, because I have people who love and believe in me. I have everyone watching, there is no way I'd disgrace them again. Hinata said as she performed several hand seals. Ninpo, Jusho Doragon no Jutsu. Hinata yelled as she began expelling all of her chakra from her body. The chakra surrounded Akina and lifted her into the air almost like a violent windstorm, and then the chakra took the shape of a dragon and flew straight up through the girl in an amazing burst of energy from the Hyuga girl. Akina was hit with the full force of the chakra attack. The attack not only closed all of her tenketsu points, but the attack also managed to slash Akina on the outside as well. When the attack finished, Akina was dropped and the girl hit the ground hard and was no longer moving. Kakashi quickly made his way over to check on the girl. No, Akina. Get up. You can't let the cloud down like this. Do you hear me? The Raikage yelled angrily down at the girl. Amazing attack, what the hell did she just do? Sakura asked in shock. The attack was taught to her by Jiraiya sensei. It uses the chakra control of a Hyuga and turns her chakra into an incredible weapon, Ino said. That's amazing, Sakura said. But it comes with a heavy price, Naruto interrupted. Hinata-chan used up all of her chakra. If you look at her, she can barely stand anymore, Naruto said. You're right, she's struggling to stay on her feet, Sakura said looking on as Kakashi made his announcement. Akina is unable to continue fighting. Hyuga Hinata is the winner, Kakashi declared, causing the crowd to cheer. Naruto, Ino, and Sakura quickly jumped down and ran over to Hinata, who fell to both knees. Hinata-chan, are you alright? Naruto asked, hugging the weakened girl. I'll be alright. I just need some rest, Hinata said as she went unconscious. Alright, you deserve it, Naruto said, smiling as he lifted her in his arms and walked off. Jutsu list. Kaden, Kanehou Shaki no Jutsu, Fire Style, Flamethrower Jutsu. Sweden, Mizukob no Jutsu, Water Style, Water Wall Jutsu. Jusho Doragon no Jutsu, Ascending Dragon Jutsu. Chapter 44. Chunin exam ends. Double forfeit. Naruto carried the unconscious Hyuga girl to the medical tent. Naruto entered and placed Hinata down on the cot. Neji looked over at the boy and then down at Hinata. Is she alright? Neji asked. Yes, she just used up all of her chakra. She'll be fine after some rest, Naruto responded. How are you doing, Neji? I'm doing a little better, Neji replied. I see, Naruto said, but suddenly the blonde felt a sharp pain in his chest. The boy clutched at his chest for a moment and then turned to look onto the field where Akina was being carried off by medical nins. Naruto, are you alright? Neji asked, seeing the blonde's mood suddenly change. Yes, it was nothing, Naruto said. Akina, why did I just feel your pain? I feel so much sadness. It's like your heart broke into a million pieces. But why am I feeling any of this? Naruto thought to himself as he turned to check on Hinata, who was currently being examined by a medical nin. The young lady will be fine, but she will be unable to continue. She'll need to be moved so she can get some real rest, the medic said to the small group. But Hinata-chan has to fight again, Ino said. No, her opponent in the next round was going to be Naruto. I think she knew what she was doing all along, Sasuke said. Yes, I can't imagine Naruto or Hinata being able to fight each other, Sakura said, turning her attention to Naruto. It's fine, just let her rest here for a while longer, I'll carry her home after the finals are over, Naruto told the medic. So it's my turn to fight already, is it? Neji asked. Neji-kun, you're not going to be able to fight either. You're too injured and your chakra has nowhere near recovered from your first round fight, the medic told the boy. It'll be fine, Naruto and I have a promise to keep, Neji said, slowly getting up, but was visibly shaken up and weak, as he had to lean on Sakura's shoulder to stay standing. Neji, you shouldn't. You've done enough, you should rest, Sakura told him. No, I'm not breaking this promise. Naruto and I will have this fight, Neji said, walking off slowly. Neji, Naruto said in a grim voice. Well, Naruto, I guess you should get ready, Sasuke said. Naruto didn't respond and walked off as well. Tsunade and the Raikage exchanged words for a moment as a medical nin appeared before Tsunade to inform her of Hinata's condition. I see, so Hinata's done, is she? That's too bad, but I guess it can't be helped. Please go inform Guy on this, Tsunade said, dismissing the medical nin, whom quickly left. Well, Hokage-sama, I thank you for having me, but I believe I shall be going. I have no interest in Konoha's matters. My ninja were all defeated, so I am no longer needed here, the Raikage said to Tsunade. Yes, well, thank you for coming, Raikage-sama, Tsunade said, trying her best to smile as she watched the Raikage leave. Jerk. Bastard. Stupid old man, Tsunade thought to herself, still holding her fake smile. Now I must take care of the failure, before I give her a chance to become a traitor as well. This is what I get for taking in the fourth Hokage's daughter, the Raikage thought to himself as he left the arena. I'm so glad he's gone, Tsunade said aloud, breathing a sigh of relief. Now Tsunade, you shouldn't say that about other leaders, Jiraiya said out of nowhere, causing Tsunade to jump and then smack him. Don't do that, idiot, Tsunade yelled. Damn, you didn't have to hit me that hard, Jiraiya complained, rubbing his now reddened cheek. Jiraiya, I have an important task for you, Tsunade said, interrupting her fellow Sannin. What is it you need now? Jiraiya asked. It's time to inform Naruto about his past. It's about Minato and his real legacy, Tsunade said. So it's time for a sibling reunion of the fourth's children? Jiraiya asked. Yes, I believe it is. We may never get another chance at this, Tsunade said. Is it really wise? Naruto might be hurt badly by this, the girl as well, Jiraiya said. They're strong, they're his kids after all, Tsunade said back. Alright, after the exam is over I'll have a little talk with him, Jiraiya said as both Sannins turned their attention down to the fighting area where Guy was about to make an announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, I am saddened to announce that Hyuga Hinata is unable to continue and thus is forced to forfeit. Guy announced, causing the crowd to boo. We will begin the final round shortly, the match will have Hyuga Neji facing Uzumaki Naruto. Guy said, causing the crowd to cheer instantly. I guess we'd better get back up to the fan section, Sasuke said as Sakura and Ino followed him. As several minutes passed, the crowd began to settle and Guy began his next announcement. It is now time for the finals. If Hyuga Neji and Uzumaki Naruto will kindly enter the arena, we will begin. Guy announced as Naruto walked into the arena, and Neji slowly walked in as well. Naruto took a good look at Neji to see the boy still breathing slightly harder than normal. His body was still in fairly bad shape from the battle with Gaara, and Naruto could see that Neji was still really low on chakra. Naruto, let's keep this promise and have a good match, Neji said to the blonde. Neji, I don't know if we can with you in this condition, Naruto thought to himself, looking at Neji with concern on his face. The two fighters may begin. Guy announced. Neji immediately jumped back and got into his stance. Byakugan, Neji yelled, activating his blood limits ability. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Naruto yelled, creating 10 clones and sending them into attack. Neji quickly defeated 4 of the clones and then dodged several attacks from the remaining 6 clones. Neji found himself struggling slightly to avoid every attack that came at him. Neji spun around 2 clones and then stabbed them both with a kunai. Then Neji fired the kunai and took down yet another clone, leaving only 3 clones left. Naruto quickly charged through the clones and attacked Neji with a fierce display of punches, all of which Neji was dodging, but what Naruto noticed was that Neji wasn't dodging the attacks with the ease that he had in their first fight. Naruto backed off and allowed the clones to attack. Neji took down another one quickly with a palm thrust and then grabbed an oncoming clone's punch and threw him over his shoulder and into the remaining clone, causing them both to fall. Neji turned after all the clones disappeared to see 10 kunai flying straight at him. Neji quickly began his spin and used the familiar Hyuga technique. Kaden. Neji yelled, deflecting the kunai and then coming to a stop, and was shocked as another kunai flew right at him. Neji barely sidestepped the kunai in time and thus received a slight cut on his face. Neji charged at Naruto and tried several attacks, but Naruto easily dodged and landed several punches to Neji's gut and then landed one right in Neji's face that knocked him back. Damn, it's as I thought, he can barely hold himself up, let alone fight evenly. If he was healthy there would be no way I'd be beating him this easily, Naruto thought to himself as he countered an attack from Neji and then blasted him in the gut again. Neji stepped back holding his gut and then dropped to one knee for a moment before returning to his feet and getting in his stance again. Naruto charged and attempted to land several blows, all of which Neji dodged, and he even managed to land a blow to Naruto's gut that pushed the blonde back for a moment, leaving Neji the opening he needed. Naruto, you're in my range. Neji yelled as he began his assault. Hakusho, Rokuju Yansho. Neji yelled as he began his attack, but was totally shocked when Naruto caught the boy's hand and then landed a headbutt that rocked Neji back, breaking the attack and then causing Neji to fall flat on his back for a moment. Neji, this isn't right. This isn't a fight, Naruto said in a low voice. Neji slowly returned to his feet and was getting ready to attack again. Neji, quit right now, Naruto said to him firmly, causing the boy to look at him in shock. What did you just say? Neji asked. This isn't a real fight. You can't even hold yourself up. You're making our first fight look like it was a joke as well, Naruto said with anger in his voice. You're my friend and I will not hurt you, because I refuse to fight you like this, Naruto said. You don't have a choice. I won't give up, just like I know you'd never do. We're going to fight, because this is what we promised, Neji replied. Neji, you're a fool, Naruto said, dropping his hands down to his side and then turned to face Guy. I forfeit the match, Naruto yelled to Guy and to the crowd as well, causing everyone to look on in shock. The crowd began to boo as Kakashi, Guy, Neji, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and all of the people watching who knew Naruto stood in shock at what he just announced. After a moment Neji angrily broke his silence. What the hell is the meaning of this? Neji yelled. You don't give up, you never give up, so what the hell are you doing? Neji continued to yell. I said I'm giving up. It's true I don't give up, and my way of the ninja is to never break my promises, but this is different. I don't see this as breaking my promise, Naruto said. How can it not, if you're refusing to fight? Neji asked. It's because, as I said, this isn't a fight. When you've rested and are back to normal I will invite my close friend, Hyuga Neji, to have a fight with me and fulfill our promise. That's when I keep my promise. I can't break my promise to you now, because you're not capable of fighting at the moment. I want to have a true fight, to prove our strength. This fight, we can't do that, Naruto said. I choose to give up because I believe a chunin needs to know when it's time to fight and when it's not time to fight, and right now I believe that it's time not to fight, Naruto finished and then slowly began to walk off. Damn him, he completely defeated me once again. Uzumaki Naruto, the idiot who's always capable of changing the hearts of those around him. He's totally beaten me, Neji thought to himself as he looked up into the sky and smiled as the crowd's booing slowly turned into cheers as the blonde ninja walked away. Naruto, you're still the biggest idiot I know, Sasuke said with a smile. He may be an idiot, but his heart is purest of us all, Ino said, getting a nod from Sakura as well as they looked down at the boy who walked over to the medical tent and lifted Hinata into his arms. Well, it's time to take you home, Hinata-chan, Naruto said softly to the girl as he began to walk off with the girl tightly in his arms. Naruto-kun, you're amazing, Hinata said, looking up at her love weakly and then falling asleep again. Chapter 45. Bonds. The feelings of the siblings. It had been 2 weeks since the end of the final exam. Everyone was now fully healed and most of the participants from other villages were heading back to their own countries. The same went for the Hidden Cloud Nin. After rest and recovery the groups headed out and began their journey back to the Lightning Country. As the Akina and her team quickly arrived at the village gate to make their exit, the Cloud Nin was surprised to see Naruto and Hinata waiting there. What the hell are you doing here? Akina asked as her teammates looked on with disgust and a certain amount of hatred for the Blonde Leaf Nin. We're seeing you off, Akina-chan, Naruto said with a smile. Please stop calling me that, you total moron, Akina said. Ah, it's alright since we're friends and all. Be careful on your way back to your village, Naruto said to the girl. Yes, Akina-san, please be careful and have a safe trip, Hinata said, giving the girl a slight bow. You leaf are certainly a stupid bunch, Akina said with a smug look on her face. I'm not your friend and stop treating me so kindly. You beat me, so now I got to get stronger and come back so I can kick your asses. I will be back and I will take you guys down, Akina said. Come on, Akina-chan, don't be like that. I know you're just trying to sound big and act all cool. I know you have a good heart on the inside, Naruto said, smiling. Damn, this idiot really pisses me off. But I can't stay mad at him. No matter how hard I try. I still never got to ask him some important questions. But I guess it doesn't matter right now. I'll be back for the next exam and then I'll talk to him then. Right now getting stronger and making my failure up to the village is all that's important. Raikage-sama has been very distant and seems quite angry with me. I must make it up to him, Akina thought to herself as she turned to rejoin her teammates and exit the village. Goodbye for now, when I return you're going down, Akina shouted as she left while Naruto and Hinata waved goodbye to the girl. Naruto-kun, hope she isn't too angry still. She seemed quite mad, Hinata said to the boy. Don't worry about her, Hinata-chan, I'm sure she was really happy that we came to see her off. She's not the type to openly show those emotions, especially to people that belong to an opposing village, Naruto replied. Hey, let's go get some ramen at Ichiraku's, I'm starving, Naruto said as the two headed toward the ramen stand. The Cloud Nins were on the way back to their country. The teen walked in silence as Kray remembered the message given to him by the Raikage himself. Akina, she's weakened. No, it's worse than that. I fear she's become a traitor. The girl was originally from Konoha. She was our gifted shinobi because she came from a very well-respected bloodline. She is daughter of the great Leaf Shinobi after all. Kray, I know of your deep hatred of her. So that is why I come to you for a favor. I want you to take care of her. I can't allow her to return to Konoha's side. She knows too many of our techniques, and I will not allow such treason. I want good news when you return to the country. I want the news of her death. Do you understand me? Those were the Raikage's orders. The orders Raikage-sama gave to me are like a dream come true. I finally get to destroy that stupid bitch and rid myself of her high and might attitude. I will enjoy this, Kray thought to himself. Meanwhile, back in Konoha, Naruto and Hinata arrived at the ramen stand to be greeted by Jiraiya. Hey Ero Sennin, what are you doing here? Naruto asked in surprise to see his sensei waiting. Why must you always call me that? Jiraiya asked. Because, you're an Ero Sennin of course, Naruto replied, getting a sour look from Jiraiya as he sat down at the stand. Good morning, Jiraiya-sama, Hinata said to the man. Good morning, Hinata. Well, at least someone gives me the respect I deserve, Jiraiya replied as Hinata took a seat beside Naruto and the group ordered their meal. So Naruto, did you see that Cloud girl off this morning? Jiraiya asked. Yes, we did. How did you know? Naruto replied. That's simple, because I'm a genius and I know these things, Jiraiya said with a smile. Whatever you say, Ero Sennin, Naruto said as his bowl of ramen was placed in front of him. Meanwhile, the hidden Cloud Nins continued on. Akina was walking with her mind deep in thought. Sanjuro Kisho was walking in front, with Akina in the middle. Behind her, Seitu Kray was walking with an evil grin on his face as he carefully and quietly performed several hand seals. The boy formed a sword in his hand. Time to die. Reikoken, Kray shouted as Akina snapped out of her thoughts only to be pierced through the back by the sword. Then she coughed up a lot of blood as her mind was racked with incoherent thoughts. Kray pulled the sword out of her and watched as blood sprayed everywhere. Kray turned the girl to face him as he grabbed her by the throat and looked at her with an evil smile on his face. Her other teammate stood back looking almost amused. Why, you bastard, Kray, Akina managed to say as she coughed up more blood. It was Raikage-sama's orders. He has no use for a weakling like you who puts the hidden Cloud to shame by making friends with Konoha ninjas, and even worse, you lost to a dirty Hyuga brat. I was told to eliminate you and I must admit that I enjoyed doing it. I've wanted to kill you for a long time now. I've finally gotten my chance. I hope you bleed to death as you cry about the brother you'll never meet, and realize that you were a fool to think you were anything special, Kray said, letting go of the girl's neck not before ripping off her locket and tossing it to the ground. Her two teammates merely watched the girl drop to the ground as her blood continued to pour from her body. Goodbye Akina, may you burn in hell, Kray said with a malicious laugh as he and Kisho walked off. The girl now lay in a pool of her own blood as tears began to pour down her face. Ne-san, Akina managed to say before losing consciousness, as back in Konoha Naruto was about to dig into his bowl of ramen until sudden he was racked with an unbearable pain. The boy coughed up blood as he gripped at his chest fiercely before falling off his stool and onto his knees. Jiraiya and Hinata immediately came to his side. Naruto, what happened, what's wrong? Jiraiya asked looking down at his student. Naruto-kun, are you alright? What happened to you? Hinata asked looking very concerned as Naruto stood up and whipped the blood from his mouth and then suddenly took off like a madman toward the village gate. Jiraiya and Hinata immediately took off after the boy. What's going on? What was this feeling? I feel like I'm being drawn to somewhere. Something has happened, Naruto said to himself as he picked up speed and quickly exited the village and out into the forest, with Jiraiya and Hinata barely managing to keep up with the frantic blonde. The chase continued for several minutes until they reached a clearing just a few yards away from the main road. In the clearing, Naruto stood before the fallen blonde girl. He immediately knew it was Akina as Jiraiya and Hinata arrived. Akina-chan, what the hell happened to you? Naruto yelled looking down at the girl's still form. Jiraiya immediately ran over and checked on the girl. Akina-san, is she? Hinata started to say but was immediately cut off. No, there's no way she's dead. Naruto harshly said back to Hinata. She's alive, but barely. She's losing a lot of blood. We've got to get her some help, and fast, Jiraiya said as Naruto scooped the girl into his arms and took off back to the village. Damn that idiot, he's not thinking straight. We could have had a toad transport her much faster than running all the way to the hospital. Hinata, go after him, I'll catch up, Jiraiya told the girl who then took off after Naruto. Jiraiya began to walk around the area when his foot suddenly hit something. Jiraiya looked down to find a locket. Hey, this is the girl's locket that she was wearing, Jiraiya said as he picked the locket up and suddenly he felt a familiar presence. This locket. This jutsu is his, it has to be, Jiraiya said in shock before regaining his composure and then suddenly broke the jutsu on the locket. Kai. The jutsu suddenly faded and Jiraiya opened the locket. The locket contained a picture of a certain blonde-haired, blue-eyed man, and his wife. Jiraiya closed the locket and smiled as he put the locket inside his shirt and began to head back to Konoha. I thought so. Yondaime, it seems your children can finally be together again. Naruto quickly raced through the front gate and in a matter of minutes. The blonde boy charged straight to the hospital and in a matter of moments he crashed right through the front door of the hospital and began yelling. Shizune and Tsunade, who happened to be in the lobby, turned to see what was happening and then immediately raced over to Naruto. Naruto, what happened to this girl? Tsunade tried to ask as she took the girl out of Naruto's arms. The boy stood there trying to gather his breath as Hinata finally caught up to Naruto and entered the hospital. Naruto, Tsunade yelled trying to get answers. Tsunade-sama, now isn't the time. This girl's losing a lot of blood and needs help now, Shizune said as Akina was placed on a stretcher and then the two medical nins quickly wheeled the girl away and into the operating room. Naruto fell to his knees still trying to regain himself as Hinata checked on the boy. Jiraiya showed up a few moments later to check up on the boy. So, what's going on? Jiraiya asked. Tsunade-ne-chan took Akina-san and they went into the operating room, Hinata told the Sannin. I see, and why exactly is Naruto still on the floor? Jiraiya asked looking over at the boy. Shut up Aro-sennin, Naruto replied getting up. The three now waited in the waiting room for over an hour. Naruto began pacing back and forth. Naruto, will you just sit down, you're starting to annoy me, Jiraiya said to the boy. What was that Aro-sennin? Naruto began to yell before suddenly receiving a backhand to the back of the head that caused him to fall flat on his face. Naruto stood up and was about to yell until he realized it was Tsunade. Naruto, this is a hospital, stop making all kinds of noise, Tsunade told him. Tsunade-ne-chan, what's going on? How is Akina-chan? Naruto asked looking on with concern. She's been moved up to a bed. She's fine. I healed all her injuries but she's not like you, she'll need to stay down for at least a day or two, Tsunade told him. Well, can we see her? Naruto asked. Yes, you sure can, Tsunade replied with a smile. Naruto smiled in return and then breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 46. Akina's secret revealed. Naruto's reaction. Naruto and Jiraiya sat quietly by the blonde girl's bedside. She had her back to them, sleeping peacefully after Tsunade had finished healing her injuries. Naruto had many thoughts going through his head. Jiraiya did as well. The two decided it finally time to have a talk. Hey Aro-sennin, Naruto said breaking the silence. What is it Naruto? Jiraiya asked. Who do you think did this to her? Naruto asked. I have my suspicions since she had just left the village with her team. What bothers me is how you knew that she was hurt, Jiraiya said. I didn't know she was hurt, not really anyway. I just felt this really weird and painful feeling hit my chest. It was like being stabbed and I couldn't breathe. Then something just told me to go in that direction. I'm glad I did, Naruto replied. I see, so the bond is there. It's to be expected since they are twins after all. Naruto could feel Akina's pain. It was instinct, Jiraiya said to himself with a smile. I guess it's about time he learned the truth. Naruto and Jiraiya were still in deep thought as Akina began to awaken. She was about to turn her body to examine the room when she heard the two talking. Akina decided to lay there and listen to their conversation. Naruto, it's time I told you, Jiraiya said, getting the boy's attention. What do you want to tell me, Ero-sennin? Naruto asked with a baffled look upon his face. It's time you learned about your past, Naruto, Jiraiya said as Naruto looked on in shock. My past? What do you mean my past? Naruto asked. I mean I'm going to tell you about your family, Jiraiya said. Naruto immediately shut up and listened intently to what Jiraiya was about to say. Akina did as well. Naruto, you are the son of Konoha's Yondaime Hokage, Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina. Because of his various enemies you were named after your mother and not Minato, Jiraiya said and paused looking for a reaction. The fourth's my dad. Naruto managed to ask before shutting up again and allowing Jiraiya to continue. As you know, you were born the night the Kyuubi attacked Konoha, Jiraiya said. Kyuubi? I heard about this in the academy. He's the nine-tailed fox demon that had almost destroyed Konoha. He's the demon Naruto was talking about. Akina thought to herself as she too continued to listen. You had told me you were having a weird dream lately. This has to do with it, I believe. You were born and several minutes later, your little sister was born, Jiraiya said. What? I have a sister? Naruto yelled, looking at the older man in disbelief. Yes, Naruto, your mother took your sister and left Konoha several minutes after the two of you were born. It wasn't a wise decision because that was most likely the cause of her death. She took your sister and left for her safety. Your mother and the fourth knew what was to happen to you. They agreed that she should leave to at least ensure the safety of at least one of their children. Jiraiya said but stopped after he noticed Naruto had begun to shake. Ero-sennin, what does this have to do with Akina-chan? Naruto asked. Naruto, she is your sister. Uzumaki Akina. Jiraiya replied, shocking Naruto further. Akina, who continued to stay still, was also shocked but did her best not to show it as it would alert the two in the room that she was awake and listening. Why? You knew all this time, didn't you? You and Tsunade-ne-chan, and all the other adults, knew, didn't you? Naruto asked. Most of the adults don't know actually, but yes, Tsunade had actually been the one doctor that delivered you and your sister. I was there as well as the third. Kakashi was there as well. We are the only ones that know, Jiraiya told the boy. Why? Why didn't you tell me? Why did you keep this a secret from me all this time? You knew how much I had suffered and you didn't bother to tell me that I had a living family member, a sister at that. Naruto asked as his tone began to grow low and the blonde tried to hold back his tears. I didn't feel like it, Jiraiya said with a smirk. Meanwhile, Hinata and Tsunade were walking down the hall and toward Akina's room when suddenly someone went flying through the room's wall and crashed into the wall in the hallway. Tsunade and Hinata are shocked and immediately recognized Jiraiya, who was pulling himself up from the rubble and wiping some of the blood off his face. Jiraiya, what the hell is going on? Tsunade yelled but then looked at the hole in the wall to see a very angry Naruto. Naruto, what's going on? What happened? Tsunade asked. Naruto-kun. Hinata tried to talk but was interrupted. Naruto. Outside. Now. Jiraiya said in a very serious, very angry voice. The two immediately began to head out of the hospital and toward one of the training facilities. Tsunade and Hinata quickly followed. Jiraiya entered the training area first and turned toward his student. So, you want to fight? Jiraiya asked but noticed Naruto already charging at him in a blind rage. The boy tried to punch the older man but Jiraiya easily dodged and landed a blow to the boy's face and then one to his gut. The two punches rocked the blonde boy but it didn't slow him down for long as his claws and fangs grew and he once again tried to attack. His speed had greatly increased and the two began a severe fistfight. Both teacher and student took turns landing punch after punch. Tsunade and Hinata arrived shortly after and were horrified to see the ongoings, because this wasn't a shinobi battle or a test of one's strength. This was an awful display of combat, as the two men had no real tactics other than to beat the crap out of each other. Naruto, who hadn't said a word for a while, just continued to attack, and even though he was landing several blows, he was definitely losing the fight as the boy's punches were nowhere near as effective as his sensei's. Jiraiya landed another blow to the gut and then dodged another attempted punch by Naruto. Jiraiya's simple kicked Naruto in the back, sending the boy flying forward. The boy connected with the ground and began to roll only to hit a nearby tree, and using his feet he bounced off the tree and flew right back at Jiraiya and managed to land a bone-crunching punch that sent Jiraiya bouncing off a tree. Jiraiya got up and dusted himself off and noticed the blonde forming the rasengan and then charging. Naruto. Jiraiya said as he sighed and watched the blonde come at him. Naruto. Jiraiya. Stop this at once. Tsunade screamed at the two. Naruto-kun, please stop. Hinata yelled as the blonde approached his sensei. Jiraiya created a rasengan as well and the two rasengans collided causing a huge explosion that threw both ninjas back. Jiraiya quickly bit his finger and performed several hand seals and turned his body in the direction he was flying in and executed the jutsu. Kuchio's number jutsu. Jiraiya yelled as suddenly a fairly large frog appeared and caught the flying Sannin. Naruto however, wasn't as lucky as he went crashing through 6 trees before finally striking a huge boulder and coming to a stop. The blonde slowly pulled himself out of the boulder and staggered back towards his sensei. Why? Why arrow Sennin? Why the hell would keep this from me? Why the hell would you lie to me? Didn't I deserve to know? It's my life, god damn it. Naruto screamed as tears poured down his face. If I had known, maybe I wouldn't have had to be alone, I could have gone and found her. I deserve to know, god damn you. Naruto continued to scream. Naruto, we couldn't. Tsunade was about to say but her former teammate interrupted her. Shut up Tsunade, I'll handle this. The stupid punk thinks he knows everything all the time. Jiraiya said to his former teammate. So Naruto, you want to know why we kept it from you? I'll tell you, it's because you're a stupid moron. How you're acting is why we didn't tell you. What good would it have done to tell you? The Akatsuki are after you, there were enemies like Orochimaru out there. You know why we didn't tell you? It's because you would have pulled crap like this, you moron. You would have had a fit and charged out of the village endangering yourself and your sister. What do you think a group like the Akatsuki would have done with that kind of information? Is it really hard to imagine and think about? They would have hunted her down and used her to bait you in. Then you'd both be killed. We kept it a secret because it was for your own damn good. Jiraiya said to the boy. Naruto stood there quietly for a moment, allowing everything Jiraiya had said sink in. Tsunade and Hinata had finally started to relax, when Naruto went into one more burst and charged at Jiraiya with the rasengan formed in his hand as he screamed at the top of his lungs and tears freely flowing down his face. Jiraiya formed the rasengan in his hand as a reflex as the two ninjas' attacks approached when the two were suddenly interrupted. Ni-san, please stop this. Akina yelled at the top of her lungs, as tears began flowing down her face as well. Naruto immediately dispersed the jutsu and Jiraiya did the same. Naruto was shocked to see Akina and received one hard punch to gut from Jiraiya to official end the fight. Naruto dropped to his knees as Hinata and Akina ran up to him. Tsunade slowly made her way over to Jiraiya. Naruto-kun, are you alright? Hinata asked with concern. Akina dropped to her knees and looked at the boy. What the hell are you doing? Why would you attack your sensei? Why did you get so mad? You finally found out you have family. I have family, so why do something this stupid? Akina asked looking at the boy. I don't know really. I was mad because they had been keeping this secret, but I don't really know why I attacked Ero Sennin. I guess I was just really confused, Naruto said quietly as he tried to regain his composure. Jiraiya, don't you think you took this way too far? Tsunade asked. Normally I would say yes, but it's something that had to be done. It was the only way to get through to him. I think he needed to have the crap beat out of him, Jiraiya replied. He wasn't the only one who got the crap beat out of him. You got beat up pretty good as well, Tsunade said with a smirk. Well, he is my apprentice after all. Jiraiya replied as they began to walk over to the younger shinobi. Akina-chan, what are you doing out here by the way? You shouldn't be moving around yet, you might have your injuries healed but you still need rest to recover and regain your strength from all the blood you lost, Tsunade said to the girl. I'm sorry. It's just that I was awake when they were talking and I heard about everything and then they started fighting, I had to stop it, Akina replied. You heard us talking, did you? Jiraiya said getting a nod from the girl. Ero Sennin. Naruto mumbled just loud enough for everyone to hear him. What is it, brat? Jiraiya asked. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have attacked you. You've always been looking out for me and this is the thanks I give you. I'm sorry, Naruto said managing to shock Tsunade and Jiraiya. Don't worry about it kid, for now let's just get Akina back to her room so she can recover her strength, Jiraiya said as the group slowly headed back to the hospital. Well, looks like I'll have to talk to Akina as well. I just hope she doesn't hit as hard as Naruto, Jiraiya thought to himself. Chapter 47. The Uzumaki's Truth. Dreams come true. Akina awoke the next morning in her hospital bed and gazed out the window at the calm and sunny view of Konoha. Konoha certainly is a beautiful village. It's nothing like Hidden Cloud Village, Akina said aloud as she rubbed the sleep out her eyes. Oh, you're awake are you? Jiraiya spoke up, getting her attention. Jiraiya-sama, what are you doing here? Akina asked, looking puzzled. I've been here waiting for you to wake up, because I've needed to talk to you. I figured now was the best time to do so, Jiraiya told the girl. Where's Naruto? Akina asked. The idiot's probably out training like he does every morning. He told me he'd drop by after he finished up, Jiraiya replied. I see. Akina trailed off, pondering her thoughts in silence. I'm sure you have a lot of questions as well, Jiraiya said, snapping the girl out of her thoughts. I'm not sure what to say. My world has turned upside down, Akina replied to the Sannin. It's not a bad thing though, is it? Jiraiya asked. I mean, finally having what you've been searching for revealed. It's just hard for me to accept everything all at once, the blonde girl said. Well, there's no rush. You've got time, Jiraiya told her. Oh, here, I found this on the ground where you were attacked, Jiraiya said, reaching into his shirt and pulling out Akina's locket. My locket, Akina cried out in shock. Akina grabbed the locket, feeling it slightly different. She glanced at it, and then opened it. It opens, she gasped. Take a look at the picture, it's your mother and father, Jiraiya told the girl. Akina stared deeply at the picture. My mother and father, Akina mumbled. Naruto looks just like father. Well, except for the eyes that is. Well actually, Naruto's eyes used to be like that, before he merged with his tenant, Jiraiya informed the girl. Merged with his tenant? Akina asked, looking confused. It's in the dream isn't it? A set of big, evil, red eyes. Jiraiya asked. Yes, I remember now, Naruto had told me, Akina nodded, looking worried. If you heard me and Naruto talking, then you heard me mention the Kyuubi, correct? Jiraiya asked. Akina nodded again. Well, as I mentioned to Naruto, the night Kyuubi attacked was the night you two were born. Your mother and father had made a decision to separate you two because of the fate that was given to Naruto and his father. Jiraiya paused to let the information sink in. What do you mean, fate that was given to Naruto and father? Akina asked. The fourth was given the task of sealing the Kyuubi, and of course the fate of Naruto was to be the container for the Kyuubi. It is indeed a sad fate for your family. Your mother hurried and took you away as far as she could go. Unfortunately, that's what caused your mother's death, Jiraiya told her. So Naruto's the container for the Kyuubi. Akina looked at him in shock. Well he was, until a recent battle occurred. Naruto was fighting and was almost killed, but the Kyuubi sacrificed himself and merged with Naruto to save his life. Naruto gained all of the Kyuubi's chakra, but it also changed his eyes, Jiraiya smiled slightly. So, Naruto was cursed? Akina asked. Naruto lived his entire life alone. The village, always being looked down upon him and hated him. The adults, who were only ones allowed to know, let their hatred pass on down to their children, so this made Naruto's life very rough. Namikaze Minato, your father, had wanted Naruto to be seen as a hero, but he also realized what would actually happen. So that is why you and Naruto were separated at birth, Jiraiya explained. What can I? Akina attempted to speak, only to break down and sob into her hands. Naruto is a good guy, so even though this may still be hard for you, at least try and accept him. He's slowly making a name for himself in Konoha and has found some very special people to accept him, but nobody here can actually call themselves his true blood family. So for you two to finally be reunited and bond, would be a dream come true to not just Naruto, and the many of us that care for him, but maybe you could release some of your suffering as well, Jiraiya told the girl. It's hard isn't it? You thought you were the one suffering all this time. Deep down you must have hoped that your brother was alright, living peacefully and happily. Naruto isn't the kind of person who lets others see it when he's hurt, but it can be quite easy to tell that the boy's pain is there only hidden under a mask of stupidity. But I guess it isn't so bad anymore, he's got a lot of people who care for him now. Hinata has been the piece that slowly held him tighter together, that and the others his age have all contributed to who Naruto is now, and how he'll continue to grow from here on out. I only hope that you can fit into the picture as well. I believe it would bring you both great peace in the end. Jiraiya finally finished his statement and allowed the girl to take everything in as her tears continued to flow freely. Jiraiya-sama, do you think I'd be able to stay here in Konoha? Akina asked after a while, as she started to regain her composure. It would have to be Tsunade's final decision, but I doubt she'd let her new little sister wander without a place to go, Jiraiya said with a smirk. Her new little sister? Akina asked, looking confused. She and Naruto are kind of like brother and sister, so you coming into the picture makes you her little sister, just like how Naruto is her little brother, Jiraiya replied. Yes, our dear fifth Hokage is a weird one. A weird one, am I? Tsunade said from behind him, with a hint of anger in her voice. Tsunade, how long have you been standing behind me? Jiraiya asked as he started to sweat. He looked at Akina worriedly. I've been behind you for a while, Jiraiya, Tsunade growled as she walked up to the man and grabbed him by the throat, lifting him into the air. If I ever hear you talk about me again behind my back, I'll make it so that you'll never want to write another perverted book for as long as you live, Tsunade said, finally letting her former teammate go. Yes, Tsunade, I'm sorry, Jiraiya said from the ground. Akina-chan, as for your status here in Konoha, is it true that you desire to stay here? Tsunade asked. I want to at least get a chance to get to know my brother, I want to have a family, I've been wanting to find my brother for so long, that now after I've finally found him, there is no way I could just leave and not at least try. I'll do anything to stay if I have to, Akina told the older woman. I see. Would you be willing to become a Konoha shinobi then? Tsunade asked. You'd let me continue to live as a ninja? She gasped. Yes, you're very talented and have much potential, I'd like nothing more to make you a Konoha genin immediately, Tsunade replied. Thank you, Tsunade-sama. Akina beamed happily. That's Tsunade-ne-chan to you, Akina-chan, Tsunade told her with a smile. When you're released I want you to come see me at my office, is that understood? Yes, Tsunade-ne-chan, Akina replied instantly. Good, now you get some rest and I'm sure Naruto will be in soon. I'll send one of my apprentices in to check on your condition shortly, Tsunade said as she left the room, dragging Jiraiya with her. An hour passed by as Akina stared out the window, thinking. A knock on the door disturbed her thoughts, and glanced toward the door. Yes, come in, Akina called out. The door opened but Akina turned her attention to the window once again. A familiar pale-skinned, white-eyed girl entered the room, picked up Akina's chart, and examined it. It seems that you're doing quite well now, you're almost completely healed and ready to be released, Hinata said, and Akina finally turned her attention to the Hyuga girl. You're Tsunade-ne-chan's apprentice, Hyuga-san? Akina asked. Yes, Tsunade-ne-chan has been teaching me medical skills. Sakura-san is actually training more under her than I am. I'm learning more from Shizune-ne-chan right now, because Tsunade-ne-chan has been so busy, Hinata replied. I don't mind, though, Shizune-ne-chan is a very good healer and a very good teacher. Have you seen my brother, Hyuga-san? Akina asked, somewhat hesitantly. I haven't seen Naruto-kun much this morning actually. He left early for training and I've been here ever since I woke up, Hinata replied. By the way, Akina-san, please don't call me Hyuga-san. I am a Hyuga, that is true, but I am no longer a member of their clan and wish to not be referred to by their last name. Please just call me Hinata. Alright, Hinata it is then. Why are you no longer calling yourself a Hyuga? I thought the Hyuga clan was Konoha's greatest clan, Akina asked. I was thrown out because I was weak, and to be honest I was never happy until I was gone from the clan. Naruto-kun took me in and it's been like a dream ever since, Hinata said with a fond smile. I see. You're quite fond of my brother, aren't you? Akina asked. Yes, I love Naruto-kun with all my heart and soul. He means everything to me, Hinata replied. Her answer seemed to stun Akina for a moment. I see. Do you happen to know if he plans to come and visit today? I'd like to speak to him if I could. We have a lot to talk about, Akina said. Naruto-kun will be here, I'm sure of that. He finally found out he has a sister and that she's right here near him, of course he'll be here for you. Naruto-kun probably has a lot to say as well, Hinata told the girl. The two girls continued to chat briefly, until there was a knock at the door. Yes, who is it? Akina asked. The door opened and Naruto poked his head inside the room. Hey, it's me. Can I come in? Naruto asked, and then noticed Hinata's presence. Hinata-chan, what are you doing here? Naruto-kun, I work here, remember? I was just checking on Akina-san's condition, Hinata told the blonde boy. How is she? Naruto asked, entering the room and closing the door behind him. She's doing quite well actually, Hinata told him, she'll be out of here in no time. Yay, she heals as fast as me. Naruto shouted in excitement. Naruto-kun, please this is a hospital, Hinata scolded her love. Oh, sorry about that, Naruto replied, looking innocently at her until she smiled. Well you two must have a lot to talk about, so I'll leave you alone for now. And besides, I have more patients to attend to, Hinata said, opening the door and stepping out. Alright, catch you later Hinata-chan, Naruto said as she closed the door, leaving the two siblings alone. So Naruto, why don't you take a seat? I sure you must be tired from your morning training. Jiraiya-sama and Hinata-san both told me you were out training, Akina said politely. Oh they told you, did they? Well alright, I am a little tired, Naruto said, sitting down in the chair next to Akina's bed. The room soon grew silent as the two stared at each other, lost in their own thoughts of what to say. Akina finally managed to break the silence. What was it like all these years growing up? Was it really as hard as Jiraiya-sama said it was? Akina asked. It wasn't so bad. I mean, it is true that nobody ever accepted me, and that all the adults hated me and they wouldn't let kids play with me, but I mean after a while I was able to accept it. It's because of the people of Konoha I was able to have a dream. I swore that I would one day become Hokage and make everyone acknowledge my existence, Naruto told her, having an unusual amount of trouble hiding his sadness. I see, Akina started to say, stopping when she noticed the sadness in Naruto's eyes. Do you know what it's like to not be accepted? What it's like to not be acknowledged? The people of Konoha, they didn't want me to exist. They wanted me to disappear. They saw me as a demon. Please tell me, how was your life? Did you have the same problems I did? Naruto blurted out, suddenly needing to know if she had suffered the same as him. Akina thought for a second, taking a deep breath before replying. My life wasn't really as bad as that. I've been close to the wreckage for as long as I could remember. It's true I didn't have many friends, but my life was never really uncomfortable. I haven't suffered even close to the amount you have. Naruto smiled, feeling a bit of weight lift from his shoulders. That's good, I'm glad you haven't had it as tough as I have. I'm happy that one of us had a chance. I'm sorry you and I have been apart for so long, he told her honestly. Why? Don't apologize for something beyond your control. You've suffered so much, thinking you never had a family, and I've been alive all this time. I wish father and mother would have never separated us. If we were together maybe things wouldn't have had to be so tough for you, Akina told him. No, don't say that. Mother and father did what they thought was best for us. They wanted at least one of us to get a fair break, and I for one am happy it was me who had to bear the fate of containing the Kyuubi and not you. I grew admiring the fourth. I don't know that much about him, but from what Kakashi sensei and Ero Sennin have told me, he was simply incredible. Now that I know that he's my dad, it makes me feel like I have to work extra hard. Our parents are watching over us and I'm damn sure not going to fail and disappoint them. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, the future 6th Hokage of Konoha, and I'll kick anyone's ass who tries to stop me, Naruto said with a confident smile. So, what happens now, Naruto? Akina asked. Tsunade Ne-chan says I can stay here and become a Konoha genin. Ah, I see Tsunade Ne-chan has got you doing it as well. That means you're definitely part of the family if you're calling her Tsunade Ne-chan. As for what happens now, that's actually simple, you're going to kick ass and be the best possible kunoichi that you can be. She laughed. You're too much, you know that. After all you've suffered, how do you stay positive and be like this? I mean, if it were me, I'd at the very least be feeling sorry for myself and walking around with a chip on my shoulder, Akina said, giving him a grin. I guess that's because I've seen people who've had it much worse. My friend Gaara is also a demon container, and while I grew up and was able to find people to accept me, he continued to suffer. He wasn't as lucky as I was. I was happy to finally become his friend and help him. You see, I refused to sit back and cry all day long because nobody would care even if I did, so I decided to fight back and show Konoha that I was alive. I am Uzumaki Naruto and not the Kyuubi no Kitsune. I showed them that their stares and whispers meant nothing, and though it was tough I was not going to let them beat me. Naruto smiled, and gave her a thumbs up. You're amazing, I can't believe you're able to do that. I can't believe anyone could forgive a village that made him or her suffer their whole life. I'd probably want revenge, Akina said. Well, forget it, Uzumaki Naruto and Uzumaki Akina are here to make a name for themselves and nobody is going to stop us, Naruto said aloud, with a huge grin plastered on his face. The siblings sat around for several hours talking and getting to know each other. It was already nighttime and Hinata finally entered the room once again to make her last rounds for the night. She wasn't surprised to find Naruto talking about his history at the Ichiraku ramen stand. Naruto-kun, Akina-san, visiting hours are over. I'm sorry Naruto-kun, you're going to have to leave for now, Hinata said, noticing the disappointment in both siblings' eyes. Alright, but tomorrow I'll be back and getting Akina-chan out of this crappy hospital. Is that alright, Hinata-chan? Naruto asked. Yes, Tsunade Ne-chan said she would be ready to leave by tomorrow, Hinata replied happily. Great. Well, I'll be back tomorrow, so see you later Akina-chan, Naruto said excitedly as he left the room. He really is something, isn't he, Hinata-san, Akina said with a slight smile on her face. Just call me Hinata, please, and yes, Naruto-kun is truly an amazing person, Hinata replied. Thank you so much, Hinata, Akina said seriously. For what, may I ask? Hinata asked, looking confused. I want to thank you for everything you've done for him. I sure without you around, Naruto would not be the way he is now, so I want to thank you for helping my brother, Akina told the girl, now checking on her. There is no need to thank me. Naruto-kun is the one who saved me, he's been my inspiration and it's because of him I'm a stronger person now, Hinata said, beaming. Yes, but still, thank you anyway, Akina insisted. Well then, you're very welcome. Now get some rest, you're probably going to have a busy day ahead of you tomorrow, Hinata told her. Akina merely nodded and lay back in bed, closing her eyes. The next day she would be free to leave the hospital, and able to begin her new life with her new family in Konoha. She couldn't think of anything better than that. Chapter 48. Changes and Promotions. The New Mission. Akina, sound asleep in her hospital bed, was woken by a very loud knock on the door. The blonde girl slowly sat up in her bed and let out a yawn as someone continued knocking impatiently. Who's there? Akina called out. It's time to get up, Akina-chan, I'm here to get you the hell out of this crappy place. Naruto shouted from outside the door. This is a hospital, you idiot. Shut up and get in here before you cause too much trouble, the girl sighed as her brother entered her room. Well, let's go, there are lots of places I want to show you, and we've got to get you settled in, and I'm sure Tsunade-ne-chan will want to see you. Come on, we've got a very busy day ahead of us, Naruto said impatiently, tapping his foot. Okay Naruto, but first I need to get up and get dressed, Akina told him. Well, then get up already. Naruto yelled excitedly. This is going to be a long day, Akina sighed. Half an hour passed as the twins made their way out of the hospital after finally getting Akina released. The two walked the streets of Konoha together, and Naruto took the time to point out anything of interest as they walked. Almost instinctively, Naruto ended up taking Akina to Ichiraku's. Why are we at a ramen stand? Akina asked. What? Because I'm hungry, of course. And there isn't anything or any place better than ramen in this ramen stand, Naruto replied with a grin. You've got to be kidding me, Akina said as she gazed hopefully at a restaurant down the street. No way, come on and sit down so we can get some food, Naruto told the girl. Why me? Akina sighed again as she gave up and sat down beside her brother and the two quickly placed their orders. Naruto began to tell Akina about some of his deeds as a shinobi, when Akina decided to interrupt him. Hey Naruto. Akina-chan, what's up? Naruto asked. Where am I going to live? I'm a little worried, I don't know my way around yet and all, Akina trailed off. What do you mean? You're going to stay with me of course, Naruto replied confusedly. Is that alright? Akina asked. Of course it's alright, I mean you're my sister after all. I'd have it no other way, Naruto told her happily. After we're done eating we'll go back to our place so I can show you around and figure out where you're going to sleep. Alright, I guess, Akina agreed as their food arrived. Naruto quickly devoured 4 large bowls of ramen, Akina settled for one. The two paid their bill and immediately headed to Naruto's apartment. When they arrived and entered the building, Hanabi, who quickly ran up to Naruto and hugged him, greeted them. Welcome home Naruto-ni-san. Hanabi said. Hey Hanabi-chan, is Hinata-chan here? Naruto asked. No, Hinata-ne-chan is with Tsunade-ne-chan, Hanabi replied. Naruto-ni-san, who is this girl? You didn't dump my sister, did you? Hanabi looked at him worriedly and started to pout. What? No way, Naruto shouted. Hanabi-chan, I'd never dump Hinata-chan for anyone, and this happens to be my sister, Uzumaki Akina, Naruto said in a near panic. Hanabi grinned at Naruto's worry. Oh, well then, it's very nice to meet you Akina-ne-chan, she said with a bow. If you'll excuse me, I must head to the academy now. Sure, you go ahead. Oh, and make sure to tell Iruka-sensei I said hello. Naruto called after her as Hanabi ran out the door. So, she's Hinata's sister? Akina asked. Yes, when we got into that huge fight with Hinata's father we ended up taking Hanabi with us. We didn't want her staying with that bastard any longer, Naruto said, crossing his arms. So you actually opposed the Hyuga clan? Akina asked. Opposed? Hell, I beat Hinata's dad, the leader of the main branch of the Hyuga clan. Hinata-chan did the same, Naruto said proudly. Naruto, aren't you even going to introduce her to me? Neji asked from behind the two. Oh, Neji, I didn't even know you were here, Naruto replied. Of course you wouldn't, because you never shut up to listen, Neji said with a smirk. Akina couldn't help but smile at that remark. Shut up, Neji, Naruto yelled before turning his attention to his sister. Anyway, this is Hyuga Neji, he's Hinata-chan and Hanabi-chan's cousin. He also lives here with us. Hello, my name is Uzumaki Akina. It's a pleasure to meet you, Akina said extending her hand to him. Neji accepted and shook her hand politely before turning to Naruto. I just came home to grab some of my gear. Tenten and I are going to do some training with Lee and Guy-sensei, Neji told him. Alright, I guess I'll see you later, Naruto replied. Yes, and Akina, it was nice to meet you, Neji said as left for his bedroom and then shortly after left the apartment. Naruto, if you already got 3 people staying here, how am I going to stay here? Akina asked as the door closed behind Neji. Well, it's simple really. After we all got together and moved our stuff here into this apartment, well, we sort of divided the apartment evenly. I was going to get the master bedroom but we ended changing it so Hinata-chan and Hanabi-chan could share a bed in the master bedroom, while Neji and I get our own bedrooms. The master bedroom is really big and could easily fit one more bed. So as long as you don't mind sharing, you'll have a room, Naruto told her, his voice seeming a bit hopeful. I see, but is it going to be alright with them? Akina asked. No problem. We talked about it last night, actually, Naruto replied. I see, Akina started to say before suddenly being interrupted. So there you two are, a voice said coming from the front door. Naruto and Akina turned to see Tsunade standing in the doorway. Tsunade-ne-chan, what are you doing here? Naruto asked. I need the two of you to come to my office, she replied. I was looking for you earlier, but you'd already left the hospital. Fortunately, I ran across Neji and he told me where to find you. We're going to have a little private meeting, and then we need to meet everyone in the main tower, they obliged, walking with the Hokage back to her office. So Akina-chan, how are you feeling? Tsunade asked the girl. I'm fine, I feel completely healed, Akina replied. That's good news. I'm still going to place slight restrictions on you for now. It's just for safety precautions. I want you to limit yourself to only light training and exercise for 2 more days before you attempt anything serious, is that understood? Tsunade asked. Yes, I understand, Akina replied. Great, now for the next piece of business, you're going to be assigned to a team so that you can start your duties here in Konoha. So first, you'll need one of these, Tsunade said as she opened a drawer on her desk and pulled out a box. She tossed it at Akina who caught it easily, and opened the box to reveal a brand new Konoha forehead protector. That's great Akina-chan, now you're officially part of Konoha. Naruto exclaimed. I don't know what to say. This is more than I could have imagined, Akina said, uncertain of how to feel. She was happy, but it was new and unusual as well. Just put it on already, Tsunade said to the girl who quickly tied the head protector around her right arm. Thank you very much, Akina said as she bowed low. You're very welcome. However, I will not have you bowing to me, so come over here and give me a hug, Tsunade said with a smile. Akina did as she was told and Tsunade smiled. Now, that's all I really had to say in private. Everything else will be said with everyone present. I have big plans and big things in store for all of you, so let's go. The three of them made their way to the main tower, and Hinata and Sakura who were already waiting quickly greeted Naruto and Akina upon their arrival. Naruto-kun, you're here, Hinata said giving her boyfriend a hug. Akina-san, I'm glad you could make it and that you're feeling better, Hinata told the girl. Thank you very much, but please, just call me Akina, she said to the Hyuga girl. Hey clumsy idiot, what's going on? Sasuke said as he arrived, smacking Naruto on the back of the head. Shut up bastard, Naruto yelled. Sasuke-kun, that was uncalled for, Sakura said, poking him. Come on Sakura, I was just kidding, Sasuke replied. Naruto-kun, my eternal rival, it's good to see you. Lee called out from behind, causing the blonde to turn around. Fuzzy brows, Naruto yelped. Several minutes passed and all the genin and their teachers arrived, Kakashi being the usual exception. Tsunade, seeing that everyone had arrived, decided to call everyone's attention. Thank you all for coming. I've got some major announcements to make. Tsunade yelled loud enough to break through the background conversations. The room quieted as everyone's attention immediately transferred to the Hokage. My first announcement concerns the results of the Chunin exam, Tsunade said. The council reviewed all the matches and contestants, and after a long debate, we as a whole came to a decision. Tamari, Uzumaki Naruto, Rock Lee, Gaara, Hyuga Neji, Inuzuka Kiba, Tenten, and Hyuga Hinata, will you all please step forward? Tsunade asked as all the mentioned people took a step forward. All of you represented Konoha in the main matches of the Chunin exam. You all fought hard and did your best, making Konoha very proud, and for that I thank you. On behalf of Konoha, I hereby promote all of you to the rank of Chunin. Congratulations everyone. Tsunade smiled as a loud cheer erupted from the group. Naruto ran up to the older woman and hugged her tightly, before running back over to the group and hugging everyone within arm's reach. Naruto quickly received several large lumps on his head from Sasuke, Shikamaru and Choji when their girlfriends were on the receiving end of his hugs. The girls weren't entirely pleased either, and explained their feelings quite violently to the loud blonde. After several minutes everyone calmed down and the newly promoted Chunins received their vests. These vests are proof that you are all now recognized as Konoha Chunin, Tsunade told the assembled shinobi. Now that the promotions are out of the way, I have some reconfiguring of the teams to do. I thought about it long and hard, and I think I've formed a couple groups that will work well together. Kankuro, Akamichi Choji, and Yamanaka Ino, you three are now Team 1. Your new Junin instructor will be Mitarashi Anko, Tsunade concluded, getting a cringe from the genin as their new instructor walked up to her group. Alright, I'm here to whip you guys into shape and get you ready for the next Chunin exam. I hope you're all ready for some intense torture. Oh, sorry, did I say torture? I meant training, of course. Anko said with a wicked grin that made the three start sweating bullets. Alright, now the next team will be Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, and Uzumaki Akina. Several others at once, all shocked to hear Akina's name suddenly interrupted Tsunade. What? Uzumaki? What the hell are you talking about? Naruto is the only Uzumaki in this village. Kiba yelled in total shock. Sakura, in the meantime, had turned to her former teammate. Naruto, what's going on? Why does that girl have your last name? Sakura asked rather loudly. Everyone, shut up. Tsunade yelled, finally getting everyone's attention. It's true that Uzumaki Naruto was the only Uzumaki in the village for years, but that has changed. Most of you don't know the whole story, some of it I don't even know for certain. However, these two are in fact twins. They were separated on the night they were born by their mother and father. Their mother took Akina and fled the village in order to protect her, while their father took Naruto because he had an important destiny to fulfill. The fourth Hokage, he is Naruto and Akina's father, and was the one who sacrificed his life to seal the Kyuubi. He couldn't destroy the Kyuubi entirely, and had no choice but to seal the fox inside of Naruto, his own son. Tsunade watched the group, who was now totally speechless and mostly gaping. I have welcomed Akina-chan to Konoha and have made her a genin, and I am placing her in this team with my expectation that you all will treat her well. The group stood in silence for a few minutes, taking in all they had just heard. So, the Yondaime Hokage, is Naruto's dad? Kiba asked. Well, they do look a lot alike. I kind of thought he could be related to the Yondaime, but at the time I thought that Naruto was an idiot and couldn't possibly be the son of a Hokage. Even though they looked alike, I didn't think anything of it, Shikamaru stated. This is definitely a lot to take in, Sakura said. I mean, we were teammates from the start and none of us even suspected the fourth could have been Naruto's father. Much less that he could also have had a sister. Naruto himself didn't know he had a sister. You have got to remember that Naruto was an orphan and grew up by himself. How would he have known that he had a sister, or even who his parents were? Neji asked matter-of-factually. The group continued to talk amongst themselves for a few minutes before Akina decided to speak up. Everyone, she began, pausing as conversations halted. I just want to say thank you again for letting me stay in Konoha. I will do my best to show my gratitude from this day forward in becoming the best ninja I can be. So please, I hope you will all accept me, Akina said, standing before the group and then giving everyone a bow. She blushed slightly as the others applauded, and Naruto could clearly be heard shouting. Go, Akina-chan. Tsunade took the moment to bring the group's attention back to her. I'm sure that Naruto and Akina can answer any questions later on, after this meeting. Now, as I was saying, the new Team 7 is you three, and of course your sensei is currently late. She growled, looking very annoyed as she scanned the group again. I figured as much, Sasuke sighed. Damn, why'd he have to be our sensei again? Sakura moaned. What's wrong? Where is our sensei? Akina asked, looking confused. Don't worry, this is just a very bad habit of his, Sasuke replied. Just remember that if he tells you to meet at a certain time, always show up 2 hours later, Sakura told the girl, making her even more confused. Yo, Kakashi said, suddenly appearing out of nowhere. Sorry I'm late, but I was busy fighting off a group of wild pigeons. They were very difficult and almost pecked my eye out, the Junin explained to the group. Liar. Sakura and Naruto yelled. Same old Kakashi, Sasuke said with an exasperated look. This is my sensei? Akina asked, sounding rather disappointed. Alright, now that all of that is taken care of, those of you with things to do may go. I do have one last announcement. I have a mission I need to hand out. It's a mandatory mission for you, Naruto, Tsunade said as she pointed to the blonde. What, me? I got a mission already? Naruto asked. Yes, it's an A-ranked mission, Tsunade told the boy. Alright, that's so cool. Whose butt am I going to be kicking? Or is it a rescue mission? Come on, what am I doing? Naruto asked excitedly. None of the above, kid. It's a training mission, Jiraiya interrupted. A training mission? Naruto yelled at him. Yes, you and I are going to be training intensively. I'm going to have to prepare you to fight the Akatsuki, Jiraiya told the boy. The Akatsuki will not sit quietly for much longer, I'm sure. Now is the time to get you prepared, Naruto, Tsunade explained softly. Oh yes. By the way, Naruto, we're going to be gone for 3 years, Jiraiya mentioned, almost as an afterthought. What? Naruto yelled in shock. The news of his newest mission and the length of time he'd be gone from the village was overwhelming, and he was caught speechless. Chapter 49. Preparations for departure. The last-minute plans. What the hell do you mean I'm going to be gone for 3 years, Ero Sennin? Naruto yelled at his perverted sensei as he tries to get a handle on the new mission given to him. What's there to explain? I'm taking you away from Konoha for 3 years to properly train you, idiot. Jiraiya asked. Why the hell do I got to leave Konoha? I got too many things going on to leave right now. Naruto replied. That doesn't matter, this is your first priority Naruto, Tsunade interrupted. But Tsunade-ne-chan, I'm just getting to know Akina-chan, and there's Hinata-chan, and everyone else. Why the hell do I got to leave? Naruto asked. Because the Akatsuki aren't after Hinata or any of the others, the Kyuubi might be gone, but that still won't stop them from pursuing you, Tsunade told the boy. I don't want to leave now, Naruto told the Hokage. At this point, it doesn't matter what you want, Jiraiya told the boy. You must do what's best for you, for Konoha, and for everyone you care about. You can't protect anyone from the Akatsuki with the way you are now. But why can't I train here? Naruto asked almost desperately. That's because of your distractions. As you said, you just found out you have a sister, you have a girlfriend, you have all kinds of things here to distract you. You can't get stronger this way, you're not the type of person who's good at concentration with all these things around you, Jiraiya told the boy. But, I don't want to leave. I don't want to go out by myself and leave everyone for that length of time. Why can't I at least take someone with me? What about Sasuke? He has as much claim to fighting Itachi as I do, Naruto asked. Sasuke has his team and things he needs to do here, we can't take him with us, Jiraiya told Naruto. I'm willing to go. I'll train as hard as you want me to. I want to kill Itachi with my own hands, Sasuke interrupted. No, Sasuke, you still have to prove yourself within the village, before you can leave it again. I put you in a team because you're needed, you're a genin still and will remain that way until you pass the Chunin exam. This mission is for Naruto personally, Tsunade told the raven-haired boy. Well then, what about Hinata-chan? She's a medic nin and everything, she can come with me, Naruto asked as he looked over at the girl and smiled. No, Hinata's got more training to do, and I need her help at the hospital. Tsunade told Naruto point blank. Naruto, stop being so selfish. Jiraiya said in a firm, hard voice that made Naruto look down at the ground. We're leaving tomorrow and that's final. No, I'm not going, Naruto said quietly but loud enough for everyone to hear. They all looked over at the blonde in shock. You don't have a say in the matter, Jiraiya reiterated. I'm not going, Naruto yelled. Naruto, this is an order, you will go and that's final. Tsunade yelled at the boy. No, I'm not leaving just like that, Naruto shouted. His face started to turn red, his eyes showed a fierce anger burning. Naruto, you have to go. This is for the best of everyone, Tsunade said in a calm voice, as she tried her hand at rationalizing with the boy. But expecting you to just up and leave like this isn't fair. I'll give you the rest of the day and all of tomorrow, but after that, you must go, Tsunade told the boy. Take that time to spend time with everyone and say your goodbyes. This meeting is adjourned, Tsunade said aloud and then turned and walked away, not giving Naruto a chance to reply. Naruto, this really is for the best. I know it's hard, but I promise you'll come back so much stronger. I'll train you the way you've always wanted to be trained. I promise, Jiraiya thought to himself and then disappeared out of sight. Many of the people attending started to leave. Naruto stood still very quiet. His body began to shake as he struggled hard to contain his tears. Hinata, Akina, Sasuke, Sakura, Neji, Tenten, and in the background Gaara all stayed behind. They all stayed where they were and didn't move for a while. Everyone was afraid to move in case Naruto snapped. But finally Hinata did the only thing she could. Almost instinctively she hugged her love tightly as they collapsed to the ground. Naruto let out his tears and everyone in the room relaxed. Gaara took this time to disappear in a gust of sand, his almost looked as desperate as Naruto's was. Naruto-kun, it'll be alright. 3 years isn't that long of a time, Hinata said trying hard to comfort him. I don't want to leave. I'm finally happy. I have everyone I could possibly want. So why now do I have to leave, Naruto said between tears. I understand how you feel. But I understand the fifth and Jiraiya-sama as well, Sasuke told the boy. Neji nodded in agreement. That's why you have to go Naruto. You're happier than you've ever been. So to keep that happiness, you have to go and get stronger. You have to do it for everyone here, who cares about you, and who you care about, Neji told his friend. I understand that. But, Akina-chan's been alone for so long. I don't want to leave her. Hinata-chan and I are finally together, we're happy and I love just waking up in the morning because I know she'll be there. I got my brother back. I brought him back from the edge of hell and now he and Sakura-chan can finally be happy. I've got it all now. How can I possibly give it all up so easily? Naruto said, still shaken, overcome with emotion. You're not giving it up. You're protecting it. It's true I've been alone for a long time, but you've been alone far longer than I have, Akina said to her brother. I can wait for your return. I'm patient unlike you, while you're gone I'm going to get stronger and prove my worth as a ninja of Konoha. You don't have to worry about me, because of you, I'm no longer alone. I've got a team, friends, and people I'll be able to call family just like you, Akina said, giving her brother a hug as she allowed tears to fall from her face as well. Naruto-kun, being with you is like a dream come true. But like Akina said, you're not leaving us forever. We'll be thinking about you the whole time. We know you'll return to us. You'll be stronger and better able to protect everyone. You don't have to worry about me. I'd wait for you for 3 years or 300 years. I'd wait for you to return to me forever if I had to. I love you more than anything in this world, and nothing will break that. So you go and get stronger and then come back to me. I'll be patiently awaiting that day with open arms, and a smile ready to welcome you home with, Hinata told him with a blush on her face. She leaned in and kissed him on the lips. Akina and Hinata slowly helped him back to his feet. Naruto, it's true. You brought me back from hell and you never gave up on me. When everyone else had given up on me, you and Sakura stayed true. I did terrible things but you didn't care. I tried to kill you and you still call me a brother. I owe you my life, my sanity, and all of my happiness. I'm both proud and honored to be your brother, Sasuke said with one of his rare true smiles. He shocked everyone briefly when he grabbed Naruto and hugged him. Naruto was shocked as well. Sorry. A handshake wouldn't have worked as well with this situation, Sasuke said now with his typical smirk. When Sasuke had finished, Sakura reached over and grabbed Naruto in a hug as well. Then she kissed him on his cheek. You're an idiot sometimes, but you know what, I really love you, Sakura told the boy. After all the mean things I said to you, I can't believe you could still care about me. You risked your life for me on many occasions, and even though you cared deeply about me you still promised to bring Sasuke-kun back to me, even at the cost of your own feelings. I owe you all of my happiness Naruto and I can't thank you enough, Sakura said, releasing the boy from the embrace. You guys. Thank you so much. I promise, I'll get stronger, I'll come back strong enough to protect everyone, and I will claim the title of Hokage for myself. I won't break my promises and I'll never take back my words. That's definitely my way of the ninja, Naruto said with a determined look on his face. I can't believe I'm going to say this. But let's go get some ramen, Sasuke said to everyone's surprise. Alright, but it's your treat, Naruto said. Hell no, I don't have that kind of money, Sasuke replied. Then you shouldn't have mentioned it, Naruto said almost pouting. Then group quickly exited the building and traveled towards Ichiraku. Naruto, Tenten and I are leaving for now, we have plans. I hope you don't mind, Neji said, causing the group to stop outside of the ramen stand. Sure, don't worry about it. I'll catch you later and maybe we'll hang out a bit tomorrow, Naruto told his friend. You two just go and have fun, Naruto said with a sly smile on his face. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Don't worry, that won't be a problem, Neji said with a smirk as Tenten grabbed a hold of his arm and started to walk off. See you later Naruto-kun, Tenten said as she and Neji left the group. The group then entered the ramen stand, and sat down. After placing their orders and having a fun conversation throughout their meal, the group paid and left. Sasuke and Sakura decided it was their turn to leave. Naruto, we're going to get going. Sasuke-kun and I are going to walk around for a while and then I need to head over to the hospital as well. My training is getting a lot better and I expect to be working the hospital a lot more pretty soon, Sakura told the boy. Alright, see you guys later. Bye Sasuke, Sakura-chan, Naruto said waving at the two as they walked off. Naruto then turned to Hinata and Akina. So what do you guys want to do now? Naruto asked. Actually Naruto-kun, I think it'd be best if you and Akina spent the rest of the day together. I have to go to the hospital as well and check up on a few people. I may be a while. I'm sorry, I should have said something sooner, Hinata told Naruto. Well don't worry about it Hinata-chan. You take care of your business. We'll see you later. I think maybe tomorrow I'll take you out on one last date before my big trip, how does that sound? Naruto asked. That's great, I'd love that, Hinata replied. Well then, I must be going now, Hinata said. Later Hinata-chan, Naruto yelled waving at the girl as she walked off leaving the two siblings alone. So now what Naruto? Akina asked. Naruto simply shrugged. I don't know. Is there anything you want to do? Naruto asked. I wouldn't mind walking around Konoha more, Akina told her brother. That sounds good to me. Hinata-chan and I do that all the time, Naruto replied as the two headed off on their walk around the village. Not too long into the walk they were stopped by the appearance of the bug using Chunin, Shino. What's up Shino? Naruto asked looking at the tall bug user. Naruto, I just wanted to bid you good luck and farewell on your mission, Shino said extending his hand to Naruto, which the blonde gladly accepted. I'll be away on a mission tomorrow and won't be back to see you off, so I wanted to speak to and wish you good luck while I had the chance. I see, well thanks Shino, Naruto replied. No problem, train hard, and do Konoha proud. I wouldn't mind facing you when you return, so you might want to prepare yourself, Shino told the boy. You got it. I'm going to work hard and come back super strong, so I think you'll have to be the one to prepare yourself, Naruto said with a grin. Shino then gave Naruto a nod and walked away. Well you're definitely a lot happier than earlier aren't you? Akina asked. Yes, my moods change quickly especially after I have a nice bowl or two of ramen, Naruto replied. Yes, a bowl or two or 30. Seriously bro, where do you put it all? Akina asked. I don't know I've been like that for as long as I could remember, Naruto said shrugging his shoulders. Naruto-kun, Akina-chan, wait up. Ino shouted as she and Choji ran up to the siblings. What are you guys up to Ino-chan, Choji? Naruto asked. We're on a date of course, Ino said bluntly. We saw you two and decided to say hello, Choji added. So what are you two doing? Choji asked. I'm just taking Akina-chan around the village a bit, Naruto replied to Choji. So, Akina-chan, how do you like the village so far? Ino asked. Why must everyone call me Akina-chan? Akina sighed. I like the village very much actually. It's very beautiful and much different than Hidden Cloud. I'm very happy Tsunade-sama allowed me to stay here, Akina answered. Akina-chan, you might want to get used to calling her Tsunade-ne-chan, because if she heard you talking so formally she'd probably start lecturing you, and that will get tiresome eventually. So just call her Tsunade-ne-chan and save yourself the trouble, Naruto told the girl. Right, that's going to take some time getting used to, Akina replied. Well anyway, we're going to go. Naruto make sure you take Hinata-chan out before you leave, Ino told her former teammate. You bet I am, I'm going try and give her a super cool date, Naruto said. Good, if you need any help planning come see me at the flower shop tomorrow, Ino told him. I'll do that, thanks Ino-chan, Naruto replied. Well see you later, bye, Ino said dragging Choji along with her. Well shall we continue Akina-chan? Naruto asked. Sure, let's go, Akina said following her brother around the village. Yo Naruto. Kiba yelled from a distance getting the two siblings' attention as he and Rock Lee approached. Hello there, Naruto-kun, Akina-san, Lee said starting at Akina. Hey there dog boy, fuzzy brows, it's weird to see you two together, what are you guys doing? Naruto asked. Well we're going to train our taijutsu, and to see who's better, Kiba told the blonde. I mean I know I'm better, but what better way to prove it than to defeat fuzzy brows, Kiba said. Kiba-kun, I'm afraid you will not defeat me, for my youthful spirit burns brighter and the passion flows greater than the mightiest river, Lee told the boy giving him his nice guy pose. But more importantly, I've witnessed a beauty that is greater than the sunset on a cool autumn day, Lee said turning his attention to Akina. Akina-san, love, Lee said immediately at that word Akina had a shiver go up and down her spine. Akina-san, please do me the honor of going out with me. I swear I'll protect you until I die, Lee said giving her his nice guy pose. Kiba immediately interrupted by slapping the bull-haired teen on the back. No way fuzzy brows, you're too creepy, she'd much rather go out with a great guy like myself, Kiba said laughing. No, Akina said flatly interrupting the two. I hate dogs, and I don't like thick creepy eyebrows, Akina said harshly causing the two boys' faces to falter. Naruto stood by at first ready to vomit and now he could contain his laughter. Thank God she has taste. If she and fuzzy brows got together I think I'd be sick, and well Kiba is. Well he stinks, Naruto thought to himself. Thanks anyway, but Naruto and I must be on our way, Akina said, quickly grabbing Naruto by the arm and taking off like a bat out of hell. Lee, I think we were just totally rejected, Kiba said aloud. Indeed we were Kiba-kun. Lee said both boys still looking depressed, as their spirits were seen leaving their bodies. Naruto, what the hell was that about? Akina asked as she finally stopped running several minutes later when she was sure she was safe from the dog ninja and Konoha's green freak. Well, Kiba is Kiba and fuzzy brows. Well, enough said, Naruto replied not quite knowing what to say. I think I've had enough for today, Akina said. I might have nightmares for the rest of my life now. Akina said. This comment had Naruto on the ground laughing. Oh, that's great, I can't wait to tease those two later, Naruto said after he finally stopped laughing, 15 minutes later. Well, alright, let's go home. I want to get some rest so I can train and do a bunch of things tomorrow before my big date with Hinata-chan, Naruto said as the two started for home. Chapter 50. The Big Date. The Farewell. Naruto awoke early in the morning. Earlier than usual, as if to remind him that after today, he wouldn't be back in Konoha for 3 years. So, it's tomorrow, huh? Naruto said aloud as he sat up in his bed. He smiled when he looked down to see Hinata on his right and Hanabi on his left as usual. Naruto crawled down the bed so that he didn't disturb either girl as he made his way toward the bathroom. After taking care of his business, the blonde washed up and then dressed himself and exited the room. The blonde took a moment to look around the apartment, his home, where he and the people he called family lived. I won't see any of this for a long time, Naruto said quietly as he headed toward the door and then exited the apartment. It was barely daylight out and there were very few people out. The only people visible at the moment were those who were getting ready to open their shops and begin another busy day in Konoha. Naruto took another good look around as he headed out toward his favorite training spot. This would be the last time in 3 years he'd get the chance to train here. He was certainly not going to miss the chance. The blonde arrived at the spot and took a moment to look at the monument made for all of the fallen heroes of Konoha. Naruto then turned to stare at the logs and reflect back on how his life as a ninja truly began. After that, Naruto began his morning workout, began with a few stretches and then a light jog. Naruto then created several clones and began to spar with them. This went on for about an hour and then Naruto switched to shuriken and kunai training. Naruto went through several different types of training for the better part of 2 hours. The sun finally crept up into the sky. Naruto continued to train for a while longer. He was eventually disturbed by the familiar sounds of 1,000 screeching birds nearby. Naruto smiled and decided to take a stroll toward the sounds he heard. He was correct when he came upon the raven-haired boy with the Uchiha fan on his back. So Naruto, you're up training early as well, I see, Sasuke said, his back still turned to the blonde. Yes, I figured I'd better train here while I can. Starting tomorrow I'll no longer be able to do it again for a while, Naruto replied. That's true, today is your last day in Konoha for a while, Sasuke said. Yes, so I got a lot of things to do today. I need to go have some ramen, and maybe say hello to a bunch of people, and I have a big date with Hinata-chan today, Naruto told the Uchiha boy. That's right, I remember hearing that from Sakura. Ino stopped by the hospital and told Sakura that as I was leaving, Sasuke told the blonde. So, what do you have planned on that date of yours? Sasuke asked. I don't really know. I've never been a really big date before. The most I ever usually do is take her to Ichiraku's and then we walk around. I know I need to dress up and take her somewhere really awesome for dinner, but I don't have a clue where to go, Naruto replied. Clueless as always, you idiot, Sasuke said with a smirk. Come, Sasuke said as he turned and started to walk away. Sasuke, Naruto said looking curious. Just follow me, idiot, Sasuke said, not taking the time to stop walking and reply. Naruto decided to follow the Uchiha boy anyway. The two arrived at his place and then entered the Uchiha estate. Inside, Naruto stood looking perplexed as Sasuke looked around for something. What are you looking for? Naruto asked. I found it, Sasuke said, ignoring Naruto's question. Naruto looked even more curious as he stared at the object in Sasuke's hand. It was a thick black book, with the words, Uchiha Family Recipes, on the cover. A cookbook? Naruto asked, looking even more confused. No, idiot, Sasuke said, opening the book and pulling out an envelope and handed it to Naruto. Here, take it, I was planning to use them tonight, but I think Sakura will understand. Naruto opened the envelope and saw 2 pieces of paper each with the words, reservation for one at the Golden Dragon, written on the paper. The Golden Dragon? What's the Golden Dragon? Naruto asked. It's a very fancy restaurant. It takes about a month to get in. Those tickets are for tonight. I was going to take Sakura out there, but I'll let you have them, just this once. So you'd better take them and make sure Hinata has a good time, Sasuke said, putting the book down and sticking his hands in his pockets. Sasuke, I can't take these. What about Sakura-chan? Naruto asked. Take them, idiot. Sakura will understand, besides, it'll give me a chance to test out some of Mom's recipes, Sasuke told the boy. Ah, so that's what the cookbook is for. Well, alright, thanks a lot, Sasuke, Naruto said. Sure, now go on and get whatever you need to do done. You'll need to give yourself plenty of time to prepare for your date tonight, especially since it's you and you're good at screwing things up, Sasuke said, smacking Naruto in the back of the head. Watch it, Sasuke, just because you did this for me, doesn't mean I won't still kick your ass, Naruto replied. We'll see, clumsy idiot, Sasuke said. Well, first I'm going to go grab some ramen, and then I've got to go see Ino-chan about helping me out with an outfit tonight. I don't have anything fancy to wear, Naruto said as he turned and started to leave. See you later, Sasuke, Naruto said as he left the Uchiha estate. This should definitely be interesting, Sasuke said aloud with a smirk. Naruto made his way over to Ichiraku's in no time flat. Hey Naruto, what's the rush, you trying to set a record or something? Iruka asked turning to greet the boy. Iruka-sensei, what are you doing here? Naruto asked looking surprised. Well, to be honest, I had some time before class and was hoping to meet you here for ramen, Iruka said. Yes, free ramen, this day rules. Naruto yelled in excitement. Calm down Naruto, just sit down and order already, Iruka said. Sure thing, no problem. Hey old man, I want an extra big bowl of miso ramen, Naruto said. Coming right up, the old ramen chief said as he started to prepare the order. So Naruto, you're leaving us for a while, huh? Iruka asked. Yes, Ero-Sennin and Tsunade-ne-chan even went as far as making it a mission, Naruto replied. I'm supposed to be training and get stronger, because of the threat of the Akatsuki. I see. Well, I know it's going to be hard for you to leave with everything going so good for you now, but I want you to know, I'm very proud of you, Iruka said as the meals were pushed in front of the two. Thanks Iruka-sensei, I'm going to work extra hard. I'm going to get strong enough to beat those bastards in the Akatsuki and then I'm going to take the title of Hokage, Naruto said with a huge grin as he immediately dug into his bowl of ramen. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves here, just work hard and get stronger and return to us Naruto, Iruka said. You don't have to worry Iruka-sensei, I will. I won't let anyone down. I got too many people who are important to me now. I can't afford to let a single one of them down, Naruto replied. Naruto, you've indeed grown stronger. But not just physically, I can see it, you're a lot stronger mentally now as well. You truly deserve to be a Chunin. I can't wait to see what the future brings. I think Konoha's future is looking really good, Iruka thought to himself as he watched Naruto devour the bowl of ramen. That was great, thanks Iruka-sensei. I wish I could stay and chat but I got to go see Ino-chan, so she can help me get ready for my big date with Hinata-chan tonight. See you later Iruka-sensei, Naruto said as he took off from Ichiraku's. See you later Naruto, Iruka said even though Naruto was no longer in sight. Shortly after leaving Ichiraku's, Naruto arrived at the Yamanaka's flower shop. Naruto entered and was immediately greeted by Ino, who was behind the counter. Ah, Naruto-kun, you're here. I figured you'd be here early so I got up and decided to run the shop for a while, so I could wait for you, Ino said to the blonde boy. Hey Ino-chan, I'm here for that help you offered to give me. I need something to wear, I have nothing good for a big date at home, Naruto told the girl. I figured as much, I also had Sakura take Hinata-chan out to get her a new outfit for this evening, and I promise you this, you're going to faint when you see her, Ino said with a grin. Hinata-chan's out shopping, she was asleep when I left this morning, Naruto told the girl. I had Sakura drop by your place and pick her up about an hour ago. They stopped by here first before they went out. Hinata-chan seems pretty excited. She's stuttering and blushing more than I've ever seen her do, and that's saying something, Ino said with a sly smile. That girl really loves you, though I don't know what she sees in you, Ino told the boy. Hey, that's not fair Ino-chan, Naruto said pouting. Relax, I'm just kidding. Let me go tell my mother that I'm leaving and then we'll go, Ino said as she turned and went inside her home. She returned about a minute later and the two left the flower shop. So, where are we going Ino-chan? Naruto asked. Well, I know this really good store, the owners are super nice. I think we'll find what we need there, Ino said. Alright, then let's go do this, I got a lot of stuff to do today, Naruto said. I'll bet, you have a big date tonight and a long trip in the morning, Ino said. Do you know what you got planned for this evening? Ino asked. Well originally I didn't, but I met up with Sasuke this morning during my training and he gave me his reservations for a restaurant called the Golden Dragon, Naruto said. What? The Golden Dragon, is where you're going tonight? Ino said in shock. Yes, why? Naruto asked looking puzzled. Sasuke-kun is very generous indeed. That's a very nice restaurant. You can't just wear anything that's for sure. I guess the store I had in mind won't do. I'll have to take you to a store that specializes in men's clothing and suits, Ino said. A suit? I have to wear a suit. I hate suits, they're sweaty and stuff, Naruto said. Shut up, do you want this date to go well or not? Ino asked. Yes, I do, Naruto replied. Then deal with it, the way Hinata-chan is going to look, it's the least you can do for her, to look your best and wear a suit, Ino told the boy. Alright, I'll do it, Naruto said with the sound of defeat in his voice. Good, now what else do you have planned? Ino asked. Well, I think we could do some shopping around the markets. I heard from Sasuke that it's very nice and very quiet in the evening before the shops close. Then I was thinking I'd take her for some ice cream or something like that, and then finish it off with a nice quiet stroll through one of the nicer parks, before we head back to the apartment, Naruto told the girl. You know, for an idiot, that's not a bad idea. I rather like that idea, it's not super fancy, it's simple, yet smooth, and I'd say that's pretty good indeed, Ino replied. You really think so? Naruto asked. Yes, I definitely do, Ino replied as they arrived at a clothing store. Well, we'll start here, and work our way around until we find everything we need, Ino said. Why do I have a feeling this is going to take a while? Naruto asked aloud. Oh, stop your complaining and let's get going, Ino said, dragging the boy inside the store. After about 3 hours, Ino stood admiring her handiwork. She had adorned Naruto in a simple black suit. Under his sport coat he wore an orange silk shirt, and a black tie to match the suit. He still wore his forehead protector, saying he needed it to keep the hair out of his eyes. Ino had tried to fix that as well, but it seemed no matter what she tried, his hair would do nothing different. It suited him fine though, and she had to admit, he would look strange any other way. His leg holster was left off, but he kept a couple of kunai and shuriken in an inside pant holster just in case. Well, I must say that I am a genius, Ino said with a huge grin on her face. Yeah, well, I still hate suits, it's really uncomfortable, Naruto said, complaining as he fidgeted with the suit. Naruto, if you mess up that suit in any way I will personally kick your ass, you got me, fox boy. Ino said, cracking her knuckles, causing Naruto to shiver. Why yes, Ino-chan, I got you, I won't screw anything up, Naruto said. Good, you're going to go straight back to your apartment and sit on your butt and do absolutely nothing until Hinata-chan returns for your date, you got that? Ino demanded. Yes, I get it already, stop being so damn bossy, Naruto said, complaining as he started to head back to his place. See you later, Ino-chan, and thanks for everything, Naruto said as he walked away. He truly is an idiot. He's a great guy, but a pure idiot, Ino said under her breath with a smile on her face. Naruto returned to his apartment to find the place empty. Hanabi, Akina, and Neji were nowhere to be seen. Naruto to a seat on the couch in the living room and closed his eyes and let his mind wander about many things. He wondered how Hinata would look and how his date would go, and then he wondered what Akina was up to and how he wished he didn't have to leave everyone. But then he started to think about the training and possibly how strong he would be when he returns. He continued to sit in silence for quite a while. The sun had already set and the evening was just beginning. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, the door to his apartment opened and so did Naruto's eyes. Naruto was amazed as his jaw hit the floor when Hinata walked through the door. Hinata was dressed in a sleeveless black dress for her last date with Naruto before he left. It went down to her ankles, with a split on the right side up to her knee. At her waist the color began to lighten and continued to the bottom of the dress, finally ending with the last several inches solid white. The final touches were the black 1-inch heels she was wearing, and the see-through black shawl she had draped across her shoulders. She had left her hair down, rather than fixing it into her usual rigid style. It hung down to the front of her collarbone in front, rising at an angle to end just below the middle of neck in the back. She had decided to leave all of her ninja gear at the apartment, not wanting to think of anything but her last moments with Naruto tonight. So, how do I look at Naruto-kun? Hinata asked, stuttering and shaking fiercely with nervousness. Why you look. Naruto tried to answer but his jaw was still stuck on the ground, he was absolutely speechless by Hinata's appearance. Is this not good? Hinata asked, starting to look disappointed. No, it's not that, you look amazingly incredible, Hinata-chan, Words can't describe how great you look, Naruto said, sensing Hinata's disappointment. Thank you, Naruto-kun, Hinata said, blushing fiercely. You look great as well, Hinata said with a smile. Thanks, Hinata-chan, so would you like to get going? Naruto asked. Yes, that would be great, Hinata replied as the two exited the apartment. Naruto extended his hand to Hinata, which she gladly accepted. Where are we going, Naruto-kun? Have you ever heard of a place called the Golden Dragon? Naruto asked. Why you? Yes, of course I have. It's a really expensive, high-class restaurant. Naruto-kun, you can't possibly be. Hinata started to say but was cut off by Naruto. Well, that's where we're going, I hope it'll be alright with you, Naruto said with a grin. Naruto-kun, This place, it doesn't have ramen, Hinata said in a low voice, barely understand except for the fact that Naruto's senses are heightened from the Kyuubi. Hey, don't worry about that, if someone ate ramen all the time, that person would probably die, Naruto said aloud still grinning. Let's just go and enjoy ourselves, Naruto said. Yes, thank you so very much Naruto-kun, Hinata said with a great smile that showed off her true beauty. My ramen. I want my ramen, but Hinata-chan looks so beautiful and look how happy I made her. But my ramen, Naruto thought to himself, his inner mind almost wanted to cry. The couple arrived at the busy restaurant and when they got to the door, Naruto took the reservations out of his pocket and handed them to the doorman. Name please, the man asked looking down at the couple with a clipboard in hand. Uzumaki, Naruto replied as the man looked down at the clipboard. Naruto then remembered that Sasuke had given him the reservations. Oh damn, it's not going to be under Uzumaki. I'm so stupid, Naruto thought to himself as started to sweat. I got to think of something quickly, Naruto thought. Hey Hinata, look over there, isn't that Neji and Tenten? Naruto said to the girl, point to his left, causing the girl to look over in that direction. Naruto then went up closer to the doorman and whispered to the man. Did I say Uzumaki? I meant Uchiha, the reservation is for Uchiha, Naruto said to the man. Ah, yes, here they are, right this way, the man said entering the restaurant. Naruto-kun, that wasn't nice, I don't see them anywhere, Hinata said pouting. I'm sorry Hinata-chan, I guess I was just imagining things, Naruto said breathing a sigh of relief as they entered the restaurant and were shown to their seats. Your waiter will be with you shortly, the man said handing them a pair of menus. Thank you very much, Hinata replied. Yes, thanks, Naruto also replied as the man left. The couple soon ordered their meals and engaged in small talk. The dinner was peaceful, quiet, and quite enjoyable. Naruto was given the bill and after an argument with the waiter about how many zeros appeared in the bill, Naruto reluctantly paid and the two exited the restaurant and headed straight for the shopping district. That was a great meal Naruto-kun, thank you again for taking me, Hinata said to the boy, trying to raise his spirits after the expensive dinner. No problem Hinata-chan, it was my pleasure, Naruto said with a smile. The couple wandered around the shopping districts. They mainly stuck to window shopping, though the couple did wander in and out of several clothing and jewelry stores. After exiting one of the stores, Naruto spotted something of great interest to him. Naruto had spotted a small photo booth. Hey Hinata-chan, let's go over there, Naruto said dragging the girl over to the photo booth. Naruto-kun, why did you want to come here? Hinata asked. Because it'll be cool, Naruto said with a grin as he dragged the girl inside the photo booth and fed it some coins. After several minutes and several different poses, the couple exited the booth and retrieved the photos. They sat on a bench next to the photo booth and admired the different photos. Several of the photos had the couple making all sort of different faces. Between Naruto's goofy looks and Hinata's suppressed giggles, all the pictures turned quite ridiculous, except for one shot that Naruto had hoped for. It was just a nice, pure shot of the couple close together smiling. Alright, perfect, I got the picture I was looking for, Naruto stated aloud, getting Hinata's attention. What is it Naruto-kun? Hinata asked. It's nothing. Hinata-chan, do me a favor and sit right here and don't move, and close your eyes and don't open them until I tell you to. I have something I need to get, Naruto said grabbing the photo and running off. Naruto-kun, where are you going? Hinata asked. Please, just close your eyes and don't worry about it, Naruto said as Hinata closed her eyes, allowing Naruto to run inside the store he was looking for. Yes, can I help you? A middle-aged lady asked looking at the boy as he admired a certain object. Yes, please, I'd like to purchase this, and could you put this in it? Naruto asked handing the lady the photo. Yes of course, just give me a few minutes, the lady said turning her back to Naruto. Great, I really appreciate it, Naruto said waiting for the lady to finish. There you go, all done, the saleswoman showed Naruto her handiwork. Alright, that's great, thank you. Naruto gave the woman the money and then took the object and exited the store and went back over to Hinata. I'm back, Hinata-chan, did you miss me? Naruto asked. Yes, where were you? May I open my eyes now? Hinata asked. Not yet, but give me just a second and you can, Naruto said going around behind the girl and placing the object around her neck. Now you can open your eyes Hinata-chan, Naruto told the girl as he let the object fall gently. What is this? Hinata asked as she looked down to see a locket hanging from her neck. It was a really simple gold locket, much like the one Akina owns. It was a gold heart with very small little switch that allowed the locket to open easily. Open it up Hinata-chan, Naruto said. The girl did so, and there she saw the photo they had just taken staring her right in the face. I hope you like it, I saw it and thought it would be good. It'll help you remember that you and her will be one always. We'll always be together no matter what. I had remembered how hard it was to open Akina-chan's locket, so I figured this locket would be good because you'll never have to struggle to open it and see us together, Naruto said with a big smile. Hinata quickly got up and hugged the boy tightly. Thank you so very much Naruto-kun, the girl said as she placed a kiss on his lips that caused them both to blush. Why you, are very welcome, Naruto said blushing scratching lightly at his face. So would you like to go get something for dessert? I was thinking some ice cream if you'd like. Naruto asked trying to distract his mind. Why yes, that would be lovely, Hinata replied still with the blush on her face. Naruto took Hinata's hand into his once again as the two strolled around the village and headed over to a small ice cream cart. I'll get our ice cream and be right back, Naruto said with a smile as he guided Hinata to the bench and let her take a seat. Let me get one chocolate cone, and one strawberry cone, Naruto told the man as he pulled out some money and placed it on the counter. The man handed him the cones and his change and Naruto made his way back over to Hinata. Here we are, one chocolate cone for me, and one strawberry cone for you, Naruto said smiling as he handed her the ice cream cone and then sat down beside her. Thank you Naruto-kun, how did you know I liked strawberries? I don't remember ever telling you I did, Hinata asked looking curiously at the boy. Well it seemed to suit you. So I figured you probably like strawberries because you're sweet like them, Naruto said causing the girl to blush. The two sat there in silence after that exchange and ate their ice cream cones. Hey Hinata-chan, I was thinking, after this would you like to go to the park with me? This time of night I hear the main park in Konoha is really nice. Shikamaru told me he goes there often at nights to relax before he goes home for the evening. He said the stars and the night sky are perfect at this time of night, Naruto asked. Sure Naruto-kun, I'd love to, Hinata said as the two finished their ice cream. Hinata grabbed a hold of Naruto's arm as the two made their way over to the park. The couple entered the park and moved silently through it arm in arm as they admired the night sky. The stars were out in full and the moon beamed down upon them. Naruto-kun, this has been a perfect evening. I wish it never had to end. I know this isn't fair, but I really don't want you to go. I know it isn't even really your choice, but I can't help it. The thought of being without you for all that time. I don't know if I can take it, Hinata said as tears started to stream down her face. Naruto embraced the girl tightly and started to stroke her hair. Hey, I know. I hate it, I hate leaving. But I don't have a choice. No, it's more than that, after thinking about it, long and hard I want to go. The Akatsuki is still after me, and they're after Gaara, and they'll stop at nothing to get what they want. I'm going to get stronger, to be put on the right track to becoming Hokage, and to be able to protect everyone, not just the people important to me. I want to protect the whole village. My father did, and died believing in this village. I want to follow in his footsteps and protect all of Konoha. I promise you Hinata-chan, I will be back and better than ever, and when I get back, we'll never be apart again. You said during the Chunin exam that you wanted to become strong enough to be worthy of being my wife, you don't know how much that meant to me. So now it's my turn to pledge to you, Naruto said getting down on one knee and reaching into his pants pocket and pulling out a small diamond ring. I pledge to you, that when I return we'll never be apart again and that even though we're still quite young, I must ask this of you. Hinata-chan, though it'll be a long time before it actually happens, please will you do me the honor of one day becoming my wife? Naruto asked staring deep into her eyes. The girl in question almost completely melted. She stood in pure silence for what seemed like forever, then as the moon shined directly down upon them little crystal-like tears strolled down her face, though she was crying her smile couldn't be missed from a mile away. Yes Naruto-kun, of course, it is what I always dreamed about, I would love to one day become Uzumaki Hinata, Hinata replied accepting the ring on her finger and embracing the boy tightly as their lips meet once again, only deeper as if to cement the future promise between them. The two reluctantly broke the kiss after several minutes and stared at each other. Let's go home Hinata-chan, Naruto said taking Hinata's hand into his yet again and leading her out of the park. Yes, let us return home, Hinata replied. The two arrived at the apartment several minutes later. Naruto opened the door and flipped on the lights and allowed Hinata to enter first. Naruto closed the door and locked it as Hinata sat down on the couch. Naruto made his way over to the kitchen counter where he found a note from Neji. Naruto. I've taken Hanabi-sama with me to Tenten's place where we will stay the night. Akina will be staying with Ino as well, the present in question is in my room, and you'd better clean up the mess I'm sure it made before I return. Also, you two are going to be alone the whole night, but I swear if you do anything to Hinata-sama that is inappropriate I will personally hunt you down and remove all of your vital organs. Have a good evening and see you tomorrow before you leave. Neji. Naruto smiled at the letter before quickly making his way over to Hinata and planting a kiss on her lips. Sit tight for a minute Hinata-chan, I'll be right back, Naruto said leaving the room and heading over to Neji's room. Don't worry Neji, I'll take care of everything, Naruto thought as he opened the door to Neji's room and lifted something up into his arms. He made his way back out to the living room. Hinata-chan please closes your eyes for a moment, Naruto told the girl. Alright, I will, Hinata said closing her eyes. Naruto made his way over to the girl and sat down beside her where he placed some soft and furry into the girl's arms. You can open them now, Naruto said as Hinata opened her eyes and started down at the furry object. In Hinata's lap sat a small orange and white kitten. The kitten had a small black collar on with a tag hanging from it. Hinata gazed at the tag and read what it said. Mikomi. Is that his name? Hinata asked. Yes, Mikomi is his name. It means hope. I guess you could say it means the hope for the future. I thought it was a good name. Do you like it? Naruto asked. Yes, Naruto-kun, I love it and I love you, Hinata said wearing a bright, yet soft smile as she stared at the boy. I love you to Hinata-chan, Naruto said as the two embraced and kissed once again. The couple spent the rest of the evening together with their new friend and finally like they always do, all good things had to come to an end as they lay in bed and drifted off to sleep. The morning came seemingly quicker than usually as the couple reluctantly got up and prepared for the coming event. They both took turns showering and dressing and as they headed for the door, Hinata picked up her new friend and held the kitten in her arms. The two exited the apartment and slowly made their way toward the village gates. The sun had barely made it into the sky as they arrived. Naruto was almost shocked at the sight before him. Standing at the gate waiting for him to arrive was everyone he knew. Jiraiya, Tsunade, Shizune, Kakashi, Guy, Asuma, Kurenai, Ibiki, Ruruka, Enko were among the adults there as well as the old man and his daughter from the ramen shop. Sasuke, Sakura, Ino, Choji, Shikamaru, Tamari, Kankuro, Lee, Kiba with Akamaru, Neji, Tenten, Hanabi, Konohamaru, Moegi, Udon, and of course Akina who ran up to her brother and hugged him tightly. Naruto, you'd better get stronger and be back soon or I'll kick your ass, Akina told her brother as tears formed in her eyes. Everyone took turns saying something to the boy. They gave him encouragement or just a good old-fashioned pat on the back. Ino and the girls gave him each a hug, which almost made Jiraiya jealous, except for the fact that Tsunade had a kunai to his throat. Naruto after saying goodbye to also everyone turned to face the last group of people. He stood almost face to face with Sasuke and they stood there for a few minutes before Naruto finally extended his hand to the Uchiha boy. It's been wild hasn't it? When I get back, I'm expecting you to be much stronger Sasuke, Naruto told the boy. Stop trying to sound cool idiot, Sasuke said with a smirk and then shocked everyone as he gave Naruto a brotherly hug instead of a handshake. I owe you my life and my happiness, take care and get stronger brother, Sasuke said wearing a genuine smile. Naruto then walked up to Neji and also received a brotherly-like hug from the Hyuga boy. Naruto, take care my friend. I also owe you everything. I've never been happier thanks to you, Neji said also with a smile. Naruto then walked up to Kankuro and shook his hand. My entire family owes you a big debt Naruto, thanks for everything, Kankuro said. Where is Gaara? I don't see him, Naruto asked. Don't worry he'll be here, Kankuro said smiling. After saying goodbye to just about everyone Naruto made his way over to Tsunade. Well, I guess this is it. I won't be seeing you for a while Tsunade-ne-chan, don't go dying on me before I return, Naruto said with a grin. Don't worry brat, I can't die yet, I've got too many things left to do. You'd better not slack off while you're gone, if you do I'm going to demote you and send you back to the academy, Tsunade said trying to stay strong though everyone could see the tears streaming down her face. She finally broke down and gave the boy a bone-crushing hug. Tsunade-ne-chan, bones. Breaking. Can't breathe. Naruto gasped for air as he started to turn purple. Tsunade came to her senses quickly though after Naruto started turning blue. Sorry about that, I forget about my strength sometimes, Tsunade said blushing in embarrassment. Naruto picked himself up off the group and began to make his way over to Akina when the wind suddenly picked up and then a wave of sand blew through. When it stopped Gaara stood before Naruto with a backpack strapped to his back. Where have you been Gaara? I was just about to leave, Naruto said looking rather annoyed. I was waiting for you, because we're about to leave. Gaara replied. We're about to leave, who are we? Naruto asked. Jiraiya-sama, you, and I, Gaara replied. What the hell are you talking about? Naruto asked. I will be going with you. It is best for me to learn to control my new power and safer for Konoha if the demons are both gone for a while. I have many things I need to learn and I fear I won't learn them here. I convinced Jiraiya-sama, and Tsunade-sama to allow me to go with you and they agreed, Gaara told the boy. That's so awesome. I got a training partner then, Naruto said. Well, I'm almost ready and then we'll go, Naruto said as he made his way over to Akina. Well, take care, I'll see you soon. I won't let anything separate us ever again once I return. Father and mother wanted us to be together and I won't let him down, Naruto said hugging the girl. Just be careful and come back soon Naruto, Akina said with tears rolling down her face. Naruto nodded his head and broke the hug and made his way over to Hinata and Hanabi. He bent down and hugged the younger girl who kissed him on the cheek. Be careful Naruto-ni-san, Hanabi said. I will, Naruto replied. Naruto turned to face Hinata. Well, this is it, I got to go, but don't worry, I made my promise to you and Mikomi will be there for you as well. I will return and be better than ever, Naruto said smiling as he kissed the girl one last time. Yes, Hinata simply said as the tears poured from her face. Though she was sad, she never let her smile leave her face because she wanted Naruto to see her smile as he left. Well guys, I'm off, see you in a few years, get stronger and kick some ass, Naruto said raising his fist in the air. Keep on smiling Uzumaki Hinata. Naruto yelled as he darted down the road not waiting for either Jiraiya or Gaara who both decided to casually walk after him. Several minutes later the three were no longer in sight. Hinata's tears still hadn't stopped but neither did her smile. Uzumaki Hinata. What did Naruto mean by that? Ino asked as almost everyone turned to look at Hinata. It was nothing. Just a promise for the future, Hinata said still with that bright yet soft smile Naruto loved so much. To be continued in choosing one's path, life's hard road. Choosing one's path. Life's hard road. Chapter 1. The Return. Some things don't ever change. Summary. After 3 years, Naruto returns. His quest to become Hokage continues as his learns life just gets harder. Naruhina, Sasusaku, and more. A new day has just begun. The sun barely in the sky and a light breeze in the air have brought a bright new beginning. Slow down you moron. There is no reason to rush, a taller, white-haired man said to a blonde young man who was walking with a sense of urgency. Shut up Ero Sennin, the blonde said increasing his pace. You don't see Gaara getting all excited and rushing like a total moron, do you? The older man said to the blonde. Gaara doesn't get excited over much though, now does he? The blonde asked. Naruto, was that really called for? A red-haired young man asked showing an annoyed expression. Look Gaara, you've changed a lot over these last few years but you still have emotions that would make even Neji or Sasuke look like super loud annoying brats, the blonde replied. This is coming from the number 1, hyperactive, annoying, ramen slurping, orange wearing moron. Gaara asked. Very funny Gaara, the blonde replied as the group reached the front gates of the village of Konoha. Looks like we're finally here, the old man of the group said as they entered the village and were quickly spotted by 2 chunin who were watching the front gate. It's you. You've returned finally, have you? One of the chunin asked. Welcome back Jiraiya-sama, Gaara-san, Naruto-san. Thanks, we'll be immediately heading over to see the 5th, Jiraiya told the chunin. Yes, I bet she'll be glad to see you guys, the chunin replied as Jiraiya nodded and the trio continued on their way. The trio was walking through the village when Naruto suddenly charged straight up a nearby building and when he reached the top he merely stopped and looked around the village. Gaara slowly followed up behind him to also get a better look at the village. Man, the village hasn't changed a bit, Naruto said aloud but then suddenly spotted the new addition to the Hokage faces. Oh man, they actually added Nei-chan's face up there huh? She is the 5th after all, Gaara replied. It's only natural that her face be added as well. That's true, Naruto commented but then took a deep breath. Hey everyone, Uzumaki Naruto has finally returned. Naruto shouted. Naruto. Is that really you? A voice from below asked as the blonde hearing the voice quickly jumped down to get a better look at the source. Sakura-chan, Naruto said in shock as he noticed his former teammate. The thin, frail body of the girl he remembered had been replaced with a tough, muscular frame just like her sensei. While Sakura wasn't overly large, each of her muscles was clearly defined and noticeable, a fact she was obviously happy to show off as much as possible. Her arms were shown off by the bright red tank top she wore. The black miniskirt and skin-tight black shorts she wore underneath revealed enough of her legs to make anyone turn their head. She was especially proud of that part of her body. She had been a bit distraught when she realized that she was the least endowed of all her friends, but she and a certain raven-haired young man felt none of the other girls could compare their lower extremities to her own. She was glad she had something over them. Especially Ino. Is that really you? Of course it is silly, Sakura replied. Sakura looked Naruto over carefully. He had definitely grown over the last few years. He was now just a little less than 6 feet tall, and had his hair a little longer and spikier. He was wearing black cargo pants that were left loose to cover the tops of his shoes. His sunset orange shirt was buttoned up to its banded collar, and over it was an unzipped lightweight black jacket with a matching orange stripe going down each arm. His build was difficult to discern since his clothes were so loose, but judging by how broad his shoulders were, one could guess he had quite a set of muscles concealed under those clothes of his. Sakura couldn't help but to smile at the thought of how much time could change people. But look at you, you've grown so much. You're a lot taller now too. Yay, at least I'll be tall like my dad was and not a midget anymore, Naruto said with a smile. Hey, did you forget about me, you clumsy idiot? A certain raven-haired young man asked, standing behind his pink-haired girlfriend. Sasuke, Naruto said with a grin, noticing the Uchiha boy. Sasuke stood with a slight smirk and his hands in the pockets of his blue jacket. It was left unzipped, showing his white shirt underneath. Those who had been around him much lately knew that the symbol of the leaf was as proudly displayed on the back of his shirt and his forehead as his clan's symbol was on the back of his jacket. His long black pants were taped down to the tops of his shoes. So I see you finally made it back. How did the training go, Naruto? Sasuke asked the blonde. It went great, I'm a lot stronger than before, Naruto replied. Great, I can't wait to spar with you again and test your newfound strength, Sasuke said to the blonde. Well then let's go, Naruto said confidently. I'd love to, but I can't right now. We're getting ready to go on a mission. We're on our way to see Tsunade-sama as we speak, Sasuke told Naruto. I see, we were going to see Ne-chan as well to report in and stuff, Naruto told Sasuke. Gaara, let's go. Naruto shouted up to Gaara, who promptly joined Naruto on the ground. Gaara, you look different, Sasuke said to the red-haired young man. The first thing most people would notice about how Gaara looked was that he seemed to be wearing glass. Sure enough, on each forearm and shin there were thick plates of glass that looked like pieces of medieval armor. On his back he had a solid glass yari spear. He wore the standard blue pants most upper-ranking shinobi wore, with the bottoms of the pant legs wrapped down to the tops of his shoes. His long-sleeved shirt was a dark cream color, and ended just above the middle of his thighs. Time is capable of changing people, is it not? Gaara replied. Indeed, well let's go, we can't be later, Tsunade-sama will be angry, Sasuke said. Yes, Naruto, you do know how much of a temper your big sister has when she's kept waiting, Jiraiya reminded the blonde. Besides, we still have to meet up with Akina and Hinata, Sasuke said aloud. Akina-chan and Hinata-chan? Naruto asked. Yes, they're coming with us on this mission apparently, Sasuke replied. Isn't Akina-chan your teammate anyway? Naruto asked. Naruto, we're all Chunin now. So we're not an official team anymore, Sakura told her former teammate. So everyone made it to the Chunin level? Naruto asked. Yes, and even better, Shikamaru, Shino, and Temari are Junin now, Sakura told Naruto. That's awesome, but I'm a little surprised that you and Neji aren't Junin already by now, Naruto said to the raven-haired young man. It's true we could have been by now, but Neji and I were waiting for your return before we became Junin actually, Sasuke told the blonde. I don't understand, Naruto said, looking confused. Naruto, Sasuke-kun and Neji want to take the Junin exam with you. They want to compete with you and test themselves, Sakura told the blonde. Ah, I see. Well, you guys shouldn't have waited, because if it's a competition then I absolutely won't lose. Naruto said with a confident smile that had the small group walking together all form grins on their faces. Naruto ni, is that really you? A voice said from behind. Huh, Naruto said aloud as he turned around only to be hugged tightly. It is you, Naruto ni, you're finally back. The voice identified as Akina said with tears in her eyes. Akina-chan, Naruto said, finally recognizing the voice. Naruto quickly took a look at how his sister had changed over the last 3 years. Akina was wearing a deep crimson tank top that accentuated her well-toned frame. It clung tightly to her body and stopped just above her belly button. On the back was the telltale swirl that marked her as a Konoha citizen, done in black, covered slightly by the ponytail she kept tied with a thin leather strip. She wore her forehead protector around her waist, a habit she had picked up from her brother's teammate, Ino. With it she was wearing black cargo pants made from a thick material to resist tears. In contrast to her shirt, they were very baggy. The final pieces of her outfit were the long black fingerless leather gloves. They covered roughly an inch of each finger, stopping just behind each finger's middle knuckle. There was a stud on each of her 4 fingers' knuckles where they met the rest of the hand, mounted to a metal plate, which was sewn into the glove. This gave her punches a more solid impact. Each glove had a plate on the back of the hand with the leaf symbol. The gloves continued about 3/4 of the way up her forearm, stopping a few inches before her elbow. There were several strips of metal that went from the back of her wrist to the end of the glove. The many strips together practically cocooned her forearm, which allowed her to block bladed weapons without injury. When did you get back? Akina asked. Just now, we're going to go see Ne-chan. Ero Sennin, Gaara and I, that is, Naruto told the girl. Great, I was meeting up with Sasuke and Sakura anyway, so I'm going tag along. I can't believe you're back. Hinata-chan is going to freak out, Akina told her brother. Hinata-chan, where is she? Naruto asked. She should be waiting for us outside Tsunade Ne-chan's place, Akina told Naruto as the group continued toward Tsunade's office. Yo, Naruto. So you're back, huh? A familiar voice said. Naruto turned around and was shocked to see Kiba and Akamaru. Kiba had grown greatly over the past 3 years. At a glance it was easy to tell he had put on at least 30 pounds of muscle. He had elected to not replace his furry jacket after he had outgrown it. He left his armor in sight these days, draped over a crimson short-sleeved shirt that was tucked into his black pants. His forearms were covered by armored plates, which met his fingerless black gloves. His fingerless gloves ran 3 inches past his wrist toward his elbow. The final touch was a studded belt with the plate from his forehead protector as the buckle. As for Akamaru, the once small puppy that rode in Kiba's jacket had become nothing short of a monster in appearance. His head came up to his master's chest. He had a studded collar that matched Kiba's belt, which was also clasped with a Konoha head protector. Damn Kiba, Akamaru, you two definitely changed, Naruto noticed. It would seem you have forgotten about me as well. I am deeply saddened that a comrade would forget about me, the bug ninja said, appearing beside Kiba. Sorry Shino, I didn't see you there, Naruto told the bug user. Shino, at least, had remained mostly the same. He had a new jacket. It was made the same as the one he wore 3 years ago, but was now black. The only other obvious change was that instead of his old round sunglasses, he now had a new set of sport-styled wraparounds. I'll forgive you because we are comrades, Shino told the blonde young man. Naruto-kun, is that you I see there shining with your youthful energy? A voice said from behind whom Naruto instantly recognized and shuddered. Yes, fuzzy brows, it's me plain as day, Naruto replied, noticing how Lee had changed, or rather, how he hadn't changed. The only difference between the new Lee and the Lee of yesteryear was that he was taller and had a larger build. Frighteningly enough, now he looks even more like his beloved Guy sensei, especially with the Chunin vest. Sorry, I don't have time to talk, I got to go, Naruto said with a sense of urgency that everyone around knew was just his way of trying to get as far away from Lee as possible as fast as possible. Naruto, did you really need to run away from Lee-san? Sakura asked. Sorry Sakura-chan, but I'm in no mood for a headache, Naruto replied, getting a chuckle from the small group. Naruto. Oh my god, you're actually back, Ino said in shock as she was face to face with her former teammate as he rounded the corner. Ino quickly hugged the blonde. Hey Ino-chan, Naruto said happily. Naruto, how's it going? Choji asked, standing beside his girlfriend. I'm great, man, you two have changed, haven't you? Naruto asked, looking the couple over. At a glance, Ino looked racier than ever. She kept her trademark purple, but she showed more than most women dared. It displayed the great confidence she had both in her appearance and ability to take care of herself. Her hair was still in a long ponytail, with one fringe that covered the left side of her face. The focal point of her look was the skin-tight midriff tank top. The plate from her forehead protector was affixed to the top of the shirt just beneath the cleavage it revealed. However, men who had any sense gave up looking when they saw the necklace she displayed for everyone to see. Most everyone knew where the second half of that pendant was, as Ino was known to take pride in telling people that Akamichi Choji already had her heart. The pendant was attached to a simple black ribbon that clung to her neck, which barely let the pendant touch her collarbone. The loose forearm sleeves were attached to the tank top by tight black netting. The same netting connected the bottom of her tank top to the top of her shorts that ran slightly past the middle of her thigh. The tight purple shorts were partially covered by a slanted piece of black fabric that went from her left hip to the middle of her right thigh in the front and back. Finally, netting ran from the bottom of her shorts to the middle of her calves. Naruto then took a moment to examine the other half of the couple. Choji had changed a good bit over the last 3 years. He had abandoned his old attire long ago for a style that was better suited to his newfound speed. His upper body was now covered in a skin-tight black suit that ran from his neck out to cover each hand, and then tucked into his pants. It was a fairly thin material that seemed to fold into the crease between each of his muscles. His body wasn't very bulky, but very well toned and defined. The shirt also came up the back of his head, and had a band that ran around the forehead that held the metal plate of his old forehead protector. His shoulder-length hair came out of the top and was parted in the center and draped to the sides, just barely touching his Chunin vest. His pants were also close to his form, but not nearly as tight. They pants were made from a tough material, and were black and white with a camouflage pattern. He wore his normal style shoes with the outfit, only they were now black. His outfit was completed by the silver chain that was barely visible around his neck. At the other end, carefully tucked into his shirt was a round gold disc. When Ino had given this to him, she told him how her father had given it to her mother while she was pregnant with Ino. The charm had a square hole in the center of it and some strange carvings around it. He had given the part Choji had to her mother, and kept the other part that Ino had. The two discs were made as one then split apart. When the peg from Ino's pieces pushed into the hole in Choji's, the carvings on the two combined to form the symbol for love. She told him how this charm was said to ensure the two lovers would always be reunited, and symbolized that without each other, neither would be complete. "You two look great," Naruto said finally. "Thanks Naruto-kun, you don't look so bad yourself. You've even gotten taller," Ino replied. "Hey Shika-kun, look who's back." Ino called to her former teammate as he and a familiar blonde-haired girl made their way over to the group. "So it's Naruto, is it?" Shikamaru said with a lazy expression on his face. "And Ino, don't call me that. It's bad enough Tamari does it but not you as well." "So it's bad that I call you Shika-kun, is it?" Tamari asked, looking annoyed. "Damn it, you're all so troublesome," Shikamaru replied, getting a smack from his girlfriend and a giggle from Ino. "So Naruto-kun, Gaara, I see you two are back. I'm glad," Tamari told the two young men. "I see you are doing well Tamari," Gaara replied. "Yeah, you look amazing," Naruto said, almost with a slight blush on his face. To say Tamari looked amazing was an understatement. Tamari had filled out more than any other girl in Naruto's group of friends had. Of course, if any of the other girls were asked, they would say it was just because Tamari was older than them, but they knew better. She was second only to Tsunade. She clothed herself in a sleeveless one-piece cream-colored dress with a banded collar that clung to her neck. The dress as a whole from the waist up seemed like it should be hard for her to breathe. Even though she was covered, it left very little to the imagination. It ended several inches above her knee and was split up to her waist on each side, revealing tight black shorts. Over the shorts was a set of fishnets that ran all the way down her legs. Her forearms were covered by royal blue baggy sleeves, which concealed tight, armored bracers. Her fan was held on her back by a matching royal blue sash that circled her waist and held the plate from her forehead protector. As for Shikamaru, he hadn't changed much over the years. He still looked blatantly uninterested in everything that was going on, and still wore his same outfit, only larger. The only real changes were that now he wore a camouflage jacket like his father, and when he could get away with it, he would go days without shaving. "Why thank you Naruto-kun," Tamari replied. "Shikamaru, you're a lucky bastard," Naruto stated quite bluntly. "Hey stupid, that's my sister you're talking about," a familiar voice said, leaning up against a nearby wall across from Naruto. "Who the hell are you?" Naruto asked, looking confused. "What the hell, you don't recognize me," the young man said, looking even more annoyed. "Kankuro, you can't really blame him. You do look completely different than when they left," Tamari replied. "That's Kankuro," Gaara replied, looking almost shocked. "Damn it Gaara, don't joke around like that. I know you've seen me plenty of times without my makeup," Kankuro said. "That's Makeup Boy over there," Naruto said, looking rather shocked. "God damn it, I'm so going to kill you," Kankuro replied. Kankuro had long since abandoned his strange black outfit and face paint. He had finally settled on the general look for a shinobi in Konoha. He now wore the standard dark blue pants, and a light brown long-sleeved shirt. He had also stopped carrying around his bulky package he usually kept on his back. He now carried scrolls similar to Tenten's to hold his burden. He kept the 3 scrolls he had tied to his left thigh, with his weapon pouch on his right. He wore his forehead protector in its proper place, and carried a small toolkit on his left hip for field repair of his puppets. "Sorry about that man, you just look different," Naruto told the older boy. "Naruto, you're not making him feel any better," Shikamaru replied. "I see you guys are as lively as usual," Neji said, dropping down from the rooftop. His girlfriend dropped down beside him a moment later. "Neji, Ten-chan," Naruto said happily as he noticed the two teens. "Hey Naruto-kun, how have you been?" Tenten asked. "I've been great," Naruto replied as he studied the two teens before him. Neji had changed very little. He had grown taller, and had become disturbingly more feminine looking, mainly because of his rather long hair, but that was pretty much it. He had traded his shorts and short-sleeved shirt for a standard pair of dark blue pants and a dark gray shirt. The shirt fastened down his left side and tucked into his pants. He still used his forehead protector to cover his seal. As for Tenten, the biggest surprise about her was her hair. She had finally turned her back on the buns she had worn on her head after many subtle requests from Neji. She kept her hair long enough to reach just below her shoulders, though most of the time she kept it in a high ponytail. She still dressed basically the same. She just loved her sleeveless Chinese shirts, no one thought she would ever wear anything else. The only other change to her general look was the fact that most days she could be seen wearing one of Neji's shirts like a lightweight jacket. Whenever anyone asked her about it she would just smile and remain silent. Neji was the only one who knew how much Tenten loved the smell of him. Soon after they had moved in together she had started helping herself to some of his clothes in the mornings. "Naruto, it really is good to see you again," Neji said with a smile. "We must get together catch up sometime soon." "Definitely, but for now we really got to get going before Ne-chan wrings all of our necks," Naruto told Neji as the group everyone parted ways and went in separate directions. Naruto, Gaara, Sasuke, Sakura, Akina, and Jiraiya all continued toward the Hokage's place. They arrived in short time and Naruto immediately spotted the one person he had been waiting to see more than anyone else since his return to Konoha. "Hinata-chan, look at who's back," Akina yelled to the Hyuga girl. "Gaara-san, Jiraiya-sama, welcome home," Hinata said getting a nod from the two ninja. "But, where's Naruto-kun?" Hinata asked. "What are you talking about? He's right here," Akina said but then noticed her brother was nowhere in sight. "Well, he was here." "Hinata-chan," Naruto said tapping the girl on the shoulder from behind. Naruto-kun," Hinata asked as she slowly turned around and blushed fiercely when her eyes met with a certain blonde-haired young man. "It's me all right my love," Naruto said with a wink and a sly smile as he planted a kiss right on the girl's lips that quickly drew the breath away from her. "Welcome home," Hinata said with a blush and a smile as she stood before him with her hands behind her back. Naruto quickly blushed and stared as he admired the changes his girlfriend had been through these last 3 years. Hinata had changed the most out of the group, well except for maybe Choji. She wasn't as conservative and modest as she had been in her younger days, though she was still far more modestly dressed than her kunoichi comrades were. She had abandoned her baggy jacket that hid her figure from sight, and replaced it with a short-sleeved royal blue top that zipped in the front up to her collarbone. The dress-like top didn't have the usual collar at the top, which left her neck completely uncovered. Its bottom came to the middle of her thigh, and underneath it were tight black pants. There was a lotus blossom stitched into the back with a deep purple thread. The entire outfit showed how much she had grown over the years. What she hadn't gained in height, she had in other places. Her muscles had toned through her training, and gave her a rather athletic build. However, her training had not taken away the voluptuous womanly curves she had developed. She now kept her hair longer, just past her shoulders, and generally kept it in a single loose braid with a few fringes framing her face. Many men noticed Hinata now, and over the last 3 years she had become one of the most sought-after women in Konoha. She was no longer as shy as she once was. Instead of looking down all the time and speaking too soft to be heard, she would now look at people and speak in an almost conversational tone. She retained just enough of the shyness in her personality to drive the men wild. Naruto was no different. The blonde instantly shut up and Akina could have sworn she saw her brother start to drool at the sight of Hinata. "Hinata-chan, you look amazing." "No, amazing doesn't do you justice. No words can describe how beautiful you look," Naruto told the girl, causing her to turn several shades of red. "So Hinata-chan, the idiot finally came back to us. Of course he seems to have lousy timing, but at least we have something to look forward to," Akina said to the girl. "That's right, you guys got a mission or something don't you?" Naruto remembered from what Sasuke and Sakura told him earlier. "Yes, it would appear as so," Hinata replied. "We mustn't keep Tsunade Ne-chan waiting any longer. We have business with Tsunade as well, so we shall accompany you to her office," Jiraiya informed the Hyuga girl. The group made their way inside and up a long flight of steps and finally reached the Hokage's office. Sasuke knocked on the door. "Who's there?" Tsunade called from behind the door. "Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, Uzumaki Akina, Hyuga Hinata, and a bunch of wanderers," Sasuke replied from the other side of the door. "Come in," Tsunade ordered. The door opened slowly and Tsunade set her eyes at the entering group. Shizune, who was as always by Tsunade's side, as well as Hatake Kakashi, was also in the room, and all their eyes wandered to the extra set of people who had joined Sasuke's group. "Naruto, is that you?" Tsunade asked, looking stunned. "Yes Ne-chan, I've returned. Gaara and I are back and better than ever," Naruto said with a grin. "Naruto-kun, welcome home," Shizune said to the blonde. "Well, it looks like you're not a midget after all, Naruto. You'll reach sensei's height if you continue like this," Kakashi commented. "Kakashi-sensei, are you looking to pick a fight just as soon as I return?" Naruto asked, looking annoyed. Now don't be upset. I'm just saying you've grown up a bit," Kakashi said. "You have a funny way of saying that then," Naruto said almost in a half-pout. "Anyway, Naruto, Gaara, Jiraiya, I am glad to see you guys," Tsunade told them. "But first I must handle the business at hand. Kakashi, I want you to lead this next mission. It's an A-ranked mission." "An A-ranked mission?" Kakashi questioned. "Yes, the request comes from a village close to the border to the Lightning Country, so you must be very cautious on this mission. The village has requested our assistance. They are being harassed by rogue ninja from the now dead Sound Village. They've requested a combat team with at least 2 medical-capable shinobi. 2 medics on this mission. Isn't that a bit unusual? Kakashi asked. Indeed, but apparently there are a great deal of injured villagers that need treatment, therefore, I will be sending you, Sasuke, Akina, Sakura, and Hinata in on this mission. You are all capable as combat shinobi and of course Sakura and Hinata are very good medical nins, Tsunade told the group. Just use caution and do not drop your guard. You are to leave immediately, so you all are dismissed, Tsunade told the group. They turned toward the exit, Kakashi just nodded to Naruto as he exited the room. Sasuke merely smirked and Sakura waved as they too exited the room. Naruto ni, I guess I'll see you when I get back, Akina said giving her brother a hug and then making her exit as well. Naruto-kun, I'm very glad you've returned. I'll see you soon, Hinata told Naruto as she hugged him and kissed him on the cheek as she too left the room. That just left Naruto, Gaara, and Jiraiya standing before the 5th Hokage and her assistant. So how did it go, Jiraiya? I must say Naruto and Gaara definitely look different, Tsunade asked her fellow Sannin. They've both become a lot more powerful. Gaara has complete control over his and his tenant's chakra. Naruto has mastered his chakra capacity as well as got in touch with an old friend, Jiraiya told the woman. What do you mean by that? Tsunade asked. You'll see in due time, Jiraiya informed his former teammate. Also the two have completely mastered their different elemental training. What? Seriously, they've even done that? Tsunade asked looking amazed. Indeed, Jiraiya replied with a smirk. We kick ass now, Ne-chan. Naruto told the woman. So, what elements? Tsunade asked. Almost to be expected because of where I lived most of my life, I freely control earth and wind, Gaara told the older woman. As for Naruto, he's a bit different in that department. Jiraiya interrupted. Different how? Tsunade asked. Naruto controls 3 elements, Jiraiya told the woman. That's impossible, Shizune couldn't help but say. Normally I'd agree, but this is Naruto we are talking about, Jiraiya replied. Tsunade Ne-chan, Shizune Ne-chan, I control wind, water, and fire, Naruto told the older women. Wind, water, and fire. Tsunade said. Is it because of Kyuubi's past influence on his chakra system? Most likely. Regardless, these brats have improved and could probably give us a run for our money or better, Jiraiya told the woman. So are they a match for the Akatsuki? Tsunade asked. I'd hope so considering we killed 3 of their members off recently, Jiraiya replied. What, you guys took out 3 members? Tsunade asked. Yes, I believe their names were Sasori, Deidara, and Zetsu, Jiraiya told the woman. We were lucky to catch them exchanging information. We had the element of surprise and I'll tell you, it was rough but we managed to defeat them. We also learned some very interesting information, Jiraiya said. What information is that? Tsunade asked. The Akatsuki has managed to get their hand on nearly all the Biju. Only 4 remain, Jiraiya told his former teammate. Only 4 remain, Tsunade asked. Yes, the one-tailed inside of Gaara, the 4 and 7 tails, and of course Naruto, Jiraiya told the woman. We have Naruto and Gaara of course. But I have also arranged for the 4 tails container and the 7 tails containers to both come to Konoha. The 4 tails is a young lady from Hidden Grass. The 7 tails is also a young lady, she is from the Snow Country actually, Jiraiya told the woman. I'll fill you in with the rest of the details later. I see, so you guys have been busy, Tsunade said to the small group. We have also had some problems during your time away, Tsunade said grimly. Problems? Jiraiya asked. Yes, we had problems with 2 Akatsuki members as well, Tsunade told Jiraiya. Their names were Hidan and Kakuzu, Tsunade told the group. I see, then that's excellent news. The Akatsuki is very little in number now. But judging by the look on your face, something happened, Jiraiya said. Indeed, we are down 2 of our best Junin now, Tsunade told the group getting a stunned reaction from Naruto. Kurenai is no longer on active duty, she is currently carrying Sarutobi Asuma's child, Tsunade told the group. Sarutobi sensei's boy Jiraiya stated. Asuma sensei and Kurenai sensei got together. Naruto asked looking shocked. That's not all however, Tsunade said getting their utmost attention. Sarutobi Asuma was killed in action by Hidan of the Akatsuki, Tsunade told the group. What the hell was that? Asuma sensei he died, but what about Kurenai sensei? Naruto asked with anger and sadness mixed together in his eyes. Kurenai is indeed taking this hard but she is strong. Asuma died to protect the future generation of the village, Tsunade told her little brother. But, Naruto wanted to say something, anything, but he simply couldn't. Shikamaru took out Hidan shortly afterward. Sasuke and Kakashi's combined efforts took down Kakuzu. It was a fierce battle, Tsunade told the blonde. I see, Naruto said as he turned and started to make his way out of Tsunade's office. Where are you going, Naruto? Tsunade asked. There's something I got to do, Naruto replied and left the room. If I may, Tsunade-sama, I will ensure he doesn't do anything stupid, Gaara told the woman and followed Naruto out of the room. Naruto walked silently through the village for quite a while. He eventually found himself at the training ground where he first became a genin. Gaara followed Naruto to the training grounds and watched the blonde stop and stare at the stone slab memorial with all the fallen Konoha shinobi's names engraved. Naruto, Gaara said, letting the blonde know he was there. Sarutobi. Asuma. Naruto read the name out loud. Asuma-sensei died, fighting the Akatsuki. Naruto. You can't possibly believe it was your fault he died? Gaara asked. Naruto silently turned and walked away from the stone slab. Gaara silently walked beside him. The two made their way to Konoha's cemetery. After a while of searching, Naruto stopped in front of the grave he was searching for. Naruto. I know it wasn't my fault, but Naruto said, kneeling before the grave of Asuma. Naruto. A voice from behind said, getting the two teens' attention. Naruto turned around to see Kurenai standing holding a bouquet of flowers for the grave. Kurenai-sensei. Naruto said, as he couldn't help but stare down at the ground almost as if he was too ashamed to look Kurenai in the eyes. Well, congratulations, Naruto said, trying to lighten the mood. So you heard. You've grown, Naruto. You're taller. You look very much like your father, Kurenai said to the blonde. Kurenai-sensei, I'm so sorry. Naruto said to the older woman, shocking her. If I wasn't around, if I never existed, then you. Quote. Naruto, don't ever apologize for something like that. Kurenai said to the young man. Never regret your existence. If it wasn't for you, this village may have fallen back when the sand and sound invaded the village. If it weren't for you, Sasuke, Neji, Hinata, Akina, and so many others would have suffered. So never regret your existence. I understand, I'm sorry, Naruto replied. Asuma, he died to protect this village, the people in it, and the new generation to be born, Kurenai told the teen. Kurenai-sensei. Uzumaki, Naruto swear that I will protect you, the village, and the next generation to be born. I will become Hokage and protect this village and everyone in it, and that's a promise, Naruto told the older woman. Naruto. Kurenai said, looking at the teen in shock. I'll never break my promises and I'll never take back my words. That's my way of the ninja. Naruto told the woman. I see. Konoha is in excellent hands then, Kurenai said to the teen with a smile. You bet it is. Now if you'll excuse me, I've got to get some ramen. Naruto said, making a hastily exit. Excuse us if you please, Gaara said, simply giving the woman a slight bow before chasing after the blonde. Asuma, Konoha and our child's future is truly in great hands, Kurenai thought to herself as she placed the bouquet on her love's grave. Chapter 2. The mission has gone wrong. The desperate rescue attempt. After a tiring first day back in Konoha, Naruto met up with all his comrades, learned of new information on the Akatsuki, met up with Iruka and had 40 bowls of ramen, and then finally returned to his home. Naruto learned that Neji had since moved out to live with Tenten, which worked out since it gave Akina her own room. Naruto returned home and was greeted by Hanabi, who looked identical to Hinata's 12-year-old self. The only real difference was Hanabi's total confidence in her long hair. She even wore Hinata's old jacket. After catching up on things, Naruto thought he'd get a nice long sleep. He was wrong, unfortunately, as early in the morning, about 5 in the morning, there was a loud knocking at the door. Naruto brushed off the first knock, but after the second and third knocks on the door, Naruto decided whoever it was wouldn't quit until he answered the door. Okay, I'm coming, damn it. Naruto yelled at the door as he put on his jacket and answered the door. At the door was a man in an Anbu mask. Naruto-san, the 5th Hokage has requested your presence at Konoha Hospital immediately, the man told the teen. The hospital? What's going on? Naruto asked. Please come with me, Naruto-san, the man said. Okay, let's go, Naruto replied and quickly followed the Anbu to Konoha Hospital, where he was promptly led to Tsunade, who was sitting on a bench outside of one of the emergency rooms. Nei-chan, what's going on? Naruto asked, looking concerned. It's about Team Kakashi's mission. They were ambushed and set up, Tsunade told the teen. What? Naruto shouted in shock. I just finished treating Kakashi, he's out of danger but he'll be down for a little while. If he hadn't sent Pakun to get help, it would have been too late. So how is everyone? Naruto asked. Well, I just told you about Kakashi. Sasuke is alright and is asleep in his room, and Sakura was hurt pretty bad but she'll survive, Tsunade told the teen. Okay, and what about Akina-chan and Hinata-chan? Naruto looking extremely worried. Naruto, meet me in my office in 30 minutes, Tsunade told the blonde, and as she walked away and left Naruto standing looking even more worried. From there Naruto quickly hurried to Tsunade's office to meet the older woman. Judging from her tone and her look, something was terribly wrong, which made Naruto start to sweat. Naruto arrived at her office and knocked on the door. Come in, Naruto, Tsunade told the blonde, knowing he was the one at the door. Nei-chan, what happened to Hinata-chan and my sister? Naruto asked. Uzumaki Akina and Hyuga Hinata have been kidnapped. By the cloud, Tsunade told the teen. What? How? Why? Naruto asked in shock with a hint of anger in his voice. The mission I sent Team Kakashi turned out to be an ambush. Their targets all along were Akina and Hinata. The Raikage himself was there in person and was the one who took down Kakashi. Sasuke and Sakura were taken down by several Junin-level ninja, and Hinata and Akina were knocked unconscious and taken away. They passed the border and entered the Lightning Country and are currently stationed in an outpost just inside the border. I imagine that after a little torture and interrogation they will be moved into the Hidden Cloud Village and probably killed. Hinata, being a Hyuga, will probably have her eyes removed and examined for their own purposes, Tsunade told the teen. Like hell they will. I'll kill them. If they hurt them, I'll tear them apart, Naruto said in a fierce rage. Naruto, you will calm down and listen to me, Tsunade demanded, instantly getting the blonde's attention. You can't be irrational, we're in deep trouble here. They're in the Lightning Country, we have no say and no power. If we enter their country they could declare war for our trespassing. Nei-chan, you are not suggesting to me that we abandon them, are you? Naruto asked. Naruto, who the hell do you think you're talking to? They're my little sisters, I'll die before I'll abandon them, Tsunade told the teen. Then what do we do? Naruto asked when suddenly there was a knock at the door. Good, I see they've arrived, Tsunade said with a smirk. Enter, Tsunade demanded. The door opened and a group of familiar faces entered the room. Damn, what troublesome thing do you want so early in the morning? A certain lazy Junin asked. You know what you're here for, Tsunade told the Junin. Nara Shikamaru, I want you to lead this recovery mission. You are to enter the Lightning Country and rescue Hyuga Hinata and Uzumaki Akina. Joining you on this mission will be Hyuga Neji, Inuzuka Kiba, Rock Lee, Akamichi Choji, and Uzumaki Naruto. For this mission you all are to leave your Konoha head protectors here with me. You are to do this as if you are not a part of Konoha so that the Hidden Cloud Village cannot declare war falsely on the village. Do you understand the mission given to you? Tsunade asked the group. Wait, Sasuke yelled, entering through the door with bandages around several parts of his body. Uchiha Sasuke, what are you doing here? Tsunade asked. I'm coming too, Sasuke demanded. What? You are in no condition to join on this mission, go back to the hospital immediately. Tsunade demanded. I will not, Sasuke declared. I'm going. We let our guard down, we got ambushed and 2 of our friends were taken. I promised my brother I'd protect them when he wasn't around and I failed him. For the sake of my honor and my promise to Naruto, I will go and get them back. Sasuke, Naruto said in shock at the raven-haired teen's declaration. You don't have to do this. No, I do. Tsunade-sama, please, I beg you to allow me to go, Sasuke pleaded. Sasuke, all right, you can join Shikamaru's team on this mission. But do not become a burden because of your injuries and be sure to follow Shikamaru's commands, Tsunade told the teen. I understand, I will not let you down, Sasuke stated to the Hokage. Everyone, you are to return to your homes and prepare and meet Shikamaru at the front gate in 30 minutes. You are all dismissed, Tsunade told the group. The shinobi quickly departed from the office into their homes to prepare after leaving their Konoha head protectors with Tsunade. At the end of the 30-minute time limit the group met Shikamaru at the front gate. Okay, it's time. We're going to pair up and travel in small groups. If we're separated from the main group I want your partner right there next to you. Kiba, you and Akamaru are with me and we'll lead the group. Naruto, you and Sasuke are the second group. Choji, Lee, you guys will be paired up with Neji. Each group has a way of tracking as well if we are all separated. Kiba and Akamaru are my trackers. Naruto, your fox-like senses and sharp hearing can pick up nearby enemies much like Kiba and Akamaru can. Choji and Lee, you have Neji's Byakugan. We'll travel very similarly to how we traveled during the Sasuke retrieval mission. Kiba and myself up front. Naruto and Sasuke will be in the middle. Then Lee, Choji, Neji, you guys will make up the rear with Neji using his Byakugan. Remember, this is a rescue mission. Our first priority is to locate and rescue Akina and Hinata alive and well, Shikamaru told the group. If there are no questions, let's move out guys. Then team quickly exited the village and hastily made their way toward the lightning country. Shikamaru, how far into lightning country are we going to be? Will there be any Konoha backup? Neji asked the Junin. According to our information it won't be but a few miles past the border. Cloud's outpost was set up so they could easily watch the border after all. As for backup, I'm not sure. I imagine Tsunade-sama has something up her sleeve but I recommend that you treat it as if there will be absolutely no backup whatsoever, Shikamaru informed the group. What I'm more worried about is the amount of firepower waiting for us at the outpost. I assume that the Raikage himself will be there as well as several Junin and many Chunin level shinobi. I see, so in many ways this mission is far more dangerous than the Sasuke mission, Neji mentioned to the group. Indeed, the Sound 4 has got nothing on someone at cage level, Shikamaru added. I don't care who's there. They got my sister and they got my girlfriend. Anyone dumb enough to get in my way is going down, Naruto said harshly. Naruto, remember to keep a level head. We can't get caught or be killed, and we can't reveal ourselves as Konoha shinobi. Even if the Raikage recognizes us from the Chunin exam, he can't declare war against Konoha falsely. We must do this as rogue ninja. The moment we gave Tsunade-sama our head protectors we became temporary missing nins, Shikamaru told the team. So then we don't have to limit the use of the Byakugan or the Sharingan? Sasuke asked. We shouldn't have to, since we're technically missing nin, Shikamaru replied. By the way, Lee, when using your attacks please try and refrain from saying Konoha's name in any of your attacks. Will do Shikamaru-kun, Lee replied. The group traveled for several hours at top speed until they finally reached the border to the lightning country. The group slowed down, decided stealth would be key as the group stuck to the ground moved slowly. Neji, I need you to check the area out with your Byakugan, Shikamaru said to the Hyuga boy. Okay, I'll get right on it, Neji replied. Byakugan, Neji said, activating his bloodline's special ability. Neji scouted the area for several minutes before deactivating his Byakugan. We're clear for the moment but I've posted the outpost. When we continue onward the danger will rise. We should take this last moment to prepare. You heard him guys. You each have 5 minutes then we're moving in, Shikamaru told the group. Hinata-chan, Akina-chan, hold on. No matter what I will rescue you both. I don't care who gets in my way, cage or no cage, Naruto thought to himself as he prepared for what was to come. Chapter 3. The mission commences. Battle in enemy territory. The team has entered into Lightning Country. They've reached their destination, the Hidden Cloud Village's outpost where Hyuga Hinata and Uzumaki Akina are being held against their will. The leader of the Hidden Cloud Village, the Raikage as well as several high-level shinobi is supposed to be there and countless other dangers await the team. It's time, let's go, Shikamaru told the group as they made their way slowly closer to the outpost. Neji, Naruto, Kiba and Akamaru stay on high alert. Tell us if you sense, see, or smell anyone. Shikamaru, look above us. A watchtower of some sort, 2 guards are inside, Neji told Shikamaru. I got it, Shikamaru replied noticing the area around him. Kage Kyubi Shibari no Jutsu, Shikamaru's shadow caught both guards and quickly and silently choked the 2 guards to death. We're free to enter the outpost. The outpost itself has several different buildings with the center of the outpost most likely used for sparring, training, and battles, Neji told the team. Okay, this where I believe we should split up into our groups. Neji, can you find our targets with your Byakugan? Shikamaru asked. Give me a moment to scout the different buildings, Neji replied taking the time to look through the outpost. There are 3 buildings. The first building is the largest of the 3. It's most likely where the food and bedding area is. I see 5 people in there. One is probably Junin level with the other 4 probably being around the Chunin level. The next building is fairly small and it's empty. So most likely used for storage. The third one is troubling, Neji told the group. Troubling? What do you mean? Kiba asked the Hyuga boy. Outside are 2 men. Inside are at least 5 people. Sasuke, what can you remember about the attack? Shikamaru asked the Uchiha boy. Raikage attacked as he had 2 Anbu types and 2 Junin level ninja with him. Hinata, Akina, and Sakura were all taken out easily. I was taken down by the Junin, and Kakashi was beaten by the Raikage, Sasuke told the group. Okay, so that building must be what they use for imprisonment. The outside guards are most likely the Anbu and inside must be the 2 Junin, the Raikage, and their hostages, Shikamaru told the group. So Akina-chan and Hinata-chan are there? Naruto asked. Yes, but so are 2 Junin level shinobi as well as the Raikage. This is indeed going to be quite difficult, Shikamaru said out loud. I don't care. I'm getting my girlfriend and sister back, regardless of who I have to take down, Naruto replied. Naruto, do you think you can really handle a cage-level shinobi? Shikamaru asked. I won't know unless I try, Naruto replied. Alright then, here is the plan. Neji, you and your group will lure and handle the Junin and his Chunin subordinates, Shikamaru told the group. Your group has an extra member, so that should help make up for the number difference. Okay, we'll handle it, Neji replied. Immediately after Kiba, you and I will go after the two Anbu stationed as guards. The noise should be enough to draw out the two Junin in the room where Akina and Hinata are being held. Sasuke, unfortunately I need you to do your best and keep the Junin busy at least until we can back you up. Naruto, that leaves the Raikage and the rescue to you, Shikamaru told the group. Does everyone understand? We got it, Sasuke replied. I'm going to pay those two back for jumping me and making a fool out of the Uchiha clan. Don't go overboard, Sasuke, and don't get reckless, Shikamaru told the raven-haired teen. I understand, Sasuke replied as he activated his Sharingan. Okay then guys, let's move out, Shikamaru told the team. Kiba tossed in several smoke bombs into the center of the outpost and the team rushed in. As predicted, the Junin in charge of the outpost and his remaining 4 subordinates came out the building they were in to check on the disturbance. Choji, Lee, and Neji quickly attacked the group. At the same time Kiba, Akamaru, and Shikamaru attacked the two Anbu who were also alerted by the smoke bombs. Suga. Kiba howled as he jumped and spun into the air and crashed down into the ground where the Anbu were standing, forcing the two to jump out of the way. The Anbu landed and before they could retaliate, they found themselves unable to move. Kage main no jutsu was a success, the Nara boy said, revealing that he had in fact captured them in his jutsu. Also as planned, the commotion outside caused the Raikage to send his two Junin outside to investigate. As they exited the building they quickly noticed Shikamaru holding the Anbu in his jutsu and fired kunai at the teen who was forced to dodge and release the hold. Moments later Sasuke jumped in front of the Junin and landed a spin kick in the gut of one the Junin and sent the man flying. Sasuke immediately turned to attack the other Junin, but this one was prepared and he easily caught Sasuke's oncoming fist. The Junin tossed Sasuke, who easily landed on his feet. Through all the commotion, Naruto was easily able to slide inside quietly. Upon entering he immediately noticed Akina and Hinata both chained to the wall. Their clothes were ragged and torn. Blood was staining the floor beneath their feet and there were many scratches, cuts, and bruises all over the girls' bodies. I see we have company, the Raikage said, noticing Naruto's presence, and turned to face him. You bastard, I'm going to kill you for hurting them, Naruto said with anger in his voice. Ni-san, please run away. You can't win, Akina said weakly, looking over at her brother. You bastard, what have you done to them? Naruto asked. Torture and interrogation, of course, isn't that obvious? They are enemy shinobi. Not only that, but Akina is a traitor of the cloud and has valuable knowledge of our village, and the other is a Hyuga, and you know how valuable they are to us, the Raikage replied. You're the bastards that betrayed Akina and left her for dead. You're also the assholes who failed to take Hinata-chan the first time you attempted it, Naruto told the older man. It doesn't matter. As for you, are you not a shinobi of Konoha? Has Konoha declared war against us? The Raikage asked. You're wrong. Look at me, I do not carry a head protector of Konoha. I am a missing nin for this mission since I am acting on my own accord, Naruto replied. Interesting, I see your 5th Hokage is very smart indeed, the Raikage said with a grin. Now where was I? Oh yes, I was about to torture the Hyuga girl some more, wasn't I? You son of a bitch, Naruto said in a rage as he decked the Cloud Village's leader. The force of the punch fired the man through the wall and out into the field where the rest of the combat was taking place. I'm going to tear you apart, Naruto yelled fiercely, releasing enormous killer intent into the air. You are going to defeat me. This should be interesting, the Raikage said with a grin, causing Naruto to charge the man. Foolish, Reikotoku, the Kage said as Naruto's fist connected only for a current of electricity to shoot through his system, causing him to scream out in pain. The Kage then landed a swift kick to Naruto's gut, which fired him back into the building where his sister and girlfriend were being held. He landed hard right at their feet. Naruto-kun, Hinata said weakly. Ni-san, get out of here, Akina pleaded. Never, Naruto said sharply. The Raikage then suddenly appeared behind Naruto. You should take her advice. Fighting me will only mean your death, the Raikage said as he performed several hand seals with great speed. Daichi Reikotogeki no Jutsu, the Kage said as he placed both hands on the ground, and suddenly a burst of lightning shot out of the ground and hit Naruto, sending him flying fiercely through the other wall of the building. Damn it, Naruto complained as he pulled himself to his feet, only to be met with another kick to his gut and then a hard punch to his face that sent him back to the ground. You're making this very enjoyable. It's been a while since I got the chance to mess around, the Kage said with a smirk. The Raikage then performed several more hand seals. Reiko Bufu. The Raikage yelled as a cloud appeared in the sky above Naruto and lightning began striking down at the ground. Naruto quickly started to dodge the lightning bolts. But after several seconds one managed to strike his, causing him to scream and drop to the ground. Naruto quickly recovered at the sight of more lightning bolts coming down upon him. Naruto sprung to his feet and performed several hand seals as lightning came crackling down on him. FUNN, Kei's Kaiso Shoheki. Naruto yelled as a fierce wind blew upward and around Naruto, deflecting the lightning strikes and shocking the cage. Wind Elemental Jutsu. The cage bellowed, when suddenly Naruto came flying out of the wind barrier and landing a hard blow to the Raikage's jaw, sending him flying to the ground. Cage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto yelled as 7 clones appeared and suddenly surrounded and attacked the cage. Yuzu Ma Ki. 4 clones yelled in sync as they shot the cage into the air. Naruto Rasengan Renden. 3 more clones yelled up in the air as Naruto drove his Rasengan into chest of the cage. The clones all disappeared as Naruto landed and the cage crash landed hard into the ground. I got you, jerk, Naruto yelled. I don't think so, the cage said suddenly as he appeared behind Naruto once again. Reiko Hando. The Raikage said as his hand was charged with electricity. He grabbed Naruto by the shoulder and the attack charged through Naruto, causing him to scream once again and this time cough up blood as he dropped to the ground. Pathetic, the cage said in disgust, but was suddenly shocked as the Naruto on the ground disappeared in a puff of smoke. Eat this, Naruto yelled as he came out from underneath the ground trying to connect with an uppercut. I don't think so, the cage replied, Reikohara. The Raikage said as Naruto was suddenly struck with electricity once again as an area surrounding the Raikage became an electric field. The attack threw Naruto to the ground once again. Damn it, I'm getting really tired of being electrocuted, Naruto complained. Give up, boy, this is the difference between someone of your ability and an elite shinobi such as myself, the cage said smugly to the teen. Shut up, you got the 2 most important people in the world to me. I'm not leaving until you're defeated or I'm killed, you bastard, Naruto proclaimed. Well, I can definitely give you your wish of death if that is your desire, the cage told the teen as a sword made of lightning formed in his right hand. Reikoken. Cage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto said as 10 clones appeared. The cage attacked, slashing and shocking 3 clones, causing them to disappear in a puff of smoke. The cage attacked again and quickly destroyed 4 more clones. 1 clone charged at the man as the 2 remaining Narutos stood back and tried to form the Rasengan. I don't think so, the Raikage said as he tore through the 1 clone and attacked the remaining 2 Narutos. He stabbed 1 Naruto, causing it to disappear, then he stuck the remaining one with his sword, causing him to cough up blood. You're way too weak for me, the cage said with a grin. You're way too confident, moron, the Naruto replied with a grin and disappeared. Taju Cage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto suddenly yelled out as 20 Narutos appeared around the cage. Fool, this will do nothing, the cage yelled. Cage Bunshin Daibakua. The Narutos all yelled in unison and then all suddenly exploded, catching the cage in a violent explosion. The explosion threw the Raikage upward into the air. The man looked up to see Naruto suddenly appear and land a hard kick to the man's head that drove him down to ground with a harsh crash. Naruto landed but then dropped to one knee as he panted heavily, waiting for the dust and smoke to clean. Please tell me I at least hurt him a little, Naruto asked with a tired grin. The smoke cleared into Naruto's disappointment. The cage barely looked injured at all, only his clothing seemed dirty and tore. That wasn't too bad, kid, the Raikage said to the boy. But I'm much better, he proclaimed, and Naruto was suddenly pierced through the back and then suddenly electricity shoot all throughout his system, causing he to scream out in pain once again and cough up quite a bit more blood. The cage that Naruto was looking at had suddenly disappeared from sight and had reappeared behind him and pierced him through the back with his lightning sword. The Raikage pulled the blade out from Naruto's back and kicked him hard, causing him fly forward and collide harshly with the ground. Blood began poured from the wound as Naruto lay there trying to gather his strength. The Raikage began to walk toward the blonde teen. It's time we end this. I'll finish with you, then your comrades, and finally take care of the traitor and that Hyuga girl, the cage said as Naruto closed his eyes for a moment. Yes, it would seem you finally gave up, that is wise. I'll give you a swift merciful death, the Raikage said, but then suddenly stopped in his tracks as the air got thick and chakra began to pour from the teen. Naruto's eyes shot open and his wound closed instantly as he got back on his feet. Red, blue, and finally purple chakra began to leak out of Naruto rapidly and surround him. Naruto's eyes began to glow and then turn purple and his teeth and nails grew into fangs and claws and his face began to look a bit more feral. The most shocking feature of all to the Raikage was the silhouette of a fox was now surrounding the boy, with one thick tail that swayed back and forth. Now, let's go, Naruto said fiercely with a growl in his voice. I'm going to kick your ass. Jutsu list. Cage Kyubi Shibari no Jutsu, Shadow Neckbind Jutsu, Kajimane no Jutsu, Shadow Possession Jutsu. Suga, Piercing Fang. Reikotoku, Lightning Shield. Daichi Reikotogeki no Jutsu, Ground Lightning Shock Jutsu. Reikobufu, Lightning Storm. Fuden, Kei's Kaiso Shoheki, Wind Style, Wind Reflection Barrier. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Uzumaki Naruto Renden, Uzumaki Naruto Combo. Rasengan, Spiraling Sphere. Reikoken, Lightning Sword. Reikohara, Lightning Field. Reikohando no Jutsu, Lightning Hand Jutsu. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Multiple Shadow Clone Jutsu. Kage Bunshin Daibakua, Shadow Clone Great Explosion Jutsu. Chapter 4. The mission continues. The team's strength. As Naruto continued his fight with the leader of the Hidden Cloud Village, Neji, Lee, and Choji took on the task of battle with a group Cloud Shinobi. Kono, Lee was about to charge and attack when Neji slapped the back of his head. Idiot, you can't say the village's name, Neji proclaimed with an annoyed expression on his face. You were right Neji, my apologies, I almost got ahead of myself, Lee replied. Akamichi Keita, Hayameru Bakahatsu. Choji wasted no time as he took off at top speed and surrounded two of Chunin-level Cloud Shinobi. Senpuu, Lee yelled as he landed the fierce blow on one of the Cloud Nins and he immediately attacked the other Chunin. This left Neji to face off with the Junin-level Cloud Nin. Reikoken, the Cloud Nin yelled, forming the sword and attacking Neji, whom began dodging the strikes. One of the strikes grazed Neji, causing him to be electrocuted. Damn, Neji yelled in pain, as he had to continue to dodge while handling the occasional shocks of electricity. The Junin finally managed to land kick to Neji's gut. He slashed downward with his sword only for it to be caught by Neji's chakra and he began to expel it from his body. Kaden, Neji yelled as he began his rotation that caught the Junin and threw him. The Junin crashed into the ground. Goriki Senpuu, Lee yelled as he took down his remaining foe with a fierce attack. Guy sensei, I will make you proud, Lee yelled, giving his nice guy pose. Hakabakashi Boshi Shuriken, Choji yelled as he spun with great speed and fired shuriken, striking his foes. Hakabakashi Sentorenda, Choji yelled as he clobbered the shinobi with a barrage of punches using Choji's rapid speed. You're in my range of division, Neji told the man as he got into his familiar stance. Hakusho, Rokuju Yansho, Neji yelled as he began striking the man with his attack, ending it with a palm strike to the man's chest, causing him to drop. As the group finished their battle, Kiba and Shikamaru were squaring off against two Anbu-class Cloud Shinobi. The two groups exchanged several blows before breaking off and preparing their next attacks. Suga, Kiba yelled as he attacked the group only to be dodged. Alright Akamaru, let's go. Jinju Kanbi, Sudaro, Kiba yelled as he and Akamaru turned into a giant two-headed wolf. Kiba's impatient as ever it would seem, Shikamaru sighed as he tired to catch the ninja with his shadow. These guys aren't going to be caught so easily, but we have to hurry. As skilled as Sasuke is, he's facing two Junin-level shinobi. I don't like those odds much. Almost as if on cue, Sasuke was being attacked from all sides by the two Junin. His Sharingan active, the Uchiha was dodging attacks left and right but seemingly could only stay on the defensive. Damn it, I've got to do something, Sasuke cursed as he tried to formulate some type of offense. He dodged on strike and then leapt into the air and performed hand seals. Kaden, Hausenka no Jutsu. Sasuke yelled as he fired several fireballs down at the two men, whom easily dodged and fired shuriken up Sasuke, who evaded and then landed only to be attacked again. Reiko Hando. The two Junin yelled in unison, both trying to grab Sasuke with their lightning-charged hands. I can't let them touch me, Sasuke thought as he dodged the enemy attacks and started performing hand seals. Doden, Doryu Taiga, Sasuke yelled, as the ground underneath the two Junin's feet turned to mud, causing them to slip and lose their balance. Now, Sasuke yelled as he saw his opportunity to attack. Kaden, Karyu Enden, Sasuke yelled as he engulfed the ground in fire, causing the two men scramble as they barely escaped. Sasuke quickly appeared behind one of the Junin and kicked him into the air. Shishi Renden, Sasuke yelled as he landed his barrage of kicks as the two collided back with the ground. Sasuke then fired shuriken at the other Junin as he began charging toward the team. The Cloud Nin easily dodged but then noticed the wire attached to the shuriken. Sasuke pulled the wire, causing it to tie around the Junin and then tie him around a nearby tree. Take this, Kaden, Ruka no Jutsu. Sasuke yelled as the fire traveled down the wire and engulfed the man, tree and all in flames, causing him to scream out in agony. Sasuke turned to see the remaining Junin finally getting back to his feet. Now to finish this and go help Naruto, Sasuke said, and he performed several familiar hand signs. Chidori, Sasuke yelled as chakra formed in his hand and he began to charge at the man. As Sasuke closed the distance between them, he saved the man's smirk. Reikohara, The man yelled as a field of lighting emerged and completely absorbed Sasuke's Chidori and then electrocuted the teen, causing him to scream and be tossed back. Damn! Sasuke cursed as he fell to the ground but quickly jumped back to his feet. As Sasuke readied another attack, Shikamaru and Kiba were continuing their fight. This is troublesome. I hate fighting an opponent whom I don't know enough about. But considering from what I've seen in most of the battles taking place, everyone is strong in lightning defense jutsus, Shikamaru said as he watched the Anbu dodge Kiba's attack. Well, guess it's time I made myself useful, Shikamaru said as he began stretching his shadow and sending it toward the two Anbu. The two men were occupied, dodging the many vicious swipes and bites that the massive two-headed wolf was attempting to land. Suddenly one of the Anbu was frozen in his tracks. What the hell? I can't move, one of the men said as he looked over at his partner whom attempted to make the save only to have to jump away as Kiba attacked. Garuga! Kiba yelled as he cut through but only narrowly missing the two men. Kajime number jutsu was a success, Shikamaru said with a smirk as he held the man in his jutsu, allowing Kiba to continue his onslaught. I guess I should wrap this up, Shikamaru said, noticing that Kiba's attacks were just continuously being dodged. Kage Kyubi Shibari no Jutsu, Shikamaru said as he strangled the man to death and then released his hold on him. Now for the last guy, the shadow user then went after the last Anbu as his shadow approached the man. The shadow came up from the ground and pierced the man through his back. Kage Nui, Shikamaru then watched Kiba circle around for one more attack and quickly releasing his jutsu as the giant wolf plowed into the man, finishing him off. Kiba and Akamaru soon after returned to normal and now Sasuke was the last man aside from Naruto left to fight an opponent. Chidori! Sasuke yelled as he attempted his attack once again. The attack was once again absorbed by the lightning field. This is getting rather annoying, Sasuke said as he jumped into the air and performed several hand seals. Kaden! Gukaku no Jutsu! Sasuke yelled as he fired his fireball down on the field, hoping to hit the man or at least disable the field. Maybe a water jutsu will short it out long enough for me to get in range to attack him, Sasuke thought to himself and then performed more hand seals as he landed. Sweden! Mizukuho Bakua! Sasuke yelled as water was seemingly drawn up from out of the ground and fired at the Junin level shinobi whom merely dodged. But Sasuke got the results he had been wanting as he could see the lightning field shorting out. Now's my chance, Sasuke thought to himself as he charged in before the man could perform another jutsu. Chidori Nagashi! Sasuke yelled as he expelled his Chidori throughout his whole body, completely shocking the man. Now! Sasuke yelled, seeing his chance to strike. Chidori! Sasuke rammed his lightning-charged hand through the man's chest as blood poured from the man's wounds. Don't ever mess with me and my friends again, Sasuke told the man as he went limp and died. Holy crap, good work Sasuke, Shikamaru said in shock as the group rejoined him. Not one, but two Junin. They pissed me off, nothing more, Sasuke replied. What about Naruto? Sasuke immediately asked. He's still fighting, from the looks of things it's been crazy and they're nowhere near done, Shikamaru told the Uchiha. Now's our chance to save Akina and Hinata-sama, Neji told the team leader. No, unfortunately Naruto and the Raikage are too close to the action, we could get caught up in the fight unnecessarily. The wise thing to do at the moment is to replenish our chakra and observe, Shikamaru told the Hyuga prodigy. Besides, this is what you and Sasuke wanted, right? A chance to see Naruto in action, Shikamaru said with a smirk. Let Naruto fight, it's what he would want. We'll save Akina and Hinata at the first chance we get, but remember that man is a cage. He may have planned for something like this. We don't want to simply walk in and risk harm coming to ourselves or the hostages, Shikamaru explained. Fine, but if Naruto gets into trouble I'm not just going to sit here, Sasuke told the lazy Junin. I am with Sasuke on this, as you said that man is a cage. Naruto is indeed strong, but even he may need our assistance against such a strong opponent, Neji replied. That is why I said we'll observe for the moment, Shikamaru sighed. As everyone stood by and watched, one-tailed Naruto and the Raikage also stood preparing to attack each other again. The cage took note of the new spectators and cursed to himself. All my men lost. How is that possible? I'll need to dispose of this one quickly and the focus on at least killing the traitor and escaping with the Hyuga girl. Once I make it closer to the village, these brats cannot possibly follow me without being killed or needing reinforcements from Konoha. In that case I could declare war with Konoha, the Raikage thought to himself and smirked. Now I need to finish this brat off. Just try it. Naruto growled and then leapt in with a fierce swipe of his claws. He however, hit nothing but air as the cage easily dodged. Damn you! Naruto hissed. Naruto attacked again but once again hit nothing. Each time he attacked and missed he'd begin to get more and more aggravated. The Raikage's smirks were doing nothing more but angering the teen even more. Finally after several minutes Naruto had enough of it and his anger caused him to grow another tail and become feral. He attacked again and this time with more intensity. The ground crumbled under the force of his punch, but the Raikage was still easily dodging the attacks. So this is all the power the Jinchuriki of Konoha can do. The Raikage bellowed in disgust. I'm disappointed that the Kyuubi could have been sealed inside of such a weakling and the Yondaime Hokage's son no less. The Raikage was about to say more when he noticed Naruto's rage intensify at his words. Almost immediately he made mention of Naruto's father. The boy instantly grew a third tail and vanished from the cage's sight. An instant later Naruto appeared before the cage and swiped at him with his claws. The Raikage barely dodged and the force of the swipe managed to cut the man even though he had dodged. Interesting, his power is increasing with each tail. It would be unwise for me to continue at this rate, the Raikage declared as the three-tailed Naruto stared him down, ready to pounce. Jutsu list. Konoha Senpuu, Leaf Hurricane. Akamichi Keita, Hayameru Bakuhatsu, Akamichi Style, Speed Explosion. Hakabakashi Boshi Shuriken, Rapid Fire Shuriken. Konoha Goriki Senpuu, Leaf Strong Whirlwind. Hakusho, Rokuju Yansho, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Kaden, Hausenka no Jutsu, Fire Style, Mythical Fire Phoenix Jutsu. Doden, Doryu Taiga, Earth Style, Earth Flow River. Shishi Renden, Lion Barrage. Kaden, Karyu Enden, Fire Style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Kaden, Ruka no Jutsu, Fire Style, Dragon Flame Jutsu. Chidori 1000 Birds. Jinju Kanbi, Sudaro, Man-Beast Combination, Double-Headed Wolf. Kajimane no Jutsu, Shadow Possession Jutsu. Kage Nui, Shadow Sowing. Chidori Nagashi, Chidori Discharge. Sweden, Mizukuho Bakua, Water Style, Water Expulsion Blast. Chapter 5. The Mission Finale. The Wind That Crushed the Lightning. Naruto with 3 tails blazing swaying behind him furiously stared down the ruler of the Hidden Cloud Village. The Raikage readies himself as Naruto prepares another attack. Naruto attacked once again, the cage hastened his evasion as the impact of Naruto's attack creates a crater with one fierce punch. I mustn't drag this out. Even I cannot take too many shots from him in his current form. I must find a way to revert him out of this state and then take him out before his comrades assist, the Raikage thought to himself as he performed a few hand seals. Raiko Bunshin no Jutsu. Raikage yelled as bolts of lightning hit the ground with a bang and clones of the cage appeared. Raikoken. They all yelled as the lightning sword appeared in each of their hands. The clones surrounded Naruto, whom quickly dodged the sword slashes and clawed the clones causing them to explode. By the way brat, these Bunshins are rather interesting. They aren't just formed from lightning, they are lightning. So when they're destroyed they leave a rather shocking effect on you. The Raikage laughed as all the Bunshins were destroyed and they all surged and shocked Naruto at the same time. The force of the electrocution caused Naruto's tails to disappear as the boy dropped to the ground in shock from their after effects. Now for Akina and the Hyuga. The Raikage said to himself as he ran with his lightning sword in hand toward the place where the hostages were being held. Damn, Naruto. Sasuke yelled when the teen fell. He's going after Akina and Hinata. Shikamaru yelled as he immediately realized what the cage was planning. But it was too late for the group to do anything as the Raikage had already approached the 2 girls, and was about to bury his sword deep into the blonde girl's chest when his sword suddenly stopped. Time seemingly stopped as a thin sheet of glass stood between Akina and her assailant. The glass then cracked and a second later completely shattered and turned into sand. What's going on? The Raikage yelled as sand enclosed the hostages and broke them free of their bindings. The cage attempted to strike again but the sand instantly hardened, not allowing the attack to break through. Suddenly the wind picked up and in a whirl of sand 3 familiar faces appeared between the older man and the 2 girls. Who the hell are you? The Raikage yelled. That should be none of your concern. The 3 of us are not your opponent. He is. The red-haired teen said as he pointed behind the man. What? The Raikage was stunned as her turned around to see a bloody and very angry-looking Naruto standing. His eyes were blazing with a fierce, yet calm expression. How can you still be alive? Shut up and fight. Naruto demanded as he charged the man fiercely, also cat-like, with fast and swift strikes that left the cage having to seriously avoid in fear of being hit. Naruto went for a punch that the cage dodged by jumping into the air. The force of the punch had the same effect as the punch Naruto landed with the ground earlier in his 3-tailed form. The cage was indeed shocked but was even more shocked as he landed only for 2 Naruto to suddenly appear behind him. Reiko Hando. The cage yelled as he charged both his hands and grabbed the 2 clones, causing them to disappear. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto yelled as Naruto created over 100 clones and sent them in at the older man. Reiko Hara. The cage yelled, creating his lightning shield which quickly destroyed more than half the clones. To his surprise however, Naruto simply created more clones and sent them in. Reiko Toku. The man quickly activated his lighting shield to defend himself as the clones were quickly being destroyed by the lighting field. But what scared him the most was what he saw forming from behind all the clones. 3 Naruto stood together and one extended his hand outward as the other 2 poured in their chakra into his hand. The chakra began to take shape and expand. What is that? Raikage yelled in shock as a giant shuriken was formed out of the boy's chakra. FUNN, Rasen Shuriken, Naruto yelled as he was propelled by his other clones that were then destroyed by the lightning field. I can't block that. The Raikage yelled as everyone watched in amazement as the spiraling wind shuriken ripped through the ground, through the lightning field and onward toward the cage. Reikohata. The cage yelled, activating his lightning skin jutsu to help further shield him from the attack as it collided, breaking through the lightning shield as well and completely devouring the man. The force of the attack meeting the resistance of the man's jutsu caused an explosion that tore in through both men. Naruto collided with the ground and simply rolled to a stop, while the Raikage flew upward into the air and crashed back down with a sickening thud. The smoke and dust kicked up fiercely and nobody watching the battle could say or do anything but wait. Several minutes passed and as the dust settled they were surprised to see Naruto on the ground and the Raikage barely standing. His knees were shaken and weakening and blood was pouring from many spots all over his body from various cuts and marks caused by the attack. He looked over at the teen and breathed a sigh of relief to see that he was not getting back up. But then it happened. The Naruto that was on the ground disappeared in a puff of smoke. What? No. Impossible. He couldn't have been a clone. The Raikage yelled as he heard something coming from behind him. Take this, you bastard. Naruto yelled as he and a clone formed a much bigger version of his original chakra ball. Odama Rasengan. Naruto yelled as the 2 Naruto collided with the man, driving the big sphere into the man's gut, catching the man and blasted in a spiraling uproar of chakra that fired him into and through several nearby trees. The force of the jutsu ripped the area apart and left everyone gasping in shock. The smoke died down and the Raikage lay beaten and broken as Naruto slowly limped his way over to the man. The Raikage regained consciousness but was taken back to find Naruto hovering over him with a fiercely angry look on his face. Stay away from me, the man said weakly with fear laced in his voice. I should kill you. You tried to kill my sister whom thought the world of you. But you betrayed her. Then you tried to take the girl I love more than anything away and you were going to kill her too after you got what you wanted. I should definitely destroy you. Naruto yelled. Please, don't kill me, I beg of you, the man pleaded. You're pathetic. You're a goddamned cage. You make me sick. Naruto continued to yell. Please, the man continued to plead for his life. I should kill you, but I won't, Naruto proclaimed. I'm going to leave your ass right here. You can crawl back to your village for all I care. But listen to me and listen to me really good, old man. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, the future Rokudime Hokage. If you come anywhere near my sister or my love or my damn village again, I will completely destroy you and everything you stand for. Naruto yelled down at the man. If the cloud want a war, then bring it, I'll crush you all. Naruto said as he turned and left the man and returned to his group. Naruto, you did it. You beat a damn cage. Kiba said in excitement for his friend. I did it. Naruto's eyes rolled back in his head and the boy began to collapse to the ground. But the fall didn't happen. Sasuke and Neji each grabbed on of the teen's arms and draped it over their shoulder. You are something, aren't you, Naruto? Neji said with a smirk. This guy keeps getting stronger and stronger, it almost pisses me off. Sasuke said also with a smirk. Akina-chan, Hinata-chan, Naruto whispered out even in his unconscious state. The group all gathered and Gaara released the 2 girls from his sand barrier. The weakened girls were unable to stand after being released from the barriers. Tamari quickly caught Hinata and Gaara caught the falling Akina. The 2 girls were sat gently down on the group so that the damage could be assessed. Looks like you girls got trashed pretty badly, but you survived, that's all that matters, Shikamaru said, observing the injured girls. As the group survived the damage, they were caught by surprise as a squad of medic nins appeared from Konoha. Shikamaru-san, the 3rd medical squad has come via the Hokage-sama's request, please give us your report. A medic said to the Shikamaru, the squad leader. There are only mild cuts and bruises on the squad, except for the already injured Uchiha Sasuke. Also injured from my squad is Uzumaki Naruto, who battled the Raikage. We also succeeded in rescuing Uzumaki Akina and Hyuga Hinata, who are both in pretty bad shape. Shikamaru told the man. I understand, we will have one medic look over your group real fast while the other 3 are ready for transport. The medic told Shikamaru. Alright, understood, Shikamaru replied. After several minutes and quick examinations, the squad, along with the Sand siblings, and the medic team headed back to Konoha where the injured could be treated properly. The trip itself only took a few hours and the group was immediately greeted at the front gate by Tsunade and another medic squad as well as Shizune. Let's get the injured to the hospital for treatment immediately. Tsunade bellowed as the groups hurried to carry off the injured. Shikamaru, I want your team to come for checkups as well and I expect a full written report by morning as well. Yes, Hokage-sama, Shikamaru replied. Also, Shikamaru, good work, Tsunade said with a smile. Yes, Shikamaru replied. The team went to the hospital as commanded. Shizune treated all the squad members and Naruto, Akina, and Hinata were all treated and placed in beds where they could rest and recover. Shikamaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Kakashi, and Gaara were all in Naruto's room. Shikamaru gave his verbal report to Tsunade. So, Naruto was able to defeat the Raikage? Tsunade asked in amazement. Yes, I didn't witness all of the battle, but our squad caught the end of it. Naruto was incredibly strong, and even after taking so much damage he just got stronger and in the end defeated the Cage, Shikamaru told the village leader. Jiraiya, how strong did Naruto get? Tsunade asked her former teammate. Naruto and Gaara are easily Junin level or higher, Jiraiya replied. That might be true, but Naruto can still beat me just about every time we fight, Gaara commented. You two must know each other pretty good, having been training together for 3 years. Kakashi said to the red-haired teen. In 3 years we've fought or sparred roughly 3,000 or 4,000 times, Gaara replied. That is when Jiraiya-sensei wasn't drilling us with various exercises or sparring with us. Well whatever, Naruto's new wind technique and that new rasengan was amazing, Shikamaru added. FUNN, Rasen Shuriken is the technique he developed while incorporating his elemental chakra in with his rasengan. It's incredible strong and powerful, but it does have its drawbacks. Jiraiya said as the group turned and looked at Naruto's heavily bandaged hand. If it wasn't for his enhanced healing, his hand would be completely worthless, Tsunade said to the group. It's definitely a kinjutsu, or at the very least, used as a very last resort. Naruto won't be happy about that, Jiraiya replied. Then suddenly much to the surprise of the group Naruto let out a loud yawn and quickly sat up in his bed. Well, look who finally rejoined us, Kakashi said with a smirk that could be seen under his mask. Hey guys, what's up? Naruto asked as he wiped the sleep out of his eyes. After all that, you can really ask, what's up? So casually, man what a troublesome guy you are, Shikamaru said to his blonde comrade. Sorry, I passed out back there. Is Akina-chan and Hinata-chan alright? Naruto asked. They sustained many severe injuries as well as being dehydrated and underfed, but they'll recover with proper bed rest, Tsunade told the teen. That's great. I'm glad, Naruto said with a smile. Can I see them? Naruto asked. Not tonight, idiot, you're still hurt too. You need to rest a bit, Tsunade told Naruto. Nei-chan, I'm completely fine, Naruto told the older woman. No means no Naruto, Tsunade said fiercely making all the men cringe. You big meanie, Naruto proclaimed. What was that? Tsunade replied only to see Naruto stick his tongue out at her which made everyone but Gaara laugh. Well everyone let the idiot get some rest, and I'll be back in the morning to check on you Naruto, Tsunade said as everyone started to make their way out of the room. See you tomorrow Nei-chan, Naruto replied. Tomorrow, I'm going to go check on Akina-chan and Hinata-chan no matter what, Naruto thought to himself as he drifted back off to sleep. Jutsu list. Raiko Bunshin no Jutsu, Lightning Bunshin Jutsu. FUNN, Rasen Shuriken, Wind Style, Spiraling Shuriken. Odama Rasengan, Great Ball Spiraling Sphere. Chapter 6. The Aftermath. The Cloud and Leaf. Man this sucks. I hate being stuck in hospitals, Naruto complained to no one in particular. Nei-chan isn't around. I haven't even seen her since yesterday. I want to go see Akina-chan and Hinata-chan. Naruto got up and out of bed and walked over to the closet that he hoped his clothes were stored in. Yes, they're here, Naruto proclaimed as he grabbed his clothes and put them on. Now I can go find the girls. Naruto snuck out of his room and walked quieted down the hall. He decided after a couple of close calls with several nurses that he needed a disguise. Henge, Naruto said as he transformed into a female version of himself. Now I can just go to the front desk and ask where Hinata-chan and Akina-chan's rooms are, Naruto said to himself as he began to walk down the hall again. That was until a familiar voice called out to him. Naruto, what the hell are you doing? A certain pink-haired girl asked with a slightly annoyed expression on her face. Before Naruto could even answer the girl, she clobbered him on the head which caused him to undo the transformation. Damn that hurt, Naruto bellowed as he rubbed his head. You're sneaking out of your room to find Akina and Hinata-chan's room aren't you? Sakura asked. But how did you know that? Naruto asked in shock. Oh come on Naruto, you're an idiot with a one-track mind. It wasn't all that hard to figure out when it's you were talking about. Sakura replied. Yes, you got me. Please Sakura-chan, tell me where they are. Naruto pleaded. Fine, just try not to get caught by Tsunade-sama. They're in the same room. It's down the hall and to the left. It's the second door on the right. Sakura told her former teammate. Thanks Sakura-chan, you're the greatest, Naruto said excitedly as he followed Sakura's directions. The greatest? Maybe. I shouldn't have just tricked him like that then. Sakura pondered to herself. Naruto arrived at the room he was directed to and decided to enter. Akina-chan, Hinata-chan, how are? Naruto was quickly cut off as a fist came crashing down on the top of his head. Naruto, be quiet, this is a hospital after all, and also, why the hell are you out of bed? Tsunade yelled. Tsunade-ne-chan, that means, Sakura-chan tricked me, Naruto proclaimed only to be smacked. Oh well, since you're here now, Tsunade sighed. I guess you can visit. I was just about to leave. Akina, Hinata, you two need another night's rest here before you can leave. After you are released you are restricted to light duty for 2 weeks. Tsunade told the girls as she exited the room. Naruto-ni, I see you're up and causing trouble again already. Akina said to her brother. I'm always good as new after a night's rest or so. More importantly, how are you two? Naruto asked. Banged up and beaten, but not down and out. Akina replied. We'll be alright Naruto-kun. It's mostly that our bodies are weak right now from dehydration among other things. The injuries we sustained from the beatings and torture were mostly taken care of by the medical squad and Tsunade-ne-chan. Hinata told the teen. Naruto then did something that completely shocked both girls. He bowed his head in apology. I'm sorry. I should have returned sooner. I should have been more aware. You two should have never have had to go through that. Naruto said to the girls. What in the world are you talking about, you moron? Akina asked. Naruto-kun, please don't apologize for something beyond your control. We were careless, that is something we should have never allowed ourselves to fall for. Hinata explained. But still, I'm sorry. Naruto interjected. I will train even harder, so that I can always protect you both. Naruto told the girls. Naruto-ni, you beat the Raikage for us. You're already pretty awesome. I'm incredibly lucky to have you for a brother. Akina told him with a smile. I agree, and don't you worry Naruto-kun. We'll all get much stronger together. Hinata added. Right, Naruto agreed. The next day came and they were all granted their releases from the hospital. The Uzumaki siblings as well as Hyuga Hinata were on their way home when they were surprised as a small group of some of their friends was waiting for them outside the hospital. Gaara, Temari, Shikamaru, Neji, Kiba, and Rock Lee were all there. Hey guys, what are you doing here? Naruto asked. Obviously we're waiting for you, moron. Shikamaru replied. Never mind Shika-kun here, how are you guys feeling? Temari interjected. Shikamaru shot her a dirty look when he heard the nickname that she had given him. Hinata and I are on light duty for the next 2 weeks. Naruto-ni isn't allowed to train or go on missions for a few more days as well. Akina replied. I see, it's good that you were not more severely injured then. Neji added. Yes, but we'll need to work extra hard to build our body's strength back up. Hinata commented. Oh Akina-san, please forgive that I, Rock Lee, was not quicker in being there by your side in your time of need. I vow to you that from this moment on, I will train even harder to protect you. Lee proclaimed as he grabbed on of the blonde's hands and gave her his nice guy pose. In your dreams, fuzzy brow. Kiba interjected as he swatted Lee's hand away from Akina's. Once I'm done with my training, she'll be too busy falling for me to worry about you. Kiba proclaimed confidently. Both of you better shut up and stay the hell away from my sister. Naruto growled. Gaara-kun, thank you so much for helping us out. Your barrier saved us. I owe you my life. Akina said to the redhead with a smile and a small blush on her face, completely ignoring the bickering boys. Please allow me to show my gratitude and take you out sometime. It'll be my treat, we can even make it a date. Akina said as gave the teen a wink that Temari could have sworn she saw make Gaara blush. Sure, maybe we could go out for ramen. Gaara replied. The interaction between the two caused Shikamaru to sigh, Naruto to cheer, and Kiba and Lee's face to falter. This is troublesome, Shikamaru muttered. Yes, my sister doesn't like the annoying dog or the ugly eyebrow freak. Naruto silently cheered to himself. We lost to a psycho killer, the two boys silently though to themselves as the rest of the group walked away and left them to sulk. Thank God those two idiots are gone, Naruto said as the group continued walking. Naruto, they are still your friends regardless. Neji commented. Yes, I know. Don't remind me, Naruto replied. The group's walk was soon interrupted as an Anbu wearing an eagle mask appeared before them. Uzumaki Naruto, the Godime Hokage-sama has summoned for you and your group. It is an urgent matter. The man told them before disappearing upon delivering the message. Oh well, guess we should see what Ne-chan wants, Naruto said to the group. The group quickly made their way to Tsunade's officer and was quickly allowed in. Tsunade, Shizune, Kakashi, and Jiraiya were all there waiting. Well, it's certainly a larger group than I expected to be present. No matter, I have news to relay to you. Especially you Naruto, it's concerning the recent retrieval mission in the cloud. Tsunade told the group. I bet they're pissed off because I kicked their boss's butt, aren't they? Naruto asked. Here is the letter I received from the hidden cloud village today. It says that the Raikage is dead, Tsunade told the group, causing several to gasp. He was put to death as a traitor. What? They killed him? Akina yelled out in shock. His actions were his own, and not that of the village and their council. They immediately put in place a brand new Raikage as well. He has also sent me a letter. It's a rather interesting one as well, Tsunade said to the group. What does the letter say? Tamari asked. It's interesting indeed, for you see, it's partially addressed to the son of Konoha's Yellow Flash. Tsunade replied. Konoha's Yellow Flash? Naruto asked. Konoha's Yellow Flash, the Yondaime Hokage. He is also sometimes known as Namikaze Minato, Naruto and Akina's father. Jiraiya explained. You see, the letter was a message for you Naruto, Tsunade told the teen. It basically says, to the son of Konoha's Yellow Flash, thank you for defeating the previous Raikage. For you see, his actions were of hatred and vengeance. He had long since stopped caring about the people of the village and focused merely on his own deeds. It dates all the way back to not only after the Yellow Flash's daughter ended up in our village but also the failed attempt to kidnap the Hyuga's young heir. The previous Raikage has caused Konoha a great deal of pain. It is my hope that starting from this point on and beyond that a new friendship between our two villages can be formed. I hope we'll be able to heal past wounds. Let us work together to put the past behind us. I would also like the opportunity to come to Konoha and form a new and true alliance, and also I would like to meet the man that made it all possible. Yes, Uzumaki Naruto, you have opened up a great new path for us and we here in the cloud would like to thank you. Well, that's the most important part of the letter. The rest is addresses to me. Tsunade finished allowing all this new information to sink in. Naruto, you have done something here that not even the third could do. You've brought peace between the leaf and the cloud. The new Raikage even wants to meet you in person, Tsunade said to the teen. That is of course as long as this isn't some elaborate plan of some kind to get back at Naruto and the village and maybe even attempt to kidnap Hinata again. Shikamaru added. Jiraiya and I had already discussed and considered that, Kakashi interrupted. Neither of us thinks it's a bluff. We all think it is legit. What Kakashi is saying is correct, Jiraiya also added. The cloud is very stubborn, and very proud. They would not humble themselves like this. No, they'd gather forces and allies and attack. This is the real deal, Jiraiya said to the group. That's really amazing. It's incredible, Tamari replied. With the sand and the cloud alliances, 3 of the 5 great nations can truly start to prosper and grow. Well, Hinata, Neji, what do you two think of this? The cloud is, after all, a very touchy subject especially for you two, Tsunade asked. In the past, I would have been angry at such an idea or thought. But then again, back a few years ago my thoughts were still buried in the darkness. Upon meeting Naruto, I saw the light. I feel this is a definite step in the right direction for all of us, the village, the Hyuga, and the cloud, Neji stated. Yes, I agree with Neji-ni-san, Hinata added. Well Naruto, anything to say? Tsunade asked. I don't know what to say or what to think. I didn't do anything. All I wanted to do was save my sister and the woman I love, Naruto told the older woman. In doing what came natural you opened up a whole new path for so many to walk on. You are truly amazing Naruto, Tsunade replied. I will send the Raikage a reply and invite him to witness our upcoming Junin exams. Junin exams? Naruto asked. Don't worry about that for right now, just know that it's incredibly difficult and very different from the Chunin exams. Anyway, that is all for today. You all can go, Tsunade told the group. Yes, I'm on the path to becoming Hokage for sure, Naruto yelled in delight, causing everyone else to chuckle. Chapter 7. The Junin exam announcement. The Chosen Ones. 1 month had passed since the mission, along with the news that there was a new Raikage in place in the Cloud Village. The two villages have since been in constant contact preparing for the upcoming peace treaty. But the village had more to prepare than their new allies. It would soon be time for the Junin exams. Jiraiya, I need to choose this year's group wisely, the blonde Hokage said to her former teammate. Indeed, and we've got such a great bunch. The best I've seen in years, Jiraiya replied. Isn't the Raikage going to be here for the exams as well, Tsunade-sama? Shizune asked. Yes, he's coming to help judge the exam, finish the peace treaty, and of course meet Naruto. Tsunade replied. So have you decided who you're going to let participate in the exam? Jiraiya asked. Well, for the most part one have, Tsunade said as she wrote something down on a piece of paper. Shizune have these people brought here, immediately. Yes, Tsunade-sama, Shizune said before quickly exiting the room. Meanwhile, around the village, many of Konoha's bright young chunin were already hard at work engaging in morning training. However, 2 of those bright young chunin were elsewhere. The 2 could easily be found at Konoha's now famous ramen stand. Another bowl, Naruto proclaimed as he gulped down yet another bowl of ramen. Another bowl here as well, the red-headed chunin added. My you 2 boys sure have an extra big appetite this morning, the owner said as he handed both another bowl. We've got a lot to do with our training today. We need the extra energy, Naruto said before digging in. Suddenly, appearing before the 2 teens was a man wearing Anbu attire and a bear mask. Gaara-san, Uzumaki Naruto-san, you have been summoned, the man said as the 2 boys were still sitting at the stand eating. Summoned, Naruto said between mouthfuls. Tsunade-sama has summoned the 2 of you to her office, the man replied. Both teens then slurped down the rest of their food, then drank the broth, sat their bowls down on the table and stood. Ne-chan wants us, Naruto asked. Tsunade-sama requests your presence. It is urgent, the Anbu member replied. Alright, guess we'd better go, Naruto said. Hey old man, the meal is on this guy, and thanks, it was awesome, Naruto said with a grin as he and Gaara quickly took off, leaving the man stuck with the bill. Wait, what? The Anbu man replied as he turned to see the ramen owner have a huge grin on his face. The 2 teens could have sworn they heard a scream of pure terror as they hurried to the Hokage's office. You're cruel, Gaara commented. He's an Anbu, he can take it, Naruto replied as the 2 arrived at their destination. Naruto quickly knocked on the window, and Jiraiya let them in. Don't know how to use a door do you boys? Jiraiya asked. Shut up Ero Sennin, Naruto replied. So Gaara, Naruto, it would seem you 2 are here, that's good, Tsunade said getting their attention. What did you need Tsunade-ne-chan? We were having breakfast when we were summoned, Naruto replied. Well as soon as the others arrive I will tell you, Tsunade told the teen. Others? Naruto asked curiously only to be distracted as there was a knock at the door. That must be them, Tsunade said. You may come in now, the woman said to the door, which then opened and in walked Hyuga Neji and Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke, Neji, Ne-chan called you guys here too? Naruto asked. We're here aren't we, idiot? Sasuke replied with a smirk. Now that you 4 are here, Tsunade said interrupting before an argument could ensue. I've called you here for something very important, Tsunade said gaining all 3 teens' attention. It's the time of year for a very special event. A special event? Naruto asked aloud. Yes, last time you were here, I had made mention of the upcoming Junin exam, Tsunade said to the group. It is once again time for the exam to take place. Is it that time again already? Neji pondered. The Junin exam is something special here in the village. Well, mostly to the shinobi of the village. The villagers have no real knowledge of the event and it only happens once a year usually, Tsunade said to the group. That is when we have candidates. You seem unlike the Chunin exams, the Junin exam is very different and there isn't always an exam when no candidates are chosen. When you and Gaara left with Jiraiya 3 years ago, that year we had 4 people for the exam. Shikamaru, Shino, Tamari, and Kankuro were all chosen for the exam, and they passed, Tsunade told the group. Just those 4? Naruto asked. Yes, just those 4 Naruto, Tsunade replied. You see Sasuke was just back into the groups had yet to become Chunin and with the situation with the Hyuga we felt Neji needed some extra time to adjust to his new life outside the clan. But then the following year we had chosen both to compete in the exam. However much to our dismay, they both declined, Tsunade said looking over at the 2 teens. Both teens had smirks on their faces. It would seem that they were waiting for something or someone, as the following year they would decline again. So for 2 straight years Konoha has had no candidates for the Junin exam. But this year it's different. Different, Gaara added. Yes, with you 2 back in the village I have a feeling that there will be no problems with a nice group for this year's exam. I have chosen the 4 of you to represent Konoha in this year's exam, Tsunade told the group. Wait a minute, what about Kiba, or Choji, or Fuzzy Brows, or even Hinata-chan or Akina-chan? Why only the 4 of us? Naruto asked. Kiba, Choji, Lee, may all be ready for the exam, but we felt they needed a little more experience in certain areas before we could choose them for the exam. Tenten and Ino are both busy with other engagements at the moment. Sakura is too busy with the hospital to participate, and given the circumstances of recent events with Hinata and Akina, we felt both would not be ready for the exam. That being said, Naruto, while you could still use some more experience in the leadership department, I have no doubt that you are ready for this exam. Tsunade said. The sand and this time around the cloud will both be sending candidates as well. This year's event will be extra special as the new Raikage will be coming in person to help us with the judging, and to properly finish the new peace treaty. He's also here for one more very important purpose, Tsunade said to the group. What's that, Ne-chan? Naruto asked. He's coming here to meet you, Naruto. Tsunade told the teen. What? Why does he want to meet me? Naruto asked, looking confused. Naruto, I had explained to you last month after the retrieval mission that they felt indebted to you and how he had wished to meet you in person. Well, he's coming to do just that, Tsunade told the teen. So, Tsunade-sama, any details on the exam? Neji asked the village leader. I cannot give you any details as of yet, Neji. But you all have 1 month. I highly suggest you finish up any training you were doing and prepare yourselves. This will be one of the most important tests you'll ever go through as a shinobi. Failure is absolutely not an option, Tsunade replied. When I am able to give you more details, I will send messengers to retrieve you and bring you here. Now, before I dismiss you, are there any questions? This exam, why is failure not an option? Naruto asked. Naruto, I will not go into too much detail for risk of revealing any information on the test to you. But there is a reason why so few are chosen at one time. Also, when you participate in the exam, you represent not just yourself but your entire village. Failure means failure for your village as well, Tsunade replied, to which Naruto let out a loud gulp. Are there any further questions? Tsunade asked and then looked over at the teens. They all remained quiet. Well then, you are all dismissed. The 4 teens exited quietly, much to the surprise of both Tsunade and Jiraiya. I think you managed to scare even Naruto that time, Jiraiya said with a light chuckle. You think they are ready, Jiraiya? Tsunade asked her former teammate. They are all tough, strong, and stubborn brats. They'll probably kick this exam's butt, Jiraiya said with a reassuring smile. Chapter 8. Junin exam preparation. And a date. The day started like any other for Konoha's resident knucklehead. He had awoke to a rather heavy feeling. As usual, to his right the love of his life Hyuga Hinata slept beside him. To his left, Hyuga Hanabi was also asleep. Naruto sighed as he smiled, looking down at the sleeping girls. After 15 minutes of wiggling around, he managed to remove himself from the bed with all his body parts intact. He left the girls to sleep as he made his way out to the kitchen. There he saw his sister already dressed and ready for the day. Morning, Naruto said, half awake. Morning, Naruto ni, she replied. You're up early and all ready to go. You must have plans today, Naruto said to his sister. Yes, going to be doing some training with Temari this morning, and then I'm going to meet Gaara-kun at Ichiraku's. Akina replied. Going on a date with him today? Naruto asked. Akina merely blushed and smiled. Just remember, he's going to be pretty clueless, kind of like me, maybe even worse. Naruto told the girl. He's very new to this sort of thing. Hell, he's still kind of coming out of that shell of his. I'm surprised you're so willing to let your sister go on a date. Not going to be protective of me? Akina fake pouted. Gaara's awesome, but still very unsure of everything. Especially, feelings, and stuff like that. Naruto replied. Yes, I know he's had it hard. I don't even know what I expect or what I want from this. Akina told her brother. Well, whatever happens, I'll support both of you, Naruto said with a grin. Thank you, Naruto ni, Akina said with a smile, and she gave her brother a hug. I guess I'll see you later. With that said, Akina left the apartment. Naruto stared at the door for a moment before heading to the fridge, where he grabbed a carton of milk and drank from it. Naruto-kun, you know you shouldn't do that. Use a glass, please, Hinata said to him from the doorway to his room. You're awake? Naruto asked. I never can stay asleep once you get up, Hinata replied, especially since you've returned to the village. Sorry, I tried not to wake you, Naruto replied. It's not that, it's just, I feel insecure, Hinata replied as she started looking down at the floor. Because of what happened with the cloud? Naruto asked. Maybe, I guess so, Hinata replied. I'm sorry, Naruto said sadly. You two are way too depressing for this early in the morning, Hanabi said, interrupting the two as she made her way to the kitchen. Hanabi, Hinata said, half startled. Sorry, Ne-chan, but it's true, Hanabi replied. So what are the little princess's plans for today? Naruto asked, getting a glare from the younger Hyuga. I have to get to the academy soon. Baruka-sensei is going to take us out for some field training exercises, Hanabi replied. I remember that, He always yelled at me because I would goof off or screw up. Naruto said with a grin. Do your best today, Hanabi-chan. Naruto said with a grin. The girl nodded and then left the room. I guess I should start getting ready soon. I need to start my Junin exam training, Naruto said aloud so Hinata could hear him. What do you have going on today, Hinata-chan? Naruto asked. I'll be at the hospital working most of the day, Naruto-kun. Hinata replied. Naruto and the Hyuga sisters went about preparing for their day and then all went their separate ways. Naruto went to his old training ground where he was met by his former teammate. The Uchiha teen was sitting against one of the logs and was sweating from his morning workout. Hey Sasuke. Naruto called out to the teen. Training this morning too? Sasuke asked. You bet, I got to be ready for whatever this exam throws at me, Naruto replied. Also, I got to be ready for all the people who seem to want to kick my ass. Naruto said as he glared at Sasuke. I wouldn't call it wanting to kick your ass as much as call it. Well, everyone just wants to test their ability and you seem to set the standard. Sasuke replied. The two teens spent most of the morning training with one another, exchanging various taijutsu moves, and just generally using each other for target practice. As they called a close to their morning training, the two teens discussed strategies and various other things. So Sasuke want to go get some ramen for lunch? Naruto asked the teen. If we go now we might catch something interesting. Naruto said with a grin. Something interesting? Like what? Sasuke asked. Akina-chan and Gaara. On a date, Naruto proclaimed. You're kidding me, you've got to be joking. Sasuke said looking stunned. I swear to you, it's all true. Akina-chan told me herself this morning. Naruto told his former teammate. I hate to admit this, but I got to see this. Sasuke replied as the two headed off toward the ramen stand. The teens quietly arrived at the stand to see Akina and Gaara quietly, almost nervously eating their ramen. Neither teen knew what to do, especially Gaara who almost seemed to look lost. Upon seeing this, Naruto and even Sasuke let out a silent chuckle. What the hell are you two doing? Temari said from behind, startling the two teens. It's probably something stupid, troublesome or both since Naruto is involved. Shikamaru added. That's not fair, Naruto replied. Also, we're merely watching the show. Naruto said with a grin and then pointed it to where Gaara and Akina were sitting. Naruto-kun, how could you spy on your sister and my brother? Temari asked looking shocked. Temari. You're one to talk, like how you suddenly have the urge to eat ramen all of a sudden. Shikamaru commented, getting a glare from his girlfriend. The group observed the two teens for a few minutes and then silently followed as Akina and Gaara left the stand and surprisingly headed a nearby park. Gaara-kun, I know I said this earlier, but thanks again for saving me. Had you not stepped in when you did, the Raikage would have killed me for sure. Akina told the teen. I'm grateful to you. No thanks are necessary. You are important to Naruto. You are his sister. That makes you important to me. Naruto taught me many things. I'm still new to it all, emotions other than hatred and murder. The feeling I have for my siblings, and for the people who allow me to call them my friend. I will never truly be able to repay the debt I owe him. Gaara replied. Naruto ni, I'm still getting to know him. But at the same time I feel like I've known him forever. I can say for sure that he would never think you owe him anything. He's not like that, Akina said with a smile, and then she chuckled lightly. It's kind of funny, this is supposed to be a date, but we both just ended up talking about my brother. I am still new to this so I might be incorrect. But a date isn't about what you talk about, but isn't more about enjoying the company of the person you are with and wanting to spend time with that person. I believe it's also finding things in common with the person. Gaara said to the girl, shocking her and the group that was spying on them. You're absolutely right, Gaara-kun. Akina replied. I think we've seen enough. Temari said quietly with a smile on her face. Everyone nodded and decided it was time to leave the two alone. I'm going to train some more, Naruto said to the group and took off. Chapter 9. The Junin exam announcement. The eve before. It was a long night and on into the morning for Jiraiya. Usually the old toad hermit would have spent the whole night drinking and chasing skirts, but tonight was different. He sat in his personal library finishing up a document he spent all night writing. He let out a sigh when he had completed the work and rolled the scroll up and tied it. Then he performed several hand seals. Ninpo, Fuin Jutsu, Makimono Fuin. Jiraiya yelled as he placed a seal on the scroll he had just finished writing. All finished with that, Jiraiya said aloud as he gazed out the window to see the sun starting to rise. No use going to sleep now. I got a lot to do today. Naruto was up earlier than normal this morning as his determination to get to his training got the better of him. Here it was the crack of dawn and he was already out training like there was no tomorrow. He knew the Junin exams were coming soon and his excitement was starting to get uncontainable. Naruto summoned several clones to spar with. He took the time to take each clone out with a different taijutsu move, be it a throw, a punch or kick combo. Then afterward he'd do push-ups, sit-ups and stretches. He spent most of his mornings doing various taijutsu and weapons training. His afternoon training sessions usually were focused more on his ninjutsu and chakra training. As Naruto finally finished his warm-ups and was about to move to his next exercise, he was surprised by a sudden smack on the back of his head that had him almost literally eating dirt. What the hell? Who the hell hit me? Naruto bellowed as he pulled himself back up. I did, brat, got a problem with it, Jiraiya said to his student with a smirk. You scared the crap out of me and almost had me eating dirt cakes for breakfast, so yes, I have a problem with it, Naruto replied. Well, too bad, kid, Jiraiya said to the teen. So what do you want, Rasengan? Naruto asked his perverted teacher. How are the Junin exam preparations going? Jiraiya asked. Alright, I guess. I'm not doing anything crazy or trying to learn anything new this time around. I'm just trying to touch up what I already have and master it better, Naruto told the older man. That's surprisingly smart coming from an idiot like you, Jiraiya replied. Shut up, I'm smart, Naruto yelled. Sure, and eventually someone besides you will believe that, Jiraiya said to the teen. So do you think you'll be ready? I guess I don't really know what to expect, but hell, it doesn't matter. I'll take it on full force just like I always do, Naruto proclaimed. That's just like you, the old man commented. Here, take this, Jiraiya said, handing Naruto a scroll. What's this? Naruto asked. It's something fun for you to learn before the exam, Jiraiya replied. Well, I got to go meet Tsunade. I have things to discuss with her, Jiraiya told the teen as he slowly walked off. Rasengan, Naruto muttered under his voice. Something doesn't feel right for some reason, Naruto thought to himself as he watched his teacher leave before returning to the scroll and opening it up to read the contents. This is. Sasuke and Neji were both working on their own preparations for the upcoming exams. Sasuke focused on more chakra training and improving his jutsu just like Naruto was. Neji was focusing on boosting his stamina and speed to help him last long in case he had to face Gaara or Naruto, whom both have a larger chakra supply than him, and to a second degree he knew of Sasuke's speed and his obvious skill with his techniques. He wants to try and catch up to the speed of the Uchiha teen in case he faced him in battle. Naruto, Sasuke, and Neji all went the solo route for preparing for the exam. Gaara, however, took a different approach. Gaara was training with Temari, Kankuro, surprisingly Shikamaru and even Lee. Gaara wanted to focus on toughening up and dealing with all different sorts of attacks such as Lee's speed and hard-hitting taijutsu, while Kankuro, Temari, and Shikamaru had different ranges and ways of attacking. Even though he had learned how to master Shukaku, thanks to Jiraiya, he knew he was still new to using the power and wanted to test himself in strengthening his chakra, both regular and demon, as well as finding effective, yet less deadly ways of defeating his opponents. Regardless, all four Konoha representatives were working extremely hard to get ready for the upcoming exam. Tsunade was in her office with Shizune standing over her as usual, forcing the older woman to do paperwork, which much to Tsunade's displeasure seemingly never ended. She finally got her break, however, when there was a sudden knock at her door. Come in, Tsunade called to the unknown guest. The door opened and her former teammate and fellow Sannin entered. Jiraiya, you're using the door for once, what's the occasion? I have something to discuss with you, Jiraiya told the woman. I see, well, I had something I wanted to discuss with you as well, so I guess your timing is as good as ever, Tsunade told the man. You have something you need to discuss with me? Jiraiya asked, looking somewhat shocked. Yes, I just got to an old report about 1.5 years ago from Suna, Tsunade said to the man and watched as he visibly paled and then gulped. 1.5 years ago, you say? Jiraiya replied as sweat slowly started to form on his forehead. It sounds like you know something about what I was going to ask, Tsunade said, still watching her former teammate. I believe I might, Jiraiya once again replied. There's no real detail about what happened, just a message from Suna from a slightly pissed off Kasage who asked us to please refrain from sending Naruto, Gaara, and you to their village for a while. He went on to say he did not approve of Operation Bloody River. Jiraiya, what the hell did you guys do? Well, you see, we stopped in Suna during our training mission. Naruto saw how Gaara was treated and he cooked up some elaborate plan to sort of get back at the village. It would seem as dumb as we peg Naruto to be, when it comes to certain things, well, he might be a genius, Jiraiya told the woman. You mean, pranks, don't you? Tsunade asked. Jiraiya merely nodded and continued with his story. You see, at this time Gaara was still learning to control his chakra better, and well, I had him sign the toad contract and he was learning to summon toads. He was fairly advanced at the training as he could summon anything short of Gamabunta. So Naruto being Naruto helped him by teach him how to use the Kanbi Henge no Jutsu. Jiraiya told his former teammate. Combination Henge. Why would he teach him that? Tsunade asked looking puzzled. It was all a part of Naruto's elaborate prank. Jiraiya replied. Naruto had Gaara summon the biggest toad he could muster, and then from there he had Gaara use the jutsu to transform himself along with the frog into Shukaku. Shukaku. The Aikibi. Tsunade said out loud in utter shock. That's not the bad part. It gets worse. So Naruto has him enter the village stomping and trashing and having him act as if Shukaku had broken free and was going to destroy the village. Needless to say the Kazekage and all of Suna's forces were being positioned to attack the beast. After everyone was in place, they sprung their trap on the village. What did they do? Tsunade asked almost demanding. She was shocked when Jiraiya suddenly smiled. Gaara transformed into a giant, naked, female version of himself using a combination of Kanbi Henge no Jutsu and Naruto's Oroku no Jutsu. What happened afterward was the most embarrassing thing to befall that village in all of their history. Every single one of the men in the village had massive nosebleeds, causing the village to almost flood. That is why it's called Operation Bloody River. Jiraiya said to the woman, which caused both Tsunade and the surprisingly quiet Shizune to scream out in shock and almost collapse to the floor. Tsunade then in a bit of rage picked up her chair and threw it out the window. Again. Then she slammed her fist through her desk and continued to scream. Naruto. I'm going to kill you. Tsunade screamed. After several minutes Tsunade finally started to calm down and was then interrupted by a message being delivered by two of her Anbu, whom saw the mess in the office and sighed. Tsunade carefully read the message and smirked and then turned to her two Anbu. I want you to bring Hyuga Neji, Uchiha Sasuke, Gaara, and Uzumaki Naruto here immediately. Tsunade said as upon hearing Naruto's name mentioned one of the Anbu men who happened to be wearing a bear mask, started to sweat. Yes, Hokage-sama, we shall retrieve them right away. The man wearing the hawk mask replied as the two left the room. I'll go get Neji-san and Sasuke-san. You can get Gaara-san and Naruto-san. The hawk mask wearing man said to the bear mask wearing man. No, the man proclaimed. I mean no, how about I get Neji-san and Sasuke-san? The man said almost pleading, this is bad, my budget still has recovered from the last time. It's about lunchtime as well. I have to save myself and my poor paycheck. The man thought to himself. There is no way I'm going to get Naruto-san, Gaara-san. You have any idea what time of day it is? It's lunchtime, the man in the hawk mask proclaimed. I got stuck with it last time, it's your turn. The bear mask wearing Anbu argued. Then we must settle this, the old-fashioned way. The hawk mask wearing man said. With a game of rock, paper, scissors. He bellowed. That's fine with me, the other man replied as the both readied themselves, each sweating severely. On three, the hawk mask wearer said. 1, 2, 3. Rock, paper, scissors. The both yelled as the man in the hawk mask shot out his hand and the bear mask wearing man did the same. Both men looked down and the man in the bear mask had scissors, while the man in the hawk mask had paper. I win, the man in the bear mask yelled for joy. Come on man, I got a wife and 3 kids. Please, don't do this to me. The man in the hawk mask begged. What's that? I can't hear you. The other man replied with his fingers in his ears as he left to retrieve his targets, leaving his partner to cry. Back inside Tsunade's office the two continued to talk for almost an hour. Jiraiya shared his newfound information regarding a certain organization. Tsunade was not pleased with what she heard from her former teammate. You can't. I won't let you, Tsunade proclaimed. You know this is how it's got to be. Jiraiya replied. Then I'll go with you, Tsunade said desperately. Don't be stupid. You're the Goddamn Hokage and with the raikage coming to the village for the Junin exams and all there is no chance of you leaving. This is how it's got to be, Tsunade. Jiraiya told his former teammate sternly. Then let me send some Anbu with you, or Kakashi and Guy or somebody. Tsunade asked. In this situation, it is best for me to go solo on this. It is enemy territory and the less people wandering around the better. Jiraiya replied. But Jiraiya, Tsunade was suddenly interrupted by a knock at her door. The room got quiet and then a second knock. She finally answered. Come in, she said to the door and the 4 men who she had summoned entered the room. You called for us, Hokage-sama? Neji asked. Hey Ero Sennin, still hanging around? Naruto said addressing his teacher. Indeed, at least for a little while longer. Jiraiya replied, getting a worried look from both Tsunade and Shizune that was ignored by the 4 Chunin that had just entered. I called you all here because in 1 week's time, the raikage will arrive here in Konoha and 1 day later the Junin exam will begin. So finish your training and make sure you're rested and ready for it. That's all I wanted to say, so get out. Tsunade said rather rudely, but the teens complied and left all except for Naruto. Hey Rasengan, when I kick this exam's butt and become a Junin, should take me out to get some ramen to celebrate. Naruto said to the man excitedly. Alright Naruto, I'll do just that. Jiraiya replied, getting another look from both Tsunade and Shizune. You promise? Naruto asked, making sure Jiraiya wasn't playing with his head. I promise, hell, it can be an all-you-can-eat ramen buffet. Jiraiya smiled at his student, who got even more pumped up. I'm going back to my training, see you later, and be ready to go broke Rasengan. Naruto proclaimed as he quickly exited the room. The room then fell back to silence. Why the hell would you promise that? Tsunade said with a sad expression on her face. What should I have said? Naruto needs to focus right now. The Junin exam is very important both to him and to Konoha. I won't become an excuse for why he fails. The man replied. I'll be leaving first thing tomorrow. I must go and finish up a few things. Please don't go Jiraiya, Tsunade said, almost pleading, and begging to the man. Naruto needs you, Konoha needs you, and I need you. Naruto is grown up now. He's stronger than me and has better character than I do. Konoha will likewise be alright. The village is strong and will only get stronger with guys like Naruto, Gaara, Sasuke, and Neji around, and as for you and I. Now that would have been nice, Jiraiya replied as he walked over to the door and opened it. Goodbye Tsunade, Jiraiya said as he closed the door behind him. Tsunade was powerless to stop him and just dropped to her knees and began to cry. Shizune did her best to console her, but she too felt like she wanted to cry. Jiraiya sat in his library much like the previous night. He spent the entire night writing and thinking, and then more writing. As daylight dawned upon a new day once again, Jiraiya finally finished writing. He let out a sigh and placed the document on top of another pile of documents. There, I'm all finished, Jiraiya said aloud to nobody in particular. I guess before I go I'll have one of my frogs deliver it to the editor. I bet Kakashi will love it. It's the perfect ending for the story. I sometimes wish my life could be like the main character of my stories. I guess it's stupid to think like that. It's been a good one as it is. At least it wasn't boring, that's for sure. Jiraiya looked down at the stack of paper sitting before him. Next to it sat the scroll he had finished writing the night before. The scroll that he sealed had one word written on the outside of it. I guess it's time for me to go. I got a lot of ground to cover. The Gamma Sennin said as he got up. Naruto, continue down your own path. Don't let anyone stop you from achieving your goals, your dreams. Minato would be. No, Minato is very proud of you, and so am I. With those words Jiraiya left the room quietly and looked ahead to the mission at hand. The scroll he had left behind had one word written on the outside of it. That word was, will. Chapter 10. A destined meeting. Naruto and the new Raikage. The training had been long and hard. But all four candidates were satisfied with the results, and were as ready as they were ever going to be for the Junin exams. It was the morning before the exams. Life in Konoha went on as normal for the citizens of the village. But for the shinobi, that was a different story. Everyone was gearing up and on edge as they knew in one day's time a great event was to take place that only they would get to witness. But the Junin exams were not the only event about to take place, for today would be the day that the new Raikage would arrive in the village to sign the new peace treaty that would cement the futures of both hidden villages. It was also time for Naruto's destined meeting. The said teenager had started his day early as he often did when big events were going to occur. The blonde teen had already gotten through his morning workout, and after his normal morning breakfast at his favorite ramen stand, he returned home to shower and prepare for the day's events. Naruto had been nervously thinking all morning about his upcoming meeting with the new leader of the Hidden Cloud Village. His thoughts would be interrupted a little after 10 o'clock in the morning as a man wearing an Anbu mask come to his apartment to request his attendance at the meeting in Tsunade's office. Naruto-ni, are you ready? His sister asked, looking at the unusually nervous blonde. Naruto-kun, are you alright? The love of his life asked with slight concern in her voice. I'm fine and I'm as ready as I'll ever be. Let's go guys. Naruto replied as the three teenagers left the apartment and began their walk to Tsunade's office. Halfway there they were joined by Neji, Sasuke, and Gaara, who all decided to join Naruto in meeting the new Raikage. The walk had been quiet and uneventful as the teens all arrived and were quickly ushered in. The group entered the office to find Tsunade at her desk as usual with Shizune at her side. The group then noticed the man standing next to Tsunade. He was a man in his mid-30s, he was wearing the normal cage hat and robes, he had brown hair and violet eyes. The man greeted them with a warm smile. I see you arrived with quite the group behind you, Naruto. Tsunade said to the teen. Not that it matters, all of you more or less has the right to be here. So you must be Naruto, it's a pleasure to meet you, young man. The Raikage said, walking up to the blonde teen, extending his hand and giving the boy a smile. Naruto nervously accepted the man's hand and returned the handshake. How do you know I was Naruto? The teen asked. It wasn't that hard to pick you out considering your sister Akina had grown up in our village and she was your twin sister. That and you very much resemble your father, the Great Yellow Flash himself. The man replied. I see, that would make sense I guess. You look rather nervous, something I've been told is totally opposite to your character. Do I really worry you that much? The man asked. I don't really know what to think. Everyone has said I did this great and remarkable thing. I don't think I did anything. I was merely protecting my precious people. The guy who was in charge before you, kidnapped and hurt my sister and my girlfriend. I wasn't just going to sit back and let them be killed. So I just did what was natural to me. Naruto told the man. Very true, but honestly in doing what came natural as I'm sure you've been told, you opened great big opportunities for not just Konoha but for the cloud as well. The man said. You see our previous ruler had long since fallen from grace but he had the full support of some powerful people. It took these past few years dating back to the Chunin exams where Akina had finally left us and joined your village to trigger everything. He made a mockery of the previous raikages and almost tore our village apart. While I will not lie and say everyone was 100% behind the peace treaty, I assure you that the village as a whole, the majority felt it was time for this change and are very happy to see it come. My village has done a lot of hurtful things to which I'm sure may never fully be atoned for, but I assure you this peace treaty is a step forward to that bright new future. I, the Rokudaime Raikage, humbly want to thank you for stopping the previous raikage and help push us all forward and helping us to stop living in the past. The man stopped at the end of his speech to watch the faces of the people in attendance, everyone deep in thought taking in all that was said. Lady Tsunade, I would now like to officially sign our new treaty so that these youngsters here can go about their business. Tomorrow is a big day for all involved. Yes, I believe all is in order and I would be very happy to sign this treaty. Tsunade replied and signed the document, making it official on Konoha's end. The raikage wasted no time also signing the document. It was now official, the two villages once at war and always very wary of each other were now peaceful allies, much like Konoha and Suna were. Naruto-kun, I look forward to see you in action tomorrow. Please do your best and good luck to you all. The man said to Naruto and the rest of the group. You don't have to worry, we're going to kick this exam's butt. Naruto said, returning to his normal self. The group all left shortly thereafter, walking in silence down the streets of Konoha. So what do you all make of that? Sasuke asked. Especially you Neji, the Hyuga clan were the most hurt by the hidden cloud village. I thought for sure you'd have something to say. I had thought so as well, until I entered the office. The man had a certain air about him. Maybe it was all just an act, but the man generally seemed happy to be here and happy to have the two villages at peace. I guess there really wasn't anything I could say. Neji replied. Well guys, I've been stiff all morning, I'm going to go train a little more, get some ramen then relax. The exams are tomorrow and I for one can't wait. Naruto said to the group. I've got to go finish up some things as well, I'll see you all tomorrow. Sasuke said to the group as he turned and left the group. I believe I'm going to home and relax, I've done all that I can, I am looking forward to possibly facing you tomorrow Naruto. Neji said to the teen. Okay Neji, see you tomorrow and good luck. Naruto replied with a smile as the Hyuga teen left the group, leaving the Uzumaki siblings, Hinata, and Gaara to talk together down the street. Naruto ni, I think I'm going to grab Gaara here and head off, see you guys later. Akina said and promptly grabbed the red-haired teen and dragged him off, much to his surprise and utter confusion. Well, that was kind of weird. Naruto said with a grin. I think it's kind of cute, Naruto-kun. Gaara-san is more clueless about relationships than you ever were. Hinata said with a smile. That wasn't very nice Hinata-chan. Naruto said, faking a pout, only to see Hinata cutely stick her tongue out at him. Well, I'm going to go train a bit, I'll be home later Hinata-chan. Alright, just be careful, don't overdo it, you wouldn't want to hurt yourself before the exam. The girl said to the boy as he waved goodbye, then turned and took off toward his favorite training spot. Chapter 11. The Junin exams begin. The previous day passed by as quick as it came. It was now the morning of the exams, and each of the participants were greeted by a messenger who instructed them to make their way over to Konoha Academy, where the details of the exam would be given to them. Naruto arrived at the academy about a half an hour after receiving the message. He glanced around the room to see Tsunade, Shizune, and the raikage already there discussing details of the exam. Naruto also noticed a small group of sand shinobi, two of which were candidates for this year's exam. Also already in attendance were two cloud ninja who were also there for the exam. Naruto continued to look around the room and saw many Konoha Chunin and Junin, some of which he recognized, some he did not. I see you were the first of our group to arrive, I must admit I'm rather surprised. Naruto turned around to see Neji approach him. You know me, I'm always full of surprises. Naruto replied. That you certainly are. Neji responded. So the idiot arrived first, did he? Sasuke said to the two teens as he arrived. I'd watch who you call an idiot, Sasuke. I might just have to kick your butt for that comment. Naruto said with a grin. I'd like to see you try, clumsy idiot. Sasuke replied with his normal grin. Personally, I'd like to see you both shut up. The arriving red-haired teen said to the group. Hey Gaara, you have fun with my sister yesterday. Naruto said with a snicker, which quickly caused Gaara to growl at Naruto and remain silent. After several minutes more, Tsunade cleared her throat and got the attention of everyone in the room. I want to thank you all for coming here today. As you all may or may not know, this is of course the yearly Junin exams. I would like to thank the Raikage for personally attending today's events, as well as the delegates and officials from Suna. This is the first Junin exam held in Konoha in 3 years, so I hope to make this year's exams extra special. We will begin the first stage of the exam here shortly. I would first like to explain how the exams will be handled. The exam is broken into 3 events. The first 2 are the most crucial, with the third and final event allowing you to show off your skills to all you peers and fellow shinobi. The first exam will begin in about 1 hour. Basically, each of the 8 participants will be brought into a specific room one at a time. In the room, the Raikage, an official from Suna, at least one Konoha Junin, and I will ask you to perform certain tasks, which will make up your first exam on which you will be graded for. After all of you are tested, we will end the events for today, and all of the officials who witness the tests will gather and discuss the day's events. Tomorrow you will gather outside of Konoha's North Gate by no later than 8 in the morning. That is when your second exam will be explained and then begins. Then the following day you will all gather at arena, where you all will be paired off against an opponent in tournament-style fights similar to the last test in the Chunin exam. The tournament, while not as crucial to the exam itself, allows you to perform in front of all your shinobi peers. It allows you to show your skills and start to make a name for yourself among your fellow shinobi and the delegates who will be in attendance. If there are no questions, we will break for 1 hour and then you will all be given a number in which you'll be tested here today. I wish you all the best of luck and I have high hopes for all of you. Tsunade finished her speech and watched to see if there were any questions. When she saw that there were none, she dismissed everyone for the hour break. The 4 Konoha participants then quickly got together to discuss their thoughts on the exams. Well, this will be rather interesting. Neji said first. I wonder what we'll have to do for the first exam. It must be pretty important to have the Raikage, Hokage, and other officials in attendance to watch and then grade. Sasuke said to the group, getting a nod from the others. There is also tomorrow's exam, which is leaving me rather curious. Gaara added. We also can't forget the final exam. We all might get to face each other. Naruto said with a hint of excitement in his voice. Considering that there are 4 Konoha shinobi, 2 from sand and 2 from cloud, I would imagine the 4 of us will each face on of those shinobi, or at the very least maybe 2 of us will face off, allowing 1 sand and 1 cloud to face each other. Neji replied. Both of those options are very good possibilities. I highly doubt it'll be a random drawing, which might risk both cloud and sand ninjas to face their comrades, and the same would be for us. I'm also interested as to why the last exam doesn't seem to be counted in the overall grading process. Sasuke said to the group. I think that just means the first 2 tests will be the key elements that qualify us to become Junin, leaving the last exam to simply help spread our names and boost our village's reputation, especially to potential clients to the village that might be able to request us by name. Neji responded, getting a nod from the group once again. Did anyone get a good look at the sand or cloud ninjas? Naruto asked. You were here before all of us, didn't you check them out? Sasuke asked his former teammate. I was here first, but I was honestly too excited to really look them over any. Naruto replied, rubbing the back of his head in slight embarrassment. I looked them over a little when I arrived. They all have a confident air about them, but I believe we should all be alright, and we should all just believe in ourselves. Neji commented. My goal is simply to pass this exam and hopefully face Naruto, so naturally I won't let anyone get in my way. Sasuke added with his confident smirk once again. I think we're all itching to beat the idiot up, don't you forget that. Gaara replied. Screw you, Gaara. Naruto responded, looking annoyed. No thank you, not even if I was drunk, blind, and well paid. Gaara shot back, getting a death glare from Naruto and a sigh from the other 2 Konoha shinobi. The hour continued like this, with the blonde and the redhead firing insults at each other, much to Neji and Sasuke's amusement. When the hour was up, everyone was once again called together. The 8 participants were then given numbers and were all forced to remain where they were, as each participant was one by one brought into a room where they were to be tested. The first participant and young man from Suna were called. After about an hour, the second participant, a cloud shinobi, was then called. Neji, who was given number 3, was the next to be called another hour later. Good luck, Neji. Naruto shouted as Neji simply nodded and was led deeper into the academy and into a room that reminded him of the Hyuga dojo. At the back of the room Tsunade, the Raikage, and several others including Morino Ibiki were in attendance sitting. Neji bowed politely to everyone in the room. "Welcome Hyuga Neji," Tsunade said to the teen. "You're here for your first exam, which all of us in attendance will be taking notes and grading you on. You only get 1 hour to do everything we ask of you. You may of course be able to finish earlier, but you are allowed the maximum of 1 hour. Basically what you will be doing for us is basically putting on a little performance for us. You are to show us your skills, what you specialize in, and of course you may show anything that you think may interest or otherwise surprise us. A Junin, as you know, is a highly skilled shinobi capable of leading missions. They are capable to teaching new genin and of course skilled enough to keep them safe. Junin are also often given solo missions A-ranked or higher, which they must be able to perform on their own or with limited help or resources. So obviously you don't need to show us the basics, you should focus on only your best, and show why you are capable of being a Junin. If you have any questions please ask them now, if not please begin." Tsunade explained to the teen and then saw that he had no questions. "Byakugan," Neji shouted as he activated his famous bloodline limit. It was then that Neji wasted no time showing off his famous Juken style. He showed off several of his more familiar techniques such as his Kaden and his Hake, Rokuji and Sho. He then added his more advanced Hake, Hyaku Nyuha Sho and Hake, Kusho. After his skillful display of his family's taijutsu style, much to the surprise of several people in the room, he performed several high-level ninjutsu, most of which were earth or lightning-based, showing everyone his elemental affinity. After several more minutes Neji's performance came to a stop and he was breathing heavily, but he remained calm, quiet and quite confident in his ability. "Alright, nicely done Neji. Shizune, what is the official time of the exam?" Tsunade asked. "Yes, Tsunade-sama, the exam has ended at 46 minutes and 24 seconds. Shizune informed her teacher. "Very good, that was a pretty nice display Neji. You are to exit the room and take a different exit so to avoid running into the remaining participants. You are not to discuss the exam with anyone and we will see you tomorrow." Tsunade told the teen. Neji nodded that he understood and then once again bowed before everyone before exiting the room. The next person called was Gaara, who just like Neji was brought to the room where everyone awaited him. "Welcome Gaara," Tsunade said to the teen once he entered the room. She then proceeded to explain the exam to Gaara, who silently listened then nodded that he understood, which then signaled the beginning of his exam. Gaara then proceeded channel his chakra, which caused the glass bracers and shin guards to shattered and turned into sand, which he then began to wield, showing off his mastery of his sand and performing several jutsu. He was sure to inform the group that several of his high-level sand abilities he could not demonstrate because of the size of the jutsu and the radius it could or would cover. This was noted by the examiners and then he was told to continue. From there he proceeded to show off his mastery of earth and wind jutsu to show off his elemental affinities. He finished by showing off his ability to summon as a large toad appeared, which afterward he performed Kanbi Henj no Jutsu, and using him and the toad transformed in a large billboard advertisement for Ichi Ichi Paradise, the movie, which had the men in the room giggle like schoolgirls and Tsunade of course looking rather annoyed. Gaara then ended the jutsu and sent the toad back and then reformed his glass bracers and shin guards and silently bowing, showing that he was finished. "Shizune, what's the time?" Tsunade asked, still looking plenty annoyed with the red head. "The exam has ended at 53 minutes and 2 seconds. Shizune replied. "Good, Gaara, get the hell out of here, take a different exit, don't talk to anyone and see you tomorrow for the next exam you brat." Tsunade told the boy, who left with what everyone could have sworn was a satisfied grin on his face. "Okay, let's get the next person in here." Tsunade signed. The next person called was a girl from Hidden Cloud Village. She was the only kunoichi in this year's exams. After about an hour it was Sasuke's turn to take the exam. After everything was explained he was signaled to begin. Sasuke wasted no time at all. "Sharingan," Sasuke proclaimed as he activated his Kekai Genki, then proceeded to show off not only the Chidori that he long since learned from Kakashi but many different variations of the ability which ranged from area attacks to single attacks. The group were all extremely impressed. Sasuke then showed off his other element by performing many different fire jutsu. Sasuke then showed off several different taijutsu styles and finished with summon a snake of decent size. The teen was clearly out of breath as he then dismissed the summoned creature and then deactivated his Sharingan, and then stopping to bow. That was very impressive, such mastery over his elements and also his ability to take one technique and completely master and change it into his own. "I am at a loss for words," the Raikage said to his peers. The comments also caused Sasuke to don his famous smirk. "What was the time for this exam, if I may inquire?" "This exam has ended in 32 minutes and 51 seconds. Shizune informed the group. Very good Sasuke, you may go, please take a different exit than the one you came from, and please refrain from speaking to anyone about the exam. We shall see you tomorrow. Tsunade said, dismissing the teen who quickly exited the room. The next participant was soon brought in, another young man from Sand. Finally, after another hour of waiting, it was Naruto's turn. The teen was brought before the group of examiners and was surprised to see Mitarashi, Anko, Guy, and even Kakashi present for his exam. It would seem there were many who had wished to witness his exam, but only a handful were allowed in the room. Tsunade then took the time to explain the exam to Naruto, who excitedly wasted no time in performing his signature Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Okay everyone, it's time for the Uzumaki Naruto Ultra Super Cool Show Off Your Awesome Moves by Kicking My Clone's Asses event. Naruto proclaimed, which got chuckles, sighs, and sweat drops from the examiners. Naruto then proceeded to show of various taijutsu forms before switching to his jutsu arsenal. He then showed off his mastery of all three elemental affinities by showing off countless wind, water, and fire jutsu of various ranks and abilities. He utilized his clones as either being test dummies for his jutsu, or they helped he perform several jutsu such as his Odama Rasengan, and much to the Tsunade's displeasure he quickly performed and dismissed his FUNN, Rasen Shuriken, to minimize any potential damage to his hand. Seeing that Tsunade was now rather pissed off, Naruto changed it up and showed off variations of Toad summons and then finished the exam off with a bang, taking his remaining clones together, and they all performed his famous harem no jutsu, which had everyone do a double take and cause various men in the room to either giggle or faint. At that point Tsunade decided she had seen enough and had chucked her chair at the teen, that quickly dodged as said chair implanted itself in the nearby wall. Naruto dismissed his remaining clones and then bowed and nervously waiting to hear what Tsunade had to say. "Shizune, give me the damn time," Tsunade shouted, startling her apprentice. "The exam has ended at 56 minutes and 12 seconds, Tsunade-sama." Shizune nervously replied. "Naruto, don't say crap to anyone and get the hell out of here before I kick your ass. See you tomorrow." Tsunade bellowed as Naruto decided it would be wise to leave rather quickly. "I swear I'm going to kill one of those brats." The comment caused many in the room to secretly laugh. After several more hours of talking and exchanges notes and thoughts, the first exam was officially brought to a close. The next day they all agreed would prove interesting to say the least, and many were looking forward to seeing what the candidates would do next, especially a certain blonde teen. Jutsu list. Hake. Kusho, 8 trigrams empty palm. Hake. Rokujuyan Sho, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Hake. Hyaku Nuhachi Sho, 8 trigrams 128 palms. Hakusho. Kaden, 8 trigram palms heavenly spin. Kanbi Henge no Jutsu, combination henge. Chidori, 1000 birds. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, shadow clone jutsu. Odama Rasengan, great ball spiraling sphere. FUNN, Rasen Shuriken, wind style, spiraling shuriken. Chapter 12. The second exam. Operation Prisoner Retrieval Mission. The first day of the Junin exam ended successful, and many could say it was rather eventful. The next day dawned and the participants all assembled early. Once the whole group was together, Tsunade informed the examinees of their next task in the exam. Exam number 2 was going to be rather unique and interesting. Okay everyone, listen up and I will explain the rules. The second exam is a test of your skills out in the field. It is a test to see how well you are able to complete a mission. The time limit is roughly about 12 hours. Each of you will be handed a file with picture of your target and their plate number. Basically this is considered an A-ranked mission that you all must perform. We have set up a borderline and have released 8 A-ranked prisoners out in the forest. The only people who know their locations are our trackers and Anbu stationed at the borderline we set up. This borderline is basically a goal line. You are to stop the prisoners from reaching the goal by any means, and you must present their number plates as proof you capture or subdued or just plain stop them. You may question why we would do something as dangerous as releasing said prisoners. I assure you they are all monitored and could be subdued if need be. Also, these said prisoners agreed to take part in this to help reduce their sentences so they would not risk being killed or have more added onto their cases. Remember, failure is not an option. Use whatever means to succeed in your mission. Treat this as a real mission with real risks. Once you receive your file, study the picture and the plate number and leave the file. This also tests key abilities such as memory. Good luck to all and you may begin. Please be sure to make your village proud. Tsunade finished her speech and the participants were all given their files. After several minutes, participants who were confident they had all the info they needed ran off after their targets. Sasuke and Neji were one of the first participants to head off after their targets. Naruto and Gaara, however, were dead last. The two teens then decided it was best to team up for quicker results, and with that everyone was off and into the forest to track down their targets and complete their mission. Naruto, that knows of yours pick up anything yet? Gaara asked after about a half hour of travel. Shut up, I'm not Kiba. I don't have that sensitive of a nose, even if my senses are enhanced, and what about you? Don't you have a demon in you? Naruto asked, sounding rather annoyed. If you recall, me and my demon aren't exactly what you would call on buddy terms, idiot. Gaara responded. Lame ass excuse to me, but no, I haven't picked up anything yet other than the other participants' scents. Naruto told his red-haired partner. Well, hurry the hell up, I don't really want to be out here 12 hours. Gaara told the teen. The two teens continued on into the forest for another 2 hours before Naruto picked up an unfamiliar scent, and the two started to head in a different direction toward the scent Naruto picked up. The two tracked the scent for another 30 minutes before catching up to the person and jumping the man, stopping him in his tracks. The two examined the man, who looked like he was in his late 20s. The man cursed when he saw the two teens and immediately turned the opposite direction and began to run. Well, he's not my target. What about you, Gaara? Naruto asked with a hint of disappointment in his voice. Let's see, his plate number was 427, correct? Gaara asked, getting a nod for yes from Naruto. Yes, that indeed is my target. Well, he's trying to get away. Naruto responded. Not for long he won't. Gaara said as his glass bracers and shin guards shattered and turned to sand as Gaara stuck his hand outward, sending the sand after the running man. Sabaku Q. Gaara shouted as the sand engulfed the man, causing his to scream. Sabaku Susu. Gaara proclaimed, and with a loud crunch the man's life came to an end. Gaara stood looking slightly pleased, when he looked over at Naruto, who was giving him funny looks. What? I stopped him by any means necessary. Gaara merely stated. Hey Gaara, correct me if I'm wrong, but what was the objective of this mission? Naruto asked. Well, to stop the target by all means. Gaara replied. Hey Gaara, weren't we supposed to bring back proof? Naruto asked again. I suppose, Gaara again replied. That technique of yours covers his whole body and makes him go, squish, correct? Naruto dumbly asked. Why yes it does make him go, squish, Naruto. Gaara once again responded. Aren't we supposed to bring back the target's number plate? Naruto now asked, looking confused. Yes, we are, Gaara replied. His number plate was on his chest, right? Naruto again asked a rather dumb question. Yes, it was on his chest. Gaara humored him and replied. Your jutsu made the dude wearing the number plate you were supposed to bring back as proof you stopped the target go, squish. Naruto stated. Yes, we went over this, the man went, squish, Naruto. Gaara replied, now starting to get annoyed with the conversation. So the plate on his chest went, squish, to right? Naruto asked. Yes, the plate on his chest. Aw shit. Gaara responded, finally realizing the point to Naruto's 50 questions game. Gaara slowed, started release the sand. Please let the plate be okay, please let the plate be okay. Gaara whispered as the sand finally reformed his bracers and shin guards on his body. Gaara looked down at where the man was and found the plate mangled but still somehow intact and legible. Yes, Gaara shouted happily. Lucky bastard, Naruto replied. Oh, just shut up. Gaara responded as the two started moving again to look for Naruto's target. Hey Gaara, do me a favor when we find my target. Please refrain from making my guy go, squish, Naruto asked. Fine, I just crush a leg or something. Gaara replied as they continued on. It would seem the two teens weren't the only ones having issues. Sasuke was in the middle of pursuing his target in a rather unusual way. 1, 2, 3. Okay, do I really have to play tag with an A- ranked prisoner to get the stupid plate back? Sasuke asked, looking quite annoyed. Do you want the plate or not? The prisoner, who looked rather young, replied. So play with me for a few and I'll give you the plate. Fine, Sasuke replied, please don't let anyone see me. This is embarrassing enough without having witnesses. Sasuke thought to himself, but unknown to him Neji had spotted the whole thing with his Byakugan and had a rather wicked smile on his face. Sasuke, I'm so blackmailing you later. Neji thought to himself as he continued on his own little mission. 8 hours had passed since the exam began and finally the last participant arrived at the checkpoint with his target's plate intact. It had taken Naruto and Gaara 3 more hours, but they had found Naruto's target, and after a quick arm wrestling match, Naruto was declared the winner and was awarded the plate. Every one of the participants looked dirty or tired except one. Neji stood with his hand on his hips and smirk on his face. Damn Neji, why don't you look as tired as we do? Naruto asked. It's simple, I found my target 4 hours in and didn't have to do anything at all to acquire the plate. Neji replied. How the hell did you manage that? Sasuke asked, looking annoyed, remembering the embarrassing events he had to go through, first having to play a game of tag, and then a game of Go Fish before his target gave up the plate. It's quite simple, he challenged me to a best 2 out of 3 game of rock paper scissors. I won both games, Neji said confidently. You see, the man made a critical mistake both times. He played rock and I played paper, and as you all know, paper covers rock. Neji stated with a smile, leaving his comrades looking shocked, dumbfounded, or just plain speechless. After 2 hours of traveling at top speed, the participants returned to the front gates of Konoha and the awaiting Tsunade. Very good everyone, you all finished in under the time limit. Tsunade said to the group. Sorry to interrupt Tsunade Ne-chan, but since we were all out in the forest all over the place, how do you guys know how we did on the exam other than just completing the mission before the time limit was up? Naruto asked. Very simple, Naruto, those number plates each had a mini camera which monitored everything and let us all watch. Tsunade responded. The information the group absorbed from that had many, namely Sasuke and Gaara, outwardly grown. Speaking of which, Gaara, I'm going to have to talk to you later about the whole making the prisoner go, squish, thing. The remarks had Gaara cursing under his breath. Once again, good job everyone. Please be sure to get a good night's rest because tomorrow we gather at the arena before all your peers and fellow shinobi. I hope you all come in high spirits and put on a great show. Once again, good luck to you all and have a good night. You're all dismissed, Tsunade declared as everyone began to head to their respected homes or places to stay. The exam, much like the exam the prior day, was indeed eventful and would have people talking for years to come, from a certain red-haired teen's rather slow realization of what making his target go, squish, might cause, to Uchiha Sasuke's weak game of tag, only to redeem himself with his fierce game of go fish, to Hyuga Neji's dominance in the art of rock-paper-scissors. The second exam was indeed eventful to say the least. Jutsu list. Sabaku Q, Desert Coffin. Sabaku Susu, Desert Funeral. Chapter 13. The final exam begins. Naruto vs Gaara. It was the third and final day of the Chunin exams. Today's event would be tournament-style fights similar to that of the finals of the Chunin exams. The previous two exams were the key factors in deciding if the participants had what it took to become Chunins. Today's events were able showing your skills off to everyone in the audience. As the stadium began to fill with shinobi, foreign delegates, and many other spectators, to witness the fights, the 8 shinobi all waited behind the scenes, nervously anticipating the brackets, waiting to see who would be facing who. The 8 shinobi, 2 from the Sand Village, 2 from the Hidden Cloud Village, and of course Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Hyuga Neji, and Gaara, the 4 chosen from Konoha, all looked on as Tsunade, Shizune, the Raikage, and 2 Konoha Chunin entered the waiting room wheeling in a board that had a sheet over it. Thank you all for coming, I hope you all are rested and ready to perform. We have quite the crowd out there awaiting your performances, Tsunade told the group. Without any further delay, I'll reveal to you the brackets for this little tournament. The village leader then pulled the sheet off the board, revealing the brackets. All the participants quickly looked for their names. The brackets had a member of the Hidden Sand Village facing off with Sasuke, followed by a member of the Hidden Cloud Village facing off with Neji. The third fight had the only Kunoichi, the girl from the Hidden Cloud Village facing the other shinobi from the Hidden Sand Village. The last match caught the attention of many, however, as the last fight of the first round had Naruto facing off again Gaara. Naruto and Gaara in the first round. Sasuke said aloud in visible shock. Looks like we get to tear the place up first, isn't that right, Gaara? Naruto asked, looking over at his red-haired friend. Indeed, we'd better watch it though, when we usually fight, we're so tired afterward we can barely move. We'll need to conserve for the remaining rounds, Gaara replied. 30 minutes after the brackets were announced, Tsunade, her assistant, the Raikage, and others took their positions up in the Hokage seats at the top of the stadium. After a short announcement from Tsunade, welcoming everyone and announcing the pairings, the fight soon began with Sasuke and Neji easily defeating both their opponents. The next match lasted a little longer with the Sand Village shinobi defeat the Kunoichi from the Hidden Cloud Village. With the first 3 matches done and out of the way, the stage was now set for a very highly anticipated fight, as Naruto and Gaara both took the field at opposite ends. I can't believe Naruto-kun and Gaara-kun are fighting in the first round, Hinata turned and said to the group of friends who were all together in the stands. I know, I want to cheer for Naruto-ni, but I want to cheer for Gaara-kun as well, Akina replied. Then cheer for both, Sakura told the teen with a smile on her face, getting a nod from the blonde-haired girl. It's about to start, Lee yelled in excitement as the referee for the match got in his position. Let the final match of the first round begin, Genma proclaimed and quickly jumped back. How should we do this, Gaara? Naruto asked his friend and fellow training partner. It doesn't matter to me, but as I said earlier we might want to conserve for the next round, Gaara replied. I know, but holding back is kind of boring, Naruto to the teen. Very well then, Gaara said and reached behind his back and grabbed his yari and gripped it with both hands. Alright, now we're talking. Naruto said excitedly as he placed a kunai in both of his hands and promptly threw them at his opponent. Gaara deflected both kunai and charged in at the teen and tried several attempts at stabbing the blonde with his spear. Naruto skillfully dodged the attempts however and spun around Gaara, landing a kick to Gaara's back that pushed the red-haired teen forward. Gaara stabbed the ground with his yari and quickly spun around it and back into a fully upright position. Gaara then slapped his hands together and channeled chakra, and then with his right hand he tapped the base of the yari, causing the glass weapon to shatter, and the breakdown in sandwich began to swirl around the teen, before he quickly shot it forward at his opponent. Naruto, who had been watching the whole time, quickly jumped over the first attack and then flipped off to the side to avoid the sand again as it returned to Gaara. Suna Shuriken. The red-headed teen yelled as he first the sand back at Naruto, who countered by performing several hand signs and then placing his hand to his mouth. Suiten. Tepudama. Naruto proclaimed as he shot out several water bullets to counter the sand attack. The two teens then raced in. Gaara threw a punch which Naruto caught. Naruto threw a kick, which Gaara blocked by raising his knee. Naruto threw a punch with his free hand, which Gaara caught. The two struggled to try and force the other to do their bidding. After a few moments the two teens broke apart and backed away. Taju. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto yelled, producing 20 clones that began to charge toward Gaara. Doten. Katsuusuchi no Jutsu. Gaara countered by causing the ground below the clones to open and quickly swallow all of the replicas. The ground closed and Gaara was already signing for his next attack. Doten. Doryuden. Gaara yelled as a dragon made of dirty and rock came from the ground and began firing at Naruto. The teen dodged the attacks and then returned fire with a jutsu as well. Kaden. Karyuden. Naruto yelled as a dragon made of fire appeared and fired back, essentially cancelling each other out. Naruto took that moment to run in and land a crushing punch to Gaara's face that shot the teen back and colliding hard with the arena wall. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto yelled, producing 6 clones that ran toward the red-haired teen. Suna Kage. A wall of sand suddenly arose from the ground, causing the clones to run right into it. The clones disappeared in a puff of smoke. Sabaku Q. The redhead proclaimed as he returned to his feet as his sand suddenly wrapped completely around his blonde-headed opponent. The teen looked surprised at first and struggled to break free but quickly stopped trying to resist the sand. Sabaku Susu. Gaara called out, much to the shock and surprise of many in the crowd. The sand tightened and then crushed the captured blonde, but instead of the crushing sound that may have been heard usually from the sand, the teen being crushed poofed out of existence. The missing teen in question reappeared behind Gaara with a bright purple ball in his right hand. Rasengan. Naruto yelled as he shoved the ball of chakra into the gut of his friend, causing the teen to get caught in the rapid, explosive spin before colliding with a bang against the opposite wall to where he collided with earlier. The crowd held its breath at the sight of the impact and waited the outcome. The smoke cleared and the red-headed teen could be seen clearly lying motionless on the ground. Genma was about to stop the match when the Gaara on the ground crumbled into pieces and turned into sand. The sand began to lift into the air and swirl around before reforming and revealing Gaara standing before his opponent seemingly uninjured. The two stood staring at each other, the arena silent, speechless, before finally breaking out into loud cheers showing their support for the two fighters. "How are you holding up, Gaara?" Naruto asked his opponent. "I'm slightly annoyed at the moment," Gaara replied. "Annoyed? Whatever for?" Naruto asked with a smile of his face. "That last attack hurt," Gaara added. "Well, that's good. If would have tickled then I'd probably would have been slightly concerned." Naruto commented, getting a shrug from Gaara. "So should we go one more round before ending this fight?" "I suppose, we should probably give the crowd what they want," Gaara replied with a slight grin. "Alright, then here goes. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu." Naruto yelled out, quickly producing 5 clones that swiftly took turns kicking Gaara into the air. Yuzu Ma Ki. 4 of the 5 clones yelled as the 5th one brought its leg down to strike the redhead. Naruto Renden. The final clone yelled only to be shocked as the Gaara that was in the air turned into sand and avoided the attack only to reform again on the ground. "I don't think so, Naruto." Doten. Ishi Supaiku no Jutsu. Gaara yelled, slamming his hand on the ground, causing several stone spikes to shoot out of the ground and successfully piercing all 5 shadow clones, causing them to be destroyed. "Damn sand bunchins," Naruto pouted before summoning 6 more clones and sending them into attack while the real Naruto stood back and formed another chakra ball in his hand as he too charged the redhead. Psycho Zatai Bugyo, Shukaku no Tate. Gaara yelled as miniature Shukaku made of sand formed out of sand just as the real Naruto and his Rasengan collided with it. Psycho Zatai Hogeki, Shukaku no Hoko. Gaara once again yelled as this time the glass bracers and shin guards he was wearing shattered and formed into a weapon which Gaara used to destroy the clones. Naruto, who had recovered from striking the sand tanuki, turned just in time to dodge several attempted strikes with the newly formed sand weapon, summoned another clone to take the next attack, allowing it to be destroyed and allowing him to get some distance between him and Gaara. The blonde threw several shuriken at Gaara and charged in. The redhead easily dodged the shuriken and managed to block the oncoming punches from Naruto with his weapon. The force of the punches however destroyed the sand weapon, and the two proceeded to exchange punches and kicks, each landing the intended target before the two literally bumped heads. The loud crack of the teen's skulls silenced the arena, and the two fighters both fell back and hit the ground with a thud. The two teens only lied still for a brief moment before flipping up and onto their feet and then charging at each other again, both throwing punches as hard as they could, both connecting on each other's jaws. The force of the punches fired the two backward, causing them to hit the ground into rolls and colliding hard into the opposite walls. The dust kicked upward, and before anyone could barely take in what they saw, the two teens shot outward and raced toward each other, once again firing a rapid barrage of punches and kicks, some of which connected, some of which did not. The succession of attacks continued for 5 minutes before a set of resounding punches landed squarely into each other's faces. The action then stopped. The two boys stood there, their fists still buried into each other's faces. The arena stayed quiet. The time seemed to have stopped as suddenly both boys hit the ground at the exact same time. The two lied there, blood pouring from their faces, panting heavily. It was then that the two teens began to stand. Both teens tried, and both teens failed as they hit the ground again, still panting hard. The crowd looked down upon them breathlessly, afraid to move or even blink. The two teens rolled over onto their stomachs and began to try and push themselves upwards. The two teens were on their hands and knees and struggled fiercely to get up. They got on one knee, then on both knees, the hard part still yet to come. As both fighters tried to push themselves upwards, it was then that the crowd began to cheer. The crowd cheered for both combatants, as with a final plea from their bodies, the teens stood upright. The crowd erupted in a frenzy of emotion. At the scene before them, the teens stood hunched over, barely holding themselves upright. It was then that suddenly, the teens charged at each other again. Gaara was first, landing a right hand to Naruto's jaw that rocked the teen. He staggered, his feet almost gave out beneath him, as he managed to rock himself back forward and landing his own right to Gaara's jaw. This continued on for another 2 minutes before finally they attacked again. At the exact time, the teen's fists connected with the other's face. It rocked them both. The two teens began to fall. Only at the last moment Naruto summoned whatever strength he had left and stopped himself from falling. Gaara, however, wasn't as lucky. The teen hit the ground and made a small effort to try and get back up before falling flat, and lying on the ground motionless, signaling the end of the fight. The winner of the match is Uzumaki Naruto. Genma proclaimed as the crowd once again erupted with cheers. The blonde teen, at being announced the winner of the match, did the only thing he could do. Fall flat on his back. That was amazing. That was truly the most exciting fight I've ever seen. Kiba yelled, getting a nod from Lee. Poor Gaara-kun, he lost the match, Akina said with a frown. That may be so, but I bet he'll be plenty satisfied, Tamari the redhead's sister replied, getting a nod from her brother Kankuro. Naruto and Gaara are amazing, Sakura said to the group excitedly. The two teens soon attended to by their fellow participants in the exam, Neji and Sasuke, who helped take the two exhausted teens off the field into the medical area. These two idiots are something else, aren't they? Sasuke said, looking over at Neji. Yes, it will be hard to top that indeed, Neji replied. Well, we'll be up next. What do you say we have some fun out there as well? Sasuke asked, still looking at his second round opponent. Of course, we can't let these two be the only ones that show off, Neji said with a smirk. The first round ended with a bang, and the second round promises to be just as exciting as Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Neji will face off in the very first fight. If the winner hopes to face Naruto in the finals should he recover enough to defeat his second round opponent. I'm not going to make a lot of excuses as to why it's been so long since I've updated. It's pretty much the same thing with me, and that's work related and writer's block. Thanks to everyone who has supported me, and I promise that I will finish this story no matter what. Chapter 14. The second round battle. Sasuke vs Neji. The first round of the Junin exam finals went with the incredible and fierce bout between Naruto and Gaara, setting the standard. Now Sasuke and Neji will shortly be opening up the second round. The two teens hope to be able to face their friend and rival Naruto, but to even get to the finals, they must defeat their opponent. Uchiha Sasuke, the last survivor of the Uchiha clan, and Hyuga Neji, who might no longer belong to said clan, is still considered to be a genius prodigy of the clan. This fight promises to be intense and action-packed, but can the two even hope to come close to surpassing the previous fight? That they do not know, but both teens are confident and will sure try. I can't believe we're following up a fight like Naruto and Gaara with a fight between Sasuke and Neji. This is like a dream match come true. This is going to be incredible, Kiba said to the group all gathered in the stands. Sasuke-kun won't lose, Sakura proclaimed, getting an angry look from Tenten. I wouldn't bet on that if I were you, Sakura, Neji's girlfriend replied. It's going to be an amazing match regardless, Shikamaru added as the referee. Genma took his place in the center of the arena and called the two fighters onto the field, getting cheers from the crowd. A few moments later the two would-be opponents came out together from the medical area, where they were with Naruto and Gaara, and took their places on the field. Sasuke, I don't suppose before this fight even begins you would like to forfeit, would you? Neji asked the teen slyly. What? Why the hell would I do that? Sasuke replied. Well, it just so happens that during the second exam, I had my Byakugan active and happened to see something interesting, Neji responded with a smirk. Sasuke immediately started to sweat, and looked very annoyed, his eye even twitched. You bastard, you didn't see it. Sasuke cursed at the teen. I don't know, Neji replied trying to play innocent. A game of tag, sounds fun right about now, don't you think? The teen added, causing Sasuke to curse under his breath even more. Are you seriously going to blackmail me into giving up this fight? Sasuke asked. Well, fighting Naruto at 100% would be ideal, Neji replied. Damn you, Sasuke cursed and took a moment to think. I can't quit now, I'm going to fight Naruto. Sasuke yelled back at his opponent. Well, you couldn't blame me for trying, could you? Neji smirked. Oh well, I'll blackmail over something else sometime later, Neji added and got into his battle stance. That was pretty crappy of you, you know that. Sasuke replied, getting ready to fight as well. Yes, but you would have done the same thing, Neji added, getting a nod from Sasuke as the fight was signaled to begin. Sharingan, Byakugan. The teens shouted in unison, activating their bloodline abilities. Sasuke started off by throwing kunai and shuriken in at Neji. The teen easily dodged as Sasuke charged in. Neji smirked as he prepared to counter any attacks. Sasuke started throwing punches and kicks, all the time watching for Neji to try and strike and close his tenketsu points. None of Sasuke's strikes landed because he was too cautious, he knew he couldn't afford to get hit by Neji's counters. Neji then responded by attempting several Juken strikes, which of course Sasuke was wary of and maneuvered out of the way of the attacks. Sasuke performed several hand signs and attacked. Kaden, Gukaku no Jutsu. Sasuke yelled, firing off his signature fireball attack. Neji responded by expelled his chakra around his and starting to spin, showing off his favorite ability. Kaden, Neji yelled as the fireball dissolved after hitting Neji's ability. Kaden, Hausenka no Jutsu. Sasuke responded by firing off another attack as Neji stopped his spin. The teen however dodged and flipped, and avoided all the attacks only to be met by Sasuke, who charged in and landed several strikes to Neji's gut and then landed a kick to the back of his head. Neji was rocked but caught himself on the way down with his right hand on the ground as he braced and pushed outward into a spin and landed back on his feet. Sasuke charged in again but stopped before he could attack as Neji righted himself and was ready to counter Sasuke with a Juken strike. Sasuke of course saw this and then flipped back in a way to prepare a different offensive attack. Sasuke reached into his back pouch and produced several Senbon needles and began throwing them at his opponent. Neji dodged the attack effortlessly as Sasuke performed another attack. Chidori Senbon. Sasuke shot several lighting Senbon at Neji, who again dodged as Sasuke charged in with another attack. Neji saw the oncoming fist and prepared to counter with a strike, his palm facing outward. He aimed for Sasuke's chest. I don't think so, Neji. Sasuke exclaimed, getting the boy's attention. Chidori Nagashi. Sasuke yelled, expelled his lightning attack from his attack, which hit Neji, knocking him back. Sasuke took that moment to kick Neji into the air. Shishi Renden. Sasuke yelled, performing his attack, but before his leg could come down onto Neji, the teen countered, much to the shock of the raven-haired teen. Kaden. Neji yelled and began to expel chakra and spin in midair, catch Sasuke and firing him into the ground with a loud bang. Neji tried to right himself and land, but the effects of Sasuke's Chidori Nagashi attack were still harming Neji's body, so the teen did his best to protect himself as he collided with the ground. When the teens hit the ground, the impact kicked up a large dust cloud covering them and some of the immediate area. The crowd could now do nothing but wait for the cloud to settle. After several minutes the smoke started to clear and the two fighters were slowly getting back on their feet. They reached into their pouches and fired kunai at each other. The blades bounced off each other when they collided. The teens charged in. Neji struck Sasuke's left arm with a Juken strike, and Sasuke landed a solid right punch that rocked his opponent. Sasuke jumped back out of striking range and shook off the damage done to his arm. Damn, he closed some tenketsu points. It'll consume more chakra, but I'm going to have to force them back open. Sasuke thought to himself, and he rapidly expelled chakra out his body. Sasuke then proceeded with his next attack. Kaden, Hausenka no Jutsu. Sasuke yelled, firing off the attack, and then ran toward his left as he watches Neji dodge the attacks. Kaden, Gukaku no Jutsu. Sasuke yelled, firing the attack off. Kaden. Neji countered by beginning his spin to dissolve the attack again. Sasuke took the opportunity to fire several shuriken again, only this time they had wire wrapped around them, and instead of hitting his opponent he proceeded to wrap Neji in the wire using the weapons. Kaden. Ruka no Jutsu. Sasuke yelled as the fire traveled down the wire toward Neji. Kaden. Neji once again yelled, this time using his legs to awkwardly jump into the air and using the momentum to begin his whirl. The chakra not only put out the fire but succeeded in freeing Neji, who landed once again, during which Sasuke had already prepared his next attack. Chidori. Sasuke yelled as he charged in. Goten. Doryuheki. Neji yelled, slamming his hand on the group as a wall of earth emerged. Sasuke hit the wall at such a force that the wall shattered into pieces, allowing Sasuke to continue charging with the jutsu still going. Doryuheki. Neji yelled again, producing another wall, it to meeting the same fate as the previous as Sasuke continued his pursuit. Goten. Doryu Taiga. Neji yelled, this time the earth below Sasuke's feet turned muddy and the teen slipped, causing him to deactivate the jutsu. Neji at that time charged in. Hake. Kusho. Neji yelled as the attack fired Sasuke back with such force that the boy slammed into the nearby wall, causing it to crack slightly. Chidori Iso. Sasuke shouted from the wall, as his Chidori shot outward into a long blade that pierced the shocked Neji in the shoulder. Neji. Tenten shouted out in concern from the crowd as she watched her boyfriend get pierced. This is the end, Sasuke shouted as he released the jutsu and charged Neji, who was trying to recover from being stabbed. Sasuke performed several hand signs and charged his right hand with chakra. Reiko Hando number jutsu. Sasuke yelled as he grabbed the injured shoulder with his right hand. Chakra-enhanced electricity coursed through Neji, causing the teen to cough up blood. Chidori Nagashi. Sasuke yelled, hitting Neji with the full force of his expelled Chidori. The teen screamed out in pain and then fell forward and onto the ground. Sasuke moved back away from his opponent just in case Neji was able to get up and attack. Neji tried to push himself up, but his injured shoulder and the effects from Sasuke's attacks made him unable to do so. The winner of the match is Uchiha Sasuke. Genma announced, as the crowd erupted. I did it. I won. Naruto. Sasuke said tiredly under his breath. Naruto. Sasuke yelled at the top of his lungs. The blonde teen, much to everyone's surprise, emerged from the back and into the arena. You called for me, Sasuke. Naruto said with a smile. The two then stood there for a moment, staring at each other before the blonde turned away from the boy he called brother and checked up on Neji. You did a great job, Neji. Naruto told the teen. Neji smiled slightly and looked up at his friend. I guess I'll have to fight you some other time, Neji replied. I'll fight you anytime, Naruto smiled. Sasuke then bent down and helped his opponent up and draped his uninjured arm over his shoulder. Are you alright, Neji? Sasuke asked as they slowly started to make their way back. I'll be alright, we fought hard, I have nothing to be ashamed of, Neji replied, getting a nod from Sasuke. Naruto. You had better not lose, Sasuke thought to himself as he left the arena, leaving the blonde out to get ready for his match. The sand shinobi that would be Naruto's opponent slowly made his way onto the field as Genma took his position and signaled for the fight to begin. Don't take this personally, but I'm going to end this right now, Naruto proclaimed. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto shouted as many in the crowd were shocked to see 2,000 Narutos appear. Naruto's opponent swallowed hard and sweat nervously at the sight before him. Uzumaki Naruto Nisan Renden. Naruto yelled as he and his massive army of clones attacked with a barrage of punches. The clones finished their attacks and then they all disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Naruto's opponent was left lying beaten and battered severely from the barrage. It was clear to everyone who could see that the match was over. The winner of the match is Uzumaki Naruto. This concludes the second round. After a short break we'll have the final match featuring Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. Genma announced as the crowd went wild and cheered as the blonde left the field. The final match would be coming up shortly and everyone was excited for the upcoming rematch between the two friends that called each other rivals at one time and now call each other brother. Chapter 15. The Final Showdown. Naruto vs Sasuke, Round 3. The finals had been buzzing all day from the battles that the crowd had witnessed, now everyone was even more excited with what they were going to be witnessing. Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto were now poised to face off in the finals. The fight promised to be exciting and amazing. Those who have witnessed their previous encounter many years back especially knew that this fight would quite possibly put all others to shame. Hey Nei-san, is Naruto Ni-san going to be alright? He already had a tough match against Gaara-san and now he has to fight Sasuke-san, Hanabi asked her sister. Hey, don't you go worrying about Naruto Ni, he'll be just fine. Don't forget either, that Sasuke had a rough match with Neji as well, Akina told the girl. It's as Akina-chan said, Naruto-kun will be alright, Hinata added with a smile as they watched the two teens re-enter the arena for the final match. The final match in the Junin exams will now begin. This match features Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. When the fighters signal that they are ready, we will begin. Naruto, Sasuke, are you two ready? Genma asked, getting a nod from Sasuke and the thumbs up from Naruto. Then you may begin. Genma yelled, then quickly jumped away. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto yelled, summoning 20 clones. The clones charged at Sasuke. Chidori Nagashi. Sasuke yelled, expelling his Chidori and easily destroying the clones. Chidori. Sasuke yelled and charged. Rasengan. Naruto counter as the two charged and slammed the attacks against each other. The attacks collided and exploding, pushing the boys back. Chidori. Rasengan. The teens yelled in unison, attacking again. The attacks collided again and the explosion threw the boys back again. Chidori. Rasengan. The teens once again yelled, this time slamming the attacks into each other. The force of the attacks when they exploded fired the two teens back toward the wall. As the two teens approached their collision with the wall, they both performed several hand signs and bite their thumbs and swiped it on their palms and turned to face the wall and began expelling chakra. Kuchio's number jutsu. The teens yelled as a large toad wearing armor appeared and catch Naruto. At the same time, a large snake appeared and wrapped its tail around Sasuke, successfully stopping the boys from colliding into the wall. Naruto quickly jumped onto the head of the toad and it began to spew oil from its mouth. Kaden, Gamaiu Enden. Naruto yelled as he blew fire from his mouth, igniting the oil as it flew toward Sasuke. The teen managed to get out of the way as it struck the snake, causing it to disappear back to its own realm. Chidori Senbon. Sasuke yelled as he fired the attack at Naruto, who was still looking over toward where Sasuke previously was. Naruto was hit by the attack and screamed outward as electricity coursed through him. The toad disappeared back to its own realm as well. Sasuke charged in and attacked with his next jutsu. Reiko Hando number jutsu. Sasuke yelled as he grabbed Naruto with his chakra-charged hand, electrocuting the boy further. Naruto dropped to the ground and disappeared in a puff of smoke, signifying that it was a shadow clone. Naruto appeared behind Sasuke only to miss his punch and be hit with a kick that shot him into the air. Shishi Renden. Sasuke yelled as he struck Naruto with his leg as they collided with the ground. The Naruto that hit the ground disappeared in a puff of smoke, as well as several Narutos appeared behind Sasuke and grabbed him. Kage Bunshin Daibakua. The clones yelled and then blew up, throwing Sasuke every which way before finally being blasted upward, only for 4 more clones to meet him in the air. Each clone grabbed an arm or a leg and held him as yet another Naruto appeared above them. Rasengan. Naruto yelled, driving the chakra ball into Sasuke's gut, causing him to scream as he hit the ground hard, cause a small crater to form under him. How's that, Sasuke? Naruto asked, breathing slightly hard. How's what? Sasuke replied as the Sasuke in the ground disappeared, much to Naruto's shock. You're not the only one capable of using shadow clones, Sasuke told the teen from behind, and then delivering a hard kick to Naruto's back, shooting him forward. Kaden, Gukaku no Jutsu. Sasuke yelled, firing the attack off, and as it struck the blonde teen it carried him into the wall. Smoke and steam now came off of Naruto's body from the attack, but the blonde pulled himself out of the wall and charged at Sasuke. The two exchanged punches that connected and sent the two backward. Kaden, Karyu Enden. Sasuke yelled, firing the massive fire attack. Sweden, Sujinheki. Naruto responded by summoning up his water wall around him. Kaden, Hausenka no Jutsu. Sasuke yelled, firing off the attack. Kaden, Gukaku no Jutsu. Sasuke yelled again, firing off a second attack. Sujinheki. Naruto shouted, bring his water wall back up. Hausenka number Jutsu. Sasuke shouted, firing his attack again. Sweden, Tepudama. Naruto countered with his water bullet attack. Sasuke fired several shuriken at Naruto as soon as Naruto's attack ended. The shuriken, which had wire tied to them, wrapped around Naruto. Kaden, Ruka no Jutsu. Sasuke yelled. Kaden, Karyuden. Naruto yelled, much to the surprise of Sasuke, as he fired off his fire attack before Sasuke could use his. The fire traveled down the line towards Sasuke, who let go of his end of the wire and jumped away. Naruto used that moment to channel his chakra and push it outward with such force that it snapped the wire, and freed him. Sasuke took that moment, however, to charge inward, running low along the ground line almost in a crotch. Chidori. Sasuke yelled, driving his hand upward and through Naruto's stomach, causing him to scream and blood spray outward. Naruto-kun. Hinata yelled as she shot up from her seat, worry clear on her face. Sasuke pulled his arm out of Naruto's gut and panted hard as he watched Naruto drop to his knees as blood began to pour from his room. How was that one? Sasuke asked, still breathing hard. Screw you, Naruto replied, and then much to the shock of everyone, especially Sasuke, he blew up. The blast threw Sasuke as he hit the ground hard but immediately used his hands to springboard back up to his feet and then charged in one more time. Chidori! Sasuke yelled and then lunged forward. Fuden! Kei's Kaiso Shoheki! Naruto yelled as Sasuke's attack struck Naruto's wind barrier, pushing the raven-haired teen back. Naruto dropped the barrier and charged in, connecting with a fierce right hand to Sasuke's jaw. The teen retaliated however with a hard spin kick that hit Naruto in the side of the head. The two teens jumped backward and away from one another and stood there breathing hard as if to think of the next big attack. "Hey Naruto!" Sasuke called out to the blonde, getting his attention. "What's up Sasuke?" Naruto asked the two teens, still panting. "I'm almost out of chakra, how about we go for one more round?" Sasuke asked. "Sure, same as always." Naruto replied, asking his own question. "Of course, what better way to end the match?" Sasuke replied with a smirk. "Alright then, let's do this," Naruto said as the two teens jumped back several more feet. Chidori! Rasengan! The boys yelled as they charged in again, the attacks colliding much like the beginning of the fight. The attacks exploded and pushed the teens back, but it didn't stop them as they charged in again. Chidori! Rasengan! The boys yelled in unison again, the attacks once again providing the same result. The teens charged one more time. Chidori! Rasengan! The teens' attacks collided. Double Chidori! Sasuke yelled as he charged his free hand up with his attack and attempted to strike Naruto. Double Rasengan! Naruto yelled, following suit as the attacks collided and exploding with much more intensity. The force threw them back and the teens hit the ground with a roll, but both boys pushed themselves upward into the end and landing on their feet as they decided to charge in again. Double Chidori! Sasuke yelled, charging his attack in both hands as he collided with Naruto. Rasengan! Naruto yelled as his right hand collided with Sasuke's right hand. Fuden! Rasengan! Naruto yelled, shocking Sasuke as his elementally enhanced Rasengan collided with Sasuke's left-handed Chidori. The attacks exploded from the extra power from Naruto's Fuden. Rasengan fired Sasuke out awkwardly as he hit the ground in a roll and then a spin, and he crashed hard into the nearby wall with such a force that the back almost completed gave way. Naruto, who wasn't as hurt by the explosion, stood up, slightly staggered and breathing hard. He looked over to see Sasuke crawling and dragging himself out of the rubble that his collision caused. The teen spit out some blood, most likely from some internal injuries. After a few minutes, Sasuke managed to get back to his feet and walk over to Naruto. The teens decked each other in face hard and then smiled, much to the surprise of the crowd. He gave the big thumbs up and promptly fell to the ground, landing on his back. "The winner of the match is Uzumaki Naruto," Genma announced, causing the crowd to cheer loudly. The blonde did the only thing he could do at the time, and that was joining Sasuke on the ground as he too fell onto his back. The teens lied there breathing hard. Naruto looked up into the sky with a bright smile on his face. "That was an excellent match," the Raikage turned to Tsunade and said from up inside the Hokage box. "Yes, that was quite the show, wasn't it?" Tsunade replied as she and the Raikage were suddenly startled by the sudden appearance of a small red frog. "A toad," the Raikage said aloud, obviously not sure of what was going on. The toad looked at Tsunade and shot out its tongue, producing a scroll. Tsunade grabbed the scroll as the toad's tongue went back into its mouth and the dispelled. "That was definitely one of Jiraiya's toads," the Hokage thought to herself. "I take it that was a summoned toad," the Raikage asked, getting a nod from Tsunade. "I'll take my leave then, I have a few shinobi to check up on anyway. I'll talk to you later to review the exam," the Raikage said as he exited the area. Tsunade motioned for her guards to leave as well so that she could be alone. She unsealed the scroll and began to read from it. The blonde Hokage gasped openly before dropping the scroll. "You idiot," Tsunade whispered. Back down in the arena, Naruto slowly got back onto his feet. The teen soaked in the cheers of the crowd. He looked around the crowd, recognizing many faces, and seeing some he didn't recognize. He continued to look through the crowd as if he was looking for someone. "Where is he? I don't see Ero Sennin. That jerk better not be peeping somewhere instead of watching my matches," Naruto grumbled aloud to nobody in particular. It was then that Naruto felt someone place their hand on his shoulder, and the startled teen quickly turned around to only find Sasuke several feet away, slowly getting back onto his feet. The Junin exams ended with much excitement. The joy and the fanfare, however, would soon fade, and the sun would soon be replaced by rain. The cold, unforgiving rain. Chapter 16. The frog in the well drifts into the great ocean. The day the sun cried. The excitement of the Junin exams was over. Several hours after the festivities ended, rain began to pour down on the Leaf Village. It was as if the sky was crying. Morning came in the blink of an eye. The village had already started to begin its day. Naruto was lying in his bed. The teen was still a little tired from the previous few days' activities, especially yesterday's fights. The boy heard a knocking at his door but decided against getting up. He figured someone else in the home would answer it. There was a knock again at the door, followed shortly by the sound of someone opening it. Naruto-kun, Kakashi-sensei is here to see you, Naruto's girlfriend told the teen as he slowly got up from his bed and went to the door. What do you need, sensei? Naruto asked his former teacher. Naruto, the fifth has summoned Hinata-san, Akina, and you. You should all come immediately, the man said. Ne-san won't let me have a break after yesterday. Naruto complained. Please Naruto. Let's go, Kakashi replied. Naruto nodded and left the door to get his sister and Hinata. After several minutes the teens exited the apartment and followed Kakashi as they made their walk to the Hokage's place. It was there that outside the tower they all saw Gamabunta with Gamakichi on top of his head. Hey boss Toad, Gamakichi, what's up? Naruto asked, looked shocked to see the two. Yo Naruto. Long time no see, the smaller of the two toads replied. Has something happened, Gamakichi-san? Hinata asked the toad. Something has, the toad started to respond. Gamakichi, leave this to the fifth and the head toad, Gamabunta told the younger toad. What the heck is going on? Naruto asked. Naruto, just be quiet and let's go. You'll know momentarily, Kakashi replied as the group now quietly made their way inside the tower and to Tsunade's office. Naruto, Kakashi, Akina, and Hinata entered the room where Tsunade sat at her desk. Behind her was Shizune as usually. Also in attendance was Sakura, and a slightly bandaged Sasuke, as well as Ino, Gaara and his siblings. Also in the room were several toads, including an old-looking toad sitting on another larger toad. So this boy is Jiraiya-chan's pupil? The old toad asked. Yes, he is Uzumaki Naruto, this supposed, destined, child I've heard about, Tsunade told the old toad. What the heck, a grandfather toad now? What's going on here? Naruto asked. Naruto. Please watch your mouth, this toad is one of the great chief hermits of Mayuboku Mountain, he is Fukusaku-sama. Tsunade said, scolding the teen. He has come all the way here to talk to you, Tsunade added. If you wanted to get all formal you could have just said head hermit toads, the old toad replied. At any rate, I take it you're Jiraiya-chan's pupil, is that right? The toad asked. Chan, what the hell calling that Ero Sennin, Chan? Naruto replied. Is Ero Sennin your pet or something? Naruto questioned. Naruto, I said watch your mouth. Tsunade replied. Fukusaku-sama is the one that taught Jiraiya, the hermit style, Tsunade added, shocking Naruto. He called him Ero Sennin. Fukusaku laughed. You're definitely his student all right. Who cares, what does this old frog want with me anyway? Naruto asked, now getting slightly annoyed. Before I get to that, I see a lot of people here, I didn't expect there to be this many, the old toad said looking at Tsunade. Sakura is my apprentice and Sasuke is her boyfriend and he and Naruto are like brothers. Ino is one of Jiraiya's last students as is Hinata who is also Naruto's girlfriend. Akina is Naruto's twin sister. Gaara is also a student of Jiraiya who like Naruto just spent the last 3 years training with him. The other two, Temari and Kankuro are Gaara's siblings, Tsunade told the old toad. Jiraiya had quite a few students these last few years and yet Naruto is the one he calls his apprentice and heir. Fukusaku asked, getting a nod from Tsunade to confirm it. Okay, so we know everyone's here or whatever, what's this all about? Naruto asked, getting impatient. Naruto, learn some patience will you? Sakura scolded the teen. I guess I'll get to it then, the old toad said, getting everyone's attention. I just don't know where to start so I should probably just come out and say it, the toad said aloud, collecting his thoughts. Jiraiya-chan has died. He was killed in battle, the toad told the group, getting various looks and gasps from the crowd. Wait, what? What the hell are you talking about? Naruto asked, almost as if he hadn't heard the old toad in the first place. Just what in the hell are you trying to say? Naruto added. The elder toad started to tell the story from when he was summoned. The story took several minutes to tell. Jiraiya-chan never had any intention of fighting Pain, he was just there to get information. But that Pain, I tell you, he was far more skilled than anything we were ready to face. I don't know, there might not be anyone alive able to fight that man. He was just about to tell me who Pain was when his throat was crushed. But that Jiraiya-chan, he sure was something else, he was probably the only one capable of getting as far as he did. Even when I was about to flee after he had fallen for the last time, he still fought his way back to life with his sheer will to leave this message. The old toad then removed his cloak and turned around, revealing the coat on his back. He did it this way so Pain wouldn't know what he was trying to say. This is what Jiraiya-chan died for. Fukusaku finished his story and the room was in various states as Ino and Hinata had both started crying during the conversation. The siblings and Sasuke and Sakura all looked solemn. Akina had tears in her eyes but tried hold herself together. Hey, Nei-chan, did you send him? You wouldn't have, right? Naruto asked. Yes, I did, Tsunade replied sadly. What the hell, Ne-chan? What the hell were you thinking? You knew how he was, you knew him better than anyone, what the hell is your problem? Naruto yelled with anger drenched in every word. Naruto, that is enough, Kakashi said, reprimanding the boy. You better than anyone else should know how the fifth feels. Tsunade sat there for a moment remembering the last time she saw her former teammate. Flashback. Then I'll go with you, Tsunade had said to the man. Don't be stupid. You're the goddamn Hokage, and with the raikage coming to the village for the Junin exams and all, there is no chance of you leaving. This is how it's got to be, Tsunade. Jiraiya replied to his former teammate sternly. Then let me send some Anbu with you, or Kakashi and Guy or somebody. Tsunade pleaded. In this situation, it is best for me to go solo on this. It is enemy territory and the less people wandering around the better. Jiraiya replied. But, Tsunade had started to say something when Naruto, Neji, Sasuke, and Gaara had arrived. After their meeting, the two former teammates met up later that evening. They sat down at a table in the pub that they went to and continued their earlier conversation. It's still too dangerous to go by yourself, Jiraiya. I don't care how skilled you are, the Hokage told the man. I'm one of Konoha's legendary Sannin. You do remember what that means, right? Even you, as beautiful and as deadly as you are, is now a 50-plus-year-old woman. It pains me to see and to know how your love for the ones you lost stay deep inside those huge knockers of yours. Though I guess it probably does mean that they'll get even bigger. But even so, it's not all bad. Now our next job, yours and especially mine, is to set a good example for the next generation. For that purpose I'll gladly die and do it with a smile. The future of this village shines brightly, that is something I truly believe. End of flashback. To hell with this crap. Naruto spat out, snapping Tsunade back to reality as he turned and headed toward the door. Naruto, where are you going? Sakura asked with concern in her voice. Ero Sennin, if he had been made the fifth Hokage like the village wanted, he would have never let you do something like this. Never, Naruto said harshly, opening the door. Ne-chan, I can't believe you, Naruto said as the door slammed behind him. Naruto ni. Akina started to call out to her brother even with though she was still fighting back her own tears. Akina-chan. It's alright, let him be for the moment, Tsunade told the girl. My deepest apologies, Fukusaku-sama, Kakashi turned and said, the elder toad. I understand completely, but going back to the whole, destined child, story. His devotion is clear, I can tell he was definitely Jiraiya-chan's apprentice. I just hope from the bottom of my heart that he really is the child of the prophecy. I don't think I could bear it if he was not, the elder toad finished. Naruto-kun. I need to go after him, Hinata said, still crying heavily. He's got to be hurting the most right now. Naruto walked alone through the streets of Konoha. He watched villagers work and children play. He remembered a lot of the fun times he had with Jiraiya, from the moment they meet until the last day he saw the man right before the Junin exams. He was lost in thought for a while until a familiar voice called out to him. Hey Naruto, Ruruka said, getting the teen's attention. The Junin exams were something else, weren't they? You were incredible in your matches. You've also been working hard and taking lots of missions when you weren't training. The whole village is talking about you even. Hey, how about we go hang out and get some ramen just like old times? It'll even be my treat, the man said with a smile on his face. No thanks, Naruto replied sadly and walked away. Ruruka's smile became a look of shock and then instantly to concern as he watched the teen walk away. It was now evening. Naruto had shut himself up in his room and even locked the door. He wouldn't open it even for Hinata. The boy sat on his bed deep in thought for several hours. It was now much later at night. Hinata, Hanabi, and Akina had all already gone to bed. Naruto, however, decided he needed to get out of the apartment. He left and strolled around the village. He came upon an all-night grocery store. He remembered the time when he was younger and training to learn the rasengan. He remembered one day where the old man bought an ice pop and split it with the boy. The teen purchased one of his own and then sat down at a nearby bench to eat it. The teen sat there for a while. The ice pop began to melt and dripped onto the ground below. It was then that Naruto began to cry. The tears flowed like a river. Naruto, Ruruka's arrival caused the tears to stop for the moment. I found out about Jiraiya-sama. I wanted him to continue watching me. I wanted him there to see me fight in those awesome matches I had. I wanted to look up at him and say, see, this is all that hard work you put into training me. I wanted him to be there when I became Hokage. All he ever got to see was me screwing things up or being stupid. I wanted him to see that I had become an amazing ninja just like him, Naruto told the man. Jiraiya-sama bragged about you constantly, Naruto. He had nothing but praises for you. To him, you were his grandson, Ruruka told the teen. Naruto looked at the man in shock. Jiraiya-sama said that you were a man who definitely inherited his will and his spirit. I know for a fact that he never doubted for even a second that you would grow to become a wonderful Hokage. You just have to remember that Jiraiya-sama will always be watching you, even if it's not in person. But you can't stay depressed. This isn't the Naruto that Jiraiya-sama bragged about. The Naruto he was proud of was the normal cheerful one. Naruto, you were Jiraiya-sama's most prized student. Even after taking on more students he recognized you as the one to inherit everything he believed in. Jiraiya-sama acknowledged you as the best, the man told the teen, who brightened up a little at his teacher's words. Iruka-sensei. Thank you, the boy replied. I have some stuff I need to do now. Naruto thought his determination now filled his entire being. Chapter 17. What he left behind. Overcome grief and fierce determination. Tsunade had not slept the previous day. She was already hard at work on the next course of action. She had already had the interrogation squad begin on the man Jiraiya captured, and her apprentice Shizune was already overseeing the corpse Jiraiya had sent back. Tsunade now sat in her chair with Sakura by her side and Shikamaru now before her. She handed the man a picture of Fukusaku's back that had the code Jiraiya left for them. Take that and get to work, Shikamaru, the Hokage told the teen. Now, everyone's gone home for the day already, the teen replied. Tell them that they've been drafted to work directly under me. In any case, I'm placing you in charge, so take care of it, Tsunade told the boy as she got up from her desk. Just where are you going? Shikamaru asked as the Hokage walked past him. Shikamaru, Tsunade-sama's been working all day and through the night, Sakura told the teen as Tsunade had exited the room. I have things I need to attend to as well, Shikamaru replied. Please Shikamaru. Just please do it, Sakura asked with a solemn expression on her face. Sakura. What has happened? Shikamaru asked with a serious look on his face. Jiraiya-sama is dead, Sakura told the man, who was instantly shocked. Tsunade had walked down the hall and entered a nearby empty room. The woman had bottled up everything since before Jiraiya had left. She could no longer contain herself as she dropped to her knees and cried. Damn you Jiraiya, you're such a foolish man, the woman cried. Naruto had not gone home after his talk with Iruka. The teen had gone to his favorite training field to train until morning. From there he had gone home to shower and change his clothing. He left a note in his room and then headed toward his destination. Naruto arrived at Konoha Library. The building was never one of his favorite places for the obvious reasons, but the teen entered it anyway and headed straight to his intended target, the Shinobi section of the library. It was there that Naruto grabbed any book he could find and carry on a certain subject. He found an empty table and placed the books down, and then pulled out a notebook and a pen and sat down. It was from there that he would spend the entire day. Ino arrived at her destination early. She was tired from lack of sleep, and in a very short span of time Ino had lost two men who were very important to her. Asuma was her first sensei after becoming a shinobi and a man she respected and admired. Jiraiya was the man who would teach her many things about herself and what she could be capable of. She had taken both of their deaths very hard. She knocked on the door of the apartment she stood in front of. The door opened and Hinata welcomed her in quietly. Hinata too had taken Jiraiya's death hard, as he was the teacher that along with Naruto helped her gain confidence. Kurenai would always be a great teacher and sister figure to her, but Jiraiya set her on the path she wanted to take. His death alone was hard to take in, but Naruto's reaction was even harder for her. She wanted to be there for him and he wouldn't let her, or anyone for that matter. She had been the one to find the note Naruto left for them in the morning. It said, "I'll be at the library, there's something I got to do. Please nobody bother me." The note seemed a little harsh in her current state. She knew how much he cared for Jiraiya and yet he wanted nobody to comfort him, which made it harder for the girl. Akina was too took Jiraiya's death hard. She had known him the least, but he was a key factor in her happiness in Konoha, and he was the man that she learned her heritage from. But she too suffered for her brother, whose heart she could feel break when he heard the news. She was his twin after all and they had a deep connection. The three girls as well as Hinata's sister Hanabi decided it'd be best if they spent the day together. "Ne-san, where's Naruto Ne-san?" Hanabi asked, unaware of the note that the blonde had left. "Yes, I haven't seen my brother since yesterday," Akina asked sadly. "Naruto-kun went out. He left me a note and asked to be left alone," the girl replied sadly. "That idiot," Ino said softly. "Damn it, he intends to suffer alone," Akina asked with frustration clearly displayed on her face. She, like the other girls, was on the verge of tears again. Shikamaru on the other hand was hard at work trying to get answers to the code Jiraiya sacrificed himself for to leave behind. "So, how is it? Got anything yet?" the teen asked the older man who was sitting behind his desk. "Well, this is definitely not a Konoha code, and it was written at the end of Jiraiya-sama's life. The code can't be that complex either. So are you going to be able to decode it or not?" Shikamaru asked. If you don't have the right combination you'll never decode it, a woman wearing glasses said, drawing Shikamaru's attention. A combination? Shikamaru asked. If you don't know the right method you won't unlock its secret. It's something directly linked to Jiraiya-sama. If we don't figure out what that is, I'm afraid we just can't decode it, the woman told Shikamaru. So how do we figure it out? Shikamaru asked. I'm not entirely sure, but maybe somebody who was close to Jiraiya-sama could be of help, the woman told him. Somebody that's close to Jiraiya-sama, huh? Shikamaru said aloud and thought about it for a moment. Alright then, I'll be back later. I've got to go tend to a few things. Shikamaru was now walking with Kakashi several hours later. Does this have any meaning to you? Shikamaru asked the older man. I can't really think of anything unfortunately, Kakashi replied. I see, and I've already asked the fifth. I guess the only one left is Naruto, Shikamaru told the man. I'm worried about him, even more so than decoding that message, Kakashi told the teen. Shikamaru now found himself outside of Naruto's apartment. The teen knocked on the door and waited several minutes. I wonder if anyone is home, Shikamaru said aloud before he finally saw the doorknob turn and slowly open. Akina had opened the door. Shikamaru then noticed the blonde teen's eyes were red and puffy. May I come in? He asked the girl, getting a silent nod, and opened the door, allowing the man to enter. Shikamaru saw the sight before him as Ino, Hinata, and Hanabi were all sitting on a couch quietly. They too had looked as if they had been crying. I didn't know you were here, Ino, Shikamaru said to his former teammate. I needed to be here, she replied softly. Shikamaru-kun, is there anything we can help you with? Hinata asked. Actually, I needed to speak to Naruto. It's about the code. Jiraiya-sama left, Shikamaru noticed upon mentioning Naruto. The girls all looked sad again. Is he here? The teen asked. No, he's not, Hinata replied, shaking her head. He left a note asking to not be bothered. I see. I know he doesn't want to be bothered, but this is really important. Naruto could hold the key to unlocking this code. I think Jiraiya-sama left it for him, Shikamaru said to the group of grieving girls. He went to Konoha Library, Hinata told the teen. The library? Shikamaru asked, slightly shocked. The girl nodded a yes. I never would have guessed that. Okay, thanks for the help, Shikamaru said as he left the apartment. Shikamaru now headed off toward his next destination. Gaara had been in his own world since the previous day. He did not display as much emotion as even his own siblings did upon hearing of Jiraiya's death. The world felt numb to him. Jiraiya was the man who fixed his seal and helped him get stronger both mentally and physically. He spent 3 straight years with the man and learned so much from him, but the teen sat there at Ichiraku's ramen stand. He ate a meal in silence and sat there not even sure what to think or say or do. To Gaara, this was the first loss of his new life. The life he was creating as a Konoha shinobi. The teen got up from the stand and paid for his meal and began to wander about aimlessly. He thought about many things. He thought of his previous life as a killer, and then his meeting with Naruto. He thought about meeting Jiraiya and going with him and Naruto right before the Chunin exam. It was there that he had his seal fixed and he was able to truly sleep for the first time. After that he continued to grow stronger as a shinobi and as a person, meeting new people and befriending them. Then he found out Naruto was going to be leaving for 3 years. He didn't show it outwardly, but mentally he panicked. He went before Tsunade and Jiraiya and all but begged to be allowed to go with Naruto and train for 3 years. Reluctantly the Sannin agreed. The training to Gaara was a dream that came true. He trained and he got to know Naruto more and even got to know Jiraiya. While he had made many friends in the village, other than Naruto, Jiraiya was the only other person he felt he knew completely and who knew him completely. Gaara's thoughts were snapped back into reality when he found himself in front of Naruto's apartment. He knocked on the door, not even sure why he came. The door slowly opened and he looked down to see Akina standing there. She had clearly been crying. It was then that, seeing the face of someone he held dear in pain, that his emotional walls came down. The teen grabbed the girl in an embrace and held the girl tightly as she began to cry. The teen himself could no longer contain it as his tears poured down his face for only the second time he could remember. The two held each other and cried. Shikamaru had arrived at his next destination. Konoha Library was well known for the knowledge held there. It was definitely not a place Shikamaru had ever figured Naruto to hang out at. The teen entered the library and walked over to the older woman working behind the counter. Has a blonde-haired guy about my age come here today? He's a shinobi, Shikamaru asked the lady. Yes, I believe I know who you're looking for. He's somewhere in the shinobi section. He opened up a membership today and checked out several titles. He was angry that I wouldn't let him check out everything he wanted. He's a new member and I had never seen him here before, so I didn't want to let him take too many things out at once, the lady told the teen. You say he's still here too, right? The teen asked, getting a nod of yes from the lady. All right then, thanks, Shikamaru said before walking further into the Shinobi section of the library. After several minutes, Shikamaru was shocked at the sight before him. Naruto sat with over 15 different books and scrolls spread out on the table he was sitting at. The teen was deep in whatever he was reading and made no gesture to indicate Shikamaru's arrival. Hey Naruto, the teen called out to the blonde, who didn't stop reading and either didn't hear his comrade or chose to ignore him. Naruto. Shikamaru called again, this time raising his voice a little. The teen in question simply looked up from the book, blinked, then turned to his notebook he had out on the table and wrote something down. What do you want? Naruto asked almost coldly, much to the surprise of his friend. Hey, I need you to look at this, it's the code Jiraiya-sama left behind, the teen replied and handed the teen the picture of the old toad's back. Naruto sat his book down and stared at the picture in silence for a while. A solemn expression and look of depression and sorrow grew on his face. Shikamaru was definitely not used to seeing his friend like this. Naruto, does it make any sense to you at all? The Nara teen asked. Naruto continued to sit in silence for a while longer. Hey Naruto, are you in there somewhere? The teen said, snapping Naruto back into reality. Sorry about that, what was I doing again? Oh yes, the picture, Naruto replied. Hey Naruto, come with me for a little bit please, Shikamaru asked, getting a puzzled look from Naruto. I got stuff to do here, I can't, the blonde replied. Come on, just leave it for a few, it won't go anywhere and you can come back to it in a few, Shikamaru told Naruto, who finally gave in and got up to leave with Shikamaru. The two walked up the counter for a moment before leaving the library. I'm taking him somewhere for a few minutes, Shikamaru told the woman. I'll be back for my things, and to clean up my mess, that's a promise, Naruto added as the two exited onto the streets and began to head to a direction only Shikamaru knew that we're going to. So Naruto, I'm definitely not used to seeing you in a library, what were you doing there? Shikamaru asked the teen. Fuinjutsu, Naruto whispered so that only Shikamaru could hear it. What? Shikamaru asked in surprise. Why are you studying that? The teen asked. Rasengan, father, and supposedly what little I've heard about my mom's clan were all great at sealing, especially my father. Rasengan was the last great seal master. I guess Kakashi-sensei is good at it as well, but he can't be called a master, Naruto told the teen. So you indeed to succeed them? Shikamaru asked, staring at the teen in disbelief. Naruto simply nodded as they arrived at the destination, Konoha Hospital. The hospital? Naruto asked curiously. She should be here any moment, Shikamaru muttered, staring at the entrance. Ah, there she is, Shikamaru said, making Naruto turn his attention to the entrance as a very pregnant Kurenai exited the building. Kurenai-sensei, Naruto said, still looking puzzled. You look like you had too much barbecue, like choji or something, Naruto added. Naruto, she's pregnant, you idiot, that's a kid, not beef. I swear you're the stupidest person I know sometimes, Shikamaru replied with a slightly annoyed look on his face. Shikamaru, you don't have to come here every single day, the woman told the teen. Actually I do, it was a promise between me and Asuma, Shikamaru replied. The woman merely smiled and headed home as Naruto and Shikamaru stood and watched her leave. That child will be my apprentice someday, Shikamaru said, breaking the silence. What? Naruto replied. Asuma left that child in my care. Hey look, I know about Jiraiya-sama, I even stopped by your apartment, how do you think I found you? Shikamaru told the teen. Naruto began to look depressed once again. Look, we both lost teachers, so I know how you feel. But nothing will happen if you hesitate or stay down and depressed like this. It's time for you to change, to leave that spot behind you, especially after the exams, where you proved yourself, Shikamaru added. What do you mean by that? Naruto asked. Asuma taught me a ton of great things, and he even taught me a bunch of crap, it's the same with you, right? Shikamaru asked. They taught us countless things, and now slowly but surely we're on our way there too. I don't get what you mean. We're on the way to where exactly? Naruto asked. To our teacher's side of things, of course, we're next to be the ones to leave things behind instead of simply inheriting everything. It might be troublesome, it might be a pain, but it's the way this world works. We're growing up, falling in love, getting stronger, and pretty soon we're going to be the ones in charge. Pretty soon, you'll be treating kids to ramen and you'll be the one called sensei. We can't stay kids forever, not if we want to become awesome men, and kick-ass shinobi like Asuma and Jiraiya-sama, Shikamaru finished telling the blonde. The word sunk in, and just like that a smile returned to Naruto's face and his determination reignited. Now Naruto, get a grip cause you got a job to do, the teen said. Let's go to the cryptography unit. The two teens made their way to the cryptography unit where the girl named Shiho was still hard at work. On the way, Naruto had stared at the picture Shikamaru showed him again the whole time. Naruto, you haven't said anything in quite a while. The whole trip here and now, the teen said to the blonde. Have you got anything yet? I've already asked Kakashi and the fifth and they were no help. This code was meant for you, I'm sure of it now. The only thing I've been wondering for a bit now was why the whole thing is numerical except for the first katakana character, Naruto finally said, shocking both Shikamaru and Shiho. Wait, what? The girl asked. Where do you see a katakana character? Shikamaru added. Right there, actually. Naruto told them, pointing to the picture and what looked like a 9 on the toad's back. That's a 9, Naruto, Shikamaru responded. I thought so too at first. But after looking at it even more, I'm sure it's not a 9, it's ta, the blonde told the other two. Why? What makes you think so, Uzumaki-san? Shiho asked. Ero-sennin always showed me his writings since we traveled together. Both Gaara and I would often have to read over his stuff. He'd always ask for our opinion and I always thought his stuff was pretty boring, but whenever I saw the ta in his writing I'd get confused for a minute or two, the teen told them. So it's a handwriting quirk? Shikamaru asked, getting a simple nod from the teen. I see. That makes sense then, the girl said aloud. Quite frankly speaking, this must be the link to Uzumaki-san and Jiraiya-sama. It's something only you'd know about. Naruto, why didn't you point this out sooner? This could be the key we need to unlock the code, Shikamaru told the blonde. But what does even knowing that it's a ta mean for us anyway? Naruto asked. It must be in one of Jiraiya-sama's books. We just have to get a copy of all of them and study them, Shikamaru replied. It was just then that Kakashi slid open the window and entered the building. I believe I can be of service to you guys, Kakashi told the group, getting their attention. The group quickly noticed the book Kakashi was holding in his hands. That's it, Naruto shouted. That was the book Ero-sennin was working on when he was training Gaara and me. I was curious about how things were coming along when I heard the conversation, Kakashi told the group. The message must be in the book somewhere, Shiho added. So let's see. The commas must be the delimiters. So 31, 8, 106, 7, 207, and 15 makes 6 in all. So on those 6 pages we'll probably get what we need, Shikamaru replied. So page 31 first, right? Kakashi asked, turning the book to that page. So where do we look from there? The most common method would be the first letter on the page. We'll also need the word's context, so I suppose you should just read out the whole sentence, Shiho added, sitting down and grabbing a pencil and paper to write on. What? Read it out loud, Kakashi asked nervously. The man started to sweat after reading the line to himself. Come on, Kakashi-sensei just read it already, Naruto demanded. Please kill me now, Kakashi mumbled and began to read the lines as Shiho wrote them down, and after he was done Kakashi held the expression on his face that begged to just fade away. Shikamaru looked embarrassed by what he had to listen to as well. Alright, that's all 6, Shiho stated as she put down the pencil. Okay, so if we read the first words in order we get, the real one isn't with them. What in the hell does that supposed to mean? Naruto asked, looking confused. We should probably get in touch with Fukusaku-sama, he was there and maybe he can shed light on this, Kakashi added. Alright then, let's go see the fifth and see if we can get a hold of him, Shikamaru added. Is it alright if I accompany you? Shiho asked. Yes, please do so, Shikamaru replied. Let's go guys, we got to go see Ne-chan right now, Naruto proclaimed. The group headed off to see Tsunade. Naruto's grief has turned into fierce determination. Chapter 18. The Inheritance. Jiraiya's Will. Naruto, Shikamaru, Kakashi, and the girl named Shiho stood before Tsunade as she sat at her desk. Sakura and surprisingly Sasuke were there assisting Tsunade. The elder toad, Fukusaku, stood on Tsunade's desk holding the piece of paper with the decoded message on it. The elder looked it over. The real one isn't with them, Fukusaku said aloud. So how about it, old toad, anything come to mind? Naruto asked. The old toad thought about it for a moment and stared at the paper one more time. I'm afraid it's still too vague, just going by this, Fukusaku said. Well, is there anything else you can think of then? Shikamaru asked. I have told you everything I already know of Pain. It's just my speculation, mind you, but he seems like the type of guy who comes back even after you kill him. It's way too dangerous to go against him right now. We need to solve the mystery before anything else. So we're just going to sit back on our butts and do nothing then, I take it? Naruto asked. Naruto, these things take time. The interrogation squad, the autopsy, it all takes time to get answers, Sakura replied. Unfortunately, it'll probably be a week at best before we know anything, Tsunade added. So what are you going to do now, Tsunade-sama? Shikamaru asked. We can't do anything more right now, all we can do is wait right now, Tsunade replied. I'm not just going to sit here, I've got things I need to do, Naruto said as he turned to leave. Naruto, you had better not bother Shizune or anyone else or I'll beat the crap out of you. Sakura scolded as the teen stopped at the door. I'll avenge Ero Sennin, that's a promise, Naruto told the group. I can't just wait, I've got to get stronger. Naruto-chan, the fact that we figured out the code has nothing to do with you. Regardless of anything, you simply cannot defeat pain as you are right now, Fukusaku told the teen. I want you to come with me, I will train you in the sage arts on MT. Mayuboku. That is of course as long as you don't mind learning the same way Jiraiya-chan did. Will doing this help me being that pain guy? Naruto asked. That I cannot guarantee, but as you are right now you stand no chance at all. Do you mind if I take him, Tsunade-chan? The old toad turned and asked the Hokage. I don't mind, but if you could wait, there is something I need to do involving Naruto first, Tsunade replied. What's that, Ne-chan? What do you need? Naruto asked. Naruto. Jiraiya left you something when he died, Tsunade said sadly. The woman opened her desk drawer and pulled out a scroll and handed it to the blonde teen. The scroll had the word, will, written on it. Naruto, that is Jiraiya's will and it's addressed to you, Tsunade told the teen, getting a collective gasp from the group in the room. His will? Naruto asked, shock still clear in his voice. Tsunade merely nodded. The boy stared at the scroll for several minutes. Aren't you going to read it? Sakura asked, not being able to take the tension in the room. Naruto quietly opened the scroll and began to read its contents. To Naruto. Not to be all cliché or anything, but if you're reading this, then the gallant tale of the great Jiraiya has come to an end. Firstly, I want to say, if it's possible considering how awesome I was, please don't mourn for me. I did my duty and died willingly. The next generation has arrived and about to step forward into the light, and Naruto, you're the trigger for it all. That is something I truly believe. Naruto, there were many things I still wanted to say to you, but I couldn't. You've grown so much since we first met, both in the mind and the body. I can honestly say you're the greatest prize of my life as a teacher. I've trained many, even your father Minato. But even having trained Minato, nobody inherited my spirit more than you did. I was the one that gave you your name. Thinking back on it now, Minato made me your godfather, but to me you were more like a grandson. I'm very thankful for the time I got to spend with you. Training you with Hinata and Ino, you all worked so hard and made me proud. Then I took Gaara and you to train for 3 years. Those were great times as well. You boys, other than Minato, are the only two who so strongly inherited my will as a shinobi. The will to never give up. That's right, that fiery will to never give in even if it looks hopeless. You Naruto inherited that better than anyone else. No, that's not entirely right, you defined it better than even I ever could. Naruto, my boy, there was so much more I wanted to say to you man to man, but simply writing everything out would be impossible. At the bottom of this scroll I've placed a seal there. Your blood will unseal it, and that is the inheritance that was promised to you even before you were born. I've simply been taking care of it for you. I want you to know that your mother and father, the old man, and I were all proud of you. Thank you for everything, and it's you who now hold the key to the future. Become the greatest Hokage ever, and lead the world toward peace. I know that you can do it, my boy. Take care of your family. Akina, Hanabi, Hinata, and of course take care of everything you hold dear to you. Goodbye, my greatest apprentice. The gallant Jiraiya will now put down his pen. Not a bad ending, is it? I think I sound pretty cool. I look forward to watching over the future that you will create. Naruto finished reading the message, tears steadily rolled down his face. The teen dropped to his knees and cried. Sakura and Sasuke did the only things they could, and that was to sit beside the boy and console him. Tsunade, herself, did the best she could to contain her tears as well. The woman stood from her desk and walked over to the boy she thought of as a little brother and wrapped him in a hug, and the two both cried. I'll be back in a day or so to check on things, hopefully you'll be ready by then, the old toad said aloud before dispelling himself and returning to the mountains. After several minutes both Naruto and Tsunade had stood up. While still upset, they were settling down some. Naruto dried his tears and looked down at the bottom of the scroll where Jiraiya said there would be a seal. The teen bit his finger and smeared his blood on the seal. The seal itself lit up and suddenly there was Boxy appeared from the seal. A box, Naruto said aloud in shock. The teen opened the box, and inside was set of keys and note. The note read, to Naruto, this is your inheritance, Namikaze Minato home which he had built from scratch after the Third Shinobi War. It's a pretty big, luxurious home that never got fully utilized. I've taken care of it all these years and now it's yours. That's what the note said. Naruto was speechless to think that the home his father and mother shared was now his. The home my father built. Naruto muttered aloud. I see, so it's finally time for you to inherit the Namikaze home, is it? Tsunade said, getting everyone's attention. Tsunade walked over to her desk and pulled a box and then walked over to Naruto and handed it to him. When you arrive at the home, before put the keys in the door, you need to place the contents of the box on the door first. It's a seal that essentially unseals the home. Your father placed high-level seals on the home to keep it safe. It'll be up to you reseal it with your own seals one day, the older woman told the teen. That note that was in the box with the keys, turn it over, Tsunade told the boy. He promptly did so. As you can see, it's a map on how to get there. Jiraiya knew how clueless you were after all. I'm going then, Naruto said as he turned to leave. Naruto, may we come with you? Sakura asked the teen. Naruto nodded in approval as the old Team 7 walked out together for the first time in a very long time. Before Naruto left the room, he stopped at door for a moment. Nei-chan, I'm sorry, Naruto said and then left. Tsunade stood there in shock for a moment before looking down at her feet sadly. No, Naruto. I'm sorry, the woman silently whispered. Tsunade-sama, I thought you'd like to know something interesting I saw today, involving Naruto. Shikamaru interrupted, getting both Tsunade's attention and Kakashi's, who had decided not to join the teens. What would that be? Tsunade asked. I went to his apartment only to be told he wasn't there. After a few minutes of asking, Hinata finally told me where to find him. He was at Konoha Library. Shikamaru's answer definitely interested the two older shinobi. I found him with books and scrolls all over the place. What I found interesting is what it was he was studying. What was it exactly? Tsunade asked, clearly curious. Naruto had books and scrolls all about fuinjutsu, Shikamaru told the woman, getting a gasp from both Tsunade and Kakashi. It seems with Jiraiya-sama gone, he wants to the next seal master to replace both Jiraiya-sama and his father. Are you serious, Shikamaru? Tsunade asked. Shikamaru nodded a yes. I think I'm going follow them, Tsunade told the group heading for the door. Shikamaru, excellent job. Thank you Hokage-sama, Shikamaru replied as he watched Tsunade leave. The former Team 7 walked down the streets of Konoha following the map left for Naruto. It seems like forever since we all walked like this, Sakura said to the teens. Yes, over 3 years at the least, Sasuke replied. Before you were trying to kill us, that is, Naruto added. By the way Sasuke, I've been meaning to ask this since our fight. What was with the whole shoving a Chidori through my gut thing? Trying to kill me definitely makes you lose cool points, Naruto said, causing Sasuke to look away, a hint of embarrassment on his face. Hey, I figured that was probably a clone or something, besides you're pretty messed up yourself making the clone blow up in my face, Sasuke replied. Payback's a bitch, Naruto teased. Then what are you complaining about? It's you, I've hit you with worse and you lived, Sasuke told the teen, getting an annoyed expression from the blonde. You still went overboard, Naruto replied. You're just pissed I stabbed you in your ramen storage compartment, which you call a stomach, Sasuke said with a smirk. You're seriously a bastard sometimes, Naruto replied. The two teens continued to bicker as they walked until finally Sakura had enough. Shut up both of you, Sakura yelled, clobbering both teens on the top of the head. The teens now walked in silence, Naruto now holding his head, Sakura now holding the map, and Sasuke pouting like a child. What's your problem now, Sasuke? Naruto asked. She hit me. She never hits me, Sasuke proclaimed. You annoyed me, so I hit you. Besides, we're dating now, I can kick your butt anytime I want, Sakura teased. Evil girl, Sasuke whispered. What was that SASUKEKUN? Sakura asked, a hint of anger and annoyance in her voice. Nothing dear, Sasuke replied, getting a satisfied smile from the girl. The teens continued to walk as they surprisingly entered what many would call the higher class area of the village. The teens gasped as they walked deeper in until they reached a dead end. At the end was a big, white stone wall surrounded the entire area. Behind the wall you could make out a large, mansion-like home with a huge garden out front. The wall was connected at the front entrance by a large archway and a steel gate. The teens approached the gate and Naruto cautiously took out the keys he was given. Hey, you think I'm going to need to use that seal thing on the gate? Naruto asked. I'm not sure, Tsunade-sama said. The front door, I thought, Sakura replied. The teens stood there for a few minutes, nervously unsure of what to do when they were interrupted by a voice from behind. It's safe, Minato didn't put a seal on the gate, Tsunade told the group as she approached them. Nei-chan, I didn't know you were going to come with us, Naruto said in surprise. I need to talk to you in a few minutes, Naruto, so please let's go in, the older woman said as Naruto unlocked the gate and the group entered. Upon entering, they were able to get a better look at the huge garden. It was decently neat and upkept, meaning Jiraiya must have hired a gardener of some sort. There were identical fountains on both the right and left sides of the walkway. This is amazing. Hinata-chan will love this, Naruto said in awe of the garden as they reached the front door. Okay Naruto, now you'll need to unseal the home, Tsunade instructed, causing the teen to pull out both the set of keys he received and the piece of paper that had the seal on it that he retrieved from the box Tsunade gave him. Naruto placed the seal on the front door and the seal, and for a moment the house itself glowed and then the seal dissolved and turned to dust. Alright, it's done Naruto, go ahead and unlock the door. Naruto once again did as instructed and unlocked the door. He slowly opened the front door and the group entered. The group, mainly Team 7, stared in disbelief at the inside of this marvelous two-story home. The main room was an anteroom, or essentially what looked like a giant lobby. In the back was the staircase that lead upstairs and have several rooms. Downstairs essentially had many different doors that lead off to different places. One door went to the dining hall and kitchen area. The dining hall had a very big table and could easily be used to host a big party or family or even important meetings. There was a doorway that leads to a sizable kitchen, equipped with a rather large refrigerator and slightly bigger than normal cupboards. They left back through the dining hall and back into the anteroom. They explored some of the other rooms, which were merely bedrooms or could be turned into studies. Each room was equipped with a working restroom for added comfort. The last room on the bottom floor connected to a huge dojo with a back door that leads off to the surrounding forest. This place is insane. There's so much room, hell too much room, Naruto said, still in utter awe of the home he was going to get to live in. How could my father build all this? Naruto asked, turning to Tsunade. Minato was very well known and did many missions before he became Hokage. He was known for saving his money as well, for he often said he already had everything he could ever want or need, Tsunade told the boy. Still, the dojo alone would be more than enough for someone to train and get stronger. The forest behind it is even bigger, Sasuke added. The group re-entered the home and finally headed upstairs. Most of the rooms upstairs were bedrooms. There were a few study rooms, including one that was recently used, and the group could easily tell Jiraiya had been the last one to use it before he left for the last time. The very last room the group entered was a massive bedroom, easily discerned the room as the master bedroom. The room had a king-size bed, and several dressers as well as one with a big mirror. The master bathroom was equipped with a walk-in shower and a working jacuzzi. Sakura and Sasuke were both amazed. Naruto, however, was staring at something else, and Tsunade caught a glimpse at what he was looking at and gasped. On the opposite side of the bedroom were two cribs neatly prepared. One crib had pink and white sheets while the other had blue and white sheets. Naruto looked at the cribs, his face seemingly void of emotions, either that or he was lost in thought. Sakura and Sasuke soon joined Naruto on that side of the room. They stood watching their friend, waiting to see his reaction. Naruto, Sakura said lightly after several minutes of silence. This is. Naruto started to speak, but he choked for a moment, the words not wanting to be said. Akina-chan and we never. Naruto tried his best to speak what was on his mind, but tears flooded his eyes and began to pour out. Mother. Father. Oh Naruto. I'm so sorry, Sakura whispered, tears falling from her face as well. Sasuke did all he could to stay strong and comfort the girl. Tsunade herself was failing miserably at holding back her tears. We never got to meet you. I always wanted to have you here with me. Naruto sobbed uncontrollable for many minutes. It was about 15 or 20 minutes later the teen stopped crying. He picked himself off the ground and looked at the two cribs again. He calmed down and replaced the sorrow on his face with determination. The boy reached into his back pouch and produced a scroll and stared at it hard for many more minutes. Tsunade immediately recognized the scroll and was shocked to see that Naruto had it in his possession. Naruto, where did you get that scroll? Tsunade asked her little brother. Eros Sennin gave it to me right before he left, Naruto said softly. Is it what I think it is? Tsunade asked. Naruto nodded a yes. Eros Sennin said this wasn't the only thing locked away in my father and mother's vault. He said if I wanted everything I would need to get stronger and unlock the seal on the vault myself. He said the first step to doing that is to get good enough to master this, Naruto told the woman as he gripped the scroll tighter. So that's why. Shikamaru said he saw what you were reading and researching from the library. I was going to ask you about that. It's true. I know nothing of the Uzumaki clan, but what little I did learn was that their clan's sealing abilities were amazing. Eros Sennin and my father were seal masters, and even though Kakashi-sensei is great at it too, he's far from being called a master. That's why I'll do it. I'll surpass Eros Sennin and my father and become the next seal master, and the first step to doing that is to master this scroll. Naruto proclaimed. I will master Hiraishin. Naruto announced, much to the shock of everyone in the room. Chapter 19. A new home. New training. After Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and Tsunade had left the Namikaze home, Naruto's newly inherited home, the teen had went off on his own. Firstly, he returned to the library to finish his business there and collect his things. Naruto then headed off to his next destination. The teen was slow to arrive back at his apartment. The blonde had been deep in thought when he arrived back home and entered the apartment. The sight before him as he entered snapped him back to reality as he saw Ino, Hanabi, Hinata, Akina, and now Gaara all together. "Hey guys," Naruto said to the group. "Naruto-kun," Hinata stood up from where she was seated and hugged the boy tightly. Naruto observed the room to see the many depressed faces, all which had been grieving over the loss of Jiraiya. "We managed to crack the code arrow Sennin left behind. That old toad wants to take me away and train me in something called the Sage Arts too," Naruto said aloud, trying his best to put up a grin and brighten the room. "But Naruto-kun, you can't," Hinata said. Tears threatened to form in her eyes again. "I'm not going yet, I had some stuff that still needed to be taken care of. Also Ne-chan gave me something," Naruto said, pulling out the scroll he received earlier. "This is Arrow Sennin's will. He left it for me as well as an inheritance." "Inheritance?" Gaara asked the teen curiously. "Yes, it seems he'd been taking care of it for quite a while. Akina-chan, mother and father left us something awesome," Naruto said, turning to his sister with a smile on his face. "What do you mean, Naruto-ni?" the girl questioned. "Come on guys, let's go, you got to see it to believe it," Naruto told the group, ushering them all to follow him. The group reluctantly did so. The group followed Naruto for a while until they finally arrived at the destination Naruto had led them to. Naruto opened the gate and led the group inside. "Naruto, what is this?" Ino asked. "This garden is huge. It's amazing. It's beautiful, and look at those fountains," Hinata said, marveling at the Namikaze grounds herself. "I thought you two would get a kick out of the garden." "Come on guys, there's more to see," Naruto said, motioning the group to follow him. Ino and Hinata came reluctantly. Naruto opened the front door to the home and entered. "Naruto, should you really be entering someone's home without even knocking?" Ino asked the teen. "Don't worry about it, Ino, we're the only people here, and besides I doubt the owner would mind," Naruto said, smiling at the group. "So you know the owner then, Naruto-ni-san?" Hanabi asked, getting a nod from Naruto. "Yes, I know him, he's a super awesome, super amazing badass shinobi," Naruto responded. "Somehow I doubt he's as cool as you make him sound, Naruto," Gaara replied with a raised eyebrow. "Welcome everyone to the Namikaze house. This is the inheritance Arrow Sennin left me. This home was built from the ground up by Namikaze Minato, the fourth Hokage. Heir is Akina-chan and I would know him, our father," Naruto proclaimed loudly, getting gasps from the group. "Why, you mean this place is," Akina stuttered. "Akina-chan, I know the note in the will was addressed to me, but I'm fairly sure that this was meant to be our inheritance, not mine," Naruto smiled. "I know this might be sudden and all, but this is our new home. Ne-san told me she'd find someone else to take on the apartment and that we could move in here right away," Naruto told the group with excitement in his voice. "Everyone should feel free to check the place out, though Akina-chan I'd like you to come with me," Naruto told the group. Everyone then broke away and began to look the place over. Naruto and Akina however headed upstairs. The two walked in silence for a few minutes before entering the master bedroom. Akina marveled for a moment at the sheer size of the place. "This is beyond amazing," the girl said aloud and then turned to her brother who looked very solemn. "Naruto-ni, what's wrong?" the girl asked before he motioned her to one side of the room. It was there that she saw the two cribs and immediately knew why Naruto suddenly got upset. "These are?" Akina asked in shock, her hands covering her mouth. Naruto nodded sadly. "I couldn't believe it when I saw them." Naruto started to form words in his mouth but nothing came out. Akina was overcome with emotions and dropped to her knees and began to cry. Several minutes passed. Gaara entered the room, he saw the situation and saw the state Akina was in. The teen wanted to comfort the girl but chose not to, this was something the twins needed to overcome together, he felt. Several more minutes passed and Ino entered the room, then Hinata and Hanabi. Nobody in the room said anything. The only noise in the room was the sound of Akina crying. This is just too sad. It's unbearable," Hinata whispered to the others. "I think they need to sort this out together, Hinata-san. That's why I did not go to Akina, even though I really want to," Gaara replied, also whispering. The group nodded in agreement. After several minutes Naruto had snapped up, the sadness in his eyes were gone, replaced by determination, drive, maybe even passion. "Akina, I've decided," Naruto told the girl, getting her to look up at him. What is it, Ni-chan?" the girl asked weakly. "I'm going to move in today. I'm going to live in this home, I'm going to live in this room, not only that I'm going to work even harder. Junin exam results haven't been officially announced and whether I'm a Junin or not, I don't care. I'm going to study to surpass both our father and Ero Sennin as Konoha's next seal master. I'm going to go off with that old toad and do that sage training. I'm going to become the next Hokage. I won't stop until I'm strong enough to protect everyone. Listen everyone, we're all sad that Ero Sennin's gone, but we can't stop here. That perverted old man would be pretty pissed at us right now if was here seeing how pathetic we all look. We've shed enough tears, now it's time to remember what he gave us. He taught us a ton of stuff. He taught us a bunch of crap that had no use at all. He taught us a ton of stuff that we'll use every day for the rest of our lives, and most of all he taught us through experience how to live. The will to never give up, the guts to continue going. He believed in me, he believed in Gaara, he believed in all of us. Let's make him proud, Naruto confidently told the group. The words seemingly lifted everyone as a smile returned to the group's faces and Akina stood up and wiped the remaining tears out of her eyes. Naruto ni, you're right. We've got to get stronger from this, Akina replied. I say right now we head home and start packing our things and let's move in here. This isn't any kind of ending, it's a beginning, Naruto proclaimed. Gaara, I want you and your siblings to move in too. I know you guys are living with Shikamaru's family, after you guys became Konoha Shinobi, and I know you guys have never had the proper chance to look for a place because you left with me for the training. I'm not going to take no for an answer either. Are you certain that's alright? Gaara asked. Of course, this house is huge. Even with me, Akina-chan, Hanabi-chan, and Hinata-chan it'll still be pretty empty, Naruto told the teen as the group headed out of the home and back through the garden. Then I will head over and tell Temari and Kankuro at once. We didn't have many things, so once we get everything together and moved here we'll come by the apartment to assist. Does it matter what rooms we take? Gaara asked. Not really though, if you could leave the last 3 rooms upstairs alone, you know, my parents' room, and that study and the one empty room before it, Naruto replied. Alright then, I'll see you shortly, Gaara said as he disappeared in a whirl of sand as the ground had exited the main gate. Naruto, Ino nervously called out to the teen, getting his attention. What's up Ino? What are you all nervous about? Naruto asked. Please, may I have a room here too? Ino asked, getting a shocked expression from the blonde boy. Why would you want to do that? Naruto asked curiously. Well, I've been wanted to get a place of my own for a while now, especially with me and Choji dating, and I really love the garden. And Ino kept trying to find things to add, but Naruto put his hand up signaling her to stop. Ino-chan, you're an important friend of mine, you're always welcome here. If your parents are alright with it, then I'd love to have you stay here, Naruto smiled at the girl warmly. Ino squealed in delight, hugged the boy tightly and kissed him on the cheek. You're so amazing, thank you so much. I'll pay rent, I'll help around the house, anything you ask, Ino told the teen excitedly. We'll worry about that later Ino, Naruto replied with a smile as the girl ran off to head back to her parents' place. Even with Gaara, Kankuro, Temari, and Ino living here we'll still have a few rooms left, Naruto said aloud as the remaining group walked back toward the apartment. Naruto-kun, if I may ask, why did you say Gaara-san couldn't have the last 3? I mean, obviously the master bedroom makes sense and I can see the study that Jiraiya-sama last used, but the room before it? Hinata asked her boyfriend. That's easy, yes, the master bedroom will be our room, Naruto started but instantly got interrupted. What do you mean our room and not your room, Naruto ni? Akina asked with a wicked grin on her face. That's easy, the room's too big for just me, I want Hinata-chan and I to share the room, Naruto replied with a grin, and Hinata responded with a bright blush. She never sleeps in her own bed anyway. Naruto-kun, Hinata stuttered, embarrassment clear in her voice. As for the 3rd room, the little princess here sometimes finds herself in my bed as well. So this way she has less distance to walk, Naruto told his sister, pointing over at Hanabi, who now also had a light blush on her face. It's just a bad habit I picked up from Hinata-ne-san. Hanabi replied, getting a laugh out of the twins. Naruto ni, I am curious about one more thing. I've actually been thinking about it for quite a while, Akina said to her brother. What's that? Naruto asked. We both have the last name Uzumaki, but shouldn't we have Namikaze instead? I mean, I realize that father probably wanted to protect us and mother by not letting us or her take his last name, but considering we know of our origin and who he is, should we take his last name? Akina asked. I might take dad's last name eventually, but not yet. Father and mother did it for a reason. We're not yet strong enough to defend against all our enemies, much less father's. I will take his name for sure when I become strong enough to become Hokage, Naruto told the girl confidently. Then I'll be named Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto, the teen proclaimed as they arrived back at the apartment. The group was about to head upstairs when they suddenly realized that it was getting later in the day and that the sun would start to set soon. Naruto-kun, I didn't realize it was this late already. I don't know if we can get everything done before nightfall, Hinata told the blonde. Have no fear, the great Naruto is here, Naruto replied. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto yelled as suddenly 50 Narutos appeared. Alright everyone, here is the plan. Firstly, Akina-chan, Hanabi-chan, Hinata-chan, focus on packing your stuff in your rooms. When your stuff if prepared, clones number 1 through 5 will handle your stuff, Akina-chan. Clones number 6 through 10 will handle your things, Hanabi-chan, and clones number 11 through 15 will handle your things, Hinata-chan. Akina-chan, you'll probably want to go with your clones so you can pick out your room. Okay, on to the next group. Clones 16 through 20 will getting my stuff. Clones 21 through 30 will handle the furniture. Clones 31 through 50 will help pack up the living room, kitchen, and anywhere else you're needed. Hinata-chan, you're in charge. I'm heading back to the house to take care of some stuff. If Gaara and his siblings show up, put them to work, Naruto commanded with a smile as he ran off back to their new home. Naruto ni is really into this, isn't he? Akina asked the Hyuga sisters with a smile. They merely nodded and headed upstairs and inside the apartment to begin gathering their belongings. Naruto returned to the Namikaze house after several minutes. As soon as he entered through the front door, he immediately set his plans into motion. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto yelled, producing 20 clones. Alright guys, follow me, Naruto proclaimed as he made his first stop at the master bedroom. He entered and stared at the two cribs for a moment before reassuring himself. Okay guys, there are 2 main storage areas downstairs. I want you guys to be very careful with these cribs. I'm going to put them away for now. I can't stand around regretting what might have been forever. I want some of you guys to stay here and clean up a bit. Leave mother and father's stuff though. I want me and Hinata-chan to go through it later, Naruto said, leaving the room and taking 10 clones with him. He stopped at the study. Clean this place up. Don't mess up any of the documents and whatnot, but clean it up a bit. Naruto left 2 clones for that chore. It would seem I need more clones for what I have in mind, but for now 4 of you clean up the dojo, the other 4 hit the kitchen and dining room area. The clones went about their tasks and Naruto went back downstairs. It was then that Naruto got a knock on the door. Come on in, Naruto called out as the door opened and Gaara, his siblings and Ino with Choji arrived. Hey guys, welcome home, Naruto said with a smile. Oh hey Choji, you helping Ino out I take it? Naruto asked, noticing the teen there. Yes, she asked me to help her get moved, Choji replied. Alright, well Ino, other than the last 3 rooms upstairs you're free to choose whichever. Tamari, Kankuro, after you guys chose a room feel free to check the place out before heading over to the apartment to help the girls out, Naruto told the group, getting nods. Hey Ino, how much stuff do you got? Well, I got all my more personal belongs here with me and Choji. I have a bit of furniture and other things as well. Why? Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto shouted, producing 50 more shadow clones. Alright you guys, the first 20 of you, as soon as Ino picks out her room, follow her back to her parents' house and help her out, Naruto told the newly produced clones. They're all yours to command, Ino, Naruto said with a smile. Thank you so much Naruto, Ino replied, getting a smile and a thumbs up from the blonde. Alright, the remaining clones will help clean the remaining rooms up. A couple of you guys go with Tamari, a few go with Kankuro, and Gaara, and 2 of you start cleaning whatever room Ino picks. The rest of you get the rest of the house, Naruto proclaimed, and then headed back upstairs and into the study that Jiraiya had used. Then Teen looked around the room that 2 of his clones were cleaning up. Good job guys, Naruto told them and dispelled them. Naruto walked over a bookcase and saw all sorts of different literature books and novels, as well as different stories, ninja stories, and many history books. Naruto walked past the bookcase and noticed a piece of the wall voice of any pictures, and as he walked closer he felt an odd tingle in his gut. That's odd, this particular area is giving off a strange vibe. Knowing what my dad was capable of, I'm betting it's some kind of seal to keep whatever is there hidden. Until I learn more about seals myself though, I think I'll leave it alone. Naruto sat down at the desk and started going over some of his notes that he wrote down at library. Naruto opened one of the books he had brought here from the library and began to read some more. Naruto read over the book and wrote down a few more things. The teen got up and turned around where there was yet another bookcase. This bookcase was much more to Naruto tastes. It had various books and scrolls about different kinds of techniques. There were books about ninjutsu and genjutsu. There were a few books on different taijutsu forms and styles as well. The book that caught Naruto's eye the most was a book on fuinjutsu and seals in general. The author of the book just so happened to be his father as well, which was an added bonus. It would seem that his father put together countless hours of research and experiments into a book for himself to reference. Naruto grabbed the book, opened it immediately and began to read it. Naruto was in awe of how neat and legible his dad's writing was and how easy to interpret. Naruto almost felt as if the book was meant for him. This is so cool, I might be able to practice some of this stuff right away. If I can get down some of these basic forms I'll make a ton of progress in no time, Naruto said aloud to nobody in particular. It was then that there was a knock at the door. Naruto turned his head and saw Gaara leaning back against the door frame. "What are you up to?" Gaara asked. "My dad was amazing, he has all these books on different subjects, there's all kinds of reading material here," Naruto replied. "Sorry, I didn't peg you as the reading type," Gaara said with a smirk. "I'm normally not, but I've got so much stuff I need to learn. A lot of this stuff is complicated so I got to read it over, then reread it and review it to understand it. Also, there are a lot of books my dad left behind and I think there are even a few things in here my mom wrote down, not to mention Sennin was seemingly living out of this room, so he's got some stuff here. It's a dream to have access to all this stuff," Naruto told the teen. "I see you're studying seals, learning anything?" Gaara asked. "I'm learning a ton, none of it I can use yet though. I figured after Every gets moved in and settled I can spend some time in here and start practicing. There are a few things I want to try out right away," Naruto responded. "Yes, but for now you should attend to other matters, whether you know it or not. You've been in here over an hour, shouldn't you check on your sister and the others?" Gaara asked. "Oh crap, you're totally right," Naruto replied and got up from the desk and exited the room. Gaara followed behind him and the two quickly headed downstairs. "I see Ino, Choji and that batch of clones already left," Naruto said as he looked around. "Kankuro and Temari have already left to the apartment to help out as well. A few of your clones are still running around cleaning. I did see a few dispel but I figured they were done with their tasks. Also, a few clones have been in and out already that came over from the apartment bringing things," Gaara told the teen. The two teens were interrupted a moment later as Akina entered the house. "Damn Naruto ni, your clones are super useful. We've gotten so much done in only about an hour or so," Akina told the teen. "Now I need to pick out my room and drop my stuff and head back." The teen then began to walk up the stairs, two clones following behind her carrying various different boxes. "By the way Gaara-kun, which room did you end up taking?" Akina asked with a light blush on her face. "The room at the very opposite end, it had a decent view of the area and I could easily open the window and get to the roof," Gaara replied. "Is the room next to yours taken yet?" Akina asked with a hint of hope in her voice. "No, Temari, Kankuro and Ino-san took rooms down here so there are still several left upstairs," Gaara replied. "That's great," Akina said happily and quickly ran to the room next to Gaara's. She placed her things down on the ground and so did the clones with her and they promptly exited the room. "Alright, now with that done we'll start moving some of my furniture," the girl said coming down the stairs. "Hey Naruto ni, think you could pop out a few more clones? We're going to need more help with furniture, plus a few of yours dispelled back at the apartment." They kept running into each other and dispelling. "Pop more out?" Naruto asked looking annoyed. "Great, I'm popping more clones out," Naruto added. "Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu," Naruto shouted as 20 more clones appeared. "Go with Akina-chan and help out. Please don't do anything stupid and don't break anything," Naruto commanded as the clones followed Akina out the door. "Pop out more clones, Naruto." Gaara looked at the teen giving him a smirk. "Indeed. Pop," Naruto replied as the two exited the home headed back toward the apartment. On the way they passed several clones carrying boxes, or pieces of furniture, or other various items. Naruto directed them on where to place some of the items before the two teens continued to head toward the apartment. The two arrived and entered to see the apartment in various stages of being packed and moved. "Oh Naruto-kun, welcome back," Hinata said greeting her boyfriend. "Thank you for helping out as well Gaara-san," Hinata said to the teen earning a nod from him. "The clones have been amazing, we're getting done so fast, with the help of them and of course everyone else." "That's good, I came to see how things were and see if we needed more clones, and if I can take anything as well," Naruto told the girl. "Well, we need to get the beds moved, but I was wondering what are we going to do with your bed?" "I mean Hanabi will take mine since we shared the room and the bed anyway, but not sure if we're taking your bed or leaving it," the girl told Naruto. "We'll take it and put it in one of the empty rooms for guests and whatnot," Naruto replied. "I'll crank out some more and have them start moving everyone's beds over." "Popping out more you mean, right?" Gaara added. "Yes Gaara, popping out more," Naruto replied looking annoyed and getting a confused look from Hinata. "It's a good thing I got a crap ton of chakra or this would get tiring," Naruto confessed. "Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu," Naruto yelled producing 30 more clones. "Alright guys, operating bed moving time. Some of you guys start moving the mattresses and box springs, and some of you guys start dismantling the bed frames. Don't lose anything please," Naruto commanded as the clones ran off and began their work. "Hey Naruto, you think we could summon a few toads to help out?" Gaara asked. "I guess we could try it," Naruto responded. The two teens bite their fingers and performed the hand signs. Kuchio's number jutsu. The teens yelled in unison as they slammed their hands onto the ground. Two big human-sized toads appeared in a puff of smoke. One was a bright yellowish and the other was a orangey red. Yo Naruto. Gamakichi said, greeting the boys. What did you call us for? The toad asked. Hey, could you lend us a hand in getting some stuff moved? Also, I wanted to ask a question. You think I could summon a big riding toad outside to help carry some of this furniture over to our new place faster? Naruto asked the toad. Sure you can, we actually have many toads tasked with similar jobs and duties, the toad replied. That's awesome, Naruto proclaimed. After that, the rest of the move went like clockwork. The group made record time in completely the move in a little over 5 hours. It was only a little after nightfall. Naruto and Gaara divided summoning duties, so that Naruto could focus on his clones. Naruto had summoned a grand total of 324 clones before the move was said and done. The group had finished clearing out the old apartment and now was working hard on their new home. Naruto's clone count had dropped to 50 as they were divided in performing many different tasks, from cleaning and move boxes to helping rearrange and move furniture. Naruto had also left several clones at the old apartment to simply clean up the place since they left it kind of messy. After another hour of work, the group decided to stop for the night, granted most of the work had been completed. Naruto dispelled his clones and the group all met in the dining room to sit and relax. I'll tell you what, Naruto, you make even something like moving interesting and entertaining, Kankuro told the group, getting various chuckles. Hey, I got the job done and that's all that matter, Naruto said with a smile, though everyone could tell he was pretty worn out. The group chattered for about an hour when surprisingly Naruto was the first to get up and leave the table. The teen headed upstairs and into the study room and sat down and began reading out of the ceiling book his father wrote. Naruto studied several of his notes and then made his way into the dojo where he began to practice various different concepts he had been studying. This would be Naruto's routine for the next 2 days, between helping get the house organized, studying in his new study room, and then practicing. It was at the end of a rather fulfilling training session that he received a summons from Tsunade. The teen immediately headed to the Hokage's office. Naruto entered the office to see Tsunade at her seat as usual with Sakura behind her and the elder toad, Fukusaku, on the woman's desk. Thank you for coming, Naruto, Tsunade said to the teen. Thanks for giving me a few days to move, here are the keys to the apartment, Naruto replied and placed a set of keys on the woman's desk. What's up, Nei-chan? Actually, Naruto, Fukusaku-sama is the one who summoned for you, Tsunade told the teen. Alright then, old toad, what did you want? Naruto turned and asked the elder toad. Naruto, I want you to come with me. As long as you don't mind learning the same way Jiraiya-chan did, I'll train you in the sage arts, the toad told the boy. The training will be harsher than anything you've ever done. Do you think you can handle it, Naruto-chan? Ero Sennin did it right. As his apprentice, there's no way I won't be able to, Naruto replied confidently. You truly are his apprentice, well said, Naruto-chan, the old toad thought as he stared at the boy for a moment. Alright then, Naruto-chan, take the next hour to gather your things and say your goodbyes, we'll meet at the front gates then. Chapter 20. The Sage Training. The Approaching Darkness. 1 hour had quickly passed since he had left Tsunade's office and returned home. He quickly gathered his belongings, in a backpack, especially his notebook and several books from his study. The teen told everyone in the house of what was going on and they all agreed to accompany him to the front gate. The group arrived in a timely fashion. A very nice send-off indeed it would seem, Fukusaku said, admiring the group before him. Now before we go, we should put something in place so you can be called back if something comes up. I have prepared a messenger toad. Don't worry about it, old toad, Naruto said with a confident smile. Hey Gaara, come with me for a minute, Naruto said as he walked off to the side and motioned for Gaara to follow him. The teen did so. What do you need from me? Gaara asked. Hey, I've been studying this seal the last day or so and I think I've got it down. I thought of it for just such an occasion, as the old toad was saying. You're a toad summoner too, so I think this will work, Naruto told the teen. I'm not fond of the idea of being your first living guinea pig to test your seals on. Gaara replied, looking unsure and slightly annoyed. Just listen to me, damn it, the seal I'm going to place supposed to tie into your consciousness and it's only a one-time seal. Basically it'll react if you are somehow knocked out, it'll alert me, and also the other seal is because you and I are on the toad contract. Basically, if crap hits the fan, you can use the seal like a summoning jutsu and summon me back home. This won't hurt me or mess my system up or anything? Gaara asked cautiously. Nope, you won't feel a thing, Naruto replied confidently. Fine, let's do this, and be warned. If you screw something up, I'll probably kill you, Gaara replied. Alright then, fair enough, Naruto responded by performing a few hand signs and channeling his chakra, Naruto then grabbed Gaara by his right bicep and pumped chakra into that area. Gaara's bicep glowed and then a faint black seal appeared before disappearing again as Naruto had stopped channeling his chakra. Naruto then grabbed Gaara's forearm and pumped chakra into it. After a minute or two a circle appeared in black and then disappeared. There we go. The one on your bicep is the one tied into your consciousness and the one on the forearm is the summoning seal, Naruto told the teen. Naruto, did you just place seals on Gaara? Tsunade asked in shock. I sure did, Naruto replied with a smile. Alright, now that we have that all worked out, it's time to go, the elder toad said, getting everyone's attention. Alright then, I'm ready. Naruto shouted. Be careful Naruto-kun, Hinata told the teen. I'm off everyone, Naruto said excitedly as he turned and began to walk away for a moment and then suddenly stopped in his tracks. How do we get there again? Naruto said, rubbing the back of his head in embarrassment. Well, it would take us a month by foot, and since it's also known as the Mountain of Mazes, without knowing the secret paths to take you'd probably get lost, the elder toad told the teen. Oh great, it's going to be this hard just to get there. Naruto sighed in defeat. Naruto-chan, you've already signed our toad contract, have you not? The toad said, summoning the toad contract and opening it to where Naruto had signed. So anyway, it's time to be off. Wait, what? Naruto said and then suddenly disappeared in a puff of smoke. He disappeared, Sakura said, slightly shocked. That was reverse summoning, Tsunade told the group. Well then take care, Fukasaku said, and also disappearing. Naruto reappeared in a large forest. What in the world was that? Naruto asked aloud and then looked around to see toads lying about as Fukasaku reappeared beside him as well. Yo Naruto, Gamakichi called to the teen. I summoned you. Ah, I see, that's kind of cool, Naruto replied, looking over at the toad. Now let's get a bite to eat before we start your training, the old toad said, leading the teen to his home. Naruto saw the spread of food and then saw that every dish has insects in it. The teen decided he wasn't that hungry after all. After about an hour, Naruto was brought before a waterfall surrounded by stone statues. Alright Naruto-chan, it's time to start your training. The first thing I'm going to be teaching you is the difference between your regular ninjutsu and sage arts, or senjutsu, Fukasaku told the teen. Senjutsu. What's that? Naruto asked. Well, instead of using the internal energy you have inside your body like you do for ninjutsu, senjutsu involves absorbing outside sources, the old road explained. Outside sources? What does that even mean, old frog? Naruto asked, looking confused. Well Naruto-chan, you know how your chakra works, everything to perform ninjutsu, senjutsu, you take your internal energies and augment with nature's energy, thus making a more powerful form of chakra. In doing so, all of your ninjutsu, genjutsu, even taijutsu getting serious power increases, Fukasaku explained. So basically you have your internal spiritual energy and physical stamina and combine it with the outside source, which is nature's energy. The techniques used with these three combined is called senjutsu, the toad finished and then looked at Naruto, who still looked confused. Hey Naruto, it's kind of like ice cream, mint to a chocolate and vanilla swirl cone, it makes it even tastier, Gamakichi added. Hey Gamakichi, don't complicate things further, the elder toad replied. Ah, I totally get it now. Naruto shouted. What? Fukasaku shouted in shock. So what's this nature's energy you're talking about? Naruto asked. It's essentially all around you Naruto-chan. It's from the atmosphere and Mother Earth, the elder explained. Naruto, the air and the ground, Gamakichi simplified. Ah, I got it, Naruto replied. Bah, enough talking, time to show it to you, Fukasaku said, and promptly hopped over to a nearby stone statue and began to lift it into the air. Whoa, look at all that natural energy. Gamakichi shouted. Wait, what? Where? I don't see anything, Naruto replied as the elder toad finished lifting the huge statue over his head. He lifted that thing. Naruto shouted in shock. So what do you think, Naruto-chan? This is what you can do using the power of nature's energy, the elder replied and then dropped the statue back down. But I don't get it, what did you do exactly? I saw you make a seal and that was it, Naruto added, still looking shocked. You can't sense the nature's energy yet, so naturally you can't draw it in yourself, the elder replied. Right, so what do I have to do? Naruto asked. You'll have to become one with Earth, my boy, Fukasaku replied. Basically Naruto, to become with the Earth is to die, Gamakichi told the teen. Die? I've got to die? Naruto asked, looking nervous. Gamakichi, did you just say Naruto-chan has to die? The elder added. Relax Naruto-chan, you don't have to actually die. Now let me finish explaining everything. The way to make yourself essentially, 1. With nature and its energies is to learn to sense it and draw it into your body, and as you make it a part of yourself you learn to control its flow. To make it even more simply put for you, it's to sit perfectly still and not move a muscle. Sit still. You have to stop disrupting the natural flow of the energy all around you. That's the first step, the elder added. So I just got to stop moving and sit still. That sounds easy, Naruto replied. Naruto, you really don't get it, Gamakichi added with a sigh. For all living creatures, sitting perfectly still for long periods of times is about the hardest thing any of us can do, the elder once again added. Considering I don't have a lot of time, if it's what I got to do then I'll do it, but is there an easier or faster way? Naruto asked. Well, this waterfall here is actually the secret toad oil of the Mayuboku Mountains, the elder hesitantly responded. Toad oil? Naruto asked looking puzzled. Just come here for a second Naruto-chan, the elder replied, and Naruto did as he was told. The elder grabbed Naruto by his arm, rolled up his sleeve and stuck a finger into the oil and then rubbed it on Naruto's arm. The oil is like a natural magnet for nature's energy. This oil will help with your training. Wow, this is kind of cool. I can feel it making my skin tingle already, Naruto replied. Rubbing the oil on your body will make you draw in all sorts of power from all around, and over time, you'll definitely learn to feel it in your skin, and you'll have to focus on the feeling and sensation you get. From there you'll eventually be able to draw out the energy without the oil at all. However, there are risks, the elder toad finished his statement as Naruto's arm and part of his face started to turn toad-like. Naruto saw his arm and immediately looked in the toad oil fountain and saw his reflection and was quite stunned. If you can't learn to control the natural energies you will start to turn into a toad yourself, the elder then suddenly made a club appear as Naruto freaked out at his transformation. The elder suddenly clobbered Naruto in the back of the head. Oh, what the hell? Naruto shouted and then realized he was back to normal. It's all about the balance, Naruto-chan. Senjutsu won't work without the balance of all three energies working in perfect harmony. Fukasaku finished explaining everything and then looked over at the boy who was taking everything in. Let me add one more thing, Naruto-chan. Even your master, Jiraiya-chan, never fully mastered this. When he generated the chakra for the sage arts, even he turned into a toad a little bit, but even then what he did was something to be impressed with. The elder looked at the teen again and saw no fear in the boy. You don't seem scared at all. Anything to say? My will and my way of the ninja are the same as arrow senens. I will master this, Naruto proclaimed confidently. It was from there that Naruto would spend much time mediating using the toad oil. Every time Naruto started to turn into a toad, the elder, Fukasaku, would smack him with his club. This went on for over an hour before Naruto stood up and began to give the sign for his shadow clones. I'll make this go by even faster by using Kage Bunshin, Naruto said aloud. This way I can get even more experience, even faster. Kage Bunshin is a great way to train, if you have the chakra. However, for sage training remember that the original gets the experience of the clone, and if a clone fully turns into a statue then you would once the clone dispelled. If you insist on using it, then no more than 4, the elder replied. After a while and a fun game of whack-a Naruto, the beaten teen lied on the ground and outwardly cursed. I didn't think it'd be quite this difficult, Naruto sighed. True strength comes from hard training after all, the elder added. I know that already. Hell, if it meant getting as strong as Arrow Sennin, anyone would do it, Naruto replied. Naruto-chan, that would be useless. This training isn't something just anyone can do. This training concerns you and Jiraiya-chan specifically. If it didn't I would have never brought you here, the elder told the blonde. What do you mean? Naruto asked. You have to have an enormous amount of chakra. If you didn't you could never draw out the nature's energy. That is how great this training is. And furthermore, only those who have the guts and the heart can truly become a sage, Fukasaku added. After hearing what the elder had to say, an confident smile returned to Naruto, who then jumped into the toad oil and from there went about the mediation for several more hours. Finally Naruto made some progress and was able to see the energy. From there it went from being able to see it to being able to lift the stone statue while using it. It looks like you have finally mastered the toad oil, Naruto-chan, Fukasaku told the teen after over a day of mediation using the oil. The teen, who was now sitting directly under the toad oil waterfall, looked over at the elder. I can feel all kinds of strength welling up inside me, Naruto replied. From here on you must now learn to gather the energy without the use of the toad oil, the elder told the teen, who had hopped up onto the waterfall and on top of another statue. Ninjutsu exhausts you the more you use them because you're using your own chakra. Senjutsu, however, takes in the nature's energy and thus you actually recover more quickly. Maybe now, I'll be able to master it, Naruto said quietly. Naruto-chan, I almost forgot, I wanted to give this to you today, the elder said, pulling out an old book. What is it? Naruto asked, jumping back down to the ground. A book, Naruto added, seeing the item. This is the first story Jiraiya-chan ever wrote. Jiraiya-chan's heart is in this book, my boy, the elder replied and then handed it to the teen. Read it, it is right up your alley. The Legend of the Gutsy Ninja. Naruto read the title of the book aloud. Naruto spent the afternoon reading the book. Toward the end and even afterward reading the author's notes, tears formed in eyes of the blonde as he remembered his teacher and the time they spent together during the training trip. Flashback. Hey, where's Gaara? Naruto asked as he approached Jiraiya, who was sitting in front of a shrine meant for prayer. I sent his out to train on some of those new techniques I gave him the other day. Sit down, Naruto, the older man told his student. Naruto did as asked. I was thinking about back when you and Sasuke fought when Sasuke first left the village. You had told me that Sasuke wanted to break his bonds, his ties with you in the village. It's the same as you write. You used to be friends with Orochimaru, what caused him to leave? Naruto asked. He changed after his parents were killed. He started acting strange and started obsessing over forbidden techniques. I guess. In the end he really wanted to see his parents again. Either that or he wanted revenge on the village for their deaths. My parents hadn't been killed, so in a sense it was the same as you with Sasuke. He had told me as well that I didn't understand anything about it. In the end maybe he was right, maybe I didn't understand. But even someone like me can see that hatred is spreading, the man told his student. Hatred, spreading, Naruto replied, looking puzzled. I want to do something about, but I don't know what to do, I don't have the answers yet. But I believe that one day, the time will come where people can understand each other, the Sannin added. That all sounds hard and confusing to me, Naruto grinned. If I can't find the answer though, it'll be your job to pick up where I left off, my boy, Jiraiya told his apprentice. Okay, if that's what you want, then I can't refuse. Naruto proclaimed, getting a laugh out of Jiraiya. Hey, why are you laughing? Naruto asked, now looking slightly annoyed. It's nothing, my boy, I just feel like that smile of yours is my salvation. I'm grateful more than anything else that I took you on as my apprentice, Jiraiya said with a smile. End of flashback. Arrow Sennin. I don't need an autograph or anything else. The teen started to say aloud. I don't need it because you've given me something so much more important, the teen finished to himself. The sage training continued for many more days as Naruto sat higher off the ground on top of a toad statue. The teen was having difficulty gather natural energy without the use of the toad oil and thus was getting a beating from the elder in his club. Damn, I can't believe how much harder this is without the toad oil, Naruto commented. Say, I've been thinking, couldn't I take the oil with me and use it, so I didn't have to focus as much? Naruto-chan, that's impossible. The toad oil would evaporate rapidly as soon as you left the mountains. The oil is only meant to be the starting point and nothing more. After that talk, the elder brought Naruto to another area full of tall spiky pillars high above the ground. It was there that the teen would continue his training. It took several more days for the teen not to fall seemingly to his death before the elder would grab him with his tongue and pull him back upward. Several more days would go by and Naruto finally got the grasp of the training and was pulling in the natural energy from around him and combining it with his body. The teen sat still and looked forward. His eyes had turned yellow and changed into that of the eyes of a toad and the pigments that formed around his eyes. He's done it. The dark pigment and eyes, and no other real toad transformations, he surpassed Jiraiya-chan. He's a sage now, the elder thought. How does it feel, Naruto-chan? It's amazing, I truly feel one with nature now, the teen replied. The teen then fell from his perch and crashed hard into the ground below. The teen sat up and realized almost immediately that he wasn't injured. Whoa, that didn't hurt at all. That's because you're in sage mode now. Now that you've achieved it, we can start the final steps, the elder told the teen. Final steps? There's more than just this awesome sage mode. Naruto asked excitedly. Indeed, my boy, it's time I teach you the fighting style that goes with sage mode. It's called Frog Fu, the elder told the boy. It was now late at night and while the toad slept, Naruto was out training, perfecting his techniques and taking the time to study other things like his notes and books. I've got a lot more work to do, but at least I know where to start from, the teen said aloud to nobody in particular. Many of the shinobi of the Leaf Village had been very busy since the Junin exams. One such shinobi, Nara Shikamaru, was now with Shiho and Sakura once again going over the code that had been deciphered. So maybe the 6 peens were just an elaborate genjutsu and that female Akatsuki member had some kind of special technique. Maybe she was the one really attacking Jiraiya-sama, Shikamaru told the 2 women. I don't think so, that elder frog had told us that Jiraiya-sama was physically stabbed by all 6 of them all at once, Sakura replied. Even though he did say that Jiraiya-sama had killed 3 of them and yet they came back to life. I don't know, it all seems so far-fetched. When Akatsuki is involved there is no such thing as too far-fetched, Sakura, the Nara boy replied. Many other people in the village were hard as work as well, including the autopsy department and of course the torture and interrogation department as well. Everyone was working hard to figure out the mystery of the man known as Pain. The village had no idea that the very man they were trying to figure out was just outside the village. After killing several Konoha ninja, the 6 beings known as Pain stood ready to begin their assault. They have yet to know the true meaning of pain. I shall show them, the man said coldly as he stared at the village wall. Chapter 21. The true meaning of pain. The deadly assault on the village. The Leaf Village really had no idea what was to befall them this day. We will split up into 2 groups. A diversionary group and a search party, the man instructed. The diversionary group would consist of the Asura realm, Animal realm, and Preta sphere. The search party will be Diva realm, Human realm, and the Woeful state. Konan, you will be with the search party as well. With the orders given, the female, Pain known as the Animal realm was launched through the area above the Leaf Village. The Animal realm Pain landed on top of a building and quickly summoned everyone else. Now scatter. The Diva realm Pain commanded and thus the attack began. The Asura realm Pain began randomly firing missiles from his arm at buildings, causing a sudden panic of shinobi and villagers. Kuchio's number jutsu. The Animal realm Pain shouted and then summoned a giant centipede-like creature that began to thrash around and destroy buildings. Meanwhile, the one known as the Human realm Pain was targeting shinobi for info on the whereabouts of Naruto, and when he could get no info he would rip the soul of the person right out of their body, killing them instantly. Buildings were falling left and right, and so were people as the Pains looked for the information on Naruto. Hey, are you alright? Ruruka asked with concern in his voice as he checked on a downed and injured shinobi. It was then that the one known as the Diva Pain appeared behind the scarred Chunin. You have 2 choices. You can tell me where the Kyuubi child is or you can die, the man said, staring at Ruruka coldly. So this man is in Akatsuki, Ruruka thought as a nervous sweat dripped from his face. Your answer, now, the man demanded. I'd never tell you anything, Ruruka replied. Very well then, Diva Pain replied as he went to strike Ruruka down with one of his chakra rods. It was then that the man's arm was caught before the strike could land. So, you're causing such a huge ruckus throughout the village in order to conduct a quiet search from the shadows, are you? Kakashi said, his Sharingan already revealed. Kakashi-san, Ruruka said looking at the man. Ruruka, get out of here, I'll handle him, Kakashi replied. The man nodded and then draped the downed leaf nin over him and fled. Kakashi broke the rod Pain was holding, causing Pain to throw a roundhouse kick. Kakashi ducked and performed a jutsu. Doden, Doryuheki. Kakashi yelled, summoning an earth wall behind Pain as the man spun around, produced another chakra rod and pierced Kakashi in the shoulder with the rod. Reikiri. Kakashi yelled as attacked, when he suddenly felt an odd surge of chakra within him. The surge gave Pain enough time to move his head as the attack struck the wall instead of its intended target. What was that just now? Kakashi wondered. Sharingan number Kakashi, it is an honor. Now tell me, where is the Kyuubi child? Pain asked the man, snapping him back to reality. Bite me, Kakashi replied as he leaps back and away from the man. Kakashi began to form his Reikiri again when suddenly he was hit by a force that smashed the wall behind Pain and threw Kakashi backward. Naruto was sitting at the Elder Toad's table, enjoying the interesting food they had. The teen had been studying his notebook and thinking when Fukusaku began to speak, snapping the boy back to reality. Naruto-chan, you can now gather and form Senjutsu chakra and you've even mastered frog food to a point. I think it's time to tell you that one last part. It is the risks of using Sage Mode, the toad told the teen. Risks? Naruto asked, looking concerned. Yes, the risks of Sage Mode. It is only when you've got a handle on the risks that you can truly use Sage Mode, the old toad replied. So what are these risks? Naruto asked. Well, as you know, you can currently only use Sage Mode for only 5 minutes at a time. Also, to draw nature's chakra you have to stand perfectly still. In a fight, as you know, you cannot do that. You could only do that if you had enough people there to help you draw the enemy's fire away from you. If you're on your own, that is impossible, the elder told the teen. So basically it's useless for me in a fight. Naruto replied, now looking depressed. Now boy, cheer up, it's not useless at all. I'll be there to help you with your weakness. Naruto-chan, if you and I fuse we'll be alright, Fukusaku told the teen. Well, I guess I say fuse, but it's really more like me just hanging on to you. So how does that work? Naruto asked. Basically we sort of split the work of the whole standing still and moving thing. Jiraiya-chan had both me and Ma on his shoulders during his Sage Mode. So don't you worry and let's go give it a try, the elder told the boy. The elder toad and Naruto were now in an empty field practicing the fusion. Fukasaku would jump on Naruto's shoulder and then be launched off repeatedly. I don't get it, it's not working. I get a wave of chakra thrown back at me and it throws me off. I could have expected that if the Kyuubi was still inside of you, but I had heard the beast died, reviving you, so I'm not entirely sure what's going on, the elder stated. About that, Naruto said, looking down at the ground. What is it, boy? Fukasaku asked. What if I told you that the Kyuubi wasn't dead? Naruto asked, getting a look of shock from the elder. But Tsunade-chan told me, the elder started to talk, but Naruto shook his head. Rasengan, Gaara, and I are the only ones who knew. We found out during the training trip. The Kyuubi didn't die, and well, the seal isn't really gone, Naruto stated, and then looked for the signal to continue his story. When I was dying, the seal really did seem to break and unleash the fox, but it was more like its essence or spirit manifesting in pure chakra. Doing what he did for me caused him to go into a death-like hibernation type state. It's my own fault for not really knowing, as I never visited my own mindscape afterward. As for the seal, it is almost completely gone, only piece of it remains on the cage binding him. It's strong enough to keep him in me, but not strong enough to contain all of its chakra. That's why my eyes stayed, like his, and my chakra turned purple. It's the constant mixture of the two chakras. We didn't tell Ne-chan because we kind of wanted it to be a trump card. I had learned to control my transformation all the way through 5 tails and still maintained control despite the state and form I take with all 5 tails out, Naruto finished his story. I see. This changes things then, Naruto-chan. Kyuubi's chakra is repelling me, the elder replied. Well, damn it. If we can't fuse, then I've got no choice but to learn how to gather nature's chakra while on the move, Naruto told the elder and began to run around while trying to focus. Naruto-chan, it's a waste of time, the elder replied. Well, I'm not just going to accept that. If that's what I have to do, then I have to do it, and that's that. Naruto shouted. It doesn't change the fact that it is impossible. Look, I'm sorry. At any rate, I know it is hard for you to accept it, but that's just how it is, the elder replied. Naruto stood there for a moment and stared at the back of the elder. That code was left to me from Rasengan, Naruto stated. I'm aware of that, Naruto-chan, thanks you we now have the key to Pain's mystery, the elder started to reply but was interrupted. That's not it at all. It was a message he left for me personally as well. I'm his apprentice, and if that message is his way of the ninja, then I won't just stand around and complain that it's impossible. I won't ever give up, because that too is part of my way. The village was rocked by the sounds of the attack. It didn't take long for everyone to notice as the smoke began to rise up into the clouds. Tsunade stood in her office and watched from the window as the attack begun. Fear and concern spread across her face as the horrible realization had finally hit home. It has begun, Tsunade said aloud. We have to call Naruto back. The village was in an uproar, a high state of panic as villagers shattered and ran frantically away from the attacks. The village was being engulfed by the flames of battle. A child was knocked down and almost trampled as villagers scrambled to get away. An elderly woman stopped to help the child, only for both of them to see the giant centipede creature right before them. The creature had spotted them and went to strike, only to be clobbered fiercely and sent flying backwards as a certain pink-haired ninja jumped to make the save. Are you okay? Sakura turned to check on the two. She immediately began to heal the child who had gotten a wound on his leg from falling beforehand. Sakura, a voice said, calling out to the teen. Sakura turned to see the voice belonged to Uruka. Uruka-sensei, what the hell is going on here? Sakura asked the man. It's Akatsuki. They've come here looking for Naruto, Uruka replied. Uruka-sensei, please take this woman and this child to the hospital. I'll be along to help out shortly, Sakura asked the man, getting a nod of approval. Tsunade was still in her office. The woman was about to send for Gaara to have him bring Naruto back when she was suddenly approached by the 2 elder council members. Tsunade, leave Naruto on Mayuboku Mountain, the elder woman known as Kaharu told Tsunade. It is Naruto that the Akatsuki is after, the elder known as Homura stated. So what? Tsunade shouted. Naruto is still a child, and this is the man that killed Jiraiya. The elder woman started to say, but she along with Homura was grabbed harshly by Tsunade. What are you doing? Flashback. I won't die, not until I've become Hokage. Tsunade remembered the time Naruto fought Kabuto before they returned to the village. I'm going to avenge Rasengan, I can't just sit around and wait. Tsunade thought back to just before Naruto left for his sage training. Our job is to set an example for the next generation. For that purpose I'll gladly die and do it with a smile. Tsunade remembered her last talk with Jiraiya before he left to face pain. I can tell that boy really loved Jiraiya-chan. I want him to be the child of prophecy. I couldn't bear it if he wasn't, she remembered the elder toad telling her. After all, Jiraiya-chan entrusted everything to him. End of flashback. Tsunade, let go of me this instant. The elder woman yelled, snapping Tsunade back to reality. We are your advisors, just who do you think you are? Homura proclaimed. Just who the hell do you think you are? Tsunade yelled. You can't treat him like a child forever. Naruto has inherited the very spirit of what Konoha is. He's growing up little by little each and every day, and he will surpass even Jiraiya. He's not something to just be hidden away. Uzumaki Naruto is one of the gifted shinobi who protect our village. Tsunade stated and left the two elders go, causing them to fall on the ground. Just like my grandfather, the first Hokage, had faith in you and entrusted you with the village, now it is your turn to have faith in the children that have grown up and become strong for the sake of this village. Very well then, do as you like, the elder woman said as the two elders made their exit just as Shizune entered the room. Kakashi was now struggling to pull himself out of the rumble caused from whatever attack the one known as Diva Pain had performed. What was that move just now? Kakashi thought as he pulled himself up. It didn't feel like a shock wave. What was that? Everything around him was just blown away. What about this? Kakashi yelled as a dog of made of out lightning chakra charged pain only for it be repelled as well. So as I feared, it repels both physical attacks and ninjutsu. That's pretty impressive, but now what should I do? Just then, the Asura realm pain appeared. Great, another one. Upon entering Tsunade's office, Shizune showed the woman one of the chakra rods that she and the autopsy team had pulled out of the corpse of the pain that was brought back. Take a look at this, Tsunade-sama, it is sort of a chakra receiver. They were stuck all throughout Pain's body. Also, according to Fukusaku-sama, these chakra receivers were in all of the pains that they encountered, Shizune told the older woman. So in other words, they all move according to the chakra signals they receive. That's interesting. Receivers, Tsunade replied. Also, they're active right now. I'm sure this has something to do with Pain's strength, Shizune told the woman. Shizune, I want you to head over to the interrogation squad and tell them what you've learned. I'll be upstairs waiting for any information and using Katsuyu with helping all the wounded, Tsunade proclaimed. Let's go. Tsunade yelled and rushed out of the room. Chapter 22. Kakashi vs Pain. The frightening power of Diva Realm Pain. Kuchio's number jutsu. Tsunade yelled as the giant slug Katsuyu appeared. Attach yourself to everyone in the village. Use my chakra to heal them. Tsunade commanded the giant slug. The Leaf Village looks to be in quite a tight pinch, the giant slug replied. Please just hurry, Tsunade pleaded. I understand. The giant slug then broke into thousands of smaller slugs and began to scatter and attach themselves to people throughout the village. I swear by the name of Hokage, that I will protect this village no matter what. Tsunade proclaimed. Hitaki Kakashi was having a very bad day. He thought waking up to a hangover was bad, and then this goes and happens. Fighting one pain was difficult enough, but another pain just had to arrive. I've got you, Kakashi proclaimed as he attempted to pierce the Asura realm pain with his Reikiri. The pain ducked out of the way however and avoided being hit. He was facing the other way and yet he still dodged. Kakashi thought and then remembered how the elder toad said that all the pain's eyes were linked. This is insane. Did Jiraiya-sama really fight 6 of them at the same time? Kakashi had said and then noticed the Asura pain removing his Akatsuki cloak to reveal several faces on the head and an odd saw blade looking tail coming out of its back. It was then that the Diva Realm Pain used a technique and began to pull Kakashi toward him. Damn it, I'm being pulled in. I see, so that is that Pain's powers, Kakashi whispered as he tried to fight whatever force was pulling him in. Kakashi reached into his pouch and produced a chain that had weights on both ends. He tossed the chain and it wrapped around a broken pillar from a building that had been destroyed as inched closer to the Asura Realm Pain and toward the saw blade tail that was extended outward. Kakashi was suddenly pierced by the tail only to distort and turn into lightning. I see. Araiko Bunshin, Pain said to himself. It was then that the Asura Pain was smashed into the ground by a giant fist as Diva Pain was able to jump out of the way. Looks like it's one down now, Kakashi, Choji's father said as Choji appeared. Are you alright? Yes, somehow, Kakashi replied. Are you going to be able to keep fighting? Akamichi Chusa asked the man. I've used up about half my chakra trying to figure this guy out, Kakashi replied. But thankfully I'm starting to get a handle on what this man's powers are. It was then that several Akamichi clan members charged in to attack Pain. Shinra Tensai. Diva Pain announced and proceeded to blow the clan members away. What was that? Chusa asked. He was repelling our attacks, Kakashi replied. His techniques places him at the center of some sort of force field that can either draw something or push it away. Luckily for us he can't do it repeatedly. The intervals are too short for close combat, Chusa told the man. I know, but right now it's the only thing we have to go on. It isn't much, but I have a plan and I'll need your help, Kakashi told the two Akamichi members. Kakashi then sudden came up from out of the ground right in front of Diva Pain and attempted to stab him with a kunai. Pain however countered by using his Shinra Tensei to fire Kakashi back. I'm impressed, you wasted no movement at all. People like you must always be eliminated immediately to avoid having you become a problem later on, Diva Pain said looking down on the fallen Kakashi. Now, Kakashi shouted. Nikuden Sensha, Chusa yelled rolling in rapidly from the right. Akamichi Keita, Boshi Kachu. Choji proclaimed as he came in from the left spinning rapid in what looked like as the technique says fierce spinning vortex or tornado. Pain however looked unafraid and simply blew the two Akamichi members away. The two clan members however produced the chain that Kakashi had thrown earlier and it proceeded to wrap around the man trapping his arms. That man, Hitaki Kakashi. He buried the chain underground before his attack so that I would not notice it, Pain thought as Kakashi came before him his Reikiri charged and aimed at his head. Finish him Kakashi. Chusa yelled as the downed Asura Realm Pain suddenly emerged in front of Diva Realm Pain just as Kakashi struck with his Reikiri. The technique tore the Asura Pain apart but the Diva Pain escaped unharmed. Through the attack the Diva Pain was able to use his Shinra Tensei again and blow away Kakashi and the Akamichis. It would seem that you're finished now, Diva Pain said looking down at Kakashi who was buried up to his chest in debris and rumble. You don't appear to be a shadow clone either. This time you will indeed die. Pain looked around and saw Chusa and Choji down as well and then looked down at his feet to see a board with several nails in it, obviously it came from one of the buildings that had been destroyed. He began to use his technique to pull the nails out of the board as he looked over at Kakashi. He is still dangerous so I will use caution, Pain thought as he aimed a nail at Kakashi's head. You will now know what true pain is, the man said and then fired the nail toward Kakashi. Yamanaka Inoichi was hard at work diving deep into the mind of the main that Jiraiya had captured. He had seen many memories including the woman known as Conan talking to the two men who were carrying around corpses for the woman. One corpse was a woman as well. Ino had watched on as the squad was hard at work when Shizune suddenly entered the room. Hokage-sama has ordered me to exchange some information, Shizune announced. What have you learned? The scarred man known as Ibiki asked. Yes, I'll explain everything. If we combine all our information we should finally get some answers, Shizune said to the man. Little did they all know but the animal and human realm teens had just dropped onto the roof of their building. Meanwhile a slightly battered Choji stood over his fallen father as tears poured down his face. Dad, you covered me. Choji cried but was interrupted. See Choji, if you can still move then you must inform Tsunade-sama about this pain's powers, Kakashi told the teen weakly. Kakashi-sensei. Choji managed to spit out looking at the man in shock. You don't have time to be shocked, do that later, you have to run. You have to get to Tsunade-sama. Kakashi proclaimed. Don't let your father's sacrifice go to waste. You're a pretty tough one after all, the broken and mangled Asura Realm Pain said as it aimed toward Choji and fired a missile. Damn, he's aiming for Choji. Kakashi cursed aloud. Choji, run, Kakashi yelled. Thank you for protecting me Dad. Choji stood up and performed several hand signs. Akamichi Keita, Sumiyakaheki. Choji yelled and then took off in an incredible burst of speed as the missile followed behind him. With so little chakra left I won't be able to completely destroy that pain's body, and if I use it again that'll be it. Everything I have left, almost definitely, die. Kakashi thought as he opened his Sharingan eye and produced his own version of the Mangekyo Sharingan. But that doesn't matter, I have to make sure that information reaches Tsunade-sama. Kakashi proclaimed and used the rest of his strength to completely absorb the missile and allow Choji to escape. He must have used that same technique to save himself from Diva Realm's attack, the Asura Pain thought. Well, this is it for me. Obito. Rin, Kakashi thought to himself as he started to remember the past. Flashback. I don't care what the villagers say. You're a great ninja, Kakashi remember looking down at Obito who was crushed by a boulder saving Kakashi. I'm dying, but I'll be your eyes. And keep on watching. Take care of Rin, Obito had told his teammate. End of flashback. Obito, I'm sorry. It looks like you won't be able to be my eyes any longer. I wasn't able to protect Rin either. I broke my promise to you. Forgive me. Obito, Rin, sensei. I guess I'll be there soon. Kakashi had said as he wandered down a dark road. Kakashi suddenly stopped at the light he saw up ahead and a figure sitting down by a fire. Ah, that you Kakashi? The figure asked. So this is where you've been, Kakashi said arriving and then sat down next to figure. So will you tell me about yourself? The figure asked. Certainly, but it's going to take a while, Kakashi replied with a smile. That all right, Dad. With that the remaining life left the man's eyes and his body went limp. The animal pain began using a summoning jutsu and the human realm charged toward its target. Meanwhile Shizune was finishing her explanation of their discovery. They're transferring chakra to each other. That sounds similar to our clan's abilities, Ino asked. Just then a giant rhino burst its head through the building, shocking everyone. At that moment many miniature Katsuyus appeared and attached themselves to Ino, Shizune, and everyone in the room. I made it just in time, the slug said. You have my gratitude, Katsuyu. Shizune replied. What is this? An enemy? Ino asked, slightly freaked out. Relax girl, it's the Hokage's summon, Katsuyu, Ibiki told the girl. The rhino and suddenly a three-headed dog proceeded to completely rip off the roof of the build, causing most of the building to crumble. Inoichi was in for a shock when he looked upward and saw the corpse of the girl he had seen in the memories of the man that Jiraiya had brought back, looking down upon then, very much alive. No doubt about, that's the girl, Inoichi said aloud. But what's going on? Inoichi-san, what do you mean? Shizune asked. That was definitely a corpse and now it's alive and using summoning jutsu, Inoichi replied. Shizune thought back to some of the things that Fukusaku had said about the fight Jiraiya had with Pain and how each Pain only had one ability and the corpse he sent back to Konoha happened to be the summoner. I need to know more, Inoichi-san, and maybe we can figure this out, Shizune proclaimed. Then go, the assassination squad, and I will hold them off, Ibiki told the group. Ino, Shizune and Inoichi took the opportunity to flee. For the moment we'll head to the cipher department, Shizune told the two Yamanakas as the two giant summons began to charge at the small group. It is us you'll be fighting. Ibiki claimed, getting the animal realm Pain's attention as he and several Anbu members stayed behind. Naruto was running through the field with Fukusaku hopping alongside him while trying to gather natural energy. The result was that Naruto would start to change into a frog and the elder would clobber him. Damn, I can do this, Naruto spat. Naruto-chan, take a break, I can't keep up with you like this, the elder replied. No, I can't do that, I have to keep going to make up for all the time I'm wasting. Naruto proclaimed. Look Naruto-chan, I've never tried anything like this before, trying to run and gather natural energy which takes perfect stillness to do. It's almost like looking right and left at the same exact time. That's it, Naruto yelled happily, leaving the elder confused. Someone who wasn't looking happy was the fifth Hokage. Through Katsuyu user her chakra she could feel all the damage inflicted to the village and especially the people in it. It was then that Choji arrived on the scene. Tsunade-sama, Choji shouted, getting the woman's attention. We've figured out one of the Pain's powers, the boy told the older woman. Tell me Choji, Tsunade replied. A man aged 25 to 30, he has 6 piercings in his nose and 7 in his ears, he uses some sort of gravitation and repulsion power, the boy told her. He can draw anything toward him and repel anything away from him including all attacks, but he has a 5-second interval between usages. That's great work Choji, we can save more people now, we'll use Katsuyu to relay that message, Tsunade commanded. My dad's team provided backup for Kakashi. I think I'm the only one who survived, Choji told the woman. Choji, go back to your father and take him to the hospital immediately, if you hurry we can still save him, the woman replied. Why you mean my father is still? Tears of joy filled the teen's eyes. Yes, but please hurry. Tsunade told the teen. Sakura was busy running around help anyone she could. The girl was getting tired from all the chakra she had been using. The teen had pulled a man from some rumble when a voice came from behind her. Where is Uzumaki Naruto? Diva Pain asked in a demanding manner. Why you won't get him? Sakura replied as she turned to face him, fear very much in her voice. Then die, Diva Pain replied as he shot a nail that he had carried with him from his fight with Kakashi at the girl. Sakura knew she could dodge, closed her eyes waiting for the end as she thought about the man she loved. Sasuke-kun, the girl waited for several moments before cracking her eyes open. She looked up to the familiar fan on the back of a familiar blue jacket. Sakura, take that man and get him out of here. You should be at the hospital attending to the injured, Sasuke said to the girl, his head only turned slightly to look at her, a smirk on his face. Sasuke-kun, Sakura managed to say, still in slight shock. Now Sakura, please go, you have an important job to do, Sasuke told the girl. But Sasuke-kun, I can't leave you here with this guy, Sakura replied, concern deep in her voice. Don't underestimate me, I'll be fine, but I need you to leave and stay safe if I'm going to fight at my full potential, Sasuke told the girl. Fine, but please be careful and don't die on me, Sakura replied, picking up the injured man and running off. Sasuke turned his attention back to the man before him, his Sharingan eyes active and ready. Sorry Sakura, don't know if I can promise you that, Sasuke thought as blood began to drip onto the ground below his feet. his shirt and jacket started to darken with the red liquid around the left side where one of his kidneys would be. Another Sharingan. I've dealt with one already a very short time ago, Diva Pain told the teen. It also took me a while to inflict serious damage to him, whereas you show up, and almost die immediately. So you fought Kakashi. Oh, and don't worry about me, I'm not really hurt that badly, the teen lied. Yes, I've already dealt with Hitaki Kakashi, and as for you, there is no need to act bravely, you're going to die, Pain replied. Shut up already and let's do this, Sasuke told the many as he readied himself for combat. Chapter 23. The Fallen Heroes. The Return of the Sun. A badly wounded Sasuke prepares for battle again. Diva Realm Pain, the same man whom Kakashi felt earlier. Now it's Sasuke's turn. Chidori. Sasuke yelled and charged in only to be fired back harshly, his body embedded into a building. Useless, Diva Pain told the teen. Chidori Senbon. Sasuke yelled, firing the chakra needles in only for Pain to dodge and then proceed to pull the teen toward him as he produced a chakra rod and prepared to pierce the boy's body. Sasuke, seeing this, used his feet to block the stab and turned his body, allowing his feet to snap the rod and spin out and land on feet, only to be met with a kick that the teen caught with his hands and used to jump up into the air on over and behind Pain. Now, Chidori. Sasuke yelled from close range, stabbing the attack forward hoping to pierce the man. Pain, however, caught the teen's hand and arm with his own and held it under his armpit and then broke the boy's arm, causing him to scream. Shinra Tensai. Diva Pain shouted, hitting Sasuke with the full force of the attack, sending flying backward, bouncing into the ground repeatedly before crashing through some debris and skidding to a halt several feet away. You, just like Kakashi, will know pain. The man used his technique to pull Sasuke up and off the ground straight at him. He produced another rod and this time pierced the raven-haired teen fully in the chest. The teen gasped and threw up blood and then was harshly tossed aside off the rod and onto the ground, where blood began to dampen the floor around him. Damn, 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 Naruto. Sakura, Sasuke thought for a moment. His eyes returned to normal, no longer able to maintain his Sharingan. His eyes began to blur as he saw the man before him begin to walk away. Sasuke reached out and grabbed the man by the leg. Not letting you get away yet, Sasuke said, looking up at the man weakly but with a smile on his face. Reikohara, Sasuke weakly said as electricity shot out and around his entire body, sending bolts of electricity through the body of the man he held onto tightly. At least I can say I accomplished something, Sasuke managed to say before the boy went limp and the light vanished from his eyes. Foolish child. A god feels no pain, Diva Pain said, looking down at the fallen teen before starting to walk off, seemingly unaffected by Sasuke's final attack. However, moments later, a certain person who was hidden somewhere outside the village coughed up a bunch of blood. Foolish, but admirable, the man said. The pain known as the Pratosphere stood before the corpse of the previous animal realm Pain. The man held all the removed chakra receivers in one hand and looked down at the corpse for a moment before noticing a canister landed next to his foot. The canister exploded in a blinding flash of light. Gatsuga. Kiba and his mom yelled as they, along with Akamaru and Kuromaru, attacked the Pratosphere Pain only for him to use the corpse as a shield. Mom, above you, Kiba yelled, point to where the Pain was in the top corner of the room. I already know, Kiba, the woman replied. It's just as we heard, this one doesn't like physical attacks. Diva Pain had continued down the streets of Konoha, killing random shinobi when they wouldn't answer his questions on the whereabouts of Naruto. Pain finally reached the Hokage's area. He sensed that Tsunade was on the roof and was about to make his presence to her known when a shower of weapons rained down upon him. The man blew all the weapons away and looked around to see the newly arrived group. The original team guy, if you will, stood before the man ready to face him. Good job tracking him before he could attack Tsunade-sama, Neji, Guy told his former student. Let's stop this villain with our flames of youth, Lee shouted. Team Guy attack, Guy shouted as the team charged in. The weapons mistress charged, firing in a barrage of weapons as Neji charged in, readying a Juken strike. Konoha Daizenpu. Guy and Lee yelled in unison as all four members attacked Pain at the exact same time. No more interference. Feel pain and disappear, Pain shouted. Shinra Tensai. The man used his technique yet again as the four members of Team Guy came in with their attacks. The force of Pain's attack fired them all through the air in different directions and through various building, debris and anything else in their way. The man then once again turned his attention his previous task and jumped upward and then finally landed on the ground behind Tsunade, who was kneeling in the middle of a ceiling circle surrounded by Anbu. The ground were immediately alerted to the man's presence and charged into attack, and as always, like most of his victims, found them violently thrown away. Greetings Tsunade-sama. It's been a long time. You're the last one left of those legendary three, the man said coldly to the older woman. I've been wanting to talk to you. You're One of those children, Tsunade said in shock as she thought back to the time she had met the 3 child who would soon become Jiraiya's pupils. I see you remember me. Now then, where is Uzumaki Naruto? Diva Pain asked the woman. There is no use in hiding him, I've obtained most of the beasts already. I already know that Konoha has the Kyuubi, and even if it is true that the demon inside him is gone, I still wish to take him and see if we can use him for our goals. I also know that the Ikibi is here now as well. Akatsuki will have them, the man proclaimed. Tell me where Naruto is. This is your last warning. You'll never have him and we'll use every ounce of strength we have to face you. Also, you're wrong about one thing. You'll never get what you want the most, Tsunade told the man. If you think your Konoha shinobi can protect Naruto forever. The man started to reply but was quickly interrupted. That's not it, Tsunade shouted. Naruto is strong. Shizune and her group had managed to get away for the moment and were now going over their information while they had the chance. There are a total of 6 pains, each use a different technique. You said that the female pain is the summoner. That means that the pain Jiraiya-sama defeated was brought back through her, Shizune explained to the group. That girl was definitely dead when they brought her to that tower in the Rain Village, Inoichi added. When you saw her, did she already have any of these in her body? Shizune asked, showing the man one of the chakra receivers that retrieved from the previous animal realm pain's body. No, she did not, Inoichi replied. Then, just as Fukusaku-sama said, pain can revive the dead and control the bodies with these chakra receivers. It's possible that every one of these receivers is in a dead body, and if these are receivers then there must be a transmitter somewhere, Shizune told the group. So in other words, there is someone controlling the bodies from somewhere in the shadows, so maybe that's what the code meant. But doesn't that mean there's another one of these guys out there somewhere then? Ino asked. I suspected as much, but I really hoped it wasn't true, Shizune replied. It's a little bit like our clan's ability to control a person, but we can only do it one person at a time, Inoichi added. In any case then, if it's at all like our techniques, then the person controlling them has to be somewhere nearby or he wouldn't be able to control them all that well, Ino also added. So then he must be hiding somewhere in the village. We must let Tsunade-sama know immediately, Shizune proclaimed when suddenly the human realm pain jumped down and in the middle of their little group. The group scattered, and as the dust cleared, Inoichi, Ino, and an Anbu member that had been traveling with them were on one side and the human realm pain was on the other side, his hand on Shizune's head. Don't make a move or this girl dies, the human realm pain said to the others. Oh, interesting. Mayuboku Mountain is it? He read her mind by just having his hand on her head. Ino shouted in shock. Human realm pain then proceeded to rip the soul right out of Shizune's body, killing her instantly. Shizune, Ino yelled with tears in her eyes as the woman's body fell to the ground lifelessly. The man then jumped away and out of sight. It wasn't just there, all around the village the other pains fled. All except one, Diva Realm Pain still stood before the Hokage. So it would seem that Naruto isn't here after all, Pain announced. What? Tsunade could only muster in shock at hearing Pain announce where Naruto was. Mayuboku Mountains is the village of the toads, I believe, Pain said aloud. I guess I no longer need to be here, I can always come back for the Ikibi later, if you do indeed have him as well, the man threatened as he turned to walk away. Ah yes, and one last thing. The chakra in your feet is to guard against my technique. I can assume you know my powers then, correct? Pain commented. Everything is meaningless in the face of overwhelming power. You the great nations have proven that. You think you're the only ones who matter and you think you are capable of putting off your own deaths. But your peace has made you all foolish and thoughtless. If you kill someone, someone else will kill you. Hatred is what binds you. Enough with your garbage, Tsunade replied with anger in her voice. War. It brings pain and injury and death to both sides. The man replied. The great nations have all suffered as well. I've had enough of your accusations, Tsunade shouted. Don't make me laugh. I want you to feel pain, to think about pain, to accept and know it, the man proclaimed as he jumped into the air. He's up to something, Tsunade said, concern and even a bit of fear in her voice. The woman was shocked when someone placed their hand on her shoulder. Don't worry, leave this part to me. This village is my home, and I won't let him destroy it. The voice turned out to be that of Gaara. His glass yari, bracers, and shin guards were already gone, meaning they had been converted into sand. Pain floated high above the village and raised his arms above his head. I will give this world even more pain, the man proclaimed from high in the air. Shinra Tensai, the man shouted. An enormous explosion occurred within the village, destroying everything, and was supposed to encompass the entire village. Instead, however, the Hokage's tower and several hundred feet around it was completely destroyed, and in its place a giant crater, but surrounding the impact zone was an enormous wall made of pure sand that protected the rest of the surrounding village, and the bottom of the crater was a dome made of sand that crumbled to reveal a heavily bleeding, red-haired shinobi. Both his hands were touching the ground like he had just completed a jutsu. Kyusei Amatsu Suna Cave, the redhead stated weakly before collapsing to the ground as Tsunade jumped down by the boy. The giant sand wall began to crumble and return to the ground, revealing the protected village. Pain landed on the group and looked on at the damage or a lack thereof. That last Shinra Tensei should have destroyed the entire village. So that must be Sabaku no Gaara then, Pain said looking down at the bloody and unconscious teen. I'll need him to come as well then. Like hell you will, Tsunade shouted and turned to the downed teen. She looked down at him and tears formed in her eyes. He absorbed the enormous blast meant to destroy the village. I'm the Hokage who's supposed to be willing to die for her village, and yet these kids are doing more than I could ever do. A strange and sudden sensation washed over Naruto as he felt his heart skip a beat and then his body surge with chakra for a moment. The seal, Naruto thought, realizing that he was reacting to a certain seal he had placed on Gaara before he left. Hey old toad, we've got to get back to Konoha and right away. Naruto proclaimed. What's wrong Naruto-chan? Fukasaku asked. Gaara's lost consciousness, that means something has happened. We got to go, Naruto told the toad. Right, thankfully Shima is already out and nearby Konoha gathering supplies. The three of us together will be able to summon something pretty strong, so get ready. Fukasaku told the teen. The elder toad Shima, Fukasaku's wife, stood on the outskirts of the village. She looked in and was shocked at all the damage all around. What is this? What's happened? Shima said aloud when another toad appeared behind the female toad. Fukasaku-sama sent me to tell you that we need a summons. The toad proclaimed. Down in the crater, Diva Realm, Pain and Tsunade stared each other down. In that moment several familiar leaf shinobi arrived beside Tsunade, who was sweating profusely. Tsunade-sama, what happened here? A female voice asked the older woman. Is that Gaara? The voice asked. No way, Gaara-kun. Another voice added. Tsunade turned her head slightly and noticed that it was Temari, Kankuro and Akina who had arrived. Did this bastard do that to Gaara-kun? If so, I'll tear him apart. Akina yelled fiercely and started to charge in. Akina-chan, you stay where you are. Tsunade proclaimed. Kankuro, grab Gaara and then you guys get back, this man is very dangerous, Tsunade ordered. Kankuro immediately did as he was told and retrieved his brother, and he along with his sister and Akina backed away. Do you think I'll let you get away? Pain asked as he started to raise his hand to perform one of his ability when a small female toad suddenly jumped out and into the crater. Kuchio's number jutsu, the female toad proclaimed, and a giant puff of smoke enveloped the whole area. After several moments the smoke cleared to reveal Naruto in sage mode, wearing red cloak with black flames at the bottom and a giant scroll strapped to his back. Standing beside him was Fukasaku, and they happened to be standing atop the head of Gamabunta with two other giant toads standing with them, Gamaken and another toad known as Gamahiro. Naruto had returned and he was focused and ready to make Pain pay. Chapter 24. Sage Naruto explodes. Naruto vs Pain. Naruto stood atop Gamabunta and surveyed the damage caused to the village. The Leaf Village looks like it's been having a tough time, Fukasaku said looking up at the teen. I feel the same exact presence as when I fought with Jiraiya-chan, so it is obvious who is behind all this. Various people pulled themselves out of the wreckage. While the village was spared total destruction, there were still many people who were caught in the blast range. What the hell is this? Shikamaru asked to nobody in particular as he pulled himself upright and tried to stand. The teen fell onto his butt after he couldn't put any pressure on his legs, the girl Shiho seated beside him. Are you alright Shikamaru? Nara Shikaku asked his son as he suddenly landed beside him. Yay, my leg's broken though, the teen replied. Various other areas that were caught in the blast, such as where Choji was with his father, Tenten, Guy, Lee, and Neji, who had all been previous shot in various directions from their first encounter with Diva Realm Pain, were pulling themselves as well as others out of the rumble and debris left behind. Neji-ni-san, are you alright? Hinata asked the teen after successfully pulling him free of debris. What about you? Neji asked. Don't worry about me, I just arrived, but we've got to tend to your injuries, the girl said with concern in her voice. Pain and Naruto's eyes locked after the smoke had started to clear. This is good. You've saved me the trouble of going to look for you, Pain told the teen. Outside the village, Animal Realm Pain had just finished summoning Conan and the other Peens to her. The Pain known as the Woeful State stood over the mangled and destroyed Asura Realm Pain and then summoned up a giant demonic-looking face that reached out and grabbed the body and swallowed it. A moment later the Asura Realm Pain emerged back at 100%. Nagato, why do you insist on such madness? Conan asked. Because this is my justice. The animal realm Pain answered and then was launched into the air by the Asura realm Pain. Focusing all of his chakra into the Diva realm has better results, but it is just too risky. And it's also taking longer for the other 5 bodies to recover. The woman known as Conan then began to turn into paper and disappear. The animal realm Pain was flung high above the battleground and performed several hand signs. Kuchio's number jutsu. The female Pain yelled as suddenly the remaining Pains appeared before the Diva realm Pain and then landed in line with the other bodies. It would seem that all 6 are here now, Fukusaku said to Naruto, who looked on indifferent about the whole thing. It was just then that Tsunade walked past the giant group of toads and Naruto and stood before Pain. The woman looked slightly weaker than normal and much more exhausted, having constantly been using all her chakra to protect and heal the village inhabitants. Tsunade-chan, the elder toad called out to her. I am the 5th Hokage and I will never forgive you for what you've done to my village and its people. Tsunade shouted at the man before her. It would seem you now understand a little more about Pain. But unfortunately, I have no use for you, Pain replied as the Asura realm Pain suddenly appeared before Tsunade, about to pierce her with its saw blade-like tail. Suddenly, right before it could attack the Hokage, it was smashed into the ground with a great force. Naruto, his rasengan in hand, burrowed down and into Asura realm Pain, smashing him to pieces. Tsunade, who was now sitting on the ground, looked up and for a moment she swore she saw an outline of both Jiraiya and the 4th Hokage. There's no need for our Hokage to deal with trash like this. Nei-chan, go somewhere and grab a cup of tea or sake or something, the teen told the woman with his back still facing her. Let's settle this once and for all, you piercing freak. Naruto shouted. Gamakichi, come and take Nei-chan to safety. Naruto yelled as the toad jumped down and scooped the woman into his arms. You got it, the toad replied. Naruto, please take Katsuyu with you, she'll be able to give you information on Pain, Tsunade told the teen as Fukusaku carefully grabbed the slug from the weakened woman. Nei-chan, tell everyone in the village not to interfere. I'll handle this myself, the teen told the woman as Gamakichi hopped away. Shima and Fukusaku hopped up into the giant scroll strapped around Naruto's back. Fukusaku tucked the little slug version of Katsuyu in a pocket on Naruto's cloak. I can't feel Kakashi-sensei or Sasuke. Gaara too is hurt really bad, Naruto said, getting a feeling of the area around him. Kuchio's number jutsu. The animal realm Pain shouted. A giant rhino appeared and charged at the teen. Naruto calmly, yet forcefully grabbed the charging rhino by its horn and flung it high into the air. Animal realm Pain then summoned the giant 3-headed dog and a giant bull. The beasts charged and the 2 elder toads jumped into the air. Senpo, Kawazunaki. The toads yelled in unison and then unleashed an immensely powerful sound wave that stopped the 2 beasts in their tracks. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto yelled, producing 2 shadow clones that ran along behind him and formed 2 gigantic-looking rasengans. Senpo, Odama Rasengan. The 2 clones yelled as they struck the giant beasts, also throwing them into the air just like the rhino. It was then that the 3 giant toads, Gamabunta, Gamaken, and Gamehiro jumped into the air with their weapons drawn and destroyed the 3 summoned beasts that were in the air. All the while Naruto started his next attack, charging in at the Pain known as the Pratosphere Pain. Naruto-chan, this one absorbs ninjutsu techniques, the elder toad told the teen. Alright then, frog fu it is. Naruto replied. The teen threw a punch at the saw time. The Pain body attempted a stabbing strike with one of his chakra rods. Both the strike and the punch missed, but the force of Naruto's power shot the Pain body outward in a spin. The Pain body collided with the ground and came to a stop just as the 3 giant toads' hand landed. I'm putting an end to this. Naruto yelled and produced 2 new shadow clones. I see you've become a sage just like Jiraiya-sensei, Diva Pain said to the boy. Sensei. Naruto replied, looking confused for a moment. Yes, I studied under his as well, he was my master also, the man told the teen. We both had the same teacher, so we should be able to understand each other. It was our master that wanted peace. Don't make me laugh, you freak, just look what you've done to my village. Naruto yelled as with the help of his shadow clones he now held his Rasenshuriken above his head and on hand. Gamakichi hopped away for several minutes before coming to a stop at Konoha Hospital. The hospital as well as everything else in the village was looking banged up from the attacks by Pain. Immediately upon his arrival, Sakura noticed the giant toad and who he was carrying. Tsunade-sama, Sakura called out with concern in her voice as she ran back onto the streets to attend to her teacher. The old woman's chakra had finally run out and went unconscious, no longer able to keep up her jutsu that kept her looking young. She reverted back to an older, more wrinkled and aged form. Sakura held her teacher tightly as tears dropped from her eyes. Thank you for all your hard work, Tsunade-sama, the girl whispered, holding the woman, and then looked in the direction of where the battle was occurring. How do you call all of this peaceful, you pierced freak? Naruto called out to the man known as Pain with anger in his voice. Look at the boy's chakra, did you teach him this? Shima asked her husband and fellow elder. No, I've never seen anything like this before, the elder replied as they watched the teen successfully launch the attack throwing it at Pain. He threw it. How is it even possible to throw such a dense and violently spinning chakra? The elder wondered as they all watched the attack head straight at Pain. Human realm Pain pulled the animal realm Pain and threw her to safety as the other Pains jumped out of the way. The attack struck the human realm Pain, ripping him in half. At the same time, the animal realm Pain managed to summon a giant falcon-like creature as she was flung through the air. The bird attacked Naruto, causing him to leap into the air and the bird collide with the ground. Shima quickly, I know what we have to do. We must cut off the connection they have with the Rinnegan. Fukasaku told his wife as Pain continued to observe Naruto's actions. It would seem that he lost quite a bit of power with that technique. It must have used up a great deal of sage chakra, Pain thought as Naruto landed in front of the animal realm Pain. Damn, I'm almost out of sage chakra, I've got to hurry and take care of this one too, Naruto said and quickly formed a rasengan in both of his hands. Double rasengan. Naruto yelled, striking the female Pain with both attacks. The female Pain dropped to the ground and did not get back up. Naruto panted, his eyes reverting to normal, signifying that he was no longer in sage mode. Nearby, many people were observing the fight and many watched in awe of the teen's actions. What's going on? Is there a fight somewhere? Shikamaru asked, unable to stand and see the fight due to his injuries. It's Naruto-kun, he's battling with Pain, Katsuyu told the teen. Naruto, when did he get back? Shikamaru asked. That doesn't matter, but he is back and has mastered the sage arts and is now facing Pain by himself, the slug replied. Damn it, I can't do anything with my leg busted like this, Shikamaru cursed, the frustration obvious in his voice. Naruto stood before the Diva realm Pain, still panting. The man looked over at the teen still studying the boy. It seems that was the end of your sage mode, was it? Pain said to the boy. Damn, even in sage mode I can only manage 2 shots with my Rasenshuriken. So with 2 peens left that only gives me a total of 4 shots, Naruto said in low tone. Naruto-chan's come out of sage mode, we've got to hurry and fuse with the boy. Shima shouted to her husband. We can't actually, the toad replied as Diva realm Pain charged at the teen. But don't you worry, cause we found a way without him needing to fuse with us, the elder said as Naruto quickly took off his scroll and tossed it over to where the elder toads were. Let's do this, Naruto proclaimed as Pain was still charging in at the boy. Naruto began dodging strikes by the Diva realm Pain. Back off for a bit Naruto, I'll get him. Gamabunta shouted. Don't worry about it, I'm about to re-enter sage mode, boss toad. Naruto replied, still dodging the attacks, just as the elder toad unraveled the scroll and summoned a clone that was still mediating back on the mountains. Naruto-chan, he's here, release the technique. Fukasaku called out to the teen. Naruto then caused the clone to dispel. At the same time, Pain attempted to stab him with his chakra rod. Naruto immediately blocked the attack, broke the rod and landed a kick that sent Pain flying. Naruto looked up and revealed that he was once again in sage mode. The teen summoned 2 clones and once again formed the Rasenshuriken and fired it at Diva realm Pain. The attack was about to strike when suddenly the prey to sphere Pain, whom Naruto thought he took out, jumped in front of the attack and absorbed it. What the hell? I know I took that dude out before, Naruto cursed and then looked over at the Pain known as the woeful state and saw a giant face emitting chakra. I get it now, that old toad said one of the Pains brought the other Pain's arrow Sennin killed back to life. That must be his ability. That's why that Pain has stayed out of the battle mostly. Something else also troubles me. That other Pain, the one capable of pulling stuff toward him and repelling, has been using his abilities. I wonder why that is. Oh well, screw it, I got to take out that other Pain that can revive the others first and foremost, Naruto stated. You two toss some smoke bombs. Naruto commanded his clones as he formed a Rasengan in both hands once again. The smoke bombs covered Naruto and his clones in smoke, alerting the remaining Pain bodies. From out of the smoke a Rasenshuriken sped toward them and the prey to sphere Pain readied himself to absorb the attack when it sudden dispelled in a puff of smoke to reveal what Pain thought was the real Naruto. Naruto tackled the prey to sphere Pain and as the two went down another Rasenshuriken was right behind them, heading directly toward the Diva realm Pain. Yes, there's no way he can dodge that, Naruto proclaimed. Just then however, Diva realm Pain's powers recovered and he easily repelled the attack. Senpo, double Rasengan, Naruto suddenly shouted, appearing above the woeful state Pain and driving the attack down and on top of him, smashing him into the ground. He did it. There's only 2 now, Gamabunta proclaimed. Naruto then charged Diva Pain and was about to strike when Pain retaliated. Shinra Tensai, Pain yelled, throwing both the real Naruto and the Naruto clone dispelled it and sending the real Naruto into the ground. The 3 giant toads took that moment to prepare and attack Pain. Are you alright, Naruto-chan? Fukasaku asked. Yes, but hell, what gives? He wasn't using his abilities before and now he is, Naruto spat angrily. If it's the same technique he used to do this much damage to the village, then maybe he was unable to use it for a while due to the strain, Fukasaku replied. So then, now what do I do? I can't use ninjutsu or attack him directly anymore, the teen said, looking on at the Diva Realm Pain's actions. Naruto-kun, according to Choji-kun, that Pain has a 5-second interval between uses, Katsuyu told the teen. Just 5 seconds, huh? Naruto asked. It looks like we'll have to use the genjutsu again like we did with Jiraiya-chan, Fukasaku interrupted. But how do we do that? I can't even use genjutsu, Naruto told the elder. Don't you worry, leave that to me and Ma, the elder replied as the 3 giant toads attempted to strike Pain only to feel the full force of Pain's ability and were shot fiercely through the air and out of the village. The 3 toads collided with parts of the village wall, and then onward through the surrounding forests. Whoa, what the hell was that? Kiba asked, looking at his mom as they had just arrived to check on things at the hospital where Choji had just arrived with his injured father and Sakura, who was frantically attending to injured patients. Naruto-kun is fighting Pain, one of the Katsuyu slugs announced to the group. Naruto is fighting him, Choji asked, looking shocked. Another one of the toads had just flown overhead of Hinata and Neji, who had their Byakugans active and were watching the battle. I can't believe it, Naruto really is fighting that maniac by himself, Neji stated as Hinata started to run toward the battle. Hinata-sama, no, stop, the teen called out to her. But Neji ni-san. He's fighting for all of us. I have to help him, the girl replied. I understand, Hinata-sama, but if you go out there now you could get hurt or worse and seriously affect Naruto's ability to fight. You more than anyone else is his most important person, if something were to happen to you then. Neji started but decided not to finish as he looked over at the teen, who looked down sadly as if she had been defeated. Naruto-kun, please, the girl thought to herself, thinking only of the man she loved. Damn, they even got the boss, Naruto cursed as he watched the carnage that had happened before him. Naruto-chan, we're going to start the genjutsu, but the technique itself takes a while, we're going to need some time, the elder toad told the teen. Alright then, I'll go while you gather the chakra you need to clobber this jerk, Naruto replied as he readied himself. But Naruto-chan, remember you only have one more clone left on the mountains with your sage chakra ready for you. If you use him up, then you'd have to sit perfectly still to get more, and even then you only have 5 more minutes of sage chakra left. You might still be in sage mode now for the moment, but you have to remember to use what you have left wisely, the elder warned the teen. Don't worry, you guys just focus on gathering your sage chakra, Naruto replied. You are indeed a powerful foe, nobody has countered my powers to this degree ever. However, the man stated to the shock of Naruto. Bansho Tenin, the man said calmly, and Naruto suddenly felt himself being pulled toward Pain. The Preta Sphere Pain landed a punch to Naruto's gut and the spun around him and helped hold the teen in place so that he couldn't move. It's time I put an end to this, the man proclaimed. But have no fear, I shall not kill you, even with or without the Kyuubi I have a use for you. Please, this doesn't hurt a bit, give my sage mode a little more credit, will you? Naruto stated. Why yes, your sage mode is to be respected indeed, the man responded as the Preta Sphere Pain began to drain the chakra from Naruto's body. Damn, you can drain chakra directly as well. Naruto wondered aloud as he felt his chakra being sucked from his body and he started to weaken. Naruto's body began to slump. It would seem that I've succeeded in your capture, the man stated. No, not yet, I'm not done yet, Naruto proclaimed and then began to focus and draw in even more sage chakra. Naruto lost his sage mode, but the Pain who was holding Naruto suddenly began to change and turn toad-like. Yay, in case you didn't know, sage chakra isn't easy to handle, Naruto told the diva Pain, who for a moment seemed stunned at the sight of his Preta Sphere body changing forms and then turning to stone. Naruto then proceeded to break free, shattering the stone statue of the Pain body. I see, Senjutsu chakra seems to carry its share of risks as well, Diva Pain said as he had watched the scene before him. It's just you and me now, Naruto declared. No, not quite, Diva Pain replied. What do you mean by that? Naruto asked. All of the peens you saw here are merely puppets being controlled by someone somewhere nearby, the little Katsuyu clone told the teen. Pain turned his head just then and noticed the 2 elder toads finish gathering the chakra then needed. Bansho Tenin, Pain shouted and suddenly pulled Fukasaku toward him. I won't fall for that genjutsu again, Pain proclaimed as he pierced the old toad with his chakra rod. While all of this was happening, Inoichi, and the Anbu member who was carrying the fallen Shizune arrived to Shikamaru's location. Shikamaru, Ino called out to her former teammate. Ino, you guys are all okay? Shikamaru asked and then noticed her suddenly look sad. Well, I wouldn't say we're all okay, Ino replied sadly looking over at Shizune's body. I see. A lot has happened to you guys then, Shikamaru commented. If we had only been more careful, Ino cried. Ino, we can't let her sacrifice go to waste. We have to finish unraveling the mystery behind Pain, Shikamaru replied. The best thing we can all do right now is try and uncover the location of where Pain's real body is, Inoichi added. Inoichi, surely someone of your skill can trace the chakra's signature back to its source. Shikaku asked. I've already tried. The enemy keeps switching the frequency of his chakra, making it untraceable, the man replied. Tu-chan, Shima yelled at the sight of her husband lifelessly attached to Diva Pain's chakra rod. Damn you! Naruto reckless charged in with a punch. Pain dodged it and then flung the lifeless elder off his chakra rod. Naruto turned and ran and caught the toad before he could collide with the ground. Naruto gently sat the toad down only to be harshly pulled in. Pain grabbed the teen by the throat and then slammed the teen into the ground with a great force. Pain then took the teen by his hands, turned him onto his stomach and stabbed his hands together into the ground with a chakra rod. Naruto felt the odd chakra of Pain's course through him for a moment and then looked up at the man. Now, will you settle down and obey me, boy? Pain asked looking down at the helpless teen. Damn you, what the hell are you? Naruto shouted. Why are you doing all this? Why you ask? Events always occur throughout time and without warning. It is only after an event has passed that things can become clearer. Very well then, in your current situation, I believe I can spare some time and speak to you, the man stated. So why ask why am I doing this? If I explained my motives to you, that won't change anything at all. But then again, perhaps I should tell you. You see, my ultimate goal is something that even Jiraiya-sensei couldn't achieve. As I had said earlier, I wish to achieve peace and justice in the world, the man told Naruto. Why, you're totally insane. Peace and justice. What about Ero-sennin, Kakashi-sensei, and all my friends that you've hurt? Naruto shouted. After everything you've done, how in the hell can you talk about peace and justice? Then tell me, what is your goal? Pain asked. I'm going to kick your sorry ass. Naruto shouted. Then I'll bring peace to the shinobi world. I see. That is a good goal and it certainly is a just one at that, Pain replied. But then tell me, what about my family? What about my friend and my home? The Hidden Leaf Village isn't the only ones in the world that can talk about peace, especially not after what I did to your village is only a fraction of what your village did to mine. The man proceeded to explain to Naruto about the wars that had occurred and how it affected neighboring villages such as his. So you see, our goals are actually identical. I'm trying to bring the same peace to the world that Jiraiya-sensei had wanted. We are both the same. We do what we feel is right to achieve that peace. The justice that I sought to bring down upon this village is the same you wish to bring down upon me. We've all experienced pain, we've both experienced the same pain. We are both using revenge in the name of justice to achieve our goals. In doing this we start a new cycle of hatred. It brings forth more hatred and so on, the man continued. History will continue to repeat itself, the shinobi world will always be controlled by hatred. So tell me now, how would you face down this never-ending hatred and bring forth peace? I want to hear your answer, boy. I don't know, Naruto replied sadly. I have done everything in order to break the cycle of hatred. I've collected the powers of the Biju to create weapons powerful enough to level countries. The entire world will know pain and it will their fear of pain that will bring about peace, Pain told the teen. What are you saying? That's not real peace, it's all just a big lie. Naruto shouted. People are not intelligent enough to realize that. This is the only way I can bring about peace. But even then time will heal the people's wounds and they'll begin fighting again and thus the cycle will still continue regardless, and when that happens I'll remind them of what pain is once again and from there the cycle will always continue. That is my ultimate goal. Pain declared. Chapter 25. The Fallen Flower. Naruto's Rage. You tell me that my peace is false, but there is nothing more false than the belief that people will one day be able to truly understand each other, Pain told the downed teen. Ero-sennin believed in that. He had the faith and the belief that people could all one day come together. Naruto replied. You who have no answers yourself, have no room to talk, the man stated and then proceeded to pierce Naruto's body with several more chakra rods, completely immobilizing him. I've avoided all your vital organs and the piercings are shallow, but you will no longer be able to move on your own. Hang in there, Naruto-chan. Shima called out to the boy. No matter what he says, you can't listen to him. You were the destined child. The one who will save the world. Jiraiya-chan and Pa sacrificed themselves because they believed in you too. If you fall too, then there will never be peace. Such a noisy frog, Pain stated and shot the female toad away. You bastard, Naruto yelled. Neji and Hinata looked on and had seen everything that had transpired. Naruto. It's over now, Neji said sadly. Naruto-kun, the girl said his name softly. How come it is times like these that I can do nothing but think back to before this all happened? The girl thought back to the time when everything changed. After the Sasuke retrieval mission, her world was turned upside down. She was cast out of the Hyuga clan and Naruto took her in. He fought her father in her honor and then they soon became teammates. Then after Naruto almost died fighting Sasuke, they truly became a couple. So many things happened, they went on many dates, most of them very simple, but to her every moment with Naruto was special and they made her truly happy. Then the big date right before Naruto left for 3 years, and the promise they made to each other. Uzumaki Hinata. One day we were going to, the girl stopped her tears and decided for herself what she needed to do and ran off. Hinata-sama, where are you going? Come back. Neji pleaded with the girl but she did not listen. All right now. It is time I took you back. I'll return for the Ikibi later, Pain told the teen. It was then that the two men noticed a presence leap above and over Pain and land beside Naruto. It was at the sight of Hinata's arrival that Naruto's heart began to break. Backup is it? Pain questioned. I won't let you lay another finger on my Naruto-kun. Hinata told the man fiercely. No. Why? What are you doing here? Hurry up and get away, Hinata-chan. Naruto pleaded with the girl. No, I won't. For once I'm going to be selfish, Hinata replied. What? Naruto asked in shock. Look, I don't get it, but it doesn't matter. You can't be here, it's too dangerous. This guy's killed Ero Sennin, Kakashi Sensei, Sasuke, and so many others. Please. I'm begging you, please leave. Naruto-kun, I'm here by my own choice, I refuse to run away. You know the old me. I'd always just run away and cry. But you showed me the right path. And then from there you gave me your heart. It was always you. You changed me. You loved me. I'll never be able to repay you for everything you've done for me, Hinata told the boy. Hinata-chan, please. Just please. Naruto replied, desperation deep in his voice. I'm not leaving. I'm not running away. I'm not afraid to die to protect you. Because I'll always love you, the girl finished and then charged in at Pain. Juaho Sushiken. The girl yelled as she attempted to strike Pain only to be blown away. The girl pulled herself back to her feet and charged again. The result was the same. She tried again and again to land a strike. The girl was thrown and tossed all about, she was beaten and battered and bloody, and even then she would continuously get back up. After 10 minutes of this, Pain shot her upward and into the air and allowed her to crash harshly into the ground beside Naruto. Naruto watched in horror as his beautiful girlfriend was thrashed repeatedly, and now even after all the damage she was slowly dragging herself closer to the man she loved. You're all so foolish, Pain stated in a low tone as he watched the girl try to pull the rod out that was trapping Naruto's hands. Hinata-chan, please, stop, Naruto begged as tears fell from his face. Never, the girl replied as her strength gave out. Pain had finally seen enough and pulled the girl harshly toward him. The girl crash landed right at his feet. Pain produced another chakra rod and then stared down at the girl coldly. No, Naruto yelled. Don't do it, stop. Naruto screamed and then watched almost in slow motion as the rod struck the woman in the chest. The man pulled the rod out and blood went flying everywhere. A trail of blood slowly flowed all the way over to Naruto. I believe it was very similar to this. That my parents were killed by Konoha Shinobi right before my very eyes. Pain stated and then stared at the blonde. It was in that instant, that moment, that everything went completely dark for Naruto. The Naruto that everyone knew died, and from that death a blood-curtailing scream rung out. Naruto's eyes instantly turned complete red and his entire body was engulfed by violent and malicious red chakra, not purple but blood-red chakra. The skin on Naruto's body instantly evaporated and was nothing but the bloody chakra, and 7 tails shot out from his back, and bones began to form that were a very similar structure to that of a certain fox demon. The entire village was alerted by the evil chakra. Many who had never felt it before were frightened, and even those who had been there had a chill up their spine. Do you hate me? Pain asked, looking on at the beast with a sort of emotion on his face. A light began to shine outward from the boy and it attempted to engulf him. Pain noticed the boy reach inward and pull out the familiar necklace that the teen always wore. The boy, now transformed, crushed the necklace and then charged at Pain. Shinra Tensai. Pain shouted, attempted to blow the boy away but was shocked to see that the beast's tails had stabbed into the ground, preventing it from blowing the teen away, and then somehow fired it back on Diva Realm, Pain sending the man flying through the air. He defended against it and somehow turned it on me. Pain flew through the air and collided with a piece of the village wall. Naruto then stood there as the balls of red and blue chakra began to float in the air like bubbles. The beast then suddenly started to pull them in and combine, then forming an ominous looking black ball. Pain, using his abilities, had a huge boulder hovering over Naruto and proceeded to drop on the beast's head as he finished gathering all the chakra for the demonic-looking ball. The boulder caused the ball to explode, the power engulfed several hundred feet of the surrounding area and completely destroying it. The explosion caused the aftershock to be felt throughout the entire village. Now what the hell is going on? Nara Shikamaru asked. Naruto-kun is using what looks like the chakra of the Kyuubi despite what we've been told. I know this because one of my clones is with him, a Katsuyu clone told the group. What happened? Inoichi asked, looking concerned. Hinata-san. She was taken down right before his eyes and from there Naruto-kun lost himself afterward, Katsuyu replied. Hinata was, Shikamaru managed to say despite his shock. I see. If she was killed then. Hope hasn't totally been lost yet, Katsuyu replied. Diva Realm Pain pulled himself from out of the rumble and looked on as Naruto in his seven-tailed form also began to emerge from the wreckage. There are no words that can describe how truly wonderful the power of the Kyuubi is, Pain stated as he, tattered clothing and all, took off seemingly fleeing from the village and Naruto promptly gave chase. Neji looked on with his Byakugan. Hinata-sama. Neji muttered the fallen teen's name as Sakura suddenly arrived on the scene. Neji, are you okay? Sakura asked, looking down at the injured teen. Neji merely nodded and continued to focus on the actions of Pain and Naruto. It would seem that Naruto and Pain are leaving the village, Neji stated. Neji, is it true? Is Naruto really using seven tails? Sakura asked with fear in her voice. It is, Neji replied. Hinata-sama gave up her life to try and save Naruto. That is what triggered it, the teen said sadly. No, don't give up yet. She might still be alive. Sakura told the teen. Pain continued through the forest. Little did Naruto know that he was leading Naruto to be within range of Pain's real body so that he could use a certain technique. That's it. He's in range, Nagato stated as the Diva Pain performed another technique. Chibaku Tensai. Diva Realm Pain yelled and formed a small black ball in his hand and then shot it into the sky. The ball then began to pull everything upward, the ground, the trees, everything. The beast that was pursuing Pain also fell victim to the attack and was pulled upward and then was soon engulfed by terrain. Nagato, why did you have to take such a risk? Conan asked. It doesn't matter. What matters now is that the Kyuubi has been captured, the man replied. Naruto was deep inside his mind. The boy was on his knees holding himself tightly, his claw-like hands digging into his skin. Why? This wasn't supposed to happen, Naruto sobbed. Ero Sennin, Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke. The boy continued to cry as blood dripped down his body from the wounds he was inflicting upon himself. He killed with Hinata-chan. Hinata-chan. Naruto suddenly snapped inside his own mind and screamed outward. Hate, 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 I hate him, I hate him. Naruto screamed viciously, his eyes fully were a dark crimson. I want to destroy him. Naruto. A certain beast called out to the boy from behind his cage. The demon looked down at the child almost with sorrow in its eyes. He took her from me. I'll crush him, Naruto shouted. I need more power. The obsessed blonde screamed and then looked at the cage before him. Naruto. You have to calm yourself, the beast said to the teen that now slowly began to rise to his feet. Naruto. This isn't the way. I've watched you grow and become stronger, you've impressed me with your powers. I have even come to fully acknowledge you. In saying this, you must think this through. If you remove what little is left from the seal then I will be unleashed. Even I myself won't be able to stop it. The giant beast tried to reason with the boy who made his way almost zombie-like toward the cage. I will destroy everything, Naruto yelled. Naruto's shirt suddenly ripped open and the seal that had long been missing from his navel suddenly reappeared and then opened up. A mass of a dark, black liquid poured from the seal and into the water-like substance below. I will destroy him. Naruto let out one more scream before he approached the seal that was already over 3/4 removed from the encounter between Sasuke and Naruto over 3 years ago. Back outside of the teen's mind, the beast burst through the giant rock-like formation that had now been hovering high above the ground. The beast had 8 fully formed tails and took the complete physical form of the fox, the only difference was the last missing tail and the beast's lack of skin or fur. I see. He's even stronger than I could have imagined, Diva Realm Pain said looking on at the beast. Naruto, can you no longer be reasoned with? The beast asked the teen who was now right before the seal about to finish removing it. The beast sighed sadly at the teen. Very well then, when I am freed I will destroy the man who had caused you this tragic pain and I promise you I will leave immediately after and never been seen again. I will not hurt your village further. That's all I can do now that you can no longer hear my voice, the beast told the teen as it closed its eyes and waited for the seal to be removed. It was then that both the beast and Naruto could hear 2 voices call outward. Naruto, a strangely familiar male voice called out. Naruto-chan, a soft female voice also called out. The teen reached for the seal and began to tear it when two hands firmly, yet gently grabbed the teen's hand, forcing him to stop. The teen awoke inside his mind only to find himself seated on the ground and looking upward. He was shocked at what he saw. Standing before him was a man with bright yellow hair and blue eyes, and he wore what looked like standard shinobi pants and a junin vest, and over that he had a white cloak with red flames at the bottom. Next to the man stood a woman with long red hair and had violet eyes, and she wore a long loose-fitting dress. "Why, you're the fourth Hokage," Naruto muttered, looking up at the man. "You're my dad," the boy said quietly and then looked at the woman. "Then that would make you my mom." Chapter 26. The Family Reunion. The Rasengan that defeated God. The boy stood before the two adults totally stunned and speechless. "So it's you. I should have known you'd be capable of showing up here," the beast stated, immediately recognizing the man who essentially would end up trapping him inside of Naruto. "We'll take it from here," the man identified as the fourth Hokage replied, only slightly turning his head so that he could see the beast. "I had originally designed the seal so that we could appear if the eighth tail ever emerged. Though I will say, looking at the state of the seal, I'm surprised we were able to appear," the man said, now looking at the almost completely destroyed seal. "Please forgive me, but we're going to change scenery for a little bit," the man added, and then snapped his fingers, and Naruto and the two adults were now and appeared in a vast field of white. "Dad, Naruto started as tears fell from his face. Naruto then suddenly shocked the two adults as he punched the older man in the guy. "What the hell were you thinking? You sealed a giant fur ball in your own son. Are you freaking crazy?" Naruto yelled. "Hell, I don't even know if I should be happy or pissed right now." "I told you he'd react like that," the woman told the man with a snicker. "He's definitely my son." "Naruto, I'm sorry for all the pain I've caused by sealing the Kyuubi inside of you," Minato told his son. "I'm the son of the fourth Hokage, I can take it," Naruto replied, wiping away his tears. "You certainly are our child," Kushina said softly, only to be momentarily startled as Naruto embraced her in a hug. "Mom," Naruto cried, "I've always wanted to see my mother and hug her. I've always wanted to experience what it was like to have parents and to talk with them. There were so many things I wanted to do with you guys." "Naruto, I hate to interrupt, but our chakra won't last forever. I need to at least tell you about the seal, and your mother I'm sure wants to tell you how everything came to be," Minato interrupted sadly. "I had sealed the beast inside you because of what happened the day you were born," Minato told the teen. "Someone was lurking in the shadows, and he is the one who controlled the Kyuubi and forced the beast to attack the village. He is also the one most likely controlling everything. He was a shinobi of incredible power, and I'm sure he's the cause of everything going on right now." "But the village is already in a bad state," Naruto replied. "We know. We could see everything. I even know about Jiraiya-sensei," Minato replied. "Naruto-chan, don't go giving up hope of that beautiful girlfriend of yours either. She's a strong one, so I'll bet you she's still kicking," Kushina added, causing Naruto to look up at her, hope shining brightly in his eyes. "So, was it this pain guy that attacked the night I was born?" Naruto asked. "No, he wasn't," Minato replied. "Naruto-chan, I think it's best you hear everything concerning the night you and your sister were born," Kushina told the teen, getting his attention. Kushina began her story and explained how she was brought over from her country and how the Uzumaki and Senju clans were related. She also told the teen about how the Uzumaki clans specialized in sealing and how she taught his father many different seals, as well as how the four-element seal on Naruto came about because of the Uzumaki clan. From there she began to explain about the night he was born and how an unknown assailant attacked Minato and herself while they were focusing on Kushina giving birth. Kushina explained to Naruto how the childbirth was going to take place in a secret location rather than the hospital for risk of enemy attack. The elders as well as Minato and Kushina agreed it was for the safety of everyone. It was immediately after Akina was born that gave the assailant the brief opportunity to capture Naruto and distract Minato. It was in that struggle where Minato retrieved his son that enabled the man to summon the Kyuubi, who was under the man's complete control. "Who the hell was this guy if it wasn't Pain?" Naruto demanded. "He wore a mask, and he is most likely the leader of the Akatsuki. I believe he had hoped of killing me and my family the night you and your sister were born, to keep us from causing him trouble down the road," Minato replied. "This man was more than a match for me. I'm positive he's the one giving Pain orders." "No way. Pain hates everything Konoha stands for. His own village and family were destroyed because of something we did when he was a kid," Naruto told the man. "I see. That is all the more reason why he's being used," Minato replied. "That's crazy. Some masked dude is hiding behind Pain giving him orders. Why? What the hell for?" Naruto asked. "As long as this current shinobi remains in place, there might never be peace. Pain asked you for your resolution earlier. But figuring out an answer will be one of life's long and hard roads that must be traveled down. Wars breed from our desires to protect what we hold dear to us. As long as love exists, so will hate. While this system remains in place and unchallenged, hatred, such a monstrous hatred, will eventually give rise to another Pain, Minato told the boy. Pain. He might be Sensei's killer, but if you think about it and realize that he was created by the chaos and strife that is in our world today. To be a shinobi you must always be at war against hate. That's the truth for all of us. Jiraiya Sensei had made it his mission to end the hate. With him gone, it is now your mission. But I can't just let Pain go. I can't let him get away with everything he has done, Naruto replied sadly. Mom, Dad, what am I supposed to do? Naruto, that's something you have to figure out on your own. You're the only one who can come up with an answer to that. Naruto, we believe in you, you have to know that, Minato told his son. Yes, we do, Kushina said with a smile. Now I'm going to finish the rest of the story where the Kyuubi was sealed, the woman stated and began to go over the fight Minato had with the fox leading to the man freeing the Kyuubi from the masked man's control and then summoning Gamabunta and Kushina and the two babies' arrival on the battlefield and how Kushina was holding the Kyuubi at bay for Minato to prepare the seal. Kushina then went over how Minato summoned the demon seal and how Minato put his and her chakra into the seal's design and how it was her own weakness and distrust for the village that led her to take Akina away from the village and how she used her own life energy to convert to chakra to push her as far away from the village as possible and that with the last of her strength she had traveled several days worth in a matter of minutes only to arrive at the door of an old friend who ended up being the one who took Akina in. It was upon Minato's death that she fled and that she deeply regretting leaving Naruto. In telling all of this to her son, Kushina cried uncontrollably at the thought that she abandoned one of her children. Naruto hugged the woman and then Minato hugged them both. Mom, you don't have to worry. I'm fine and so is Akina-chan. We'd never hold it against you. You did what you had to do. I'm just so happy I got to finally meet you too. But I feel kind of bad. Akina-chan, she'll never get the same chance I'm getting right now, Naruto said sadly. Never say, never Naruto, Minato told the teen. Minato and I left something behind for Akina as well, hopefully she'll never have to worry about it. But it's there just in case, Kushina added. Naruto, I must add to the story, it's about the man in the mask. I'm almost certain it was Uchiha Madara, Minato told the teen. Uchiha Madara, Naruto replied in confusion. Yes, I don't know how he has survived all these years but I'm sure it is him as he was the only one who could control the Kyuubi the way he did, Minato told the boy. I wish I could talk for much longer but our chakra is starting to run out and it's more important we fix your current situation. Although I must say I'm not sure how to fix it with your seal already being almost gone. I believe I have a solution to that one, Kyuubi interrupted. Bring the scenery back in front of the familiar cage. Kyuubi, Minato said looking shocked, as did Kushina and Naruto. Redo the seal entirely. That should be within your power. With the seal fully back in place neither Naruto nor I can be tempted like this again, Kyuubi stated. Why would you want that? Minato asked. This child intrigues me, let us leave it at that. Kyuubi replied. Very well then, I'll redo the seal then, Minato stated and then placed his hand on Naruto's navel and reapplied the seal. Naruto, Konoha will continue to grow and now we leave it all in your hands my son, Minato said as he started to fade. I'm very proud of you. Naruto-chan, take care of your sister and of course take care of Hinata-chan, she's very good for you, Kushina said giving the boy a wink. We're so thankful to have had a son as wonderful as you and we're both very proud of you and your sister. We love you with all of our being, the woman said before the two adults completely disappeared leaving Naruto alone standing before the cage containing the Kyuubi, and the seal now whole again sitting in place. Thank you for everything Mom. And Dad, Naruto spoke quietly, and then opened his eyes. Back in the real world, the teen was now staring downward, from atop the giant boulder that was hovering in the sky. Naruto was now in sage mode once again as he prepared to confront Pain again. It would seem there is no longer any hint of conflict or doubt in him. I wonder what has happened, Pain said softly. It seems turning into the Kyuubi messed up my chakra. My last clone dispelled, that's why I'm in sage mode, Naruto realized as the boulder started to crumble and fall back down to the earth. Naruto surveyed the area and realized he wasn't near the village. Did I attack Hinata-chan or anyone else? Naruto-kun, you only attacked Pain and pushed him out of the village, the Katsuyu clone told the teen. Thank goodness. Hinata-chan is she? Naruto started to ask. Sakura and several others are with her as we speak. She's still alive Naruto-kun, the slug replied. Let us finish this Naruto, Pain stated getting the teen's attention. Have you started to understand now, what pain truly is? Unless they endure the same level of suffering, nobody will truly understand one another. Pain, take me to your real body. I want to tell you something in person, Naruto replied. So you've noticed then. I see it wasn't just Jiraiya-sensei. You Leaf Ninja are all quite formidable, Pain stated. But the time for talk is now over. No matter what you say, we'll never understand each other. Just let me speak to you face to face. Naruto exclaimed. You can only throw 2 of those lethal Sage Mode shurikens. And after that your Senjutsu chakra will be gone, the man told the teen. So it's the hard way is it? Naruto asked. If both of those shurikens miss, you lose. I won't give you any more openings. I'll beat you within an inch of your life and then take you away, Pain said to the teen. Fine, I'll find your real body all by myself, Naruto replied. As Pain pulled out a chakra rod and charged at the teen only for Naruto to grab the rod and snap it while delivering a hard kick to the man's gut sending him hard into a nearby boulder. Naruto then took the rod and stabbed himself in the shoulder and used the sensation he got to find Nagato's whereabouts. He used his Sage Mode to track me, Nagato stated when he felt the rush of chakra come back to him. Alright, now that's done. Time to finish things here, Naruto said before summoning his shadow clones and formed the Rasen Shuriken and tossing a smoke bomb down on the ground. Here comes the first one. A smoke bomb distraction won't be enough to trick me this time, however, Pain told himself as he watched the smoke rise. The shuriken burst through the smoke and came toward Pain. Shinra Tensai. Pain shouted, dispersing the chakra shuriken only for a second one to be right behind it. What? He used a shadow shuriken with that. The intervals are 5 seconds, there's no way this one will miss. Naruto proclaimed. Back in the village, Sakura was hard at work healing Naruto's fallen girlfriend as Team Guy slowly recovered and were now with the girl. Hinata-sama, why did you have to be so reckless? Neji asked softly, looking concerned as Sakura continued healing the girl. Naruto-kun has managed to suppress the Kyuubi's chakra and is now battling the 6th pain, the slug clone told the group. He regained control himself. Sakura asked, looking surprised. Lee, let's go back Naruto up. Guy said to the teen. Alright, Lee responded. Please, you mustn't. You'd only be getting in his way, Katsuyu replied. Naruto-kun has a plan, so let us all place our faith in him. The chakra shuriken spun rapidly as it approached Pain. Suddenly a shadow clones appeared on both sides of Pain, seemingly trying to hold him for the attack. Pain however merely produced 2 chakra rods and pierced the clones and used them to push himself upward and avoid the attack from the Rasen Shuriken. You've missed, and now it is your loss, Pain stated. Pain was shocked however when the ground around him changed and turned into an army of Naruto's clones. All of the Narutos attacked Pain head-on. Shinra Tensai. Pain yelled as the clones began to dispel. You're just another fool who has no answers. It's time for you to just give up. The attack ended and Naruto was now being held up by a few remaining shadow clones. You endured it. Pain looked on as Naruto formed a Rasengan, his eyes once again their original blue, and the Rasengan was equally just as blue. The technique can't be thrown, 5 seconds. I'm too far away. Why don't you give up? Naruto started to say as he was suddenly hurtled toward Pain. On making me give up. Naruto finished the statement as he connected with his Rasengan, hitting Pain right in the chest. Pain went flying at a high speed and crashed into another boulder and then fell to the ground. Chapter 27. The Aftermath. The Promise. It would seem the final Pain has been defeated, Nagato told Konan from their hiding place. Naruto now stood over the fallen body as he sadly removed many of the chakra rods from the defeated Pain just as a precaution. Naruto then stabbed his hand and once again focused on the location of the original Pain, the one known as Nagato. Are you going? If so, you should really get reinforcements, the slug clone told the teen. No, I'm going by myself, Naruto replied. Back in the village, Sakura had finished healing the wounded Hinata and she was now sitting upright with some slight assistance from Neji. Thank you for healing me, Sakura-san, Hinata said to the girl. Sure, but please don't do anything crazy like this again, the girl replied. Naruto-kun has defeated Pain, the slug clone proclaimed to the group. Yes, nothing less from Naruto-kun, Lee said excitedly. How is he? Is he a nerd? Sakura asked the slug. He is very exhausted but otherwise he is fine, the clone replied. Thank goodness. Naruto-kun, I'm so glad you're safe, Hinata whispered as tears of joy fell from her face. Where is Naruto now? Guy asked. He's currently headed toward the location of the real body of Pain, Katsuyu replied. Damn him, why is he being so reckless? Neji asked in frustration. Guy-sensei, let's go after him, Neji said to his former teacher as he slowly forced himself back onto his feet. Naruto-kun doesn't want any backup, the clone told the teen. Forget that, he's trying to do too much on his own. He's definitely got to be weakened after all that fighting, Neji stated. Naruto had arrived and was now standing outside of what looked like a giant tree. But upon further inspection he realized it was made of paper and was easily able to rip open a hole and walk inside. He walked further in and was soon met with a rather weak-looking man sitting in a giant chair with many of those chakra rods sticking out his back. Standing next to him was a woman with a paper flower in her hair. The woman looked like she was about to attack Naruto. "Stand down, Conan," the man told the woman. "But Nagato," Conan muttered the man's name. "Hey, you in the back, the sickly-looking guy, you're him, right?" "The real pain?" Naruto asked as he suddenly re-entered into sage mode. Naruto slowly made his way closer to Nagato. "So do you hate me?" the man asked. "So the very sight of me fuels your desire for revenge? Even if you kill Nagato, this world will not change. You'd just be satisfying your own selfish need for vengeance," Conan added. "You had no answer. You're simply powerless. Your only role now is to become a sacrifice, and with it I will achieve true peace," Nagato told the teen, and then shot a chakra rod out from his chair and surprisingly pierced Naruto in the gut. "Now with you being this close to me, I'll have full control over your body. But don't worry, I avoided piercing any organs," Nagato stated, but then was suddenly shocked as Naruto's sage eyes started to slit slightly and the man could suddenly feel the intensity of Kyuubi's chakra hit him. "He let me hit him on purpose. I came here to talk. But there's one thing that I need to make absolutely clear," Naruto stated. "That would be what exactly?" Nagato asked. "How I really felt inside. I really didn't know what I'd do when I finally saw you face to face," Naruto began to say. "And?" Nagato asked. "I'm still really pissed at you," Naruto said fiercely. "I want to kill you. I want to destroy you so badly I can hardly stand it." Naruto began to charge in and was about to throw a punch which Conan was prepared to intercept when Naruto suddenly stopped himself mid-swing. Rasengan. He believed that there would one day be a time when people would really understand each other. And I finally understand what he meant by that. It's not simply as easy as that. But you won't just willingly let me go. Human love is too powerful a thing to forgive a transgression as big as this, Nagato replied. "Yes, you're exactly right about that," Naruto said, actually seemingly agreeing with the man. Jiraiya sensei's dreams were completely unrealistic. Really, they were childish dreams. "I thought you said that killing me would bring about peace," Nagato added. "Even if it were only a mere lie to cover up your own desire for vengeance, and if that is your version of justice, then so be it. But you are no god. Can you really believe in Jiraiya sensei's childish ideals when reality is looking at you face to face? After I learned you were his former student, there was one thing I absolutely had to ask you. And that is, how in the hell did you guys go from being his students to what you are now?" Naruto asked. "I want to hear your story, and after that I'll give you my answer." "Nagato, this is a waste of time, hurry," and Conan started to say, but Nagato signaled for her silence. "No, I want to hear his answer," Nagato declared. It was from there that Nagato began to tell Naruto about his past. From when two Konoha shinobi accidentally killed his parents and in return him killing them, to meeting Conan and Yahiko, and from there meeting Jiraiya and starting their training. He explained to Naruto the conversations he and Jiraiya had and how when the man left they continued to grow stronger and make a name for themselves to the point they were noticed by Hanzo, the man in charge of the Hidden Rain. The man had tricked them into helping him all for the purpose of peace, only to betray them. Hanzo had joined up with an old war hawk from Konoha who wanted him help in becoming Hokage. They had captured Conan, and it was because of that incident that Yahiko lost his life. In Nagato's grief he went into a rage, killing all of the enemies in the area except Hanzo, who managed to escape only to be killed sometime later, and that's when Pain took control of the Hidden Rain. All of those events lead to Pain being born. After Yahiko had died and became the leader of our gang, I lost many more friends in battle after that. So many people kept on dying. Everyone in the Land of Fire brags about their peace, but each mission Konoha undertakes continuously aided the war. The peace the great nations always talk about were built on by the sacrifices of the little countries. Your peace is nothing but violence to us. Just by living, people hurt others without even realizing it. As long as people live, so will hatred. There can be no peace in this accursed land. What Jiraiya sensei was nothing but pure fantasy. So now that you have heard my story, let me hear your answer, Nagato said to the teen. It was then that Naruto pulled out a familiar little book and stared at it. Nagato also recognized the book as well. That may be true. Hell, I think you're probably right, Naruto told the man. But even so, I still can't forgive you. I still hate you. Then let us finish this then, Nagato replied. However, Rasengan believed in me. So I will believe in what he believed in. That's my answer, Naruto proclaimed. So I'm not going to kill you. You're going to believe in what Jiraiya sensei believed in. I see. So that's your answer then, Nagato said aloud. So then, we should all just sit around and wait for you to bring world peace. Give me a break. That's absolutely ridiculous. How can I believe in Jiraiya-sensei now, especially after what I've done? There's no such thing as real peace. It's impossible as long as we live in this world. Nagato shouted. Then I will break this curse. If there really is such thing a real peace, then I'll find it. I won't ever give up. Naruto proclaimed to the man. Those words, Nagato replied in shock. That's right, they came straight out of this book. The first book Ero Sennin ever wrote. He wrote this book to try and change the world. By the end of the book, he said he was inspired by a pupil of his to write this story. That pupil was you, Nagato, Naruto said to the man. What, is this just a coincidence? Nagato asked. And, the name of the main character is Naruto. Naruto replied, my name is a precious memento of him. So I can't give up and stomp all over this memento. I'll become Hokage and I'll find a way to bring peace to the Hidden Rain as well. Just believe in me. We studied under the same master. I told you before that we should understand each other. I was just joking back then. You're such an odd child. But you remind me of myself when I was younger. I couldn't believe in what Jiraiya-sensei believed in or even in the man himself. But you however chose a different path. In you I can see a much different future. I will believe in you, Uzumaki Naruto. Nagato told the teen and then prepared to perform a jutsu. Gedo Rinne Tensai no Jutsu. The man shouted, much to the shock of Naruto and especially Konan. Nagato, stop. You can't. Konan shouted to the man, almost pleading with him. Konan, it's enough. I have a new choice now. A choice I myself had given up on, Nagato said to the woman. I don't get it. What's he going to do? Naruto asked in concern. He controls the Rinnegan. He is the master of all 6 pain's abilities. They say he is outside life and death. Nagato is the 7th pain. He is able to control both life and death, Konan told the teen. If he uses that technique now, he knows what will happen. But yet he still wants to believe in this child. To be able to change Nagato. What an incredible ability that child has. Back in Konoha, that odd, giant head re-emerged and grew and expelled balls of light and energy from its mouth. It was at that moment that people all around the village began to awaken. Fukasaku and Shizune were such among the ones that awoke, much to the shock of Sakura, Ino, Shikamaru and their group of people. Somewhere else in the village a certain raven-haired teen slowly made his way back onto his feet and was slowly limping toward the rest of the group. Kakashi and his father were still sitting by the fire talking about the past. So it would seem that you've had your fair share of trouble too, the man known as the White Fang said to his son. Yeah, Kakashi replied. But I never would have guessed that we'd both die so young. Not as young as your mother, mind you, but, the man said. Regardless of what happened, you did the best you could, Kakashi turned and said to the man, getting a look of shock. I understand now. You broke the rules for all of our sakes. I'm proud of you, Dad. Kakashi finished saying to the man as a beam light hit him suddenly. It would seem that it isn't quite your time yet. Thank you, my son, the man replied as Kakashi vanished, only to suddenly wake up with Choji and his father next to him. Kakashi-sensei. Choji yelled and then started to cry. Thank goodness. What the hell is going on? Naruto asked as he watched Nagato. The villagers are being revived, the slug clone told the teen. There is still time to save all of those I killed when I came to Konoha. It's the very least I can do, Nagato told the teen. The man's hair turned white and then Nagato coughed up blood. War brings death, and wounds and pain to both sides. There's nothing harder to accept than the deaths of those you love. So you believe that they can never die. Especially those that have never known war, such as the children of your generation. You try to find meaning in death. But, there's only pain instead, and hatred too, that you're not sure what to do with. Dying like trash, a never-ending hatred, pain that will never heal. That is war, Naruto. This is what you must face. That book, and you, it's almost like someone set this all up. Or maybe by the hands of some real god. My role in this has now ended. Naruto, will you? Really? The man couldn't finish his statement as he breathed his last breath. The giant paper tree began to break apart. Konan began wrap the man's body in her paper before she along with Naruto slowly made their way over to the location where Naruto had defeated the final of the 6 Pains. The woman wrapped Diva Realm Pain's body in paper as well. You're going to take this guy too? Naruto asked the woman. Diva Realm Pain was created from Yahiko. He was someone very special to us, the woman replied sadly. So that's Yahiko, Naruto asked, getting a nod. What are you going to do now? I hope you're not returning to the Akatsuki. I'm no longer a part of the Akatsuki. Yahiko and Nagato were everything to me. Both Yahiko and Nagato's dreams, they were entrusted to you. They are your dreams now. Nagato believed in you, so now I will too. We of the Hidden Rain will do whatever we can to support you, Konan told the teen. The name Naruto, and the guts and will to never give up. And pain. That's what my master and my fellow pupil have given me. Naruto declared. Conan smiled at the teen and created a bouquet of paper flowers and handed it to the teen. This time, I hope for you that these flowers will be the flowers of hope that never die, Conan said to the teen. The teen smiled and watched the woman walk away. Conan, you haven't lost everything. The fact that you're still alive. I'm sure Nagato and Yahiko at the very least are happily watching over you. Naruto shouted to the woman. Conan turned her head back slightly and smiled at Naruto and then continued onward as tears fell from her face. Naruto had begun his trip back home slowly. He stopped at a makeshift grave he had built for his master. He stood before it and prayed momentarily and then laid the paper flowers on the grave and a certain book before turning and continuing on to the village. The pain and fatigue from the battle was getting to him and his new cloak was starting to feel heavier and before he knew it he felt himself falling to the ground. The teen however was shocked when his collision with the ground never came. He turned his head slightly and was shocked as he felt himself being carried away. Good job Naruto, Kakashi told his former student. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto only managed to say the man's name as the man continued on toward the village. We're almost there so just relax, Kakashi told the teen with a smile that could be seen through his mask. As the two got closer and closer to the village Naruto could hear it get louder and louder and when they arrived the teen was shocked at what he saw. What the, was all he could manage and pure shock as almost the entire village stood, cheering at the teen's return. Welcome home, the village said in unison and then continued cheering. They've all been waiting here for you to come back, Kakashi told the shocked teen. Naruto, you did real good. Among the cheering and celebrating, villagers and shinobi alike were patting the teen on his back as he made his way through the crowd. The teen stopped as the group of his friends were all now in front of him. Naruto scanned the group and saw the bruised or battered teens. Sakura was holding onto Sasuke who looked the worst out of the entire group. You did it brother, Sasuke said to the teen. Yeah, thanks to all of you, Naruto replied. Naruto ni. Akina yelled as she ran up to her brother and hugged him tightly. I'm so glad you're alright. You're such a big idiot worrying all of us. Akina yelled still hugging her brother with tears in her eyes. Sorry about that, but Akina-chan I got some incredible news. Naruto told the girl almost excitedly. Then girl looked up and immediately was shocked to be staring straight into Naruto's bright blue eyes. Naruto ni your eyes. Akina shouted getting everyone's attention now. They all were shocked to see the red cat-like eyes no longer there and back were Naruto's original bright blue eyes. Yeah, that's part of it but hey, I met them. Naruto told his sister. Met who? Akina asked looking confused. Mom and Dad, Naruto told the girl excitedly. They were awesome. Dad looked so cool and Mom was a total babe. Mother and father. How? Akina asked in shock. I'll tell you all about it later, back at home. Oh damn, the damage to the village, I hope it didn't get destroyed too, Naruto said now with slight concern. Don't worry about Naruto ni-san. Hanabi said to the teen as she came before the teen. I was at home when most of the events started, Hanabi told the teen. That's good, but I kind of feel bad knowing our home is completely fine with the village looking so roughed up, the teen commented. You're an idiot sometimes Naruto, Neji told the teen whom was held up by Lee who also looked a little roughed up from the fighting. Naruto-kun, a voice called out from behind the teen. Everything seemingly got quiet at that instant. Naruto slowly turned his head around and his eyes locked on the eyes of the woman he loved. Hinata-chan, Naruto managed to say her name as a rush of emotion came over the teen and tears began to fall freely from his face. I'm so glad. Hinata-chan, Naruto shouted and grabbed the girl in a fierce hug and sobbed. I'm sorry I worried you Naruto-kun, the girl replied now crying as well. The group watched on happily as the two hugged only to be interrupted as a small whirlwind of sand suddenly formed and then formed into a bandaged and banged up Gaara. His siblings joined the group seconds later with Temari making her way over to Shikamaru. That hurt like hell, Gaara stated getting chuckles from the group. You were awesome Gaara, thanks, Naruto told the teen. I couldn't very well let my new home get destroyed now could I? Gaara replied. I'm glad to see everyone's alright, a new voice said joining the group. Tsunade-sama, Sakura yelled out in shock at the woman's arrival. You were completely out of chakra, how are you back on your feet now? I'm not sure myself. I felt a warm light hit me and then I was awake, the woman replied. Uzumaki Naruto. The woman yelled getting everyone's attention, especially Naruto's. Come here, the woman stated. Naruto swallowed and walked over to the woman. You could have gotten yourself killed going off on your own like that you moron. Tsunade yelled and then raised her fist like she was going to strike him. Naruto closed his eyes and waited for the strike. It didn't come however. The teen suddenly was pulled into a great, big hug and looked up to see the Hokage crying. You could have been killed. But thank you for everything you've done for the village. The village cheered loudly once again and a party broke out all across the village. The party had music and food, and singing and dancing, and everything, but as the sun was beginning to set a certain blonde teen had gone missing. Has anyone seen Naruto? Sakura asked the group, getting many head shakes of no. Funny, but Hinata-sama is missing as well, Neji added with a smirk. Back at the Namikaze home, Naruto had arrived on the balcony outside of his room, the master bedroom of his new home. The teen had gone into sage mode and carrying Hinata with him, had used Shunshin no Jutsu. Naruto-kun, why did you take us away from the party so suddenly? Hinata asked. The teen shocked her momentarily and pulled her into another fierce hug. I thought I had lost you today, Naruto told the girl, still hugging her tightly. I'm sorry, Hinata replied. I have so many people I care about now, but the thought of losing you. My whole world died. I'm sorry, Naruto said to the girl. Naruto-kun, why on earth are you apologizing? Hinata asked softly, looking concerned. I should have never allowed you to get hurt like that. You should have never needed to come out there, Naruto replied. Naruto-kun, please stop it. I told you I'd protect you even if it cost me my life, and I meant it. I don't regret what I did, and look, it worked out. I'm fine, and you beat pain, you saved the village and everyone in it. You're a hero, Hinata told the teen. No, I'm not happy with that. You almost died today. That victory would have been pointless if you had died. Hinata-chan, Naruto pulled away from the hug and got down on one knee and bowed his head as a knight would do for his queen. I will never allow that to happen again. I swear upon both the Uzumaki and Namikaze name that nobody will ever hurt you again. I promise, Naruto proclaimed, and then looked up at the woman who was now crying lightly. Naruto-kun, Hinata cried as Naruto got back up and grabbed the woman softly and pulled her in as he placed his lips on hers. Naruto and Hinata kissed as the sun set in the background. The two stayed like that until night had fallen. Hinata-chan, I don't ever want to let you go. That promise we made before I left. One day, maybe even sometime soon. I want you to be my wife, Naruto told the girl softly. The girl nodded quietly as tears of joy dropped from both of their faces. Chapter 28. The Jinchuriki Reunion. The adventurous girl from grass and the timid snow flower. The morning after the pain attack came quickly for many, as most of the village partied late into the early hours of the morning. The sun had barely risen, and yet many people were already up and working hard to begin restoring their village after the attacks. Naruto slowly stirred in his bed as the first few rays on sunlight shined into his room. The teen let out a light groan as he moved his tired and aching body. Naruto sat up slowly and looked down at the sleeping form of Hinata with a blush on his face. The discarded clothing on the floor from the balcony to the bed told the tale of the couple's evening. Naruto smiled as Hinata softly mumbled his name. Naruto slowly got out of bed and headed over to his dresser and then his closet and retrieved some clothing before entering the bathroom. The teen turned on the water to his shower and stepped inside once it had heated up. The teen stood in the shower silently enjoying the water. Naruto was deep in thought as enjoyed his shower, unaware that someone had entered the bathroom and soon come in behind the teen in the shower. The teen was startled as a woman's chest pressed up against his back. I didn't mean to wake you, Naruto said softly. I never sleep well when you're not there. And after last night, Hinata replied with a blush. Are you okay? I mean, Naruto asked, blushing fiercely, and stopped his question when he could feel the woman nodding a yes in response. Everything that happened yesterday seems like a blur or a dream or something. The village was attacked and people were being hurt and killed, and then you return and fight pain. Then everything was a blur after you were hurt and I tried to help. Then when you came home and everyone was celebrating, and then Hinata was silenced by suddenly as Naruto turned around and kissed her. Everything did get a little hazy, especially last night, Naruto said, blushing in embarrassment. I mean, I'm sorry if, this time Naruto was silenced as Hinata kissed the teen. I'm not sorry for any of it, Hinata said with a smile on her face. Hinata-chan, I'm going to go check out the village, see how bad it got hit, and see if I can help out with anything, Naruto told his lover as they had both finished dressing. I'll be heading to the hospital to see if I can help out there, Hinata replied. The two teens went their separate ways once they left the Namikaze house. Naruto visited many of the different areas that were damaged or destroyed and attempted to help out, only to have his help turned down. Not because of anything negative, however, the villagers felt that the hero who protected them earned the right to rest. This went on for several hours in many different spots around the village, so Naruto, being Naruto, did the only thing he could do. He went to his favorite training spot to train. Naruto was still rather sore from the previous day, decided to work on his frog fu rather than summoning shadow clones and beating the crap out of them. The teen had been training for the better part of 2 hours, but little did he know he was being watched from up in the trees. It wasn't until Naruto decided to work on improving his activation of Sage Mode that he realized he was being watched. Naruto had concentrated and gathered in the energy from nature, and as soon as he active Sage Mode he sensed the nearby, unfamiliar presence. The teen quickly pulled out a kunai and fired it up into the trees only to hear it miss and the person relocate to another tree. This activity continued for several minutes until Naruto had run out of kunai, shuriken, and patience. Okay, enough already, show yourself. Naruto demanded with an annoyed look on his face. You're no fun, I don't remember you being such a stick in the mud, said a female voice as the person in question jumped into Naruto's view. The first thing Naruto noticed when he saw the girl was that her hair was emerald green. It made most people take a second look at her, but to people who were friends with the girl who had bubblegum pink hair, it made green not so far-fetched. He also thought it was strangely fitting that while her hair looked like emeralds, her eyes looked to be made from the purest gold. Her jewel-colored locks were kept in a high ponytail that reached to the base of her neck. Her tight white tank top hung onto her curves and stopped several of inches above her belly button. It was connected with fishnet material to a pair of skin-tight black shorts that stopped in the middle of her thighs. She had a forehead protector from the Hidden Grass Village as a belt, but she wore it rather low, seemingly to showcase her nicely developed abs. You look familiar, Naruto said aloud in a low tone. Damn Naruto, that hurts, you really don't remember me? The girl asked. You're from the Hidden Grass Village too? Naruto said, still trying to place the girl. Flashback. Jiraiya and his 2 students Naruto and Gaara had just arrived in the Hidden Grass Village a little after a year into their training trip. The group had stopped to resupply. It wasn't long after they entered the village that they witnessed a commotion as a girl with emerald green hair was wildly jumping around from roof to roof with a small group of angry shinobi trailing her. Jiraiya and his students had shrugged it off at the time since it really wasn't any of their business. It wasn't until later when Naruto was checking out the village that he literally came face to face with the girl as he was mindless walking around and she was running away from pursuers, that the 2 cracked skulls. Hey, watch it, jerk, you're in my way. The girl screamed at the teen. No, you watch it, Naruto yelled back. That was the first of many encounters with the girl. Naruto would always watch as the girl would run away. The villagers would watch her with looks of hatred on their faces. It didn't take Naruto long to figure out that she was a Jinchuriki like Gaara and he were. Jiraiya and his students ended up staying for several months. Within the first few weeks the girl had been properly introduced to them. Naruto, Gaara, I've got a special treat for you 2 today, the older man told the 2 teens, getting their attention. After speaking to the village leader, we've been allowed to stay here and train for as long as we want. Of course they asked a favor of me in return. What's the favor? Gaara asked the man. It's simple, I have to let a member of their village train with us. She's hiding behind me up in the trees, Jiraiya told them, making their attention shift to the trees behind the older man. You might as well come out now, Jiraiya called out to the person. The person in question appeared before the 2 boys. Naruto immediately recognized the green-haired girl. It's you, Naruto said, eyeing the girl. I wasn't aware you 2 knew each other, Jiraiya commented. We don't, we've just so happened to have run into each other several times in the village, Naruto replied. I see. Well, no matter, she'll be training with us for as long as we're here. Alright boys, let's introduce ourselves. I'll be kind enough to start. I am the handsome, gallant, and incredibly awesome Gama Sanin. I am Jiraiya-sama. Jiraiya proclaimed in normal Jiraiya fashion. My name is Sabaku no Gaara, even though I now reside in the Leaf Village. Gaara calmly introduced himself to the girl. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, the future 6th Hokage. Naruto proclaimed confidently. Well, my name is Azalea, sorry, no family name, just call me Azalea, the girl replied. From there the teens trained together for several months. Azalea was a very outgoing girl and she found her match in Naruto when the 2 learned that they shared a common love for pranking. The teens would spend much time pranking anyone and everyone. After about 6 months it was time for the Konoha Shinobi to move on. In those 6 months though the teens had gotten much stronger, and it was during that it was revealed that Azalea was indeed the Jinchuriki who jailed the 4-tailed beast. It took much convincing, but the leader of the Grass Village finally agreed that in a few years Azalea would be allowed to leave the village and venture forth to the Leaf Village. This agreement was made in order to protect both Azalea and especially protect the Hidden Grass Village from an Akatsuki attack. End of flashback. Aza-chan, Naruto yelled excitedly. Took you long enough to remember me, idiot, Azalea replied with an annoyed look on her face. I'm sorry Aza-chan, but it's been a long time, Naruto told the girl. That's true. So how've you been? The girl asked. This Leaf Village you talked so proudly about looks a little rough, I might add. Yeah, you came at a bad time. The leader of the Akatsuki attacked yesterday and messed the village up badly. He came after me and Gaara, but don't worry, I beat him, Naruto replied with a smile. No way, you beat the leader? Azalea asked looking shocked. Well, the leader on the surface. I found out that someone was behind the scenes really pulling the strings, Naruto replied. I see, where's Gaara and Rasengan? Azalea asked. It wasn't long after she joined their group and started training that she learned of Jiraiya's habits and his nickname that Naruto gave him. Needless to say, she had no trouble calling him by the nickname either, much to Jiraiya's displeasure. Gaara's banged up, he got hurt pretty bad yesterday but he'll be alright. As for Rasengan, Naruto went into the story of the man's death and everything leading into yesterday's battle with Pain. Azalea took the news of Jiraiya's death rather hard. Even though she only knew the man for about 6 months, he treated her like a daughter figure and helped her get much stronger. I can't believe Rasengan is dead, Azalea said sadly. Yeah, but we shouldn't stay sad for long, Rasengan wouldn't like that, Naruto told the girl. You're right, so hey, did you hear that the seven-tailed girl should be here anytime now as well? Azalea told the teen. No, I knew you girls would be coming sometime soon. But hey, how did you know about Yukika? Naruto asked the girl. Rasengan had been keeping in regular contact with me through his toads and whatnot, Azalea replied. I hear she's really timid and afraid of people. I'm surprised she's making a journey out here. Yeah, she was hesitant when Rasengan made the proposal, but in the end I think her desire to change and try and get close to people is what helped her decide, Naruto added. Ironically enough, as they were talking about the young girl in question, she just so happened to have arrived and was now slowly and cautiously entering through the front gates. The two men stationed there, Kamizuki Izumo and Higane Katetsu, had very quickly noticed the girl and were quick to approach her. Excuse me young lady, but we are currently on lockdown and you don't seem to be of this village, can we help you? Izumo asked. The two Chunin examined the girl. They weren't quite sure what to make of the girl. She was more timid than anyone they had ever seen. She kept much of her pale petite frame covered with navy blue pants that covered the tops of her shoes, and a light blue long-sleeved top that came up to the middle of her neck. Over this she had a solid white jacket that came down to the middle of her thighs. She kept her white hair short, not allowing it to touch her shoulders. Her teal-colored eyes seemed to constantly be filled with fear. She never moved closer than 6 feet to a person unless it was absolutely necessary, and when she did she nearly flinched every time something looked like it was coming toward her. Why young lady, are you alright? Katetsu asked. Why yes. I'm sorry. The Hokage-sama should know about an arrangement that Jiraiya-sama made. I was supposed to come here and meet up with Gaara-sama and Naruto-sama, the girl nervously stuttered to the two men. I'm from Snow Country. And my name is Yukika. I have some signed documents from my village's leader, the girl told the men and presented them with the signed documents. The men looked the documents over before handing them back to the girl. Okay, everything seems in order. If you don't mind waiting for a few, we'll summon someone to come get you in. Katetsu started to say but was interrupted. That will not be necessary, a voice said, and a whirl of sand appeared before them and formed into Gaara, who was now standing before them even though he was wearing many bandages from his injuries he received against Pain. I'll take her to see Naruto. Very well then Gaara, but please don't overdo it, we know you're still injured, Izumo told the teen, who nodded in response. Come Yukika, let's go find the blonde idiot, Gaara told the timid girl, who nodded and slowly followed behind the man. Still scared of people as ever, are you? Why yes. I'm sorry Gaara-sama, the girl replied sadly. You don't have to apologize. You haven't had an easy life after all, Gaara said to the girl. Flashback. Jiraiya and his two pupils had been on their training trip for about 2 years when they entered the Snow Country. It was during their stay in the country that they came upon a little village. This village was run down and held a terrible secret. It would seem that 16 years ago a creature destroyed the village and killed many people only for a traveler to subdue and seal away the beast. The man died shortly afterward, but not without leaving behind his only daughter. The girl would be taken in by the village out of fear for the beast's return. It would turn out that she was raised to fear human contact and would often be locked away from everyone. It was Jiraiya and the boys' stay there that they would learn about the beast and its sealing, and that it was indeed a biju that attacked, the seven-tailed beast to be exact. After some digging and snooping around, Jiraiya found the child in question. Jiraiya quickly negotiated for the child's freedom and arranged for the girl to be transferred to another village with some acquaintances of his. From there she as well as Naruto and Gaara would train. The girl in question, having very little knowledge of people or the outside world, was frightened by all the new things being given to her, but with a little time she opened up to the boys. When it was time for Jiraiya and the teens to leave, she cried openly and promised to come to the village one day. End of flashback. G. Gara-sama, how has Naruto-sama and Jiraiya-sama been? The pale girl asked. Naruto has been pretty busy and has gotten much stronger, but personality-wise he is about the same. As for Jiraiya-sensei, he died, Gara told the girl, stunning her instantly. Gara then went into detail about the events leading up to the battle with Pain. The girl was speechless and let her tears fall to the ground. No, not Jiraiya-sama, the girl cried. I'm sorry, and I'm not much for words of comfort, but as Naruto would probably say, we can't exactly just sit around and grieve forever. Jiraiya-sensei wouldn't like it if we mourned him for too long, Gara told the girl as the sobbing girl entered a familiar training ground where he soon saw his blonde-haired friend standing with a green-haired young woman. It would seem we're all here now if that's who I think that is Naruto, Gara said as he approached the teen, getting his attention. Hey Gara, is that? Naruto said, noticing the girl with Gara. This is Yukika, she just arrived. I assume that's Azalea then? Gara asked. Yup, that's me, how's it going sandboy? Azalea replied. Please don't call me that, I kill people who call me that, Gara replied, looking annoyed. Hey Yukika, how've you been? Naruto asked the girl. I'm fine Naruto-sama. I heard about everything that's happened, even about Jiraiya-sama, the girl replied. I see. Yeah, you guys are lucky, you just missed the fireworks, Naruto said to the girl. I don't call that lucky, if we were here maybe we could have helped out, I've gotten much stronger since you last saw me, Azalea added. I believe it Aza-chan, Naruto replied with a smile. Then teens took about an hour to catch up when they were suddenly approached by a small group of people. Yo Naruto, Kiba called out to the teen, getting the group's attention. What's up Kiba? Naruto replied. Naruto-kun, Tsunade-sama has requested you, Lee told the teen. Nei-chan, what's she want? Naruto asked. Apparently Naruto, she has been made aware of your guests, Shino told the teen. I see, okay we probably should go see her. Where's she at? Didn't her office get destroyed by Pain? Naruto asked. For the time being she's going to be working out of the hospital, since she works there a lot too, Kiba told the teen. By the way, you going to introduce us to your cute friends? Sure, Naruto replied. Well this is Yukika and this is Azalea, Naruto said to the teens, introducing the girls. Kiba, just so you know, they're both Jinchuriki like me and Gara. What? No way. A girl as cute as this holds a demon inside her? Kiba asked, looking over at Azalea. Hey now, what's that supposed to mean? Azalea replied. Oh sorry, I didn't mean any offense by it. It's just that, you're really cute, Kiba said with a slightly embarrassed smile on his face. Well, flattery might actually get you somewhere, the girl replied, sticking her tongue out at the teen. By the way Kiba, where's Akamaru? You never go anywhere without him, Naruto asked. Oh, he got hurt during the attack. Henna Nei-chan is taking care of him, Kiba replied. The teens talked for a moment as Lee took that time to walk up to the quiet and visibly nervous Yukika. My dear, welcome to Konoha, Lee said to the girl as he grabbed her shaking hand. I am the Konoha's beautiful azure beast, I am Rock Lee. Have no fear my lady, I will protect you even if I die. Lee proclaimed, giving the girl his nice guy pose. The girl was taken back and hid slightly behind Naruto and Gara. TT thank you kind sir, the girl nervously responded and did her best to give him a smile. Hey what's with her Naruto? Kiba asked. She wasn't exactly raised in the nicest of environments. Let's leave it at that for now, Naruto replied. Naruto, not to be rude, but we shouldn't be making Tsunade-sama wait, Shino interjected. Right, let's go guys, Naruto replied as the group made their way toward the hospital to meet up with Tsunade. Chapter 29. Romance swirling in the leaves. The silent declaration. The group of teens had arrived at the makeshift office of the 5th Hokage. Konoha Hospital was currently the busiest place in the entire village. Even though Pain had revived the dead, the injured still remained in need of care, so as the teens had made their way through the hospital toward Tsunade's temporary office, they saved doctors and nurses and medical nin running all throughout the hospital. Naruto, I'm glad to see that you're alright, Gara however, you shouldn't be running around even if you do heal fast, Tsunade said to the teens. Now I take it these are the two other Jinchuriki that Jiraiya had arranged to have come here. Yes, this is Yukika, she's from Snow Country and she holds the 7 tails, Naruto stated, introducing the timid girl. This is Azalea, she's from the Hidden Grass Village, and she has the 4 tails. I see. Well it'll take me a little time to get everything sorted out and get them properly instated as Konoha Shinobi, so for now, they'll need a place to stay and must remain in the village, Tsunade told the group. Don't worry, they'll stay at my place, Naruto told the woman. Very good then Naruto, I suggest you take them to your place for now and let them get settled in. I'll send someone by within the next few days to get everything sorted out, Tsunade told the group. You're dismissed. Naruto and his fellow Jinchuriki and surprisingly Kiba and Lee all headed over to the Namikaze house so that the two girls could pick their own rooms and get settled in. Hey Kiba, bushy brows, why are you two following us? Naruto asked. You never said we couldn't, besides I was hoping I could get to know our new friends, especially Azalea, Kiba replied. Oh Aza-chan, you already have an admirer, Naruto said to the girl getting a light blush. Shut up Naruto, Azalea shouted back at the blonde. The group arrived and Naruto led them into the home and gave the group the quick tour. This is the dining room and back through there is the kitchen, Naruto explained. There you are Gaara-kun. You shouldn't be running around with your injuries, Akina said to the teen interrupting the group. Akina got up from the dining room table where she was sitting at and ran over to the redhead. Gaara, you shouldn't go out without letting people know, especially when you're injured. Somebody got really worried about you, Tamari told her brother giving him a wink from her seat at the table. Kankuro who was sitting beside her let out a chuckle at the comment. Sorry. I needed to move around, and besides I was able to meet up with someone at the gates, Gaara replied. Still that is no excuse, Akina scolded the teen. You should go back to bed and rest a while longer. Very well then, the teen replied. Naruto, I'll catch up with you guys later, the teen told Naruto getting a nod from the blonde and then left the room and was quickly followed by Naruto's sister. Ah, those two are cute together, Tamari said aloud. Hee. Anyway, let's continue with the tour, Naruto stated and took the group through the rest of the house and then back out in the main entrance. Okay Aza-chan, Yukika-chan, go ahead and pick out a room, you'll already know which ones are in use, so pick any one of the free rooms you like, Naruto told the two girls. The two girls separated from the group and selected their rooms and then after a few minutes, they rejoined the others. Alright, now that you've got your rooms picked out I guess we can go and show you around the village, Naruto said to the girls. Hey Naruto. If she doesn't mind, I don't suppose I could take Azalea and show her around personally, Kiba asked the teen and then turned and looked at the emerald-haired girl. That'd be cool, Azalea replied. Alright then have fun you two, Naruto replied as the two teens left the house. Naruto-kun, I am sure there are other things you would like to do as well, please allow me to take Yukika-san around, I promise you I'll take good care of her and since it seems she is rather timid around people, I will do my best to support her, Lee said to the teen. Yukika-chan, are you alright with that? Bushy brows might be a little strange, but he's a really good and honorable guy, Naruto told the girl. Yes, that's fine Naruto-sama. I need to get you used to the village and its people. And Lee-san seems to be a very nice person, the girl replied. Okay then, take it easy and feel free to stick close to bushy brows should anything start to bother you, Naruto told the girl and then watched the two leave. Kiba and Aza-chan and bushy brows and Yukika. I guess Kiba and Aza-chan could make a good couple since they're both outdoor types. But bushy brows and Yukika. He's so loud and outgoing and she's so timid and frail. You know you and Hinata-ne-san could be looked at as a weird couple too Naruto-ni-san, Hanabi said to the teen getting his attention. I guess you're right, Naruto replied rubbing the back of his head in slight embarrassment. You headed to the academy now. Yes, Haruka-sensei will probably end up having us help around the village with cleanup and other odd jobs, Hanabi told the teen. Well then do a good job, Naruto replied with a smile. I will Naruto-ni-san, Hanabi replied as she left the home and headed off to the academy. I think I'll head back out and try and get some ramen, Naruto stated as he turned toward the door. Naruto, are you headed out too? Ino asked her fellow blonde. Yeah, I was about to go grab some ramen, Naruto replied. What about you? I'm heading over to Choji's place and then we're going to go see if we can help out around the village, Ino told her former teammate. Well hope you have better luck than I did. Nobody would let me help out earlier. I ended up going out and doing some training, Naruto told the girl. Well that's probably because people were afraid you'd end up breaking things instead of fixing them, Tamari added as she approached her fellow blonde Shinobi. Haha, very funny Tamari-chan, Naruto replied looking annoyed. I'm kidding Naruto-kun, the village probably all thought you had done enough for them simply defeating pain, Tamari reassured the blonde boy. I guess. But I don't need to be treated differently. I'm happy the village acknowledges me but I'd still like to be able to help out, Naruto told the girl. Just think of it like this. You got to train some more and with you especially the more you train, the more you improve and get stronger, thus you're helping the village out by getting even stronger, the older teen added. That's a good way of putting it, Ino said happily. I guess you're right, so you going out to Tamari-chan? Naruto asked the girl. I sure am, Shika-kun and I have some stuff to attend to, Temari replied. Well then, tell Shika-kun I said hello, Naruto said with a smirk as the three had exited the home and were walking down the street. I will, see you guys later, Temari said giving the two blondes a goodbye wave and as she took to the rooftops and ran off. Tell Choji if he needs any help I'll be glad to come and help him, Naruto said to Ino as the two parted ways. I will, Ino replied and walked off. Naruto walked back through the village stopping every once in a while to see if he could assist any of the villagers who were busy cleaning up some of the debris from the pain attack. The villagers would once again kindly refuse and send Naruto on his way. The teen had finally made it to Ichiraku's and sat down to eat when his meal was interrupted by a familiar face who took a seat beside him. I thought I'd find you here Naruto, Kakashi said smiling through his mask. Sensei, how you doing after yesterday? Naruto asked his former teacher. I'm fine Naruto. I'm a little banged up as to be expected, but otherwise I'm fine, Kakashi replied. I heard you were walking around the village looking to help out today. Yes, but nobody wanted my help, Naruto stated sadly. Don't let it worry you Naruto, the villagers probably want to handle the repairs themselves and not get you involved. After all, you were the great hero that defeated pain. They probably all felt you deserved a rest, Kakashi told his former pupil. I know that. Temari-chan even said as much. I don't know I guess it's odd to suddenly be seen as a hero, Naruto told the man. Now you sound like Minato-sensei, Kakashi said with a smile. Why you mean my father? Naruto asked looking rather shocked that Kakashi had so openly mentioned his dad, something he hardly ever did. But of course, Minato-sensei was always a great ninja but he really stood out and was recognized as a great hero after the Third Shinobi War. To say that he was a little overwhelmed was an understatement, Kakashi told the teen. How'd dad deal with it? Naruto asked. Minato-sensei just accepted it. He felt there was no point in dwelling about it or thinking too much about it. The village recognized him as hero even though he didn't feel like he should be recognized with such honors as a reward for simply protecting his home. Your father hated war, probably more than anyone else. He hated having to kill simply because his foes were from another village, but your father would do anything to protect his comrades and friends and of course his village. Those qualities are the very things that made him Hokage. And Naruto, I must say this. Just like your father, you're a great man and one day you'll make a great Hokage, Kakashi told the teen as he stood up to leave. Kakashi placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder and smiled at the teen. Naruto, I want you to know that it has been my honor to call you my student. Kakashi-sensei. Thanks, Naruto said with a smile as the older man walked off. The rest of the day went by rather fast for the village as most of the villagers worked well into the late afternoon hours. Naruto had spent the rest of the day training out in the woods before finally calling it quits. The blonde teen decided to head over to the hospital in hopes of meeting up with Hinata so that the two could head home together. It was upon entering the hospital that Naruto ran into Neji and Tenten as well as Sasuke who was with Sakura. Both of his fellow Junin candidates were sporting bandages on several areas of their body. Sasuke was especially looking rather rough. Hey guys, Naruto said calling out to the little group. Hey Naruto-kun, Tenten replied cheerfully. What bring you here? Are you waiting for Hinata to get off? Sakura asked the blonde who nodded in response. She should be getting off in a few minutes. You guys heading out? Naruto asked. Yes, I just came to give Neji-kun a hand. Tsunade-sama made him stay last night after our little party ended just to be thorough since he was pretty banged up, Tenten told the teen. Tenten, I wasn't that bad, our whole team got slightly injured, I just ended up slightly worse than rest of you guys, Neji added. I see, but you're alright now right Neji? Naruto asked. I am. Tsunade-sama wants me to take it easy for a day or two but that's all, Neji replied. That's good, Naruto said looking relieved. Well, we're heading out now, talk to you later Naruto, Neji said heading toward the door. Bye Naruto-kun, Tenten said following behind her boyfriend. I'm glad there were no casualties from the attack, but I'm a little sad that a lot of you guys got hurt, Naruto said turning to look at his former teammates. Man Sasuke, you're a mess. It looks worse than it is, Sasuke replied. Sasuke-kun has to take the next week or so to fully recover but considering where his injuries were, it's a miracle he wasn't far worse off, Sakura told the teen not noticing the wince from Sasuke. I suppose I shouldn't tell her I was pretty much dead, Sasuke thought. I guess Sasuke hasn't told Sakura about what happened to him. I sure as hell am not telling her, Naruto thought as he stared at the bandages covering Sasuke's body. Naruto-kun, you came to pick me up, Hinata said approaching the group. Why of course, your knight has arrived, Naruto replied giving his lover a bow. Knight huh? Sasuke muttered with a smirk. Bite me jackass, Naruto replied. Well, I'm sure you two want to get home and I've got to get Sasuke-kun home and make sure he doesn't overdo it, Sakura stated. If anyone can keep Sasuke in check, it's you, Sakura-chan, Naruto said with a smile as the group exited the hospital and then parted ways. Later, Naruto, Sasuke said to his former teammate as he and Sakura headed off toward the Uchiha estate. Later, Sasuke, Naruto replied. It was now late into the evening and most of the village had settled in for the night. A certain red-headed teen sat on the roof of his new home watching the village settle. He was left alone for long, however, as he was soon joined by a certain blonde-haired young lady. You know you're a stubborn one. You should still be resting, the blonde told the red-haired Jinchuriki. The girl calmly took a seat beside the boy. You're one to talk about being stubborn. Just like your brother, I too am a Jinchuriki. I heal after a good night's sleep most of the time. I'll probably be completely healed by morning, Gaara told the girl. I know, but still, I wish you and my brother both would take it easier sometimes. You two might not be alike personality-wise, but you're exactly alike when it comes to not letting yourself rely on others and taking too much on your own shoulders, Akina replied. I guess it comes from our years of solitude, Gaara told the girl. Quote ellipsis. I'm sorry, the girl said sadly. For what? You haven't done anything wrong, Gaara told the girl. I shouldn't be so pushy, you like my brother have your own way of doing things, Akina replied. I don't mind it. It shows that you care. About me, Gaara stated calmly. Since I joined the Leaf Village I've had so many new experiences and I've made so many friends. But it's different with you. It's different. How so? Akina asked the redhead. The way I feel about you is different than the way I feel about Naruto. Or the way I feel about my siblings, Gaara told the girl, causing her to blush lightly. When I'm around you, I feel much calmer. When you're in pain I feel helpless. Like when Jiraiya-sensei died. Well, I can tell you that I feel a lot of the same when I'm with you. Being around you, I feel so much happier than when I am with anyone else. The only person I feel even remotely as strong about is of course Naruto ni, the girl told Gaara, the blush now prominent on her face. Your face is red. Are you feeling well? Gaara asked, noticing the blush. I'm blushing, you idiot, Akina replied with a light chuckle. I see, Gaara said calmly as if trying to process what exactly a blush is. Gaara-kun, have you ever wondered what the future holds for you? Like what you want to do in the future? Do you want to have a family, get married, or have children? Akina asked, her blush slightly intensifying. I would. One day, Gaara replied after taking a moment to think. What kind of girl could you see yourself marrying? Akina asked nervously. Gaara stopped to think and gazed up at the moonlight. There is only one person in this world I could see myself with. And she's sitting right next to me. Those words caused tears of joy to flow from Akina's eyes. Gaara, who was still rather unsure of how to handle the situation, did the only thing he thought felt right. He slowly and nervous held the woman against him. Sasuke lied in bed awake as watched the sleeping form of Sakura breath slowly and calmly beside him. The teen smiled as he watched her. Sasuke slowly pulled himself up and turned his attention to the nightstand beside him. He opened the drawer and retrieved a letter and reread it for the second time. The teen slowly walked over to a desk that he kept in his room and sat down and began to write. After several minutes the raven-haired teen finished and placed his newly written letter in an envelope along with the one he had just reread. Sasuke sealed the envelope and wrote the name of his lover on the front and slowly and quietly placed it on the nightstand beside her. Sasuke then dressed himself and prepared his weapons pouch. After taking care of a few more things, the teen stopped at the door and took one more look at Sakura's sleeping form. Sakura, I'm sorry, but this is the absolute last time I will ever make you worry about me. If you can ever forgive me after this is all over, I swear upon my honor as an Uchiha clan that I will make you my wife and we will revive the clan together. Sasuke slowly closed the door and soon after that he exited the estate and finally the teen vanished into the night. The teen had carefully left the village and was now walking quietly through the forest toward his next destination. Itachi. Now we will end this. I'm going to close the final chapter of my past and from then on after, I will only look toward the future. I will kill you, my brother, Sasuke said quietly as his Sharingan activated, a fierce determination now on his face as heads for one final showdown with the person who has been the cause of his nightmares for several years. He heads off to face his brother, Uchiha Itachi.